I've been soaking in emotional live streams for 2.5 months. Can't even handle a greenhorn? An iceberg school belle whose cold demeanor could freeze a cow to death. But deep down, they're a hopeless romantic. With the knowledge she had learned from the dating advice blogger, she transferred 52,000 yuan to me as soon as she added my WeChat. I rubbed my eyes and looked at the transfer record sent by Su Qingxue on the WeChat chat history. I can't believe it. Wasn't it just a rumor? Isn't she supposed to be very aloof? And none of us knew each other. Why did you suddenly add me as a friend? With a cautious mindset, I refunded the other party's transfer. Another message from Su Qingxue popped up on the phone. Why didn't you accept it? Is it too little? That's all I have in my WeChat. Immediately after, another transfer was made, 12,138,536. My money is all in another card, can't withdraw it. Why don't you come out, and I'll give you the card. You're playing your little game right in my face. I couldn't help but laugh. It's hard to imagine that my chat partner, she was the famously aloof Su Xiaohua of the school. Why would I take your money for no reason at all? Covering face and laughing, don't you like it? This isn't a matter of like or dislike. Why did you transfer money to me? I didn't help you with anything. No merit, no reward. Such a simple truth. Why does Su Qingxue seem so spaced out? It's a bit different from what the rumors say. I picked up the water glass and took a gentle sip. I can't help but wonder if the person across from me is really Su Qingxue. Because I like you. I was caught off guard and sprayed out the half-drunk water. Opening the chat box again, I like you. It's really happening, truly. Is this considered a confession? Looking at the message they sent, I repeatedly turned the screen off, tap to open, turn it off, tap to open again. Just 5 words, yet they completely flustered me. No, calm down, I need to stay calm. Zhang Muyan, calm down. Their intentions remain unknown. Do you want to see black stockings? I froze for a moment over in the girls' dormitory. The girl rested her elbows on the table. His face was flushed red, and he kept fanning himself with both hands. Looking at the last message I sent on my phone, want to see black stockings? She bit her lip tightly, looking forward with anticipation at the typing message above. Actually, she doesn't wear black stockings, but on the internet, everyone says men are nothing but money. I just love black stockings. She could go buy it for me to try. After a moment, the note did not reply. She lowered her head slightly in disappointment, pursing her lips, exited the chat window. Originally she wasn't supposed to live at school. Given her background, she could easily buy a house near the school. It's all just a matter of a single sentence. But there's someone at school she wants to see. The girl sits by the window, picking up a hand-folded blue butterfly. Su Qingxue's gaze turned subtle again. Tomorrow, she would go to the boys' dormitory to confront him. I checked the time and thought about having an 8 a.m. class tomorrow, so I went to bed early. The next morning, at the entrance of the boys' dormitory. Isn't that Su Qingxue? How could she be at the entrance of the boys' dormitory? Students passing by the boys' dormitory entrance started whispering among themselves. She had put extra effort into her appearance today. At that moment, Su Qingxue thought to herself, he should be on the morning shift today. It's already 7:50 now. Why hasn't it come out yet? Am I still too late? Lao Shang, hurry up, we're going to be late. You go ahead first, I'll be quick. I just got out of bed, yawning. We'll get going now, okay. The 3 who had just left soon arrived at the dormitory entrance. Quickly send a message to the dorm group chat. Old Zhang, Su Qingxue, haven't you ever seen a real person before? Hurry up, she's right at the dormitory door. So beautiful, if only I could marry her. I'd be willing even if it made me instantly rich. I'm still brushing my teeth, unaware of the messages already received on the phone. 5 minutes later, everything was done. I grabbed my phone and ran out the door. But when she arrived at the dormitory door, a time that should have been quiet was instead crowded with people. As I ran, I pulled out my phone. Message 1:04. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow morning. When do you plan to leave? 1:26. Are you asleep? Then I'll come earlier tomorrow morning. Good night. I stopped walking and looked up toward the dormitory entrance. Swallowing hard, could she really be coming? I cautiously peeked out. Looking around, who said Su Qingxue was here? Glancing at the time again, damn, I'm gonna be late. Su Qingxue returned to the dormitory. She had no classes this morning. Xue, you left home so early today. Yeah, went out for a run. Is that so? You mustn't lie to us. Lying on the bed, Tang Qingqing poked her head out from under the mosquito net. A playful and adorable expression. Su Qingxue sighed, knowing full well that such deception couldn't be kept up. Alright, I'm off to wait for someone. Who has such great influence? Ding ling ling, I dashed into the classroom at the very last second. Lao Zhang, see that? Wu Hao leaned over, raising his thick eyebrows. What? Su Qingxue. It looks like someone really did come. Making someone wait all morning for nothing. I froze for a moment. I didn't recall agreeing to let her wait either. Still, I should probably apologize later. I opened the chat window with Su Qingxue. The other party didn't send any more messages. Are you angry? I don't know why. I'm feeling a bit guilty now. Sorry, I overslept. It seems you had already left when I went out. I usually go to bed around 12 o'clock. I didn't see the message last night, so I didn't reply to you. In the girls' dormitory, Tang Qingqing furrowed her brows tightly. Incredibly said. Since he knew it was you, why would he refuse you? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No man could refuse Su Qingxue. Unless he is. Su Qingxue visibly slumped in disappointment upon hearing this. Tang Qingqing widened her eyes as she looked at her. She was genuinely upset over a guy. Su Qingxue gently grasped Tang Qingqing's hand. Then what should I do? This is just speculation. Xue, don't get nervous yet. You said he hasn't replied to your message yet, didn't you? Wait for him to reply to your message first, then ask him. If his reply is very perfunctory, that means he's genuinely not interested in you. If he answers patiently, then there's hope. Ding dong, just as we were talking, a message came in. Su Qingxue excitedly picked up her phone. It was a WeChat notification. Sorry, I overslept. When I went out, it seemed you had already left. Su Qingxue turned to glance at Tang Qingqing, her eyes filled with anticipation. Tang Qingqing looked at the incoming message, her brows tightly furrowed. Looking at Su Qingxue's expectant gaze once more. I couldn't bear to disappoint her. Was that all she got back after a whole night? My goddess turns out to be someone else's simp too? They really don't know what's good for them. Su Qingxue glanced at Qingqing, then subconsciously prepared to type a reply. Xue, hold off on replying for now. You send so many messages, and he only replies with one sentence. That's not fair. Tang Qingqing gritted her teeth in fury, looking at the screen with some anger. What kind of joke is this, being so cold to my dear Xue? Xue shouldn't be this submissive, even if you like him. But one must not abandon their own dignity. We can't be someone's lapdog. Su Qingxue hugged her phone to her chest. Lowering his head, he muttered to himself. I could do without it, but who can blame me for liking him? Ha? What did Xue just say? What can be dispensed with? Great, now Tang Qingqing is also confused. Xue's totally love-struck. She hasn't met a guy she likes in ages, so now that she has, she's completely lost her head. Her usual aloof demeanor is nowhere to be seen. Is she willing to throw her dignity away? Absolutely not. Love yourself first. Just as Yang Xiaoxin was about to launch into a long lecture to snap Su Qingxue back to reality. Ding dong. WeChat message. Zhang Muyan, I usually go to bed around 11. I didn't see your message last night, so I didn't reply. He sent another message. Opening her phone, she saw Zhang Muyan's explanation, followed by an animated emoji of him bowing his head in apology. Xin, he explained it to me. This isn't just a half-hearted response, right? Su Qingxue's eyes lit up slightly as she turned to look expectantly at Yang Xiaoxin. Yang Xiaoxin, standing behind her, saw it all clearly too. 11 p.m.? He goes to bed that early? How unconvincing. But meeting Su Qingxue's expectant gaze, she held back her doubts. What if he really did fall asleep? Explaining it to you is fine, at least it shows he doesn't dislike you, Yang Xiaoxin said. Ha? He doesn't dislike Xue? What does that even wa? Tang Qingqing raised her hand to protest, only for Yang Xiaoxin to cover her mouth with one hand. Xue, right now, you need to play the vulnerable card, Yang Xiaoxin suggested. Men, tend to prefer someone a bit more vulnerable and cute. Plus, you're the one needing a favor right now, so naturally you should lower your stance a bit. How do I show weakness? Su Qingxue was confused. She knew nothing about this. She was always the dominant one, or the one being pursued. Just say, it's fine. I acted on my own. Sorry for causing you trouble, right? Tang Qingqing yanked Yang Xiaoxin's hand away. What? You want my Xue to apologize? Yang Xiaoxin rolled her eyes and explained, after all, Xue is the one pursuing him now. You absolutely mustn't make the other person feel uncomfortable or pressured during the pursuit. Maybe Xue waiting for him this morning already made him feel pressured? Think about it, Xue standing outside the dorm entrance, all those people watching. Maybe it scared him into not daring to come out and meet her? At this, Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. Really? It's just because there were too many people? Exactly. He's so shy. Su Qingxue began typing her reply. Su Qingxue, I acted on my own without consulting you. I'm sorry. After typing, she glanced back at Yang Xiaoxin, who gave her an affirmative nod. Su Qingxue, I hope I didn't cause you any trouble? Over here. Zhang Muyan scratched his head as he read Su Qingxue's message. That sounded a bit sarcastic, didn't it? Unconsciously, he imagined Boss Crab's sarcastic tone in his mind. Was she blaming him? Is she upset? Zhang Muyan typed back immediately, sorry. Please don't bring me breakfast anymore. The girls' dorm was quite far from the boys', about a 20-minute walk. Add in buying breakfast, and if she wanted to get dressed up, she'd have to wake up an hour early. That's too much trouble. This is a clear rejection, right? He wondered if this response might be a bit rude. She meant well, after all? Though I don't know what her purpose was in approaching me. Zhang Muyan, I don't eat breakfast in the morning. I sleep until 7:50 a.m. and get up. If I don't have class, I sleep until noon. So, no need to go to all that trouble. Thanks. This tone feels better. Besides, what college student actually eats breakfast? If I didn't have an 8 a.m. class, I'd sleep straight through until afternoon. Gurgle. My stomach conveniently growled. Old Zhang, want some? Pang Bo held up half a piece of bread and asked. Sure. This was a godsend. At least these roommates had one redeeming quality: they never skimped on food. My breakfast might not be that great, but my roommate's breakfast is definitely delicious. No, everything about my roommate smelled delicious. What did he say? Su Qingxue glanced at the message Zhang Muyan sent, pursed her lips, then showed it to Yang Xiaoxin. Tang Qingqing bounced excitedly beside them, eager to see how he'd replied. No breakfast allowed? That's all he replied? Looks like he really has no interest in Su Qingxue. Fuming with frustration, Tang Qingqing tugged at her sleeve and nearly roared, I'll see just what kind of jerk he is, talking to my Su Qingxue like that. Yang Xiaoxin handed the phone back to Qingxue, feeling equally troubled. She too grew curious about the other person. Su Qingxue, does he really know it's you we're chatting with? He should know. Ding. Another message arrived. Zhang Muyan, I don't eat breakfast in the morning. I sleep until 7:50 a.m. and get up. If I don't have class, I sleep until noon. So, no need to go to all that trouble. Thanks. A clear refusal. Then should I bring him lunch from now on? Su Qingxue asked, turning back. Hearing Su Qingxue's words, Yang Xiaoxin's mouth twitched. Is this even about bringing lunch? That's just a way of saying no. Oh dear. Takeout isn't healthy. I'll go make him something now, it's still early enough. Su Qingxue quickly stood up, ready to head out. Oh, Su Qingxue, he just doesn't want anything to do with you. It's not about bringing food or not. Yang Xiaoxin grabbed her arm and pleaded earnestly. It's fine. I'll try again. Gently pushing Xiao Xian's hand away, Su Qingxue showed no sign of discouragement as she headed out once more. Maybe her way of thinking was just different. Under the stunned gazes of Yang Xiaoxin and Tang Qingqing, she walked away. Oh no, Su Qingxue is seriously love-struck. Has she lost her mind? Running back and forth like this, is this the power of love? Yang Xiaoxin sank back into her seat, feeling a mix of melancholy and relief that she already had a boyfriend. If her boyfriend asked her to make something, would she also go to such lengths? Of course she would. But to persist like Su Qingxue did, knowing how cold the other person was, she definitely couldn't do that. Hey, Kao 1. I need every single detail about this profile picture right this instant. Right this instant. Tang Qingqing had already dialed the number, voicing her indignation on her boyfriend's behalf. What's up, sweetheart? A doting male voice answered from the other end. Gao 1, a sophomore senior in the computer science department, had solid grades and a wide social circle. He and Tang Qingqing had grown up together as childhood sweethearts and were now boyfriend and girlfriend. Don't worry about the details. Just hurry up. Alright, got it. Hold on. Gao 1 hung up, decisively exiting the 5v5 competitive match he was in, and began searching for students at the university using that profile picture. Teammate at $$. Oh my, Qingqing, Su Qingxue just left. Yang Xiaoxin overheard Tang Qingqing's voice on the phone. Aren't you curious? I'm determined to see just how skilled this fox-like guy is, how he managed to charm my Su Qingxue like this. Chapter 6, First Encounter. After 4 morning classes, Zhang Muyan was starving, his stomach practically sticking to his back. Just 2 classes earlier, Su Qingxue had texted him again, saying she'd brought him lunch. Zhang Muyan was about to refuse without a second thought, but then he felt a bit guilty about making the other person come all this way for nothing this morning. After repeatedly declining, he finally agreed but asked them to wait for his signal. To avoid being seen. Just this once shouldn't be a problem. He'd use this chance to ask for clarity and make things clear. Zhang Muyan steeled his resolve. Su Qingxue, bring it on. Let me see your true colors. Hey, old Zhang, aren't you eating? Wu Hao noticed Zhang Muyan wasn't heading to the cafeteria. The cafeteria is too crowded right now. I'll go later. Alright, we'll head out then. Alright. Only after watching everyone file out of the classroom did Zhang Muyan cautiously peek his head out, confirming the hallway was empty. Zhang Muyan, Building 10, Room 3207. Come over. Su Qingxue, okay kitten nod. So cute. Zhang Muyan's lips curled into a faint smile, but he quickly snapped out of it, shaking his head. Damn it, what are you daydreaming about? That goes for you watching this too. If the one messaging you was some scruffy guy, would you still think it cute? That's disgusting. But thankfully, I can confirm it really is Su Qingxue chatting with me. For real. I'm about to meet Su Qingxue face to face. Enemy forces will reach the battlefield in 3 seconds. Only now did Zhang Muyan seem to realize this, and he suddenly felt a bit nervous. He adjusted his outfit in front of the phone screen. Okay, still looking pretty sharp. Not to brag, but he was genuinely good looking, otherwise girls wouldn't be clamoring for his WeChat. Knock knock knock. The knocking sounded so fast he'd only sent the message a few minutes ago. Zhang Muyan quietly opened the door. The girl stood upright before it. Su Qingxue. His heart seemed to skip a beat. Staring at the girl before him, Zhang Muyan hesitated briefly before quickly stepping aside to greet Su Qingxue. Up close like this, every expression and smile had far more visual impact than anything seen on a phone screen. Su Qingxue entered the classroom with an expressionless face, her steps light and graceful. Out of sight, his heartbeat quickened. Zhang Muyan poked his head out, glanced around to make sure no one was following, then quietly closed the door. It felt like a secret meeting between spies. No wonder Zhang Muyan had never been one to crave attention. Besides, being entangled in this gossip was just too much trouble. Su Qingxue quietly took out the lunch she'd prepared, a light blue cartoon lunchbox, nothing extravagant or overly fancy. She took out her homemade braised fish and mung bean pumpkin soup. Plain home-cooked dishes. Due to time constraints, she'd only prepared 2 dishes. The aroma quickly filled the air, and Zhang Muyan's eyes lit up instantly. These were all his favorite dishes. At school, he couldn't get dishes like these. After all, the cafeteria served mass-produced meals, and the taste was worlds apart from what you'd get at home. Su Qingxue said nothing, quietly arranging the dishes before sitting beside him and watching him intently. Those eyes, like dark gems, scanned him from head to toe. This intense gaze made Zhang Muyan flush bright red, his cheeks as crimson as a monkey's butt. Zhang Muyan. Calm down. Relax. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Muyan slowly sat down beside Su Qingxue, his peripheral vision constantly darting toward her, unsure what to say. Su Qingxue still wore the same outfit from that morning. Though all in black, her cool, aloof aura made her an undeniably captivating sight sitting before a boy. Every glimpse of her fair skin was perfectly placed collarbone, thigh, midriff. It formed a striking contrast with the black fabric, making one's blood boil. Should I just eat first? Zhang Muyan turned his head, meeting Su Qingxue's direct gaze with a seemingly innocent question. Using this legitimate excuse to steal a few more glances. MHM. Su Qingxue nodded, her soft reply barely audible. Silence. Why was this different from what she'd imagined? Shouldn't she be the one initiating conversation? Why did it feel like I was the one doing all the chasing? Zhang Muyan swallowed hard, picked up his chopsticks, and lifted a piece of fish. Under Su Qingxue's steady gaze, he slowly brought it to his mouth. Delicious. You watching at home must be thinking this is such a cliché plot. So, of course it wasn't good. Pretty average. Wow, it looks decent enough, but the taste is so fishy. Sigh, do pretty girls just suck at cooking? Is that some kind of universal truth? Of course, Zhang Muyan only had this fleeting thought. He wouldn't dare disappoint someone's kind intentions. It's delicious, Zhang Muyan replied, meeting her expectations with an honest answer. Hearing his affirmation, Su Qingxue's eyes lit up slightly, unable to suppress a delighted expression. Then she lowered her head, looked up again, and her expression returned to normal. She remained silent, staring intently, like a little girl admiring a cherished gift. Noticing her gaze, Zhang Muyan felt slightly uncomfortable, growing even more nervous. Who wouldn't feel nervous being stared at by a pretty girl? Especially a young man like him, with such a fiery temper. Su, have you eaten yet? Zhang Muyan asked, searching for something to say. He'd already asked this question via text earlier, and she'd replied that she'd come over after eating. I have, Su Qingxue replied softly, her voice gentle and melodious like a summer sea breeze, cleansing the soul. Beautiful. Zhang Muyan thought to himself. This was the first time he'd heard Su Qingxue speak. She was stunningly beautiful, and her voice matched her appearance perfectly. Wasn't it said that good looks and a beautiful voice rarely came together? Su Qingxue, may I ask you a question? Zhang Muyan inquired while eating. Though the fish wasn't particularly tasty, the mung bean and pumpkin soup was quite good, delicious, in fact. Just call me Qingxue. Go ahead, Su Qingxue replied, propping her left hand on the table as she leaned forward, her gaze gentle as she looked at Zhang Muyan. Taking a sip of soup, Zhang Muyan slowly spoke up. When you said you like me, were you serious? As he spoke, Zhang Muyan locked eyes with Su Qingxue, time seeming to freeze in that moment. Yes, of course I was serious. Su Qingxue looked away. If one paid close attention, one could see the flush rapidly spreading across her cheeks. Can you tell me why? We barely even know each other. Zhang Muyan remained genuinely curious. Though people joked about being kept by a rich woman, it was just that, a joke. What did he have to offer that would make someone do that? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Ha, did I just eat one? Su Qingxue crossed her legs awkwardly, her pink lips pressed together as she visibly frowned. Didn't want to say? But this was a perfectly normal question, right? Do you remember Blue Butterfly? Su Qingxue finally spoke. The answer to this question was already clear from the fact that he hadn't recognized her immediately. Ha? What Blue Butterfly? Zhang Muyan froze momentarily, his mind racing. Was it her profile picture? What did it have to do with him? He'd never heard of any blue butterfly. I don't know, Zhang Muyan replied, feeling a bit awkward. It's fine. As long as I remember. Huh? She didn't answer my question, did she? The atmosphere grew awkward. Zhang Muyan hesitated to press further, his mind racing. She mentioned blue butterflies earlier, and I truly have no recollection of that. Could it be she mistook me for someone else? That was the only possibility. Seeing Su Qingxue with her head hanging low, Zhang Muyan could almost weave a beautiful story. Surely Su Qingxue's Prince Charming had given her a token of his affection before vanishing. Now she was searching everywhere for him, mistaking him for someone else. How melodramatic. Cinderella turned into Cinderboy, right? But why would she mistake herself for someone else? Chapter 7, Flirtation. Su Qingxue lifted her head again, as if regaining her composure, and fixed her gaze directly on Zhang Muyan. Muyan, do you have someone you like? Ha? She called me Mu. Mu. Muyan? Only then did Zhang Muyan register her choice of address. His face instantly flushed crimson, as if he'd just bitten into a devil's chili pepper. The color change was visibly striking. And no. He turned his head away, unwilling to let Su Qingxue see his embarrassment. What's going on? Blushing this hard just from being called by name? It wasn't like he'd never been called that by a girl before. Was it really that big of a deal? Oh. Su Qingxue seemed satisfied with the answer, her furrowed brows relaxing slightly. Perfect, she still had a chance. Her heart had been racing when she asked that question. She'd been so afraid of getting a different answer. Silence fell between them. Zhang Muyan stopped eating and began clearing his plate. If she'd simply mistaken him for someone else, then it had nothing to do with him. How could he possibly continue eating? But if that was the case, did it mean he no longer needed to avoid her? Perhaps she hadn't had ulterior motives after all. Had he just been overthinking things? Forget it. She was too dazzling. He'd just focus on living his own life. Having made up his mind, Zhang Muyan spoke up. I don't know anything about the blue butterfly you mentioned earlier. You must have mistaken me for someone else. No mistake. Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, Su Qingxue leaned in close. The faint fragrance from her body drifted into his nostrils, delicate and gentle. Muyan, if I told you I'm your future girlfriend, would you believe me? Su Qingxue's eyes locked onto Zhang Muyan's. They stared at each other so closely he could hear her heartbeat. Ha! Zhang Muyan felt his mind go blank. He could practically feel Su Qingxue's breath against his skin. Her flawless face drew closer, those sparkling eyes seeming to hold his soul captive, so clear, so pure. He could see his own reflection in them. His future girlfriend? Her words echoed in his mind. For some reason, a face flashed through Zhang Muyan's thoughts. Panning Xian. His gaze instantly cleared, and he stepped back, regaining his composure. Why was he thinking of her here? He was certain he no longer felt anything for her. It was simply because he wanted to preserve his perfect fantasy of love. In Zhang Muyan's eyes, love was something to be revered and cherished. How could one let their heart race just because someone was good looking? How shallow. Couldn't you value substance a little more? Substance. Show some depth, for heaven's sake. Seeing Zhang Muyan step back, Su Qingxue froze for a moment before covering her mouth and giggling. What, is he that adorable? Su, if there's nothing else, we should probably head out. Zhang Muyan changed the subject, convinced her earlier words were flirtatious. Now flustered and flushed, his heart racing, Zhang Muyan had completely forgotten the question he'd asked earlier. You haven't finished eating yet? Su Qingxue glanced at the half-cleared lunchbox. I'm done. Zhang Muyan quickly packed the leftovers into a thermal bag. Thanks for lunch. Next time, I'll treat you. When exactly is next time? Su Qingxue zeroed in on the key point, hands behind her back, tilting her head as she leaned closer, her eyes blinking innocently. Her initial silence had stemmed from nervousness and shyness. Now that she knew he didn't have a crush and was so likable, Su Qingxue began leveraging her strengths. What advantage? Her charm, of course. Did he really think she hadn't noticed how quickly his face flushed when she leaned in just now? He was just hiding his overwhelming attraction beneath a calm exterior. Sure enough, she struck twice. She froze for a moment, then quickly turned her head away. Handing the bag to Su Qingxue, she dashed toward the door. She did it on purpose. She absolutely did it on purpose. You go out first. I'll follow behind. Zhang Muyan opened the door and gestured. Go out together? Are you kidding me? If I ran into a single witness, I'd probably end up on today's law show. Shockwaves, male student disappears from university, still missing. Too many guys on campus had a crush on Su Qingxue. Take that fanatic next door to his dorm, for instance. If he found out Zhang had dinner with Su Qingxue, Su Qingxue brought him food and watched him eat. He'd probably sneak into my dorm in the dead of night and chop me into 1,000 pieces. The thought sent a chill down Zhang Muyan's spine. Okay, but you haven't said when next time is. Su Qingxue picked up the insulated bag, walked lightly to the door, and asked. You pick the time. Just make sure no one sees us. Zhang Muyan knew he couldn't get out of it. Fine, she'd gone to all this trouble anyway, and he felt bad. Having dinner was the least he could do to repay the favor. As long as they weren't seen, it would be fine. How about tomorrow night? Su Qingxue's smile blossomed, her cool demeanor melting away like spring breeze. Her smile was so adorable. Ahem, okay. Already losing his composure, Zhang Muyan nodded and closed his eyes, unable to bear looking at her face any longer. This was far too aggressive. She didn't even need more explicit gestures. Just that smile and that glance left Zhang Muyan feeling like a defeated soldier, utterly crushed. See you tomorrow. With a soft chuckle, Su Qingxue stepped away. Once out of Zhang Muyan's sight, she hummed softly, skipping lightly with each step. So happy carrot, I get to see him again tomorrow. But this meal, such a waste. Was it really that bad? Su Qingxue felt a pang of curiosity. She knew her cooking skills weren't great, but she just wanted to make something for him. Should she win him over with delicious food first? Su Qingxue opened the lunchbox and picked up a piece of fish. So fishy. Zhang Muyan returned to the dorm with 2 buckets of instant noodles in hand, while the rest of his roommates were still passionately battling it out in the cafeteria. They haven't come back yet. Zhang Muyan turned on the hot water tap at the water dispenser, preparing to add more noodles. He really hadn't eaten enough, but thinking back now, Zhang Muyan felt deeply moved. Could it be that it tasted bad because she made it herself? Did she genuinely like him? Considering how kind she'd been these past few days, she couldn't have been nicer. After all this time, he still hadn't managed to ask her why she had fallen for him. Blue butterfly. Her profile picture. Her WeChat moments background. She must be someone very important. Well, since she's been so kind to me, I should return the favor. As for whether she truly likes me, I know the answer in my heart. Don't get lost in the comfort zone. With that thought, Zhang Muyan opened her laptop. An unread email notification popped up. Chapter 8, She. Zhang Muyan, congratulations on winning the first prize in Sichuan province for your competition entry. For detailed information, please visit the official website. Below is your award information. This was the mechanical innovation competition Zhang Muyan entered. Though he was only a freshman, he actively participated in such contests. But he never expected to actually win an award? He and his 2 roommates had just built a motorized arm, hardly groundbreaking innovation. Winning a provincial award for this? Seems like it's not exactly prestigious. Ignoring it entirely, Zhang Muyan continued pursuing his hobbies. With no classes in the afternoon, it was perfect timing to finish writing the novel update he owed. Writing novels was one of his hobbies. Don't let his science background fool you, novel writing came effortlessly to him. Don't ask how much he earns, the answer is not a single penny. Purely for the love of it. He'd said it was a hobby, and he had no intention of giving it up. He treated it as something to enjoy writing. Writing itself was a long process, and he was quite philosophical about it. That's why he often takes breaks from updating. His plan is simple: write in the afternoon, play games in the evening, and then dive back into next semester's coursework tomorrow. Yes, next semester's. Those who made it into Sichuan University were all top students. Catching up on next semester's material was perfectly normal. About half an hour later, his roommates started trickling back into the dorm. Hey, old Zhang's chasing his dreams again, Peng Bo playfully slapped Zhang Muyan's shoulder. Literature. Wang Lei leaned in closer. He'd read Zhang Muyan's work before and frankly, it was a mess. Go away. Don't disrupt my train of thought. Zhang Muyan waved his hand dismissively. He was right in the middle of writing the climax when these 3 interrupted him. Laughing it off, the trio didn't bother Zhang Muyan further. They all admired someone with dreams. Hey, old Zhang, you made it to the end. Did you see Su Qingxue? Wu Hao sat back in his seat, flipping on his rainbow display lamp as he asked. Nope. Zhang Muyan paused briefly before feigning ignorance. Useless. Didn't see her? I heard Su Qingxue showed up in Building 10 after we all left. Thought you might have a chance to spot her since you stayed behind. Wu Hao slipped on his gaming headset, ready to dominate the game. Yeah, she seemed to be carrying a lunchbox. For who? Peng Bo opened his phone and quickly scrolled through the group chat history. Every school had similar freshman groups, trading groups, and chat groups. They were all added to these, but Zhang Muyan never spoke up in them, he barely even opened them. Who even uses QQ these days? Childish. So she brought one. Big deal. Maybe she has a boyfriend? Zhang Muyan tried to hide his nervousness, rapidly typing on the keyboard only to delete word by word. That's why I'm telling you, don't you know Su Qingxue hates guys? Wang Lei propped his feet up on the desk. Remember that guy at the beginning of the semester? The rich kid? Lu Hao, sophomore. Oh yeah, that Lu Hao. He had the nerve to fawn over her and got knocked flat on his back with one hand. It even made it onto the confession wall. That whole thing caused quite a stir back then. Wang Lei pulled up the old post as he spoke. In the photo, Su Qingxue wore a khaki trenchcoat over a white shirt with a decorative tie, paired with a mid-length pleated skirt, white knee-high socks, and sneakers. Her suitcase stood beside her, while a flashily dressed guy lay sprawled on the floor. The term flashy was apt because he sported bright red hair paired with a dark crimson coat. One could only wonder how confident one had to be to pull off such an outfit. Zhang Muyan certainly couldn't pull it off. So that happened? How come I never heard about it? Zhang Muyan asked, feigning nonchalance. Didn't we tell you back then? You said you weren't interested. Oh, right. He remembered now. It had been right at the start of the semester, during military training, when he was still wallowing in the aftermath of a breakup. Cough cough. He hadn't even been in a relationship to speak of, so what breakup? He'd just been feeling a bit down at the time, hence his indifference to such matters. But it really is strange. Logically, she shouldn't be living on campus, yet she does. And no one has seen her boyfriend. Like today, someone saw her carrying a lunchbox into Building 10, yet no one saw any suspicious individuals. If she really had a boyfriend, the guy next door would be wailing for 3 days straight. Ha ha ha. Why do you guys act like she's so hard to spot? Zhang Muyan asked while typing. He'd never paid attention to this stuff before, only picking up bits and pieces from his roommate's daily gossip. Now he suddenly felt curious. He realized he knew almost nothing about Su Qingxue, like the fact she hated men. How to put it? Being treated with double standards certainly felt unpleasant, but if the favorable side was him, that was a different story. That sense of superiority made Zhang Muyan feel a bit giddy. Heh heh, you losers. She actually brought me lunch today, cooked it herself, no less, and you guys can't even get close to her. Ha! I'm the one who gets to face. A smile escaped his lips as he recalled that breathtaking face inches from his own. Their eyes locked, like souls embracing. Her soft breath brushed against him, turning the air itself sweet. He felt like a bee fallen into a honeypot, utterly intoxicated. I already told you this, you idiot, Wang Lei waved his hand dismissively. That's obvious. The Academy of Fine Arts is over half an hour out of our way. The guys over there might get to see her, but we're different. Half an hour? Zhang Muyan suddenly looked surprised. Yeah, the art college is in Building 17, and we're in Building 10. It's across the entire campus. Even riding the Little White Dragon takes half an hour. The Little White Dragon was Sichuan University's free shuttle bus for students. It constantly patrolled the campus, with plenty of buses running so students never had to worry about not getting a seat. So where's Su Qingxue's dorm? Zhang Muyan asked, suddenly realizing something. Building 18. Building 18. He was in Building 7. It was farther than the distance between the two colleges. That meant what he thought would be a 20-minute walk from there actually took over half an hour by bus, and taking a detour could even take an hour. She didn't have a car? Right, she didn't have a car. Reason unknown. So if she wanted to bring him breakfast, how early would she have to get up? Did girls even need to put on makeup? Even if I were blind, I could tell she'd gone to great lengths with her outfit today. What should I do? Suddenly feeling a bit guilty. So that's where my guilt was coming from. No wonder I've felt off all day. But then again, she really does have someone she likes. But I'm definitely not the one she's looking for. Come on, the whole school beauty pursues the guy scenario only happens in novels, right? Next time, I should just ask her straight up what she's thinking. No point letting the misunderstanding deepen. Chapter 9, Happy after eating his meal. After sorting things out in her mind, Zhang Muyan's admiration for Su Qingxue grew even stronger. She was clearly such an outstanding person, yet she was willing to give so much to someone she liked. Transferring money, showering attention, bringing meals. Recalling his own high school romances, Zhang Muyan chuckled softly. When you truly like someone, who cares about rules? He let out a sigh of relief and returned to his writing. These worldly matters had nothing to do with him. Su Qingxue returned to the dorm with an empty lunchbox. She felt no disgust whatsoever for food Zhang Muyan had eaten. What was she thinking? It was simply a matter of not wanting to waste food. Oh my god. Shue. He actually finished everything you made for him? Tang Qingqing gasped in shock as she opened the lunchbox. Goodness, Shue's cooking actually got eaten? She tasted Su Qingxue's cooking before it nearly killed her. Aha! Su Qingxue nodded guiltily. Impressive. Tang Qingqing shook her head, then couldn't help but clap. By this logic, this Zhang Muyan fellow was quite the man. By mid-morning, Tang Qingqing's boyfriend had already investigated Zhang Muyan and sent her all the details. Zhang Muyan, 18 years old, mechanical engineering freshman, 185 centimeters tall, 140 kilograms, excellent grades, socially adept, Gaokao score 647. Mother is a teacher, father is an engineer. Middle-class family with an older sister. ID number. After reviewing Zhang Muyan's profile, Tang Qingqing couldn't help but marvel. This guy was seriously impressive, competing in all sorts of contests, racking up awards, talented in singing and dancing, and good-looking to boot. He was practically a jack of all trades. But even so, he's still nowhere near worthy of my Shue. The real kicker is that right now, it's your Shue who's chasing after him? Where's Xinqing? Su Qingxue couldn't hide the delight in her eyes as she practically skipped to her seat and asked. She must be in the classroom memorizing her lessons. She has classes this afternoon. Tang Qingqing held her empty lunchbox, noticing Su Qingxue's unusual change in demeanor. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. What on earth had she just witnessed? Qingxue was bouncing around? Whoever you are, get off my Qingxue right now. Tang Qingqing bent down and wrapped her arms around Su Qingxue. Qingxue, why are you so happy? Could it be he agreed to be with you? No, what are you thinking? It's just that he finished my meal, and I'm really happy about it. Yeah, that's it. Su Qingxue stammered, her eyes darting about like two sparkling gems. What? Was she supposed to say she was happy just because he ate her leftovers? If that were the case, Tang Qingqing wouldn't just be surprised she'd need to find an exorcist to drive out the demons. Besides, eating leftovers, well, that did seem a tad twisted, didn't it? Really, just because of that? Tang Qingqing couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind Su Qingxue's words. She'd never heard Su speak like this before. It was strange. Extremely strange. Like a kitten that didn't meow but barked instead. Su Qingxue nodded, refusing to discuss the topic further with Tang Qingqing. Alright then, so he ate your leftovers. What's the deal between you two now? Tang Qingqing dropped the earlier topic, instantly switching to gossip mode. Her eyes gleamed like the lecherous minions emoji in WeChat, her eyebrows arching suggestively. She'd already planned her approach. If the other party refused to surrender willingly, she'd employ a series of hardball tactics to force compliance. If they agreed, she'd simply go with the flow. What? Just now she said he wasn't worthy? Of course he wasn't worthy, that was the truth. But Qingxue liked him, and Tang Qingqing wasn't blind to that. Besides, compared to that rich kid hanging around the dorm building every day, this Zhang Muyan was definitely easier on the eyes. At least when standing next to Qingxue, ignoring the background, they made a rather good-looking couple. And nothing much, Su Qingxue murmured, her cheeks flushing slightly as if recalling something. Thinking back to her bold actions today, Su Qingxue felt quite embarrassed. She wasn't some expert in romance, but she was confident enough in her looks to go in for the close-up. Truthfully, her heart had been pounding like crazy at the time. Seeing him up close, his skin as fair as a girl's, that bashful look, wide eyes, and rapid breathing. She felt it all so clearly. She'd never thought any boy could be this handsome. Was this what they meant by beauty in the eye of the beholder? She wanted to kiss him so badly. You're lying, your thoughts are written all over your face. Tang Qingqing pressed her cheek tightly against Su Qingxue's soft, pale skin, easily sensing the unusual warmth radiating from her face. It felt like fire. Qingqing, don't go spreading this around. I know you've already investigated who he is. Su Qingxue abruptly changed the subject, her voice suddenly deepening. Ha! What a quick change of mood. Tang Qingqing, her face pressed against Su Qingxue's, felt the warmth suddenly drop, returning to the usual cool, aloof snow. Oh. Tang Qingqing hung her head, gently rubbing against Su Qingxue's shoulder. Should I tell Qingqing? She was with me when I looked him up today. Yes, just the two of you need to know. If too many people find out, I'm afraid it might cause him trouble. He doesn't like crowds. Su Qingxue said indifferently. Though it was just a normal explanation, the underlying meaning was also telling Qingqing not to bother Zhang Muyan. Okay, got it. Tang Qingqing laughed it off. Since Qingxue had spoken, she wouldn't pry further. Seeing Qingxue so invested in a boy for the first time naturally made her even more curious. Qingxue, why do you like him so much? Tang Qingqing asked, tilting her head. Su Qingxue turned to face Tang Qingqing. I'm not telling you. Ha? Not even me? No. Ah. Afternoon. Finished typing. Ding dong. WeChat message. Zhang Muyan opened his phone. A new friend request. Hello, Su Nianru. High school deskmate? Put. Why is she suddenly adding me? Although they were deskmates, Zhang Muyan hadn't really interacted with her much. Or rather, Zhang Muyan had someone special in mind and paid little attention to other girls. In his memory, this girl was as gentle as her name suggested, the class beauty back then. Whenever they sat together, classmates would tease them. Perfect match. Heaven-made pair. It often made them both blush. Whenever they exchanged even a single word, people would stretch it into a drawn-out "oh yo." How could Zhang Muyan tolerate such teasing when the girl he liked sat right in front of him? To avoid any misunderstandings, he tried his best not to speak to her. She seemed to understand his feelings intuitively and kept her distance too. For that, Zhang Muyan gave her a big thumbs up. But after all this time, what was the meaning behind her suddenly adding him as a friend? And on WeChat? He hadn't even given her his WeChat or any other contact info. Could it be her phone number? Or maybe a high school bestie? Could she be asking for a loan? Chapter 10, Su Nianru. Out of classmate camaraderie, Zhang Muyan naturally accepted the friend request. After clicking accept, Su Nianru immediately sent her first message. Su Nianru, old deskmate, long time no see. Zhang Muyan, ha, it really has been a while. What made you decide to add your old deskmate? A polite reply, coupled with an inquiry into her motives. Sunianru, we're at the same school now. Seeing the message, Zhang Muyan was startled at first, then his surprise turned to delight. Sunianru, didn't you know? I saw it in our old class group chat. Zhang Muyan, I didn't know. I haven't checked the old class group in ages, haha. So, which college are you in? Zhang Muyan wasn't overly surprised that his deskmate had gotten into the same university after all, their grades were fairly comparable. Still, having a familiar face at the same school brought him genuine pleasure. Plus, Sunianru was a real beauty. With impure motives in mind, what if they ended up together? In college, there wouldn't be classmates teasing them, nor the immense pressure of the college entrance exams. Who could predict the course of fate? Just daydreaming. Sunianru was Pan Xuan's best friend, how could he possibly date her? If they did, it'd be awkward as hell when the two of them hung out together later. Sunianru, I'm in computer science. Scored a few points higher than you on the college entrance exam, Sunianru's playful banter quickly broke the ice between them. After all, they'd known each other for 3 years, even if they rarely spoke. They exchanged pleasantries like this. After a while. Sunianru, want to grab dinner tonight? Zhang Muyan, sure, but I'm buying. Sunianru, panda-style thumbs up. How abstract is that? Sure enough, beautiful women's emojis are always abstract. The gentler the exterior, the greater the contrast behind it, just like Sunianru sending a panda emoji right now. After ending the chat, Zhang Muyan tidied up. It was already past 5 p.m. He planned to head out around 6, upload the typed text to Chiezi, and then quickly finish today's homework. College students have assignments too. Anyone who says college students don't have homework is spreading rumors. Done. Heading out. Just kidding, as a top student at Sichuan University, finishing homework in seconds is a piece of cake. Old Zhang, I want potato rice. Mr. Zhang, braised chicken. Dad, whatever you're having, bring me some. Eat Kunkin, I've got stuff to do, can't bring you guys anything, Zhang Muyan declined. What are you sneaking off to compete in behind our backs now? We agreed to chill out together, man. Don't mess this up. Nothing. Just an old classmate who works at this school. I'm going to meet him. Zhang Muyan left with those words, quickly closing the door behind him. Sticking around would only invite endless questioning. Sure enough, even through the closed door, Wang Lei's roar echoed, guy or girl? If he said it was a girl, a gorgeous one, that they'd undoubtedly lock him up with their signature techniques, squeezing every last detail out of him. By the time he stepped out of the dorm, it was nearly 6 p.m. The sky had grown hazy and dim, though not yet fully dark. Quite a few students were still wandering around campus. Especially the benches along the path, not a single one was empty. At this time of evening, couples had come to claim their spots? Who knew Sichuan University was like this too? After all, it's one of the top universities in the country. But it's understandable dating isn't exactly wasting time. At the very least, it's a form of growth. Think about it, if you find your life partner during college, you can work together after graduation. That's a major success, right? It's certainly better than lying around in the dorm playing video games. I'm talking to you right there in front of the screen. Got a girlfriend yet? Still just sitting there playing games. At the school gate, Zhang Muyan was waiting. Dressed simply in a blue and white shirt and blue jeans, Zhang Muyan looked clean-cut and neat. After all, meeting an old classmate called for a bit of attention to appearance. Girls passing by would occasionally steal glances at the tall guy, then whisper among themselves before walking away, or tease each other playfully. It didn't take much to guess what they were saying. Zhang Muyan had been through this before, especially during elementary and middle school. Back then, he was still young and often targeted. In elementary school, he was teased by middle school girls. In middle school, he was cornered by older female students. Junior high, after all, was filled with teenagers in the throes of adolescence, exaggerated and rebellious. Back then, Zhang Muyan was cornered by a large group of tough girls every day after school, too scared to leave campus. Handsome? Without substance, good looks can be a curse. Just thinking about those girls surrounding him, touching him everywhere, still made his skin crawl. For that entire period, Zhang Muyan developed a genuine fear of women. To overcome it, he even dedicated that summer break to learning martial arts. Women? They were terrifying. Zhang Muyan. The moment Sunianru stepped out of the school gate, she spotted the conspicuous Zhang Muyan immediately. Everyone around seemed to have cleared a space for him, leaving him standing alone, hardly inconspicuous. The girls around him, who had been itching for a chance, instantly deflated when they spotted the figure at the gate. So he has a girlfriend? And she's so pretty too. What a shame. Why aren't any of the hot guys my type? Hearing his name called, Zhang Muyan looked up toward the source of the voice. Unlike his memories, Sunianru had ditched her high school plainness for a stunning JK uniform and leather shoes. Her hair still cascaded down her back, her beautiful bangs softly framing her lashes. This unparalleled eye-catching look left Zhang Muyan doubting his own eyes. The Sunianru he remembered was gentle but not aloof, always cracking jokes with everyone. She never truly got upset over the rumors about them, taking everything in stride. This quality made her beloved by her classmates, the undisputed class idol. Yet she always dressed plainly, either in her school uniform or a bright pink t-shirt paired with baggy blue jeans. Her hair was simply pulled back in a low ponytail, with no extra adornments, as if she deliberately concealed herself. Turns out, college really is the best beauty treatment? When girls learn to dress up, it's like they're in a whole different league. Damn, Eastern magic is terrifyingly effective. Right here. Zhang Muyan waved and stepped forward. My old desk mate's gotten even more handsome. Su Qingxue leaned forward slightly, tilting her head as she teased half-jokingly. Cut the teasing, gorgeous. What are you planning to treat me to? Su Qingxue covered her mouth with her small hand and asked with a soft laugh. Hot pot. Fancy some? I had some yesterday. Su Qingxue answered truthfully. She really had eaten with Long Huan yesterday. If you don't believe me, check the earlier scenes. Then, crayfish? Let's go. Ha ha. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxing, just out of class, was idly scrolling through her phone. The next post instantly caught her attention. Shue. Something's happened. What is it? Su Qingxue was changing clothes, having just finished dance practice. The two of them were currently changing in the dressing room. Here. Tang Qingxing held her phone up to Su Qingxue. The schools discovered a heavenly couple, a perfect match. Why are all the handsome guys someone else's? Because you're not as pretty as that girl. Go $$ at yourself. Getting worked up? Damn it all to hell. Scroll down further to the photos attached to the post. There they were, Zhang Muyan and Su Qingxue meeting face to face. Su Qingxue bent over, tilting her head playfully with a smile as she looked at Zhang Muyan, who returned her gaze with equal warmth. This angle perfectly captured the joy they felt upon seeing each other. It was the very picture of a couple reuniting with mutual delight. Chapter 11, She Likes Him. It was hard not to misunderstand. Su Qingxue's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she zoomed in and out on the photo, scrutinizing the girl in it. Her outfit was exquisitely tailored, clearly a meticulous effort. Even in a photo, that fox-like charm seemed to waft right over to her. He'd never smiled at her like that. A sense of crisis. She scanned the comments again. No one had revealed details about the two of them, nor were there any follow-ups about their relationship. Shue, are you okay? Tang Qingxing, standing nearby, had noticed every flicker of emotion on Su Qingxue's face. At a moment like this, she dared not say anything rash. I'm fine, Su Qingxue replied, her expression calm on the surface. Are you really okay? Stare. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Tang Qingxing chuckled softly, quickly snatching her phone back and wrapping her arms around Su Qingxue in a playful embrace. It's probably just a friend. Don't worry, Shue. Stare. Forget I said anything. Su Qingxue's mind raced. No, she had to speed things up. She couldn't let someone else beat her to it. Meanwhile. Miss, please. Zhang Muyan handed over the menu, deliberately teasing. Ha! The nearby waiter chuckled, amused by the couple's playful banter. These young lovers sure knew how to set the mood these days. Su Qingxue shot Zhang Muyan a playful glare before taking the menu with a soft laugh. She circled the lobster set meal. Let's start with these. See if there's anything else you want? After finishing her selection, Su Qingxue handed the menu back. No need to look. Just what you ordered. The waiter took the menu and quickly walked away. Master, how come you never dared to speak so eloquently before? Su Qingxue lifted the teapot and poured tea into the cup before him. As she finished pouring, she presented the cup with both hands to Zhang Muyan. Master, please. Taking the cup, Zhang Muyan said, Alright, no more games. I never realized you were so well dressed. No suitable adjective came to mind. Should he say open-minded or something else? Zhang Muyan kept the latter half to himself. What about me? Su Qingxue caught the implication in Zhang Muyan's words. She took a sip of tea, her every movement radiating elegance and an aura that seemed to say, keep your distance. Was it an illusion, or was it just his own insecurity? It was like your childhood friend from next door, who grew up with you wearing the same pants, both of you down to earth, sharing spicy snacks and playing in the mud together. Then one day, she stands before you in a princess dress, every gesture proclaiming, I am a princess. Then you look at yourself still playing in the mud like always. The contrast. How should I put it? You've changed so much, Zhang Muyan said awkwardly. He just couldn't bring himself to compliment a girl directly by saying, you look so beautiful now. Was he implying she wasn't pretty before? Your tone sounds a bit disappointed, Su Qingxue murmured softly, tilting her head as she asked, her hands folded beneath her chin. No, how should I put it? Zhang Muyan stammered, utterly at a loss for the right words. You look even prettier. Ha! Su Qingxue burst out laughing. Was that it? As if it took immense courage. She knew perfectly well how she looked. She'd had her share of admirers since childhood and had heard such compliments countless times. But hearing it from this particular boy, well, it felt more satisfying than hearing it from any other guy. After all, he was quite an exceptional person. Thanks. You look good too. Su Qingxue shifted her gaze and swirled the teacup in her hand. Silence. The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward. Oh, right. Classmate. Su Nianru suddenly remembered something and asked. Do you have a girlfriend yet? It was already halfway through the semester. Those who were dating had mostly started by now, and at least those who had targets in mind had found them. Someone like Zhang Muyan should already be in a relationship. Nope. Ha? How could that be? Seriously, I don't. Maybe your standards are too high? Ha, maybe. What about you? Zhang Muyan scratched his head, suddenly finding himself thinking of Su Qingxue. Realizing something was off, Zhang Muyan quickly gulped down his tea. Me neither. Su Nianru tilted her head back. Ha? That can't be. Really? And what's your reason? I guess I'm a bit picky too, Su Nianru chuckled. Ha ha. She was telling the truth, her standards were indeed high. At the very least, she wanted someone as outstanding as Zhang Muyan. She knew Zhang Muyan liked Pan Ningxian after all, she was Pan Ningxian's best friend, and Pan Ningxian told her everything. When Pan Ningxian first told her, she was stunned at first, then went absolutely crazy with excitement. She couldn't be happier about this match. A match made in heaven, perfectly suited, a heavenly union. But Pan Ningxian actually rejected him. But Pan Ningxian liked him. Every day she'd whisper to me how adorable Zhang Muyan was, how incredibly smart he was. She was practically swooning over him, yet she ended up rejecting him? The reason was simple, the college entrance exams. It was understandable, at least for Pan Ningxuan's family, who would surely oppose it. Everything would have to wait until after the college entrance exams. So Pan Ningxian did exactly that. And that's how the two of them drifted apart completely. Now she's asking her best friend to keep an eye on Zhang Muyan for her. Why don't you just tell him how you feel? It's not like we're living in the Stone Age, we have phones now. Zhang Muyan blocked her. So childish. Why don't you just add him back? I'm too embarrassed. Plus, what if he deleted me because he doesn't like me anymore? Then I'll go check if he has a girlfriend for you? Yeah, and keep an eye on him for me. Ha? I'm afraid he'll fall for someone else. Can I even stop him from falling for someone else? Su Nianru was a bit speechless with her best friend. But what could she do? She was her best friend, after all. Her family kept a tight rein on her, otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten into Hua Qing. As for the various unavoidable reasons behind it all, well, every family has its own set of problems. So now she was tasked with helping her bestie scout out Zhang Muyan's current romantic situation, stall things as much as possible, and sabotage his love life. Looking at it this way, it seemed a bit mean. But the more she thought about it, the more Su Nianru realized how truly exceptional Zhang Muyan was. He was handsome and kind at Sichuan University, there were countless students more accomplished than him, yet none matched his looks or gentleness. Those who were more handsome than him, unfortunately, weren't as accomplished. Xian, if you don't make your move soon, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out much longer. Just from spending time with him, Su Nianru could tell how many girls were into him. As for why she dressed so beautifully today? Wasn't it to create some CP chemistry? I promised to keep an eye on Xian for him. By dressing like this, I'll scare off a whole bunch of competitors, right? As long as people thought he had a girlfriend, wouldn't that solve everything perfectly? That's what you call resourceful. The crayfish dishes have already been served. 2 pounds each of garlic-flavored and spicy varieties, with more to come if needed. The two chatted and ate, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. But every so often, Su Nianru would suddenly blurt out, Pan Ningxian. Chapter 12, Wang Difu? Old classmate, do you still like Pan Ningxian? Su Nianru asked while peeling crayfish. Ha? Sure enough, she had told her best friend. Zhang Muyan replied awkwardly, well, didn't she bet me I couldn't surpass her? I didn't manage it. He clearly dodged the question, avoiding a direct answer. Regarding Pan Ningxian, while he no longer harbored romantic illusions, that feeling was still there. But was it still affection? Regret? Memories? Or just friendship between classmates? He couldn't tell anymore. So you still like her, then? Su Nianru smiled, secretly sighing in relief. Thank goodness nothing had changed. At that moment, Zhang Muyan shook his head and chuckled softly, I suppose, it's not really liking anymore. Even though Su Nianru sat before him his close friend who likely discussed him privately from time to time, Zhang Muyan didn't want anyone to misunderstand his feelings, or rather, his stance on love itself. 18 years of purity. Having been pursued by so many girls since childhood without ever losing his virginity, never having dated once, how could he let others misunderstand and say he wasn't a virgin anymore? That was unthinkable. Zhang Muyan's lifelong dream had always been to go from campus to wedding dress, then spend the rest of his life with her. Perhaps such a view of love was extreme, laughable in today's world of fast food romance. That was one reason he struggled to accept Su Qingxue. Love built on such vast family disparities rarely ended well. But he still wanted to wait for the girl destined for him. And then forever. Su Nianru couldn't stay calm now. She strategically picked up her teacup, took a sip of water, and watched Zhang Muyan's expression carefully. Done. It didn't look like lying, more like letting go. Xian, if you don't eat now, it'll get cold. Don't you like it? Su Qingxue asked tentatively once more. Zhang Muyan's gaze seemed even more certain now. He realized he was merely nostalgic for that silhouette from his memories. That time. He had forgotten that girl's voice and could scarcely recall her face. Half a year had passed, neither long nor short. Enough to smooth over some things. Besides, it wasn't as if he'd been deeply hurt. The scars were never that deep to begin with. Oh, okay. Pretending nothing was wrong, Su Qingxue nodded, though her heart was churning violently inside. Oh no, oh no, oh no. He's already moved on. Xian. Military emergency. Classmate, is it possible Xuan's family is a bit strict? Su Qingxue tested the waters cautiously. Panning Xian definitely wouldn't let her say it outright. Just hinting around a bit, surely that was okay. Ha? Confused, Zhang Muyan didn't quite grasp Su Qingxue's meaning. Too strict at home? So strict she couldn't contact classmates? Would getting a crush at school even get discovered? At least in his eyes, his family couldn't possibly know everything he did at school. The rift between him and Panning Xian wasn't something that could be explained away with a simple "my family is strict." You saw it too, didn't you? That parent-teacher conference, Su Qingxue said. The parent-teacher conference during my senior year of high school. During this most crucial period, he saw her relatives for the first time, or rather, noticed them for the first time. Her father. Strict and fierce. Panning Xian had consistently ranked in the top 10 in her grade, but that time, right after she confessed her feelings, she fell out of the top 10 for the first time. In front of everyone, with no regard for her dignity, her father actually blamed her for not trying hard enough. How could she have regressed at the most critical moment? Zhang Muyan desperately wanted to intervene. But after all, he was her father. How could he interfere when the man was disciplining his own daughter? But to dismiss all her previous efforts just because of a few minor mistakes. It was only then that he realized how suffocating Panning Xian's home life truly was. That's why Zhang Muyan pushed himself harder than ever afterward to become her son. It wasn't just about fulfilling their promise, he wanted to truly grow strong enough to protect her. His thoughts back then were so naive and simple. That time, you could tell her father was very strict, Zhang Muyan said, feeling a pang of melancholy as he recalled his younger self. Back then, his desire to protect the girl he liked was so intense. Pretty gutsy, sleeping only 4 hours a day. Now that I'm a college student, 4 hours? Just tell me you're trying to kill me. But back then, she was still smiling at me, right? Tell yourself it's okay. Didn't you notice anything else? Su Qingxue snapped, standing up abruptly. Her eyes widened as she stared straight at Zhang Muyan. Nothing. She never dared to cry in front of you. She only put on a brave face because you were there. Composing herself, Su Qingxue sighed and sat back down. Should she just tell him how much Xian adored him? But even if I did, would he change his mind? Xian had also asked her not to say anything yet, needing to give her some time. Caught in a dilemma. Zhang Muyan couldn't help but notice Su Qingxue's furrowed brow, as if she were desperately holding back the urge to use the restroom. If you need to use the restroom, it's over there, Zhang Muyan said. Dude, that's not funny. Su Qingxue had been lost in thought, but his words snapped her out of it. She shot Zhang Muyan a slight glare before resuming her task. So how do you plan to spend the rest of your college life? Thinking about getting another girlfriend? Su Qingxue never strayed far from the topic, persistently probing Zhang Muyan's love life. What else is there? Classes, gaming. Girlfriends? We'll see. Zhang Muyan replied, his mind involuntarily drifting back to a certain figure. No, this wasn't right. Why was he thinking about Su Qingxue again? Oh, that's good. Hearing Zhang Muyan's vague response, Su Qingxue finally exhaled in relief. His evasiveness at least meant he wasn't thinking about that sort of thing yet. As long as he wasn't thinking about that, things would be much easier. She just needed to stop girls from pursuing him. At this point, the only way was for her to sacrifice herself to stop him. Xian, I've sacrificed so much for you. What am I thinking? It's just about investing more time and energy, spending more time standing beside Zhang Muyan. Same tactic as before, make the other girls give up. Of course, she herself could also make some boys back off. Something occurred to Su Qingxue, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Old deskmate, I need a favor. You've gotta help me out. Sudden, unexpected, and impossible to guard against. So it finally happened. An old classmate who hadn't contacted me in ages suddenly reaches out one day. Go ahead, say it. How much do you need to borrow? The lobster in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. Zhang Muyan shifted back slightly, his voice laced with caution. What favor? My little stash, woe is me. Just pretend to be my boyfriend. Put. Wang Defu? Chapter 13, Fake Boyfriend? What the heck? Zhang Muyan wiped his mouth, still reeling from the shock. Look at you, so shocked. What, you don't fancy me? Su Qingxue wrinkled her cute nose playfully. Not at all. If I didn't think much of the class beauty, I might as well donate my eyes. You still need to tell me why. Because, too many guys are chasing me. Su Qingxue stuffed several peeled crayfish into her mouth, her lips glistening with oil as she shrugged indifferently. If anyone else had uttered such a narcissistic remark, Zhang Muyan would have inwardly despised them. But Su Qingxue truly had the confidence to back it up. He'd seen it firsthand. During PE class, the boys skipped basketball, especially the athletic types who'd normally rush to the court for 10 minutes of play and instead went to watch her play badminton. The world turned upside down? Shouldn't girls be the ones crowding around to watch boys play basketball? Still, Zhang Muyan only hesitated for a moment before flatly refusing. I can't. Find someone else. What a joke, my reputation. My 18 years of innocence just to play skipping stones with you? I could explain it to my future girlfriend someday, but this kind of thing, no way. Such a blunt refusal? Su Qingxue felt a pang of embarrassment. Damn it. She'd forgotten just how pure-hearted this guy was. A rare flower in the realm of pure love. Standing before you is Zhang Muyan, the village's childhood kingpin since day one, kissed by classmates in kindergarten, showered with love letters since elementary school, yet still a pure love warrior guarding his first love. Of course it's decisive, I can't do it. Just help me out, okay? Moo. Old desk mate. Zhang Muyan. Muyan. Yen. Stop. Cut it out. Zhang Muyan was thrown completely off balance by her sudden display of affection. She'd changed so much now she could switch between being composed and acting all coy with him so effortlessly. Damn it, these women, once they hit a certain age, they really start getting difficult. There's no way I can pretend to be your boyfriend. Oh, come on, how could you? I'm practically begging you. Why do you need a fake boyfriend anyway? To ward off unwanted attention, of course. Well, that's not the main reason, really. It's just to complete a certain task. Then why not just say you have a boyfriend already? No way. Some people just won't give up until they're forced to. So, help me out, okay? Then let me introduce you to someone, my roommate. No way. Huh? Why not? Because if he's not as handsome as you, I'd lose face taking him out, Su Qingxue joked. You're being picky? I can't shake the feeling this woman is toying with me. After dinner, the two headed back to school together, taking a leisurely stroll along the way. Promise me, Su Qingxue continued to pout about the fake boyfriend idea, her voice so sweet it could melt butter. Passers-by on the street would occasionally turn their heads to glance back. As night had fallen and only streetlights illuminated the area, they couldn't make out Zhang Muyan and Su Qingxue's features clearly. But judging by their silhouettes and aura, they were undoubtedly a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Envy mode activated. Facing Su Qingxue's tender, watery-eyed coaxing, Zhang Muyan remained unflappable, dodging each attempt. Though her coaxing had reached perfection compared to high school days, his heart remained as still as water, a state of mastery. Could such petty coquetry possibly break him? Without a more lethal attack, this battle was as good as won. Wait, who was it that had their resolve shattered by Su Qingxue? Talking too much, huh? Huskies point fingers. Su Qingxue, frustrated at not getting her way, let out a soft snort. If you won't help me, I'll cling to you every day until everyone thinks I'm your girlfriend. Pause. Damn, that's a ruthless move. Playing the spoiled brat? No, you're supposed to be a lady. Acting like this is a bit bratty, isn't it? Seeing Zhang Muyan's eyes widen, Su Qingxue gave a faint smile. Mission accomplished. Of course she wouldn't actually pester him relentlessly. Did she have no pride? She was just trying to scare Zhang Muyan. She continued, how about this? We each compromise. When people ask, we'll be honest and say we're just friends. But normally, we can still hang out together, right? This was her true objective. Since Zhang Muyan would never agree to her original request, she changed tactics. If she couldn't be his fake girlfriend, she'd make others mistake him for her boyfriend. Though this approach wasn't fundamentally different from her earlier persistence, it added a crucial step, acknowledging their relationship when questioned. Human imagination is boundless. As long as others believed it to be true, her mission would be accomplished. Coming up with this scheme nearly killed her brain cells and cost her some of the image she had built in Zhang Muyan's mind. Xian, you'd better make it up to me. Zhang Muyan listened, then crossed her arms over her chest. Still no good. Su Qingxue prepared to launch another round of spoiled tantrums, the kind involving throwing herself on the floor and kicking her legs. Wait, what? My dear sister Ro, you're really going for it? Didn't we agree you wouldn't actually cling on relentlessly? Don't you care about your dignity? Zhang Muyan wasn't exactly unable to handle it, it was just the stares from the people around him. So he quickly offered the biggest concession he could muster. Fine. We can have dinner together. Okay? Just this once. If I find someone I like. And it. I'll personally explain it for you, Su Qingxue chuckled. Finally got you. Huangbo flips his hair. Gotcha, fell for my trap. Now you'll never get a girlfriend, ha 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 oh. The two continued strolling until around 8:30 p.m. before finally parting ways. It was Zhang Muyan who confessed he couldn't stand all the stares directed their way anymore, prompting their parting. All along the way, passers-by shot them envious glances, far more attention than he'd ever gotten alone. While he was no stranger to attention himself, the sheer volume of these stares made him feel the pressure intensely. Su Qingxue, after all, was the belle of the computer science department. Back to the dorm. Dragging his weary body, Zhang Muyan collapsed into a chair. Shopping with girls? Who knew it could be this stressful? Hey, back from your date? You little rascal, spill the beans. Was it with a hottie? I told you she's just an old classmate. Zhang Muyan leaned back to rest, too drained to respond to his roommate's teasing. Sigh, now he couldn't even play his game. It was almost 9 o'clock. He might as well take a shower, scroll through Douyin for a bit, and then go to sleep. Tomorrow, he had to see Su Qingxue again. He kinda regretted agreeing to meet her. Hey Zhang, did we actually win a provincial award for that competition? Not bad. Pang Bo remarked. Oh, that one? It was okay, I guess, Zhang Muyan replied. In his mind, the competition had lost its prestige. I'm not entering next time. It's still a provincial award. Next time we should enter a few more and rack up some more. That'd be pretty good. Like it's that easy? Just show up whenever you feel like it? Next time we'll aim for a national award. Provincial awards are pointless. Right. That's why I love hanging out with you, always getting the good stuff, huh? Wang Lei slung his arm around Zhang Muyan's shoulder. Zhang had done most of the work on that provincial award, and the whole dorm had reaped the benefits. Give me a dozen roommates like this. Zhang Muyan smiled, not really feeling anything special about it, just messing around. I'm going to take a shower first. After a brief rest, Zhang Muyan wasted no more time, finishing his evening routine early to climb into bed. My mind is too exhausted. Tomorrow brings another tough battle. Go! What the hell are you afraid of? Wu Hao kept shouting into his headphones. What the hell? Chapter 14, Girls' Dorm. Su Qingxue finished reading the 2 chapters he'd updated today, then flopped onto her bed. Wearing a sheer nightgown, her 2 long, white legs tucked the blanket between them. She'd secretly been his die-hard fan all along, the only one willing to keep reading his messy writing. She was the reason Zhang Muyan kept writing someone who consistently encouraged him. But he didn't know that person was Su Qingxue. As always, whenever he posted an update, Su Qingxue would finish reading it and leave encouraging comments on his platform, using this method to understand his inner world. Tonight, however, sleep eluded her. Su Qingxue tossed and turned in bed. Good news, she had a date with him tomorrow. Bad news, tonight, he was already on a date with someone else. As she tossed and turned, the hem of Su Qingxue's skirt fluttered along with her movements, making the bed sway back and forth. Shue, you're tossing and turning so much, someone might think you're. Tang Qingqing grinned lewdly, her eyes narrowing slightly. Su Qingxue didn't respond, burying her face in the pillow and pouting. Thanks to the mosquito net, no one outside could see her current posture. She felt a lump in her throat, mixed with jealousy. He gave his first time to someone else. Shue, don't overthink it. He's probably just a friend, Yang Xiaoxin said while removing her makeup. She'd only just returned. Because she and her boyfriend were being lovey-dovey, college couples often strolled around campus during dinner time, getting all mushy with their significant others. Or maybe share a kiss. She had already heard the details about Zhang Muyan dating other girls from both of them. She also knew most of the information about this Zhang Muyan, since Tang Qingqing had already investigated him and she had skimmed through it. But even with that reassurance, being caught up in the moment made overthinking inevitable. She just couldn't control herself. Su Qingxue rolled over again. The fabric of her top, slightly disheveled from her movements, revealed a tantalizing glimpse of skin pale and smooth like a white rabbit, rising and falling with each breath. Her figure was naturally stunning, honed by regular exercise and dance practice. No wonder she'd earned the title of campus beauty. I'm fine, you're overthinking it. Just can't sleep, Su Qingxue said softly, shielding her eyes with her arm. She claimed to be fine, yet her words contradicted each other. It's only 9 p.m. Sleep? Do you think you're in elementary school? These days, even elementary school kids don't sleep that early. Elementary school kid? Feeling offended. Shue, let's talk about Zhang Muyan, Tang Qingqing suddenly said. If it were any other day, knowing Su Qingxue as she did, she wouldn't have shown the slightest interest in talking about men. But today, she's changed. Whenever Zhang Muyan comes up, her eyes light up. Is a love-struck brain really such a terrifying creature? What are we talking about? Su Qingxue's voice drifted out from beneath the mosquito net. Sure enough, that got her attention. How was his high school performance? Tang Qingqing asked, her own curiosity peeking through. I don't know. Su Qingxue replied. Ha? Tang Qingqing froze. She'd always assumed Su Qingxue knew Zhang Muyan inside out. We didn't go to the same high school, Su Qingxue continued. Then how did you even meet him? Middle school? Elementary school? Or kindergarten? Tang Qingqing pressed quickly, genuinely curious about how the goddess had fallen in love. None of the above. Ha? None of the above? Then how did you suddenly fall for him? I thought you must have known each other since way back, and you'd say things like, I'm going to be his bride, and he'd promise to marry you someday, childhood promises. Now you say none of those? What, did he drug you or cast a spell on you? Su Qingxue listened to Tang Qingqing's words and let the corners of her mouth curve upward. If only it were that kind of promise. If only there were a written agreement. If only there were a marriage contract. After speaking, seeing Su Qingxue remain silent, Tang Qingqing shifted her approach. So, Xue, how many girlfriends has he dated? None. Not a single one? Yep. Ha? Seriously? Yang Xiaoxin finished removing her makeup and stared at Zhang Muyan's photo again and again. He was undeniably a rare hottie. How could he never have dated anyone? What the heck? High school romance? Early love, right? That doesn't make sense. Even if dating wasn't allowed in high school, once the college entrance exams were over, surely tons of girls confessed to him? Yeah, tons. So that's all you noticed? You don't know his grades, but the moment someone mentions girls chasing him, you go yeah, a lot. How could your research skills not uncover his grades? Turns out you've been using them all to dig up gossip, huh? Well, his standards must be sky high. So many girls confessed to him. None of them satisfied him? Yang Xiaoxin remarked. Yeah, whatever, Su Qingxue said proudly. Huh? Question marks. She knew Zhang Muyan liked Pan Ningxian, how could she not? But whenever this topic came up, she just didn't want to talk about it. The person you like falling for someone else. Fortunately, he'd been rejected. Which is why she had this chance now. Toward Pan Ningxian, she felt both hostility and gratitude, a complex mix. The hostility stemmed from her stealing Zhang Muyan's heart, while the gratitude came from her not accepting his feelings. She knew everything about Zhang Muyan, his personality, experiences, hobbies. Including that pile of thesis writing novels he'd churned out. He's pretty proud of it, just like you. Tang Qingqing climbed onto Su Qingxue's bed, lifted the pale blue mosquito net, and dove headfirst into Su Qingxue's soft, fragrant little bed, wrapping her arms around her. Taking advantage of Su Qingxue's slightly unsettled emotions, she quickly teased her, determined not to let her stay so upset. That was Tang Qingqing's true purpose. She was that kind of cheerful presence, quietly tending to others' emotions. But crawling into Su Qingxue's bed? She was a repeat offender at that. Why doesn't my bed smell this good? I'm a cute girl too, you know? Tang Qingqing complained as she burrowed deeper. Well, let's just say even top-tier champions have their limits. You know what I mean. Stop messing around, Qingqing. Su Qingxue was caught off guard when Tang Qingqing suddenly barged in and hugged her. Hee, Xiao Xue, kiss. Get off me, ah. Four white thighs intertwined above her. Yang Xiaoxin, standing below, shook her head. She was used to it not because of Su Qingxue, but because of Tang Qingqing. Sometimes when Su Qingxue wasn't around, Tang Qingqing would come and pester her. She had to admit, when Su Qingxue was around, she enjoyed survivor bias. If you mess with Xue, you can't mess with me, okay? Gotta get out of here. Chapter 15, Going to Find Him. The next day. Zhang Muyan woke up and opened his phone. Su Qingxue, good morning, carrot. Su Nianru, hey old deskmate, morning. Two more people saying good morning to me. Zhang Muyan replied to each one, or more accurately, he replied to Su Qingxue first. Why were only two people saying good morning to him? Because all the others had been deleted. What's the point of keeping them? Even Pan Ningxian was deleted. That was a bit of a rash decision. Have you ever deleted someone you liked with your own hands? Yeah, that's exactly how it feels. No classes today. Zhang Muyan's plan was to study next semester's calculus. Of course, not finishing it, just skimming through it. For these top students, going over this material is quick work. Don't believe me? You must not know about the savior who rescues college students from their final exams. He saves crumbling towers and steadies raging storms. Dr. Monkey. Come on, college students who've seen Dr. Monkey, come here and prove it. Can you cover all college calculus material in a single day? One book, 8 lessons, each over 10 minutes long. Play them at double speed, 5 minutes per lesson. 6. Of course, Zhang Muyan would need time to organize his notes. Since there were no classes, the guys in the dorm hadn't gotten up yet. It was already 10 a.m. A bit early. Zhang Muyan got out of bed, finished washing up, and quietly slung his backpack over his shoulder. Opened the book. Ha. He stepped outside. Su Qingxue's message arrived. Su Qingxue, you don't have class today? She even knows that? Zhang Muyan replied, yeah, how'd you know? Su Qingxue, just checked the school website. Actually, she just asked Zhang Muyan's academic advisor for their class schedule for this semester. Su Qingxue, so, what are your plans for today? Zhang Muyan cautiously. Is she just openly asking about my whereabouts like this? If I told her, would she come looking for me? Better not say anything then. Zhang Muyan, studying. Yeah, what about you? Walking down the street, Zhang Muyan, who had originally planned to go to the library, quickly turned around. Better find an empty classroom to hide in. The library was crowded and full of prying eyes. What if she found out and came looking for me? Su Qingxue, I have classes all day today. Pouty face. So cute. Oh my goodness. Zhang Muyan, hang in there. I'll sign off for now. Quickly shutting off his phone, Zhang Muyan took a deep breath. Know this feeling, it's so familiar. It's the sign that I'm about to fall for someone. Just like when I first started liking Panning Xin. When did I become such a looks-obsessed person? Just 2 cute stickers from someone else, and girls I added before sending these never made me feel anything. Looks really do matter. Enough of this. Study. Building our nation, it's our duty. Girls' dorm. Shue, do you have class this afternoon? Are you going? Yang Xiaoxin remained seated at her desk, books spread out before her. She truly studied every single moment. Not today. I have something to do. Su Qingxue had just finished showering and was lying back down for a nap, her voice soft and gentle. She went for her morning run every day, then returned to the dorm to shower and catch a few more minutes of sleep. Alright then. Yang Xiaoxin didn't disturb Su Qingxue further. She gathered her things and prepared to head straight to class. Even though it was only 10 a.m., she could still head over now and take her afternoon nap in the classroom. As for Tang Qingqing, she was still snoring away with a big booger hanging from her nose. One foot dangled off the bed, stretched wide open, radiating sheer dominance. Closing the door softly, Su Qingxue decided she couldn't stay lying down any longer. She knew Zhang Muyan had no classes today. Once she got confirmation from him, she'd definitely go find him. As for how she'd find him? Through telepathy. Yeah. You actually believe that? Knowing Zhang Muyan, he'd definitely be at the library studying. In fact, if she hadn't said those few words to Zhang Muyan, she would have guessed correctly. But just in case, she lied about having a full schedule. That way, she could ask him directly later without raising suspicion. Get up. Open the wardrobe. What should I wear today? I'll be spending the whole day with him, so I need to look my best. This one's too plain, this one's too conservative, this one's not sexy enough. Wait, what's the point? Just going for something seductive and flashy? This one it is. A strapless top with short shorts, plus white knee-high socks and white sneakers? Isn't that a bit too revealing? Just throw a coat over it to cover up. On second thought, the library's too crowded. He probably won't notice. Then I'll just go with JK. Wasn't that girl last night wearing a JK uniform? Alright, let's go with JK. Let's see who looks better. A woman's competitive spirit flares up especially strong at moments like this. Should I slip on some black stockings? Guys seem to really like that. Yes. Like hell she would. Su Qingxue didn't even own stockings or anything like that. Only cotton socks, white socks, knee-highs, and ankle socks. Su Qingxue was just daydreaming. She'd never bought any of those. She did have some leg-bearing tights, but it was getting too hot for those now. Maybe she could buy some just for him to wear later. Just the thought of it made Su Qingxue's cheeks flush. Zhang Muyan? Wait, why are you blushing like a bubble teapot? We haven't even gotten anywhere yet. Making me look like some old prude. Hey, old Zhang, that delay guy you follow on your phone got banned. What? No. Yanzi. After applying light makeup, Su Qingxue was also getting ready to head out. If she was lucky, she might even get to have lunch with him. She tapped open the chat window to ask where he was. Just as Zhang Muyan reached the climax of the scene, the answer on the tip of his tongue was interrupted by a message pop-up. Suddenly, all hell broke loose. Su Nianru, old classmate? Want to grab lunch? Zhang Muyan, moo. I'll eat alone. Su Nianru, softly typical men. Last night you were all over me, and today you're already ditching me. Zhang Muyan, cut it out. I've got stuff to do today. Next time. Does he have something to do? Obviously not. But for some reason, I just felt like I couldn't agree. So, I'll just make up an excuse. Su Nianru, fine, but next time you're not allowed to refuse. Don't forget you promised me. A reluctant promise still counts as a promise. Zhang Muyan, okay. Ding dong. Who is it now? Su Qingxue, where are you studying? Su Qingxue? Isn't she swamped with classes? It's 11 p.m. and she's still texting me. Art classes should be pretty strict, right? I imagine they'd be dancing themselves to exhaustion every day, with no time to even check their phones during breaks. After all, even for us sitting in front of computers, we barely have time to check our phones during class. The teacher collects homework right after class ends. How could there be time for phones? Since the other person had already said they were swamped with classes and asked directly, Zhang Muyan didn't suspect anything and answered honestly, Building 4, Room 503. After sending the reply, Zhang Muyan clicked back to the video he'd been watching. A figure wearing a monkey mask, wielding a pointer at the blackboard. Suddenly. Wait, why is she asking me this? Oh no? Su Qingxue stared at her phone, realizing she'd misread the situation. She hadn't gone to the library after all. Should she put back on that first outfit? With no prying eyes around, he could see her now, right? Ha, just a thought. Su Qingxue checked her belongings for anything missing: tissues, keys, phone, ID. What? My ID? Then she quietly closed the door and headed straight for 4503. I didn't change into that revealing outfit. He probably still doesn't like girls who are too, that. You know, the open-minded type. But Su Qingxue wanted to show more of herself to him. Even if he wasn't into it, a guy's instincts were still there. Visual impact definitely had an effect. Recalling how Zhang Muyan covered his eyes only to peek through his fingers, Su Qingxue couldn't suppress the smile curling her lips. Good boy. Just wait till I win you over, then I'll wear it for you every single day. He. Chapter 16, a little interlude. On the way. Isn't that Su Qingxue? Oh, the JK goddess. Never seen her dressed this well before. No, the one up front looked amazing yesterday too. Ha? Did I miss something yesterday? Yesterday, she wore a strappy dress at $amp. Quick, snap a pic. Honestly, what's going on these past few days? Campus beauty Su looks amazing every single day? Who knows? Ignoring the crowd's chatter, Su Qingxue simply pulled her coat tighter around herself and quickly slipped out of sight. Though she'd grown accustomed to these stares that treated her like an exhibit, it didn't mean she enjoyed them. She only wanted to dress for that one person. Qingxue, good morning. Blocking Su Qingxue's path stood a man with fiery red hair, a cliched red rose tucked between his lips, dressed in a floral shirt paired with white dress pants. Such a garish outfit could only belong to one person, Lu Hao. Ignoring him, Su Qingxue tried to slip around him, but Lu Hao blocked her path again. Qingxue, wanna grab lunch together? He still called it morning even though it was already 11 o'clock. Didn't last time hurt you enough? Her voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Su Qingxue delivered the words coldly before striding forward. Lu Hao chuckled awkwardly, stepping back as he said, not bad. Isn't there a saying? To die beneath a peony, even as a ghost, is still romantic. Would he be deterred by Su Qingxue's simple retort? If so, he wouldn't have charged forward in the first place. Besides, he made it a point to show up at her dorm building whenever he had a chance. He was determined to conquer Su Qingxue. No girl had ever refused him. The more Su Qingxue acted like this, the stronger his desire to conquer her grew. Twisted sense of humor. Seeing Su Qingxue didn't respond, Lu Hao pulled out the prepared gift, a red box radiating luxury. Shizi. The crowd around them erupted. Oh, is that a ring? Young Master Lu sure is loaded, huh? Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. A casual gift from him is worth more than half our lifetimes of hard work. No one needed to guess, it was obvious the box contained an exquisitely valuable piece of jewelry. Envy-inducing. Young Master Lu, you don't have to be so rigid about gender, I could do it too. I'll cosplay as Su Qingxue for you every day. Ha ha ha. As the surrounding crowd grew louder with their teasing, Su Qingxue's brows gradually furrowed. She had zero interest in whatever Lu Hao was holding, but the crowd's teasing was starting to get under her skin. In the past, she wouldn't have let such jokes bother her. Innocent people needn't fear suspicion. But now, he was in the same school. He could find out about anything that happened to her through any channel. Any negative news would reach him. This absolutely couldn't happen. She had to handle this properly, prevent any bad rumors from spreading. Lu Hao continued to ramble on about the item in his hand, completely oblivious to Su Qingxue's slightly lowered head and the faint tremor in her body. Qingxue, open it up. You'll definitely love it. Su Qingxue took the gift with a blank expression as the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement once more. She took it. She really took it? No way. Could it be? Masaka? Is Su Qingxue going to accept Lu Hao today? Impossible. Su Qingxue's family isn't exactly struggling financially, right? Impossible. No. Goddess Su. Opening the box revealed an exquisite butterfly hairpin. Embedded with dazzling diamonds, it reflected iridescent light under the sun. Just holding it felt like cradling a work of art so beautiful it made her afraid to drop it. Wow. It's so beautiful. I can't even imagine how stunning it'll look on Su Qingxue. Put it on. Put it on. Put it on. The crowd's cheering grew louder and louder, forming a chorus. Such cheering is common in any confession scenario. If both parties are willing, it's fine, the atmosphere becomes quite harmonious. But when people cheer wildly without a shred of consideration for whether the person being confessed to actually wants it, it's downright disgusting and shows a complete lack of tact. Of course, some in the crowd voiced protests. They simply couldn't believe Su Qingxue would accept Lu Hao's confession. After all, Lu Hao hung around the girls' dorm every day, how could she possibly agree so easily? Besides, Su Qingxue was their spiritual anchor. If she started dating, they'd lose their faith. Su Qingxue held the butterfly hairpin, her eyes glinting slightly. It was truly beautiful. Crystal clear, sparkling bright. If he had given it to her, she would have worn it without hesitation, feeling overjoyed. Meanwhile, Lu Hao, who had noticed Su Qingxue staring blankly at the hairpin, wore a confident expression, certain he could win her over. What girl could resist a gift of such value? What's more, he'd specifically researched that Su Qingxue's WeChat profile picture and Moment's background both featured butterflies, then used those images to have it custom made. Seems it really worked. All that effort hadn't been wasted. It worked. The next second, Su Qingxue gently tossed the hair accessory back to Lu Hao. Ha! Lu Hao hurriedly caught it with care, nearly dropping it to the ground. I don't like you. I've told you many times. Su Qingxue's voice remained icy as she turned back to the crowd. And please, everyone, stop this teasing. I have someone I like, and he might get the wrong idea. Thank you. With that, Su Qingxue gave a slight bow and swiftly departed amid the stunned stares of the crowd. Ha! What did Su Qingxue just say? Su Qingxue just said she has someone she likes? Ha! Another wave of people nearly choked on their words. Those who had just been protesting quickly drained of color, standing frozen like statues. Meanwhile, the crowd that had been cheering some hired by Lu Hao, others just there for the spectacle, immediately began flooding the campus forum with posts. Su Qingxue has made it official. Su Qingxue official, I have someone I like. I have someone I like. Stop shipping random couples. Didn't you see Su Qingxue delivering food to Building 10 yesterday? What the hell? On campus forums, the topic Su Qingxue has someone she likes quickly shot to the top of the charts. Countless threads followed, debating who could possibly have captured the heart of the goddess Su. One by one, they channeled their inner Sherlock Holmes, gathering clues like mad. Bizarre evidence and wild stories spread like wildfire across the internet. 4503. The person in question remained completely unaware. Still drifting in the ocean of knowledge. Headphones on, studying meticulously on their tablet. Call the landlord. Not bidding. I'll take it. Alright, studying's tiring, playing a quick game of cards won't hurt, right? Since it was the 5th floor, nearly the top, there weren't many people around. Zhang Muyan loved hiding in dark corners doing whatever he pleased. Ha! Su Qingxue entered Building 4. Many students still had classes in this teaching building, and classrooms remained occupied. Closing the door, she could faintly hear the teacher's voice inside. After confirming no one was following her, Su Qingxue quickly ascended the stairs. The building layout was quite complex. By taking side paths and switching staircases, she could avoid the students moving about in Building 4. Just to be safe, she didn't want anyone to see her in Building 4. At least it was a prestigious university, people weren't so starstruck that they'd stalk a girl. So that wasn't a major concern. She just needed to avoid the students who were already studying in Building 4. Muyan, I'm in, woof. Chapter 17, The Reason for Liking. A soft knock sounded at the door. A knock at the door of his heart. Zhang Muyan's heart skipped a beat. Masaka? Had she come? Who else could it be? I told her myself. Thump thump. Open the door. Meeting. He. Close the door. Left outside. No giggles. Opened the door again. Dragged into the classroom, glanced around, then quickly shut the door. Holy crap, he really showed up. Su Qingxue's heart pounded so hard it felt like it would burst through her ribs. The moment he grabbed her hand and pulled her inside, her breath seemed to stop. Only after securing the door did Zhang Muyan breathe a sigh of relief. His gaze then fell upon the curtains the opposite classroom could see into theirs, and he hurried over to draw them shut. Su Qingxue stood frozen in place, watching this series of actions unfold. Draw the curtains? Here? That's not right, is it? Just kidding, just kidding. Su Qingxue knew perfectly well the real reason behind drawing the curtains. Aren't you swamped with classes today? Zhang Muyan asked after pulling the curtains shut, turning back to her. He'd been so flustered just now that he'd grabbed Su Qingxue's arm without thinking. After all, many students were attending classes in Building 4 today. It wasn't the weekend, and the teaching building was crowded with people. But now that things had calmed down, reflecting on his abrupt gesture, he felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry about that just now. Did I hurt you? Su Qingxue shook her head, her expression still gentle, though without a noticeable smile. Zhang Muyan wondered if his changed perception of her was why he perceived her as gentle rather than cold. I had a class scheduled, but it was cancelled at the last minute, Su Qingxue lied. Cancelled? Yes, she had cancelled it herself. With her abilities, she had complete personal freedom regarding school attendance. Oh, I see. Zhang Muyan sat back down. You sit too. Sure. She sat down next to Zhang Muyan. With so many empty seats. The same delicate fragrance as yesterday drifted lightly through the air, like a spellbinding mist that shot straight from her nostrils to the crown of her head. So fragrant. What she wore today, a JK uniform. 2 hair clips held one side of her hair back. A white shirt peeked out from under her black coat, adorned with a black bow tied at the collar. Her black and white plaid pleated skirt flowed down her legs, as slender as green onions, paired with adorable cuff socks and black leather boots. Not pig knee shoes? Thumbs down. That's exactly my type. But honestly, if it were Su Qingxue wearing this expensive-looking outfit, no one would associate it with the tacky aspect of pig kidney shoes. Not a trace of tacky desire. If one word could describe it, it would be sacred. Do I look nice? Su Qingxue asked softly, lowering her head slightly. Her voice trembled slightly, making it hard to discern her emotions. Ha! Zhang Muyan snapped back to reality and quickly turned his head away. Sorry. Wang Difu, what am I doing? Was I spacing out? No need to apologize. Su Qingxue was quite pleased with Zhang Muyan's reaction just now. Compared to his first reaction, she preferred this one. Look a little more. Don't be shy. It was meant for your eyes anyway. As she thought this, Su Qingxue began pondering whether he enjoyed this style. If so, she prepared several different looks for him when she returned. Meanwhile, Zhang Muyan's mind raced. Who am I? Where am I? What was I here for? Oh, I'm here to study. Duh. Damn it, I shouldn't have told her. She actually came. But maybe this was the perfect chance to ask her? What was I going to ask? Let me flip back a couple chapters. Found it. Su. Just call me Qingxue, Su Qingxue interrupted. Oh, okay. Both lowered their heads. At this moment, neither dared to meet the other's gaze. Qingxue. Qingxue. Su Qingxue repeated earnestly. Qingxue, about that question I asked you last time, you still haven't answered me. Zhang Muyan's ears burned fiercely as he struggled to utter the ambiguous nickname. Su Qingxue paused for a moment before quickly realizing what he was asking. It was nothing more than questioning why she had chosen him, why she had fallen for him, and whether she had made a mistake. But of course, she hadn't made a mistake. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qingxue resolved to explain. Muyan, everything I'm about to say is true. With extraordinary sincerity, Su Qingxue turned her head, her eyes fixed firmly on Zhang Muyan. What met her gaze was a pair of clear, astonished eyes. Ha! There was a little girl from an exceptionally privileged family. But for some reason, her family offended certain people. The girl was snatched away and taken to a strange city to be used as leverage against her father. Forced to choose between his power and his daughter, the father chose the former. The girl was abandoned. Seeing their scheme fail, the villains flew into a rage, beating and berating the girl. She didn't understand why, but she knew her father had abandoned her. Just as the girl was sinking into despair, the little boy appeared. He rescued her, leading her to escape through back alleys and hidden lanes until they finally evaded the villain's pursuit. But the girl was exhausted. She had no home, and she couldn't even cry. The little boy took out a butterfly he had folded with his own hands and said, "Don't be sad. I'll give you my butterfly." At this point, Su Qingxue's eyes brimmed with unprecedented tenderness, and she let out a soft chuckle. The boy didn't understand why those bad men beat and scolded the girl. He only knew she was sad and needed comforting. The girl asked him, "Why did you save me? Even my father doesn't want me anymore." The boy replied, "Your daddy's so mean. You're so pretty. Why don't you come home with me? My house has lots of butterflies. My sister will buy you lots of pretty clothes. My mom and dad won't abandon you either." Pretty childish, right? Zhang Muyan shook his head. Such a cliché plot. But the girl before him stirred something within him. Su Qingxue's eyes were red, glistening tears dotted her lashes, and every gesture seemed genuine and heartfelt, evoking pity. It was as if she were recounting a past memory. Then what happened? Zhang Muyan asked, still a bit confused but determined to listen carefully. The girl went with him. He held her hand, his hand so small, yet it gave her an indescribable sense of security. He led her through that pitch-black alleyway, and then, the entire world was illuminated. After finishing, Su Qingxue turned her head away. So, what did this story have to do with her? Surely it couldn't be saying that boy was me? Yes, that boy is you, Muyan. Ha! Ha! Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly. The moment Su Qingxue finished speaking, Zhang Muyan's vision instantly blurred. A deafening ringing filled his ears, and a searing headache erupted. This was a condition he'd had since childhood. Mom told him that when he was just a few years old, he followed his sister outside and got hit in the head by a basketball being played by older kids. He fell to the ground, suffering a concussion on the spot. The trip to the hospital terrified his parents, and it left a faint scar on his right forehead. The symptoms persisted for a long time during his childhood, but as he grew older, the headaches gradually faded, and he gradually forgot about them. But why today? Why the sudden recurrence? Chapter 18, Heartache. Vague fragments of memory flashed through his mind, but vanished just as quickly. Nothing was seen. What followed was only excruciating, throbbing pain. Seeing Zhang Muyan's expression change abruptly, Su Qingxue instantly panicked. She knew about Zhang Muyan's headaches, which was precisely why she'd hesitated to tell him the truth. "What's wrong, Muyan? Does your head hurt?" As she spoke, she gently placed her hand on Zhang Muyan's back, soothing him continuously. The story isn't over yet. So, what happened next? How did the girl vanish? What befell the boy? Only Su Qingxue knew. Seeing Zhang Muyan suffer headaches because of her, Su Qingxue felt her heart melt. No, it's nothing. Shaking his head, Zhang Muyan forced himself to take deep breaths. In the instant the headache struck, Zhang Muyan felt as if a tendon in his skull had suddenly snapped, like someone had grabbed it. The pain then rapidly spread through every blood vessel in his body. His face instantly turned pale, resembling someone recovering from a serious illness. Having gone so long without an episode, he'd lost the habit of carrying medication. His entire being lost the vitality he'd possessed moments before. He slumped weakly over the table, his body rising and falling as he struggled to steady his breath. Su Qingxue, who kept gently patting his back, frowned deeply. Spotting the water bottle he carried, she unscrewed the cap and brought it to his lips. Would you like some water, Muyan? But Zhang Muyan merely waved her off. At this moment, he was utterly drained, wanting only quiet rest. Exposing such vulnerability in front of such a beautiful girl felt utterly humiliating. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Su Qingxue's pale, panicked expression. She was clearly terrified. Zhang Muyan spoke reassuringly, "It's okay. You should go first." Su Qingxue trembled at his words, her hands shifting uncomfortably between her lap and her sides. Was he blaming her? She hadn't meant to. But seeing him like this, all because of her, her heart felt like it was bleeding. Indeed, helping him gradually recover his memories wasn't something that could happen overnight. She'd been too impatient. Suddenly dumping all that on him. Seeing Su Qingxue hadn't moved, Zhang Muyan felt a twinge of surprise. What was it? Was she worried he wouldn't want to leave? He hadn't once considered Su Qingxue's feelings. His headache was his own problem, what did it have to do with her? I'm really fine. If you don't want to go, you, sit down. Forcing a pale smile, Zhang Muyan continued. Deep down, he truly didn't want her to leave. It wasn't just the slowly blossoming feelings between them, but also his current state of extreme weakness and dependence. If something really happened to him, at least she could be there to call 120 or something. Following Zhang Muyan's gesture, Su Qingxue obediently sat down beside him. Wait, I said sit down, not sit next to me. Su Qingxue gently brushed aside Zhang Muyan's slightly damp hair. Her every movement was tender as water, causing Zhang Muyan's heart to race uncontrollably even in his near-death state. She was taking advantage of him. Stop it, I'm barely hanging on. If you keep this up, are you trying to make sure I die here today? But to his surprise, he didn't utter a word to stop her. Weakly closing his eyes, he felt her fingertips brush against his ear, gently tugging at his hair. Gentle reassurance. It felt so good. The heavy breathing that had been splitting his skull gradually calmed. Su Qingxue still wore a look of deep concern, especially when she brushed aside his hair and gently touched that faint scar. How could she mistake the scar? It was left for me. So you have to be okay. I've only just met you, and you haven't even fallen for me yet. I haven't even become your girlfriend yet. Time ticked away. They remained in that position for a long time. Zhang Muyan finally came to his senses and opened his eyes. Their gazes met. Su Qingxue's fingers still rested on his head. The atmosphere felt slightly awkward. First, Su Qingxue withdrew her hand. Then a flush quickly spread across her cheeks. She seemed to have forgotten that Zhang Muyan had been awake the entire time. And she had been touching that scar of his the whole time. Seeing him so weak, I just wanted to comfort him. But as I kept comforting him, somehow. The thing is, he cooperated by closing his eyes. Zhang Muyan pushed himself up from his prone position, awkwardly scratching his nose before turning his head away. Neither of them dared meet the other's gaze. This was his first time being touched and observed so closely by a girl. And she was being so cooperative. No, he'd been taken advantage of. He hadn't cooperated at all. But the way she was so gentle. Gently caressing him as if protecting the most precious treasure. It felt truly soothing. She didn't have any artificial nails or anything like that, not even long nails. Just soft fingertips gently touching the side of my forehead. Zhang Muyan, what the hell are you doing? Breaking the silence first, Su Qingxue spoke up. Muyan, let's go eat. All right. His voice snapped him back to reality. Zhang Muyan glanced at the time, it was almost noon. But, go eat with her? Her? Su Qingxue. Qingxue, you go ahead? Zhang Muyan said somewhat helplessly. He just couldn't bring himself to go against the whole world just yet. Su Qingxue pretended to be a little disappointed as she replied, oh. She hadn't really expected to actually eat with him. Just seeing him during mealtime felt like eating together to her. After Yang Xiuxin's guidance last night, she understood clearly that she couldn't make him feel pressured. She needed to give him enough courage and reasons to genuinely fall for her. You couldn't force it. Then, carrying her bag, she headed for the door. Suddenly remembering something, she turned back. You go ahead. I'll leave my things here. She feared that if she came back after finishing her meal, Zhang Muyan would have packed up and left. Ha? Why the sudden change of heart? Truthfully, Zhang Muyan had no intention of leaving. Hearing Su Qingxue's words, he almost chuckled. He was afraid Su Qingxue would cling to him, insisting on going out to eat together or something. Should he agree or not? But she was so considerate she never pressured him on this point, and even went out of her way to help him avoid crowds. Goodwill points, up. Fine, I'm leaving first. You can starve then. Zhang Muyan picked up his phone, walked past Su Qingxue, and chuckled. Thud. The door closed. Only Su Qingxue remained in the classroom. Only now did Su Qingxue slowly process what had happened, silently giving a thumbs up in her mind. Was he just joking with me? Yes. That meant their relationship had taken another step forward. Ha ha. This was good news. But replaying their earlier conversation, the moment his face went pale still sent shivers down her spine. She dared not imagine what would happen if, because of her, he suddenly stopped breathing right in front of her. No, she absolutely couldn't overwhelm him with so much information all at once. This was the first time she'd ever spoken at such length and only to him. So, she didn't need to dwell too much on the finer details of the story. Pushing aside the unpleasant thoughts, Su Qingxue was adept at adjusting her mindset. Gently lifting the curtain, she could see the path to the cafeteria from this angle. On the path, Zhang Muyan was pondering whether to bring her lunch. Su Qingxue kept watching until that familiar figure appeared. She spotted him at once. Though they couldn't eat together yet, she'd just have to be patient for now. One day, Muyan, we'll eat together, walk together, and do so many things we love, together. Chapter 19, peeking at his tablet. Truthfully, if she wanted to have meals with Zhang Muyan, she could certainly do so. Could Zhang Muyan really stop her from coincidentally going to the cafeteria and coincidentally sitting next to him? But right now, she hadn't made him fall for her yet. Their relationship wasn't even solidified, and already they were facing external pressures like rumors spreading around school or interference from her own family. He wouldn't be able to handle it. Everything, absolutely everything, had to wait until their relationship was more or less solidified. Ding ding dong. Special care alert. Oh, you changed the notification sound? She designed it for him on a whim. Though a bit childish, the moment he heard that ringtone, it felt different from any ordinary one. It felt like winning the lottery. She opened her phone. Zhang Muyan, want me to bring you lunch? Of course. Without hesitation, Su Qingxue, yes. Kitten begging. A moment later. Zhang Muyan, alright, what would you like? Su Qingxue, whatever you're having, just bring me that. She rarely ate at the cafeteria, usually dining out or having Aunt Xiu cook for her. Aunt Xiu, her longtime housekeeper, lived in an apartment near campus that the family had purchased specifically for her convenience in caring for Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue would either eat there or have Aunt Xiu bring meals to her. Most of the time, though, she went herself because Aunt Xiu was getting older and her legs were getting slower, making it inconvenient. Aunt Xiu could have retired long ago, but she insisted on staying on. She blamed herself for losing little Su Qingxue when she was young and felt deeply guilty. Although Su Qingxue was later found and the family never blamed her, Aunt Xiu remained troubled by her guilt and was determined to repay this family. Therefore, Aunt Xiu treated Su Qingxue with utmost care, as if she were her own daughter. After reading Su Qingxue's message, Zhang Muyan didn't reply. At that moment, Su Qingxue also called Aunt Xiu. Aunt Xiu, I won't be coming home for dinner today. Oh, okay. Shall I bring it over? The elderly woman's voice came through the phone, clearly sounding disappointed. No need. I'll eat at the cafeteria. Oh, alright. Well, take care then. Alright. After hanging up, Aunt Xiu slowly sat back down at the table. 4 dishes and a soup. She prepared dishes like these for every meal. But living alone, how could she possibly eat all that? Busy is good. Busy is good. Su Qingxue sat back down in Zhang Muyan's seat. Zhang Muyan's books and tablets still lay on the table. What could his wallpaper be? Curiosity got the better of her and she tapped the tablet. Nothing. Just the default wallpaper. What about the password? His birthday? He typed it in. Password incorrect. Last 6 digits of his ID number? Password correct. Unlocked? How could he set such a simple password? If someone got hold of his identity info, wouldn't it be like having an all-access pass? But right now, the more important thing is to peek at his private stuff, hee. What? That's not right? An angel named Su Qingxue suddenly popped into her mind, trying to stop her from going further. Then a devilish Su Qingxue popped up, egging her on. What's the big deal? It's just you. No one else can see anyway. Angel Su Qingxue, snooping on someone's privacy is just wrong. Devil Su Qingxue, sounds so noble, but don't you want to see? Angel Su Qingxue, I. Very well, the answer is obvious. There's nothing more tempting than exploring the private life of someone you like. With Su Qingxue's mind made up, the 2 little ones vanished into thin air. Then, she opened the photo album. Screenshots, all of them were screenshots of knowledge points. Some mechanical drawings. And game screenshots. Was this what he usually did? Her curiosity was greatly satisfied. Su Qingxue's eyes crinkled with a smile. There was nothing strange about it. What exactly counts as strange? Like photos of girls, or suggestive content like that roasted chicken thing? Good thing there wasn't any. There's definitely nothing like that. What decent person would store that on a tablet? It must be on his phone. Let's check the rest. QQ. WeChat. Ha? Nothing. Not downloaded? Disappointing. Neither of these essential apps is available here. The only things worth looking at are those two games. Shovel and Farm. Seriously, who in their right mind would play farming on a tablet? Can you even press the buttons properly? Let's check out farming first. Su Qingxue plays this game too, and she's a well-deserved V10. Since I know a bit about this game, I can jot down her ID. Heh, you know what I mean. No verification needed, just log in directly. Game ID, kick the crippled good leg. Quietly noted. Then straight to the point. Friendship. Intimate relationships. Buddies, bromates, sisters, sons. The only female connection is a sister-like relationship with a girl. Compared to his closeness with others, their bond isn't strong since they don't hang out often. For example, my intimacy with this guy who has a middle-parted hairstyle and goes by die-hard fan of Kunken is over 10,000. Trolls are everywhere, huh? Su Qingxue opened each person's profile one by one, silently noting down their IDs. Good. Nothing unusual, all his good buddies, except for that sister-like girl. But upon entering her profile, it showed she was already in a relationship. The girl's sense of rivalry vanished instantly. She was probably just a close female friend he hung out with. Ding. Party invitation. Dude, die-hard Kunken fan. Ha. Opponent sent a message, hey kid, sneaking out to grind, huh? Log in quick. Haven't I already logged in? Su Qingxue stared at the invite and felt a chill run down her spine. Oh no, it's his roommate? She'd been caught. When he got back, his roommate would definitely grill him about it. Then wouldn't her sneaking onto his account to snoop through his private stuff be exposed? Would he end up hating her? Imagining, Zhang Muyan glared at her with disgust, saying, snooping through someone's private stuff without permission? That's just rude. The words hit her like a thunderbolt, and Su Qingxue collapsed to the ground. 3 big characters rude plunged into her mind. Back to reality, Su Qingxue snapped out of it and shook her head. No, she couldn't be found out. But what should she do now? Play a game with him? Absolutely not. Playing would leave a record. Right, log off immediately. Quit the game. Pretend nothing happened. When he gets questioned back home, he won't find any evidence that I snooped through his privacy. But there should be a login record, right? Ha. Suddenly struck by this thought, Su Qingxue felt utterly deflated. If she could think of it, he surely could too. Could she delete those records? Kunken's die-hard fan, hurry up and come in. What are you doing? Still procrastinating? Should I just come clean with him? He probably wouldn't check the records. He probably doesn't have that kind of free time. All sorts of thoughts raced through Su Qingxue's mind. Basically, she was terrified he'd hate her. Maybe he already knows by now. Right, maybe his roommate had already called him on QQ? Forget it, I'll just come clean. After a series of internal struggles, Su Qingxue decided to come clean. Suddenly, an auto-reply popped up, eating. Chapter 20, playing games with his roommate. Ha? He replied. Messages received while gaming actually trigger QQ notifications. Zhang Muyan was completely baffled as 2 QQ message pop-ups appeared. Weird. I'm not even online, right? How'd this guy message me in the game? This is weird. Su Qingxue froze in place. Did he already know? About her logging into his account? Should she log into the room now? Kunken's die-hard fan, log in quickly, stop eating. Zhang Muyan, you guys play. He still had to bring Su Qingxue her meal and continue studying. How could he possibly play games in front of her? Not the slightest bit ambitious. As for Su Qingxue, she stared at the message Zhang Muyan had sent once more. You guys are playing? You guys? Looks like he really found out. And he's asking me to hang out with them too. So, does that mean he's now introducing himself to his friends? Click the invitation message expired. Kunken's die-hard fan sent another invitation. Not for any reason, just out of boredom, he kept clicking the invitation. Purely out of boredom. Su Qingxue tapped to accept. Entered the room. The room instantly went live. Kunken's die-hard fan, woohoo, old Zhang, you're off hustling somewhere and didn't even tell us. Uproot the weeping willow Wan Lei didn't even invite us to dinner. Supreme Divine Emperor Pang Bo, don't even think about coming back, the dorm door's locked from the inside. Hearing this, Su Qingxue didn't know what to do. She dared not unmute herself, nor did she dare type. Something felt off about their conversation just now. Woohoo, fine. Recruit 1. Open. Instant match. Match successful. Su Qingxue, who had just realized something was off, instantly regretted it. Oh no, they can't possibly think I'm Muyan, can they? Recalling their earlier conversation, they hadn't introduced themselves at all. Had she misunderstood? But now that she was already in the game, if she didn't click confirm, she'd be kicked out of the room, and they'd definitely message Zhang Muyan again. If she clicked confirm, the game log would be irrefutable proof. No matter which path she chose, it was a dead end. He thought Zhang Muyan knew he was using his account, but in the end, he still had to prepare an apology. What else could he do? He'd just have to bite the bullet. Entering the interface, selecting a hero. Zhang Muyan's main role is mid lane. The 3 heroes he had on his account were the 3 sisters from the grass. Does he actually like playing these? After a moment's hesitation, Su Qingxue settled on Zhuge Liang. She usually played jungle roles and wasn't very skilled at mid lane. But after glancing at his rank King 20 stars, she realized it wasn't high. This level wouldn't be difficult for her. Picking a jungler she knew a bit and playing mid lane should be more than enough. As for Wu Hao and the others, they had no idea they were playing with Su Qingxue, the legendary female jungler who dominated the game. Wu Hao, old Zhang, you're playing Zhuge? Why not stick with your dodgy sister? Can you handle this? Pang Bo, old Zhang, last time Zhuge got a 1v10 kill streak if I recall correctly. Wang Lei, no worries, no worries. Watch me pull mountains with my strength and overwhelm the world with my might. Xian Yu, confirmed. Wu Hao, great, another day of losing stars. Su Qingxue remained silent, only clenching her fist slightly as her gaze turned serious. She couldn't bring shame upon her Muyan. After finishing their meal, Zhang Muyan packed a takeout portion for Su Qingxue. It was the spicy hot pot from the cafeteria, Zhang Muyan's favorite spot. But considering whether she could handle spicy food, Zhang Muyan made a detour to buy her a bottle of water. Standing before the glass display case, Zhang Muyan hesitated over what drink to choose for her. Soda? Would a girl like her even like soda? Then plain water it is, get the most expensive bottle. Oh right, the one with the wings. What? 1,000 yuan? Forget it, I'll just grab a bottle of Baoji. In the end, Zhang Muyan carried a small bag containing several bottles beverages like Nutri-Line, orange juice, and such along with plain water. Even if Su Qingxue didn't drink them, he could finish them himself. Actually, they were all drinks he liked anyway. He could ask her what she liked to drink while he was at it. Ha! What strange thoughts am I having? Classmate? Su Nianru had just finished class and was walking to the cafeteria with Long Huanhuan. If he hadn't taken a detour, Zhang Muyan wouldn't have run into them. Hey! Su Nianru? What a coincidence. Zhang Muyan was startled too. What are you doing here? Lunch? Su Nianru pulled Long Huanhuan over. Just finished. Did you guys just get out of class? Zhang Muyan glanced at the girl behind Su Nianru, finding her somewhat familiar. Yep, our computer science classes are right over here. Oh, I was just passing by. Zhang Muyan certainly couldn't say he was heading back to Building 4 to spend time alone with Su Qingxue. Then what about your food? Is this for someone? Su Nianru immediately spotted the drinks and meal Zhang Muyan was carrying in both hands. Oh, this is for my roommate. Here, I brought a few extra drinks too. Want some? Help yourselves. Zhang Muyan handed over the bag, sounding quite generous. Using his roommate as an excuse came naturally to him. No thanks, really. You go ahead then. Bye. Su Nianru nodded with a smile and bid farewell. Alright, bye. Go grab some food while you can. Zhang Muyan didn't linger either, bidding farewell before quickly walking away. Only then did Long Huanhuan peek her head out. Ruoro, you two knew each other already? Long Huanhuan protested. They knew each other all along and still made her ask for WeChat? Wasn't this just to mess with her? That's too much. Hee, don't be mad, Huanhuan. I only know him. If you hadn't paved the way for me, I'd never have dared to add him. Su Nianru immediately hugged Long Huanhuan, pouting and acting cute. And you dragged me over here? What if he recognized me? How embarrassing would that be? I forgot. Sorry. Don't be mad. Come on, what do you want to eat today? It's on me. Poof. You really didn't mean it? Long Huanhuan folded her arms, and the two seemed to have switched roles. Truthfully, she wasn't genuinely upset, just teasing between sisters. Honestly. If you hadn't confirmed he didn't have a girlfriend, I'd never have dared to add him. Su Nianru said earnestly. Don't do it again, okay? Long Huanhuan said with a hint of pride. Fine. I want the one he was holding earlier. It smells so good. Okay, let's get that one. Let's go. That's women for you, their moods change faster than flipping a page. Can't figure it out? Exactly. Victory. Godlike, MVP, gold tier mage. Secured the game victory with ease. Su Qingxue's dazzling performance consistently astonished the team. Wu Hao, ha? No way, bro. You've been grinding behind my back even in games? Peng Bo, alright, last time it was 110, this time 10-1. Spill it, how long have you been secretly grinding behind our backs? Wang Lei, with strength to uproot mountains and spirit to overwhelm the world. Don't get the wrong idea, he just dies all the time when he plays games. Su Qingxue smiled with satisfaction. Though his win-loss record was 10-1, his rating was a solid 14.0, pretty decent. After all, she wasn't playing the jungler role. If she had, her rating could have been higher or her win-loss record more impressive. But now there was another problem, she had no idea how to respond to his roommates. Wu Hao, Blackie, speak up. Chapter 21, quietly adding friends. Wu Hao, mic on, old Zhang. What's up? Pang Bo, letting someone else play your phone while you grind? Wang Lei, with strength to uproot mountains and spirit to overwhelm the world. Not convenient. Su Qingxue typed 3 characters. Then her mind raced, unsure how to explain. Wang Lei, not convenient? Where are you? Pang Bo, are you at the library? Wu Hao, take a picture. Let me see what's inconvenient. Done. Now it's even harder to explain clearly. Should I just say it's the library? Wait until he gets back and tell him then? If it's him, how would he respond? I'll play one more round now, he should be back soon. If I keep playing, it won't look good when he sees me. I'll just reply like this. Zhang Muyan, I'm done playing. Time to eat. After sending it, he exited the room without waiting for replies. Click Settings, exit Game Privacy Settings. Invisible mode. Without hesitation, he tapped Invisible. Now that I'm here, besides secretly peeking at his private stuff, there's another important mission. What? Add myself. Click Search Friends, Lian Yen Shui. The prominent unrivaled V10 badge and several national achievement icons adorned the homepage. Then she grabbed her phone, logged in quickly, and accepted the friend request. Hee, that's all for now. Nothing else to see here, right? She repeatedly opened Zhang Muyan's backpack, homepage, and settings. Confirmed nothing else. Only then did Su Qingxue reluctantly log out of the game. She desperately wanted to bind herself to him, even if not as a couple, she'd settle for a sisterly bond. Then she could gift him every intimacy-boosting item in her inventory, like the flowers and such. But she held back. She'd already snooped through his private stuff. Doing something like that would be pushing it too far. Just being able to add him was enough to make her happy. Closing the tablet, she had no intention of playing another game. She felt completely satisfied. Today's exploration points for Muyan had already exceeded her goals. As for the shovel, she'd treat it as the next dungeon quest to grind. There would be plenty of opportunities. She'd go home and study how the other game worked. Putting the tablet away, Su Qingxue's gaze returned to the book. She hadn't even started reading yet. Zhang Muyan. 3 bold characters graced the front cover, written with vigorous strokes. He'd had beautiful handwriting since childhood. As the saying goes, the handwriting reflects the person. Even his handwriting is so handsome. Hey, you fangirl, don't let your drool drip onto the book, okay? Su Qingxue flipped through his book with a smile in her eyes, a copy of Calculus Volume 2. His notes were neatly written beside the highlighted sections. Nearly half the entire book was marked up. Seeing the pile of incomprehensible mathematical formulas written by Zhang Muyan beside them, Su Qingxue pouted slightly. She wasn't taking this class, but her math skills were decent, probably because she found the subject interesting. As if struck by an idea, Su Qingxue made up her mind. Next time, she could ask him to teach her calculus. Wasn't that a perfectly good reason? Even though I'm studying art, that doesn't mean I can't enjoy math, right? That's settled then. She continued reviewing his annotated notes, gently tracing his handwriting as if forging a soul connection, feeling the flow of his connected strokes. His handwriting is truly beautiful. Don't they say good math notes are always a mess? Zhang Muyan practically ran back to the academic building. By the time he reached Building 4, class had just ended. The crowd was so dense he felt like he might vomit blood. He pushed against the flow of people, rushing back up to the 5th floor. He didn't know why he was rushing so desperately. Perhaps it was an instinctive feeling that it wasn't right to keep someone waiting. He deserved to ask that question. If only he hadn't, she would have gone to eat on her own. But then again, he didn't want her to leave either. What a mess. He knocked on the classroom door. Soft footsteps echoed from inside. Zhang Muyan found himself feeling a flicker of anticipation. The door opened. Then, he saw the other person's breathtakingly beautiful face. In that instant, it felt like a weight had lifted from his heart, and he breathed a sigh of relief. So he'd been afraid she'd left after all. He stepped inside and glanced around. No one. He closed the door. Here, I brought you some spicy hot pot. I thought it was pretty tasty. Zhang Muyan handed the takeout box in his right hand to Su Qingxue. Okay, thanks. Su Qingxue accepted it while politely thanking him. And these, take a look and pick whichever drinks you like. He spread out several bottles of soda held in his left hand, making it easier for Su Qingxue to choose. Su Qingxue paused slightly, glancing at the bottles he'd laid out from the bag. Why would he buy drinks? The closest convenience store was probably in Building 6, right? Did he make a special trip just for this? Taking the bag from Zhang Muyan, Su Qingxue scanned the contents before decisively choosing the Nutri-line. She liked sweet drinks. Why did you go to the convenience store? Taking the drink, Su Qingxue turned and sat back down, pondering how to be honest with him. Oh, I was just passing by. That spicy chicken dish might be a bit hot, so I grabbed a few bottles of water. Zhang Muyan answered truthfully, except the passing by part was a lie. He'd clearly gone out of his way to buy them. Oh. After hearing this, Su Qingxue nodded, her expression giving little away. But inside, she was overjoyed. So he'd gone out of his way just to buy water for her. No wonder he'd been gone so long. And he'd even bought several bottles just for her, letting her choose. How observant of you. Don't you suspect he genuinely had business nearby and just picked it up for you? Even if he was just passing by, buying water for himself is still real, right? But what if someone gave it to him, or? There aren't that many possibilities. He bought it specifically for me. Love-struck brains are so good at self-delusion. After letting Su Qingxue pick out her Nutri-Shake, Zhang Muyan sat back down and asked, "What kind of drinks do you usually like?" She just picked out Nutri-Shake, turns out we have the same taste. I like them all, Su Qingxue replied after a moment's thought. She wasn't lying, she liked whatever he bought. She didn't usually have access to drinks like this. Of course, she wasn't so pretentious as to demand a 1,000 yuan bottle of plain water. Let's set the record straight, she wasn't that high and mighty. Boiled tap water was perfectly fine for her, she was easy to please. You like them all? Zhang Muyan was a bit surprised. Honestly, he hadn't picked up on Su Qingxue being the type to enjoy soft drinks. If you asked why he hadn't noticed, it was pure intuition. It's like handing an Ultraman toy to an 80-year-old grandpa. Ma what? Ma dongmei. Oops, wrong scene. Exactly, that's a vivid analogy. Just get my drift. Su Qingxue nodded again, then her eyes drifted toward the few remaining bottles of drink Zhang Muyan had left. The implication was clear, could I have them all? There was no way around it. Earlier, Zhang Muyan had told her to pick whichever she wanted, otherwise, she would have taken them all. He bought them specifically for her, of course she wanted them all. Chapter 22, peeking at her. Zhang Muyan raised an eyebrow. What? You want them all? He tentatively pushed the remaining bag of drinks toward her. And then, she really did take them all. She really took them all? I haven't even had mine yet. Zhang Muyan merely chuckled softly and said, my water cup is still inside. He had taken his water cup with him when he went to eat. If Su Qingxue saw it, she might sneak a sip. Of course, Zhang Muyan wouldn't know that. Su Qingxue, upon hearing this, casually pulled the water cup from her pocket and reluctantly handed it back to him. She had been thinking of taking it home. Zhang Muyan accepted the cup with a smile, saying nothing more. He opened his tablet again, ready to continue his online class journey. Besides, he could sneak a peek at her eating. He'd never seen her eat before. What kind of quirk was this? It wasn't a fetish, just curiosity, like when he was a kid using the bathroom and a classmate would sneak a peek before walking away in shock. Damn, this guy looks so clean cut, but what's so terrifying about that thing? Ahem, getting sidetracked here. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue wasn't focused on eating. She watched Zhang Muyan open his tablet, still agonizing over how to broach the subject. Just say it, it's not like I did anything. I just looked through your gallery, figured out your password, and played around with your games. After several rounds of internal struggle, she finally spoke up. Muyan, I actually played with your tablet earlier. Huh? Zhang Muyan looked completely baffled. Played my tablet? How? It was locked, right? I guessed your password, and then played one round of your game. Huh? The focus wasn't on the latter part, but her first sentence, she guessed my password? Huh? That's insane. Because all 6 of his passwords were this one and now she knew it? That's a total disaster. Bank cards, campus ID cards, phone lock screens, file encryption, payment passwords. How did you figure it out? Zhang Muyan asked, torn between laughter and tears. The last 6 digits of your ID card, pretty easy to figure out. Before she knew Zhang Muyan's birthday, she used to do the same thing. Or maybe that's just how most people do it nowadays. Either the last 6 digits of their phone number, their birthday, or something like this. Zhang Muyan. Su Qingxue? Is he angry? Why isn't he saying anything? Oh, it's nothing. Zhang Muyan finally spoke up, recalling Wu Hao's sudden game notification pop-up. No wonder my roommate suddenly asked me to log in. So that's what happened. Sorry, I didn't ask your permission first. Su Qingxue lowered her head in apology. Hearing Zhang Muyan's explanation, she was now incredibly relieved she'd come clean. If he went back and his roommate asked questions, who knew what he might think about her? Huh? She secretly used my tablet? And logged into my account? Masaka? Sure enough, she was sent as an undercover agent to deliberately get close to me and carry out some secret mission. Gotta check if anything's off with my account. Found it. Who's this V10? Looks like this is what she left behind. Delete. It's like Zhang Muyan acting like a teenager with a case of teenage angst. No big deal, just playing around, Zhang Muyan chuckled lightly, though his feelings for Su Qingxue grew warmer inside. If someone touched his stuff without telling him and he found out later, he'd definitely be annoyed. But when someone apologized sincerely, especially her, he couldn't stay mad for long. Just play with it then. It's not like it's some precious thing you can't touch. Isn't one tablet enough to play with? I've got my phone too. So, do you still want to play? Ha! I can use my phone. Zhang Muyan pulled out his phone, gesturing for her to take the tablet if she wanted it. He genuinely didn't consider her touching his things a big deal. Or rather, Su Qingxue's sincere apology made it seem insignificant. Even if a stranger apologized to him for something like this, he wouldn't be upset. How much less so for this girl who had cooked for him with her own hands. Adopting a friendly attitude, perhaps even overly so, Zhang Muyan pushed the tablet toward her. No need for now, thank you. I'll eat first. Su Qingxue replied politely, but the word first slipped out unconsciously like a child unable to hide their thoughts. It meant, I'll play after I finish eating. She really wanted to keep playing openly, using his account. Alright. Zhang Muyan slid the tablet between them and pulled out his phone to resume watching his online class. He could easily hear the half-hearted refusal in her words, it was too obvious. But he didn't dwell on why she'd want to use his tablet when she surely had her own phone. Why dwell on such questions? If she wanted to play, let her play. Su Qingxue shot Zhang Muyan a glance before slowly opening the spicy hotpot he brought and began eating. She'd never felt this happy before, not like today. Any little thing done for her by someone she liked felt sweeter than honey. This must be why falling in love is so addictive. She wanted to stick with him forever and ever. Then, Su Qingxue thought of another problem. No way, today's dose of Muyan seems to have gone overboard. If my daily intake of Muyan doesn't exceed today's amount, I won't be satisfied. What's this called? Threshold. It's bad when the threshold rises. At that thought, Su Qingxue suddenly wanted to say, how about we skip dinner today? She'd planned to spend the whole day with him, but now she realized that after just 1 hour, she'd already issued a threshold warning. But she didn't want to part with him either. So agonizing. The aroma of fried rice wafted through the classroom, and Zhang Muyan naturally caught the scent. Though the online lecture played on, his mind was elsewhere entirely. He pretended to stretch or flip through his book, stealing glances at her eating. As light as a breeze, as still as a cicada in winter. Suddenly, he understood why girls back in elementary school always seemed to corner him in the bathroom. It was simply because she was too adorable, making them want to see what set her apart from ordinary people. To satisfy that curiosity, she actually brought herself to do this to such a young version of herself. It was just eating like any ordinary person, nothing special. Whether it was the persona or his own rose-tinted glasses, Zhang Muyan was genuinely captivated by the beauty. Then he continued acting like a country bumpkin who'd never seen anything new, stealing glances to satisfy his sneaky curiosity. Since it was autumn, even at noon the weather remained quite cool. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew the curtains open, flooding the previously dim classroom with light from the clear sky outside. Only then did Zhang Muyan snap back to reality, puzzled. Hadn't he closed all the windows? It seemed she had opened them. The gust seemed to be reminding Zhang Muyan not to act like a peeping Tom. Snapping back to reality, he thought, no, I'm here to study, damn it. Realizing he'd been distracted far too long, Zhang Muyan snapped back to reality. Hadn't he been thinking about her non-stop ever since she brought lunch? Stop thinking about it. Study. Motherland. Motherland. My beloved motherland. Ahem, enough fooling around. Time to actually study. Chapter 23, secretly setting him up for a V10 inheritance. Though it was midday, the autumn breeze felt refreshingly cool. It whistled through the window. This kind of weather was perfect for couples to take a stroll. After lunch, Su Qingxue was already fiddling with Zhang Muyan's tablet. She didn't hesitate. She had originally intended to keep playing on his account. If she could, she'd rather play with his phone. She logged back into his account and turned off the tablet's sound. Without headphones, this was her only option. Zhang Muyan needed his headphones for online classes. She'd come to study with him, but now it seemed like she was just causing trouble on the sidelines? She chuckled to herself, not really caring about it. After all, she'd never been as good at schoolwork as Zhang Muyan anyway. She didn't need top grades anyway. Good enough to get into Sichuan University. Without hesitation, she continued exploring Zhang Muyan's account. Hero proficiency Xiao Xiao was the highest. Looks like he really is a mid-lane gem. Then the backpack over 1,000 flowers, clearly never used. Skins, over 100 sets. So few. Wishlist, Xiao Xiao's legendary skin. Should I send it to him? He'd probably like it, right? But he could probably buy it himself. Just randomly giving him stuff like this feels a bit off. Wait, does he even know I added him? Thinking of this, Su Qingxue tapped Zhang Muyan lightly. Muyan. Zhang Muyan took off his headphones. I added you as a game friend. Su Qingxue pointed at the screen. Oh, okay. Alright, that's all. Oh, okay. Without giving it much thought, Zhang Muyan put his headphones back on. He figured adding someone as a friend was no big deal, it wasn't worth mentioning specifically to him. Su Qingxue's eyes crinkled with a smile as she watched him so intently, lost in thought. Alright, now he knew. Now that he knew, he wouldn't blame her. Of course, she wasn't planning to gift him a skin. That would only lead to endless polite refusals and awkwardness. But what if it was the heir? Nong's peerless V10 could bind an heir who would share all skins. It was this realization that made Su Qingxue unable to suppress her excitement. The only question was whether the inheritor could unbind themselves. If so, Zhang Muyan could unbind from her. Regardless, she'd focus on securing the inheritance first. Compared to directly gifting him a skin, this approach was far better. He wouldn't feel like he was taking advantage of her, and she wouldn't seek an heir elsewhere anyway. And wouldn't their relationship change after inheritance? At the very least, it would be a tiny bit more sophisticated than that sister thing. She decisively proceeded with the operation, only to discover that inheritance required a level 15 intimacy rating. She cautiously glanced at Zhang Muyan. Nothing. Sending flowers and such, they're just in-game items, he probably wouldn't be too resistant. So, she went all in. She leveled up their intimacy to 15 in one go. Affinity? Money talks. Easy to grind. Su Qingxue certainly wasn't short on that stuff. It just felt like the initial justification wasn't as solid anymore. No matter. This way, he'd probably feel even more awkward about unlinking from me, right? After all that effort to reach level 15 intimacy, he'd probably be reluctant to let it go. Watching their skyrocketing level 15 intimacy, Su Qingxue felt an urge to max out her credit card. She wanted to max it out until it exploded. But suddenly, the sound of Zhang Muyan flipping through a book snapped her back to reality. She jumped in fright. Forget it. Better lock down the heir first. Clicked confirm. Mission accomplished. Ha? Only 8 days a month to use my own skins? That's not great. But for Zhang Muyan, it should be enough. He only plays occasionally anyway. But Su Qingxue was already pondering, could one account be inherited by multiple accounts simultaneously? If so, she could create a few more accounts and inherit them all together. If she could stretch it to a full month, he could play every day. There was no way around it. She could tell Zhang Muyan wouldn't just accept her gifts or anything. She'd even started by sending him money outright. All thanks to that dating blogger. She'd read countless guides on how to chase guys, which is why she'd bombarded him with relentless invitations on WeChat. Clearly, it didn't work at all. Block and report them all. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. So, I'll just stick to my own ideas. At least for now, it seems like I'm closer to him. After finishing, Su Qingxue pretended nothing had happened and was about to log out of the game. But then, the familiar invitation popped up again. Kunken's die-hard fan, back online? Hurry up. His roommate again? Why is he always in the game? Unlike my Muyan look, he's been studying diligently the whole time. Not wanting to disturb Zhang Muyan, Su Qingxue abandoned her plan to log out. She couldn't keep staring at him like she did during dinner last time. Last time she'd lost control, that's why she kept staring at him. This time was different. He was studying, and she couldn't disturb him. So this was perfect. She could pretend to play with his roommate and tell him about it later. Was that a legitimate excuse? I guess so. I'm not really here to play, I'm here to help you keep your roommate occupied. Click agree. Joining the room. After a short while, the other two from the morning session joined the room too. Unlike her dorm, his room had 3 roommates, making 4 people total. My dorm only has 3 people total. The school's arrangement was hard to understand. Because the sound was muted, Su Qingxue knew these guys were probably chattering away non-stop again, just like this morning. Getting killed or chased, they'd scream their heads off in the riverbed, making Su Qingxue's temples throb. But this time, she had peace and quiet. Truthfully, she was more eager to observe and learn about Zhang Muyan's hidden side in the dorm as an outsider. How could she not be curious? Would he be just like the characters on TV in the dorm? Leaving his socks lying around for half a month? Asking anyone leaving the dorm to bring him food? Playing games while yelling nonsense like his roommates? Chatting with them late at night about which girl was pretty that day, and so on. Lost in thought, Su Qingxue typed to explain her situation to the person on the other end, in the library. Not using mic. She'd wanted to explain her current situation to Zhang Muyan, but constantly interrupting him like this felt impolite. So, send it? Click send. Supreme God Emperor Pangbo, oh, you little turtle, you really did run off to the library. Uproot the weeping willow Wan Lei, get back here. I'm gonna flip your bed. She seems to have forgotten she wasn't supposed to mention the library. Could Mu Yen be in mortal danger if he goes back? As the saying goes, it's not that we fear our brothers suffering hardship, but that they drive Land Rovers. If you really make it big, there's no pulling you back down. Without hesitation, Wu Hao immediately clicked match, skipping even the recruitment phase. We gotta nip this in the bud, brothers. Can't let him keep studying. Quick, keep going, don't let him escape the room. Ha! 6. What a vicious tactic. It's a tactic that wounds the enemy 1,000 times but wounds oneself 800 times, a mutual destruction strategy. So none of you are studying anymore, huh? Su Qingxue, of course, had no idea what tactics they were using. She kept her sound off the whole time. All she knew was the game had started, so she clicked into play. Then, while the game was still in the hero selection phase, she tilted her head slightly to steal a glance at Zhang Muyan's profile. She felt a sense of boundaries. He was focused on serious business, and she definitely couldn't disturb him. That would be downright annoying. So, she quietly observed him out of the corner of her eye. Just stealing these glances was enough to fill her heart with contentment. After all, they were the only two people in the classroom. No one was competing with her for his attention. Ha ha. Chapter 24, Going on a Date? Whether it was because Su Qingxue was sitting beside him or not, Zhang Muyan hadn't studied very well that afternoon. His mind kept wandering. By the time the afternoon ended, he hadn't even finished the second half of the textbook. Ugh. No way. Next time, I can't tell her where I am. It was too distracting. TSK. Blaming others for your own shortcomings? She sat quietly beside you the whole time. Suddenly it's her fault. Try doing it yourself? A gorgeous girl sitting next to you, smelling sweet, dressed so stylishly, legs crossed, her dainty feet swaying back and forth. Oh my, you've been sneaking glances, haven't you? Narrator, UFING at ##. Let's go grab dinner. Zhang Muyan shut off his phone. It was almost 6 p.m. They needed to head out before their class ended. Okay, Su Qingxue couldn't hide her excitement, her voice rising involuntarily before curving into a smile. So happy. Going on a date with him. She certainly hadn't spent the entire afternoon playing on her tablet. Not only was the battery life insufficient, but she wasn't that obsessed with games anyway. While she disliked studying, she genuinely loved dancing, singing, and such. She had the privilege to choose what she truly enjoyed and pursue it passionately without regard for consequences. Perhaps that was why she was so fixated on Zhang Muyan? What do you want to eat? Zhang Muyan asked as he began packing up. Su Qingxue paused to think, her right hand unconsciously pinching her chin. Then she remembered his date with someone else yesterday. Don't be like everyone else. What did you eat yesterday? Su Qingxue asked. Yesterday? I ate the meal you made, Zhang Muyan thought to himself. But if she was asking this question, she obviously knew what she meant, what he had eaten the night before. Last night, he'd gone out for hot pot with his old classmate? For some reason, Zhang Muyan felt a pang of guilt when he met Su Qingxue's gaze. It felt like being caught cheating? Weird. Of course, it wasn't enough to make her lie. Zhang Muyan answered truthfully, I went out with classmates last night to eat crayfish. What classmates? How many people? Are you two really close? Su Qingxue desperately wanted to ask these questions outright, but she still didn't have the right to pry. She merely nodded, her mind already plotting. First off, crayfish is out. Then just don't have crayfish today. You choose, Su Qingxue said. Though she occasionally ate out, it was usually just a quick bite. She rarely went to crowded restaurants and certainly wasn't extravagant enough to order a full banquet for one. In this regard, Su Qingxue's values remained quite sound. Great. She'd have to choose again. The age-old dilemma that has troubled college students for ages. What to eat? Forced to take back the dilemma Su Qingxue had tossed back at him, Zhang Muyan pondered for a moment. A new frog hotpot place just opened on North Street. Perfect, he'd been planning to hit it up with the guys from his dorm someday. Might as well check it out early with Su Qingxue today. How about that frog hotpot place? Sure, Su Qingxue agreed without hesitation, her excitement barely contained. She wasn't picky about food anyway, so whatever Zhang Muyan chose, she'd agree as long as it was with him. Let's go. They stepped out of the classroom one after the other. They walked down the hallway of the academic building. Zhang Muyan led the way, with Su Qingxue trailing several meters behind. As they walked, Zhang Muyan suddenly felt a pang of unease. Seriously, someone waited for you all day. You're acting like you're guarding something over a meal, making them trail behind like a shadow? Then she turned back. Su Qingxue obediently stopped, staring at him blankly. What's wrong? Not eating anymore? Did someone spot us? She glanced warily around. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Then, as Su Qingxue's eyes widened in surprise, Zhang Muyan walked straight toward her. Sorry about this. Can't even have a meal in peace. Let's go together, Zhang Muyan said in a low voice. His actions felt a bit reckless. He just felt it was too pathetic dating a girl and not even daring to walk together. So what if people gossiped? It wouldn't hurt him. But at that moment, Su Qingxue suddenly grew alert. She quickly scanned the surroundings, confirmed no one had seen them, and hurriedly put some distance between them. Ha! Zhang Muyan froze slightly. Muyu, it's fine. Don't overthink it, Su Qingxue said with a smile after pulling away. You're not ready yet. She could tell Zhang Muyan had acted on impulse, feeling guilty for making her, a girl, follow behind and endure hardship. This fool. Was he willing to endure criticism just for this? That reason alone wouldn't be enough for him to bear the external pressure. When the time came, he'd surely become even more afraid to have any contact with her. Su Qingxue was absolutely clear on this point. She needed to shield him from any pressure arising from their time together. Zhang Muyan, however, was utterly bewildered. I'm not ready? Wait, didn't you bring me breakfast last time? Now you're even more adamant than me about not letting anyone find out? You're being a bit too self-conscious, Qingxue. After mentally venting his frustration, Zhang Muyan didn't feel angry. Instead, he now wondered if he'd been overthinking things. So he declared with a touch of pride, if you don't want to go, then don't go. Those were your words. I'm not going with you. Ever again. Then he turned around, sped up his pace. Put. Su Qingxue, who had witnessed everything, chuckled softly and hurried to catch up. How could I not want to go with you? You're so adorable, acting all tsundere. How come I never noticed you had this new side to you? Already floating on clouds inside, Su Qingxue couldn't suppress the smile curling her lips. The two walked out of the classroom building one after the other, then out the school gates. Without being noticed. Students on the path wore undisguised astonishment, showering Su Qingxue with burning gazes. Envious, admiring, fervent. Many even pulled out their phones to record videos and take photos. No wonder she was truly stunning, especially in her full glory with makeup and elegant attire. Yet, there were no frenzied fans reacting like they'd spotted a celebrity, trailing her like paparazzi. Su Qingxue was famously aloof. Even now, dressed in refined, schoolgirl-inspired attire that made her seem slightly more approachable, she still radiated an aura of cool detachment. Her short haircut perfectly complemented her face, creating a sweet yet alluring, adorable yet aloof vibe that captivated men regardless of their usual preferences. But precisely because of her aloofness, she showed no hesitation in expressing her dislike toward boys. Everyone had always admired her from afar. Aside from the fearless Lu Hao, most people just gossiped. Unless there was fresh juicy news, they wouldn't easily stir up trouble and risk her displeasure. Still, while she was usually admired from afar, any hint of her associating with boys was treated like a celebrity sighting. Take last time, for instance, when Su Qingxue showed up at the boys' dorm entrance delivering breakfast. That was an entirely different matter. It was like discovering your idol suddenly had a child, the top student and the bottom student in your school were a couple, or the neighbor's old sow could fly a plane. The more you talk about it, the more absurd it gets. It all boils down to one word, gossip. 2 words, entertainment. That's the nature of human curiosity. Hey! Qingxue's outfit today made the trending list on Tieba again. So gorgeous, absolutely love it. It's practically wallpaper material. Why is she dressing more and more elegantly these past few days? She used to just throw on a simple t-shirt and jacket with some baggy pants. Hee, isn't it great to have something to look at? Those long legs, I could stare at them all year. Drooling. My goddess, my goddess. Slurp. Dude upstairs, you're taking this a bit too far. People online are way more abstract than in real life. Chapter 25, I'm hot, look at me. The two successfully evaded the crowd's gaze, reached their destination, and chose a secluded private room. Zhang Muyan picked up the menu and started ordering 6 pounds of meat. Since Su Qingxue maintained such a casual attitude, he felt no need to hold back. Anything else you'd like? Zhang Muyan asked after finishing, handing her the menu. Su Qingxue glanced briefly at the menu, then nodded lightly without further comment, indicating that was sufficient. After placing their order, the two sat in silence within the private room. The wait for the food felt interminable. The restaurant was bustling, likely due to its grand opening promotions, drawing crowds eager for novelty. Su Qingxue sat just as she had in the classroom, her legs crossed with her black leather boots tilted up. Her gaze drifted upward, revealing 2 smooth, white calves extending to the hem of her skirt, sparking endless imagination about what lay beyond. She swiped at her phone, occasionally typing as if chatting with someone, though it was unclear what she was looking at. Zhang Muyan considered striking up a conversation, but seeing her absorbed in her phone, he decided not to disturb her. He pulled out his own phone and began browsing. Su Qingxue was currently reaching out to Yang Xiaoxin for help on her phone. Today's excitement had been a bit too much, and her brain had declared a state of paralysis. People have their limits. Once crossed, things get weird. For instance, when Zhang Muyan got overly excited, he'd suddenly start howling for no apparent reason. Sometimes boredom would trigger the same random howls. The guys in the dorm all shared this quirk. Perhaps it was just the inexplicable mental state of modern people? As for Su Qingxue, this was the first time something had pushed her past her limit. Her happiness had skyrocketed off the charts. After several warnings from her brain, it had completely shut down. Right now, she was practically on the verge of her head smoking. Yet due to her demeanor and persona, no one could tell the fireworks going off inside her head. She remained as composed and cool as ever. Su Qingxue, Xinxing, I'm with him right now, and I feel like I don't know what to say. Yang Xiaoxin, startled, take a picture? Su Qingxue, sure. Click. Forgot to mute it. The sound was loud, and the flash went off. Zhang Muyan? The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere instantly grew awkward. Su Qingxue avoided his gaze and stammered, I like to document things. Oh, no problem. Zhang Muyan also looked away, scratched his head, and pretended to be nonchalant. Did that pose just now look good? She took a picture of it. Then he silently shifted his pose. This angle should look cooler. What the hell am I doing? Su Qingxue didn't forget to send the photo to Yang Xiaoxin. Burying her head, it wasn't that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but rather she felt a bit too stupid like this. Would it ruin the image she had in his mind? Right now, she'd completely lost her mind, acting just like those naive, innocent characters on TV. Yang Xiaoxin, he's still sitting across from you? Go sit next to him. Su Qingxue, is that okay? Yang Xiaoxin, have some confidence in yourself. Don't forget who you are. Su Qingxue, then, what should I say when I go over? Yang Xiaoxin, just say whatever's on your mind. Chat away, talk about anything and everything. What he usually likes to do, what he likes to eat, anything under the sun, just chat it all out. Talk about anything? Su Qingxue glanced up at Zhang Muyan. He was staring at his phone, looking serious. Was he studying something? Zhang Muyan didn't notice Su Qingxue's gaze. He was intently liking videos on Douyin. Nice legs on this one's pretty too, they're all pretty, wow, that chest is huge. Because Su Qingxue was present, he didn't let his face show his enjoyment. Being a guy, Zhang Muyan was bound to get a little carried away. But seriously, what's up with that? You've got a stunning beauty sitting right in front of you and you're staring at your phone? Even the guy next door already has 2 kids. Useless. Can't even play the game right from the start. Su Qingxue slowly rose and began walking toward Zhang Muyan. With just a single step, she spotted the bright red heart on Zhang Muyan's phone screen, where a provocative chicken was dancing while wiping the glass. She sat back down beside him, and only then did Zhang Muyan snap back to reality, forcing himself to stay calm. By the time he noticed Su Qingxue, it was too late to switch screens. He could only pretend he was casually scrolling through Douyin. She must have seen it just now. Damn it, his carefully cultivated image. Guilt washed over him once more. Muyan, you like that sort of thing? Su Qingxue asked, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. No, I was just looking, Zhang Muyan hurriedly waved his hands in explanation. Absolutely no strange thoughts whatsoever, pure appreciation. Then, am I not pretty? Su Qingxue didn't lift her head, her voice barely audible. Her words reached Zhang Muyan's ears clearly. Hearing this, Zhang Muyan gazed at her lowered profile and instantly felt mesmerized. His face flushed instantly. No, you look beautiful. What? You're beautiful. Then stop looking at your phone. Look at me. Ha? When Su Qingxue spoke these words, her mind was already a tangled mess. Her head, already on the verge of exploding, now flushed crimson. Like a ripe red apple, the flush spread across her entire cheeks. As for Zhang Muyan, he'd never been teased like this before, or rather, he'd never been so flustered by someone's flirtation. He actually turned his head obediently, then looked down at her with a sideways glance. Her eyelashes were so long and delicate, like a doll's. Her chest was just perfectly rounded. The shirt hugged her curves beautifully, showcasing her impressive assets. Then there were her legs. Long and white, plump and inviting, they looked incredibly soft to the touch. This was a leg lover's dream come true. After taking her in from head to toe, Zhang Muyan quickly turned his head away. Earlier in the classroom, he'd been quite composed, but now, after being so stirred, he'd actually stared at her so intently. Oh Buddha, oh Buddha. Not good. Not good. Pulling his gaze away, Zhang Muyan tactically stood up. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. Without waiting for Su Qingxue to look up, he dashed out of the private room. Ha? Why so sudden? He wouldn't have run away, would he? She'd never acted so flirtatious in front of a guy before. After Zhang Muyan left, Su Qingxue exhaled deeply. She really had lost her mind. Would her words and actions make him think she was too forward? Oh dear. Leaning on the desk, Su Qingxue pouted again, turning her back to the door. No, if she kept teasing him like this, what if he wanted to kiss her? Should she refuse or not? She wasn't really ready for that yet, kissing him or anything. Just the thought of it was unbearable. If she took things further with him today, she wouldn't have to go to class tomorrow. Why? It would break me. I'm talking about my brain. Chapter 26, The Date Ruined. Like a child suffering from long-term malnutrition, she couldn't even digest a single egg. Su Qingxue's situation was similar. She loved someone so intensely that even the slightest intimate gesture from him required constant, repeated processing. Like their conversations, she'd replay every word afterward. If things suddenly got too intimate, her brain would simply crash and burn. Right now, Su Qingxue's brain was already operating at maximum capacity, clearly becoming a bit less sharp. Just as Su Qingxue was still leaning on the desk, adjusting her breathing to give her brain a break, a sudden commotion came from outside the door. No private room? Didn't I tell you I was coming today? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Liu, but we don't offer advance reservations. It's first come, first served. No reservations? I don't believe it. Can't you make an exception? I'm truly sorry, Mr. Liu. There really are no private rooms available. Fine, no problem. I'll just make sure he gets one. With that, a series of knocks echoed through the door. Then, someone pushed the door open and walked right in. Liu Hao. Mr. Liu, this isn't right. The waiter darted forward, humbly blocking his path. Shut up. There's a private room right here. Just one person? Come on, you there. I'll give you 2,000 yuan. Can I have this room? 2,000 yuan was a month's living expenses for most college students, no small sum. If this were a normal college gathering, 2,000 yuan might be accepted without hesitation, free food and a little extra cash. But the person in that private room was Su Qingxue. No, find another private room. Without looking up, Su Qingxue refused. That voice sounded so familiar. Lu Hao frowned upon hearing this. 5,000. Is that acceptable now? 10,000. Mr. Lu, the waiter, started to speak. Get lost. I'm taking this private room today, damn it. Beautiful lady, name your price. Lu Hao cut her off with a furious rebuke. Su Qingxue really didn't want to look up. Not only did she and Zhang Muyan want to avoid being seen, but she couldn't even bear to glance at Lu Hao. Her previously high spirits had suddenly been doused with cold water. Her overloaded brain cooled instantly, her aching waist and legs vanished, and the icy, aloof Snow returned to peak condition. She had finally managed to get him out on a date. Then she stood up, turned to face Lu Hao, her gaze icy. Her naturally aloof demeanor now seemed to have evolved into an iceberg, chilling the entire private room by 3 degrees. The look of someone ready to cut someone down is impossible to hide. Yet the man himself remained utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Who was Lu Hao? Thick-skinned. Far from backing down, he wore an expression of delight. Qingxue? What are you doing here? This is great. I never imagined you also loved their frog and fish dish. Let me tell you, this place is amazing. They have hundreds of locations nationwide. With that, Lu Hao strode inside with a familiar ease, helping himself to a bowl and chopsticks. Hey, waiter. We're all classmates here, just a misunderstanding. Bring me the menu. Qingxue, have you ordered yet? Go ahead, you order first. If it's not enough, I'll get more. Let me tell you, you absolutely have to try their extra spicy broth base here, it's incredibly satisfying. Ha? Qingxue, aren't you alone? Why is there another set of dishes and utensils laid out here? Completely oblivious to the awkward atmosphere, Lu Hao chattered away beside her, as if conversing with a close friend. The waiter nervously tried to inform Lu Hao that there was another guy present, but Su Qingxue silenced him with a stern glance. Then, Su Qingxue tilted her chin, signaling the waiter to leave. The door closed. The next second. Thud. Thud. Nice head. Ah. A howl erupted from the private room. Ding dong. Zhang Muyan had just finished using the restroom and took the opportunity to splash water on his face in the bathroom to stay alert. Recalling his earlier loss of composure, he gave himself 2 light slaps across the face in the mirror. He couldn't afford to lose control like that again. Just because someone liked him didn't mean he could take advantage of them. But she asked me to look. Then why didn't you go when someone told you to die? Receiving a text message, Zhang Muyan opened it as he walked back to the private room. Su Qingxue, Muyan, something came up. I won't be joining you for dinner today. I've already settled the bill. Su Qingxue, I grabbed my backpack on the way out. I'll bring it back tomorrow. Why the heck did she take my backpack? Returning to the private room, Zhang Muyan stopped at the doorway and saw someone lying perfectly still on the table inside. What the heck just happened? Sir, that lady has already paid her bill, but it seems there's no more seating available. Would you mind if we pack it up for you? The waiter who had been there earlier suddenly stepped out, smiling as he spoke. Ah, I know. All right, go ahead and pack it up for me. After saying that, Zhang Muyan asked again, what just happened here? What's going on? Oh, that guy got drunk, yeah. And your friend probably lost interest. Sorry about that, our bad. Oh, okay, no problem. The waitress turned to go pack the food, while Zhang Muyan pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of the person lying inside. He couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Wasn't anyone going to help this guy? Just lying there like that? That is, if Su Qingxue allowed it. He then sent the photo to Su Qingxue. What's going on here? Did he harass you? In situations like this, Zhang Muyan's first concern was always whether Su Qingxue was okay. Su Qingxue, no, I don't know. You don't know? Didn't you do it? Zhang Muyan, as long as he didn't harass you, I owe you another meal? Su Qingxue, nodding like a kitten. Zhang Muyan, next time then? Su Qingxue, sure, happily. Zhang Muyan couldn't help but smile. Then, glancing at Lu Hao sprawled out like a starfish, he shuddered. How did this guy end up lying like that? Impressive. Still somewhat curious, Zhang Muyan approached. Whoa, red hair? He looked so familiar. Isn't that Lu Hao from the photo? Instantly, the smile faded from Zhang Muyan's face as he realized what had likely happened. Probably pestered Su Qingxue again and got dumped. Humph, serves him right. Yeah. Ha? Why do I dislike him so much? It must be because his behavior is so despicable, something everyone would sneer at. Yeah, that's it. No other reason. Su Qingxue had trained in various self-defense techniques and was quite skilled. At that moment, she was walking down the street, still carrying Zhang Muyan's backpack. Looking back, she wondered if she'd been a bit impulsive just now. Probably a little. But she couldn't help it. Especially with someone like Lu Hao, a man with absolutely no sense of boundaries, and at such an important moment for her. Her very first date. And he ruined it. Just thinking about it again made Su Qingxue feel she hadn't been harsh enough. As for Lu Hao suddenly barging into the private room, there was absolutely no way to make him leave. His shamelessness had reached a certain level of mastery. Even if Su Qingxue's parents were present, he'd shamelessly linger in the private room, insisting with a smug expression, "I'll take good care of Qingxue." So, a date? Lu Hao declared, "The deal's off, bro." Chapter 27, sharing her for the first time. After throwing Lu Hao to the floor, Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment about waiting for Zhang Muyan. But the commotion was too loud, so she left first. Even though it happened inside a private room, the thunderous crash and deafening screams startled anyone nearby. Concerned, they asked the waitstaff what had happened. To avoid drawing attention and potential encounters with classmates who might recognize her at the restaurant, Su Qingxue decided to leave first. Reluctantly, she ended up taking Zhang Muyan's bag with her. Zhang Muyan's bag wasn't heavy, containing only 2 or 3 books and a tablet. That was the weight Su Qingxue felt on her back, and at that moment, a series of new plans solidified in her mind. Back at the dorm, she could take a peek at what was inside his bag. Hey, how could she be snooping through someone else's privacy again? Shoo, quietly. Zhang Muyan knows she took it anyway. Since the owner hasn't said anything, if you don't say anything and I don't say anything, he won't find out. Besides that, what other ideas could she come up with? Even though I said I'd give it back tomorrow, I never specified what time tomorrow. He has calculus class tomorrow night, so I'll just bring it over then. Like attending class together or something. At this thought, Su Qingxue shook her head, shaking off the earlier unpleasantness, and then headed back to the dormitory feeling refreshed. Dinner? Just a quick bite would suffice. Now she was actually afraid Zhang Muyan might chase after her. Then she'd have to return his backpack and her plan would be ruined. Compared to having dinner with him, attending class together and then eating together would be so much more satisfying. She wanted it all. So, Su Qingxue glanced back warily to make sure he wasn't following, then quickened her pace. Zhang Muyan hadn't chased after her, of course. He was still waiting to get his food packed up. 6 pounds of frog legs, was he going to let that go to waste? It's practically free. But he couldn't possibly finish it all alone. Might as well call up the guys from the dorm. This is when roommates really come in handy. What? A free meal? Send the coordinates now. Sure enough, not long after Zhang Muyan finished his call with Wu Hao, he pulled up in his slow-rocking old-timer, carrying the other 2 with him. As soon as they pulled up, Wang Lei dashed toward Zhang Muyan, who was standing by the roadside holding takeout boxes. He snatched the bag from him and opened it like inspecting goods, bringing it close to his nose. Ah, Xian. 99% chance a rare find. Then he gave a nod to Pang Bo and Wu Hao behind him. Go! What's up? Blackmailing blackmailers? Zhang Muyan assumed a defensive stance. The next second, his pocket was snatched away, and he was pinned down by the 2 men. Wu Hao shoved his face right up to Zhang Muyan's, pressing close as he demanded, "Spill it." "Who are you here with? Didn't you say you'd come with the guys?" "Yeah, spill it," Pang Bo chimed in, pinning Zhang Muyan's arms. "I kindly invited you guys to eat well, and this is how you treat me." Zhang Muyan was utterly speechless facing these 3, especially Wu Hao's face pressed right up against his own, like a giant fruit fly staring wide-eyed at him. Wu Hao cut him off immediately. "Don't try to change the subject, buddy. Could you really eat this stuff all by yourself? Seriously, check for yourself. 6 pounds, not a gram more or less, all fresh. Smell me. No odor, right?" Wu Hao couldn't detect any smell on him. The guy really hadn't eaten. Could it be that this kid suddenly developed a strong sense of filial piety? Would you believe it? But continuing to question him at this intersection was getting a bit too conspicuous. The 3 of them looked like a strange trio. Wang Lei was already sitting in the car, honking the horn. Beep beep beep. Hurry up, get in. Let's go home and eat something good. Only then did Wu Hao and the others release Zhang Muyan. 6 pounds won't be enough, Pang Bo remarked. It really wasn't enough. If it were just Zhang Muyan and Su Qingxue, it would have been plenty, but for 4 grown men. Let's grab some fried skewers up ahead and a few bottles of beer. And 2 more bowls of rice. Let's go. After shopping, the group piled into the old car and rattled back to the dorm, drawing plenty of stairs along the way. Just a tiny 3-wheeler crammed to bursting, moving barely faster than pedestrians. Slow and steady, as if it could break down at any moment. Wu Hao, can we get a bigger vehicle? We're all crammed in here, guys. And it's so slow. Turtle pace. Hey, you guys bought it for me, and now you're complaining about having a seat. Ha ha ha. Wang Lei, step on it. I'm already flooring it. You're about to wear it through. After a grueling journey, we finally made it back to the dorm. Old car, you suffer, you $amp #%#. Total time, 24 minutes. Walking would have taken just 30. Come on, make some room. Bucket. Grab a bucket. He dumped everything into the large basin, then grabbed someone's bedsheet to lay on the floor. Bedsheet 6. We spread out the fried skewers, set out a few bowls of millet rice, and paired it with small beers. A simple little dorm room gathering. Come on, let's drink up. Clinked glasses. This tastes really good. No wonder it's packed. Thanks to old Zhang, we get to eat well again. Ha ha ha. Zhang Muyan smiled, feeling exceptionally pleased inside. Suddenly, a thought popped into his head. Should he take a photo of her? It was the first time such a thought had crossed his mind, sharing something with a girl. She paid for it, he hated taking a photo for her seemed perfectly reasonable, right? Convinced himself, Zhang Muyan pulled out his phone. Click. Sent. Ding dong. A distinctive ringtone sounded. Tang Qingxing, the busty cute girl, jolted upright in her deathbed, instantly flipping off the bed. Leaning over the edge with eyes crinkled, she wore that lecherous, sly expression again. Oh my, such concern. Su Qingxue had just returned to the dormitory. She had intended to grab a quick bite, but Aunt Xiao had actually delivered dinner to campus, leaving it with the auntie downstairs in the dorm building as Aunt Xiao always did. So she brought it back to the dorm to eat. She unlocked her phone and opened his chat window. Yen, picture. Yen, I couldn't finish it all, so they got lucky. Yen, oh, how much is it? I'll transfer it to you. I should have treated you anyway. Reading Zhang Muyan's message, Su Qingxue nearly jumped for joy. This was the first time he'd ever initiated contact with her? And sharing something with her. She tapped the photo and zoomed in carefully. Put. The basin holding the bullfrogs was actually a wash basin. And the ground was clearly covered with a bedsheet. Guess guys' dorms really are different from girls' dorms. Not exactly messy, unconventional, yes, unconventional. Unconventional. Apart from the center, nothing else is visible, just some bowls and chopsticks scattered around the edges. Return to the chat window, then long press the image to save it. This photo held special meaning for Su Qingxue. Xinxin, can you help me figure out how to reply to this? Su Qingxue asked Yang Xiaoxin after saving the photo. Yang Xiaoxin immediately walked over, already intrigued. He's not usually the type to share his daily life with girls, is he? Yang Xiaoxin asked while glancing at the chat history. Her question stemmed from the fact that this guy had rejected even Xue, creating a layer of skepticism. He probably not, Su Qingxue replied, her gaze drifting as she paused to recall. He definitely wasn't. But he sent me photos. Oh, then doesn't that mean? Yang Xiaoxin playfully nudged Su Qingxue's cheek. Xinxin, stop messing around. Quick, how should I reply? I didn't really teach you much tonight, did I? Just go with your own rhythm. Tell him what you genuinely think. Are you seriously going to have me reply to every message he sends you from now on? Yang Xiaoxin reassured her. She hadn't really taught Su Qingxue much, just told her to chat about topics he liked. The specifics were entirely up to Su Qingxue herself. Clearly, Su Qingxue had made him like her more tonight, so there wasn't much left to teach. Reply myself? Su Qingxue thought back to being alone with him in the private room, when she suddenly leaned in and asked him if she was pretty. Her face flushed instantly. What on earth had she been thinking back then? At that moment, she just wanted him to look at her. But he didn't seem to dislike it. So, does that mean I just need to tell him what's on my mind? So Su Qingxue replied, is it tasty? She didn't care about anything else as long as he liked it. Then, the reply came instantly, it was delicious. Too bad you didn't get to try it. Su Qingxue's eyes sparkled with amusement as she replied, then we'll go again next time. Zhang Muyan, sure. Su Qingxue, no need to pay me back. Next time, you treat me twice. She emphasized it was twice. Zhang Muyan, All right. He agreed. Closing the chat window. Su Qingxue beamed with delight, looking every bit the love-struck teenager who'd just finished chatting with her boyfriend. Chapter 28, V10? Zhang Muyan agonized over how to message her. He was the one treating, yet he ended up making her pay. He typed on his phone for ages, how much? I'll transfer it to you, but couldn't bring himself to send it. Money always felt like such a blunt subject. After finally editing and sending it, the reply came back, was it good? This left him completely stumped. He replied, it was delicious. As expected, she certainly didn't need the money for that meal, so naturally she wouldn't accept my transfer. Was I overreacting? Did this make me seem overly sensitive? Was I being petty or just awkward? It was like going out to eat with a buddy, only to have him foot the bill. Asking like that felt a bit like asking a question you already knew the answer to. They'd never accept it anyway. Better not to have asked at all. Old Zhang, what's up? Drink up. Wu Hao raised his bottle and clinked glasses with Zhang Muyan. Zhang Muyan put his phone away, deciding not to dwell on it. If necessary, he could just treat them back later. Why agonize over it? He rejoined the group of three and happily ate and drank with them. After eating and drinking their fill, they washed up one by one. Zhang Muyan was the last to head to bed, tossing out the final bits of trash. Hurry up, old Zhang, log in. Glancing at the time 8 p.m. he figured he could squeeze in a couple more rounds. Given the rare chance to gather together, Zhang Muyan naturally wouldn't refuse. To avoid dampening the mood, he logged in for a couple of rounds. He logged in via his phone since his tablet wasn't nearby. Joined the room. Ha! Why aren't my usual heroes Dodgy, Xiaoxiao, or Angela? Oh, right. Su Qingxue played with it this afternoon. Ha! Oh no, now she knows I like playing these female heroes? As if struck by lightning, Zhang Muyan froze like a stone statue. His image shattered. Instant match entering. Old Zhang, pick a hero. What are you doing? Wu Hao reminded him. You've carried us through several games today, gotta keep it up tonight, bro, Peng Bo chimed in. With strength to uproot mountains and spirit to overwhelm the world. Wang Lei stuck with Xiangyu, locked in. Carry? Are you talking about Su Qingxue? Wow, she's actually pretty good at gaming? Dodgy will play with you. Confirmed. Wu Hao, Peng Bo? Old Zhang, why aren't you playing Zhuge Liang anymore? You Dodgy, starting the show, huh? Hey, how come you're discriminating against heroes? I've always played Dodgy. Hey, you promised to carry us, but you're acting up again. I'm just a few games away from honor rank. Ah, it's just a game, having fun is what matters most. Zhang Muyan laughed it off. Then go play Baby Bus. Just kidding. Ha, whatever. It's just a game. Win or lose, it doesn't matter. That's what he said. But when guys play games together, it usually goes like this: best buds in the early game, silently sulking in the mid-game, then muting and defending the high ground in the late game. Zhang Muyan was mentally prepared for the teasing. Of course, he wouldn't actually get upset, it was all just good-natured banter. He was admittedly just average at the game. If they genuinely disliked him, they wouldn't have invited him to play in the first place. Ah, it's weird how they'd let a noob like him join their games. His attention returned to his phone. As the final countdown began before entering the game, Zhang Muyan liked to swipe a couple of times at Dodgy's fluffy tail. Then he noticed the skins. Ha! Why are all of them available? Even the 9-tailed fox ones? Ha! Is this a glitch? 3, 2, 1. Countdown complete. Interface activated. What is this? So bright. ID, kicking the cripple's good leg. Beside it, a conspicuous gem emblem. Ha! Old Zhang, what the heck is that noble emblem of yours? V10? Oh, so you've been secretly acting like a V10 behind our backs? Come on, admit you're a rich kid. Where's my whip? We're hanging him up and beating him until he confesses. Before Zhang Muyan could explain, the three started rummaging through his bed. Hey! I don't know anything. Don't break the bed. Welcome to. It's open. Stop messing with it. Alright, let's play first. The three sat back down. Zhang Muyan was still shaken. Wait, he really hadn't noticed his own mark just now. What the hell was going on? After a moment's thought, there could only be one explanation. Su Qingxue. Let's finish this game first and see. She couldn't have randomly upgraded me to V10, could she? A V10 costs tens of thousands of yuan, if I remember correctly. If she really did upgrade herself to V10, how on earth would I pay her back? And we're talking tens of thousands here. His family's financial situation was decent enough, but spending that much on a game, he certainly wouldn't do that himself. There were so many more interesting things he wanted to experience. Gaming was just a pastime for him. Of course, those who loved the game could choose to top up, it was none of his business. Thinking about it, Zhang Muyan was already getting annoyed. Doing something like this without permission was a bit much. Sure enough, the gap between her values and his was just too wide. To her, these tens of thousands were just pocket change, maybe not even pocket change. She thought she was doing just a tiny little thing to express her affection. But for me, it felt like a mountain of pressure. As for meals, I'll transfer the money to her later, then figure out how to repay her for the game too. Best to avoid any further contact. It seemed that whenever she was face to face with her, she completely forgot who she really was. Right now, the flutter in her heart had been replaced by overwhelming rationality. Just a moment ago, she'd been sharing everyday moments with her in a subtle way, but now she was already planning how to draw boundaries. We're just not from the same world. Not buddies? You died 4 times in 4 minutes? Wu Hao's sudden outburst snapped Zhang Muyan out of his reverie. Thankfully, he wasn't referring to himself, but to the random teammates he'd been matched with. Finish this game first, then talk to her. Unaware of the impending danger, Su Qingxue finished explaining her plan to Tang Qingqing. So, Qingqing, you'll hold the position for me when the time comes. Me as wingman? Tang Qingqing pointed at herself, her face lighting up with excitement. Pretty much. You're perfect for this kind of frontline work, ha, Yang Xiaoxin chuckled. What's the big deal? I've been dying to meet him for ages. Tang Qingqing nuzzled up against Su Qingxue. What could she do? Su Qingxue just made her wanna cuddle up. Like a doll, but better, more obedient, warmer, and she even fights back. Sorry, the more you resist, the more excited I get. Snuggling. But how are you two talking? Yang Xiaoxin asked. There was no way they could actually be talking in class. The whole class would see them, and the next second it would be all over the forums. Su Qingxue waved her phone. We use this. Then what's the point of meeting face to face? It's different. Meeting face to face and talking on the phone were completely different experiences. Take her, for instance, the sheer delight of seeing him in person, catching those adorable little expressions he makes, none of that comes through on a phone. And Zhang Muyan was the same when they met in person and spoke. He wasn't nearly as cold as he sounded on the phone. He even took the initiative to start conversations. So meeting in person is absolutely necessary. Chapter 29, Misunderstanding. Yeah, just figure out how to handle it, Yang Xiaoxin encouraged. Don't worry, I've got this, Tang Qingqing patted her chest. Just sit quietly and don't cause trouble for Xue. No way. You're so mean. Tang Qingqing pouted, tugging at Su Qingxue's sleeve. Look at her, Xue. Su Qingxue ruffled her hair. Alright. I won't pay attention to Xiao Xin. Qingqing is the best girl. Then Tang Qingqing lifted her head and stuck out her tongue at Yang Xiaoxin. Yang Xiaoxin wasn't about to be outdone, sticking out her tongue in a childish expression. TSK. Victory! That was a tough win, Wu Hao remarked. The game had lasted nearly 30 minutes. Forget it. I'm done playing, Zhang Muyan said. He'd been distracted the entire game, his mind constantly circling back to that one thing. Though what she did was indeed a bit much, she hadn't meant any harm. At least, that's how she saw it. But when it came to choosing to forgive, there was no question of forgiveness or not. He simply couldn't let himself get emotionally involved anymore. Cutting ties with her was the only option. Quitting already? We've only played one round and it's still so early. Pang Bo leaned in. They hadn't even interrogated him about the origin of his V10 yet. I'm feeling a bit off. Alright then. The group had tried to joke around with Zhang Muyan during the game, but he hadn't responded much. His sudden mood swing was noticeable, so they decided not to bother him. Wu Hao, should we trio queue then? Pang Bo, keep it down. Wang Lei, unmatched might. Zhang Muyan left the room. On the game homepage, a prominent gem adorned his profile frame. It was indeed the V10 emblem. He stared at it for a long time. Zhang Muyan's brow furrowed deeply. He felt no joy. The dazzling emblem seemed more like a warning. We're not from the same world. He exited the game and opened Su Qingxue's chat window. How should he tell her? Confront her? Then say, we shouldn't see each other anymore? The thought felt childish. But I had to draw the line somewhere. Suddenly ignoring her? Typing, why did you? Delete, retype, maybe we shouldn't. Delete, retype. Back and forth, never knowing how to start. Finally mustered the courage once. Still felt reluctant. Like actively sharing photos with a girl. It's my first time doing something like this. Even though I've rejected countless girls on my phone. Why can't I find the words now? She? Ding. Suddenly, she messaged first. Su Qingxue, do you have math class tomorrow night? Zhang Muyan, yeah. Su Qingxue, then I'll bring it over tomorrow night. Of course, she meant the backpack. Zhang Muyan, huh? How are you going to deliver it? Hand me the backpack in front of all these classmates? Su Qingxue, I'll leave it on your desk in the classroom. Is that to save my seat? That works too. As long as we don't meet. Zhang Muyan, okay. Watching the note above her constantly switch between typing and pausing, Su Qingxue felt an ominous foreboding. She waited for the other side to send something, but in the end, nothing came. Was there something he couldn't bring himself to say? To her? If he has something to say, just say it. Su Qingxue, what's wrong? Zhang Muyan, nothing. Good night. In the end, he still couldn't bring himself to say it to this girl who held nothing but kindness for him. Nighttime isn't for making decisions you'll regret them after a good night's sleep. So Zhang Muyan decided to stop thinking about it and put it off until tomorrow. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue remained frozen, staring blankly at the chat window. What else could he possibly be holding back when chatting with me? Her intuition was spot on. He definitely had something to say. But she wasn't entirely sure, because she couldn't see his face, couldn't see his current expression, didn't know what he'd been through. She could only piece together his scattered messages and make her own guesses. This must be the pain of a long-distance relationship. However, since they were still at the same school, Su Qingxue became even more determined to meet him. She had already reached the point where not seeing him made her heart race. Yesterday he went on a date with another girl. So just now, was he talking to another girl again? That's why he suddenly. Or even this photo. Smack. She slapped her own cheeks. Su Qingxue, calm down. Don't overthink it. You absolutely won't lose to anyone else. You've worked so hard to get here. I will succeed. I absolutely must succeed. Tomorrow. Just a little closer. The next day. 8 in the morning. For the first time ever, Zhang Muyan was the first one up. He hadn't slept a wink all night, his mind filled with thoughts of Su Qingxue. Still, he felt somewhat relieved he hadn't mentioned the game to Su Qingxue. Because in the middle of the night, Su Qingxue had sent him another message. Su Qingxue, what are you holding back from me when we chat? After sending the message, Su Qingxue tossed her phone aside and fell asleep. Zhang Muyan's sudden change still kept her awake. After deep contemplation, she composed this message and sent it to him without hesitation. With a hint of petulance. And perhaps a hint of accusation. As if she were blaming him for still keeping his distance from her, for even choosing his words so carefully. When clearly, her every action and word had been living out that first declaration, I like you. Zhang Muyan stared at her message for a long time. A sliver of joy crept in, like finding a crack to survive through, but the rest was guilt. He truly felt that she liked him, that was what he sensed from those words. Lying in bed, he replayed the scenes from these past 2 days. Though only 2 days had passed, it felt like an eternity. She was just expressing her feelings in her own way, there was nothing wrong with that. He really couldn't blame her for anything. And wasn't it pathetic of him to be too scared to even walk with her to eat, afraid someone might see them? He was lost in thoughts about distant possibilities like irreconcilable differences in family values or worldviews. But had they even reached that point? But if I were to walk alongside her, these were issues I'd inevitably have to confront. Zhang Muyan reached out his hand. Faint streetlight streamed through the window, casting a faint shadow of his hand. He really was starting to like her. Suddenly, Zhang Muyan recalled how she'd shown him something on her tablet earlier that day. Was she asking to add me as a friend? Huh? She even asked me before adding a friend? Then how could she? With that thought, Zhang Muyan didn't hesitate. She decisively grabbed her phone and logged back into the game. With a nervous feeling in his stomach, he opened his profile page. Skins, 114. Not many. He wasn't V10. Once again, I examined my emblem to figure out what it meant. Following privilege, noble inheritance, the heir to Lien Yenshu. He exhaled heavily, as if emerging from a catastrophe, his heart skipping a beat. Lien Yenshu. Lien Yen, Shui. A faint smile curved her lips. Childish. Chapter 30, she hugged him? Even her gaming nickname was herself. Never had she been so favored. The misunderstanding cleared, and the knotted emotions she'd been holding onto finally unraveled. What followed in its wake, however, was a rapidly swelling affection. Guilt, joy, and a sense of relief. Turns out it was all a big misunderstanding. So you see, mental exhaustion is the worst possible outcome. Oh, wait, did I upset her? Still texting me this late? I gave myself a gentle slap on each cheek, nothing too loud, since my roommates were still asleep. Then I opened her profile page. Her profile picture was no longer a butterfly, but a selfie of her. A cute girl with short hair, her face partially obscured. I recognized her because of that strand of sea green hair and the butterfly pinned to it, the most striking features. Like a princess descended from heaven. This must be her QQ profile picture. Different from WeChat. Butterflies everywhere she goes. If anyone else did that, they'd be called a poser. But let's face it, beautiful people have privileges. She can be childish, yet every smile or frown feels genuine, never forced. You might even catch yourself saying, she's so adorable. I want to marry her. Then I checked her profile. Ballroom dancing. She has all the skins. Rubik's Cube. Is she really the one playing with them? That good? Without realizing it, I clicked on the intimacy level. That part didn't worry me. In fact, I felt a bit proud that she liked me. What's that word called? Unfazed. I clicked it open, partly out of curiosity about her social circle. Love her. You damn fool, you're pulling this crap on me, aren't you, you jerk of an author? Besties, siblings, lovers. 3 besties, beauty queen, fairy, and plastic flower. Brother, sister, brother. Sibling, little brother. Lover, sir? Alright, let me see what this is about. Quickly tapped on the so-called lover. Nickname, Mu Shuayan. This is awkward, right? The profile picture is me? She even made her in-game couple avatar look exactly like herself? You really do hold me dear to your heart. Zhang Muyan felt his heart suddenly grow soft beyond belief. Wait, this shouldn't be happening. Where did this photo of me come from? The profile picture showed him sitting at his desk reading. It looked like the library. So she'd noticed me all along. What about me? I looked at my left hand. Still feeling conflicted. Insecurity still not at me. Throw caution to the wind, be together without hesitation. Be together. Right now. Would that truly satisfy me? But this has never been his style. He's just such a stubborn person. Su Qingxue. The image of that young girl's bashful demeanor before him flashed through his mind. I guess. I kinda like you. He typed those words into the chat box but didn't send them. Suddenly, I think I understand what she meant earlier today. Not ready yet. I still need courage and a reason. To face her family's opposition and the world's doubts. So that's what she meant back then. How cruel. You were the one chasing me. After a long pause, deleting the words in the chat box, Zhang Muyan replied, I thought you upgraded me to V10. That scared me. It wasn't just a scare, I was ready to cut ties with you completely. Su Qingxue didn't reply, her phone had already been tossed aside. Zhang Muyan, good night. See you tomorrow. She never said she'd see you tomorrow. I'm seeing her. None of your damn business. Shut up, you dead narrator. That was the exact situation last night. Zhang Muyan hadn't gotten much rest all night, but he felt surprisingly alert, a bit like those final months before the college entrance exams. Whoa, old Zhang up so early today? Peng Bo was the second to rise, stumbling down the stairs from his bed. Yeah, I went to bed pretty early last night. Alright. I'm heading out first. I won't wait for you guys. Ha? Clang. Door slammed. Ha? This guy's acting weird. Zhang Muyan had gotten up early for once to eat breakfast. Since the semester started, he hadn't eaten cafeteria breakfast once, though that wasn't the only reason he ditched his roommates. He opened his phone to find a message from Su Qingxue sent at 6 a.m. Su Qingxue, sorry, I forgot to tell you. Su Qingxue, so that's why you didn't know how to tell me last night? Su Qingxue, I'm sorry. Please don't be angry, sad. The moment Su Qingxue woke up, she saw Zhang Muyan had replied to her message from last night. Overwhelmed with excitement, she felt intensely nervous. She had genuinely forgotten about it. She hurriedly apologized, but didn't know what else she could do. A chill ran down her spine. Could he have decided last night to never speak to her again because of this? She would die. If he ignored her. All because of her one careless mistake. But unexpectedly, Zhang Muyan replied instantly. Yen, want to grab breakfast together? Su Qingxue, sure. Without a moment's hesitation, she accepted his invitation. Yen, cafeteria, 7 a.m. Su Qingxue, sure. Zhang Muyan, I'm here. Where are you? Su Qingxue, I'm on the second floor. Climbing the stairs, Zhang Muyan felt a surge of unexplained urgency. Turning the corner, a figure stood at the top of the stairs. Su Qingxue stared at him blankly, still holding her steaming breakfast. At 7 a.m., the cafeteria was neither crowded nor empty, with people coming and going. The two stood facing each other across the staircase, each seemingly wanting to speak, yet hesitating to find the words. Zhang Muyan, what do I do? I just wanted to see her, so I called her out. Damn that inner voice, always having to rub it in. It didn't even consider how crowded the cafeteria is. There's no way I could stand next to her in front of all these people. Just saying one word to her would feel like being pierced by everyone's stares. Su Qingxue, I saw him. He asked me to come, but is he still angry? What does he want to say? Should I go over? Will he push me away? Choosing the crowded cafeteria, saying he wanted breakfast together, it's probably just an excuse to cut ties with me completely. Then, Zhang Muyan lowered his head and started walking up the stairs. Su Qingxue, he's coming over. He's going to say those final, heartless words to me face to face. What should I do? I want to run away so badly. I regret agreeing to meet him. Zhang Muyan, first, suggest changing the location. It was my oversight. So, as he passed Su Qingxue, he slowed his pace. Under the gaze of passersby fixed on Su Qingxue, he whispered softly, sorry, we shouldn't have met here. Change the... Before he could finish, Su Qingxue wrapped her arms around Zhang Muyan. No. Ha? No, I won't. Her voice was so soft, only Zhang Muyan could hear it clearly. Ha? Ha? Whoosh. The next second, the surrounding screams grew even clearer and deafening. That's Su Qingxue, right? Right? Everyone's screaming. What happened? Su Qingxue's hugging a guy. What? Let me see. Before the crowd could pull out their phones to snap photos, Zhang Muyan grabbed Su Qingxue's hand. What are you standing there for? Little cutie. Everyone knows to run. Everything happened in a blur, but Zhang Muyan reacted lightning fast. Or rather, when it came to Su Qingxue, he'd always been like a ticking time bomb, he'd been mentally prepared. Quick as lightning, Zhang Muyan pulled his coat over his head, leaving only his eyes exposed, and dragged Su Qingxue into a mad dash. Chapter 31, Their True Embrace. The crowd erupted instantly. Run? Is that even possible? Even more excited. Then, like a horde of zombies storming the city, especially those who had witnessed Su Qingxue firsthand, they were the first to pull out their phones, snapping photos and recording videos non-stop while chasing after her. Before anyone could react, the first screams formed a small wave of panic. Soon after, more people, looking utterly bewildered, joined the crowd and started running too. What's going on? Is this some kind of event? No idea? Just run. Just run. Alright then. Sparking sparks and lightning, Zhang Muyan dragged Su Qingxue through the hallway. Scattered students swayed along the path, still half asleep, blurrily witnessing the pair holding hands as they sprinted madly. Then, a thunderous stomping sound echoed behind them. Ha? Earthquake? The next second, a crowd burst around the corner. Whoa, whoa, whoa? What the hell? Has the zombie virus spread to our country already? Aren't our local zombies supposed to be slow-moving? Jumping ones? Zhang Muyan pulled Su Qingxue around the corner into the school building, then dashed into a classroom, slamming the door shut and locking it from the inside. Then, the rumbling footsteps rapidly approached before gradually fading away. They couldn't possibly be leading a large force into the academic building. Phew! Exhaling heavily, Zhang Muyan untangled the garment covering his head and only then noticed his left hand still clasping hers. Surprisingly, she had managed to keep up with his pace. Slowly releasing his right hand, Zhang Muyan felt a bit flustered. She had just hugged him. Su Qingxue stood quietly behind him, suddenly overcome with self-reproach. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she glanced up at Zhang Muyan, then quickly averted her gaze. What was I doing? Why did I suddenly hug him? And in front of so many people. He, now, would definitely want to distance himself from her even more. Why do I always make such stupid mistakes around him? If this keeps up. Zhang Muyan let go of the unbuttoned shirt and glanced at her. Her style today was completely different from the past 2 days. Perhaps she hadn't had time to put on something more refined, but even so, this outfit paired with her exquisite features still stirred feelings of springtime longing. A pink baseball jacket over a white t-shirt, white sweatpants, and sneakers, a complete sweet style. Whose little pink cupcake is this? After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Muyan cleared his throat twice. Go ahead and speak. Su Qingxue leaned against the doorframe, head bowed like a child caught in the act, waiting for an adult's scolding. Especially when Zhang Muyan cleared his throat, her heart suddenly clenched. She'd never been this scared. More afraid than she had been as a child. Then, as if overcoming her fear and making a momentous decision, she clenched her fists and took a step forward. Moo! Yen, can you give me another chance? Her clear eyes pleaded, her slightly furrowed brow and shifting gaze seemed to shroud in mist. That simple sentence drained every ounce of her strength. Zhang Muyan froze, turning to stare at her blankly. In that instant, it felt like he'd been struck somewhere deep inside. The autumn morning air was crisp and cool, yet in that moment, it seemed to stir with restless energy. Holding their breath, time and space between them seemed to freeze. She was so adorable. Faced with such sweetness, Zhang Muyan couldn't resist a bit. No one could resist. She resembled a delicate porcelain doll at this moment, even a slightly louder voice might shatter her. It made one want to protect her so badly. How could anyone refuse? Oh, okay, Zhang Muyan murmured the 2 words, her ears burning hot, then, she opened her arms. Ha! He thought she was going to hug him again? Su Qingxue froze for a moment, but didn't think much of it. He was about to hug her. She couldn't be happier. Then, 1 step, 2 steps, holding her tightly. Never had she felt such fulfillment. Su Qingxue felt his heartbeat, his warmth, his scent. Each one brought her immense fulfillment, stimulating every one of her senses. Like sinking into a vast, soft plush bed, just holding him like this forever. Never had her heart felt so tender. Zhang Muyan felt the softness of the girl in his arms, her nervousness, her tenderness, her adorableness. It was an unprecedented sensation, one that melted his heart. Like receiving a brand new toy as a child, too precious to play with, so carefully tucked away in a drawer. No, this porcelain doll in his arms felt less like a treasured toy and more like a precious jewel, one he feared would melt if held in his mouth, or shatter if held in his palm. Even holding her this gently, he feared the slightest pressure might hurt her. Chirp chirp. Outside the window, a sparrow chirps twice before flying away, only to return and chirp twice more. This went on and on. Only then did Zhang Muyan reluctantly push her away gently. Go to class, Zhang Muyan said softly, as if raising his voice even slightly might startle her. Su Qingxue nodded obediently, then extended the breakfast in her hand, the implication clear. Have you eaten? Zhang Muyan took the breakfast, asking with concern. I don't have class this morning. I'll eat later. No classes. Just because I wanted to see her. I called her out. And she actually came. Then save it for later. I'll go buy something now, it's still early. Su Qingxue shook her head. You can eat while heading to class. The timing is perfect. Forcibly stuffing the breakfast back into her hands, Zhang Muyan said, so many people just saw us. Everyone must be looking for you now. Going to the cafeteria isn't a good idea. Just head straight back to the dorm with your breakfast. I'll go buy something else. It'll work out perfectly, Zhang Muyan explained. With that, Zhang Muyan walked toward the door, listening carefully for any sounds outside. Su Qingxue, give me the clothes. They all saw you. If you wear them again, you'll be easily recognized. They took photos and videos, a quick comparison would give it away. True. After a moment's thought, Zhang Muyan handed her the clothes. He could have kept the clothes, but he couldn't guarantee others wouldn't notice. Throwing them away would be such a waste. Now, she had them. If she tucked them away on her way back to the dorm, no one would see them. Then he could just find a pocket to stash it in for himself later. That was his reasoning. Taking the clothes, Su Qingxue held the steamed bun to his lips and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Take a bite." The reason she used that word was because her voice was so soft. Perhaps because he had held her, her already lovely voice now carried a slight tremble. As if compelled by some unseen force, or perhaps as if it were only natural, Zhang Muyan took a bite without hesitation. Then, his face flushing crimson, he stammered, I'm going to class now. Hurry back, and be careful. Okay. I'm off. Slowly opening the door, he glanced outside to make sure it was clear. Only then did Zhang Muyan turn back to look at her. She was looking at him too, holding the steamed bun he'd taken a bite out of. They looked at each other, speechless. But both knew deep down. Chapter 32, Relationship Semi-Confirmed. Zhang Muyan had a bit of a mental purity complex. He wouldn't engage in ambiguous relationships with any girl, just as he adhered to his principle of pure love. They could be friends, they could joke around, but when it came to feelings, well, liking was liking, and not liking was not liking. There were too many aspects to consider treating each other seriously, confessing feelings, needing flowers, applause, and a crowd of well-wishers. Yet before the one you truly love, all those standards dissolve. Liking someone is the surrender of free will. You can't control it. Just like now, he couldn't control his heart stirring for her. His earlier twisted thoughts about the future, about how there could be no future for the two of them, had already crumbled without a fight. When she stood before him, the words of refusal stuck in his throat, impossible to utter. He feared being rude, feared hurting her. He'd never felt this way before. If it had started because of her looks, her intimidating background, or her aura, all those factors combined then from yesterday, last night, to this very moment. Her tenderness, her kindness toward me, her meticulous care. And that shy way she forced herself to flirt with me despite my low offense and defense. Perhaps there was a reason after all? After grabbing breakfast at the cafeteria, Zhang Muyan headed straight for the classroom. He worried about being recognized along the way, but luckily, everyone seemed half asleep this early morning, and no one did. The autumn morning air still carried a chill. Zhang Muyan wore only a t-shirt, feeling a bit cold. He wore a black t-shirt underneath a black jacket, though he'd given the jacket to Su Qingxue. He wished he hadn't given her his clothes, but then again, she probably wouldn't use them for anything bad. Like hugging his clothes and sniffing them. If she wanted to smell him, he could let her smell him too. The sensation of holding her in his arms still lingered faintly in his memory. Was she really that soft and fragrant? After Zhang Muyan left, Su Qingxue looked happily at the bite mark on her bun. Was this a token of affection? She gently took a small bite where he had bitten, then couldn't suppress her racing heart. Could a cafeteria bun be this delicious? Next, she neatly folded his clothes, clutched them tightly to her chest, and began eating as she hurried back to the dormitory, practically jogging along the way. How could she not be happy? Could anything be happier than this? Hugging the person she loved, feeling his warmth, eating the bun he'd taken a bite from, knowing full well she'd help him finish it. It felt like an old married couple. All the fears from before vanished completely. What surged back after being suppressed was an unprecedented sweetness. He was already holding me. In that moment, it felt almost unreal, until I held him tightly, and felt his rapid heartbeat. All the doubts and fears that came before vanished into thin air. Need any more explanation? Not a chance. Was there anything left to ask him? No. He wasn't angry at all, nor did he dislike her, and he certainly wasn't going to leave her. So she picked up the bun and offered him a bite. Can I enter your heart now? Take a bite, and the answer is, you're already in my heart. Back in the dorm. The breakfast in her hands was already finished. Shue, you're up so early again today. Yang Xiaoxin sat at the desk reading a book. It was almost 8 a.m. She had gotten up at 6 a.m. today and gone to the cafeteria to wait for him. Su Qingxue couldn't hide her excitement as she cradled the clothes and sat back down at the desk. Yang Xiaoxin spotted them immediately, instantly captivated. She sprang up and moved closer to Su Qingxue. What's this? Yang Xiaoxin watched as Su Qingxue neatly placed the clothes, then took out an exquisite box, preparing to organize and store it. His. Ha? Yang Xiaoxin froze for a moment before realizing, oh. Leaning against the chair behind Su Qingxue, Yang Xiaoxin continued with a smile, yesterday you brought back his bag, and today you're bringing back his clothes. What? Planning to get something else from him tomorrow? No way. Su Qingxue's lips curved upward. Come clean, how far have you two gotten? It's almost there. What? Yang Xiaoxin exclaimed in delight, her voice involuntarily rising high enough to jolt Tang Qingqing awake from her slumber. What's going on? Earthquake? Tang Qingqing poked her head out from under the covers, her spiky hair sticking up, asking sleepily. Nothing, go back to sleep, sweetie. Yang Xiaoxin waved her hand dismissively. Oh. Tang Qingqing lay back down. Once Tang Qingqing was back in bed, Yang Xiaoxin lowered her voice again. Soon. Does that mean we're going to make it official? Su Qingxue pressed her lips together, unsure how to respond. Commitment, today, like this, does that count? I guess so. She wasn't sure either. All that was missing was a formal confession. All that's left is for him to break the ice. So she nodded and said, I guess, it counts. Yang Xiaoxin covered her gaping mouth. She'd been worried Su Qingxue might not pull it off. Turns out, being good-looking really makes a difference. Almost as if she just heard the most shocking gossip, Yang Xiaoxin sat down and patiently asked Su Qingxue for the whole story. How did he suddenly agree to you? I don't know. On this point, Su Qingxue truly had no idea. All she knew was that she'd hugged him because he'd said something like "I'm sorry." Her mind had gone blank and she just instinctively grabbed him. Just like when she was a child. Clutching him tightly, refusing to let go. Tell me. This at $$amp%. Zhang Muyan walked into the classroom, textbook in one hand and breakfast in the other, eating as he went. Several classmates were already seated inside, but as Zhang Muyan entered, a few cast him scrutinizing glances. What the hell was going on? The morning incident had already exploded across the forums, with videos and photos circulating everywhere in various groups. A boy clad in black, his head covered by a hoodie, was dragging Su Qingxue along. One person in particular harbored intense hostility toward Zhang Muyan Zhang Ziyuan, the obsessive pursuer from the neighboring class. Upon seeing the shocking news about Qingxue, he nearly buried his face in his hands and wept, gnashing his teeth at the boy in the video. How dare he hold my goddess's hand? Ah! I'll tear you to pieces. So, frame-by-frame analysis of the guy in the video and photos, clothes, brands, height, shoes. Not bad. Except for the unseen face, Zhang Muyan got almost everything right. Zhang Ziyuan glared at Zhang Muyan with utter disgust, as if staring at the man who stole his wife. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, ready to pounce at any moment. Zhang Muyan met his gaze and instinctively backed away 3 paces, feeling uneasy. This guy was definitely a major threat. He'd wondered before, if someone publicly announced being with Su Qingxue, would this guy sneak out in the dead of night to stab them? He truly lived up to his title as Qingxue's #1 fan. No one could lay a finger on his goddess. He was possessed. Chapter 33, Muyan. Xiang. Zhang Ziyuan's piercing gaze sliced through Zhang Muyan from head to toe. The more he looked, the more Zhang Muyan resembled the man in the video. The only difference was the jacket. Zhang Muyan didn't have one. But that sort of thing could be stashed anywhere. You had to admit, he had a knack for being a paparazzo. Zhang Muyan? Aren't you cold? Zhang Ziyuan ventured cautiously. Not at all, Zhang Muyan replied with a smile. At a time like this, he dared not show any sign of being cold. Really? I can see goosebumps all over you. No, I get like this every morning, cold air. Cold air. Good excuse. Oh, okay. Zhang Ziyuan withdrew his gaze, no longer observing Zhang Muyan. Though they bore a striking resemblance, he found it hard to believe his goddess would ever interact with Zhang Muyan. It was like Dilraba Dilmurat liking your next-door neighbor, 2 people destined never to cross paths. No matter how similar they looked, it was just that, similarity. But for the rest of the day, he would shoot hostile glances at any man wearing that outfit. Every guy dressed similarly to the photos and videos became his imaginary rival. The other students merely glanced over and whispered a few words, nowhere near as obvious as Zhang Ziyuan. Zhang Muyan sat down in his usual corner, opening the laptop in front of him. This class was a hands-on computer session. While waiting for the teacher to arrive, Zhang Muyan opened his phone. He opened WeChat and tapped on Su Qingxue's chat window. The last message was over an hour ago, right after she woke up. He tapped her profile picture again, then her Moments feed. He looked again and again, over and over. His mood had shifted. Now, he felt a mix of anticipation and deep satisfaction. What was this feeling? Anticipation was understandable, after all, he'd just hugged her, so soft, so tiny, ahem. He was talking about Su Qingxue's petite frame, mind you, don't get any ideas. Though her nearly 5 feet 7 inches height placed her above average for girls, she still seemed so tiny in front of Zhang Muyan. He could easily scoop her up and carry her away. But what the heck is this sense of relief? The story she told last time, she had no memory of it, but ever since that headache last time, she felt like something had changed. This butterfly feels strangely familiar. Tap tap. Damn, I tapped it too many times. Ding dong. Oh, then he must be giving you a headache. Yan Xiaoxin was cut off mid-sentence by Su Qingxue's ringtone. Alright, I won't gossip anymore. Go for it, Xue, get him. Su Qingxue responded with a fist pump before eagerly opening her phone. Yen patted you. He patted me. Does this count as unlocking a new interaction method? Su Qingxue replied, what's up? Cat tilting head. Zhang Muyan, nothing, just tap the wrong button. Oh, why did I add la at the end too? Su Qingxue patted you. Su Qingxue, then I'll pat you back. Put. Zhang Muyan stared at the screen, grinning like an idiot. Reply, made it back to the dorm? Su Qingxue, yeah, I got here a while ago. Zhang Muyan, then sleep a bit longer? You got up pretty early this morning. Su Qingxue, okay. That was her plan anyway. During the brief breakfast break, her exposure to Muyan had already reached critical levels. She needed to urgently recharge a bit. Hugging, she'd actually hugged him twice. And he was the one who initiated it both times. And then there was the steamed bun he tacitly allowed. Just thinking about it. Su Qingxue's thoughts soared to the clouds and refused to come back down. She was already starting to lose herself. This is what they call love struck. Zhang Muyan, I'm heading to class now. Su Qingxue, Satisfied with the update sent from across the room, Su Qingxue's 2 little feet in sneakers swayed back and forth like an adorable little girl, her toes touching and then parting. Pink heart-shaped bubbles seemed to float all around her. As she prepared to climb into bed, she caught sight of his clothes, neatly laid out by her. Mornings can be a bit chilly. So she opened their chat again and sent, I had someone deliver your clothes. It's a bit chilly in the morning. Of course, she hadn't actually ordered anyone yet. She sent the message precisely because she feared he might refuse. By saying she'd already arranged it, he wouldn't have anything to say. Zhang Muyan, okay. There was nothing to refuse, it was just delivering some clothes. But he only assumed she was packing up his clothes to bring them back to him. He had no idea Su Qingxue intended to bring him a new one and do something unspeakable to his original clothes. Qingqing, could you do me a favor? Su Qingxue climbed the stairs and gently tapped Tang Qingqing. After securing her errand runner, Su Qingxue slipped off her white shoes, her 2 white ankle socks stepping into clean black plush slippers. No odor, she was very particular about cleanliness. Tap tap tap. Step by step. Holding his clothes, she climbed into bed. Covered up, using his clothes and blankets. Nothing smelled as good as his clothes. Sliding into her own soft bedding, she hugged it tightly, inhaling his scent as if holding him, rubbing, sniffing, closing her eyes contentedly. Muyan, so sweet. Old Zhang, where's your shirt? Pang Bo sat down in front of Zhang Muyan. Wu Hao and Wang Lei were seated nearby as well. What clothes? I don't have any clothes. Zhang Muyan feigned ignorance. I remember you left wearing a jacket this morning, Pang Bo said, sounding uncertain. I'm not wearing it. You're mistaken. Zhang Muyan looked at the stranger who had just added her on WeChat and stated bluntly. The new contact was the delivery person she called. She clicked agree and instructed him to deliver it directly to her dorm room. She dared not wear that garment outside. He hadn't yet realized Su Qingxue's comment about the morning chill. Worried you'd be cold? How could I possibly give you your original clothes back? You couldn't wear them anyway. After accepting the friend request, the person on the other end promptly introduced himself. Hi, I'm Gao Wen. I'm a sophomore in the computer science department. Hi, I'm Zhang Muyan. Gao Wen, yeah, I know. Qingqing asked me to bring you some clothes. Where should I deliver them? He had already looked up Zhang Muyan's information for Tang Qingqing, so of course he knew. He was even a bit curious what exactly was his ancestor up to with this Zhang Muyan, going so far as to research him and help deliver clothes? Could it be that one of her sisters had taken a liking to this guy? Zhang Muyan, Qingqing? Shouldn't it be Su Qingxue? Wait a minute? Qingqing? Qingqing. Holy? Face-to-face ultimate? Gao Wen, what? I didn't add the wrong person. Zhang Muyan, what's your relationship with her? Gao Wen, of course I'm her boyfriend. What else could it be? Wang Difu? Zhang Muyan, then you know she was pursuing me? Typing almost furiously, Zhang Muyan asked in utter disbelief. After finally feeling a flutter in my heart, you make me lose so completely? Damn it. Don't give me that abstract nonsense. The next second, the other side, what? Ha? The other side didn't know. So that means Su Qingxue was just messing with the two of us? Chapter 34, Overthinking It. Just a few minutes ago, that adorable girl was in my arms. Fine, I admitted I'm a sucker for good looks. Beauty is justice. So, impossible. The fleeting anger vanished instantly. Must be a mistake. Misunderstanding. Gao Wen, she's really pursuing you? Show me the proof. Zhang Muyan, hold on, let me clarify, did I get this wrong? Is your girlfriend Qingqing or Qingqing? Gao Wen, what Qingqing? Qingqing. I couldn't possibly have gotten her name wrong. Zhang Muyan, full name? Gao Wen, Tang Qingqing. See? I got it wrong. I knew my Qingxue was so well behaved, no way she'd be the kind of girl rich guys play around with. You're the one with the wild imagination. Zhang Muyan, sorry, my bad. Gao Wen, dude, how does giving someone clothes suddenly mean you're wearing a giant green hat? Zhang Muyan, sorry, totally misunderstood. Gao Wen, fine. My mom told me to deliver clothes to you. She clearly said it was a favor for her friend, but now it seems like she's pursuing you. Zhang Muyan, so I just drop it off at my dorm, building 7. Leave it with the auntie. Gao Wen, got it. After that, Zhang Muyan exited the chat window, his face beaming with an auntie-like smile. His heart felt like it had been dipped in honey sweet beyond words. Is this the feeling of falling in love? What are you grinning about, old Zhang? Wang Lei suddenly leaned in, glancing at Zhang Muyan's phone. Quickly turning off the screen, Zhang Muyan evaded the question, nothing at all. Hey! I saw a girl. Wang Lei exclaimed in surprise. What? The two in front instantly turned around. Old Zhang has a girlfriend? Pang Bo exclaimed. What? Old Zhang got married? Wu Hao exclaimed, slapping his chest in disbelief. The kid's already 3. Zhang Muyan cut them off, exasperated by their increasingly wild speculation. Hurry up, kid. Something's off about you. I've never seen you smile like that at your phone before. Yeah, and you still haven't explained what happened with V10 last night. Spill it now. As they spoke, the group began rising to their feet and rolling up their sleeves, as if they'd resort to force if he didn't spill the beans. If Zhang Muyan hadn't suddenly become listless last night, they would have forced him to explain himself then and there. There really isn't anything, Zhang Muyan thought rapidly, searching for a solution. He couldn't possibly say that V10 was the crown prince position given to him by Su Qingxue. Or that he and Su Qingxue had already. Cut the crap, man. I saw it clearly just now, there was a Shui character. Wang Lei said with a lecherous grin, his expression suggestive, like a hiya kind of thing. Wait, dude? You bastard, how'd you spot that? My lightning-fast reflexes couldn't even dodge that? The character? Spill it, which academy? Shua Pang Bo hugged himself, fidgeting awkwardly like a drama queen possessed. Gross. Did someone else pay for your V10 membership? Or is it some rich lady? She really is a sugar mama. And not just any sugar mama. She's the one you all fantasize about. Zhang Muyan was overjoyed inside, but he still kept a composed expression. He couldn't possibly say it out loud, so he mentally rehearsed how to cover up the lie. He hadn't anticipated that Wang Lei's son had such sharp eyes. He almost saw the full name. He'd have to change the contact name. With a new plan forming in his mind, Zhang Muyan had his response ready. Oh, come on, she's not from our school. Just an old classmate. She's a V10, and she just lent me the crown prince title. What are you guys thinking? The V10 heiress from Nome? Exactly. Haven't you noticed my skins are still the same ones? As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Hao had already logged in to verify the truth. Something's off. Way off. The way you're acting, like you're floating on pink bubbles. I've been around for years, Wang Lei. I can tell you're not human. You've definitely fallen in love, you little bastard. The way you're holding your phone and grinning like an idiot is exactly how I was back in the day. Tell us your story. It was a moonless, windy night. Stop, cut it out. You swear you didn't date behind the guys' backs? Wu Hao asked, his expression turning serious again. I swear I haven't. Zhang Muyan laughed helplessly. He hadn't yet, but it was about to happen. As long as he confirmed their relationship with her. Well, sort of confirmed already. Fine, I'll reluctantly believe you this once. Thanks, woof. Thankfully, they didn't make the unreasonable demand to see the chat logs. Of course, Zhang Muyan wouldn't show them anyway. The brief farce came to an end as the teacher entered the classroom and began the lesson. Gaowen handed a stylish pouch filled with clothes to the auntie at Building 7, gave her a quick reminder, then got back into his BMW 5 Series and drove off. Though only a sophomore, he had already started his own small company. As a computer science major, his business primarily focused on computer-related outsourcing and programming services. Of course, this was inseparable from his family background. Without some financial backing, who would dare to start a business so lightly? Mission accomplished, Gaowen sent a voice message to the pinned contact in his WeChat. The note read, to the girl I call my ancestor. Ancestor, mission accomplished. After sending it, Gaowen tapped the phone on the table. Then, setting his phone aside, he couldn't help but feel curious about this Zhang Muyan. He'd looked up his profile, quite impressive, though still a notch below his own. His curiosity stemmed purely from the fact that his own family member kept making him look up information one moment, then saying he wanted to teach this boy a lesson the next, then changing his mind, then asking him to deliver clothes. He'd never been treated with such attention before. He was jealous. Still, he trusted his girlfriend implicitly. That's why even when Zhang Muyan kept saying it was all a misunderstanding, he never doubted her. But seriously, whose girlfriend talks about other guys in front of them every single day? Even if it's helping a friend, she should at least consider her own man, right? Men get jealous too. About 30 minutes later, after Gaowen had driven back to the company off campus, Tang Qingqing finally sent him a voice message. Got it. Her voice was muffled and sleepy, clearly she hadn't woken up yet, just out of bed. It was already past 10 a.m. This lazy pig. Hurry up and get up. I'll take you out for a nice lunch. After sending the voice message, Gaowen returned to handling his tasks in the spacious office. She asked him to help deliver some clothes, and he dropped everything to go. He was incredibly attentive. What could she do? He called her grandma, so she had to indulge him. Alright, I'll get up soon, just 10 more minutes. If you don't get up, I'll blast the horn downstairs. Get up, get up, get up. You're so annoying. I hate you. Tang Qingqing grumbled into the voice call. Hurry up. I'll be waiting downstairs at 11:30 sharp. Fine, go do your thing, you pain in the butt. Chapter 35, Su Nianru's dinner invitation. Tang Qingqing tapped the profile picture on her phone with force. She initiated another voice call, pest. Brat. Her contact label for him read, deadbeat piggy who owes me money. Hilarious. No wonder the whole reason Gao Wen and she knew each other was because he'd borrowed money from her. That's how their ill-fated connection began. Tang Qingqing came from a well-off family, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get so close to Su Qingxue. Standing beside someone so dazzling required a certain confidence. As for her, she was the apple of her family's eye. Though she had a bit of a spoiled brat temperament, she was genuinely kind-hearted and not truly difficult, or rather, she only acted difficult toward those who loved her. She saved her temper for those closest to her, right? As for Yao Wen, he was an alumnus she knew personally. Their families also had some business dealings, so they were acquainted. And now, Gao Wen's startup? 80% of the funding came from her. So if you ask who Gao Wen's company's biggest shareholder is? Without a doubt, it's this busty girl still lazing around in bed. Good grief, the biggest boss is still snoozing. Gao Wen had no choice. His family wouldn't fund him, so he had to figure it out on his own. Generally speaking, rich second-generation kids aren't allowed to start businesses, they're pure spendthrifts. Gao Wen had dabbled in all sorts of ventures since childhood and lost money on every single one. This kid just isn't cut out for business. That's precisely why his family wouldn't give him any money. As for his other friends, those who'd known him since childhood and understood his ways, they've lost so much money following him around they've been left penniless. Naturally, their families stopped funding them too. So when he'd borrowed from every friend around him and still couldn't scrape together the dime needed to start a company, he naturally ended up turning to Tang Qingqing. Then, as luck would have it, this company actually profitable. It felt like fate had deliberately arranged it. And then, he started chasing Tang Qingqing. Tang Qingqing, you just don't want to pay me back, you bastard. Gao Wen, my company is all yours. Tang Qingqing, I don't care. You're just up to something. Gao Wen, well, actually, I do have ulterior motives. In the end, Gao Wen won her over. Tang Qingqing never hid her stubbornness, always pestering him relentlessly. She never called him baby or anything sweet, just Gao Wen, followed by demands like what did I do wrong, or hurry up and do this. At first, Gao Wen found it a bit jarring. After all, he was the CEO at work, with everyone bowing and scraping before him. Yet in private, his girlfriend bossed him around like this. But later, the employees started whispering among themselves, saying how spoiled CEO Gao was by his girlfriend, how envious they were. Plus, Tang Qingqing only seemed spoiled and demanding around him. With strangers, she was actually quite friendly. Like when he first asked her for money, she kept asking if it was enough. Deep down, it felt incredibly satisfying. This feeling of being treated uniquely. It's addictive. Well, others revel in favoritism, but you revel in. Tang Qingqing obediently got up to wash and brush her teeth. She truly believed her boyfriend would actually do it. And while she might be a bit spoiled, she wasn't unreasonable. Hey, Qingxue, why are you still in bed today? Noticing Su Qingxue's neatly arranged shoes, Tang Qingqing was a bit surprised. Although Su Qingxue liked to sleep in, she usually got up around 9 a.m. and then went to dance practice with Yang Xiaoxin. But today, Yang Xiaoxin had already left, and Su Qingxue was still lying in bed. I didn't sleep well last night. Su Qingxue replied in a sleepy voice that made Tang Qingqing want to listen forever. It was a rare chance to hear Su Qingxue's adorable, sleepy voice. Usually, Su Qingxue was the last to wake up and the last to sleep, so when would she ever get such a chance? Without another word, she giggled her way up the stairs, tiptoeing quietly to slip into Su Qingxue's bed. Ah, so soft. Xue's bed is so warm. Ah, Qingqing. Ha? What are you holding? What's this thing you're wearing? Don't pull it, Qingqing. Tang Qingqing snuggled up against Su Qingxue's fluffy blanket, feeling utterly cozy, then let out a few satisfied giggles. Xue moi. Moments later, she left 2 big kiss marks on Su Qingxue's cheek, satisfied. Not wanting to disturb her sleep any further, she silently marveled, too cute to be fair. Even as a girl, I can't help myself. Alright, I'm off then, Xue. Remember to eat your meals, okay? Tang Qingqing pinched Su Qingxue's smooth thigh, tucked the blanket around her, then slowly stepped out of the mosquito net. Bye Qingqing. She listened as Tang Qingqing finished washing up and then quietly closed the door behind her. Su Qingxue felt a bit more awake after her little visit. Not sleeping well last night was one reason, but clutching his clothes while sleeping was another. Slowly burying her head in the clothes still tucked under the quilt, soft and cozy, rubbing against them, just like burrowing into his embrace, so warm and comfortable. She lingered in bed. Didn't want to get up. This was the first time she truly understood the feeling of lingering in bed. So this is what it's like. I have class this afternoon. Though I want to see him again, I still need to focus on my studies. Wait until tonight. Then she could attend class with him tonight. Thinking this, she hugged her clothes tighter and took a couple more sniffs. The 2 little white socks swayed back and forth, opening and closing like flowers. Class ended. 10:30 p.m. No more classes for now, with 2 more sessions scheduled for 4 p.m. Zhang Muyan pondered whether to invite her to eat. He actually was a bit tempted. But, he couldn't very well take her out to eat in the middle of the day. Better stick to the cafeteria and head back for a nap. Just then, Su Qingxue sent him a message. Su Qingxue, hey old deskmate, don't forget you promised to grab lunch with me today. Seems like that was the plan. Zhang Muyan only just saw yesterday's chat history. Should I turn her down? Didn't you say you'd stop seeing me if you liked someone else? What? We haven't seen each other in just one day, and now you're telling me you have someone you like? Su Qingxue declared you were backtracking. Unless you point her out to me. I just agreed to someone's request, and now I'm ending it before even having a single meal together. That seems a bit, not quite right. Old Zhang, what are you dawdling for? Let's eat. Wu Hao and the others waited outside the classroom door, but Zhang Muyan still hadn't come out. You guys go ahead. Not eating with us again? How many times have you skipped lunch with us now? But we just ate together last night. How is that the same? You snuck off to eat frog legs by yourself last night. Yeah, speaking of which, what was up with your frog legs last night? You never explained. Oh no, bringing up old stuff. Ha? Suddenly struck by inspiration, this is precisely where the benefits of raising a child for 1,000 days come into play. It's time for my roommates to take the fall again. Dinner with a hottie in or out? Ha? 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 Is this for real? Chapter 36, The Mixer. Hold on, I'll ask her, Zhang Muyan told the three. He just agreed to it, so declining now felt awkward. But accepting, well. Better find an excuse. Zhang Muyan sent Su Qingxue a message, my roommate insists on coming too. I can't stop her. What do you think? How about next time? Next time? There won't be a next time, Omega. Roommates all three? When did we insist on going? Su Qingxue, oh, no problem. I'll bring my roommates along too. Damn. You agreed? Fine then. Since we've gotten this far, I guess I have to go. It's like a dorm mixer. But it's still way better than just the two of us. Should I tell Qingxue about this mixer? But, does this even count as telling her? There's still that unspoken barrier between us. Does this mean we're already dating? We haven't even properly confessed yet. Oh my god. Man, it's not like you're doing anything serious, just going to a mixer dinner. What the hell are you reporting? Can't you be a little more mature? With that thought, Zhang Muyan shut off his phone. Better wait a bit longer. These past few days, things had moved too fast. It's been turning my whole idea of love upside down. In his original vision, he'd spend years getting to know a girl, slowly opening his heart, gradually understanding each other, falling in love bit by bit. The values he'd held for 18 years had been shattered to pieces by Su Qingxue in just 2 days. It's undeniably sweet, undeniably thrilling, but I still feel a bit twisted inside, unable to fully let go. What's it called? Not quite used to it. And upon reflection, I don't really know her that well yet. So moving forward, getting to know each other properly is key. Jumping straight into a relationship declaration felt too rushed. Yeah, okay, got it sorted. Alright then. Old classmates, grab a bite, dorm mixer, let's go. Zhang Muyan said to the three after packing up. Ha? You're being this nice all of a sudden? When have I ever been mean? What's with the ha? Let's go already. The three of them couldn't shake the feeling something was off. Is this guy really being this nice? Cafeteria. Wait, the cafeteria? Sure, he made us take the fall, but hey, we're all single anyway. If I could help these guys find love, wouldn't that be a good deed? But, even though it's a matchmaking event, they're still eating in the cafeteria. And these guys don't even seem to notice anything's off. You guys deserve to be single. Even I think we should have found a restaurant, at least a proper stir-fry place. Hey, old Zhang, is your old classmate male or female? Pang Bo asked. Don't you think it's a bit late to ask that now? Female. Holy crap, really a girl? Is she pretty? Wu Hao's eyes widened instantly. She's pretty. Holy. Are you serious? Of course it's real. Oh, then I should wash my hair in the morning. Wu Hao pulled out his phone and started taking selfies in the mirror. Not too bad, thank goodness. Guys, are we just gonna sit here in the cafeteria and wait? Zhang Muyan sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead with a wry smile. The four of them were sitting around a table, each engrossed in their own phones. Your classmate hasn't arrived yet, has she? She's bringing her roommate along. Oh. Wanlei stared blankly at Zhang Muyan, his eyes reflecting a clear-cut stupidity. Then what? The other three shot him blank stares. Dorm mixer. Oh. Do you guys still want to get off the singles market? What does this have to do with getting a girlfriend? Wanlei pulled out a cookie and chewed thoughtfully. We're all sitting around eating in the cafeteria? We're college students now, adults, why are we still sitting in rows around the cafeteria like elementary school kids? And it was even a gathering organized in our own name. What? Isn't the cafeteria fine? Pang Bo asked with his usual lack of social awareness. Guys, let's just grab a bite somewhere else. It's a mixer, for crying out loud, with girls present. I'd lose face if. Zhang Muyan slapped his right cheek, the sound echoing sharply. He was seriously worried about these three guys' emotional intelligence. He should have just gone out to eat with his old desk buddy instead. Oh yeah, right. I was so focused on you wanting to meet girls I totally forgot about that part. Come on, let's go somewhere else. And so, the group moved to a famous restaurant on campus. Since there weren't many decent places on campus, all the good food was off campus. Time constraints forced them to settle for the nearest option. Mainly, they didn't want to make the trip off campus. Zhang Muyan ordered a few dishes first, planning to add more once the others arrived. Old Zhang, how many girls are coming? 3. Oh wow, perfect. Old Zhang. You're the man. So you three think you can corner the market? Zhang Muyan furrowed his brow. Nice try. Come on, let's get them up. Not to brag, but with a girl like Su Qingxue, if any one of these three ended up with her, I'd feel like it was a crime. A fine cabbage shared among many, only to be trampled by a pig. I can't even imagine what these three will be like when they see her. They'd be drooling over her. But Zhang Muyan had no idea just how ridiculous his thoughts were at that moment. After waiting about half an hour, all the dishes were served, and Su Qingxue and her 2 roommates arrived. Hey, classmate, over here. Zhang Muyan waved. Without hesitation, Su Qingxue sat down right beside Zhang Muyan. Then Zhang Muyan instinctively slid over to make room. Want me to introduce you? Su Qingxue said very casually, showing no signs of nervousness. This didn't surprise Zhang Muyan much, since she'd always been that kind of easygoing girl in high school, able to chat with anyone. Gentle yet generous, Zhang Muyan realized for the first time that these 2 adjectives could describe the same person. How could someone be both gentle and uninhibited? It's like a northeastern girl shouting in a thick northeastern accent. Would you call her gentle? Hard to say. Zhang Muyan wasn't shy either. She stood up and introduced her roommate. I'm Zhang Muyan, her longtime deskmate. This is Pang Bo, Wang Lei, and Wu Hao. The 3 names stood up one after another, chests puffed out like elementary school kids being praised by their teacher. Wang Lei, especially, even pulled at his collar like he was showing off. As if saying, yep, that's me. Pretty impressive, huh? Don't embarrass me, bro. But unexpectedly, Wang Lei's gesture made the 3 girls cover their mouths and giggle. What's this? Do high-end hunters often make their entrance like prey? Deliberately making a fool of himself to tickle the girls' funny bones? Impossible? How could he possibly pull off such a sophisticated opening move? It must be a happy accident. If done poorly, this tactic could instantly get you dismissed in a girl's mind. Su Qingxue then introduced herself. I'm Su Qingxue, his high school deskmate. Then there's Long Huanhuan and Xiahan. Both girls shyly nodded in turn. Long Huanhuan looked familiar, but Zhang Muyan couldn't quite place her. She had large eyes and dressed in a lively style, clearly the cheerful, energetic type. As for Xiahan, she wore black-rimmed glasses and had a distinctly different aura. Sitting upright with her legs pressed tightly together, she was clearly the shy, quiet type. Girls like that usually wouldn't attend unfamiliar gatherings, would they? Chapter 37, The Clown Turns Out to Be Myself. After the introductions, there was no need for further pleasantries, and everyone relaxed. Zhang Muyan had been a bit worried he might need to jump in with conversation starters or liven things up. After all, he was the one who organized this gathering. But unexpectedly, Wang Lei turned out to be a master at controlling the flow? This guy? He has been hiding his true colors? He'd always been a force to be reckoned with in games. He'd eat his meals in silence, head down, never stopping. Today he was unusually talkative. He kept the 3 girls laughing non-stop. Alright, good kid. So this is how you play, huh? Zhang Muyan mentally noted this little bastard's trick, but the next second, he realized he was the biggest fool of them all. Wu Hao suddenly started showing off his magic tricks. He pulled a deck of cards from who knows where, making them appear one by one from his hands, drawing gasps of admiration from the girls. Pang Bo also started showing off his knowledge, rubbing Xia Han's hand as he began fortune-telling? What the hell? Can you even do fortune-telling? That guy who's usually so clueless emotionally, and now he's groping someone's hand over a meal? Wow, looks like everyone's got some real skills up their sleeves? Ha! So all my freaking worries were for nothing? Turns out I was the clown all along. Staring at the 3 absurdly peacock-strutting males before him, Zhang Muyan felt a sudden sense of alienation. Sure enough, only when brothers start competing with you do they reveal their true colors. Unbelievable. Shaking his head, Zhang Muyan suppressed the urge to laugh, watching the spectacle while eating his meal. Your roommates are hilarious. Su Qingxue leaned in close to Zhang Muyan, appearing quite intimate with him. Ha, I just noticed too. Zhang Muyan chuckled awkwardly. New Year's is next week. Any plans? Su Qingxue asked suddenly. This question caught Zhang Muyan off guard for a moment. She was clearly asking if he was free, but he hadn't made any plans yet. So he replied, not sure. Don't know? That means you don't have any plans, right? What, you wanna ask me out? Zhang Muyan joked. Well, you guessed right. Put. What? Anyway, you're free. Just keep me company. New Year's Eve is perfect. I'll drag you out so they won't pester me. Su Nianru leaned close to Zhang Muyan's ear and whispered. This scene had the other three watching with envy, then flashing wicked grins. Alright, kid. You snagged the prettiest one. Fine, those in the know get it. A bro's woman? Not stealing her. Zhang Muyan retorted, steal my ass. Stop pairing us up like crazy. And you, stop doing stuff that makes people misunderstand. Shifting his stool slightly to the side, Zhang Muyan cleared his throat. I'll see how things go. If nothing comes up then. Yeah, polite talk. Depends on the situation? If it's okay? Well, sorry, but that means it definitely won't be okay then. Su Nianru replied, alright. She had no idea what Zhang Muyan was scheming. She just wanted to give him a chance to interact with her son, Xian. After all, it was New Year's Eve. She could video call her bestie then, and accidentally let Zhang Muyan pop into the frame. What could she do? This guy her bestie was pining for, and she wouldn't lower herself to add him back. So she'd just have to help things along. Sigh. Being a good friend is tough sometimes. After midnight. A BMW 5 Series pulled up outside the Chinese restaurant. Tang Qingqing sat in the passenger seat, arms crossed, glaring at Gao Wen in mock anger. You said you'd take me somewhere delicious? This is it? Tang Qingqing demanded. Yeah, this place has amazing pickled cabbage fish. You've definitely never tried it before, Gao Wen said proudly as he unbuckled his seatbelt. He had long grown tired of fancy dining experiences and assumed Tang Qingqing felt the same. That's why he went against the grain, finally discovering this well-reviewed spot on Dianping. Especially since his scout, actually his college roommate, had already tried it and given it rave reviews, declaring the pickled cabbage fish a masterpiece. So here he was, rushing to bring his wife to try it. Sigh, as a boyfriend, he really had nothing to complain about. Tang Qingqing's eyebrows shot straight up. She hadn't been here before. But given Gao Wen's solemn promise to take her to a great place, her expectations were sky high. And this is what you bring me to? A dingy little hole in the wall? Isn't the money I borrowed from you enough to take me out for a proper meal? It wasn't that she was being picky, she often ate at ordinary restaurants herself. But for some reason, around Gao Wen, she'd always raise her expectations and get a bit princess-like. Demanding he pamper her. Hold her. Lift her high. Ah, she's just being a brat. Funny, though. So she pretended not to notice, sitting perfectly still in the passenger seat. Gao Wen got out of the car. Seeing no movement from her, he peered into the window, still puzzled. What's wrong now? No wonder they call her a little princess. She really is a princess. Pondering this, Gao Wen walked over to the passenger door. Did I forget to say, princess, please step out? No. Why would a company CEO like me know this reference? Opening the door, Gao Wen gestured politely and said, princess, please step out. Tang Qingqing froze, her eyes widening in shock before quickly shifting to disgust. Where on earth did he pick up this twisted nonsense? Though she disliked it, the fleeting anger from moments ago vanished instantly. Without a trace of emotion, as if gazing upon a piece of trash, Tang Qingqing blurted out without knowing why, hentai. The word hentai seemed to open a door to a new world. Gao Wen, who had been utterly baffled, met Tang Qingqing's disgusted gaze, and suddenly found it utterly fascinating. Yes, that look. Unable to suppress the urge to laugh, Gao Wen pursed his lips, forcing himself to maintain a neutral expression. Otherwise, this little tyrant would start throwing another tantrum. The next second, Tang Qingqing jumped out of the car, glaring at Gao Wen one last time. If it's not good, you'll be sorry. Fine. Your Highness, I promise it'll be delicious. If it's not good, I'll go back and stab my roommates. Approaching the restaurant, Gao Wen had already reserved a private room. The two followed the waiter straight inside. But as luck would have it, even though it was lunchtime after class and more people were trickling in to eat, Zhang Muyan's table was undeniably eye-catching. Their table of 7 looked undeniably like a small gathering. In a dining hall where most tables held only 2 or 3 people, their presence was conspicuous. Especially the 3 peacocks still locked in their female rivalry. They were undeniably conspicuous. Sure enough, the girls at other tables couldn't help but stare at these 3. Chapter 38, found out by Su Qingxue. Zhang Muyan sat at the far end, pulled out his phone, and silently tapped to start recording. Talented individuals. And I was worried they wouldn't find girlfriends. I treated you 3 like family, but you treated me like a stranger. Fine, you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. When you get married, I'll put it on the big screen for you. The moment Tang Qingqing walked in, her gaze was drawn to Zhang Muyan's table. Finding it amusing, she instantly spotted Zhang Muyan among the group. After a mere second's pause, her brain matched the faces to their corresponding identities. Her eyes lit up instantly. What can you do? Love spreads to everything connected to the beloved. Zhang Muyan alone wasn't enough to pique Tang Qingqing's curiosity, but he was the one her beloved Su Qingxue liked. Automatically putting on rose-colored glasses, she began to scrutinize him from head to toe. This was her first time seeing him in person. Should she snap a photo to show Su Qingxue? Guess who I spotted? She acted on the impulse, but the moment she pulled out her phone, Tang Qingqing froze in place. Su Qingxue and Zhang Muyan were chatting and laughing when they suddenly raised their phones, leaning in close like a couple to take a photo. Both wore unabashed smiles, happily striking a pose for the camera. To Tang Qingxing, the bystander, this scene was nothing short of explosive. Embracing the spirit of the more the merrier, Tang Qingxing immediately pulled out her phone and exclaimed dramatically, Qingxue, you've been cheated on. Su Qingxue had only half-jokingly suggested taking a photo together. After all, they'd known each other for 3 years in high school, sat next to each other for a year, and were now college classmates. Taking a picture together wasn't too much to ask, was it? Zhang Muyan heard this and froze. A photo? You wouldn't happen to like me, would you, old desk mate? Su Qingxue shot him a glare. Come on, we were high school classmates for 3 years, right? Just take a photo. When you make it big someday, I'll frame this picture and hang it on my wall. You never know when you might need to pull some strings. 6. So Zhang Muyan agreed. It wasn't a big deal, he'd taken plenty of photos with girls since childhood. Every graduation, girls would shyly come over to take pictures with him. As a kid, he didn't understand. Only as he grew up did he gradually grasp what it meant, just like how he'd wanted to take a photo with someone when he graduated high school. Even knowing she didn't reciprocate his feelings, he still wanted that photo, a memento of youth. But he never got that photo, never even saw her face. That feeling. That day, quite a few girls asked me to take photos with them. They felt the same way too. So, being just like them, I understood that feeling completely. After taking pictures with them, I bid farewell to my most beautiful 3 years of youth. But I digress. The point is, the author meant it simply as a photo, nothing ambiguous about it. As for Zhang Muyan and Su Qingxue taking this photo together, in Zhang Muyan's eyes, it was nothing more than the friendship between classmates. So the two struck their poses, while Long Huan and Wang Lei beside them tactfully moved their chairs aside. Seriously? Can you guys stop making up random pairings? Zhang Muyan mentally cursed Wan Lei as a dog thing, then faced the camera, maintaining his smile. Both looked great on camera. Su Qingxue arched her delicate eyebrows, glanced at the photo, and seemed quite pleased. She actually wanted to wrap her arm around Zhang Muyan, but that felt a bit much. She wasn't the kind of easygoing northeastern girl, or rather, she and Zhang Muyan weren't quite at that level of bro-like friendship yet. But none of that mattered now. She just needed to send the photo to her bestie to satisfy her craving. Ah! How could anyone be blessed with such a wonderful bestie? Just then, Wan Lei suggested they all take a group photo together. Worried the girls might refuse, he humorously explained it was their dorm's first ever joint outing with the girls' dorm. What could he do? He hoped the beauties would grace them with their presence, they were just inexperienced. Hearing this, the girls giggled, covering their mouths, and naturally, they couldn't refuse anymore. Just as hoped, everyone took a big group photo. No matter how it turned out, at least they got the shot. Then Wan Lei shed his cute persona and, acting like he was the one who organized the whole thing, said, "Finished eating? Let's head out." He then walked to the front desk, only to let Zhang Muyan pay the bill. Zhang Muyan thought, what the hell are you playing at? I thought you were going to pay. This scene made the three girls burst out laughing again. Until everyone left the restaurant and said their goodbyes. Zhang Muyan hadn't seen Gao Wan or Tang Qingxing before, so when he made eye contact with Tang Qingxing and Gao Wan, he didn't sense anything unusual. But Gao Wan and Tang Qingxing were different. They had seen Zhang Muyan's profile and recognized him immediately. Gao Wan even tried to go over and greet Zhang Muyan, but Tang Qingxing grabbed him and pulled him back into the private room. What's wrong, Qingxing? Gao Wan was confused. Don't tell me you and Zhang Muyan have something going on that you don't want me to know about? You saw what just happened. You still want to say hi to him? Tang Qingxing leaned against the private room window, peering out with half her head exposed. What's wrong with saying hi? Hey, wait a minute. Doesn't he seem to recognize you either? Yao Wen realized something. He'd locked eyes with Zhang Muyan earlier and hadn't recognized him, which made sense. But why didn't Zhang Muyan seem to recognize Tang Qingxing either? He doesn't know me anyway. I told you he's a friend of mine. Never mind. Tang Qingxing waved her hand dismissively at Gao Wen while pulling out her phone to snap photos of the street below. Busy catching someone in the act. Gao Wen's lips turned down at the corners. He shrugged, not exactly angry, but simply signaled the waiter to start serving the dishes. This little devil was like that. Gao Wen had been inexplicably drawn to her from the start. When he borrowed money from her, he naturally had to treat her to a meal as thanks. Back then, she seemed engrossed in something mysterious and important too, phone in hand, face solemn, ears pricked, eyes darting everywhere. He didn't want to interrupt, only to discover the truth. She was just stuck on a level in Candy Crush. Her unpredictable nature was unlike any girl he'd ever met. She wasn't snobbish, or perhaps she simply didn't care. Though the daughter of a wealthy merchant, she had no ulterior motives whatsoever. All that mattered to her was being happy. Like a child. Who dared make her unhappy? She'd seek revenge. Her already large eyes would widen like a frog's when she glared. So, faced with her sudden mysterious transformation, Gao Wen simply watched her with indulgent affection. If she could stay this innocent and carefree forever, he'd gladly guard her forever. After the dishes were served, Gaowen finally called out, "Hey, let's eat first, okay? Feed me." "Alright. This fish really is quite tasty." Of course it is." Su Qingxue received a message from Tang Qingqing saying she was still having dinner at Aunt Xiu's house. Ding. Qingqing, Xue, you've been cheated on. Qingqing, image. Qingqing, image. Qingqing, photo. She tapped the photo. Inside, Zhang Muyan and his roommate were standing with 3 girls. It's no big deal. Although Su Qingxue felt possessive of Zhang Muyan, she wouldn't make a fuss over something this trivial. Well, she might feel a tiny bit jealous. Anyone would want their loved one to keep their distance from the opposite sex and be devoted only to them. But when she saw the last photo, Su Qingxue instantly lost her composure. It showed the 2 of them leaning close together, holding a phone to take a picture. A photo of the 2 of them together. The pretty girl in the picture, batting her eyes and making a peace sign, wasn't that the girl who snatched away his first date that day? And now she'd snatched his first photo together too? Zhang Muyan wasn't exactly a stranger to taking photos with girls. Who cares about that? She doesn't even have a photo with him yet. Who the heck is she? What exactly is his relationship with her? Chapter 39, A Little Jealousy. Jealousy erupted. The food before Su Qingxue suddenly lost all its appeal. She wanted a photo too. She already had plenty of his photos at home. Each one was neatly framed and hung on the wall, every picture gleaming brightly in her eyes. But on the desk, there was an empty frame. A photo together had long been on her wish list, and now someone else had beaten her to it. So she opened his chat window with a hint of accusation and typed, "Who are you having dinner with?" Seems like a perfectly normal question? Not aggressive at all. Su Qingxue's jaw could practically hold a pound of pork, but the message she sent couldn't show her current sulky expression. She just couldn't bring herself to be mean to him. Even after what happened this morning. Just then, Aunt Xiu walked over and instantly read Su Qingxue's expression. Though Su Qingxue rarely gave anyone a friendly look at home, especially her father, she didn't reject her aunt. Aunt Xiu was one of the few people in the family Su Qingxue felt close to. In her eyes, as a woman in her 60s, looking at Su Qingxue, a grown-up barely out of her teens, was much like watching a child. After all, who hadn't been a young girl once? So, with genuine concern, she smiled and asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Shui? Did your boyfriend upset you?" Su Qingxue looked up at the sound of her voice, meeting Aunt Xiu's smiling eyes before quickly averting her gaze. After a long pause, she managed to squeeze out, "No. Not even a boyfriend yet." Aunt Xiu smiled, her eyes brimming with affection. "I was your age once too. The look in your eyes now is exactly the same as mine back then. Got a crush on someone?" Su Qingxue's expression grew complex. After a moment's hesitation, she remained silent. It seemed like an admission, yet also like she simply didn't want to talk about it. Su Qingxue trusted Aunt Xiu, but she wasn't quite ready to open her heart to an elder just yet. Aunt Xiu, having received her answer, poured Su Qingxue a bowl of soup and set it aside before slowly walking away. "Be brave, dear. Don't let someone else take him away from you. Don't let someone else snatch him away." Zhang Muyan and the others returned to their dorm. Judgment time. "Spill it, you 3. Zhang Muyan snatched the clothesline rod first, the most formidable weapon in the dorm. "What else don't I know? Old Zhang, put down the weapon. We're still brothers." "Yeah, old Zhang, Wang Lei's everywhere outside. You won't get away." "Wang Lei, question mark. Hey, you 3 had me spinning in circles, huh? Hidden talents, huh? One's a magician, one reads poems. Come on, did you predict you'd get your butt whacked today?" Zhang Muyan picked up the clothesline pole and jabbed Peng Bo's rear. Peng Bo squirmed from the ticklish pokes, unable to block them as he kept dodging. "And you? With all your smooth talk and entertaining tricks, why do you act like a little cutie pie when we eat together normally?" Zhang Muyan turned his attention to Wang Lei, who was chuckling quietly nearby. Wang Lei dodged while grinning and explaining, "When I'm eating with you guys, there's no need to show off my skills, right? Alright. You little rascal. Playing dumb to catch the big fish. Enough about us, old Zhang. You haven't come clean yet. What do I have to explain? You and that old classmate of yours." Wu Hao's thick eyebrows twitched, looking as sleazy as could be. "What are you thinking? Just old classmates. Oh, my old classmate, when you're practically face to face, you still call them an old classmate. But wait, old Zhang, don't tell me you're a player," Wang Lei said. He'd seen the character Force Snow on Zhang Muyan's phone, but today's pretty girl was named Su Nianru. What the hell? Zhang Muyan jabbed Wang Lei twice more before finally putting away his weapon. Seeing Zhang Muyan put away his weapon, Wang Lei picked up the phone and suddenly said, "Old Zhang, come here." "What's up?" Zhang Muyan was confused but walked over anyway. Just then, the other 2 guys quietly crept over. Wang Lei held up the phone and compared the images. "Old Zhang, this guy in the photo, it can't be you, right?" The phone Wang Lei was holding now clearly displayed a photo of Zhang Muyan dragging Su Qingxue as they sprinted. He had just seen the group chat discussing it while eating. The forum had already exploded, yet the person involved was still happily dining with others. Zhang Muyan had almost forgotten about the whole thing. Wait, his clothes. They were still at his aunt's place. But given the current situation, if he'd gone to get them earlier, wouldn't he be screwed now? If those boys found out the person in the photo was really him, word would spread like wildfire across the entire school by the next day. With their mouths, the speed of the rumor would surpass even the gossiping old ladies at the village entrance by a good threefold. Suddenly, Wu Hao and Pang Bo seemed to have known all along. They began scrutinizing the photo from top to bottom. The moment Wang Lei saw the photo, a bold thought flashed through his mind. Old Zhang had Xue in his WeChat notes. Could it be Su Qingxue? Impossible. But the person in the photo, well, she was just too perfect a match. How could his son possibly mistake her? He'd recognize her even if she were turned to ashes. The most ridiculous one in the crowd. Absolutely no mistake. Old Zhang, what do you say? Wu Hao pulled out the photo, placing a hand on Zhang Muyan's shoulder. Though smiling, his tone was thick with menace. Even the shoes are identical. Peng Bo paused the recording to compare the soles. Exactly the same. Everything's the same except the jacket. Height, running style, clothes, shoes. I remember him wearing that jacket. He must have left it somewhere. Could it be for Su Qingxue? What would Su Qingxue want his clothes for? Focus on the key point here, okay? Is this about Su Qingxue wanting his clothes? He held Su Qingxue's hand. Not just held, he hugged her too. When has Su Qingxue ever let a guy touch her? Lu Hao just touched her box and got knocked flat. He didn't just touch her, he dragged her along. If Su Qingxue didn't want to, she could have knocked him over in a second. Zhang Muyan fell silent, afraid to say more. The more he spoke, the worse it got. He listened guiltily as the three argued, simultaneously plotting his next move. He certainly didn't want to get stabbed by Zhang Ziyuan next door tonight. Old Zhang? Admit it? Admit it. I'd recognize you even if you were reduced to ashes. With that outfit? Besides you, Zhang Muyan, I don't believe anyone else in this world would dress like that. Wait, now they're attacking my outfit? Are you kidding me? Girls actually chase after me, and you're questioning my style? Unless there are two identical leaves in the world. Old Zhang, spill it now. Yeah, it's me. Zhang Muyan nodded. What, if you say it's me, then it must be me. Thanks to Spring Wind for the gift. First time receiving one, so happy. Omega, kisses. Chapter 40, he explained to her. Bull. Tiger King. I don't believe you. Shame on you. Why would Su Qingxue even look at you? Ugh, gross. This is pointless. I'm out. Zhang Muyan knew it. At times like this, go against the grain, they'll inevitably expose your flaws. Look at his muscle definition, obviously built from years of training. Now look at you. Exactly. You don't even have a jacket. It definitely wasn't you. You look like it, but admitting it would be wrong. Everyone was just joking about it being you, but if it really was you, that would be no fun at all. Zhang Muyan knew these three all too well, the so-called troublemakers. If you stubbornly denied it, they'd only get more fired up arguing with you. But if you admitted it? Sorry, no fun. They'd just walk off, muttering, man, you're such a poser. I already said it was me, and you still don't believe me? Zhang Muyan spread his hands wide, trying to clear his name. Get lost, get lost. Wang Lei, go pee. You two think a dab of paint makes you master painters? Get lost, go look in the mirror. Even if the King of Heaven himself showed up today, there's no way this person could be you. If it is you, I'll eat my hat. Wu Hao roared to the heavens. Fine, fine, fine. You want to play this way? Fine, just wait and see. The brief scuffle ended. The group gradually retired to their beds for a midday nap. Only then did Zhang Muyan notice the message from Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue, who are you having lunch with? Sent at 12:13 p.m. It was now 12:30. Zhang Muyan replied truthfully, with my roommate and some classmates. Huh? Why did she suddenly ask that? Does she want to have dinner with me? After a moment's thought, Zhang Muyan replied again, want to grab dinner together tonight? Why is it always about eating? You haven't gotten tired of it, but the readers have. Can we have something new for once? Getting ready, getting ready. New Year's Eve gala. But daily life doesn't offer that many new opportunities. Two people from different colleges wanting to meet up. It's not like being in the same class, where you can naturally run into each other every day. All they could do was keep using lame, boring excuses to get the other person to meet up. There's class tonight. If I don't grab dinner and see her during that brief window, I won't get to see her today. Zhang Muyan had never asked a girl out before, and he didn't have any legitimate reason to invite her, except for dinner. That was the legitimate reason he owed her twice. Should he just come clean and say, I miss you? Come out for a hug? Or maybe go shopping or take a walk together? Clearly, that wasn't possible yet. But then, almost instantly, the reply came from the other side, sure. Zhang Muyan, I didn't see your message earlier, so I replied late. Such a self-aware explanation. Since she always replies instantly, I figured I should at least explain why I didn't. Hey, let's call out those rude chatters here. The worst offenders are the ones who vanish mid-conversation. Su Qingxue, kitty happy. Zhang Muyan, how about we grab some seafood tonight? Zhang Muyan realized it was a bad idea after sending it. We only have an hour for dinner tonight. Su Qingxue, don't you have class tonight? Su Qingxue noticed this too and didn't immediately agree like she usually would. She knew he had afternoon classes until 6 p.m., with evening classes starting at 7 p.m. Making a special trip like this would be a bit rushed. Zhang Muyan rolled over in bed, feeling like a little bird was fluttering in his heart. This sensation of being so thoughtfully cared for. Zhang Muyan, so what do you want to eat? Su Qingxue, let's just go to that restaurant you had lunch at. The little bird danced. The little bird died. How did she know? She's following me? Pfft, such a thought could never cross Zhang Muyan's mind. Instead, he sat up straight, feeling a bit flustered. I didn't tell her about lunch, so how did she? Is her intelligence network that good? She knows what I ate. But if she caught me eating with another girl, she'd definitely get jealous, right? Even before, just seeing Pan Yingxian hanging out and joking around with other guys would make her heart ache. Her reaction now, she must be jealous, right? So when she asked who I was eating with, she was actually accusing me. Thinking of this, Zhang Muyan felt a warm wave wash over him. She wasn't nearly as aloof as the rumors made her out to be. In front of me, she was like a little kid. So he replied, those girls at lunch were my high school classmates' roommates. The details are a bit complicated, I'll tell you tonight. Anyway, we organized a little gathering at noon and had lunch together. After replying, he recalled Su Nianru's occasional intimate gestures toward him. It seemed he'd have to find a way to explain and end that agreement. Sorry, old deskmate. Zhang Muyan, my high school classmate is Su Nianru. She figured since we were classmates back then, she'd take a photo with me. Zhang Muyan wasn't sure if Su Qingxue knew about the photo, but just in case, he decided to explain everything clearly. He didn't want her to misunderstand. Su Qingxue was practicing dance in the studio, preparing for next week's New Year's Eve gala. At times like this, art school students, especially gems like her, were practically unavoidable. With her presence, attendance at the gala could easily double. Reading Zhang Muyan's explanation on her phone, Su Qingxue's eyes crinkled with a smile. Still unable to resist a touch of jealousy, she deliberately mentioned going to that restaurant he'd visited at noon. After sending it, panic washed over her. Would he misunderstand and think she was stalking him? But seeing his typing indicator, it was too late to recall the message. She waited anxiously for his reply. When the mind dwells on the worst-case scenario, panic and anxiety inevitably set in. At such moments, if things turn out not as bad as feared or even unexpectedly good, the emotional rebound can be all the more intense. Zhang Muyan had been like this before, and so had she. Both needed to suppress their emotions first before they could let loose. So when Su Qingxue saw Zhang Muyan's consecutive messages of explanation, the frown clutching her phone vanished instantly. Her icy demeanor melted away, transforming her into an adorable young woman in love, grinning sweetly at the screen. This scene left the dance team members utterly dumbfounded. Su Qingxue, she must be in love, right? 100%. Didn't she publicly admit she had someone she liked at the forum last time? Huh? But didn't she deny it? You believe that? I'd rather trust what Su Qingxue said herself. Huh? I always thought Su Qingxue was just saying that as a cover-up. Who knows? But looking at things now, it's almost certain. True. Look at her smile. Ah, so beautiful. I just want to hug her. Then go ahead. I wouldn't dare. She's so aloof. She won't even sit with us. Does she look down on us? I don't think so. She's really nice. She always brings a whole box of water to practice so we can drink freely. And she dances so well it'd be understandable if she looked down on us holding her back. True, haha. Chapter 41, Preparing for the New Year's Gala. Su Qingxue didn't notice how brightly she was smiling, lost in the sweetness of their conversation. He explained it to me. He wasn't angry. He's getting more and more invested in me. Yay! Keep it up. Hey, why are you still such a little jerk? Giving herself a mental pep talk, Su Qingxue replied, yeah, I know, smile. Su Qingxue, New Year's Eve is next week. Want to celebrate together? Su Qingxue, I'll be performing at the New Year's Eve gala. I'll show you then. Zhang Muyan's body trembled slightly when he saw the first line Su Qingxue sent. That smiley face in the WeChat, its meaning felt a bit complicated. Was this a hint that anything could happen? We haven't even started dating yet, and she's already acting like she's the boss? How? Zhang Muyan scratched his head, unsure how to respond, when Su Qingxue's next two messages arrived. Who knew how devastating Su Qingxue's line, "I've got a performance for you," would be to Zhang Muyan? Zhang Muyan replied, sure. Zhang Muyan, what kind of performance are you putting on? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Muyan agreed immediately. Su Nianru, who had also extended an invitation in previous chapters, reacted with "6. Is this the difference between love and indifference? Su Qingxue, dance. Zhang Muyan, okay. Su Qingxue, I'm off to practice dancing. See you tonight. Muyan. Zhang Muyan, okay. Okay. Su Qingxue closed her phone with satisfaction, her cheeks flushed slightly. She returned to the center of the group, fidgeting shyly as if she'd done something mischievous. Just wanted to call his name. This was the vast difference between online romance and reality. Zhang Muyan, of course, had no idea why Su Qingxue had added his name at the end. But if she'd said it to his face, he would have understood it was Su Qingxue's reluctant, playful way of clinging to him. She gently tugged at his clothes, calling his name in the sweetest, most girlish voice. Zhang Muyan placed his phone back, taking a deep, heavy breath. This feeling surpassed any joy he'd ever experienced before, more intense than any dopamine rush his brain had ever produced. He felt utterly fulfilled, filled with anticipation, and cherished every moment. This was a different kind of fulfillment than the mental richness gained from immersing oneself in books. It was the eager anticipation after each exam, when grades would improve again, making the wait for results feel even more urgent. It was the cherishing of something one had wanted since childhood, treasuring it so much that one couldn't bear to let it gather even a speck of dust. If this isn't love, then what is? Well, just one more sleep, and I'll see her at dinner. Sleep, then head back to class at 4. Ha! Seems I forgot my clothes again. Oh well, I'll grab them when I return. Time flew by, and dinner time arrived. Never felt this eager before. Zhang Muyan kept glancing at the time on his phone, not even realizing how desperately he wished time would speed up. Only someone desperately needing to use the bathroom during class could understand this feeling. Especially when it hits you right at the start of class. What a torturous hour. The bell rang, the teacher dismissed the class, and before Wang Lei, Wu Hao, and Pang Bo could react, Zhang Muyan had already slipped out of the classroom. Hey, where's old Zhang? Zhang Muyan hurried toward the restaurant while messaging her. Zhang Muyan, are you there yet? Su Qingxue was already seated in the restaurant's private room, her left elbow propped on the windowsill as she watched the flow of people below. Her eyes brimmed with longing, her excitement impossible to conceal like a canary caged, yearning for her prince to return. The waiter knocked respectfully on the door before entering. He too was momentarily captivated by the girl's breathtaking beauty before cautiously asking, Miss Su, the meal is ready. Shall I serve it? She glanced at her phone. A message from Zhang Muyan indicated he was already on his way. She replied indifferently, She didn't say anything else, just a simple She was always this sparing with words toward others, especially men. Except for him. Got it. The observant waiter discreetly exited the private room and began instructing staff to serve the dishes. Su Qingxue, I'm already here, waiting for you. Zhang Muyan, got it, I'll be right there. Though the teaching building was only a 10-minute walk from the restaurant, Zhang Muyan's forehead was already beaded with sweat. He'd been jogging the whole way. He couldn't keep a girl waiting too long. He was just being stubborn. He clearly wanted to see her. For the first time, that 10-minute walk felt surprisingly long. Still, it was quick. His jogging had cut the time nearly in half. Entering the restaurant, Zhang Muyan headed to the private room number Qingxue had texted him. He gave his collar a quick fix, wiped away sweat, and took a deep breath. Why was he still so nervous? It wasn't like this was his first time seeing her. He pushed open the door. Su Qingxue was standing by the table. Even a straight guy like him could see the smile in her eyes. That kind of genuine happiness, the kind that couldn't be concealed no matter how hard she tried to control her expression. It was so obvious. How had he never noticed before? Su Qingxue gazed at him with a smile in her eyes. Ever since he'd come downstairs, she'd been feeling nervous. Compared to this morning, she'd even applied light makeup and tidied herself up. But to avoid seeming too obvious, she hadn't changed out of her pink baseball jacket. She always wanted to look her best for him, but since they'd be attending class together soon, she avoided wearing anything he wouldn't be able to see anyway. I'll show you later, okay? Muyan. I want to show you too. But Zhang Muyan thought, this makeup feels a bit unnecessary. She's already beautiful. With it on, she seems almost too refined. Things that are too refined make people afraid to touch them. So, would Zhang Muyan still dare to hug her? Sit down, Muyan. Su Qingxue spoke first, noticing Zhang Muyan still standing motionless. Zhang Muyan nodded and headed for a seat, but this time, he didn't sit directly across from Su Qingxue. He didn't sit directly beside her either, keeping a body's length apart. This was the utmost effort this awkward, 18-year-old bachelor could muster. Otherwise, how do you think he maintained his 18 years of purity? If he didn't have that stubborn determination to guard his virtue, he wouldn't even know how many times he'd have broken his vow. You think it's just about being friends? He could sit anywhere with Su Nianru, but he dared not do the same with a girl he liked? What do you know? Casual ease is friendship, cautious restraint is love. Besides, Su Nianru was the one who made the first move, not Zhang Muyan. Su Qingxue felt a pang of disappointment when Zhang Muyan sat down next to the seat beside hers, yet she also felt a tinge of delight. He actually came over on his own. But he didn't quite come all the way over. Should she move closer then? She glanced at Zhang Muyan. His face was flushed with embarrassment, as red as if he'd eaten chili peppers. Her heart fluttered wildly at the sight. Ah, so adorable. Alright. I'll move over then. So Su Qingxue shifted her hips slightly, moving closer to Zhang Muyan. Then, their bodies touched. Chapter 42, Wipe Your Mouth. After a fierce internal struggle, Zhang Muyan stepped forward like a man, slowly moving towards Su Qingxue. His original plan was to slip beside her unnoticed, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But then, without batting an eye, neither looked at the other until they collided. Then, they froze, locked eyes, looked away, blushed. Ha ha. Wait, you two are just going to sit on one chair? Zhang Muyan moved back to his seat, and Su Qingxue sat down beside him without hesitation. He's already being this proactive, that's enough. I should just be a little more proactive. Then the two finally began eating. If we don't eat now, will we even make it to class? A roar from a single person. Su Qingxue placed the pickled cabbage fish in front of Zhang Muyan and said, Muyan, try some. She'd learned about this dish from Tang Qingqing that afternoon. Coincidentally, Tang Qingqing had been brought here by Gao Wan to try the pickled cabbage fish, which she said was delicious. If even Qingqing said it was good, then it must be good. Zhang Muyan nodded with a smile. Why does this feel like a married couple? Delicious. Zhang Muyan said, his eyes sparkling as he picked up a piece of fish. It really was delicious, that unique flavor only found in Sichuan restaurants. The taste of home. I'm glad to hear it, Su Qingxue smiled contentedly. As long as he liked it, it proved Qingqing's taste was spot on. The two formally began their meal. Come to think of it, this was actually their first time eating together? Previously, they'd always eaten separately. As they ate, Su Qingxue gently bit her chopsticks with her pearly teeth, staring at him without any pretense. She was different now. She had his tacit permission now to stare at him without restraint. Though she'd done this before, it felt different now. Being permitted versus permitting oneself was a vast difference. Zhang Muyan felt flustered under her gaze, his face flushing crimson. He already carried a heavy idol's burden. In front of his girl, he paid even more attention to his demeanor and such. So he picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and placed it in Su Qingxue's bowl. Hurry up and eat. I have class soon, Zhang Muyan said, deliberately changing the subject to divert Su Qingxue's attention. He didn't even notice that his tone had already started to carry a hint of urgency. No problem, I have class soon too. Su Qingxue happily ate the food he'd placed in her bowl. Soon they could attend class together. Then she reciprocated by placing a piece of fish fillet into Zhang Muyan's bowl. This isn't too much, right? You put it in my bowl first. Zhang Muyan naturally didn't refuse. Well, maybe he would have refused yesterday, but today, I'm just gonna eat. By the way, Qingxue, I still haven't explained what happened at lunch. Suddenly remembering the incident, Zhang Muyan recalled he'd promised to clarify it with her. Su Qingxue's lips glistened with oil, her pink mouth tightly closed as she chewed rice, looking exceptionally elegant and charming. My old classmate invited me to lunch, so I dragged my roommate along and we set up a little gathering, sort of a social event. Well, that old classmate of yours seemed pretty interested in you. Su Qingxue's eyes fluttered as she blinked twice. The question caught Zhang Muyan off guard. Why do girls all think like this? Shouldn't she just nod, cheerfully say it's fine, and everything be all smiles? We're just high school classmates. Qingxue. Zhang Muyan scratched his ear, flustered. He couldn't figure out why his old deskmate had changed so drastically all of a sudden. But honestly, anyone watching would think she had a thing for him. Even the guys in the dorm were giving him that watching the show look. So he tacked on Qingxue after his explanation. Meaning, she and I were high school classmates, not you. Pouting, TSK. Su Qingxue's eyes widened briefly before blinking back to normal. She gazed tenderly at Zhang Muyan, chopsticks still in her mouth. Her heart was melting inside. She desperately wanted to hug and kiss him. It's not just boys who melt when girls act cute, girls do the same when boys do it too. Like Zhang Muyan suddenly calling out Qingxue out of nowhere. Su Qingxue's brain briefly short-circuited. Warning alert: unidentified nuclear strike detected. Unidentified nuclear strike detected. Requesting backup. After a long silence, Zhang Muyan looked at Su Qingxue. Qingxue? Hearing this, Su Qingxue snapped back to reality, her brain rewiring to reconnect with the network. Got it, Su Qingxue replied, her delight palpable. He had just been flirting with her, hadn't he? Oh, okay. Zhang Muyan polished off his rice in 2 bites. The pickled fish was incredibly satisfying with rice. In the brief time it took to exchange those few words, he was already on his 3rd bowl, while Su Qingxue hadn't even finished hers. Was this the difference in eating habits between boys and girls? Qingxue, where's my bag? Zhang Muyan finally remembered that matter. His calculus textbook and tablet were still with Su Qingxue from that evening's class. He'd completely forgotten about it. I already put them in the classroom, Su Qingxue replied awkwardly. She and Tang Qingqing had planned this since last night, just waiting for today's class. Oh. Zhang Muyan wiped his mouth, feeling satisfied, completely oblivious to Su Qingxue's unease. Why didn't she just give it to me herself? The thought flashed briefly through his mind before vanishing just as quickly. Whatever. She wouldn't refuse me, would she? Probably worried I'd struggle carrying it? That's unnecessary, Qingxue. I'm not that delicate. Narcissistic. Seeing Zhang Muyan finish his meal, Su Qingxue quickly polished off her own bowl so he wouldn't have to wait for her. Setting down her bowl, Su Qingxue pointed to her mouth. A shiny glistening on her pink lips. Suddenly, she understood those anime scenes where a beautiful girl teases her husband upon his return. Shall you bathe first, or eat me first? The word edible flashed across Zhang Muyan's mental screen. What's up? Zhang Muyan didn't immediately grasp Su Qingxue's meaning. Wipe your mouth. Ha? Zhang Muyan froze for a moment. That's kinda awkward, wiping your mouth. Isn't that something only couples in the throes of passion do? He thought to himself, but his body acted before his mind could catch up. He pulled 2 napkins from the dispenser and held them towards Su Qingxue's mouth. Su Qingxue had reached out to take them, but the moment her hand rose, she realized something. She quickly withdrew her hand and obediently tilted her head, lifting her proud little chin. Come on, Muyan, wipe it for me. Su Qingxue's pouty little mouth pressed against the napkin, its softness transmitted through the paper to his fingers. Zhang Muyan's mind turned to mush, feeling like a green-painted train had started up, roaring to life. He was practically smoking from his ears. His movements were gentle, as if wiping a precious work of art. The slightest pressure might leave a scratch on her. Plump and jiggly like a piece of jelly, it slowly regained its bouncy elasticity after being pressed by the tissue. So delicate it looked like it could burst with a single touch, tempting one to take a bite. What could this thing possibly taste like? Peach? Ha? Why does that word keep popping into my head? Chapter 43, The School Beauty in the Science Building? Su Qingxue gazed at Zhang Muyan with gentle eyes, then froze in place the instant his fingers brushed her lips. He was actually wiping her mouth. His touch was light, yet in her heart it felt anything but. Her heart seemed to skip a beat. With each of Zhang Muyan's movements, an electric current surged through her entire body, leaving her numb with pleasure. So good. Warning! Warning! Alarm! Repeat, nuclear strike. Another nuclear strike. What the hell is this host doing today? What's got them so damn excited? Reporting to the brain, excessive dopamine secretion has clogged the pathways. Control center requires emergency repair. Classroom. Zhang Muyan had already located his backpack. Window seat, back row, corner. Yes, this is the spot college kids love most. The intimate moment in the restaurant. Zhang Muyan couldn't quite recall how it ended. All he knew was that they silently shifted apart, then Zhang Muyan paid the bill, said goodbye, and that was that. Back then, if he kept watching, he really would have leaned in for a kiss. They were so close. Sitting by the window, Zhang Muyan felt a tinge of shame as he replayed the scene in his mind, yet couldn't stop thinking about it. Those rosy lips. What would they feel like? It must be sweet. The thought jolted Zhang Muyan back to reality. He shook his head sharply. Damn it, this is getting way out of hand. This isn't like me. He quickly opened his phone, launched the wooden fish simulator, and started it up. Dong dong dong. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. Namo Amitba Buddha. Just keep your composure, just keep your composure. Why did I ever wipe their mouth back then? Only now do I realize they probably just wanted some paper. Ugh. I'm going crazy. While Zhang Muyan was still fidgeting awkwardly over his meal, the classroom gradually filled up. Hey, old Zhang? Why are you sitting way back here? Wang Lei plopped down beside Zhang Muyan, while Wu Hao and Peng Bo took seats behind them. Ha? Oh. Only then did Zhang Muyan remember. He was the class representative. He had to sit up front every class to save face for the teacher. No choice. This calculus teacher was particularly demanding. Since calculus was a large lecture class, students from different classes and even different majors attended together. To facilitate collecting assignments and such, she randomly selected 2 students to be class representatives. Luckily, one was Zhang Muyan, and the other was a girl from class 2 next door. Rumor had it she was a social butterfly who knew everyone. Which made sense. It was college now. Even high school had those social butterflies who'd hang around the teacher's office daily. But the problem was, this girl was indeed a social butterfly outside of class. During lectures, that flower wilted. Hey sis, your attitude in class is even worse than my older sister's after 3 years in the workforce. This is a prestigious university, after all. Show some spirit. We're the future pillars of society, after all. So in this situation, the heavy lifting of keeping up appearances fell on Zhang Muyan's shoulders. But the teacher was actually pretty nice. You're Zhang Muyan? Handsome young man. Do your best, and I won't fail you at the end of the semester. Ha? A free pass? Any college student knows the true value of such a promise. While your roommates are frantically cramming to avoid failing their finals. I've got you covered, bro. What? Someone still needs to study? Ah ha 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 ha. So what if you've already studied next semester's material? Do you think exams from prestigious university professors will be easy? No studying? Guaranteed to fail. Teachers a noob? A flunky? Boo-hoo. Classmates, fail, fail. Hee. So Zhang Muyan grabbed his backpack, stood up, and started to move forward. The next second, the entire class suddenly gasped, all standing up to look toward the door. Why is Su Qingxue in our science building? No idea. Is she here to find someone? Hey, she's going in. The students in the hallway spotted Su Qingxue, and it was like an angel had suddenly descended upon a monastery. Whispering was inevitable. The entire class, alerted by the commotion, followed her every move with their eyes. From the doorway, past the lectern, and further into the room. She walked as if no one else existed, as if the entire classroom belonged solely to her. The room fell silent. Shue, over here. The girl seated to Zhang Muyan's right front raised her hand, her proud voice drawing everyone's gaze. This girl? I don't think I've seen her before either. With that blonde hair and aura, she must be from the art school too, right? She's pretty too, but seriously. Those are huge. Shh, keep your voice down. I don't know you. Tang Qingqing heard the rustling whispers but didn't get angry. This was her pride and joy, after all. Besides, something even more satisfying was happening right now. Seriously, in front of a goddess everyone else dared not approach, I managed to connect with her. How incredibly impressive is that? I could even hug her. Kiss her. Touch her. Jealous, aren't you? Su Qingxue glanced at Tang Qingqing, then smiled and nodded. The two exchanged a knowing look before slowly walking over. Of course, she glanced at Zhang Muyan too with lightning-fast, imperceptible speed. Even amidst the crowd, the smile that flickered across her face when she saw him vanished instantly. When looking at the one you love, you can't help but feel joy. It's like trying desperately not to look at him in a crowd, yet instinctively stealing a quick glance. Zhang Muyan remained dazed until he finally sat down. From the moment she entered, Su Qingxue's figure had been walking toward him. For a moment, he was utterly flustered. Excitement? Shock? Nervousness? Anticipation? So many people. Was she going to sit down next to him? Would tomorrow's headlines feature another missing male student from a prestigious university? A senior in the mechanical engineering department disappeared in the dead of night on December 27th, still unaccounted for? But it seemed like he wanted to sit with her. With all these people watching, if she sits next to me, how arrogant would that be? So arrogant it's ridiculous? Then, she sat down in front of him. I felt a bit disappointed, but also relieved. Still so close. No doubt about it, she's here for me. And she's even considerate of my feelings. Old Zhang, get lost. Let me sit. Wang Lei started urging him from the side, lightly patting Zhang Muyan's butt and clearing a path. Old Zhang. I'll take it. Wu Hao swung half his leg over the table, his eager expression practically leaping out, then lowered his voice to Zhang Muyan. At least he knows to lower his voice. At least he knows he's embarrassing himself. Get lost. I'm sitting next to old Zhang. This spot's mine. Old Zhang. We're close friends. You gotta let me have it. Pang Bo chimed in. Looking around, several other guys were already itching to jump in, waiting for Zhang Muyan to leave so they could snatch a closer seat. Seriously? It's that competitive? Is it really worth it? I'm still here. Where's the decency? Where's the bottom line? Where do I fit in? So, what? I'm sitting here. Zhang Muyan plopped down, dousing the flames that had nearly ignited in everyone's eyes. Though his head still buzzed, this was nothing new. It was instinctive territorial awareness. Who dares to step into my territory? This is mine. Chapter 44, Plan Failed? The classroom was inexplicably packed. Campus beauty Su arrived at the science building, or more precisely, the mechanical engineering department. A goddess in a monk's temple. Many passing students squeezed into this classroom. Hey, you! Your classroom is right next door. Su Qingxue sat up front, quietly pricking up her ears, hearing every word Zhang Muyan said. Her mood, naturally, was as happy as could be. She'd become as prone to blushing as a little girl. But she had to maintain her aloof persona. Her right hand braced against the tabletop, her back turned to the countless pairs of burning eyes behind her, and then, her almond-shaped eyes curved into a pair of crescent moons. I'm yours, you know. Tang Qingqing beside her was practically going mad with excitement, grinning like a blooming chrysanthemum. Oh my goodness. Others might not know what Su Qingxue was up to now, but she certainly did. Leaning closer to Su Qingxue, she teased, repeating, what about mine? Su Qingxue's slender frame trembled. She withdrew her right hand, her expression unchanged, shooting Tang Qingqing a reproachful glance out of the corner of her eye, signaling her to stop messing around. Let's get down to business. Important business? Like eavesdropping on his conversation? Get out of here, old Zhang. Don't force us to draw our swords. Old Zhang. I really don't want to fight you. Just leave already. Two men grabbed Zhang Muyan's arms and yanked him forcefully toward the exit. I was sitting here all along. Put. You were about to leave just now. You only came because Su Qingxue was here. Exactly. Didn't you say you didn't even like Su Qingxue was cut off mid-sentence as Zhang Muyan covered his mouth with one hand. Why does this thing keep spouting nonsense? Had he ever said that? He didn't remember saying it. Nonsense. She didn't hear that, did she? Probably not. Su Qingxue nodded her head, flipping through the book before her with earnest focus. Her expression remained serene, as if detached from the world. She merely pouted briefly before, with lightning speed. No one could have noticed that fleeting expression. It appeared just as Wang Lei was mid-sentence. He used to look down on me? What was wrong with me? Her chest was ample, her legs were long, her skin was fair. A gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother in school? None of those things applied to her. Why did he look down on her? Su Qingxue silently jotted this down in her little notebook. Anger and resentment? No. She wanted to know what it was about her he disliked, so she could change it. Zhang Muyan covered Wang Lei's unfiltered mouth, cautiously glancing at Su Qingxue. Seeing no reaction from her, he exhaled heavily. Thank goodness, thank goodness. That bastard. You're just lusting after someone else's body, you shameless. Wu Hao continued his verbal assault from behind Zhang Muyan. Exactly. That bastard won't even sit in the front row. Zhang Muyan thought, do you guys even have the nerve to talk about me? The moment he showed up, they all acted like they'd seen a ghost. Each one tried harder than the last to pull me away, practically trying to fling me out. Brothers? For a woman? Unforgivable. Half a semester of friendship, gone today. Zhang Muyan, our bond was so fragile. I'm truly heartbroken. Therefore, to prevent our brotherly bond from shattering, get the hell out of here. Wang Lei cut him off mid-sentence. The classroom buzzed with chatter, heated discussions about Su Qingxue still swirling. After all, this was the school's latest juicy scandal. Front row seats were a must. Front row, first seat. Eager, curious eyes shot toward Su Qingxue, then gasped in awe at her radiant beauty. Simultaneously, those within 2 seats of her were met with 3 distinct emotional stares. Envy, jealousy, resentment. Why isn't it me sitting next to her? Exactly. Why isn't it me sitting next to her? This headline quickly shot to the top of campus trending topics and even exploded on Douyin. It became the next big thing after Swallow. How can I live without you? Don't call me anymore, I'm afraid Xiao Luo will misunderstand. No snowflakes drifting. To become yet another viral internet meme. Why isn't it me sitting next to her? Just as things were heating up, the teacher walked into the classroom. Then, the class bell rang. Li Xiao, the young female teacher rumored to be under 30, was already a professor at Sichuan University. Math really is all about innate talent. Just recently, there was that genius girl from a vocational school trending online. These people aren't human. At the same age, while we were still babbling and stuttering, they were already laughing and joking around. When you mentioned partial derivatives the other day, I thought you were talking about hairstyle sob. Professor Li Xiao dresses impeccably, a form-fitting hoodie and loose sweatpants that make her look almost as young as the undergrads. But her aura is distinctly different from the clear-eyed innocence of college students. She carries a unique maturity. What do they call that? Ageless charm. Hasn't that phrase been popping up a bit too often lately? She loved teasing her classmates, especially the handsome young guys. Oh my. In the students' words, she teases the innocent male students. In short, she was that kind of teacher, a bit irreverent and always cracking jokes. Teasing them usually went fine, but this time was different. She ran into someone like Zhang Muyan. He blushes every time she teases him, like a sensitive plant. She finds it incredibly amusing. Why do these older sister types love teasing young boys? Someone explain this to me? Li Xiao looked toward the front row as usual, where her class representative sat. Where's my class rep? Didn't show up? Completely ignoring the other class rep seated up front, Li Xiao scanned the entire class and asked aloud. The other female class monitor thought, I'm used to it already. He's over here checking out the pretty girls, Wang Lei immediately answered, cupping his hands around his mouth to form a megaphone. Damn it. Right. Looking at Su Qingxue. Oh, the whole class erupted in cheers. The whole class wasn't blind, they all looked at Zhang Muyan sitting behind Su Qingxue. He always sat in the front row before, but today, the moment Su Qingxue arrived, he just happened to move to the back? Looks like he's still just a guy after all, no escaping Su Qingxue's beauty. Even the girls in class who had a bit of a crush on Zhang Muyan couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Muyan gave Wang Lei a hard pinch on the thigh, making him wince in pain. He then awkwardly stood up. Teacher. I'm here. Damn it, with a roommate this clueless, I'll definitely make him taste my dragon claw hand when I get back. Li Xiao tilted her head, still unaware of who this so-called Su Qingxue was. She glanced at Zhang Muyan, then noticed the stunning beauty in front of him. She nodded meaningfully. Oh, boys will be boys, understandable. But sorry, buddy, my class rep. I'm gonna break up this lovey-dovey pair. Zhang Muyan, pointing at someone like a husky, don't mess with my new account. Come sit up front. I can't teach without you here. Ha ha ha. The entire class erupted in laughter. Zhang Muyan glanced at Su Qingxue's head with a hint of reluctance, but there was nothing he could do. He picked up his backpack and walked forward. Wang Lei's laughter grew even more brazen. He then boldly sat down in Zhang Muyan's seat, raising his eyebrows defiantly as if to say, "Look at you, kid, your seat's all mine now." Zhang Muyan shot a sideways glare at this scoundrel. Tonight's plan to teach him a lesson was already fully formed in his mind. Like to laugh? You? Damn it. You better wash your ass clean tonight and wait for me. Ha! Chapter 45, The Irreverent Teacher. As for Su Qingxue, she was already over the moon. With the whole class cheering them on, she was naturally thrilled. He. But the very next second, he was called up to the front. No more giggles. The conversation between Wu Hao and Wang Lei hadn't been quiet, and Tang Qingqing could clearly hear the playful banter between them. While listening, she teased Su Qingxue. "Hey Shue, he's drooling over you. Hey Shue, so he didn't sit up front because of you. Hey Shue, he's leaving." She had completely forgotten why she had called her over in the first place. "I know, you stinky Qingqing." With a soft, playful scolding, Su Qingxue silently watched Zhang Muyan's retreating figure as he walked to sit up front. The tenderness in her eyes seemed ready to overflow. How could he not know? It was so obvious. Hey, Su Qingxue seems to be looking at me. Bull. She's definitely looking at me. Her gaze, so gentle, I'm melting. Snap out of it, damn it, stop fantasizing. Class is starting. Damn it. Li Xiao watched Zhang Muyan take his seat with satisfaction, flashing a sly grin as if he'd pulled off a prank. No reason needed. A teacher telling their students to study hard is perfectly reasonable, right? She then turned to begin the lesson. During her lessons, she always liked calling on Zhang Muyan to answer questions, using it to liven up the classroom atmosphere. This time was no exception. "Alright, my class representative, what formula should we use here? Class rep, what's being discussed here? Class rep. Class representative." At the beginning of the semester, Zhang Muyan felt utterly uncomfortable whenever teacher Li Xiao called out to her like this. Who could possibly feel comfortable with that? Sure, she was relatively young, but she was approaching 30, right? She was practically a whole generation older than her. Even if she was exceptionally attractive, her age was undeniable. Add her status as a teacher to that, and the way she addressed her, like an old cow grazing on tender grass, wasn't exactly appropriate, was it? But after a while, Zhang Muyan got used to it. This teacher was like one of those unscrupulous female masters in cultivation sects, always trying to take liberties with her disciples. What nonsense! It's clearly a perk. And most people just love that kind of thing. And just like that, the whole class joined in the playful chaos, instantly energizing the classroom atmosphere. But today was different. Su Qingxue was present. When teacher Li Xiao called on him again, asking him to stand up and answer a question, the whole class burst into laughter once more. They egged him on to repeat the class representative's line using that just turned 18 tone. Zhang Muyan felt like he was back to that initial state of total discomfort. "Please stop calling on me, teacher. My heart feels a bit uneasy. I'm being good, please spare me." Image caption. He obediently finished answering the question, then sat down flushed and embarrassed. He wanted to glance back, but it felt too obvious. Wanted to pull out my phone to text her, but now I'm sitting in the front row, right in front of the teacher. Blimey. Just then, a hand landed on Zhang Muyan's shoulder. It was Qin Qilin, the class representative, sitting beside him. Zhang Muyan tilted his head in confusion, meeting her gaze. "What's up?" But she merely patted his shoulder lightly, flashing a look that said, "Bro, you've been working hard. I get it. We're not sisters. If you hadn't been so useless, would I be in this mess?" After patting his shoulder, Qin Qilin leaned in slightly closer and said, "Teacher Li Xiao really has some serious clout. You've got a lifetime of good fortune coming your way, bro. Impressive. What the hell? Sis, which eye did you use to see me hooking up with teacher Li Xiao? My sugar mama's watching from behind. Don't say things that'll get people all twisted up." Zhang Muyan gave an awkward laugh, shifted his shoulder, and brushed Qin Qilin's hand away. "Go take your nap already. Colloquialism for go to sleep. CPs can be niche, but they can't be weird. Well, even a 10-year age gap in modern society just gets you called still got it." Throughout the entire class, Su Qingxue sat calmly in the back row, though her heart was already churning with turmoil. What was wrong with this teacher? She'd never encountered such a teacher before. It's indecent. It's indecent. I can't watch this. I can't watch this. Suddenly it hit me how Gen Zers are diving into traditional culture way too early. Like seeing strongman in shadow puppets, or emoji faces popping up in face-changing performances. Oh no, I've become a stick in the mud. I need a word even stronger than moral decay. What a disgrace. Ahem. I've gone off on a tangent again. Su Qingxue stared wide-eyed in disbelief, while the entire class seemed utterly unfazed, cheering as if it were perfectly normal. How could this be? Teacher and student. Where's the decency? Shue, looks like he's pretty popular in class, Tang Qingxing remarked excitedly, having never witnessed such a scene before. If given the chance, she could probably watch this all day with a bag of sunflower seeds. Shue, that girl just put her arm around his shoulder. Tang Qingxing pointed out as she saw the girl beside Zhang Muyan wrap her arm around him. I see, Su Qingxue replied. Her eyes weren't blind, she'd taken in every movement up front. Oh, he pulled away. Looks like he still has some boundaries, Tang Qingxing remarked again. Su Qingxue shot a glance at the girl, filled with the hostility of a rival for the same man, or rather, the hostility she now felt toward any woman who touched him. It wasn't that she didn't trust him. It was simply that her own precious treasure, polished clean and cherished beyond measure, felt sullied by even the slightest touch from another. She wanted to tuck him away in a safe. No one was allowed to touch him. Not even speak to him. Only she could cuddle, hug, and touch him. Ha! Was this what they called yandere? She wasn't angry, she couldn't bring herself to be angry at him. But she wasn't not angry either. She was genuinely jealous. He didn't even glance back at me. Thinking about it made Su Qingxue feel even more wronged. Everything was planned out so perfectly. We could attend classes together. Chat together. She could even try pretending to ask questions, talking to him in front of his roommate. Eavesdrop on his roommate's conversations with him. Or pretend to borrow notes. That feeling where the two of them knew exactly what was going on, while everyone else looked completely clueless. Those unnoticed glances exchanged between them. But it all seemed so perfect, she was so excited she practically glowed during afternoon practice. Only to have her fantasies shattered the moment class started. She barely caught a snippet of his conversation with his roommate. Ideas are beautiful, reality is cruel, huh? How come, out of all the professors, is had to be this one? A real oddball? Chapter 46, Green Tea? Su Qingxue was utterly dejected. She pulled out her phone, tapped his profile picture, and sent another kitten puffing out its cheeks emoji. A pouty, aggrieved expression. She even considered sitting next to him during break. Although Zhang Muyan was listening attentively in class, his mind kept wandering. He kept trying to turn his head, glancing back with his peripheral vision. Ouch, why does my head hurt? Glancing back. Ouch, why does my neck feel stiff? Glance back. Oh no, my pen fell. Let me check. Oh, it didn't fall. Oh, it's still on the desk. He, who had always sat upright during class, now seemed as if there were nails in his seat, making him restless. This unusual state naturally caught Li Xiao's eye in an instant. What's wrong, my class representative? Is your butt uncomfortable? Ha? No, no. Ha ha ha. The whole class burst into laughter. Oh, I thought you were fidgeting because you wanted to peek at that girl sitting behind you. You haven't looked at me once this whole class. Boo-hoo. Oh, the whole class started teasing again, and in an instant, all eyes were fixed on Su Qingxue. They stared at her so intensely her head felt like it was smoking. Zhang Muyan's pupils dilated in shock. Don't say such weird things, you old hag. This is getting way too inappropriate, damn it. So Zhang Muyan sighed helplessly, teacher, maybe you should just focus on teaching. Haha, just kidding. See? This dead classroom came alive in an instant, didn't it? Li Xiao chuckled smugly. Your class came alive. What about me? I don't give a damn about the students below. Zhang Muyan silently complained to himself. He still wasn't quite used to this whole class cheering thing, though his ears were red and burning, he didn't dislike it so much. At the same time, he could already foresee what it would be like after he and she were together, how every guy in the school would regard him as their sworn enemy. Even now, during this classroom banter, the crowd's cheers carried a distinct tinge of jealousy. That genuine feeling of, like he's worthy. You could see it in the few disdainful glances. Sigh, the pressure was crushing, and now the teacher was grilling him too. Class resumed, and Li Xiao finally relented to Zhang Muyan's pleas. What could she do? Facing his imploring gaze, hands pressed together, shaking incessantly like a prayer, it seemed to say, teacher, please stop teasing me. I beg you. Alright, she'd cut him some slack. She'd only meant to tease him and liven things up. Still, she needed to keep things in check, she didn't want to genuinely upset her little class monitor. Ding dong. Class ended, break time. The moment the bell rang, Chen Qilin beside her sprang to life like she'd downed a potion of resurrection. In the blink of an eye, she dashed out of the classroom. Li Xiao shot Zhang Muyan a look, alright, go watch your crush. Then she walked out of the classroom. Zhang Muyan didn't think much of it, this glance felt no different from the teasing look she usually gave him. Anyway, he could finally turn around to look at her. His roommate was right behind him, perfect cover for glancing back. Telling his roommate to go take a bathroom break was perfectly legitimate, right? If he turned around during class in front of everyone, they'd probably start teasing him again. Well, what are you looking at? Then, well, Zhang Muyan turned around, met her gaze, and then shifted his eyes away without flinching, as if they shared an unspoken understanding like thieves. Why did he kind of like this sneaky feeling? Ha? Where'd those three go? Not going to the bathroom? It's getting so dark out. Zhang Muyan muttered, even though Wang Lei, Wu Hao, and Pang Bo were still sitting right where they were. He kept stealing glances at her. Zhang Muyan, can you explain this problem to me? I don't get it. Suddenly, Zhong Zi approached, her voice rising as she adopted the wide-eyed, starry-eyed gaze of a devoted fan, interrupting Zhang Muyan's spellcasting. Every class has girls like this. They always flirt ambiguously with boys, speak in high-pitched voices, and do things that invite misunderstanding. This makes others perceive them as charming and popular with guys. Zhong Zi was exactly that kind of girl. She flirted ambiguously with every boy in class, always gazing at you with starry eyes full of admiration. Just a few words from her could steal your heart, only for her to move on to her next target, leaving you standing there, utterly flustered. Ask her who her boyfriend is? Boyfriend? What boyfriend? They're all just my little doves. Zhang Muyan couldn't stand girls like that. This behavior was no different from flitting from one person to another, than feigning innocence. She clearly toyed with people's feelings, yet left them with no proof. So when Zhong Zi set her sights on him, inviting him to meals, shopping, or walks, he never once accepted. But out of politeness and obligation, he still patiently tutored Zhong Zi, enduring her overpowering perfume and the way she clamped down on him until he got goosebumps. Sigh. What kind of perfume is this? Why is it so overpowering? Qingxue Xiang, on the other hand, is so gentle it's not at all harsh, and you just want to keep smelling it. And her voice was so pleasant. The thought flashed through Zhang Muyan's mind for just an instant before he focused intently on explaining the problem. Zhong Zi merely leaned on the desk, bombarding Zhang Muyan with suggestive glances. She paid no attention to his explanation, merely nodding along with feigned interest, murmuring, "Oh, so that's how it works." Her goal was to keep pushing Zhang Muyan. She'd never encountered someone as stubborn as him before. Sure, some boys had turned down her invitations before. At first, she'd get discouraged, but after more experience, she'd come to see it as normal. Guys like them probably just thought she wasn't sincere enough, or that she was a player. But usually, guys like that couldn't resist a girl's persistent sweet talk. So, when faced with such a stubborn rock, she'd resort to persistent coaxing, professing admiration, showering him with compliments, making him feel like she only had eyes for him. They'd naturally soften up. She'd succeeded countless times with this approach. She refused to believe she couldn't conquer Zhang Muyan's hard stone. Wow, that's awesome. Thanks. Zhong Zi clapped her hands, her face beaming with what seemed like genuine admiration. Ahem, no problem. Zhang Muyan scratched his head, not out of shyness but because he felt a bit awkward. It was just explaining a problem, no need for such exaggeration. Why did the boys in class like her? She was so fake, like she was coaxing a child. Zhang Muyan couldn't quite grasp it. Maybe because he'd already developed a filter of dislike toward her, magnifying her flaws infinitely? Zhang Muyan, let's go for a walk together tonight. Zhong Zi had clearly seen the way Zhang Muyan scratched his head, a telltale sign of embarrassment for boys. Seeing that her praise had worked, she quickly seized the moment to invite him. To her surprise, Zhang Muyan replied with almost no change in expression, "No, I have things to do." Ha! Zhong Zi froze for a moment. His attitude had completely changed. Just moments ago he was shy, and now he was rejecting her so bluntly? What could possibly be so urgent? Zhong Zi adopted a coy tone. A short stroll wouldn't take long. I'm being this cute. Surely he'll agree now. I really have something to do. Sorry, Zhang Muyan said with a helpless smile. What business? Anyway, I have business. Don't ask, okay? When others use busy as an excuse, it's a polite refusal. Pressing them for details would be rude, okay? A flicker of displeasure crossed Zhong Zi's eyes, but she wasn't ready to be dismissed so easily. She pressed on, then tomorrow. Class representative. Tang Qingqing suddenly raised her hand and called out, cutting Zhong Zi off. Zhang Muyan turned at the sound. I don't understand this problem. Ha? Next to Su Qingxue? Is this even possible? He gave Zhong Zi a quick glance. I'll go help someone else first. Then Zhang Muyan swiftly stood up and walked straight toward Su Qingxue. Chapter 47, Qingqing the Mighty, Stealing Men. Zhong Zi stood rooted to the spot, her eyes blazing with fury. Her fists clenched tightly behind her back. She gritted her teeth, grabbed her books, and turned to leave. If you don't want to walk, then don't. Makes it sound like I'm begging you to take a stroll with me. Zhang Muyan's gaze swept past the trio behind him before striding confidently to Tang Qingqing's desk. He pretended not to notice Zhong Zi's commotion, knowing full well she was probably muttering under her breath about how he was putting on airs. You can't please everyone, and he certainly wouldn't demean himself just to appease others. He simply didn't want to walk with her or eat with her. So what? Did her invitations demand an automatic yes? He politely declined once, and now he was the one at fault? Hey, stop staring. I'm asking you about the problem. Tang Qingqing waved her hand in front of Zhang Muyan's face, poking the question with her pen, wearing an expression that clearly said she was ready for the show. She was the one who called out, so why was she immediately walking toward Su Qingxue? Even though she de-invited her on her own initiative, seeing her own Xue standing there with eyes burning with longing, how could she not lend a hand? Besides, just one glance at that Zhong Zi strutting around with her textbook, leaning forward like she owned the place, her butt sticking straight up like she didn't even have one. My Snowy's got way more of a rear end than you do. On this point, Tang Qingqing the only person who'd ever touched Su Qingxue's but had absolute authority. So when she saw Zhong Zi blatantly staring at Zhang Muyan the whole time, it was obvious she wasn't there for the lesson. Green tea. Daring to steal someone? Zhang Muyan gave an awkward chuckle before glancing at the question. Such an easy question. Like asking what 1 + 1 equals. You can figure it out in your head. How do you even teach this? Zhang Muyan froze, glancing at Su Qingxue. Their eyes met just as she was stealing a peek at him. Looks like she deliberately let me win. He quickly adopted a serious expression. Ha? Oh, this problem. At $amp blah blah blah. Right, the answer equals 1. But isn't the answer -1? The answer is wrong. You're just winging it and making stuff up, aren't you? Zhang Muyan nodded approvingly, then solemnly finished explaining it to Tang Qingqing. Oh thanks, class rep. Tang Qingqing replied with exaggerated politeness, though she hadn't understood a single word. She hated math. If not for Su Qingxue dragging her here, she'd probably never have anything to do with math again except maybe for future filming roles. Sure enough, it was her who deliberately had her bestie call her. Zhang Muyan rose with satisfaction, shooting another glance at Su Qingxue. The trio's "you deserve to die" glare never wavered. They gritted their teeth, flipping him off relentlessly from behind. Tang Qingqing's looks weren't bad, but compared to Su Qingxue, she merely served as a supporting role. Yet in the mechanical engineering department, a place that might as well be called a monastery, her appearance easily outshone most of the few girls in the class, including Zhong Zi. So, when Tang Qingqing asked Zhang Muyan to explain the problem and then thanked him with that coquettish smile, that move made all three of them grind their back teeth to dust. You deserve to die, damn it, gritting teeth. Returning to her seat, Li Xiao had also come back to class, and it was almost time to resume the lesson. She didn't continue to make things difficult for Zhang Muyan by asking him to answer questions, which made Zhang Muyan feel much more at ease. Especially since she had just helped him out of a small predicament during the break. Was she jealous? Zhang Muyan was in a great mood, and his focus during class no longer wandered left and right. Once he got into the groove, time flew by. Ding dong. End of class. 8:30 p.m. Zhang Muyan packed up her things and wiped the blackboard. Before leaving, teacher Li Xiao teased Zhang Muyan, "Pay attention to the teacher during class, not the blackboard." Ha? What an outrageous remark. While Zhang Muyan was still reeling from the shock, teacher Li Xiao smiled warmly, picked up her bag, and left. Old Zhang, let's go. Peng Bo was already heading toward the back door when he shouted at Zhang Muyan. Without waiting for a response, he vanished through the doorway. As for the other two, they'd already distanced themselves from him long ago, leaving without so much as a goodbye. What's going on? We're not even from the same world anymore, huh? I only discussed a problem with Tang Qingqing. If you guys knew I wiped Su Qingxue's mouth or whatever, wouldn't you just kick me out of the dorm right then and there? Maybe kicking me out would be too lenient? Zhang Muyan suddenly understood. Not being collectively shunned by the boys seemed to be one reason why he couldn't reveal his true self yet. Su Qingxue had actually been waiting for him. But Tang Qingqing explained, if you don't leave, the boys in class won't leave either. There's no chance now. She realized it made sense. Ever since she stepped out of the classroom, there had been endless rustling sounds behind her. Not that they were following her, they were just leaving the building too. It was a convenient excuse. After all, taking a second look at a beauty was good for the mind and body. We're all men, what's wrong with wanting to look at a beauty a little longer? What's wrong with that? I just love looking. I even took a few screenshots to use as wallpaper. Qingqing. Su Qingxue suddenly said as they walked, "You're so kind." Tang Qingqing's heart let out an elephant trunk swaying trumpet. So obedient. So adorable. Then she grabbed Su Qingxue in a hug. Do that again. Repeat what? Just those 3 words you said earlier. No way. Come on, you can't do that. I didn't hear you clearly just now. No, I'll say it next time you help me again. You want me to come with you to this math class again? I can't take it anymore. Tang Qingqing swayed unsteadily. She'd been nodding off through these 2 classes and had no desire to repeat the experience. Qingqing's the best. I can listen. Who said I can't? Let's go 10 more classes right now. 10 every day. Tang Qingqing instantly perked up, exaggerating dramatically. Getting to hear Shue's sweet talk every day, hee drooling. Su Qingxue was actually grateful to Qingqing for blocking Zhong Zi during break and cleverly bringing Zhang Muyan over to her side. She couldn't do something like that herself, nor had she thought to do it. All she could do was stew in silent anger, poking him on WeChat. But Qingqing had stepped in without hesitation to defend her. Defend her? Help her win back her man? Well, either way, she really adored Qingqing. Qingqing is truly wonderful, she meant every word of that from the bottom of her heart. Su Qingxue wasn't actually cold toward people. It was just that when interacting with others, she gave off a strong sense of boundaries. If someone greeted her, she'd politely nod in response. But when everyone was joking around, she was always the one who didn't laugh. Or rather, she was almost never seen smiling. She didn't like hanging out with everyone else either, preferring to go her own way. Combined with her naturally cool demeanor, over time, people had crowned her the Ice Queen. Of course, all of the above only applied to girls. When guys tried to greet her, she'd choose to be momentarily deaf. Only if they persisted would she reluctantly respond. And if they persisted, well, meet Lu Hao. After that incident, her titles like Ice Queen and Campus Goddess became set in stone. A beauty to admire from afar but not to be trifled with? Well, living in the same dorm was a different story. Spending every day together, especially with a lively character like Tang Qingxing, she quickly figured out Su Qingxue's weak spot. Tang Qingxing, she's clearly such a cute, sweet little treasure. All it takes is a little persistence on my part, and I get to enjoy Xuexue's softness. Hehe, Xuexuemwa. Chapter 48, The Two Take a Walk. Only after that did the three roommates develop a harmonious atmosphere of mutual affection and closeness. Without Tang Qingxing, Yang Xiaoxin would be her usual quiet self, and Su Qingxue would be her usual quiet self. The two of them might barely exchange a few words even by their senior year. Without Tang Qingxing, this dorm would have fallen apart. After classes ended that evening, the building emptied considerably, though many students remained studying hard. Some were preparing for graduate school entrance exams, others for civil service exams, and still others for various certification tests. Everyone was working hard. Zhang Muyan walked along the path, having just seen the flood of messages Su Qingxue sent him minutes ago. Most were poking emojis and pouting kittens. The rest were angry emojis and pouty faces. Yet in class, she'd been completely expressionless. Zhang Muyan couldn't help but curve his lips upward, then replied, "What's up? Jealous? Of course I am. What else could it be?" Recalling the class, he regretted not being able to sit behind her. Her coming to his classroom must have been planned, right? Sitting right in front of him like that? Even a fool could see it. She really was. Thinking about it, Zhang Muyan felt utterly softened. So he continued sending messages. "Zhang Muyan, want to go for a walk?" After sending it, there was no instant reply. She probably hadn't seen it yet. So Zhang Muyan stood there, under the streetlight beside the classroom building, waiting expectantly. The streetlights at night seemed to hold a certain magic, making anyone standing beneath them feel strangely lonely. The only companion was one's own shadow, moving in sync with every step. It made one feel melancholy without even realizing it. Night truly made one sentimental. But Zhang Muyan felt now that life was so beautiful that even waiting brought joy. Moments later, Su Qingxue finally replied, "Yes. Yes." Zhang Muyan's shadow pumped its fist. The man himself insisted that was purely the shadow's doing. He certainly wasn't thrilled that Su Qingxue had agreed to walk. "Zhang Muyan, how about we head to the northern tree-lined path?" The northern tree-lined path, more trees, fewer streetlights, perfect for couples to get up to no good. What exactly? What are you thinking? Could I be that kind of person? The visibility is poor there, so no one would recognize Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue, okay. Su Qingxue typed, and Tang Qingxing watched every word clearly. Excited yet worried, she thought, he wouldn't do anything bad to my Xuexue, would he? That place is full of couples going all lovey-dovey. She absolutely won't allow that kind of thing. So, breaking her usual habit, Tang Qingxing said, "Xuexue, I have 2 bottles of pepper spray here. Take them with you." Zhang Muyan? 6. Su Qingxue stared blankly at the 2 bottles of pepper spray in her hands, wondering why Qingxing would carry such things. "Oh, Gaowen told me to carry these. Also, I have a hat here too just in case someone recognizes me." "Wear it." Tang Qingxing pulled out a white baseball cap from her bag, actually her sun hat. It was so cool outside, why was she carrying a hat in her bag? "Sometimes when meeting Gaowen, I don't feel like washing my hair, so I just wear a hat." "Well. Hey, you watching, what's up? Think I'm lazy?" "Put. If I were lazy, I wouldn't even bother with the hat. Gaowen always shows up unexpectedly. I don't want to keep him waiting, but I also don't want him to see me looking messy. So yeah. The above is Tang Qingxing's defense, self-defense. Su Qingxue was still staring blankly at the self-defense spray instructions, feeling like a hat had been placed over her head. "Gaowen really worries about you, huh? Him? He's got issues. What kind of boyfriend spends every day imagining his girlfriend getting attacked?" Tang Qingxing couldn't resist dissing her boyfriend, though deep down she was already beaming with joy. Didn't Su Qingxue know her well enough? She tucked Tang Qingxing's smile away in her eyes before stuffing the pepper spray back into her bag. "No need. I'm off. Aren't you taking it? What if he loses control?" Su Qingxue chuckled softly, "He won't need it. You know your boyfriend, and I know mine." 20 minutes later. Zhang Muyan reached the fork in the tree-lined path. As if deliberately designed by the school, the path Zhang Muyan was on was a sunlit avenue lined with streetlights. Even now, after dark, the entire road remained as clear as day. Students jokingly called this path Beast Street. The meaning was obvious: the street leading to the beast's lair. Continuing forward led into the dimly lit tree-lined path. Streetlights, barely clinging to life, were spaced several meters apart, their already faint glow further obscured by the branches and leaves of the trees. Vague silhouettes and the faint glow of cell phones could be discerned within. Zhang Muyan, I'm here. Su Qingxue, I see you. I'm inside. Looking up, Zhang Muyan saw a figure in the darkness, wearing a white hat, waving at him. He cautiously approached, gradually making out the figure's outline. Only then did Zhang Muyan confirm it was Su Qingxue. I thought it wasn't you. Su Qingxue replied softly. Let's go. All right. The two walked side by side, slowly and steadily. After putting on her hat, Su Qingxue's profile vanished from Zhang Muyan's view. What's wrong with her? Why isn't she saying a word? Is she still jealous? Zhang Muyan nervously glanced at Su Qingxue from time to time, but she remained silent, walking beside him without looking up. That girl after class. I don't know her well. Su Qingxue frowned in confusion before realizing. Oh. Wasn't it because of Zhongzi? That teacher is just like that. She's not exactly proper, but she's actually very good. She's quite responsible toward her students. Oh no, am I falling out of favor? Why hasn't she gotten to the point yet? Then, or maybe it's not that reason? Is she just tired? Right. She practiced dance this afternoon and then painstakingly accompanied me through calculus. How could an art student possibly understand that stuff? She must be exhausted already. And here I am, still bothering her like this. Thinking this, Zhang Muyan looked at Su Qingxue again and felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Great, now I'm starting to analyze my own behavior. I'm hopeless. Qingxue, why don't you go home and rest first? The words Qingxue practically slipped out before he could stop himself. What's wrong? Su Qingxue was completely baffled. Why did she suddenly stop walking with me? She was just a little too happy. So happy her brain had shut down again. She hadn't felt it much on the road, but once they reached the tree-lined path, Su Qingxue's brain began to shut down. The reason was, there were so many couples. Was he hinting at something? She hadn't never thought about walking with him, hand in hand even. But she figured that would have to wait until they fully laid their cards on the table. Could tonight be the night? Was she about to? Chapter 49, Kiss. The more she thought about it, the hotter her head grew, which was why she stammered and stumbled over her words. If the sky were bright and her features clear, Zhang Muyan would have seen Su Qingxue's cheeks already flushed like little tomatoes. She'd been so proactive before, yet lately she'd been blushing more and more like a little girl. It was probably because he'd started responding to her now, unlike when he'd rejected her at first. You must be exhausted today. Let's do this another time. Not tired. Su Qingxue shook her head firmly, cutting Zhang Muyan off. We've come this far. We absolutely must take a walk today. Who knows when we'll get to walk together again. Zhang Muyan felt a pang of guilt when she insisted she wasn't tired. His underlying motive for suggesting the walk was partly to make it up to her. She'd planned to come to his classroom but hadn't stayed with him, making the trip seem pointless. His walks with her were mostly driven by this: he just wanted to see her, so he'd call her over, never once considering her perspective. This morning had been the same. A sudden, intense urge to protect her welled up inside him. A fleeting thought even crossed his mind to protect her for the rest of his life. But it vanished instantly. Making promises like that felt a bit childish. So, I'll just record how I feel right now, from the bottom of my heart. I want to hold her. She's so soft and cuddly. I recalled holding her before. Every physical sensation remains vividly etched in my memory. Is this becoming addictive? Ahem, let's sit down for a bit first. Zhang Muyan cleared his throat twice, forcing himself to sound calm. Taking a compromise approach. He really was a bit brainless. Self-reproach. Okay. See? She agreed so readily she really is exhausted. So guys, when it comes to dating, try to put yourself in the other person's shoes more often, okay? Of course, don't become a love-struck fool either. Are you giving advice now? There was a chair by the roadside, so the two walked over. Zhang Muyan stepped in front of Su Qingxue first, took out his phone to shine light on the seat, then wiped it with his hand. Only after confirming it wasn't dirty did he let Su Qingxue sit down. Ah, such gentlemanly manners. What if the chair was dirty? Especially since Su Qingxue was wearing white pants. After sitting down, Su Qingxue quietly shifted her hips closer to Zhang Muyan. A bench meant for 4 people, yet the two sat pressed together. Zhang Muyan couldn't find anything to say. He hadn't really interacted much with girls before, meaning active interaction, not the passive kind, so asking him to come up with conversation topics, he really wasn't good at it. A pure virgin, the kind who'd never even held a girl's hand. But, well, Zhang Muyan had made one small improvement: he was able to look at Su Qingxue for longer periods now. Whether it was because Su Qingxue wasn't looking at him or the darkness, he could stare at her without feeling shy. No one else could see, and she couldn't see his gaze either, so he didn't hold back. It felt like the tables had turned. Before, she was always the one staring at him. Tonight, it was reversed. Even with her hat on, hiding her profile, she's still so beautiful. The scent on her was faint, nothing like the harsh, overpowering smell of cheap, synthetic perfume. Instead, it was like the delicate petals of a purple flower drifting by, gently brushing against your cheek, soft and comforting. Her clothes, too, were so clean. A pristine freshness, refreshing to the eyes, just looking at them made one imagine how sweet they must smell, like a pink cream cake. Sitting there, watching her out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Muyan found himself drifting off in thought. What was wrong with her, not even looking at me? It wasn't that Su Qingxue wasn't looking at him. She was studying how to hold his hand. Walking hand in hand together. The point is holding hands. Her hand was practically on his leg already. Why wasn't he reacting at all? Dumb pig. So Su Qingxue kept her head down, refusing to even look at him. It was pitch black, and she couldn't see clearly anyway. Holding hands felt more real. Where did his hand go? Why can't I feel it? Other couples around them occasionally giggled. Along the dimly lit path, the faint glow of cell phones flickered, pink bubbles drifting around them. The night was relatively quiet, faintly carrying the tender whispers of couples and the occasional girlish pout. Zhang Muyan clasped his hands together, resting them awkwardly on his lap. No wonder he couldn't find her. Qingxue, why are you even taking math class? Zhang Muyan finally broke the silence, asking a question he already knew the answer to. Su Qingxue had placed her hand between them, leaning slightly toward Zhang Muyan, but she flinched back at his question. Huh? Why did she jump? She hadn't done anything wrong. Because of you. What else could it be? Su Qingxue paused mid-sentence, lifting her head to meet Zhang Muyan's gaze directly. Her eyes were wide, her lashes long. She might be able to blurt out sappy words on WeChat, but face to face, she felt too embarrassed. So, she just looked at him. You idiot. Do I even need to ask? Oh. I see. Zhang Muyan's tone rose involuntarily. Su Qingxue's eyes were bright. Even in the dim light, her dark, luminous pupils sparkled like precious stones. Her expression spoke volumes. The way she looked at him was the answer. And finally, he saw her eyes. He hadn't really looked at her all night, only ever catching glimpses of her hat. He actually loved locking eyes with her. Eye contact was a spiritual kiss between two people, free of any lust. Yet he always broke the gaze first, wanting to look but too shy to do so. Her eyes, cool as water, held a genuine light when fixed upon him, utterly untainted. Staring into them felt like purification. In that moment, his insecurity reared its head, afraid she might see some ugly impurity reflected back at him. Mu Yuan. Look at me. As if hearing Zhang Muyan's unspoken thoughts, Su Qingxue suddenly spoke. Zhang Muyan lowered his gaze once more. Meeting her pure, flawless eyes, rippling like autumn waves, he could see a bright starry sky in their depths. Unabashed tenderness. Then, Su Qingxue gently lowered her upper eyelids. Her gaze softened into an endless tenderness, love spilling over like a flood, enveloping Zhang Muyan entirely in its embrace. He sank into that tenderness, unable to pull himself free. Then, he felt as if he were slowly closing his eyes, while she seemed to be drawing closer, until something soft pressed against his lips, his entire body went limp, drained of strength, his heart felt like it had melted. She kissed him? The faint glow around them faded away, leaving only the two of them sitting in the tree-lined path. No, it felt as if the entire world contained only them, existing solely within each other's eyes. Chapter 50, He Called Me Schwer? A long time passed. The rustling autumn wind blew leaves to the ground, where they rustled softly. That's enough. Su Qingxue lowered her head, abruptly ending the brief kiss. Zhang Muyan remained frozen in place, still immersed in the tenderness of that moment. Ha? Was it a dream? Just now, didn't she kiss me? An illusion? A witch? Zhang Muyan's heart raced, a fleeting pang of disappointment skimming across his chest. It was just eye contact. The sensation on her lips was all in my imagination. She touched her lips uncomfortably, feeling it all too real. If it really had been a kiss, would it have felt like that just now? So addictive. Su Qingxue lowered her head, her eyes brimming with laughter. How long had they locked eyes just now? So long. Zhang Muyan hadn't realized it, nor had Su Qingxue. This was the first time she'd ever locked eyes with him like this. Her mind was already a blank. Why did she suddenly want him to look at her? Thoughts always sprang up and vanished without warning. She'd just seen him avoid her gaze, and suddenly, inspiration struck. Without reservation, she revealed her feelings. Staring into his eyes, she conveyed with her gaze. I truly, deeply like you. Muyan. Then, he responded, deep within his eyes. He embraced her. So tenderly, so gently, as if afraid of hurting her. What she sensed in his eyes. I love you so much. What each felt in the other's eyes was different. Zhang Muyan didn't realize this was what he was sensing from her eyes. He mistakenly thought he was a bit perverted, imagining such scenes just from locking eyes with a girl. If someone with mind-reading abilities saw this, his persona would be shattered. So he mentally tapped his electronic wooden fish and recited the Cyber Sutra. If Su Qingxue, the person involved, had known, she'd have said, "It's just a kiss, silly Muyan, as long as it's you, even something a bit more, would be okay. Muyan, let's walk a bit." Su Qingxue took a deep breath, regaining her composure first, and reluctantly stepped out of his embrace. If only she could see that look in his eyes every day, gaze into them like that. How blissful that would be. Alright, then she'd have to keep striving. Zhang Muyan nodded and stood up. Their height difference was quite noticeable. Zhang Muyan towered over her by a full head, yet they looked remarkably well matched. Even in the darkness, their silhouettes stood out brightly. Walking side by side, moving slowly, it felt as though the very air had turned sweet. Zhang Muyan took tiny steps, barely half his usual stride. It wasn't because he feared she couldn't keep up, it was simply an instinctive reluctance to take larger steps. Swaying with every step, Zhang Muyan suddenly realized that this path had always seemed so long before. Winding and twisting, it made him want to curse its length. Was it built just to give couples space to make out? But today, how had it felt like they'd covered it in an instant? He hadn't even exchanged 2 sentences with her. Su Qingxue's small hand waved back and forth, repeatedly trying to hook his arm. But failed. Zhang Muyan's hand seemed to be hiding from the light, vanishing into thin air. All along the way, she quietly answered his questions. Zhang Muyan asked her about her likes, food, hobbies, colors, zodiac signs. He asked about everything he could think of. Su Qingxue answered each question earnestly, her smile as radiant as a flower. He was getting to know her, wasn't he? Should I print out my profile and give it to him? What do you like? I like Muyan. What color do I like? Muyan's color. What do I like to eat? I like to eat Muyu. Just kidding, I only dare be this blunt when we're not face to face. When I'm in front of him, I get shy. The tree-lined path ends here. Zhang Muyan had learned a lot about her, though he still felt a bit unsatisfied. Let me walk you home, Zhang Muyan offered. He could follow behind her or something. Su Qingxue shook her head. You go ahead. She didn't want him to make this trip. Yet she wanted to watch him a little longer. At her words, Zhang Muyan froze, his heart skipping a beat. How could she be so kind? Always putting him first, no matter what. Then I'll be going, Zhang Muyan said, his voice tinged with heartache. At times like this, there was no need to say things like let me walk you or you go ahead. If she wanted him to leave first, then he would leave first. Arguing over who should walk her home was pointless. It's enough to remember it in my heart. Su Qingxue's eyes brimmed with reluctance, her lips puffing out involuntarily. Her pouting expression resembled a child throwing a tantrum before parting. Get home safely. I'm leaving. He turned and took 2 steps, then glanced back. She was still standing there. Go on. A bit helpless, but this reluctance felt oddly strange. It's not like we won't see each other again. Her pouty expression. He turned and took a few steps before glancing back. She was still standing there. See you tomorrow, Zhang Muyan said. Shuer. The last 2 words slipped out without a second thought. What he sensed from her made him instinctively want to call her that, to be gentler. Su Qingxue's eyes flashed as if she'd received the greatest compliment. Without any pretense, she bounced lightly in place like a little girl and nodded emphatically. Zhang Muyan vanished around the corner. Su Qingxue remained standing in place. Alone, bathed in the glow of the street lamp, she resembled a solitary little boat. Of course, she didn't feel lonely at all. On the contrary, she felt happier than ever before. She turned with a happy smile and skipped back along the path. Though she called it skipping, it was really just tiptoeing with joy, just like when Zhang Muyan had called her Shuer earlier. Humming a tune, murmuring her new name to herself, then grinning like a fool. Like a love-struck fool. I didn't want to fall for it, but he called me baby. No one had ever called her that before. And it was him who said it meant so much. December 27th, another important anniversary. Hey, auntie, do I have a shirt here? Zhang Muyan returned to the dormitory, remembering to retrieve his clothes from the auntie. He addressed her as she sat in the entrance hall. What's your name? Zhang Muyan. Oh, yes, I have it. The auntie retrieved an exquisitely packaged paper bag from a pile of assorted parcels nearby and handed it to Zhang Muyan through the window. Thank you, auntie. Zhang Muyan politely accepted it, then stared at the packaging in surprise. Inside the paper bag was a large box containing the clothes. Usually, Zhang Muyan only encountered this kind of packaging when buying shoes. Clothes were typically sealed in a plastic bag and then placed inside a decent-looking paper bag. How could she be so thoughtful? It was just a piece of clothing she'd worn for a year. A simple bag would have sufficed. Snap a photo, tap Shuer. On the way, she'd already changed her nickname to Shuer. Chapter 51, she waited over an hour. Wang Lei only saw the character Shui, so renaming her to Shuer wouldn't affect anything. Could he suddenly channel Conan and blurt out, new machine, huh? Always rubbing your belly. This Shuer of yours is actually Su Qingxue. Then I'd admit he's got skills. Truthfully, he just couldn't think of any other nickname. Should he use something else or just pick a random one? No need, and I wouldn't be satisfied anyway. She wasn't just some random extra in his life anymore. An important character, how could he casually change her name? Changing it to some random name would totally ruin the immersion during our chats. Besides, who would casually toss their beloved into a corner? I'd rather pin every single one of their contacts to the top so everyone knows. After sending the photo to confirm she'd received the clothes, Zhang Muyan carried the bag back to the dorm. She opened the door. Whoa, it's already 10 o'clock. Hey! Where the heck did you go? Damn it, tongue click. You bastard, your conscience is totally rotten. The moment he stepped inside, 3 guys with thick local accents unleashed a barrage of insults right in his face. What's that in your hand? Wang Lei immediately spotted the shopping bag in Zhang Muyan's grasp. Fortunately, Zhang Muyan had mentally prepared himself. These guys were bound to interrogate him about his whereabouts. So he trotted out his rehearsed line, "My sister bought me some clothes. I went to the delivery center to pick them up but couldn't find them. I ended up asking the front desk for ages before they finally helped me locate them." Is that so? You weren't going on a date with someone, were you? We're all good brothers here, don't lie to us, okay? Damn it. Good brothers. The first good brother to abandon me? Xiakuxiu, look at these 3 guys' faces. Why would I lie to you? I've got proof right here. Zhang Muyan held up the plastic bag in his hand, his voice tinged with guilt. The 3 narrowed their eyes and leaned in close to Zhang Muyan, their faces practically glued to his, as if trying to read his every thought. After a moment, Wu Hao patted Zhang Muyan on the shoulder. I knew it couldn't be true. My good buddy wouldn't do something like that. Alright, this is what makes us real brothers. You didn't let us down, Wang Lei nodded, genuinely relieved. Only Pang Bo continued to scan Zhang Muyan with a skeptical gaze. No need to guess, the news of Su Qingxue visiting his classroom had undoubtedly spread throughout the school. These 3 were undoubtedly jumping to conclusions online again. Zhang Muyan, what are you guys staring at now? Nothing much. We're just wondering if you and that girl up front hit it off at first sight and went on a date. The girl up front, he must be referring to Tang Qingqing. Hey, it's all over the forums. Wang Lei, the undisputed social butterfly active across every major group chat, opened a photo album and handed it to Zhang Muyan. Su Qingxue's gorgeous photos today? What the hell? You're using your ultimate right up in my face? Zhang Muyan's left eye widened while his right narrowed, his eyebrows arched as he glared at the screen. You're still looking at this kind of stuff? Hey, just look at the pictures and comments, don't go browsing around. There's several gigabytes of stuff on this phone. It's not suitable for kids to see. Zhang Muyan was rendered speechless. You think I'm not going to settle the score with you today, huh? Then, in the next second, the revenge began. This guy was the loudest in class, always shouting. Zhang Muyan, having trained before, lifted Wang Lei up almost as easily as picking up a little chick. Ah, old Zhang, I'm sorry. Would Wang Lei really say that? No. This is the typical reaction from a goofball roommate. Ayame die old Zhang, easy there. I'm being good, washing my butt properly. Coily. Can you get any more sassy? It's too big, it'll break. Fine, I've lost all desire to touch him. I can't even imagine this thing actually having a girlfriend someday. Zhang Muyan gave his but a hard smack, accompanied by a lewd cry, before finally looking at the diagram. This was exactly when he was explaining a problem to the girl next to Su Qingxue. Whoa. From this angle, it feels kinda weird. Su Qingxue was definitely in the photo, her eyes filled with contempt as she glanced at him, looking utterly cold. Her persona held up. Thank goodness. But why was this girl smiling so broadly at him? I was so focused on Su Qingxue back then, I never noticed. This girl is Tang Qingqing, the heiress of the Tang group. She's loaded. Pretty too, but she's got a boyfriend, a sophomore. Pang Bo explained beside him like a strategist. Oh, and then? Zhang Muyan continued flipping through the photos. Then we need to advise you stealing someone's boyfriend? That's not something we do. Men don't make things hard for other men. How did your father raise you? How could you do something like this? Zhang Muyan was utterly speechless. He'd only meant to bring up a topic, but in the hour he'd been gone, the 3 of them had practically dissected his entire life. He'd thought someone had caught photos of him and her again, like that time in the cafeteria. He tossed the bag onto his bed. Zhang Muyan decided not to discuss this with his roommates anymore. Taking a shower, getting into bed, and chatting with her would be far more enjoyable. Dating the school beauty behind your roommate's back? Then shock everyone. Huh? That sounds like a good topic? Old Zhang, don't you think Su Qingxue's been acting kinda weird lately? Wang Lei still wore that gossip-loving expression. What's strange about her? She's definitely up to something. The other day she came to our guy's dorm to deliver breakfast, and yesterday she suddenly announced she has a crush on someone. Even though she denied it, it still feels off. If she was just trying to avoid Lu Hao's harassment, I don't think she'd lie like that. And then today, seriously. She's from the art school, dragged her girlfriends along, and came to our science classroom to listen to math lectures? Math? Su Qingxue? She's the star of the art school, why on earth would she suddenly study calculus? She'll never need it. Zhang Muyan opened the wardrobe, rummaging for clean clothes as he said, "What? None of you three have come up with any possibilities?" When three men gather, one inevitably evolves into a know-it-all strategist and immutable truth since time immemorial. That's what I thought at first. Could she be here to see me? Wang Lei flicked his bangs lightly, speaking with a touch of self-admiration. If you posted that pathetic look of yours online, you'd lose your right to a lifelong partner. Just kidding. What's the big deal? Couldn't she be here to see me? Aren't I handsome? What's with the looks? Seeing old Zhang is tolerable, but seeing you. I'm starting to question Su Qingxue's taste, Peng Bo remarked. Zhang Muyan's heart skipped a beat, huh? I like hearing that, keep it coming. Wu Hao scoffed, give it a rest. Su Qingxue isn't here to see anyone. Probably just betting on something with someone. You have no proof. Her current behavior only points to her chasing after some guy. Like when she said she has someone she likes, that part can be debunked. But what about delivering breakfast? What girl would rush to the guy's dorm early in the morning to bring breakfast? Rumor has it she waited over an hour that morning. Zhang Muyan stiffened slightly upon hearing this. Chapter 52, Qingxue's perk. Over an hour. Early in the morning, she even put on makeup and dressed up so nicely, only to not even see his face. I kinda admire that guy who got the breakfast. Did he even know it was Su Qingxue bringing it? He really didn't know. He didn't know she was the one delivering his meal. She waited that long. How early must she have gotten up? People say it might have been a bet or prank between Su Qingxue and someone else. Didn't someone post evidence online? Besides, Su Qingxue has misandry that's common knowledge, Wu Hao remarked. That stuff has no scientific basis. Could just be rumors. Hold on, what nonsense? Misandry? What's that? Zhang Muyan interrupted, holding up a piece of clothing. It's not a disease. It's like gynophobia, a psychological disorder, Peng Bo explained. Misandry? Pretty much, but she doesn't fear them, she hates them. Apparently, it's because of her. From kindergarten to now, her classes have always been all girls, not a single boy. Even her current art school class is entirely female. And because that's so unbelievable, people say she hates men, that she turns into a fighting champion whenever she interacts with guys. Wang Lei gestured as he spoke. Really? Zhang Muyan asked skeptically. He definitely didn't believe it, but he wouldn't pass up the chance to understand her better. She was so sweet and gentle around him. How could she possibly be misandrist? That was ridiculous. Besides, while everyone wants their girlfriend to be all sweet and clingy only with them, that should still be predicated on her being happy and normal, right? Who wants a girlfriend with issues? Those who like yandere types, line up here. It's true. You can look it up. Su Qingxue attended elementary school, middle school, and high school where there were no boys in her classes. She never interacted with boys either. But that doesn't prove she has psychological issues, does it? Wang Lei shrugged, implying that's what everyone says. Zhang Muyan retorted, so just because she doesn't talk to people, we label her as having issues? The problem is, people actually believe it. Zhang Muyan couldn't wrap his head around it. Whoa. Old Zhang. You seem kinda off today. Huh? Peng Bo narrowed his eyes, his gaze toward Zhang Muyan turning strangely intense. That lecherous gaze, like a creepy old man ogling a schoolgirl, made Zhang Muyan's hair stand on end. What's up? You've never really cared about Su Qingxue before. Why are you suddenly so interested today? You're defending Su Qingxue now? No, I'm just offering an objective perspective. Zhang Muyan feigned ignorance. It just doesn't make sense to me that you're all talking about how she's flawed or something. We're not saying Su Qingxue has problems. We're discussing why she's acting so strange. Old Wu thinks it's impossible. Su Qingxue is so pure and noble, she's his goddess. She couldn't possibly have fallen into vulgarity. It's impossible. Since the semester started, has any guy gotten close to her? That rumor from last time was debunked too. Holy crap. Wu Hao was playing a hybrid version of Plants vs. Zombies, placing a box on the grass that spawned a cannon. He let out a startled exclamation. Got it, this round's in the bag. Wang Lei, though, thinks Su Qingxue has descended to the mortal realm. Peng Bo chimed in, old Zhang, if you've got any inside scoop, you gotta spill it for the brothers, man. Zhang Muyan's massive frame trembled. How did this guy suddenly channel Sherlock Holmes, picking up on something off about him from just a few words? He fled in panic. What inside info could I possibly have? I'm off to take a shower. Whatever. Peng Bo sulked off as well. There was no Sherlock Holmes possessing him. Peng Bo was just playing his usual mystique act, spouting nonsense. He still suspected Zhang Muyan was off on a date with some girl, but lacking proof, his subconscious defaulted to Tang Qingqing, Su Qingxue's best friend, who surely had inside info. So, Zhang Muyan exhaled in the bathroom, nearly convinced this guy had caught wind of his secret relationship with Su Qingxue. When did this kid get so smart? Su Qingxue returned to the girls' dormitory building and received a message from Zhang Muyan. Zhang Muyan, image, got it. She opened the image. The clothes came in designer packaging, but they weren't extravagantly expensive, only about half the price of Zhang Muyan's original outfits. She had specifically told Qingxing not to buy anything expensive, just something ordinary people would wear. Average person's reaction, sure, a thin jacket costing a few hundred could buy 2 down jackets. Ever since that last incident, she'd become even more aware that when it came to money and values, he was especially sensitive. She was afraid he might refuse or get upset. Though she desperately wanted to give him her best possessions, to give him everything she had, for now, she could only take it slow. Su Qingxue, do you like it? After sending the message, Su Qingxue returned to her dorm. Surprisingly, the dorm was completely empty. Qingxing must have been upset and gone to cuddle with her boyfriend, while Qingxing was probably kissing hers in some corner. So envious. When would she get to smooch with him? She took off her cap and placed it on Qingxing's desk, then removed her baseball jacket before sitting down on the chair, replaying the scenes from earlier in her mind. Well, no need to envy them, really. They locked eyes for several minutes. That counts as a deep, meaningful kiss, right? Su Qingxue's lips curved into a faint smile as she slipped off her shoes and socks, sliding her 2 snow-white feet into cool slippers. After a shower, it's only natural for a little fairy to stay fresh and fragrant. She pulled her pajamas from the wardrobe, changed out of her worn clothes, and placed tomorrow's outfit by the bedside. The flip-flops made a soft patter as she walked around the room. Wearing only a white long-sleeved t-shirt, Su Qingxue moved about freely. Only because Qingxing wasn't there did she dare to take off her pants in the room first. If Qingxing were here, he'd definitely seize the chance to give her long white legs a good feel. He might even go overboard and press his face against them. Shue, can I take a bite, he'd say, drooling. Hee, such smooth, white legs. Su Qingxue, don't you have some too? Tang Qingxing, mine aren't as fragrant as yours, let me rub against them. No way, get away. Since the dorm was empty, Su Qingxue decided to take off her t-shirt too. It wasn't exactly convenient to change in the bathroom. Slowly pulling the t-shirt up, revealing a fair waist, defined abs, and a belly button small enough to cup in one hand, it looked so smooth. Then she slid it up further, 2 snowy peaks. Ahem, the following scene is left to your imagination. Hint, Qingxue is wearing white today. Alright, that's all for Qingxue's special treat today. Chapter 53, Preparing the Gift. The shower head gushed in the bathroom. Su Qingxue's body was covered in white foam, her moist skin glowing with a translucent sheen. Starting tomorrow, I must practice even harder. I need to leave the deepest impression on him. After showering, their schedules magically aligned. Both settled into bed. It was couple time now. Zhang Muyan opened the package to find an Adidas sports jacket, probably costing hundreds. So he typed, "What are you doing?" He wasn't angry, but he felt increasingly indebted to her, as if he'd been receiving her kindness all along. Su Qingxue, I lost your clothes, so this is what I had to do. Su Qingxue thought for a moment before replying. Whoa, how come lies just roll off your tongue now, Qingxue? Huskies, you know? She couldn't exactly say she wanted his clothes, to make a pillow or something. Zhang Muyan, oh, I like it. When he replied, he quoted Su Qingxue's previous line to clarify he was responding to her comment. Lost it? Zhang Muyan didn't buy it. She was just looking for an excuse to give him something. So he kept it to himself, silently noting it without calling her out. Of course, he never imagined Su Qingxue was using his shirt as a pillow, hugging it every day, snuggling and rubbing against it. Just like now, Su Qingxue wrapped his shirt around her pillow, hugging it tightly in a big bear hug. She lay on her side, draping her legs over it, chatting with him while rubbing against it. Zhang Muyan, then I'll give you a gift too. Su Qingxue, what is it? Peeks like a kitten. He wants to give her a gift. She'd never refuse. Right now, the only thing she has of his is that one shirt. That butterfly one, she folded it herself. Zhang Muyan, definitely not clothes. Through our walks and chats, I've gotten to know her a bit better. She's actually a simple, adorable girl, no different from any other girl. Everyone's fooled by her aloof exterior. Lu Ha sprawled across the dining table declared, Bull. Tiger King. She loves sweets, adores kittens, hates cilantro, and enjoys playing games in her free time. She reads books occasionally too. She's not very good at cooking well, we already knew that last time. She doesn't like watching dramas, huh? That's a bit different from other girls, huh? She prefers watching anime, huh? This. She has figurines and stuff at home too. What about cosplay? Well, if you like it, Muyan, that's fine too. Ahem. Su Qingxue noticed Zhang Muyan specifically emphasizing the clothes and replied, oh. Su Qingxue lay on the bed, hugging her pillow tighter. Muyan, you're so naughty. Zhang Muyan? I never said I'd buy you cosplay clothes. Oh no? My persona's ruined. After 18 years of being brave, upright, resilient, and kind, my entire persona just collapsed today. Su Qingxue, Zhang Muyan, you did this on purpose. Taps her. Su Qingxue, happily, if Muyan likes it, I can wear it, blushing shyly. She actually knows about anime cosplay and such, but she's never worn a costume herself. She also doesn't want to go out in public wearing one for photos or anything. Wearing it just for myself. That's even less necessary. But now it was necessary. Zhang Muyan felt his face flush, then tapped the other person's profile picture. Why did chatting with her on WeChat feel like she was unleashing her true self? Yet in person, she was always so shy. But if she really talked like that in person, would he be able to control himself? Ha! What would I not be able to resist? Sleazy. Zhang Muyan, time for bed, it's almost 11. Su Qingxue, okay, good night, Muyan. Zhang Muyan, good night. After sending the message, Zhang Muyan put his phone away and began pondering what gift to send. If you want to see cosplay, hit 1. Zhang Muyan says, go stand over there. What should I get her? A kitten? Nah, probably not practical to keep one at school. Food? No way. It's gone once you eat it, and she's tried everything under the sun. Can we get something a little more practical? Games? Free skins? She's already a V10, does she really need that? Seems like spending money isn't exactly the most sincere approach. But when it comes to gifts, it's the thought that counts, except when it comes to my best bud, of course. Gifts? Just send me a red envelope, no need to make it so complicated. Ah, right. Suddenly remembered. She seems to like butterflies too. Weekends are always the most carefree days, whether you're working or a student. Zhang, where'd you go? We're playing ball this afternoon. Wu Hao tagged Zhang Muyan in the dorm group chat for students who failed to get into Peking University. Nah, I'm working on a new project. What the hell? What kind of project are you getting into now? Nah, just messing around. Wanna join? Help me out while you're at it. Silence. Zhang Muyan's lips twitched. He knew these guys would be like this. If it works out, extra credits. Report your location. Already on my way. You're the man, Dad. I bowed down to you, bro. Damn, credits really do come in handy. For college students, aside from money and beautiful women, credits are probably the only thing that holds real appeal. Food? No way. The latest food safety scandal has already shattered modern students' illusions. No need to elaborate, a friend just bought a fruit salad that was already a letdown. From the moment he came up with the idea that night, Zhang Muyan began putting his plan into action. He planned to create a bionic butterfly. Science students have their own kind of romance. He shared his idea with his professor over the past couple of days. The professor was incredibly supportive, handing over the lab keys without hesitation and assuring him that funding would be covered directly. Well, the professor is so kind. But his motives weren't entirely pure. Using school funds to buy a gift for the girl he liked? Probably just a misunderstanding when I explained it to him. I never intended to revolutionize or innovate this technology. Oh well, guess I'll just have to push through with it. Actually, bionic butterfly technology was developed abroad several years ago, but they didn't open source it. There hasn't been similar research domestically yet, though some experts have managed to create something with decent results. We could start exploring this avenue gradually. Funding-wise, it doesn't seem like it would cost much. Zhang Muyan could cover it alone. Servos, circuit boards, control mechanisms, just a few $100 total. Some materials can be 3D printed directly from models, just freeload them from the lab. Hiya. Once it's built, just tell the professor it failed, that this is as far as you could get. I'm just a freshman, haven't even enjoyed my college years yet. No rush to dive into academic research. What about the credits you promised your roommate? We're bros, man. Don't be so formal, okay? So over the weekend, the whole crew holed up in the lab. Sizzle. Old Zhang. The servos fried again. Old Zhang. The circuit boards wired wrong. Old Zhang. I recalculated the force analysis for this mechanism, and it seems I made a mistake. What the hell? Chapter 54, Chance Encounter. Sigh. Well, looks like my days with the slush fund are over. So that's how the funding actually came about after all. What a waste. Guess we'll have to wait a few days for the new materials to arrive. Zhang Muyan ordered the materials online. With only 3 sets left in the lab, he planned to make 2 sets, one for the professor and one for her, keeping the third as a backup. Last time, the arm worked perfectly on the first try, no backup needed. But now, all 3 sets were ruined. After 2 days of work, progress still hadn't reached even a third. Damn. I underestimated this. I was even thinking about making one to give her, but at this rate, it'll be ages before it's done. Well, guess this is how it goes. Wu Hao set aside the smoking servo motor and began tidying up the equipment. There's a rehearsal for tonight's gala. Come on, let's go check it out. Wang Lei saw the message in the group chat and patted Zhang Muyan on the shoulder. Come on, old Zhang. Take your time. We haven't even built the butterfly structure yet, and we'll definitely need to program it later, Pang Bo reassured him. Which one of us 4 knows how to program? Zhang Muyan fell silent. Never mind. We'll just have to take it one step at a time. Come on, old Zhang, stop overthinking it. Wang Lei pulled Zhang Muyan out of the lab, then Wu Hao took the keys and locked the door. Zhang Muyan didn't feel discouraged. He'd intended to go check things out anyway, mainly to see someone. It was just that his nature was to solve problems whenever they arose, so when he failed, his furrowed brow made him look serious and dejected. What the hell? That's my damn money gone. My little nest egg I saved up painstakingly over half a semester. Now it's vanished like a little angel, leaving me. Zhang Muyan screamed hoarsely. The group made their way to Chaoban Plaza, where a massive stage had been erected. Lights shimmered as food stalls dotted the soccer field-sized lawn, allowing students to stroll, watch performances, and snack along the way. The school's arrangements for this New Year's event are weird as hell. Usually it's in the auditorium, but this year they moved it to the south lawn. What's wrong with the big lawn? It's so breezy and cool, but look at the girls in skirts, Pangbo remarked, rubbing his hands together. Pervert. The three shot him a look of utter contempt before simultaneously taking a step back, distancing themselves from him. Ha! These two jerks are actually on the same page as me this time? Shouldn't they be rubbing their hands like old Pang? Zhang Muyan was puzzled. He pulled out his phone and sent a message. Zhang Muyan, where are you? The purpose of the rehearsal was mainly to run through the motions, confirm the stage lighting effects, and ensure the formal performance went smoothly. So it was just a matter of going through the motions. Su Qingxue sat backstage, her expression cold and distant, clearly in a foul mood. No one dared approach her. Everyone instinctively gave her space around the sofa where she sat. She kept picking up her phone, typing and deleting repeatedly in a chat window. Muyan, I miss you. Then she deleted it. Her Muyan intake had been severely lacking these past 2 days. She needed to practice for her own performance, while Muyan always seemed busy with something, never meeting up with her. No wonder she radiated such an intimidating aura that no one dared approach her. Tomorrow night I'll make up for everything I've missed these past 2 days. Ding dong vibration. A message from Zhang Muyan arrived. Su Qingxue hurriedly replied. Su Qingxue, I'm backstage, following the crew. Su Qingxue, have you arrived here yet? Zhang Muyan, yep, I'm right in front of the stage. Su Qingxue, my act is 5th on the lineup. I'm up 5th. Zhang Muyan, okay, no rush. Su Qingxue, okay. After sending the message, Su Qingxue's expression finally softened slightly, no longer so tense. The frozen atmosphere around her also eased a little. Truthfully, she still wanted to ask if they should go back to that den of beasts. She kinda wanted to. You guys can guess Omega. As for Zhang Muyan, the three of them led him to the front of the stage, buying all sorts of snacks from the surrounding food stalls as if to console him. Watermelon, fried skewers, cold drinks, pancakes. They watched the performances while checking out the beauties, or more accurately, their legs. Those dark faces were impossible to make out. The stage was bustling with activity, lights flashing, music playing. It was absolutely delightful. Old Zhang, check out the cleavage, check out the legs. Life's so sweet, stop looking so gloomy. I'm not gloomy, Zhang Muyan insisted stubbornly, though the word gloomy was practically written all over his face. How could you not be gloomy when you're broke? Money really is a love-hate thing. Alright, glad you're not gloomy. Is Su Qingxue out at this rehearsal? Yes, Wu Hao replied. Someone spotted her backstage. Yeah, makes sense. She wouldn't skip rehearsal, would she? Honestly, whoever came up with the idea of holding the New Year's Eve party on the South Lawn is a genius, haha. Wang Lei drooled at the sight of the stunning women all around him. This is way better than sitting in the auditorium, right? And snacks. What do you call a party? This is what a party should be. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. Hey, old deskmate? Ha? Zhang Muyan turned around while eating watermelon, seeing Su Nianru from his dorm also strolling over. Oh, come on. You didn't show up when I invited you. What's that all about? Su Nianru teased. No way. I was really doing experiments. Just finished up and came here for a walk with them. Zhang Muyan tilted his chin, gesturing toward Wang Lei and the other two nearby. Then, in the next second, Zhang Muyan was stunned. Where did Wang Lei and Wu Hao get those suits? He blinked again and they were back in their original clothes, no suits in sight. Ha? Did I see that wrong? No. These two guys completely changed their demeanor the moment they see a woman. Especially Wang Lei. He was practically drooling just a moment ago, striking that ridiculous pose like he was about to throw up. What a pair of guys. Is that how it is? Su Nianru looked at Peng Bo beside her as if seeking confirmation. Yeah, exactly. He wouldn't dare look at anyone else, Peng Bo joked. Zhang Muyan shot Peng Bo a glare, signaling him to stop talking nonsense as if he were implying there was something between them. If Qingxue saw this, she'd definitely be upset. He then declared solemnly, we're really just classmates, so cut the crap. Or else I'll get mad. Peng Bo quickly laughed it off. Alright, just kidding. This guy's emotional intelligence was still so low. How had he managed to hold another girl's hand last time? Su Nianru wasn't surprised. She'd actually wanted people to misunderstand. But since the day before yesterday, Zhang Muyan had been emphasizing that he had someone he liked. She just wasn't buying it yet. He hadn't said who it was, and she hadn't seen him pursue anyone the way he'd chased after her Xianxian back in high school. So for now, she didn't believe him. So Su Qingxue chuckled softly and probed, "What kind of experiment are you guys doing?" Bionic butterflies. Chapter 55, she's the top pick. Wait. Zhang Muyan suddenly remembered something. He needed someone who could program. And here she was, right in front of him? Hey, old desk mate? Didn't you say you were in computer science? Yeah. Interested in helping us out? Huh? Isn't this bionic butterfly thing you're working on some kind of robot? It needs programming. None of us know how, so we'd have to learn on the fly way too slow. Zhang Muyan explained. Besides, learning on the fly won't match your expertise, old deskmate. Hey, cut it out. You only remember me when you need something? Su Qingxue pointed her finger at Zhang Muyan. I invited you to dinner, and you wouldn't even come out. Now that you need your old classmate, you're changing your tune, huh? Oh, come on old classmate, didn't I tell you I was busy with experiments? Zhang Muyan started putting on a thick face. No way. Dream on. Unless, well, anything but that, and we can talk. Zhang Muyan quickly added. That? Which one? Pang Bo, who'd been listening intently, suddenly looked utterly confused. Holy crap? Masaka? What was he thinking? They were referring to tomorrow night's gala. Zhang Muyan had already agreed to accompany Su Qingxue, so naturally he couldn't possibly agree to Su Qingxue's invitation. Su Qingxue waved her hand, motioning for Zhang Muyan to lean closer. Zhang Muyan complied. Unless, if I come over to your place, you have to treat me to dinner every single day. Huh? I'm broke. Zhang Muyan rummaged through both his pants pockets completely empty. Qingxue had already cleaned me out. So I'm working for free? You're more capitalist than the capitalists themselves. Fine, okay, no problem. Zhang Muyan gritted his teeth. Treating her to meals was only right, but he was broke now. Anyway, it was the end of the month, time to hit up old Deng for some cash. Old Deng, your son is practically bankrupting himself. Su Qingxue paused slightly. Had he agreed so readily? Did I underprice it? Is this experiment really that important? No, I'm just doing it for fun. For fun? Su Qingxue was even more puzzled. How could something done for fun be taken so seriously? But her confusion was fleeting, she didn't dwell on it. After all, her goal was achieved. Little did she know, her actions were essentially adding insult to injury for her own Xianxian. Panning Xian, witnessing the outcome, Roru? Whose side are you on? After that exchange, rehearsals began on stage. Performers for each act took the stage one by one. Lights flashed, music played, and members adjusted their positions. Once everything was in order, they exited in an orderly fashion. Hey, you're dorm mates. Zhang Muyan reminded her. Ha? Su Qingxue turned around. Xia Han and Wu Hao stood together, while Wang Lei and Long Huanhuan stood together. Zhang Muyan silently pulled out his phone and snapped a couple of shots. Well, his two sons hadn't disappointed him, they'd actually managed to pull it off. But when he glanced at Peng Bo beside him, his eyes held a hint of pity. Ah, still lacking in emotional intelligence, little Pingzi. Even Lei has managed to get one. Wait a minute, who the hell are you looking at? Following his gaze, Su Qingxue? Damn it. You're eyeing the best one, aren't you? You hypocrite. You're such a mess, you really are. You're stirring things up between me and my old deskmate, yet you've got your eye on someone else. You bastard, saying that kind of shipping crap, doesn't it hurt your own heart? If you like someone, just go for it. Why are you always shipping me with other people? Your emotional intelligence is seriously lacking. Zhang Muyan mentally berated this idiot. And if you actually try to pursue my old deskmate, I'll be the first to stop you. She's my old friend from afar, my dearest confidant. Gotta pay up. At the very least, work on your emotional intelligence first. I can't let you steal this precious cabbage from her. Noticing Zhang Muyan's gaze, Pang Bo shifted his eyes guiltily and retorted, What's up? What are you doing? Screwing you. Still pretending. Zhang Muyan curled his lips in a dismissive smirk. Fine, I'll see how well you can keep up the act. Just don't come begging me for help later. The fourth team exited in an orderly fashion. Then, everyone's attention shifted to the stage. The reason was obvious. Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue. I wanna have kids with you. Lu Hao bellowed from the crowd. Ha ha ha. Wherever Su Qingxue was, he couldn't be far behind. Over there, her neighbor and ardent fan, Zhang Ziyuan, was also in the crowd, holding a banner he'd prepared in advance. Qingxue, I love you. The show hasn't even started yet, and it's already begun? Pointing at the person Zhang Muyan, what are you doing? What are you doing? In broad daylight. What kind of behavior is this? It's scandalous. It's all about the stage effect. When someone stands on stage bathed in spotlight, they become the center of the world. Everyone sees them, envies them, admires them, cheers for them. Everyone wants to be up there, but lacking the talent or courage, they become part of the cheering crowd below. In person, the cheers aren't quite this frenzied, but once you're on stage, it's like you're from two different worlds. Those on stage shimmered with brilliance. They were perfect. Su Qingxue stood at the center of the stage, the undisputed center position within the group. But the moment she stepped onto the stage, she spotted the person she'd been longing for in the crowd, and then stared. Ha! Who's Su Qingxue looking at? No idea, probably no one? Of course she is. Look at her eyes, she's staring straight ahead at someone. Su Qingxue is looking at me. Bull. Staring at your big pompadour? You're the one who's got it going on, you four eyes. What the hell? Zhang Muyan locked eyes with her, separated by the 10-meter gap between stage and audience. Who was she looking at? No kidding. Only me, of course. Such a satisfying feeling, my girlfriend shining so brightly. Not my girlfriend yet. Be precise. Almost there. Just let me finish this butterfly. Whoa. Zhang, I feel like. Pang Bo suddenly slung his arm around Zhang Muyan's shoulder. Zhang Muyan flinched, breaking the connection with Su Qingxue. Damn it, did this guy standing beside us notice anything? Su Qingxue is looking at me? Pang Bo pointed his finger at himself. Ha? Did you sleep through breakfast? Zhang Muyan's mouth twitched. Seriously. Just now, whenever I moved, her gaze seemed to follow mine. Well, of course, because she was watching me. How could she not notice when you moved me? Aha! Zhang Muyan nodded dismissively. Whatever floats your boat. Wait, why do I feel like Su Qingxue is looking at you, old deskmate? Su Nianru furrowed her brow, asking suspiciously. Ha? Zhang Muyan turned his head towards Su Nianru again. They say women's intuition is spot on, could it actually be true? Do you know her? Su Nianru asked. She hadn't yet connected Zhang Muyan and Su Qingxue, since the two were worlds apart. But she'd clearly sensed Su Qingxue glance at her several times just now, and with hostility. She wasn't unfamiliar with that kind of look from childhood. Like when a boy others liked took a fancy to her instead, and then shot her resentful, hostile glances. She knew that look well, but she didn't have any beef with this girl, did she? Why was she being eyed like that? Then she noticed Su Qingxue's gaze seemed to linger around her area. Suddenly feeling uneasy, she asked Zhang Muyan. If this formidable rival Su Qingxue pursued Zhang Muyan, could he handle it? What would happen to her little Xianxian then? Ah, whether I know her or not. Zhang Muyan didn't know how to respond. He hadn't yet told her that Su Qingxue was the one he liked. If he did, and his three clueless roommates found out, he'd inevitably get teased. But he also felt reluctant to say he didn't know her. She was currently pinned at the top of his contacts list. Chapter 56, how could she be this adorable? Well then, he'd just have to play dumb. Of course I know her. Who doesn't know Su Qingxue, the campus beauty? Does she know you? Not getting a clear answer, Su Nianru rephrased. She? Refusing to answer, Zhang Muyan tilted his head and spread his hands. I don't know. Su Nianru sensed something was off, though she couldn't pinpoint what. Zhang Muyan's sudden evasiveness felt peculiar. But she let it go, choosing not to dwell on it. She must have misread the situation. How could Su Qingxue possibly recognize her, an old classmate? Even if Zhang Muyan was quite nice, Su Qingxue probably wouldn't be interested in him. She was still in school, already gaining some online fame, studying art, and came from a very well-off family. How well off? Beijing, prestigious family, real value? Get it? So there was no way she could know her old classmate. Overthinking it. After rehearsal ended, Su Qingxue followed the group off stage in an orderly fashion, unable to resist casting another glance into the crowd. That's a bit too obvious, huh? But Zhang Muyan, with his foresight, had already slipped away under the pretext of needing the restroom. The only two people left in the center of attention were Pang Bo and Su Nianru. Su Qingxue was looking at that guy? He's not that great. Right, so the good-looking one is the hottie, and the not-so-good-looking one is just that guy, huh? Whoa, the girl next to him is pretty too. Is this the new trend for pretty girls lately? That doesn't make sense. Pang Bo felt utterly disheartened, nearly collapsing to the ground in despair over the world's injustice, this looks-obsessed society. How cruel. Su Nianru chuckled softly upon hearing this, then cleared her throat. It's okay. You're handsome. Just be confident. Pang Bo looked at Su Nianru, meeting her smiling eyes. It felt like she'd cast a healing spell on him. His HP rapidly recovered. A girl of breathtaking beauty standing by your side, offering a helping hand when you face discrimination. Heaven only knew how much such a simple phrase stirred within a boy's heart. Only Pang Bo felt as if something had opened up inside him. Thank you. He stammered. You're welcome. Su Nianru brushed it off. With Zhang Muyan gone, she had no reason to stay here any longer. But now, even her roommate had betrayed her. As she turned to leave, Pang Bo hurried after her. Su Nianru blinked twice. Look, I'm leaving now. Pang Bo suddenly realized why he was following her. She'd only come looking for old Zhang. But, want to add me on WeChat? Pang Bo lowered his head, unable to meet her eyes. This was his first time asking a girl for WeChat. As for Wang Lei and Wu Hao, they'd already exchanged WeChat contacts with the girls during their last meal. Only Su Nianru remained untouched. All three silently agreed not to add her, since she was clearly old Zhang's type. But judging by old Zhang's repeated insistence, it must be true they were just friends and classmates. So, I'll have to stab you in the back. Old Zhang, I'm sorry. Zhang Muyan, amp dollar at %amp. Oh, okay. Su Nianru casually pulled out her phone and opened her WeChat QR code. Compared to Pang Bo's awkward hesitation, Su Nianru seemed completely at ease. Their reactions almost looked like they'd swapped genders. No wonder Su Nianru had always been popular since childhood. She handled social interactions, joking around with boys, and roughhousing with perfect ease. Except when it came to romance. Having figured out boys pretty thoroughly, knowing exactly where to strike to get under their skin, her standards had become impossibly picky. So, Su Nianru had no interest in a guy like Pang Bo. Still, adding him on WeChat was necessary. They were acquaintances, and refusing would be rude. Poor Pang Bo. Completely at Su Nianru's mercy. Added. Su Nianru waved generously, sweetly saying, bye. Actually, it was just a gentle goodbye. Sweet? That was the filter Pang Bo applied himself. Pang Bo responded with a silly grin, bye. Right now, he found Su Nianru's gentle and generous personality so much better than Su Qingxue's Ice Queen act. Zhang Muyan was like, what the hell? Have you ever seen my schwer being sweet? Have you tasted real sugar? Did 2 sentences turn you into a moron? Amp hashtag amp hashtag. Su Qingxue noticed the girl standing beside Zhang Muyan. It was her again. Her hostile gaze slipped out involuntarily, and by the time she tried to pull it back, it was too late. Jealousy. Anger. She was rehearsing so hard, yet he didn't come to see her. Instead, he was hanging out with another girl. So these past 2 days, had he been spending all his time with that girl? The moment this thought crossed her mind started racing. Did he do the same before? He and I were just. He never liked me at all. The more she thought about it, the more hurt she felt, and the more serious it seemed. She felt insecure because neither of them had officially committed to a relationship. Upset. She felt like crying. Mu Yen. Zhang Muyan made an excuse to use the restroom. When he arrived backstage, Su Qingxue was already gone. Where is she? So he sent her a message, where are you? After a long while, a reply finally came. It was a voice message. At first listen, her voice sounded normal, but Zhang Muyan could sense the disappointment and unhappiness. Su Qingxue, I'm at the spot where we took that walk last time. Huh? Why did you suddenly go so far away? No, her voice sounded distinctly downcast. So he sent a voice message back, I'll be right over. Wait for me. The south lawn and the tree-lined path are quite a distance apart. She actually ran that far all at once. Is something wrong? But that didn't make sense either. She'd always tell me if something was up. Could it be because we haven't seen each other in 2 days? Is there a surprise waiting on the tree-lined path? That seems like the only possibility? But that shouldn't make her so down. Zhang Muyan couldn't figure it out the whole way. He hadn't even considered jealousy. He was just standing beside her, not even arm in arm. There was no reason for this kind of baseless jealousy, right? But that's often how misunderstandings between people start. She was rehearsing hard, seeing that would make her overthink. She wasn't God's eye view, after all. Because of the event on the south lawn, the tree-lined path had far fewer couples. As soon as he arrived, Su Qingxue was standing in the same spot. Zhang Muyan took 2 steps at once to reach her, finally getting a clear look at Su Qingxue. What are you doing running over here? Zhang Muyan asked with a laugh, slightly out of breath. He glanced around to make sure no one could recognize her. She wasn't wearing a hat today, and her short hair was just too distinctive. Seeing how exhausted Zhang Muyan was from running, Su Qingxue approached him like a child who'd done something wrong, obediently stopping before him. She said nothing, just widened her big eyes, furrowed her delicate brows, and pouted her pink, glossy lips, looking both aggrieved and angry. Zhang Muyan inwardly groaned at the trouble, but it was too late. His heart melted completely. He wanted to gently pull her into his arms and ask, "What's wrong, baby?" He couldn't bear to see her look so wronged, not for a second. "What's wrong?" Zhang Muyan murmured, leaning down slightly, his voice filled with concern. "We haven't seen each other in 2 days," Su Qingxue murmured softly. The unspoken meaning, "I miss you." Zhang Muyan instantly understood. He pressed his lips together, his ears flushing crimson. Say he missed her? He couldn't bring himself to say it. Of course he missed Su Qingxue too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed straight to the backstage area the moment he could, nor would he have run all the way over from the south lawn. Then he forced out 3 words, "Miss me?" "MHM." Su Qingxue gently tugged at Zhang Muyan's sleeve, admitting it openly. Ah! Zhang Muyan screamed inside. How could she be this adorable? For the first time, he gently took her wrist and coaxed like a child. Is there something you need to tell me? Chapter 57, no kissing allowed, but pinching cheeks is fine. Muyan. What is it? Zhang Muyan's voice was so soft, as if afraid of startling an injured bird. Her throat didn't even vibrate, only a faint sound escaped her lips. He gently pinched her wrist. So small, so soft, like milk, Snow White, smooth. I saw you standing with that classmate of yours, and I got jealous. He admitted it openly. Ha? Zhang Muyan's eyes widened slightly. Then she blinked twice. First, Zhang Muyan couldn't help but chuckle, her lips curving downward at the corners, yet brimming with amusement. Oh, because of this? And you're still laughing. Su Qingxue pouted, her little temper flaring. She gently pulled her hand away, not letting him hold it anymore, though she wasn't really using any force. He should keep holding her hand. Holding hands was just right. Zhang Muyan kept holding her hand, naturally not letting her pull away. Besides, seeing her look so adorable, he was already finding it hard to resist the urge to hug her. So he lowered his head again, positioning himself half a head lower than hers to look into her eyes. He whispered softly, "Schwer." Su Qingxue froze instantly. As if struck dumb, she watched him crouching over her, coaxing her like a baby. Don't be jealous, she just happened to run into her. I'm working on an experiment now and will need her help later. I just wanted to let you know. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, remaining silent for a moment. Schwer. Emergency alert. Su Qingxue's brain, what the hell is this old fool up to now? It's only been quiet for 2 days, and here we go again. Can't you give us a break? Are you going to crash yourself again? Then the brain pressed the emergency button in the command center, activate. Original. Oops, wrong set. Activate. Backup hidden energy source. Su Qingxue finally snapped out of Zhang Muyan's sweet assault on her senses and murmured softly, He always called her that, how could she bear it? And with such a tender tone. Muyan. Hold my hand. Oh. Only then did Zhang Muyan release the hand he'd been clutching tightly. Su Qingxue frowned in confusion. I meant holding hands, not letting go. Want to take a walk? Zhang Muyan changed the subject. Su Qingxue's right hand still held the lingering warmth of his touch. She pressed her lips together, her gaze fixed on the left hand he had just held. I want to hold it. Then, let's go. Once again, they walked side by side, slowly and steadily. But the atmosphere between them had improved considerably, no longer as awkward as last time. They walked together naturally, sweetly asking each other what they'd been up to these past 2 days. Anything upsetting? Anything happy? Have you been eating well? Sleeping well? So, how much longer will the experiment take? Su Qingxue suddenly felt a pang of worry. Her performance ended tomorrow night, and then she could see him every day again. But now, with this experiment he'd suddenly taken on, she wouldn't have the chance anymore. It should take some time. So your gift might be delayed. Zhang Muyan thought to himself. Then, what about us? When will we meet again? She couldn't bear another day without seeing him. Not even one more day. She'd start overthinking things? Even though she trusted him. We can come here for walks. Zhang Muyan had already thought it through. He couldn't possibly abandon his girlfriend over an experiment. Besides, this experiment was all because of you. Oh, okay. Su Qingxue's voice rose imperceptibly at the end, a sign of her happiness. As long as she could see him, that was enough. She might be greedy, but she knew how to prioritize. At the end of the tree-lined path, it felt like this time was even quicker than last time. Look, even the author cut out so much content. Is it really over already? Add more, you lazy author. Author, I can't squeeze out another drop. Not a single one. Su Qingxue still felt a pang of disappointment. They hadn't held hands this time either. Just now, he'd gone to such lengths to comfort her, yet there was so little physical contact. Is there something unclean about me that he doesn't want to touch me? She bathed every single day. Even Qingqing, being a girl, thought she smelled nice. Tomorrow, at the party, I'll be there. As they were about to part ways, Zhang Muyan couldn't think of anything to say and suddenly blurted out that sentence. Ha? It sounds like he's implying there'll be a car accident tomorrow and we'll be separated by life and death? You crazy author, stop it. Huskies point fingers. Omega. Okay. Well, bye. Bye. Su Qingxue remained standing in the same spot, just like last time, but she was still waiting for one more sentence. What about the schwer after the goodbye? Why didn't she finish the sentence? Zhang Muyan couldn't understand why girls could be so poised and confident at times, yet nitpick over such minor details at others. Ahem. Su Qingxue blinked her eyes. It couldn't be a more obvious hint. The unspoken meaning behind that cough, haven't you forgotten something? Zhang Muyan wore a look of utter bewilderment. That gesture, that look, wasn't this exactly what TV dramas showed when young couples parted, the girl pouting for a kiss? But wasn't this a bit too soon? Zhang Muyan froze in place, slow to react. Su Qingxue froze too, just staring at him. Then, still no schwer from him. Instead, she received an unexpected. Zhang Muyan bit his lip. Honestly, didn't he want to kiss and hold her? Come on, he was a normal guy too. Such an adorable, beautiful girl chasing after him, agreeing to every single one of his requests without question. Even Zhang Muyan found himself thinking that if he pulled her into the little grove. Whoa. Keep it in check, what's with the grove talk all of a sudden? Anyway, the point was, if he tried something naughty, she probably wouldn't even refuse. But if he only thought with his lower half, what would make him any different from a stud? Especially with a girl like this, who adores you so wholeheartedly. It only made him want to respond with equal devotion, without a single impure thought. So Zhang Muyan stepped forward, gently pinching her cheeks soft and bouncy like jelly, with a slight warmth. Alright, you should head back now. Zhang Muyan said, his meaning clear, kissing and such? Not allowed yet, okay? Faced with this sudden series of actions, Su Qingxue's entire body stiffened. As his fingers gently pressed against her cheek, a sensation like an electric current shot through her body, then vanished just as quickly. So nice. This feels so good. Got it. New move learned. Her affection threshold for Muyan had just risen. Su Qingxue's heart swelled with delight. Since this was possible, next time he wouldn't be able to dismiss her with just a simple goodnight, schwer. Next time, she'd have to pinch herself like this too, right? And the time after that, maybe he'll pinch me and add schwer too? And so on. Could she get away with something even more outrageous later? Greedy. Chapter 58, Playing Together, Miracle Walkers Still Farming the Jungle. Su Qingxue suppressed a smile and nodded obediently. Go ahead. This time, let me watch you leave, Zhang Muyan said. Su Qingxue squirmed, clearly reluctant. Seeing this, Zhang Muyan quickly said, alright, I'll leave then. If she didn't want to, then so be it. His girlfriend liked seeing him off like this, and he felt pretty happy about it too. She's not even my girlfriend. Screaming at the top of his lungs. Bye, Muyan. Her voice still had that little upward inflection at the end. Yeah, see you tomorrow, schwer. Triggering another keyword, the threshold for Muyan in Su Qingxue's mind rose another notch. Alright, she'd already enjoyed both today. Tomorrow would be even more outrageous. Humans are just so greedy. Back to the dorm. Zhang Muyan opened the dorm door to find Peng Bo pulling up his pants. You little bastard? Omega. Zhang Muyan gave him a knowing look. Hey, sneaking in some alone time while the guys are out, huh? Yeah, I guess so. We're all grown men now. It's only natural to have those needs. Peng Bo finished pulling up his pants. Get lost. My pants were just loose. Yeah, right, Omega. Peng Bo, UING. The two quickly started wrestling. It was just boys roughhousing. Moments later, Zhang Muyan easily crushed him to victory. Hey, why's the dorm just you? Zhang Muyan asked. They all have girlfriends unlike us, old Zhang. It's just us two left to rely on each other. Actually, I have one too. Zhang Muyan patted Peng Bo on the shoulder. I'm not in a rush, but you better hurry up. I already have schwer. Damn you. So what if you're handsome? Zhang Muyan quickly washed up, just as Peng Bo was about to head out again. Huh? I just got back and you're already leaving? Omega. Yep, going to call my little sister. Jealous? With that, Peng Bo flashed a lecherous grin at the doorway before closing the door and walking away. Envious? What's there to envy? Zhang Muyan opened his phone and tapped someone's chat window with practiced ease. You there yet? Moments later, the reply came, already lying down. Zhang Muyan, then let's get started. The other person, okay. Timmy. After so much idle time, this is just the game they agreed to play together on the tree-lined path, no need to be surprised. And there'll be plenty more gaming days together in the future. Zhang Muyan slipped on his headphones so they wouldn't hear him when they came back. If they heard. Girl? A girl's voice. Holy crap, old Zhang. Who's that girl you're talking to? Holy crap, old Zhang. Got a new girl today, huh? This is like the 20th one today. That's what my idiotic roommates would say beside me. Remember last time I called my mom? These jerks were yelling in the background about room numbers and checkouts. Then bro, you're dumping me now. My mom actually thought I was messing around outside. She warned me over and over that if I dared to cheat, she'd take matters into her own hands. Seriously, don't you know your own kid? Mom. You've broken my heart. Hello? Can you hear me? Zhang Muyan entered the room and spoke first. I can hear you. A soft voice came from the other side, muffled as if she were buried under the covers. Su Qingxue was indeed hiding under the covers, wearing a pair of white headphones. Both roommates were home today. So, even though she was being extra careful not to be overheard, Tang Qingqing's ears were like radar, instantly picking up the red alert. Then, she silently signaled to Yang Xiaoxin across the room. Has Xue already started talking to that guy on the phone? Yang Xiaoxin, I don't know. I haven't seen Su Qingxue meet up with that Zhang guy these past couple days. Tang Qingqing, Zhang Muyan. She's talking to him right now. Yang Xiaoxin's eyes widened in shock. Let me listen. Tang Qingqing waved her hand while placing her index finger over her lips. Come over and listen. Shoo. The two girls crept quietly under Su Qingxue's bed, pressing themselves against the edge with amused grins. The person involved, Su Qingxue, remained completely unaware, lost in sweetness. She chatted with him, her lips curled in a constant smile. You can play whatever you want, Su Qingxue said confidently, her voice brimming with certainty. Then I'll play with Yao hanging on your head. Sure, just don't fall off. Follow my lead. Got it. Zhang Muyan locked onto Yao. Flip the sky-piercing stance. Ah, feels good. Why do boyfriends always have to dominate and carry their girlfriends to victory? Isn't it way more satisfying when the girlfriend carries you? Su Qingxue locks onto Dongfang Jing. First floor Lubu, anyone with V10, can I get a skin? Anyone who's played the game has probably encountered this. Looking for a partner, right? But Zhang Muyan just ignored it, like it had nothing to do with him. Then Su Qingxue generously gave a skin to the first poster. First floor Lubu, thanks, good sister. Second floor Jinji, big sis give me one too. 3F Lu Dan, rich lady, hungry, food. 4F Yao Mei Zhang Muyan? 5F Mirror Su Qingxue, sent the skin to 4F. After sending the interactive pokes to Zhang Muyan, she also gifted skins to 2F and 3F. 2F Jinji, thanks, sis. 3F Lu Dan, thanks, rich lady sis need any more lapdogs, rich lady sis? Ha? 1F Lubu, 6. 2F Shinji, unbelievable. The players in this game are getting more and more abstract. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Entering. Loading screen. Compared to the real V10 emblem, Zhang Muyan finally noticed the subtle difference the inherited gem emblem lacked that 10. That's how it is. But I swear I've seen other V10s without that 10 before? Forget it. Still, this thing sparkles so brightly it really looks good. It's quite satisfying for 1's vanity. Right now, Zhang Muyan's lips were practically curling up to the sky. Sigh, so many skins, I'll never use them all. Buying this stuff is such a waste. Wait, this skin is actually gorgeous. So tempting. Welcome to. Muyan, come join me once you hit level 4. Okay. The two played while chatting over party voice. Jinji, Prince Biao, I've never seen him before. Lu Dan, rich lady, if he can do it, so can I. Zhang Muyan, damn it, you don't even try to poach someone right in front of them like that. So Kaji? Lubu, this is hilarious. Yao, Lu Dan, take care of yourself. Between the lines, good luck with that. Lu Dan? After leveling up, Zhang Muyan doggedly followed Su Qingxue, charged in, stunned the tower, then effortlessly completed a tower dive on the top lane under Su Qingxue's graceful flying thunder god. Now look at the development lane, Bailey plus Mosey. You know what I mean. Lu Dan, no, bro, I'm just kidding. Come help me out here, I can't handle this. Zhang Muyan couldn't bear to watch him suffer so pitifully, so he dismounted from Su Qingxue. Ahem, to be precise, Yao dismounted from Jing. I'll go help him. No need, Muyan. You'll get beaten up if you go. Just follow me. Su Qingxue's voice carried a laugh as she hurriedly maneuvered her character toward Yao. Just leave him? Zhang Muyan paused his joystick, his character frozen in place. Jing walked over and delivered 2 basic attacks out of thin air. Yeah, the enemy picked 2 long-range crowd control champions. You won't be able to help him much if you go up there. Just follow my rhythm, Su Qingxue patiently explained while watching their in-game interaction on the screen. Their characters stood side by side. He. Meanwhile, on the development lane, Lu Dan was barely hanging on. Mosey was blocking the second tower while Bailey pushed the lane. As soon as their skills were ready, another barrage of firepower. Miracle Walker is still clearing the jungle. Come save us. Miracle Walker. Chapter 59, rapidly heating up. Oh, okay. Zhang Muyan didn't seem to notice anything amiss. He maneuvered Yao away from Jing's position and auto-attacked the 3 pigs nearby. 3 pigs, why am I the one getting hurt again? This feeling of not having to think and just getting carried by her kinda feels good, huh? Not the thrill of being carried, but the thrill of being carried by my girlfriend. Now I kinda get why girls love gaming pro boyfriends, huh? Lu Dan revived at fountain, bro. Are you ditching the bot lane? Zhang Muyan chuckled out loud. He'd seen the situation on the bot lane perfectly clearly just now. Suddenly overcome by vanity, Zhang Muyan replied. Yao, rich lady sister won't let me come. Lu Dan, damn it. Rich lady, you're messing with me? Jing, grab the red buff at 6 minutes. Lu Dan, rich lady sister is so kind. I knew it, Yao was lying. How could she not care about me? Telling you to grab the red after 6 minutes is just compensation for the first 6 minutes. Zhang Muyan wasn't about to be outdone. Hanging around her head with nothing to do, he suddenly felt like playing a prank. So he typed. Yao, sis I want red too. Su Qingxue led him to the blue buff, then spotted the message he'd typed. Mischievous. Even though we're on voice chat, he still had to play this little game. Muyan, you're so naughty. I love it. So she played along. Baby, let's go get the enemy's buff. Lu Dan? Zhang Muyan paused slightly. Han Xin across the way? Not, son? Alright, I guess I started this. Zhang Muyan hadn't expected her attack to be this strong. She actually called him baby. And he, completely unprepared. HP took a critical hit. Then, Su Qingxue's voice came through the headset again. Muyu, you're going to turn red. Zhang Muyan cleared his throat twice, struggling to resist. No. I'm just messing around. Why are you calling yourself baby? How could you call yourself that? I'm not ready for that yet. I'll take you to get it right now. With that, Su Qingxue's mirror had already arrived at the opposite red zone. Han Xin had just started clearing the red buff when Jing, carrying Al, charged through the dragon pit to invade. With the enemy carrying their support into the invasion, he naturally couldn't defend. And where was his own support? Support Mosey was still trading shots with Bailey in the bottom lane. Su Qingxue had only intended to steal the buff, but seeing Han Xin hesitating nearby, unwilling to give it up, she knew her teammate Zhang Muyan's Xiao wouldn't stand a chance. Seizing the moment, she unleashed a 13-hit combo, coordinating with Zhang Muyan's Xiao's crowd control to effortlessly secure the kill. There, no one's competing with you now. Take your time, Muyan. Su Qingxue's voice dripped with affection, sending tingles down Zhang Muyan's spine. This was turning the world upside down. Then there was Jing standing stiffly beside them like a bodyguard, while Yao laboriously spammed her basic attacks. Well, turns out games are still best played with others. Zhang Muyan never really cared for games, but now, suddenly, he found himself liking it a little. This is way too fun. Getting a red buff while being guarded. Would those losers in my dorm ever get this kind of treatment? Lu Dan KO, sis. Sis. I can't hold on. He's got such a cool temper. Any other marksman seeing this would have been cursing by now. Omega. After grabbing the red buff, Zhang Muyan mounted Su Qingxue's mirror again. Mirror, go ahead and play around, it's fine. Whoa, Snow, you're giving off major security vibes here? Then, he continued clearing the jungle until reaching level 11, with his ultimate skill now at level 2. Showtime. Wherever he went, nothing survived. He ganked the mid lane, effortlessly taking out the enemy mid laner, then dashed to the bot lane. He dispatched both bot laners with ease, pushed down 2 towers, and swept through the enemy jungle. After one full cycle, his gold lead ballooned to 3,000 gold. A brutal, one-sided slaughter. Meanwhile, Lu Dan was still at home grabbing red buffs, while Su Qingxue started pounding the enemy high ground with her Thunder God ultimate. Absolute carry mode. All Zhang Muyan had to do was stay in the top lane, tossing pink orbs here and there. So satisfying. That feeling of riding someone else's coattails. Wait, no. This feeling of winning a game with your girlfriend. When you team up with others, getting carried by them, you can't help but worry they'll look down on you for being weak. But with her? She'd never look down on me. Victory. Muyu. Do you know how to play Wang Zhaojun? Sure. Zhang Muyan replied. He knew how to play every single one of these damn Bush sisters. Zhang Muyan, what nonsense? What nonsense? What do you mean, damn it? This is Cinnabar. Cinnabar. Then play a game with Wang Zhaojun. Ha? Sure. Zhang Muyan agreed without hesitation. Then he entered the game again. Zhang Muyan locked in Wang Zhaojun. Su Qingxue locks onto Li Bai. Zhang Muyan had originally wanted to try the legendary skin. He hadn't played it before. But now, he quite consciously opted for Phoenix in flight instead. No need for Su Qingxue to remind him again. Entered the game, loading screen. Sure enough, they were the couple skins. There was nothing to hide about it. Ever since the day he took a bite of a bun, Zhang Muyan had consistently embraced it. It's just that she's simply too conspicuous at school. And he needed time, needed a reason. Plus, these past few days hadn't offered any special moments for them to break the ice. But, just taking a stroll, playing a game like this, their relationship was clearly heating up fast. Welcome to walking out of the spring with her. 2 game characters soaring through the air together like a divine couple. Zhang Muyan's smile never faded. Similarly, Su Qingxue was so delighted her feet wiggled excitedly as she lay sprawled on the pillow, her snow-white breasts pressed against the pillow, making them appear plump and rounded. Downstairs, the 2 little ones pressed close, still eavesdropping, then exchanged knowing, amused smiles. Tang Qingqing flashed an OK sign. Looks like they've already done it. Omega. Yang Xiaoxin, Omega. Nothing beats front row gossip, and Yang Xiaoxin was no exception. The door opened. Zhang Muyan and Su Qingxue played a few more games, with Su Qingxue effortlessly carrying them all, just switching heroes each time. All of them were couple heroes. Zhang Muyan was thoroughly enjoying himself, his entire aura radiating sweetness. That tingly, numbing sensation of being in love. He listened to her soft voice while interacting with her in-game. Playing to Chow, he'd hurl skills right at her face, then she'd have Sun Tzu walk over and stomp the ground. Playing Shisher, I'd bait her blue buff and she'd just hand it over to me. A domineering CEO and her little wife? It kinda has that vibe. Hey! Old Zhang, you're back so early? Wu Hao and Wang Lei had just returned after watching the rehearsal until the end. Yeah, what's up? Zhang Muyan replied, still wearing his headphones, silently pulling the bed curtain closed. He was still gaming with her. He hoped she wouldn't overhear their dirty talk. The moment he finished that action, the next second, he still couldn't outrun Wang Lei's sharp tongue. Man. Too bad for old Zhang, you missed the hot girls later. All in short skirts and spaghetti straps. Yeah. All the long legs you love. There was a performance later too. A band went on stage, and that senior girl was dressed to kill. Boobs that big. Wang Lei gestured with both hands in the air. Chapter 60, Phone Chat. Every college dorm has that one guy who's a total goofball, no malice intended. Every time he gets back to the room, he'll start going on about some girl he saw today, how big her chest was, how round her butt was. Luckily, Zhang Muyan's dorm had 3 of them. All 3 were like that. Sure, they're all guys Omega and still young and full of energy. Of course they appreciate a nice pair of legs or whatever, but they don't go around announcing it like it's some major news. Just keep it to yourself, man. If girls hear that, they'll think you're a pervert. And now, those 2 idiots were talking so loud that Su Qingxue heard every word. Damn it, ruining my image again. Zhang Muyan quickly muted his mic, then unleashed a torrent of profanity at Wang Lei. What? I was just telling you about a hottie. Hey, didn't see her? Getting worked up? Wang Lei asked, confused. Go yourself, you piece of... Zhang Muyan cursed with a laugh. Meanwhile, on Su Qingxue's end of the headset, after hearing about those huge breasts, there was no response. Then she instinctively glanced down at her own chest. 2 plump white rabbits. Not exactly small. Long legs. She wiggled her legs again, long and white like 2 jade onions. Did he like this? No wonder he stared at her legs last time she wore the school uniform. Then she buried her face into the pillow beneath her, burying her head. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her. She'd completely forgotten. She could dress up even prettier tomorrow. If he liked it. With that thought, Su Qingxue made up her mind. After exchanging a few rounds with Wang Lei, Zhang Muyan didn't bother arguing further. He was still playing games with her. But since just now, he hadn't heard a sound from Su Qingxue's end. Had she muted her mic too? Is she upset? Did she hear me say I like long legs or something? Probably not. Girls don't get upset that easily, do they? He covered the phone and whispered as quietly as possible, testing the waters. Schwer? Yeah, I'm here. Su Qingxue replied immediately. I'm here. I didn't mute myself. I'm not upset either. It seemed as though she could truly discern the meaning behind Zhang Muyan's words, then intuitively answered the question on his mind. She didn't know why either. It was like a telepathic connection, allowing her to grasp the unspoken meaning behind his words. A wave of warmth washed over Zhang Muyan's heart. She hadn't muted her mic, nor was she angry. He'd overthought it. What could he do? He'd never been in a real relationship before, so he didn't understand girls. Just like her sudden jealousy tonight. Why wasn't she jealous anymore? Zhang Muyan was utterly baffled. Go ahead and be jealous already. Damn it. Why aren't you jealous? If she was, I could see that adorable look of hers again. Hey, buddy, that's a dangerous thought, you know, Omega. My roommate's back, so I'm muting my mic, Zhang Muyan typed. Then, Su Qingxue's soft, sweet voice came through the headphones. Just keep it on, okay? As long as you don't talk. She didn't want him to mute, she wanted to hear the sounds from his end. She just wanted to cling to him a little longer. He gave off such an aloof vibe on stage. Yet in front of her, he was always like a clingy little kitten. Zhang Muyan felt tingly all over, unable to resist a single bit. A girl being cute, especially Su Qingxue being cute, was just too much. Zhang Muyan could only whisper 2 words, alright. Fine what? Wu Hao was changing his shoes when he caught Zhang Muyan muttering to himself on the bed. No way, how did your ears get so sharp? I only said 2 words. Zhang Muyan pretended not to hear Wu Hao's voice. Seeing Zhang Muyan's silence, Wu Hao lost interest and turned away. Had he misheard? He turned to Wang Lei and asked, fancy a couple of rounds? No thanks, it's almost 11 o'clock. What about old Peng? Where'd he go so late? No idea. Old Zhang? Where'd old Peng go? No idea. He left pretty early. He's been gone for about 2 hours now. Looking for his sister? Hey, you know what? Zhang Muyan suddenly realized this. Out in the middle of the night, did he really go looking for his sister? Just moments ago on stage, hadn't he been staring at his old desk partner like she was some kind of treasure? Ugh, what a jerk. Meanwhile, Peng Bo was in a corner of the hallway, chatting with someone on WeChat. Achoo. Who's cursing me? Victory. Another easy victory. Alright, time for bed. Zhang Muyan whispered softly. Oh. Su Qingxue murmured, her lips curling upward involuntarily. She didn't want to hang up yet. Neither did Zhang Muyan. Damn, now I kinda get those chefs who stay up all night chatting on the phone. They just wanted to be all over each other. That feeling you can't control. After exchanging that one sentence, neither of them left the room. Silence. Then, as the passive party, Zhang Muyan was the first to regain his composure. He typed, "You have a performance tomorrow. Get some rest. Good night." Su Qingxue read the message and obediently replied, I'm off." Zhang Muyan switched from typing to speaking aloud. He kept his replies brief. When speaking aloud, a quiet voice wouldn't raise suspicion. But if he kept whispering long messages, someone would surely notice he was on a call. Hearing the unmistakable disappointment in her voice, Zhang Muyan rubbed his temples, momentarily at a loss for words. "Schwer, don't be like this. I can't handle it." He stared at her on the screen for a moment. He typed a single word, "Good girl." Send. Immediately exited the chat room. Escape the battlefield. Phew. This was the first time leaving a room felt so difficult. Zhang Muyan exhaled heavily, then logged out of the game. Only then did he notice a friend request. Your gameplay speaks for itself. It was that idiot who got tower dived in the first game. Well, that ID and that hero. No need to elaborate on the implications. Reason for application, big bro, carry me. No? It's not like I'm carrying you. Did you add the wrong person? Should I just ignore it? No way. Zhang Muyan wouldn't turn down a friend request. He doesn't play the aloof type, and he's not some top-tier player. Playing this game, nobody usually adds him. He's just a mid-lane dodgy player. Hero discrimination again? So Zhang Muyan clicked accept. Lu Dan's profile picture was grayed out, indicating he'd been offline for quite some time. Perfect timing, he wasn't playing anyway. He'd deal with it tomorrow. Is he already planning to play with her tomorrow? Su Qingxue's phone screen remained frozen on the room view, staring at the last character he'd left her. Her excitement made her two food-grade feet shake uncontrollably. Then she hugged her pillow tightly. Imagining him gently holding her, whispering that single word softly. Good girl. At this thought, Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently nuzzled the pillow in her arms. Chapter 61, Mini Skirt or Keep the JK Uniform? The two gossipers downstairs had returned to their original spot, having pretty much pieced together the situation between Su Qingxue and Zhang Muyan. They played games for about 2 hours, exchanging few words, yet the sweetness was palpable. Especially that adorable from her own Snowy when she was being cute. Tang Qingqing was practically overcome with emotion, wanting to rush over and give them a big hug. Even she, as a girl, couldn't resist that voice. It melted her heart. Seeing Su Qingxue get out of bed, Tang Qingqing immediately went over to rub against her. Shue. Tang Qingqing's expression omega. Su Qingxue merely smiled, gently pushing away Tang Qingqing's face as it pressed against hers. She said nothing, but the corners of her mouth remained lifted. It was tacit approval. Wah? You don't want me anymore now you have a man. You're rejecting me. Tang Qingqing pushed away, clenched her fists halfway and dramatically pretended to wipe her eyes. It was both laughable and exasperating. Seeing this, Su Qingxue gave her an okay look and grabbed her hand. Qingqing. Wah, let me cuddle up to you, or else you don't love me anymore. Su Qingxue could only obediently close her eyes, exposing her jade-like neck. Then Tang Qingqing triumphantly pressed her cheek against it. Shue moi. Alright. Shue has a performance tomorrow. Stop bothering her. Yang Xiaoxin shot her a look and chuckled. She and Tang Qingqing were originally scheduled to perform too, but after hearing Shue would be participating, they didn't have to join in. What a stroke of luck. Of course they wouldn't participate. This must be what it feels like to be sponsored by a big shot. Tang Qingqing reluctantly released her arms from around Qingxue's waist, but before parting, she pressed her lips firmly against Qingxue's neck twice. How can her skin be so flawless? It feels so soft against mine. So tempting. I want to lick it. I want to bite. Tang Qingqing had entertained such thoughts more than once. After being released, Su Qingxue accepted the water Yang Xiaoxin offered, taking a quick sip to moisten her throat and preserve her condition for tomorrow. Then she selected tomorrow's outfit. She'd made up her mind, remember? Exactly, to dress beautifully. Tomorrow's outfits had actually been standardized already. She hadn't considered this point changing into something else after the performance. But, since it was just for him, why not? So, he liked long legs and such. Of course she had to make sure he loved every bit of it, make him absolutely adore it. Su Qingxue decisively pulled out the ultra-short skirt she'd kept tucked away at the back of her closet, never worn outside before. She'd bought it just because it looked good, wearing it at home only twice. Then there was the top. He liked cleavage. Muyan, so shy. Then she pulled out her lace camisole. To try it on. Then her face flushed bright red. Well, it's fine, only he gets to see it. Just in case, I'll bring along the JK uniform he likes too. Even though she rarely wore these herself, it didn't mean she didn't have them. 2 options. The ultra-sexy look, a miniskirt with a strapless top, paired with black lace knee-highs and little black boots. Or the purest snow look, white JK uniform with a flouncy skirt, white lace socks, and white ankle boots. Which one would he prefer? After tidying up, Su Qingxue climbed back into bed to sleep. Tomorrow is a very important day. The next day. Since it was New Year's Eve, the school gave students the entire night off. Now that's a great school. It's college now, a little flexibility goes a long way. Students with evening classes received the news and cheered in unison. Hooray! We can go see the New Year's Eve show. Plus, we can snack while watching. Plus, we get to see the campus hotties. Holy crap, this is awesome. Now that's how you ring in the new year. If only I had a girlfriend to hold hands with, that'd be perfect. Zhang Muyan still headed to the lab first thing in the morning. Even though there were no early classes on Monday and the experimental materials hadn't arrived yet, he could work on other parts of the butterfly design. If he hadn't played games with her last night, he probably would have stayed in the lab until 11 p.m. Early that morning, he called Su Qingxue over too. He explained his design concept to her and showed her the calculated data, asking if she could try coding it. Of course, there were bound to be many issues, especially since Su Qingxue had no idea how to translate these data points into program variables. She needed a reference point. How am I supposed to code this without the actual physical specimen? I'd have no idea what I'd end up with. Here, use this wing to verify the vibration frequency. Should work. Zhang Muyan pulled out a half-damaged wing, seemingly capable of being programmed for motion. Su Qingxue. If it breaks, I'm not paying for it, okay? I won't make you pay, Zhang Muyan sighed helplessly. It was already pretty much broken anyway. Then, Pang Bo also arrived at the lab. Ha? Why are you up so early? Zhang Muyan's eyes widened. He hadn't called them over. There were no materials anyway, why would he call them over? Wait, why did this guy show up on his own? I came to help. Pang Bo glanced at Su Qingxue, who was intently focused on the computer, then casually added. Are you that eager to help? Zhang Muyan now looked at Pang Bo like a fox paying respects to a hen, definitely up to no good. TSK, what nonsense? Am I that kind of person? Quick, give me the pen. I'll draw it. Yeah, you are. Zhang Muyan nodded solemnly, then couldn't help but chuckle as he handed over the pen and scurried back to the computer to work on the blueprints. Soon, it was almost 10:30 in the morning. Old Zhang, gotta go. I have class. Yeah, buddy. You handle it. I'll bring you lunch. Yeah, okay. And dinner too, okay? Su Qingxue rolled her eyes before returning to coding at the computer. All right. Zhang Muyan waved goodbye, grabbed his backpack, and walked out of the lab with Pang Bo. With a desk buddy like this, he absolutely had to treat him to a nice meal. He mentally noted the favor, then walked with Pang Bo toward the academic building. On the way. Zhang, Pang Bo suddenly spoke up. Let me bring you dinner tonight. Ha? Zhang Muyan's dagger hidden in his sleeve nearly slipped out. You bastard, I knew it. So all this kindness was just a ploy to get close to me? The next second, a red bill appeared. My absolute favorite red eyes turned into hearts. 100 yuan bill. Ha? What's this about? Dad, I'm begging you. Ha? Zhang Muyan's sword, poised to strike, suddenly lost all momentum. He was completely at a loss. Wait, don't scare me like that. How did the key phrase just pop up out of nowhere? This is the kind of generational rivalry between men that, aside from acknowledging each other's skill, has always been fought to the death. P.S. Which set do you guys want to see? Let me know what you think, okay? Omega. Chapter 62, Reserved Seats at the Gala. Who's the real boss? That's the eternal debate in the guys' dorm. Whoa. Never thought that besides bringing meals, answering questions, and helping with homework, delivering food to the girls could earn me this title? And even get paid for it? Whoa. Zhang Muyan instinctively snatched the red note from his hand and stuffed it into his bag. Ahem, well, we also have our own difficulties, right? He pulled out another red note. Is he really willing to splurge like this? Ahem. But solutions always outnumber problems, right? So the sacred mission falls to you, comrade. Got it? Do a good job. Zhang Muyan selflessly pulled out the bills again, then patted Pang Bo on the shoulder. That afternoon, Zhang Muyan dashed to the lab whenever he had a moment, with Pang Bo trailing close behind, never leaving his side. The reason, of course, was obvious. Hey kid, did you suddenly unlock your Rin and do meridians? Your EQ shot up? If he could keep this up, it would count as genuine sincerity. Then I'd help him out when I could. After all, I'd already taken his money. Hiya. Getting his old desk mate to help while pocketing a markup? After lunch, Wu Hao and Wang Lei decided to head back to the dorm for a nap first. They had a class at 4:30 p.m. and planned to come back around 2 p.m. to help. Zhang Muyan naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, he was the one asking for help. Whether they agreed or not was entirely up to them. Besides, what exactly did these two need to help with? What was there to assist with? There were no materials involved. Drawing a structural diagram, did it really require 4 people working on it together? It was unnecessary. Su Qingxue, also having afternoon classes, finished her meal and left after a short while, planning to return around 4 or 5 p.m. While the experiment progressed, Zhang Muyan looked forward to the New Year's Eve party that evening, hoping to see someone. What would she be wearing tonight? She'd surely be breathtakingly beautiful. She'd stand at center stage, radiant, basking in the screams and applause. Just thinking about it made Zhang Muyan's heart grow sweet. Shouldn't I be feeling inferior right now? Self-doubt my ass. That kind of insecurity only existed before I started liking her. I was just saying that for your benefit. Now that I'm head over heels? Who cares about that nonsense? Zhang Muyan had certainly pondered their relationship, but she was so incredibly kind. So brave. So considerate of me. Insecure? Push her away? Then tell her we're not right for each other? That there's no chance for us? Zhang Muyan declared, what goes around comes around. Never underestimate youth. Sorry, he was drunk. Anyway, why declare defeat before even trying? Why assume there's no chance between us? Or even if it really doesn't work out, so what? Just because I want a relationship that lasts from start to finish, does that mean I can't even take the first step when my first love comes along? Are these idealistic notions of yours more important than losing her? People change, they grow. In the past, New Year's Eve never meant much to me. If no one reminded me, I wouldn't even know the date. But now, someone suddenly walks into your life, into your heart, takes your hand, and asks you to celebrate New Year's Eve with her, to watch her perform. She's like an angel, treating you incredibly well. With wings that glow. How to describe this feeling? Suddenly this ordinary day becomes dazzlingly bright, incredibly important. Brilliantly colored. Ding-a-ling. 6 p.m. Class dismissed on the dot. The south lawn was already packed with people. Old Zhang, let's go. Wu Hao, Wan Lei, and Peng Bo, books in hand, called out from the doorway. Aren't you? Zhang Muyan looked at Peng Bo. Aren't you supposed to be delivering food? I know. I'll go soon. Alright, I thought you'd forgotten. Wang Lei and Wu Hao exchanged puzzled glances. What kind of shady deal were these two cooking up now? The 4 headed toward the south lawn together. With so many food stalls there, it would be more than enough for dinner. But when they arrived, the sea of people before them left them speechless. Seriously, with this many people, how are we supposed to see anything? There are even people on the classroom building. Holy crap, we're too late. Damn it. No front row seats left. Wait, did they actually bring chairs to sit up front? Wait, aren't those supposed to be reserved for the performance team? Oh, okay. That's a relief. I thought they were being that rude. I'm outta here, grabbing some food. Who cares about watching Kunkin anyway? Peng Bo suddenly said, then shot Zhang Muyan a look. He instantly got the message they were off to deliver food. So why bother running all the way here? Could it be he wanted to grab some snacks or something? You're leaving already? It hasn't even started yet, Wu Hao asked in confusion. Yeah, we're already here. Might as well watch for a bit. Nah, I'm starving. You guys watch. Peng Bo spun and bolted away, moving so fast it looked like he feared being caught. I'm outta here too. Gotta take lunch to Su Qingxue. Zhang Muyan followed suit, lying to make his escape. Oh my, delivering food. Wang Lei and Wu Hao started acting weird. You two bastards, who were the jerks standing with girls last night? Got pictures, you bastards? Trying to play dumb? I hooked you up with girls. Not even buying me a meal? And you're giving me attitude? Zhang Muyan lunged forward, grabbing both by the collars. Just kidding, Big Daddy. We were just messing around. Wang Lei stroked Zhang Muyan's hand soothingly. Wu Hao seized the moment when Zhang Muyan loosened his grip, wrapping his arms around Zhang Muyan's thigh and suddenly going wild. Little brother, I worship you. Don't be surprised, this was an old habit of his, suddenly going berserk. Most likely, Zhang Muyan mentioning girls had triggered something in him, hitting some excitement point that made his brain go a little haywire, leading to this inexplicable guesswork. It must have something to do with Xiahan last night. Zhang Muyan gave a dismissive snort and didn't linger with the two. He still needed to go see Schwer. Alright, remember this, you still owe me a meal. If you end up getting her. Zhang Muyan pointed at the pair. Wang Lei grabbed Zhang Muyan's fingers with both hands, batting his eyes like he'd gone mad too. Big Daddy, I won't let you down. Not even dating yet, and already this excited? Zhang Muyan couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Then, after bidding them farewell and disappearing from sight, he scurried off in a big circle toward the front of the stage. Like your scurrying looks any better? Half an hour earlier, she had already sent him a message. Schwer, I saved you a spot in the front row. Schwer, picture. The crowd was already gathering thickly, and the spot was right in the center of the third row. The best seats were. No risk of getting blown away by the sound system, yet close enough to see the stage crystal clear. Is this the perk of backstage access? Zhang Muyan narrowed his eyes slightly, his heart feeling as though it were filled with honey. Class was still in session, yet he'd already been given special arrangements. Only then did Zhang Muyan hurriedly reply, "I've just arrived here." On-site photo. Zhang Muyan, "I'll head over immediately." After sending it, he added a cute salute emoji at the end. Besides sending these cute emojis to Pan Xian and his own mom, he really hadn't sent them to any other woman. What? Doesn't he have an older sister? Big sister? What sister hasn't bullied her little brother since childhood? Zhang Muyan was no exception. Sending cute emojis like this? The most frequent messages he exchanged with his older sister were, "Zhangdong, blast the gold coins." Omega. P.S. Dear readers, I know this book has plenty of issues, typos, plot holes, pacing problems, and more. I proofread each chapter before posting, but some mistakes slip through. Or maybe I just can't see them myself, I'm too close to the story. I'm truly sorry. If you spot any errors or weak writing, please tag me in the comments section of that specific passage. I'll fix it immediately, I'll even do it on my knees. Also, if you've made it this far, please leave a review. Even 4 stars would be amazing. Reviews are scarce as it is. Seeing 2 negative ones makes me want to cry. Lastly, thank you all for the gifts. I might have missed thanking some of you, so I want to express my gratitude here for your support and affection. It's truly an honor. Moa. Chapter 63, Can you still show off while sitting down? After sending the message, I saw another one from Su Qingxue sent just minutes ago. I'm starving to death, damn it. Attached was a picture of a panda holding a Digimon Digivice. Damn Digimon. Hard to keep a straight face. Zhang Muyan replied, I had Peng Bo bring it over. Su Qingxue, didn't you say you'd treat me to dinner? Su Qingxue was still hoping her plan to let Xianxian see the real person on her phone during New Year's Eve would work out. Last time she sent Xianxian a photo of herself with Zhang Muyan, the little guy was so jealous his eyes nearly popped out of his head. But he just wouldn't lower himself to add him back. But, he deleted me first. As a girl, I feel awkward. He won't make the first move, yet he's so invested. Just wait until he stops liking you, then you'll have plenty to cry about. Su Qingxue had said this to Pan Xian more than once. Then Pan Xian just grunted a couple times and fell silent. On this end, Zhang Muyan replied, Didn't I tell you last time I had plans today? I didn't even accept your invitation. How could I possibly have time to grab lunch with you? Su Qingxue said, Fine then, I'm done helping you out. You never keep your word. Zhang Muyan, hey, old deskmate, look, I even had Peng Bo deliver it for you. Su Qingxue, humph. Then she sent an abstract meme, panda chokehold. Zhang Muyan. Su Qingxue, fine. Go do your thing. Su Qingxue had done her best. If even this didn't work, then Zhang Muyan must genuinely have something important to do. Zhang Muyan, thanks Omega for being so understanding, desk buddy. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Su Qingxue, yeah, right. After sending the message, Su Qingxue turned off her phone and sighed. Sigh. I had promised Xianxian so earnestly, but it seems there's nothing I can do now. The seating area up front naturally had teachers and student council members maintaining order, otherwise, it would have descended into chaos. Zhang Muyan, unfamiliar with the surroundings, stepped into the line. Excuse me. Then he sat down at his assigned seat. At that moment, those around him were somewhat puzzled, but no one said much. This seat had been reserved and was off limits. Several people had tried to sit there earlier, only to be stopped by the teacher. None of them knew Zhang Muyan, but now they all wore expressions that suggested they were watching a show unfold. Look, another one trying to take advantage. Don't they realize how could this seat possibly be empty? Haven't they seen none of us sitting here, yet that one spot is left vacant? Zhang Muyan met the curious glances from those around him, utterly baffled. What? Was there something wrong with the seat Schwer had arranged for him? Or were these people all here to put on a show? Inserting him as some kind of spectator? That would be a bit awkward indeed. Just then, an unfamiliar teacher organizing the line ahead noticed Zhang Muyan taking his seat and walked over. The surrounding crowd immediately prepared to watch the show. The teacher approached Zhang Muyan, speaking from several seats away, Student, someone will be sitting here shortly. Please move to another seat. Zhang Muyan's inner monologue, huh? He'd only just squeezed in. Confused but compliant, he promptly stood up. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. He couldn't very well say it was reserved for his Schwer. Then he started walking away. See? Hilarious. No brains at all. They're not performing, yet they always try to get something for nothing. Mocking whispers mingled with disdainful scolding. Well. Zhang Muyan's ears turned bright red, feeling a bit embarrassed. Everyone was sitting comfortably, and he was the only one standing up to leave, forcing others to make way for him. It felt like that moment in a packed theater when you're stuck in the front row center and need to go to the bathroom. Just then, Yang Xiaoxin, who was also keeping order on the other side, spotted him and hurried over. Teacher, it's definitely him, Yang Xiaoxin greeted the teacher. Ha? Are you sure it's him? The teacher pointed at Zhang Muyan. Audience? No? Who is he? Zhang Muyan, huh? Suddenly acting all cool? Yes, that's him. Yang Xiaoxin nodded. Oh, alright. I thought the student council had picked a teacher. Never mind, you guys know best. Alright, thank you, teacher. After that, the teacher returned to his spot to discuss arrangements with the other students. Only then did Yang Xiaoxin turn her head to look at Zhang Muyan. He really was quite handsome, no wonder Su Qingxue liked him so much. This was her first time seeing Zhang Muyan face to face. She shot Zhang Muyan a look. Sit down. Zhang Muyan was still a bit dazed, but this must all be Su Qingxue's doing. He nodded in response, muttered a quick thanks, and then sat back down at his seat, under the stunned stares of those around him. Damn, who is this guy? Just plopped him in the middle seat? Holy crap? How'd he pull that off? No clue, never met him. Is he performing like us? Don't ask me, I have no idea either. Amidst the murmurs, Zhang Muyan sat back down. Just then, Yang Xiaoxin suddenly spoke up. Zhang Muyan, my name is Yang Xiaoxin. You probably don't know me yet. Zhang Muyan promptly stood up politely. Oh, hi. I'm Zhang Muyan. Wait, you know my name? Yang Xiaoxin smiled. Of course I do. Besides Qingxing, I'm the only one who knows. Besides Qingxing and me, no one else knows about you and Su Qingxue. But why does he look so dazed? Like he's not the sharpest tool in the shed? At that moment, Zhang Muyan felt even more bewildered. Qingxing? Where have I heard that name before? It sounds so familiar. Let me flip back a few pages. Oh, I remember now. It was that guy who sent me clothes on WeChat who mentioned that name. Wasn't that the guy's girlfriend? I even misunderstood back then. Have a seat here for now. I've got to get back to work. Yang Xiaoxin waved her hand. Alright, thanks. Zhang Muyan replied politely, never forgetting his manners. Goodwill points up. Politeness is definitely a major plus point, huh? From their brief interaction, Yang Xiaoxin could sense Zhang Muyan's upbringing. He was quite polite, though he seemed a bit clueless. And speaking of which, where did that little troublemaker Qingxing run off to now? We clearly agreed she'd meet Zhang Muyan here. She's so unreliable. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxing was completely engrossed in the food stalls surrounding the entire lawn. Today's official food stall setup was several times bigger than the past 2 days. So, this ice cream is delicious. Wow. This chestnut cake is pretty good too. Wow. Such huge roasted pig's trotters. Boss, give me 4 of these. Can a little girl even finish all that? Zhang Muyan sat on a stool, feeling the occasional scrutinizing glances from those around him. Well, let them stare. He was just subtly showing off anyway. Suddenly, his smile was harder to suppress than an AK-47. Just like that soldier in Li Yunlong who stood guard with his rifle before the spoils were snatched away. Swear to, why did she have to arrange this plot? Was showing off part of the plan? Shouldn't some brainless villain show up now to humiliate him? Just as he was thinking that, the next second. Sure enough. The villain. He really showed up. Wang Difu? Lu Hao. Right there in the front row. I don't know whether to call him clever or what. At that moment, he had the students unfurl a banner on the spot. Before the performance even started, they displayed the words, I love you, Qingxue. Be my girlfriend. If you couldn't make out the words, you'd swear this was some celebrity's offline concert or something. But after reading so many romance novels, this kind of public display in front of the female lead usually only ends up as cannon fodder. Zhang Muyan watched the commotion unfold, utterly unfazed. His furrowed brow remained tightly knotted the entire time. Chapter 64, the party officially begins. Hey, buddy, can we just pursue girls normally? The way you're declaring your love makes me look pretty bad in front of the readers. After all, the only ones who know about my relationship with Shuer are you guys. When you pull stunts like this right in front of me, I can only stand by and watch. Thankfully, this embarrassment was quickly halted by the teacher. The banner in the front row was lowered, and the brief farce came to an end. Then, right on schedule at 7 p.m., the performances began. The MC delivered the usual opening remarks, followed by applause as they announced. Since it was a New Year's Eve gala, the atmosphere wasn't overly formal. There was no need for special solemnity or formalities. All the performances were organized and performed by students who volunteered. What does that mean? It means they were all fantastic. There was no pressure for educational value or anything like that. It was all about having fun. The first act kicked off with an energetic dance routine. Both guys and girls rocked street dance moves, the kind that might be hard to decipher but are undeniably cool. They moved with big, sweeping gestures, switching between the guys taking center stage and the girls taking center stage, constantly changing formations. It felt like they were parkouring across the stage. But precisely because it was so fiercely energetic, it ignited the entire audience. What do you call that? Igniting the crowd. Even Zhang Muyan found himself swaying to the beat. The second act was a band, guitar, bass, drums, keyboard, the standard lineup. What song did they play? Zhang Muyan hadn't heard it before, but it was pretty good, really energetic. The whole crowd raised their hands and started swaying along. Is that how rock music always is? Does it have some kind of magic? The third and fourth acts followed, each with their own unique performances, but I won't go into detail here. But it was clear that more and more people were getting up throughout the venue. Were they all preparing for the fifth act? But Zhang Muyan didn't need to stand from his spot. As long as the people in front didn't unfurl banners, he could still see the stage clearly. Just worried that once Schwer takes the stage. Wah! Su Qingxue! Su Qingxue! Sudden screams erupted like an explosion. Following the crowd's movement, Zhang Muyan also fixed his gaze on the stage. Then, he saw her. Their eyes met, and she gave him a gentle smile. Su Qingxue smiled at me. Bull, she's not smiling at you. Damn, you're such a drama queen. She was smiling at the audience. I don't care, she was smiling at me. You're just being stubborn, aren't you? Su Qingxue's performance featured a girl group concept. Wearing an earpiece, she stood at center stage. Everyone wore jazz dance outfits, with red and black plaid shirts tied around their waists. As they moved, the shirts fluttered like skirts. The bottom was a pair of long red pants that covered everything, while the top was a short black top that revealed just a tiny bit of her stomach. Just a little bit. Emphasis, to be tested. She alone wore a black hat, while the others all wore red ones. This was to distinguish the center position from the others. Originally, everyone wanted Su Qingxue to wear something unique, everyone else in black and red, while she wore black and white to highlight the center position. But Su Qingxue refused, insisting this was just fine. She didn't want to stand out from the others. Everyone worked hard, so everyone was the center. And well, everyone's affection for Su Qingxue grew exponentially. When it came time to go on stage, they mentioned they'd prepared a hat for her to wear. Su Qingxue didn't think much of it and obediently put it on. The result? Even subtle differences matter. Add to that Su Qingxue simply standing there, her short hair completely distinct from the other girls, and it was instantly clear who the center of the group was. As the music began, she started singing while the entire group synchronized their formations, launching into the dance. Her clear, resonant voice filled the venue, igniting screams and cheers from the crowd. And, of course, the inevitable phone recordings. Zhang Muyan was no exception. Her outfit struck a chord with him, that fierce vibe, like a badass queen bee, giving off that schoolyard beauty turned tough girl vibe. He recorded while raising his hands to cheer her on. On stage, she noticed his encouragement too. Nothing motivated her more than the support of someone she admired. Then, she returned his gaze with a smile full of warmth. That gaze, charged with emotion, was like a bullet, but one fired at a snail's pace. As Su Qingxue spun around swiftly, it shot from her eyes and struck Zhang Muyan with pinpoint accuracy. The next second, the banner was raised, blocking. Zhang Muyan's recording abruptly halted, and he never received that conveyed gaze. Damn it! Interrupting the spell, huh? Su Qingxue's view was blocked, and she frowned slightly. Then, Lu Hao in the front row began his performance. Ready, set, go Qingxue. Qingxue. I love you. Like a mouse loves rice. Holy crap, that's so corny? How cringy. Did you hire paid commenters to do this? The crowd holding banners in the front rows echoed the chant in unison. Simultaneously, a large bouquet appeared out of nowhere. Lu Hao caught it, adjusted his makeup nearby, preparing to present the flowers on stage after the program ended. A confession in front of the entire school? Going this big? Well, though the whole school more or less knows him. Those close enough to see the scene started cheering, watching Lu Hao like it was a spectacle. Those farther away, unable to see clearly, assumed it was just Su Qingxue's fan club supporting her. Take Wang Lei and Wu Hao, for instance, unlucky enough to be stuck way back. They couldn't make out the commotion up front. Glancing at the banner's bold letters, they returned their attention to the stage performance, continuing to record with their phones. Wow, Su Qingxue's figure is seriously amazing. Those whose view was blocked immediately started yelling, demanding the people in front lower the banner. UFING moron. How dare you block our view with your love confession? The commotion quickly escalated into a riot. Under mounting pressure, Lu Hao had no choice but to order his people to lower the banner for now, to be raised again once he took the stage. By the time the commotion settled, Su Qingxue had already danced most of her routine. After cursing Lu Hao, Zhang Muyan quickly resumed recording. Opportunities like this were rare once missed. Who knew when another chance would come? This was a record of her dancing as a student. She sensed Su Qingxue would only grow more brilliant in the future. Soon she'd be performing on dazzling stages, no longer in this vibrant campus where everyone laughed and played together. The significance would be entirely different. Then, the recording concluded. The performance concluded to thunderous applause. Then, before the host could take the stage, it was Lu Hao's turn to perform. Sitting in the front row, Zhang Muyan clearly observed his entire preparation routine. Holy! That's some serious swearing. That's what Zhang Muyan thought to himself. Of course he'd curse someone who stole his girlfriend. After being rejected so many times, he still persisted and kept escalating things. And this time, in front of the entire school. Sigh. The more people see it, the less shy you get, huh? Do you think confessing has some kind of progress bar? But here's the thing, confessing isn't a consumable skill, it's a finishing move. No matter how many people see it, no matter how grand or romantic the scene, if they don't like you, your outcome is doomed to failure. Are you seriously trying to use moral coercion by piling on the crowd? Sorry, Schwer just isn't that kind of person, woof. Take the stage. The audience cheered and jeered. But Su Qingxue didn't even glance at Lu Hao. She walked straight backstage without looking back. She had better things to do, and absolutely no desire to see this Lu Hao guy. This guy is getting more and more out of line. First he ruined her first date, now he was here to sabotage her show. Just in case he caused trouble, she even considered knocking Lu Hao unconscious right here, sending him straight to the ICU for the night. Seeing Su Qingxue walk away without hesitation, Lu Hao hurried after her, calling out, "Qingxue! Qingxue! Wait! I need to talk to you. P.S. 2 extra chapters today, no backlog left, dear readers. I spent the day revising earlier chapters after seeing negative reviews, so no drafts were prepared. These 2 chapters took forever to edit before posting, the pressure's overwhelming, woe is me, please go easy on the criticism, everyone. These 2 chapters are transitional. Tomorrow brings a major event for the 2 of them. I've been building up to this all along. Worried you might be disappointed, I'll explain here and give a heads up, honestly, I'm just writing for the love of it. Seeing this book love truly makes me ecstatic, like a python coiling around me, rolling around in bed with joy. When posting these chapters, I even saw some of you giving super high praise. What have I ever done to deserve this? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait, no, I should be kneeling in gratitude. Wishing you all smooth sailing, every wish fulfilled, and massive wealth. Heart emoji. Chapter 65, Su Qingxue's New Year's gift. How should I put it? Does Lu Hao's behavior constitute harassment? In full view of everyone, he just stood there holding roses, blatantly declaring his love, even pulling out a newly prepared ring. It's like, you just stepped out of the bathroom, and that red-haired, tattooed girl you've rejected 800 times dressed head to toe in Zhang Muyan family gear cornered you in the restroom in front of everyone, demanding you accept her confession ritual? Ha! Why compare the stage to a bathroom? It's pretty much the same, both are awkward situations with lots of people around. Don't sweat the details, it's just plain embarrassing, period. How many times has Lu Xiao failed at confessing now? Since the start of semester, he's been showing up daily outside Su Qingxue's dorm building. Must be over 100 times by now. Wow, that's some serious devotion. She's rejected him 800 times, yet he persists. Who knew young Master Lu was such a hopeless romantic? Though his ex-girlfriends already stretch all the way to France. Sisters in France, bring back a bottle for me. Sorry for the channel switch. I'm starting to wonder if he has some kind of system. Maybe he gets rewards for confessing a certain number of times? Ha ha ha. Ha? 6. But he really has been pursuing Su Qingxue for a long time this time. Seems like he's genuinely smitten. Smitten? More like a pathetic sucker. Shh, someone might hear us. Lu Hao shot a glare at the gossiping group below the stage, unfazed, and continued his devoted pursuit. After chasing her for so long, didn't he realize Su Qingxue had zero interest in him? What a joke. Does she really think he's some cute little puppy? Ha! From childhood onward, everything had always come to him effortlessly. He'd grown bored of it all. Now, Su Qingxue was the one thing he absolutely had to have, not just because of her background or her looks. Those factors had played a role initially, but over time, it had become an obsession. His actions now were meant to show everyone his sincerity, to make Su Qingxue understand his genuine feelings, to open her heart to him, to make her accustomed to his presence. Then, slowly, he would claim her. He was well aware of his dark past after all, he had been reckless back then, changing girlfriends daily. With such a stain on his record, he naturally needed to put in 100-fold effort. And that much, he could manage. After all, he had earned his way into Shu University. His college entrance exam scores weren't obtained through cheating. Besides, his family background was solid. It just required a bit more effort on his part. Compared to the other guys in the school vying for her attention, he already had a unique, innate advantage. Su Qingxue didn't linger at all, her figure swiftly disappearing into the stairwell leading to the backstage area. Lu Hao hadn't taken more than a few steps when he was stopped by the host beside him. Simultaneously, teachers arranged for someone to escort him off stage. It was a subtle way of giving Lu Hao a graceful exit. Naturally, Lu Hao's actions warranted some criticism and guidance. While the university encouraged free love and encouraged students to pursue their affections boldly, that didn't mean he should harass someone. Clearly, Lu Hao's behavior had already disgusted Su Qingxue, yet he kept pushing his luck. Go write a self-criticism in the office. Zhang Muyan watched the whole scene unfold like a spectator, though he'd been fixated on his own Schwer the entire time. She didn't even glance at Lu Hao once, completely ignoring him. So aloof, Schwer. Yet she's so well-behaved in front of me. He glanced back at his love rival, now looking utterly defeated in front of the entire school. Pity? No. Zhang Muyan was contemplating something else entirely. This clueless rival could pull off something like this, but he himself could never make such a spectacle in front of the entire school. Yet, even though Lu Hao looked ridiculous, judging by the students' reactions beyond a few mocking voices, most were actually cheering him on. Which meant, they actually wanted Schwer to be with that Lu Hao. Then maybe, he was overthinking the whole being together thing? Actually, if they were together and made it official, the pressure wouldn't be that intense, right? If they did go public, surely it couldn't be worse than Lu Hao's current situation? Then, should I just tell Schwer directly? I like you, Schwer. Let's be together. Would Schwer say, oh, so we weren't together yet? Zhang Muyan couldn't help but laugh out loud at the thought. Then the host invited the sixth performer to take the stage. Zhang Muyan watched while waiting for her to get ready backstage and send him a message. Soon, halfway through the show. Ding! Su Qingxue, Muyan, come to the auditorium. I have one more gift to give you. Zhang Muyan, shocked, what kind of gift? The auditorium should be empty now. Schwer called me over to give me a gift? Suddenly, Zhang Muyan felt something, his heartbeat quickening. Masaka? Su Qingxue, come on over. Zhang Muyan, alright, I'm on my way. The Grand Hall was located on the first floor of the central building in the campus center. It had 4 stories and was enormous, large enough to accommodate students from several colleges. Previous events like galas and school anniversaries were all held here for performances. Directly in front of the auditorium was the stage, equally large. At the front corner sat the MC's podium. Perhaps the graduation ceremony would be held here as well. At this moment, the entire central building was empty and shrouded in darkness. As soon as Su Qingxue stepped off the stage, she hurried over here at full speed. She switched on the stage lights, directing them toward the edge of the stage. She would sit on the platform in front of him shortly and sing for him. She had practiced for so long. She had prepared 3 performances for him, a piano piece, a classical dance, and a song. The piano piece was already prepared. She had even pondered which outfit to wear for the performance, but now her decision was made. For the classical dance, she absolutely needed a flowing ribbon skirt in an ancient style already prepared in advance. This was her strongest piece. She intended to let Muyan experience what it felt like for an ancient emperor to skip court duties. Then there was singing, the simplest part. Just play the song. As for timing, it might be tight. Why? You'll find out soon enough. Su Qingxue changed into her sexiest outfit first, a super short skirt with lace straps. Schwer made this decision herself, okay? You guys won't answer if I ask. Guys should all love this outfit, right? Su Qingxue loved it herself too. She said it was revealing, but actually, the key areas were covered perfectly. It was that black lace draped over her fair skin, so sensual. She wanted to captivate Muyan at first sight. Ideally, get Muyan to do something. Ahem, like a hug or something. Truthfully, it was because she'd need to change clothes later anyway. By putting on the JK uniform last, she could walk out wearing it directly. She couldn't very well stroll out in a miniskirt for everyone to see. No way, her curves are for Muyan's eyes only. Soon, Zhang Muyan arrived at the auditorium. It was pitch black, with no lights on. Zhang Muyan walked down the hallway and knocked on the door. No response. He took out his phone again, preparing to send Schwer a message. Just then, the door suddenly swung open. Then, Zhang Muyan froze, staring at the person before him. The next second. Rapidly reddening, nose bleeding. Muyan. Are you okay? Su Qingxue draped Zhang Muyan's jacket over her shoulders, tearing tissues for him beside him, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Still smiling? It's all because of you. Zhang Muyan thought to himself. And no, I'm fine. Zhang Muyan plugged his nose while unable to resist glancing at her again. Her snow-white collarbone, the breathtaking curve of her chest even through that lace trim, the sight alone made his blood boil. Her slender, fair belly, the hint of a six-pack, her adorable navel, then that super short skirt, barely covering her hips, and those long legs stretching from her thighs, paired with sexy black boots. Could he handle it? No way. What's this, trying to seduce me? Alright, Schwer, I surrender. Bring it on. Where's your self-control? No way, I can't resist. Come on. It's not Zhang Muyan's fault. If Su Qingxue pulled this move on Tang Qingqing, she'd probably get a nosebleed too. Su Qingxue watched him with a smile, thinking to herself. He likes it, doesn't he? That's why I'm dressed like this. If not for him, she'd never wear this out in public. At most, she'd slip it on at home for a moment's appreciation before tossing it to the back of the closet, never to be seen again. Zhang Muyan declared, I don't dislike it. I love it. I love it so much I could practically bleed from my nose. Schwer, what are you doing? Zhang Muyan glanced several more times before snapping back to reality and asking about her purpose here. Meaning, sweetheart, why are you dressed like this? After he entered, Su Qingxue had locked the auditorium doors from the inside. The other doors were likely locked too. Now, the entire auditorium had no way out. Could it be? Schwer really intended to. No way, Schwer, this floor's too hard. Ah, no, what I mean is, we're moving too fast. We haven't even held hands properly yet, let alone kissed, right? What? Kiss now? Not that it's impossible. Zhang Muyan's mind was already running wild with dramatic scenarios of how he'd react if Su Qingxue suddenly pressed herself against him. P.S. Thanks to Baby Mouse 6 for the explosive update confetti. Thanks to Baby Youngla 525 for the 2 hurry-up charms. Thanks to Baby Luing can't type your heart emoji haha for the inspiration capsule. Thanks to Baby Wugan for the bubble milk tea and writing for love. And so many more little gifts from my precious readers, I won't list them all by hand. Better spend that time writing instead, huh? Oh. Yesterday and today brought the most gifts ever received. Please stop sending them, dear readers, this author is about to get too big for their boots. Thanks have been said enough, they're all in the extra chapters. 2 chapters will be posted at the usual time later. For now, I'll owe you all, hee. I'll repay you slowly, after all, this author can only write so much in a day, woo. Chapter 66, Singing for Him Alone. Su Qingxue took in every expression and gesture of Zhang Muyan, then pressed her lips together, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Such a simple sentence, yet he glanced down at her 3 times. So adorable, silly goose. I love it when it's a little naughty. Look, I wore this just for you. Looks like Muyan really likes it this time. Need to buy more outfits like this. So I can wear it every day. Hey, Schwer, you can't do this every day, you know. Your Muyan will turn into a dried up corpse. Huh? Why? You'll have to ask everyone watching the screen, Omega. While pondering this, Su Qingxue deliberately tugged her coat down, letting one side slip off accidentally, revealing her snow-white shoulder. Muyu, didn't I say I'd give you a gift? Su Qingxue shifted closer to him, her cheeks flushed crimson. Yet in the pitch darkness, her rosy complexion remained indistinguishable. The faint light streaming through the window barely illuminated her alluring figure and the exposed expanse of her flawless skin. Zhang Muyan swallowed hard, unable to look any longer. It was too tempting, he could barely control himself. The cicada's clamor only deepened the forest stillness, the birdsong made the mountain even more serene. If you think nudity isn't sexy enough, then dress it in shoes and socks. It perfectly described Schwer right now. Wait, Schwer, where did you learn all this? You were dressed quite conservatively on stage just now. How did you transform into this temptress incarnate? As Su Qingxue approached, he slipped his arm around her shoulder, pulling her slipping coat back over her shoulders and tightening it to cover the cleavage before him. Meeting Su Qingxue's dazed eyes, he tied the coat's sleeves into a knot. Okay. Phew. With that done, the gun should be under control. Zhang Muyan exhaled deeply. Now, only Schwer's 2 snow-white, long legs held immense power. This was still somewhat manageable. From the thigh roots all the way down to the feet. Ha! Lace stockings? Put. Another critical hit. Wait, who taught my Schwer to dress like this? Damn it. I'll pay them a visit. To express my gratitude. Cough, dressing like this now, I can't exactly do anything. Plus, she's out in public. If someone sees her like this, she's totally screwed. Ha? What's that supposed to mean? You mean she can only dress like this in certain places? Omega. You're not letting the brothers see it, huh? Zhang Muyan took a deep breath, then couldn't help but glance at Schwer's thigh twice before saying, what, the gift is supposed to be delivered here. Besides, you've already given me a gift, but I haven't given you one yet. After saying this, he quickly turned his head away. Su Qingxue watched his series of movements, smiling all along. Though she longed to be closer to him, she understood these actions weren't born from dislike. On the contrary, they were proof of how much he cherished her. He'd clearly glanced at her lace camisole several times, yet still restrained himself to wrap her in a garment. And he'd sneak glances at her legs, clearly loving the sight, yet would turn his head away. Silly goose, then go ahead and touch me. I wouldn't mind. If not touching, just looking would be fine too. Seeing he had no intention of turning back, Su Qingxue replied, it's different. This gift. Mu Yen. I hope you like it. Because this was, in a way, her true confession. Zhang Muyan turned his head, watching her slowly walk onto the stage. Then, the stage lights came on. She walked to the edge of the spotlighted stage, sat down with her legs crossed, facing him directly. Zhang Muyan took another critical hit. The sound of an elephant trumpeting echoed in his ears. This line of sight was genuinely overwhelming. He adjusted his posture. Su Qingxue didn't pull away the clothes Zhang Muyan had draped over her. He'd wrapped them around her himself, so she left them be. She didn't take the microphone, there was no need. He was right in front of her. But he was in the darkness, invisible beyond the windows. Only she, on the stage, shone brightly. Then, the music began. She turned the volume down. The vast auditorium suddenly filled with the faint sound of music. Then her clear, ethereal voice came toward her. Our hearts are like fireworks. One connecting to another. Never falling alone, chasing away the loneliness, turning around to find you waiting right where I left you. Without a microphone, without speakers, her voice, unadorned and pure, ethereal and light, gently entered the ears. This song, she sang only for him. Zhang Muyan gazed tenderly at Su Qingxue on stage, and her unabashed affection flowed through her voice. For the very first time. A girl performing just for you alone. And it was planned all along. In her eyes, you matter more than everyone else combined. Sure enough. She really confessed to me. Zhang Muyan furrowed his brow, his eyes softening. Su Qingxue held a smile as she continued her performance. At the most heartfelt moments, she gazed at Zhang Muyan with eyes as gentle as flowing water. Hold your hand tight, fearing not the night's turn. In times of sorrow, in times of pain. Time knows no depth, I wish only to be the cherry on top of your feast, my sole desire. But when I open my eyes, reality and dreams both vanish in an instant. This song felt familiar. Zhang Muyan must have heard it before, though he couldn't quite place it. But none of that mattered now. This song would become the most beautiful one he'd ever heard. Filled with every ounce of this girl's heart. Thump thump thump. Zhang Muyan was lost in sweetness, gazing at the girl before him, when suddenly a series of knocks echoed from the window. Zhang Muyan turned to look, then jolted. Holy crap! A pile of heads? Caught red-handed? Damn it, what do I do now? She widened her eyes again, looking at Schwer on stage. The other person seemed completely unfazed, continuing her performance as if nothing had happened. At the same time, she gently shook her head and gave Zhang Muyan a look. It's okay, sweetie, don't move. Just relax and listen to me finish, okay? Okay. Zhang Muyan met her gaze and instantly softened. She'd done so much for me, what was there to fear now? He adjusted his posture, sitting up straight. Truthfully, the view from the window outside couldn't see him at all. Because only the stage was illuminated, and everyone could only see Su Qingxue up there. Her short hair and long legs made her impossible to miss. Due to the distance, they couldn't make out that Su Qingxue was wearing a miniskirt, but her two snow-white thighs were perfectly visible. Zhang Muyan, damn, what a bummer. The reason they gathered here was simple. Students passing by heard commotion and saw lights in the auditorium, and word spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, South Lawn. The crowd began to stir. Then some started leaving, followed by more, and soon the majority began to depart. The performers on stage? Is our performance really that bad? We drove half the audience away? Wang Lei and Wu Hao watching the performance? Pang Bo and Su Nianru, who had just arrived for a stroll. Then, someone dropped a bombshell into the crowd. Su Qingxue is performing solo in the Grand Hall. What? What? But they said there were no performances in the auditorium? In an instant, the line of people buying snacks who had been chatting cheerfully moments before suddenly scattered like a gust of wind, with most of them dashing off. Ha? What's going on? Tang Qingqing froze for a moment before suddenly realizing the line in front of her had vanished. Hey! Owner, give me 6 egg tarts. Ha? Still eating? If you eat any more, Gao Wen won't want you anymore. Chapter 67, A Young Girl's Heartfelt Confession. I can't open the door. Stop knocking. You'll break it. Then what do we do now? We can't get in. Where's the key? Who has the key? I've already gone to get it from the teacher. A dense crowd surrounded the entire auditorium building. Those in the front rows could press their faces against the windows to see inside, while those in the back could only hear the commotion. How could they hear anything? Listening to the live updates from the front rows, like, wow wow wow. It's so beautiful, so beautiful. Hurry up, start the live stream. We can't see anything. Ha? 6. Honey. I'm sorry. Open the door. I'll never look at another woman again. Turning around to see your radiant smile. As the music faded, Su Qingxue sang the final line of the song. Her eyes never left Zhang Muyan the entire time. Even as the noise outside grew chaotic. Zhang Muyan felt drained by her intense gaze. His entire body went limp, his heartbeat slowing, his breath faltering. Her eyes, her voice, everything radiated love. Bare and unadorned, they locked onto him, drawing him into the depths of her affection. Faced with this scene, no normal guy could resist. How could one resist? With what could one resist? A young girl's sincere confession. Turning off the music, Su Qingxue offered a faint smile and said softly, there's a second performance. With that, Su Qingxue walked toward the backstage area. Ha? A second one? Zhang Muyan's heart had already melted, and he never expected she had prepared a second one? Had she prepared all this? But right now, the place is swarming with Buddha's horsemen, they could burst through the door any second. Schwer. Well, looks like tonight's my night. To die beneath Schwer's skirt even as a ghost, I'd be living large. Zhang Muyan gritted her teeth, glanced back at the window behind her, and then shuddered in terror, slamming the knife down. A row of pitch-black heads, eyes glowing like ghosts, filled every window pane. One guy's thick, puffy lips were pressed against the glass, like a creepy stalker. The rear windows were on the second level. Zhang Muyan sat in the front row, the first level of the entire auditorium. The perimeter of the first level featured a new type of one-way glass. Even at night, the outside remained invisible to those inside, while those inside could see out without hindrance. So Zhang Muyan could see the outside bodies hunched over, eyes bulging wider than copper bells, straining to peer inside. Of course, while scanning the crowd, I spotted Lu Hao, still clutching that huge bouquet of roses. Wait, this guy showing up here. Why do I feel a little uneasy? No, why would I feel guilty? It's anxiety, yeah, why am I feeling anxious? Scared he'll just break down the door. Feels like exactly the kind of thing he'd do. He has no sense of boundaries. Soft footsteps. Zhang Muyan turned his head. Su Qingxue had already slipped into that traditional Hanfu dress with flowing ribbons. A fairy. Beautiful as a celestial being. The gown was pale pink, with long white ribbons trailing from the sleeves. The skirt flowed gracefully, like a delicate pink blossom. A white veil adorned her head, and a white face veil veiled her features. Her already exquisite beauty, now partially concealed, appeared tantalizingly hidden. Fairy's sister. Even those glimpsing her through the window let out a startled cry. No one could resist this essence flowing through her very bones, this uniquely Chinese fantasy of a fairy. Always in such flowing veiled robes. Wearing mysterious veils, arriving like a gentle breeze, then drifting away with the wind. Cool, gentle, kind. No, this must be what a fairy truly looks like. But now, Zhang Muyan could only think, fairies aren't all that special after all. Su Qingxue cast a tender glance at Zhang Muyan before playing music and beginning her dance. As she began to spin and leap, the ribbons draped around her body truly revealed their enchanting beauty, like butterflies dancing gracefully. Zhang Muyan knew nothing of dance, yet he watched spellbound, his eyes following the butterfly on stage as it moved. Only one word remained in his mind, beauty. No other words could capture it. Suddenly, he understood why emperors neglected their morning court duties. Never had he seen such breathtaking beauty. Nor would there ever be anyone more beautiful than her. Perhaps it was because this performance was solely for him that such thoughts arose, but truly, Zhang Muyan felt at that moment that there could never be another. From now on, there would absolutely never be another girl who performed just for him, who prepared everything so meticulously. Nor would any girl ever leave such an indelible mark upon his heart. One song, one dance, and Zhang Muyan was utterly captivated. As the music swelled toward its climax, Su Qingxue's movements grew ever more ethereal. Finally, she concluded with a poetic, quintessential gesture, a slight bow, her head shyly lowered, then slowly raised. Her eyes brimming with emotion, she gazed at him as her right hand gently lifted her veil. In that instant, Zhang Muyan's heart skipped a beat. Her breathtakingly beautiful true face slowly revealed. He had seen it before, this face that had stirred his heart countless times, this lovely visage that still made his pulse race whenever he saw it now. Yet now, contrary to usual, he forgot even to breathe. How could she do this to me? Bao, you're killing me. Just take my life already. My heart can't handle this. One moment it's racing wildly, the next it's frozen solid. Su Qingxue remained unaware of the storm raging within Zhang Muyan's heart, yet she could see the shifting emotions in his eyes. From initial anticipation, to tenderness, then deep emotion, and now the adorable way he gazed at her, lost in thought. It seemed he truly loved the surprise she prepared for him. So happy. Her smile radiant, Su Qingxue adjusted her veil and headed backstage once more. Just one more act to go. Keep going. She then whispered softly to Zhang Muyan, there's a third one. Ha? Another one? Her voice snapped him back. Zhang Muyan suddenly wanted to call out to stop her. It's enough. Schwer. My daily dose of Qingxue seems to have exploded already. Zhang Muyan didn't know how a pink threshold bar had suddenly appeared above his head, separate from the health bar. Now, the little pink hearts in this threshold bar were erupting like tiny volcanoes. If this keeps up, things would get weird. But before Zhang Muyan could voice his thoughts, Su Qingxue had already walked far away, out of earshot of his whispered words. A performance lasting just a few minutes, and she even went out of her way to change into a different outfit just for him. These performances, she must have practiced them privately for quite some time. And this grand auditorium. Outside, people were still whistling and cheering, some banging things, others making noise, shouting next. Next. All planned out by her in advance. All for her solo performance. When did she start preparing for today? Schwer. How could you be so wonderful? Chapter 68, Let Me Carry You, Schwer. Su Qingxue cheerfully pumped herself up backstage before changing into her own white school uniform. Like an innocent little angel. A style completely different from the seductive little succubus she'd been at the start. Oh, and a white furry beret. She'd spotted someone wearing one on her way here today and suddenly thought of it. Once she put it on, paired with her short hair, it looked pretty good. Her innocent aura gained a hint of pure sensuality. She looked as delicate as a doll. If she dressed up more, he'd like her more too. She couldn't keep tempting him with her curves alone first, she'd have to captivate him with her body. Well, it's not like that's a bad idea either. We can cultivate our feelings slowly later. First, make him utterly dependent on my body. As she thought this, Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed crimson once more. Zhang Muyan? What the hell? I'm struggling to control myself here, and you're cooking up these twisted ideas in your little head? After a quick check and tidy up, Su Qingxue returned to the stage. But just as she reached the staircase entrance, she heard someone prying open the backstage door. So soon? Faster than she'd anticipated. She'd barely finished dressing, and the third act hadn't even begun yet. Su Qingxue hurried back onto the stage, meeting Zhang Muyan's wide-eyed, puzzled gaze. Schwer looks so beautiful. How can she look good in anything? Then she scampered off to one side. The crisp sound of her boots on the stage echoed like a kitten's paws on Zhang Muyan's heart, making him tingle. Then suddenly, the lights went out. Ha! Zhang Muyan froze, then heard Schwer's footsteps approaching him. At the same time, the people outside all echoed, huh? What's going on? Did Su Qingxue turn off the lights? A disappointed voice, damn it, I just ran over here. At the backstage door prying spot. Once we pry the door open, you guys say I did it. Lu Hao pulled out his payment code and scanned a few hundred yuan to each of them. This passage was reserved for teachers, with one lock on the outer glass door and another on this backstage door. Now, Lu Hao had already pried open the outer door. Behind him trailed an endless stream of onlookers, practically ready to serve them bowls of sunflower seeds. They'd come both to watch Su Qingxue perform and to gawk at the spectacle. These days, nothing sparked curiosity like gossip. They were just in time to see Lu Hao, still not giving up, trying to say something to Su Qingxue. Inside. Su Qingxue's cool little hand suddenly grabbed Zhang Muyan's. Muyan. I'll take you away. Ha! After the lights went out, the entire auditorium plunged back into complete darkness, just as it had been at the start. Zhang Muyan's eyes hadn't adjusted yet, and the touch of Su Qingxue's small hand sent a shiver through his body. Don't be afraid, Muyan. They can't see you. Su Qingxue naturally sensed his tremor and quickly whispered reassuringly. I didn't expect Muyan to be so afraid of being seen. No, I was just startled by you. I was ready to go down with them. Then he let Su Qingxue lead him backstage once more. There were 2 doors backstage. To prevent fires and such, a place like backstage naturally couldn't have just one exit. Lu Hao and his crew pried open the door everyone normally used to access the stage. For regular performances, performers would wait by that door, enter through it, and ascend the stairs to the stage. Su Qingxue led Zhang Muyan toward the other door, which led to the upper floor of the central building. She gathered the clothes she had changed into, packing them into several paper bags, 3 complete outfits in total, plus Zhang Muyan's jacket. She was still wearing one set herself. Taking out the key, Su Qingxue carefully unlocked the door. She and Zhang Muyan entered the hallway of the central building, then closed and locked the door behind them. The hallway was pitch black. This particular corridor was unfamiliar to her, it seemed to be locked from the outside normally. Zhang Muyan recalled this. They headed upstairs to the top floor of the central building, where another locked iron door awaited. Though Schwer probably had a key, she seemed to have prepared for every eventuality. Instead, they headed straight for the first floor exit. Before them stood another iron gate. Zhang Muyan tried the handle, but it wouldn't budge. This gate seemed to lead to a small backyard garden, overgrown with mud and weeds. Normally, no one would climb over the hedges fencing it off to end up in such a patch of wild growth. No wonder this door was deserted, no one even knew it existed. While some students might know about the 2 back doors, this particular one was rarely used. Naturally, no one knew the exit led to such a place. Zhang Muyan considered heading upstairs again. No particular reason, just curiosity. A new area discovered on the school map. Explore every corner of the school, right? Once you discover a new area, you just have to explore it. Su Qingxue carried the paper bag and fumbled for her keys to unlock the door. She was so skilled at it. Zhang Muyan felt a bit embarrassed watching her. Wait, Schwer, explain to me how you got so skilled at this? Then he instinctively took the paper bag from Su Qingxue's hands. Click. The door opened. Muyu, come on. Su Qingxue stepped out first, reaching out to pull Zhang Muyu along. Honey, I'm a 6 feet 1 inch guy. Just walking down a little path, when did I ever need a girl to pull me along like I'm a kid? No way. Am I that clingy? Then he obediently held out his hand, which was grasped by Su Qingxue's small, cool fingers. Huskies refer to people. Shut up, I know what you're thinking. After stepping outside, Su Qingxue quietly locked the door first. Zhang Muyan stepped on weeds and damp soil, surrounded by trash like apple cores that had been discarded who knows how long ago. Seriously? How inconsiderate. Throwing trash into the bushes? The litterer's defense, I only meant to fertilize this land. FCKU. No more such uncivilized behavior next time, okay? Trash belongs in the trash can. Alright, let's go. Su Qingxue locked the door behind them and smiled at Zhang Muyan. But Zhang Muyan could sense she seemed a bit down. Her final piano piece had been interrupted. She was unhappy. Lu Hao, hey, it's me again, me. He. Zhang Muyan glanced down again, noticing her white ankle boots, white socks, and the JK skirt she wore. The weeds here were thick and tangled. Who knows if there were bugs lurking, or if they might dirty her shoes and clothes. A bold idea suddenly popped into his head. Let me carry you, Schwer. Ha! Su Qingxue pointed to the right, about to suggest walking that way, then re-entering the central building through that entrance and following the second-floor corridor to Building 1. That way, they could shake off their classmates. But now, Zhang Muyan's single sentence had suddenly silenced her, and her pretty face flushed rapidly. He wants to carry me. Thoughts. Little devils. Ding ding ding. Playing, today is a good day. Brain, what the hell are you doing in the middle of the night? Hormones, I'm excited. Brain, go plow 2 acres if you're so excited. Why are you clanging and banging like a drum over here? Dopamine, we're just here to give you a heads up. Brain, what? After that, red warning lights flashed in the brain's chamber. Beep beep. Warning warning. Nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons. The brain glanced at dopamine and hormones, wearing an utterly disillusioned expression. Brain, you old fool. Go ahead, who can outplay you anyway? I'm tired. Just destroy it all. P.S. Another day of extra updates. Still pushing 3 chapters today, typing away. But just a heads up for my precious readers, 2 chapters tomorrow. My lazy cancer is almost cured thanks to you all, but my hair keeps thinning, woe is me. Thanks to Baby Mouse 6 for the update reminder charm, to Boss Wu of Dunchen Shazhou for the inspiration capsule, to Shirabi who loves minced pork eggplant for the bubble milk tea and likes, to Yimeng Yixing for the love letter and flowers, and to all the other darlings for your likes and love-fueled support. Thank you, my darlings. Love you all heart moi. Chapter 69, she's so soft, I can't hold back. Su Qingxue froze for a moment, but Zhang Muyan had already turned around and crouched down. So she tacitly agreed, obediently leaning her body against his. The soft, delicate body pressed against him, and Zhang Muyan nearly had another volcanic eruption in his nose. His clenched fist brushed against her pale, smooth thigh. He dared not use his palm, afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. The sensation was simply plump, soft, so addictively smooth to the touch. Even just lightly brushing her with his wrist felt overwhelming. No wonder, as a man, a girl's legs held such an inexplicable allure. This felt too good. Then he gently lifted her body upward. Su Qingxue bit her lip behind him, daring neither to make a sound nor move. Her arms instinctively wrapped around his neck. Does he think I'm heavy? Does that mean I need to lose weight? Well. Swear, you're not heavy at all. Even if you gained a bit more weight, it wouldn't matter. But, you don't need to hold me so tightly. I can hardly breathe. After securing her embrace, Zhang Muyan confirmed she was holding on steady before slowly rising to his feet. At the same time, Su Qingxue blushed shyly as her view rapidly shifted upward. Everything around her felt so new and exciting, like she'd stepped into a whole new world. Then, her brain overloaded, her face flushed instantly. She was practically smoking. Zhang Muyan remained completely unaware of this. To be precise, his mind was utterly consumed by the Cyber Sutra. Amitabha Buddha, Amitabha Buddha. Zhang Muyan, you can do it. Push it down, don't let desire shatter your will. Ho Omega. That's right, it's that. Su Qingxue's body was so soft her entire weight pressing down on me, especially those? Carrying her like this now, if I keep going? How am I supposed to walk? Walking with a tent pitched? You try it if you can. I sure as hell can't. After steadying himself, Zhang Muyan turned his head to glance at her. His peripheral vision could only catch glimpses of her hair, carrying a faint, sweet fragrance. Or rather, her entire body was fragrant. Ever since she'd collapsed onto him, that scent had enveloped him completely. Let's go. Zhang Muyan said that much. Su Qingxue murmured a faint still busy performing emergency server maintenance. The server had drifted into outer space. Zhang Muyan frowned. Hey, turn on the lights, Schwer. It's pitch black. But there was still no response. Schwer? Zhang Muyan tilted his head in confusion, wondering why Su Qingxue hadn't responded. Su Qingxue gave a faint, soft response, sounding like a sleepy little girl, emitting an adorable little whimper. Zhang Muyan's eyes widened as he changed his tone to respond. His surprise intensified. Zhang Muyan emphasized the sound. Su Qingxue's internet reconnected. Ha? Muyan. What's up? Did you fall asleep? Hearing Su Qingxue's finally normal reply, Zhang Muyan chuckled out loud. Su Qingxue flushed as she replied, no. It was just that this particular move had been on her little notebook for so many pages now. It was like skipping straight to a higher level of pleasure. Her brain couldn't keep up. Brain, I could keep up, but I refuse to. You're constantly setting off alarms for every little thing. Who wouldn't be exhausted? Su Qingxue's voice was thick and sluggish, not like she hadn't slept at all, but more like she'd just woken up. Zhang Muyan didn't dwell on it. He simply said, turn on the light, Schwer. Su Qingxue murmured oh and released one of her slender hands from around his neck, reaching forward. My phone's in my pocket. Ha? He couldn't reach it in his current position. Should we get out first? Grab the phone? Neither of them was particularly keen on that idea. Hold her tight, I'll grab mine. Su Qingxue obediently wrapped her arms around him again. Zhang Muyan freed one hand, pulled his phone from his waistband pocket, and activated the flashlight. Su Qingxue reached out to take it, then felt Zhang Muyan's wrist brush against her thigh, causing her cheeks to flush. No boy had ever touched such an intimate part of her. Skin touching skin, with nothing between them. Zhang Muyan, however, had already grown slightly accustomed to it and proceeded forward as Su Qingxue directed. Earlier, he'd mentioned exploring the school's unknown areas. Well, here they were, exploring it now. This patch of grassy field must have been abandoned after the central building was expanded. There were trash bags scattered about, and the soil was raw and damp soft underfoot, clinging to his shoes. He didn't want his snow to step in it and get it all over her. She's dressed like a delicate doll, how could I bear it? And it's all because of me. Slowly, Zhang Muyan followed the direction Su Qingxue pointed and soon reached the side of a wall where a rusty iron gate stood. When we open it, won't a ghost suddenly jump out? Zhang Muyan confirmed with Su Qingxue, is this the place? Suddenly, Su Qingxue desperately wanted to say no. She didn't want to go down. She wanted to keep holding him. But he must be so tired. She pouted quietly, then obediently replied, okay, Muyan, put me down. What kind of nonsense is this? Good kids never get candy. Just let him carry you. What's the big deal? Go ask him if he's happy to carry you. If he's not, I'm outta here. Zhang Muyan hummed in acknowledgement, slowly crouching down. He gently moved the wrist clinging to his thigh away, then felt the two arms wrapped around his neck disappear, along with the soft warmth pressed against his back. Why did that feel a little disappointing? Su Qingxue reluctantly climbed off him, steadied herself, then pulled out her keys and walked over to unlock the door. With a clang, the iron door creaked open. Inside was a storage room filled with brooms, shovels, mops, rags, and all sorts of other items. Exiting this storage room led directly to the corner by the staircase turn on the first floor of the central building. From there, they could ascend the stairs, traverse the connecting corridor, reach Building 1, and then make a clean getaway. To ensure safety, Zhang Muyan went first, quietly opening the door to the stairwell. Seeing no one, he waved to Su Qingxue. The two moved like thieves, yet with a tinge of excitement. They stepped out, closed the door, and rounded the corner. At the end of the corridor, a glass wall offered a clear view of classmates still milling about, all glued to their phones watching something together. Probably the video of Schwer they just recorded, or a replay of the live stream? Zhang Muyan wondered. How did you know? It's obvious even to a fool. Then why didn't you record one? You were front row, no, the only front row seat, top tier perspective, absolute HD quality, like a Hall of Fame archive. Because this memory doesn't need recording? Beautiful memories are like fine wine, stored deep within the mind. As time passes, they only grow richer and more fragrant. So let this unforgettable memory remain uniquely yours. Be honest, did you forget about this? Rolls eyes. Zhang Muyan jolted awake, was it that obvious? He quietly ascended the stairs. Zhang Muyan had no idea he hadn't given himself away. Now, looking down at the people below holding their phones, the light shining on their faces made him feel like they might lift their heads like ghosts at any moment and see him. One wrong turn, and he'd be nailed to the cross. Chapter 70, Bonus Scene. It was a typical autumn day, pleasantly cool. Wind blew through the open window, lifting the curtains completely. Yet unlike the coolness outside, the room felt a bit warm. Su Qingxue lay sprawled across Zhang Muyan, pressed tightly against him, her eyes seeming to bloom like peach blossoms. The moment Zhang Muyan saw Xue Bao in this state, he knew trouble was brewing. Ever since their first kiss, Schwer seemed to have unlocked a whole new world, growing increasingly fond of kissing. She wanted kisses when waking up in the morning, after finishing meals, and before sleeping at night. What started with him dominating the situation, leaving her breathless each time, had now completely flipped. Schwer now held the upper hand, leaving him gasping for air. Schwer's demand threshold had grown significantly. Now, whenever he saw that look in her eyes, he knew she wanted it again. Noon. Zhang Muyan was taking his usual afternoon nap. He'd been sleeping soundly when suddenly he felt something small wriggle under the blanket. No need to guess, it had to be his Schwer. Zhang Muyan had grown accustomed to it. Whenever he slept or rested, Schwer would always come snuggle up beside him. She loved taking advantage of his sleep to cling to him without restraint, drawing energy from his warmth. This time was no different, except that Schwer wasn't satisfied with just cuddling. She started kissing him. She kissed his neck, then his chin, then his cheeks, and finally couldn't resist any longer, aiming straight for his lips. Zhang Muyan felt only a vague sensation of softness pressing against his lips, so soft, so warm. Then, he felt something moist and soft slip inside. Gentle and sweet. But soon, Zhang Muyan found himself struggling to breathe. His eyes snapped open to find Schwer's stunning face mere inches from his own. Her long lashes fluttered, her eyes closed, taking small, deliberate sips as if savoring a delicacy, immersing herself in the pleasure, tasting every inch inside. Finally unable to bear it, Zhang Muyan reluctantly pushed Schwer away and gasped for breath. Su Qingxue visibly startled, her cheeks flushed crimson and scorching hot, or rather, her entire body radiated heat. Yet she felt no shame, only a thrill of having teased her boyfriend. She then pressed her lips against Zhang Muyan's again, her breath fragrant as orchids. Husband. Her hands cupped Zhang Muyan's face as their lips met once more. Zhang Muyan felt his mind grow hazy. He truly couldn't hold on much longer. Being kissed like this by his girlfriend, pressed against him, left him utterly drained. At the same time, he could distinctly feel Xue's body go limp, pressing tightly against his own soft and comforting. After a long moment, their lips parted. Zhang Muyan finally exhaled in relief, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it was in his throat. Thump, thump. It felt like it was about to leap right out of his mouth. It wasn't just the kiss with Xue, part of it was genuine breathlessness, his mind going completely blank. Then, he saw Xue slowly lower her head once more. It felt like forever. Separated, Zhang Muyan truly couldn't take it anymore. It had gone beyond the limit, triggering some stress response. His body began to go limp and tremble. But pinned down by Xue, he had no strength left. He begged, Xue, I can't take it anymore. Su Qingxue placed her finger to her lips, lightly biting them with her tongue. She wanted more. Husband. More. Xue, please let me go. Ha. Then, Su Qingxue captured his lips once more. After a long while, they parted. After a long while, they parted again. She feared suffocating her Yanbao, so she always pulled away just as he was gasping for breath, letting him catch his breath before continuing. She loved kissing him this way, kissing him until he gasped for air, his face begging for mercy. Then she'd tease him some more. This made her feel even more satisfied. Whether it was a new energy gathering method evolved after reaching her threshold or not, she simply adored kissing Yanbao this way. Kissing him endlessly. Chapter 71, Holding Hands. Arriving at Building 1, she successfully escaped the danger. Su Qingxue walked ahead consciously, her white cap perched on her head, soft hair swaying, a pure figure with hands tucked behind her back, skipping along. She deliberately kept a certain distance from Zhang Muyan. After all, they were still inside the teaching building. Classmates could appear in classrooms or around corners at any moment. She walked silently ahead. Zhang Muyan followed behind, watching her, and inexplicably felt like a father. Why so well behaved? It was like his own little daughter, dressed up pretty, skipping along ahead. Doesn't it look like it? Then, his thoughts suddenly shifted as he recalled the scenes from the auditorium earlier. This girl before him truly thought of him at every moment. He hadn't even responded to her yet. So, he quickened his pace and walked up. And walked beside her. Su Qingxue tilted her head, nervously looking at Zhang Muyan. Now I have a reason, Xue. After saying that, he gave her a gentle smile. Su Qingxue blinked her large eyes twice before being swept into Zhang Muyan's embrace. Unlike last time, this time Zhang Muyan held her tightly. Feeling her scent, her softness, Zhang Muyan was certain. He was definitely addicted to holding her. He'd wanted to hold her again for ages, hold her many times over. Like a plush toy, so soft, just a little more pressure, and he could pull her even deeper into his embrace. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, he wanted to devour her. Could he? She smelled so sweet. Su Qingxue's mind went blank. All she saw was Zhang Muyan drawing closer, cupping her head, gently embracing her, then slowly tightening his hold. This is the classroom building, Muyan. A fleeting thought to speak formed in her mind, but it caught in her throat. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to say it. He initiated this embrace. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, his scent, his entire being, gradually, the last remnants of my sanity faded away. My mind went blank. I buried my face, gently nuzzling. I wanted to burrow deeper into his embrace, further inside, into his very being. Two slender arms lifted up, wrapping tightly around his waist. Mu Yen. I like this so much. After a long while, the two reluctantly parted. Zhang Muyan held her hands, his eyes filled with tenderness as he looked at her. It said it all. Xue. Su Qingxue responded, Then, locked in a deep gaze, Zhang Muyan pursed his lips and whispered silently, I like you. I like you. Really? Su Qingxue stared intently into his eyes, and then, she heard it. Well, silly goose. Good thing I can read minds. They smiled at each other. It's still early. How about our usual spot? Sure. Why Zhang Muyan didn't speak up remains unknown to this day. Therefore, this author has invited Zhang Muyan himself to explain it to everyone. Zhang Muyan, good evening, everyone. Speak plainly. Zhang Muyan, honestly, I really wanted to say it then. But Xue had done so much for me, and I hadn't done anything in return. Declaring my feelings like that felt so abrupt, no sense of occasion. Even that Lu Hao managed to create some kind of moment, right? Sure, it was a bit cheesy, but I felt I had to make it feel special too. Okay, we get it. Did you know at the time that Su Qingxue had already heard your inner thoughts? Zhang Muyan, hell if I knew. Remember last time when our eyes locked? I thought it was all in my head. Zhang Muyan, but where did Xue learn this mind reading? It's crazy powerful. Does this mean I can't even hide my secret stash anymore? Enough chatter. Fine, you can get lost now. Zhang Muyan, hey, wait. Kicked out by the author. The familiar tree-lined path. But because of the gala, not a single couple was on this path tonight. Probably all out celebrating New Year's Eve at the party, or out shopping and dating somewhere. Walking side by side. The atmosphere had grown sweet. Like two little bees dipped in a sugar jar, they clung close together. Hand in hand. This time, Zhang Muyan took the initiative. As they walked together, he reached out to touch her hand, then withdrew his fingers. Shy. Wait, what are you laughing at? So what if I've never held a girl's hand before and I'm nervous? At least I've hugged one, okay? And you guys? Still laughing. From Zhang Muyan's complaint. After several hesitant attempts, Su Qingxue grabbed his hand firmly. If she didn't grab it, she feared this silly pig would tuck his hand into his pocket and freeze it. Then she'd lose her chance forever. From the very first time he touched her, she'd been startled, thinking it was an illusion. She had finally touched his hand for the very first time. Unlike before, when she'd groped around in the dark for ages without finding it. Wait, didn't you two hold hands in the classroom building just now? That's different. That was when two people locked eyes, and the emotion built up naturally. It's just like how the leads in a TV drama stare at each other and then, well, you know. Because they were locked in each other's gaze, their minds focused solely on one another, receiving silent permission through their eyes. But this time, both were still holding on to their own thoughts, testing the waters with tentative closeness. Neither knew what the other was thinking. Walking down the street, as students, they embraced the purest, most innocent exploration of love. Then, when he touched her hand a second time, Su Qingxue finally realized what he was doing. So she deliberately spread her fingers wider, inviting him to take hold. But each time he touched her hand, he ran away. Why are you running away? Just hold my hand already. Su Qingxue silently thought to herself, casting another reproachful glance at the silly pig walking on her left, head down, counting the bricks on the ground. Then, when he came back again, she took his hand. Zhang Muyan visibly froze, his body suddenly stiffening. 100, 100, where was I counting just now? Damn, I forgot. Are all girls' hands this soft? Feeling her petite hand wrap around mine, the warm palm, the delicate fingers clasping mine, soft as if without bones, trembling ever so slightly. She was nervous too. Holding hands, it was one of the most intimate yet entirely non-sexual gestures between a man and a woman, aside from gazing into each other's eyes. Having gained her acceptance, Zhang Muyan shed his shyness. He released her hand, then clasped hers in his own. His fingers slipped through hers, intertwined, then tightened. 10 fingers interlocked. Slowly, sweetly, they continued walking. Wobbling and swaying, stumbling and staggering. Ha! 2 shadows lay on the ground, one was mine, the other wasn't. Su Qingxue gently squeezed his hand, using such a light touch that Zhang Muyan didn't even feel it. It's real. We're holding hands. Then, with every step she took, her little feet would tiptoe happily, without her even realizing it. Chapter 72, Growing Fonder. They walked back and forth holding hands 4 times, lingering together for over an hour. It's almost 10 o'clock, Schwer. Come on, let's go home. Zhang Muyan swayed her hand back and forth as they reached the familiar intersection once more. Okay. At moments like this, Su Qingxue always felt reluctant to part. It wasn't just the reluctance to part with him, but also the thought of not seeing him tomorrow. The days without him were still vivid in her memory. She could only numb herself by rehearsing endlessly. She could have endured the days without him had he never entered her life. But after today, he said he had to conduct experiments. She couldn't disturb him. Suddenly, an idea flashed through my mind. I want to live with him. Then I wouldn't have to worry about not seeing him. I could see him every day. And, blushing. So, Muyan. Can I come here tomorrow to wait for you? Su Qingxue gazed at Zhang Muyan hopefully. Though her mind painted a beautiful picture, cohabitation was simply impossible for them right now. Zhang Muyan would never agree to it in the first place. Zhang Muyan, I never said I wouldn't agree. Author, you bloody hell? Author's loving persuasion. Zhang Muyan Epiphany Edition. Schwer has been so good to me, I've almost started taking it for granted. But just because we're dating doesn't mean I can take it for granted. Nothing is a given. When someone treats you well, you should remember it in your heart. When you have the chance to repay them well. This isn't just about relationships, it applies to romance too. Keep their kindness in your heart. If you can't remember it, grab a notebook. Then repay their kindness properly. Support each other, be tolerant of each other, and care for each other. That's how you make it to the end. Reader, so author, when are you going to write extra chapters to repay the gifts we sent you? I'm writing it for you right now. Wait, no, I mean I'm composing it for you right now. Hold on, it's fresh off the press. Just a bit more filler, hee hee. Zhang Muyan naturally had no idea Su Qingxue had suddenly started thinking about living together. He just assumed she was feeling reluctant to part ways as their time together drew to a close. He had mentioned before that they could come here for walks together in the future, but such walks could only happen at night, when all was quiet and still. The wait felt interminable, a full 24-hour gap. A day apart felt like 3 autumns. It's quite fitting to describe the two of them now. Zhang Muyan couldn't bear to make her wait like this. So he clasped her small hand tighter and said, "Wait for my message when the time comes. Don't come early to wait. Then we'll go back later to make the call." Phone call? Like those long phone chats couples have? Su Qingxue's eyes lit up instantly. She had this written down in her notebook too. Calling each other to sleep. Is it okay to do that already? Su Qingxue tentatively asked, "Want to sleep together on the call?" Zhang Muyan hesitated, then fiddled with her small hand, gently squeezing her palm. Sure. By calling, he meant they'd each return to their dorm rooms, then chat affectionately for a while. He could slip out of his room, so the 3 idiots inside wouldn't find out. But when Schwer suddenly suggested sleeping together, meeting her bright, expectant gaze, his resolve melted. Fine, he'd just keep it quiet. He'd give the 3 roommates a heads up first without revealing who he was calling, but letting them know he had a girlfriend. Sooner or later, he'd have to go public with Schwer anyway. Might as well start with small steps like this. Oh, okay, the trailing syllable rose imperceptibly. He's squeezing me. He. It tickles. I love Muyan so much. I can call him when I get back. He. The two lingered there for a while longer. Zhang Muyan pinched her hand playfully, like it was a toy, while she stared at him intently, growing fonder with every glance. Finally. Alright, I'll be going now. Zhang Muyan had played with her hand a bit too long, finally letting go reluctantly. Su Qingxue murmured in response, then looked at Zhang Muyan with the same gaze she used last night, blinking innocently. Wow, did you forget something? Zhang Muyan still wore that bewildered look of Wang Dachui. Wait, honey, why that expression again? Didn't we settle this last night? After a moment of locked gazes, Zhang Muyan found himself unconsciously puffing out his cheeks, giving Su Qingxue a reproachful look. Are you being mischievous? Indeed, falling in love changes a person beyond recognition. You become childish, like a little kid. Because someone loves you, someone cherishes you. When had Zhang Muyan ever made such a face before? It wasn't a pout of petulance, nor a frown of anger. His jaw was set, lips pressed tightly together like an inflated child. This was the expression of being doted on. Su Qingxue obediently blinked her eyes. Seeing his expression, she playfully tilted her head and blinked twice more. Then, Zhang Muyan stepped forward, gently pinching her delicate, upturned nose. His own nose wrinkled up as he feigned a stern look and said, "I told you yesterday, still no way." Ha? What can I do? A huge question mark formed in Su Qingxue's mind, but being pampered like this, having her nose gently pinched, made her incredibly happy. It felt like he was doting on her. He. Then, releasing the hand that had been pinching her, Zhang Muyan gave her another reproachful look before ruffling the hair beside her ear. Alright, good girl, hurry back now. We'll call you when you get back. Hearing about the call, Su Qingxue's reluctant feelings faded a little. Well, pinching her nose is pretty much the same as pinching her cheek. As for that final, ceremonial schwer, she'd heard it so many times today. That's the downside of having your tolerance raised, huh? Before, she'd have jumped for joy upon hearing it, but now it only made her flutter a little. She nodded and said, alright, you go ahead. Zhang Muyan gave a non-committal Without triggering his keyword, he wouldn't respond with "see you tomorrow, schwer." Instead, he raised his hand to shoulder height and waved it once, signaling goodbye. Just like an NPC. Then, Zhang Muyan turned around. He really left. Watching him slowly walk away, Su Qingxue suddenly felt an inexplicable tingling in her heart. Still wanted to hear it. She just had to hear it. Though her threshold had risen, hearing him say just one more sentence still made her happy. She never grew tired of it. So she picked up her phone early and dialed his WeChat. Just as she did, he turned his head and saw her standing beneath the streetlight. He answered. Zhang Muyan looked at her, his heart skipping a beat. Tens of meters apart, both held their phones to their ears. Schwer? What's wrong? For some reason, Zhang Muyan felt a sudden tightness in his chest. She always watched him walk away like this, standing alone beneath the streetlight. He'd noticed it before, but today it suddenly felt jarring. Is love some kind of stimulant that makes you feel no sense of loss? I want to hear you say we'll meet tomorrow. Su Qingxue's voice remained sweet, devoid of any unusual emotion. But Zhang Muyan felt an even deeper ache in his heart. See you tomorrow, schwer. He ended tonight's parting with a deliberate gesture. See you tomorrow, Muyan. Why did it suddenly feel so painful? Because I like you even more now. Chapter 73, I like you so much. In the days that followed, Zhang Muyan rushed to the lab whenever he had a moment to spare. Evenings were spent as usual, accompanying Su Qingxue on strolls and chatting. Sitting on a bench beside the tree-lined path, he held her hand tightly, pressing close to her. Every night, Zhang Muyan would say, "Good night, schwer," and find new ways to give her a parting kiss. Yesterday it was a little pinch on the nose, today a gentle rub on the head, tomorrow a soft poke on the forehead, and the day after that a little kiss on the lips. Why did that kiss suddenly pop up? Dorm room. How's your experiment going? Su Qingxue sprawled on the bed, her voice soft and sweet as she controlled her game character Jing. Today's update had made her even stronger. About 80% done. Zhang Muyan was still playing Yao, hanging from her head as he flew around. No need to think, just spam the skills. Okay, Su Qingxue smiled sweetly, her voice trailing off with a playful upward inflection. Then, unable to hold back, she murmured softly, I miss you. Her voice was sticky and sweet, almost tangible through the screen. Zhang Muyan's body trembled, then instantly went limp. A tingling sensation spread through him, his scalp prickled. It's not Schwer, what are you doing at this hour? Then she smiled, pursed her lips, and responded softly, me, too. After speaking, she controlled Yao to toss a small ball at Jing on the screen, then relentlessly pelted her with basic attacks. But Jing remained frozen in place. Tang Qingqing and Yang Xiaoxin were suddenly startled by Qingxue's commotion. What's wrong with Schwer? This was the first time Su Qingxue had ever heard such words from his mouth. She rolled around with joy. Screenshot after screenshot, then rolled around on the bed twice, 3 times, 4 times. Was this the first time he'd ever spoken sweet nothings to her? She had to screenshot this moment. She clutched the pillow wrapped in his shirt tightly, squeezing and kneading it, stuffing it forcefully into her arms. Tang Qingqing and Yang Xiaoxin couldn't see what was happening inside because the mosquito net blocked their view. They could only hear the sounds coming from above. Tang Qingqing signed frantically, what's wrong with Xue? Yang Xiaoxin, judging by the noise, she must be tossing and turning in bed? Tang Qingqing, but I just heard her speaking so softly a moment ago. Yang Xiaoxin, I don't know. Did they get into a fight? A moment later, Su Qingxue calmed down a bit and resumed controlling her character. Lying on the bed, she pinned his stuffed animal pillow beneath her. Her fair chest naturally pushed it into a soft mound, while her 2 rosy pink little feet curled up, wiggling and swaying like tiny tails. Or like little deer gently bumping together. So happy. This was the first time he'd spoken sweet nothings to her since they'd admitted their feelings last time. Even if she had initiated it first. Victory! Alright, time to rest and sleep. Okay. Can we hang up today? No, Su Qingxue always turned coy whenever the topic of hanging up came up. Alright, then we won't hang up. Zhang Muyan said affectionately. He didn't want to hang up either, but circumstances wouldn't allow it. He needed to charge his phone downstairs, and leaving it by his side all night would make it overheat. What if it exploded in the middle of the night? So he usually waited until midnight, listening for Su Qingxue's faint breathing as she fell asleep, before hanging up himself and going downstairs to charge the phone. The 3 roommates, who stayed up late every night, witnessed Zhang Muyan's behavior and sneered in disdain. What a suck-up! Zhang Muyan flashed them the middle finger. Ever since that nose-pinching parting with Su Qingxue, Zhang Muyan started making calls openly in front of the dorm trio. The reason? Well, you know how it is, right? You're ing despicable. Is that your old classmate? What? What old classmate? Don't say things that sound so suggestive, you bastard. No, I meant the one who's supposed to inherit the V10 crown prince position, not Su Nianru. Ha? Oh, right. Almost forgot I told them this guy was an old classmate too. You ing bastard. You hooked up with a rich chick? Damn it, sneaking around behind our backs to get a girlfriend? You bastard. You deserve to die, gritting his teeth. Su Qingxue logged out of the game and opened her photo album. Inside were numerous screenshots of their in-game interactions. She casually tapped one of them open. It was the screenshot of the first time he'd admitted their relationship in front of others. That night. Lu Dan, are you two a couple? This Lu Dan was the same Lu Dan who had added Zhang Muyan last time and had joined their games afterward. Su Qingxue didn't answer right away. To be precise, she wanted to see how he would respond. Then. Zhang Muyan Lu Outyan, yeah. After answering Lu Dan's question, he even pulled off a Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger Lu Bu's ultimate move on Lu Dan. Lu Dan, just asking, bro, don't waste your ultimate recklessly, we've got a team fight coming up. Su Qingxue Diao-chan, it's fine. Lu Dan. Those in the know get it. I've got your back. My baby can play however she wants. Damn it. Lu Dan was like a dog watching a show by the roadside, getting himself into trouble by trying to get closer, only to get kicked. Then Lu Dan asked, so why don't you play your main account? Main account? Which one? Su Qingxue's brain short-circuited for a second upon seeing this, then she suddenly remembered something and flushed bright red. How could she have forgotten this detail? This account was linked as a couple account with her other one. After making it onto the national rankings, she got all sorts of friend requests, CP requests, you name it. Inspired by all these messages, she suddenly thought of doing this just to indulge in a little fantasy, to satisfy herself. Becoming a couple on the national server rankings with him. It seemed so sweet. But, she seems to have completely forgotten about this whole thing. So doesn't that mean he saw everything? Mu Xueyan, so self-absorbed. Su Qingxue was struck by lightning and froze in place. Then Zhang Muyan typed again, of course my main account went duo queue with her. What's it to you anyway? Lu Dan got kicked again. Damn it, why do I keep asking for trouble? Su Qingxue scrolled through several consecutive screenshots, all capturing their interactions that night. Now, he'd already tied himself to her as a couple. It all started when she threatened him if he didn't give up that Mu Shuayan account, she'd top up his account instead. His intimacy level was way too low. Zhang Muyan thought it was such a waste he'd rather spend that money on good food than feed it to some dog app. Luckily, he agreed. Basically, he got force-fed by a rich lady. Author notes, I want a rich lady to feed me too. Every night when Su Qingxue interacted with him in the game, she'd take new screenshots. Then, feeling utterly satisfied, she'd flip through their past photos while softly murmuring his name into her phone, Muyan. Since they were on the phone, she just wanted to call him like that. Zhang Muyan wore headphones, responding gently while glancing over blueprints and designs. Winter break was coming in late January. With over half a month gone and her gift still unfinished, Zhang Muyan seized the opportunity while she was on a video call with him, working straight through until midnight, keeping him occupied until she fell asleep. He wanted to finish it as soon as possible. Her soft voice still echoed in his ear, Muyu. It made Zhang Muyan's heart flutter with a tingling sensation. He responded again, here. Su Qingxue chuckled softly and called again, Muyan. Hee hee, Muyan. Muyan. I really like you so much. Chapter 74, Lab Meal Delivery. 1 a.m. Through the earpiece, Su Qingxue's steady, soft breathing reached my ears. Zhang Muyan tentatively called out to her twice, Schwer? She was definitely asleep. Good night. After saying that, Zhang Muyan clicked to hang up. He got out of bed to use the restroom before turning in. Oh, got your girlfriend to sleep? Oh. TSK. As usual, Zhang Muyan flipped the three of them off. Hey, old Zhang, you've been dating for half a month now. When are you gonna let us see her? Exactly. Why keep her hidden? Won't you show us, bro? I once faintly heard the sound from her headphones. It was really nice, man. Zhang Muyan said nothing, calmly taking a sip of water, his smile harder to suppress than an AK-47. Well, hearing compliments about his girlfriend definitely made him happy. Just wait a bit longer. I think I can bring her over to show you guys during winter break. Winter break should be manageable. With an old-timer at home, he should be able to help sort things out. Winter break? How are we supposed to meet her? Right, everyone goes back to their own homes and finds their own moms during winter break. Where's your girlfriend from? Where? She goes to this school. Zhang Muyan thought to himself. We could just have an online meeting then. Zhang Muyan set down his water cup and headed toward the balcony bathroom. Damn, online meetings now? I'll be damned if I don't see how this plays out. Remember, old Zhang. The exact dates for winter break. Details will be announced when they're finalized. Zhang Muyan shouted from the bathroom. He hadn't decided yet whether he'd go see her in person or mail it to her. If he managed to pull it off, he definitely wanted to show it to her first. But could he use this as part of his confession ceremony too? He'd make it first and worry about the rest later. Wu Hao, you should probably pass next week's exams first. Damn, what a buzzkill. No sneaking in extra study sessions, okay? Get a good night's rest tonight, study tomorrow, deal? Don't let me catch anyone studying under the covers when I get up in the middle of the night. 6 a.m. the next day. Zhang Muyan opened his eyes and jumped out of bed. Before Su Qingxue could send him a good morning message, he beat her to it. Then he washed up, headed out, and went to the lab. Sleeping in? Having someone you care about gives you motivation. All he could think about now was finishing the gift for her as quickly as possible to repay her kindness. She was truly so kind to him. So incredibly kind. Hey, just as he arrived at the lab, a figure appeared at the door. Who else could it be? Why are you here again? Zhang Muyan wasn't surprised. Ever since she found out I'd be getting up early to do experiments in the lab, she'd occasionally skip morning classes and ride her white dragon over just to bring me breakfast. She made this special trip just so she could ride the little white dragon to the track for a run later. Hee hee, here your favorite red bean paste and beef filling. Su Qingxue held out the breakfast in her hands, along with a bottle of milk. Zhang Muyan took it, then gently embraced Su Qingxue. The lab building was still sparsely populated, and since they were in the mechanical engineering labs, Zhang Muyan wasn't worried about being seen. Shuebao Zhang Muyan inexplicably changed his nickname for her. You've worked so hard. He pinched her cheek again, feeling deeply tender toward her. Why did you have to make this trip, Bao? It's so tiring. You could have slept in since you don't have class this morning. Zhang Muyan gazed into her eyes, his voice filled with concern. I rode my little white dragon. Not tired at all. Su Qingxue shook her head, then inserted a straw into the milk for him. Sleeping could never be as sweet as seeing you. Su Qingxue felt sweetly content. Now she could wake up a little earlier every day just to hug him and such. She couldn't be happier. Zhang Muyan pulled out a steamed bun and held it right in front of her mouth as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She took a tiny bite. The same with the milk, he wouldn't take a sip until she had a drink first. Zhang Muyan watched her bite with satisfaction. There's another one. He flipped out another bean paste bun and offered it to her. Su Qingxue took another tiny bite, followed by a sip of milk. There, they're both open now. Eat up. Only then did Zhang Muyan begin his breakfast. Food opened by someone he liked truly tasted a notch better. He couldn't fathom why. Su Qingxue watched as he took a bite where she had bitten before, and still couldn't help her heart racing. Even after all these days, Zhang Muyan insisted she do this. Whether it was fried dough sticks, bread, or cake, she brought him something different every day. He demanded she open it first before he'd eat. But every time she saw him bite down where she had bitten, her face would flush and her heart would race. An indirect kiss. You're so naughty, Muyan. Ha? Didn't you start this, Schwer? After breakfast, Zhang Muyan had work to do. She watched him finish eating with satisfaction, then reluctantly left. Before parting, Zhang Muyan gave her another big bear hug. Alright, go get to work. See you tonight at the usual spot. Okay. She still had her morning run to do, and her final exams were earlier than Zhang Muyan's. These next few days would likely be busy with dance practice for her exams too. That's why Zhang Muyan always urged her to hurry off. He was already quite busy himself. This silly Schwer, just how much did she like him to go to such lengths without complaint? After Su Qingxue left, he dove into his own work. The code Su Nianru had written was solid, no surprise from a computer science whiz, and incredibly efficient. The real challenge now lay in material design. To achieve a form as close as possible to a butterfly's, the materials had to meet certain strength requirements. Zhang Muyan's initial prototypes were large butterflies, 50 to 70 centimeters long, made from kite fabric and carbon fiber tubes. Flight wasn't the problem. Wang Lei spent every day in the lab treating the remote control like a toy airplane. But it was nowhere near the effect Zhang Muyan envisioned. He wanted to create something truly butterfly-like. Small, numerous, blending seamlessly into a swarm of butterflies indistinguishable from the real thing. If he could pull this off. The flight controllers on the market today are all too bulky, nowhere near what he needs. He's already decided to ask old Deng to help him develop a compact flight controller. All he needed now was to finalize the wing material design. So, he researched online while continuously experimenting with material laminations. He'd lose track of time, working all day. These final days, the three clumsy oafs in the dorm were scrambling to cram at the last minute. If they didn't get moving now, they'd be screwed. Even though it's all self-taught knowledge, he still needs to review it again. Especially the specialized courses. That professor is really pushing us to the limit. Want the professor to cut you some slack? Major courses. He won't cut anyone any slack, he's super strict. Rumor has it half the class failed last year. But Zhang Muyan is obviously no problem. A man who works hard radiates brilliance from head to toe. A man focused on his work is the most handsome. So nothing can stand in Zhang Muyan's way now. Blast! My phone! A prototype made from butterfly wings. Crash! Chapter 75, Caught Holding Hands. After a busy day, nothing felt better than having dinner with my girlfriend, taking a stroll, and chatting. The familiar tree-lined path. The two walked side by side as always. But since it was already final exam week, some who had taken early exams had packed up and gone home, while others were probably studying hard in their dorms for tomorrow's tests. The path felt less crowded, or rather, it felt devoid of couples. Muyu? How's your exam prep going? I'm totally fine. Zhang Muyan flashed a confident smile. What about you? I'm definitely fine too. Su Qingxue tilted her chin up, speaking with both confidence and cuteness. But vacation's coming up. Yeah, that's right. At this somber topic, Zhang Muyan's mood also sank. Su Qingxue's photos taken in the auditorium had gone viral online for a while. Combined with her previous work, countless companies had already extended offers to her. But Su Qingxue had turned them all down. If she wanted to, she'd have had the capital to enter that circle long ago. But right now, nothing mattered more than him. Besides, her brother was a major player in the entertainment industry. She could have easily gone abroad to study at a prestigious university. All because of one person. Zhang Muyan puffed out his cheeks and pouted, "We won't see each other for over a month." Su Qingxue felt a pang of sadness and squeezed his hand tighter again. "When are you leaving?" Feeling her grip tighten, Zhang Muyan ruffled her hair and asked softly. Their break should start a few days earlier, and Zhang Muyan planned to see her off. "The academy says we have to finish packing the day after tomorrow." Su Qingxue answered honestly, "But I have an apartment outside campus. I can stay there for a couple of days. Meaning, I want to spend 2 more days with you." Aunt Xiao lived in one place, but ever since she'd considered moving in together, she'd bought 2 more apartments outside. Money talks, huh? Why 2? Because one is close to school, and one is far from school. What's the difference? The one near the school is more convenient for both of us when we have classes. What about the far one? I can stay with him during breaks, go shopping, cook together, hold hands while walking blushing. 6. What's this called? Preparing for the future. We haven't even kissed yet, and you're already thinking about living together and sleeping side by side every day. Zhang Muyan's eyebrows shot up as he suddenly remembered. Right, she'd completely forgotten about her background. She could easily live elsewhere. Could this also mean she was doing this because of me? A sudden bold thought struck him. He wanted to stay at her place for a couple of days. He wasn't exactly in a rush to go home either. Chinese New Year isn't until February anyway. Going back early just means getting nagged by the old folks at home. The first couple days will be all feasts and celebrations, the next couple days will be more low-key, and then after that. Why aren't you back at school yet? Plus, that nosy older sister who disregards her brother's privacy is at home bossing me around. Torture. Well, mainly I'm just curious about where my girlfriend lives. Absolutely no ulterior motives whatsoever. Besides, the way she just phrased it, she clearly wants to spend 2 more days with me. Perfect timing, ahem. Shuer, where do you live? High-tech residential area. That's pretty close. And Fenghua community. Fenghua community is by the river, right? That far? What the hell? What Shuer meant was, I have 2 places. During your exams, I'll stay at the one closer to the school. After the exams, we can live together. I haven't even said it yet and you already know I want to stay there? Shuer, please stop reading my mind. I really have no privacy left. Well, after I finish my exams. Okay, Su Qingxue interrupted Zhang Muyan excitedly, her eyes sparkling. That was her original plan all along, living together with him. Meaning 2 more days together. So happy. Then she took Zhang Muyan's hand and silently shifted from the shared roadway onto the sidewalk 1 step higher. Now a full head taller, she was almost as tall as Zhang Muyan. Then, tiptoeing, she walked like a child kicking her feet, mimicking the precision steps of military training. Zhang Muyan just smiled, carefully holding her hand while watching her wobble as she tried to keep her balance and walk in a straight line. Where was Shuer's aloofness now? This is just too adorable, isn't it? Ahem. A familiar, cheeky voice. Coming from behind Zhang Muyan. Oh no. A chill ran down his spine. Zhang Muyan's hand, lightly clasping Su Qingxue's, tightened nervously. Then Su Qingxue turned back in confusion. The next second. A distinct gasp escaped the person behind them upon seeing Su Qingxue's face. Zhang Muyan turned around too, eyes wide as he stared at the person before him. Wang Lei. Damn it. What the hell is this bastard doing here in the middle of the night? Wang Lei's eyes bulged wider than Belle's, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit a light bulb. Then, still stunned, he stepped forward. He glanced at Zhang Muyan, then at Su Qingxue walking up the steps. Between them, their hands were tightly clasped. Then he dramatically rubbed his eyes. No way? Old Zhang. He had just dropped something off at the girls' dorm for someone, then passed this intersection and spotted a familiar figure. His son, even in the dim light, he could recognize him instantly. That distinct stench. The way he walked, you could tell right away he wasn't human. Old Zhang? What the hell was he doing here with someone this late at night? Curiosity got the better of him, and he followed. After getting closer. Whoa. Omega. Caught red-handed. Omega. Snapped a couple of photos, these'll be used to blackmail him later, as bargaining chips. Omega. Hiya. Hey kid, you promised to show us during winter break. What kind of old classmate are you? You're right here on campus and still won't pull it out for us. Omega. This is definitely Su Nianru, but the kid won't admit it for the life of him. Omega. Well, sure, the guys might be jealous that you've got such a gorgeous girlfriend, but they wouldn't cut ties with you over it, right? Then. He stepped forward and cleared his throat with a sly cough. Shocked. Good news, it's not Su Nianru. Bad news, it's ing Su Qingxue. Even more ing outrageous. You deserve to die. Zhang Muyan and Su Qingxue exchanged a glance, then decisively moved closer to Wang Lei. Sorry, Lei, you know too much. I have no choice but to silence you. Zhang Muyan seized Wang Lei's arm, his face contorted in profound grief. Old Zhang. Easy. We haven't even had a proper talk yet. Wang Lei was no match for Zhang Muyan, easily lifted like a little chick. No need to talk. Some things, if not resolved completely, will always remain unresolved. Only corpses never speak. Sorry, Lei. Next time around, whatever you shouldn't see, don't look. Zhang Muyan's eyes gleamed as he leaned close to Wang Lei's ear and whispered. Chapter 76, Wang Lei's molars were grinding to dust. Bro, feeling better? Zhang Muyan massaged Wang Lei's shoulders with a fawning smile. Wang Lei sat in the chair, legs crossed, eyes half closed. Ah, my legs are a bit. Damn it, Zhang Muyan's forehead veins bulged. Son, don't push it too far, okay? What? I didn't catch that? What's going on? Wang Lei widened his eyes dramatically, cupping his ear as if he hadn't heard. Zhang Muyan clenched his fists, resisting the urge to punch him, then smiled and massaged his legs. Oh, come on, it's no big deal. Just don't tell old Wu and old Peng. Tell no one, Zhang Muyan repeated. In this dorm, all 3 had big mouths, but Wang Lei's was the biggest of all. Of the three of us, you were the last person who should have found out about my relationship with Schwer first, Wang Lei. Ugh. I'm kinda thirsty. Where the hell am I supposed to get you water? What? What's going on? Say that again? I'll transfer you money. Go buy it yourself, Zhang Muyan conceded. No, I want you to buy it for me. And I want you to open it and feed it to me. You bloody Zhang Muyan cursed with a laugh, preparing to lock her throat. I'll go buy it. Su Qingxue suddenly whispered to Zhang Muyan from the side. She couldn't tell if this was just playful banter between guys or a genuine threat. But she worried about what might happen to Muyan, so she decided to help him calm this strange person down first. Stop. Even faster than Zhang Muyan, Wang Lei spoke up first. Just kidding, Su Qingxue. I was just messing with him. Yeah, Schwer, don't take it seriously. We're just good buddies. Zhang Muyan exchanged another complicated glance with Wang Lei. Su Qingxue responded blankly, huh? Oh. Su Qingxue stood to the side as Wang Lei pulled Zhang Muyan toward a chair. Ahem, you and Su Qingxue, are you really dating? Are you kidding me? Holy. When the hell did this start? Just half a month. Just half a month? So those late night calls were her? I never would have guessed. Wang Lei nearly shouted. Who else would I be calling? Zhang Muyan stared at his buddy in utter disbelief. Wang Lei patted Zhang Muyan's shoulder, lowered his head, took a deep breath, then suddenly said with a grave expression, I don't believe it. Ha? Then he put on an exaggerated expression, go ahead, pull another one for me. It's like walking down the street late at night and seeing your best bro walking hand in hand with a girl? This is the same slobbering buddy who's always with you, checking out girls on the street while that one's hot. Hey, that one's got killer legs, and then watching some racy movies together at night. Zhang Muyan, hey, wait, that's you, not me. I was just curious, ready to gawk at the drama, but holy, that girl is the school's most beautiful girl. What the hell am I doing? Zhang Muyan complied with his request, turning back to extend his hand to Su Qingxue. Then, for some reason, Su Qingxue obediently walked over and took it, looking at Zhang Muyan with a gentle expression and asking, what's wrong? Wang Lei, holy. Zhang Muyan shook his head affectionately, tightening his grip on her small hand. He then turned back and held out their clasped hands to Wang Lei. Here. Did what you asked. Don't go blabbing about this, you little. Fine, I see it. Looking utterly defeated. Good cabbage ruined by pigs. Zhang Muyan still felt uneasy, so he held hands with Su Qingxue. You go back first, I'll walk with him. Su Qingxue, Wang Lei, what the hell? Damn it? Su Qingxue's acting all cute? No way? Are my eyes playing tricks on me or my ears? What the hell gives you the right? Zhang Muyan smiled gently, ruffling her hair. Sweetie, in a couple days, after the exams, okay? After the exams, we'll live together. Su Qingxue unconsciously tiptoed again upon hearing this, alright. Squeak. What was that sound? The sound of someone grinding their back teeth to dust beside them. This campus beauty Su Qingxue. She never gets close to men. How come she acts like a little white rabbit in front of her own son? You bloody bastard. Zhang Muyan bid her farewell in his usual creative way, this time with a forehead bump. Their foreheads pressed together. Wang Lei, hey. What the hell are you doing? Don't you dare make out in front of me. Public displays of affection are illegal. Su Qingxue gave a soft chuckle, then delivered her customary farewell with ritualistic precision. Bye, Yanbao. Ha? Blimey. Why are there two inner voices? Zhang Muyan was momentarily confused, but quickly realized earlier that morning, on a whim, he'd called her Snow Baby. And now she was calling him Yanbao. So he responded, bye, Snowball. Shua. Ha? Where did that gritted teeth sound come from? This time, Su Qingxue was the one to leave first. Zhang Muyan stood beside Wang Lei's chair, watching her gradually walk away with a gentle expression. She took 2 steps, then turned back once. Took 2 more steps, then turned back again. Is it that hard to let go, my silly Schwer? Damn it! That sound again. This time Zhang Muyan heard it clearly. Damn it, it was coming from Wang Lei right beside him. Stop grinding your teeth, you'll shatter them if you keep it up. Only when Su Qingxue had walked out of sight did Zhang Muyan and Wang Lei finally start to leave. Spill it, how the hell did you snag Su Qingxue, the campus beauty? Zhang Muyan pondered. If he said Su Qingxue was the one who pursued him, would this guy even believe it? Forget it. No point. To be honest, he still didn't know why she'd suddenly started pursuing him, so even if he tried to explain, it wouldn't make sense. Last time she mentioned that he'd saved her when they were kids? He had absolutely no memory of it. But he could feel it, she was genuinely, wholeheartedly into him. And that was enough. Just added her as a friend normally, chatted with her, played games, and met up for meals. Zhang Muyan thought for a moment before answering. Damn, that simple? Yeah. But last time I saw on the forum that Lu Hao gave her a piece of jewelry, and she didn't even take it. How could she fall for you so easily? I'm starting to suspect you drugged her. Wang Lei was utterly baffled. Really? Zhang Muyan hadn't heard about this before. Hearing it from Wang Lei now was news to him. As usual, he silently noted it down. This Xue of his. He wondered what kind of blessings he'd accumulated over countless lifetimes to deserve this. Then he smiled and said, well, maybe it's just favoritism. Zhang Muyan glanced at Wang Lei, sensing something was off with this guy. Was he planning to spill the beans to old Wu and old Pang in the dorm? Hey, Lei, listen up. I'm serious, don't go blabbing about me and Su Qingxue, okay? Zhang Muyan warned sternly. Relax, I won't say a word, but... What the hell are you scheming now? No joke. I'm serious too. I really need your help with something. Oh? That girl from the mixer last time. Huan? Oh, that big-eyed cutie? Whoa, calling her that intimately? Zhang Muyan instantly perked up. Humans are such strange creatures, they just love gossip Omega. You little rascal Omega, last time I saw those two standing together, something just didn't feel right. Now they're this close? Chapter 77, Wang Lei falls in love too. Tell me? What's going on? Well, with the holidays coming up, I wanted to ask her out again, but she said she was busy and turned me down. Ah. So that's who it was, my Gotham Joker is back Omega. Don't laugh, I still have the photos, you know. No. Damn, this guy actually took pictures? Well, as a man, one must be flexible. Zhang Muyan immediately wiped the smile off his face, adopting a solemn and serious expression. So, Brother Lei, how can I assist you? Set up a meeting for me. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? If you don't help me, this photo. Wang Lei raised his phone. Let's talk this through, okay? Zhang Muyan quickly grabbed his hand and nodded emphatically. Trust me, okay? After Wang Lei explained the whole situation to Zhang Muyan, the frown lines between Zhang Muyan's eyebrows never faded. Something felt off. So she'll be busy these next couple days and asked you not to bother her for now? Yeah. I don't see the problem with that. You went to see her tonight anyway, and she explained it to you face to face. Yeah. Then why not wait until after your exams to see her again? She'll be gone in a couple of days. Oh, their computer science exams are earlier, right? Yeah. Damn it, why does it always have to be us mechanical engineering students left until last? Wait, why did I say again? But she's so busy, how am I supposed to set up a meeting for you? Your old desk buddy put in a good word for me. Oh, you're waiting here for me? No way, bro. How could you screw me over like this? Zhang Muyan nearly jumped out of his skin. Seriously, why do you have to meet them in person? I don't really get it. Wang Lei fell silent. She already told you she's busy. Mainly, I upset her. Wang Lei said hesitantly. Huh? You what? Zhang Muyan jolted. You upset her? How did you manage that? Wang Lei fell silent again for a moment. After a moment's thought, he decided to let the laughter be laughter and said, forget it, old Zhang. I'll tell you the truth. We've started dating. Zhang Muyan's eyes widened just like Wang Lei's had moments ago, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit a light bulb. He rubbed his ears again, making sure he hadn't misheard. What did I just hear? You're moving that fast? Faster than both me and Xue? I thought I was already moving fast enough. Who knew someone could be even bolder than me? Whose subordinate is this? Yeah. I ran into a senior from my club on the way today. We exchanged just a couple of words, and she got jealous and upset. Even before, just glancing at other girls on the street would make her jealous and angry. It feels so inexplicable. Zhang Muyan nodded, narrowing his eyes slightly. This is a bit hard to judge? It really is kind of inexplicable? But girls can be that sensitive sometimes, right? Zhang Muyan recalled Su Qingxue's jealous expressions again. So cute. Xue never seemed to get angry with me. Suddenly, a mischievous thought popped into his head. I want to deliberately make Xue angry just to see what adorable expression she'll make. Seriously? You have that kind of twisted sense of humor? What do you know? If a boyfriend isn't a little mischievous, dating would be so boring. What kind of decent person would deliberately try to make their girlfriend mad for fun? You're treating your own treasure like a toy? Well, aren't there adults who treat their own kids like toys too? So now she's ignoring you? Not exactly ignoring me. How to put it, when she gets mad, she's like a turtle. Turtle? Zhang Muyan was utterly baffled. Was this some new metaphorical technique? When she gets upset, she retreats into her shell. She'll still respond when you talk to her messages, chats, even feeding her, but she just won't come out. No matter how I coax or pull her, she won't come out, Wang Lei said, clearly annoyed. Is this like when she sulks under the covers and her boyfriend keeps feeding her snacks, but she just reaches out and grabs them all into her nest? Zhang Muyan covered her mouth, struggling to hold back laughter. I swear I've had professional training. No matter how funny something is, I won't laugh. Then Wang Lei picked up his phone with a dark expression. You better not laugh again. Zhang Muyan quickly clamped her mouth shut, her eyes shining with earnestness. Please continue. Then, I just brought her some milk tea over and said a few words to her, but she still wouldn't come out. So did you actually meet her? How much of what you said earlier was true? We met. It's all true. I was hoping you could put in a good word for me with your old desk partner. But she wasn't coming out? How did you see her? Their dorm is on the first floor. I just opened the balcony window. Oh, I see. Zhang Muyan nodded, picturing the scene, Wang Lei holding the bubble tea, desperately apologizing through the window. Yanzi, come see me, okay? I really messed up. I'm kinda speechless. But what about her classes? She can't skip them all, right? What classes? It's finals week. Are you even trying to help me figure this out? Oh, sorry, I zoned out. Let me analyze this properly, okay? Rule out the possibility of her being a jerk. She's not giving you the silent treatment now, she'll meet you at least on the balcony. Put. Wang Lei raised his phone again as a warning. Ahem, she hasn't refused you outright. She just doesn't want to go on a date with you. That's the gist, right? Yeah, that's it. Then I think, oh, it's simple, going on a date with you just makes her unhappy. She's willing to chat and text with you, and she's willing to meet on the balcony. You're still laughing? Sorry, I just couldn't help it, that image was too funny. What kind of girlfriend doesn't like going on dates with her boyfriend? Unless she's a total jerk. Zhang Muyan said. Does Su Qingxue act like that too? What about? She turns into a turtle when she's angry. That's impossible. Has Su Qingxue never gotten angry? She's been jealous, but never angry. Damn it. You're despicable. Hey, we were having a perfectly good chat, why bring this up? Back to the point, you've upset her before, right? And today, you basically did it again. Yeah, I just said a couple words to my senior, and she took off like she had a speed boost, couldn't even catch up. An angry turtle can sprint. We need to figure out why she's upset. Like I said earlier, if she won't go on a date with you, it's because she's unhappy with your dates. Now the reason is pretty obvious, she saw you talking to other girls. I don't know the exact details of what happened, but that's the root cause. How do you expect me to get Su Nianru to speak for you? I'm stuck in the middle here, it's awkward. Listen to me. She's willing to go out with you now. Just promise her sincerely that you'll never talk to other girls again. Yeah, I could say that, but it's clearly impossible. And besides, she's being way too bad. What's so unreasonable? You know what I mean. Girls need a sense of security sometimes. You're just starting out, there are bound to be growing pains. It's normal. Better to catch it early and fix it. When two people are dating, besides the sweetness, there's bound to be some friction. Arguments happen all the time. Just don't let it tear you apart. You seem fine now, which means it's not a big deal. Maybe she'll calm down tomorrow. If you really want Su Nianru to speak up for you, I'll put her in touch with you. Talk to her yourself. Chapter 78, Is Schwer a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Wang Lei shook his head. He really wasn't upset or anything. After all, Long Huanhuan was still talking to him, and the situation wasn't that serious. Deep down, he found Long Huanhuan's temperament rather endearing, like a turtle retreating into its shell, shouting, I'm ignoring you. But with only 2 days left, if she stayed angry for another 2 days, it would be ages before they could date again. Even though winter break was only a little over a month. Zhang Muyan patted his shoulder again. Relax, it's no big deal. Stop beating around the bush and just tell me what's up. Don't you have a clue how many times you just smiled? He chuckled. Damn it. I'll just pass Su Nianru off to you. If you need help, go talk to her yourself. You like meeting new seniors so much you drove your girlfriend away, huh? Good thing I didn't join any clubs. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time pursuing my own hobbies in the dorm? Hey. Not making dumplings, dude. Put the tissues down. Alright, thanks. After Zhang Muyan's words, Wang Lei's slightly anxious heart finally settled. He now placed deep trust in Zhang Muyan's words, and for good reason. This guy had managed to win over Su Qingxue. Now that you've told me about yourself, I want to hear more about you and Su Qingxue. Wang Lei prepared to stow his phone, reverting to his usual lecherous demeanor. No, really, there's nothing. Come on, tell me. The campus beauty ignores everyone else but pays attention only to you? Yeah. FCK me. Seriously? Hey, wait, let me see that photo. Wang Lei grew wary. What for? You're not planning to snatch it and delete it, are you? Ugh, I just wanna look. Seriously, you plan to blackmail me with this forever? Wang Lei, what else? I'll keep your secret forever. Money-grabbing monk mode activated. Silly. Wang Lei? It's actually pretty good. Well shot, huh? Wang Lei ended up showing it to Zhang Muyan on the way. Call me daddy, and I'll send it to you. Daddy? Question mark. You bastard, you've become so flexible? Wang Lei jolted awake, staring at the utterly unfamiliar man before him. No wonder after spending time with Schwer, he'd been slapped in the face so many times. One moment he'd swear, I'd rather starve to death and jump off this cliff than eat a single bite of your food. The next, this is delicious. So now, bending over backwards had become second nature. The two returned to the dorm. She really isn't aloof at all? Not at all. She doesn't dislike men at all? No weird quirks either? Not at all, she's perfectly healthy. Holy. How did you manage to get her to fall for you, you bastard? Say that again. Zhang Muyan finally got the photos Wang Lei sent. You gotta admit, Wang Lei took these two pretty good shots fuzzy and blurry, showing the two of them walking together hand in hand from behind. The girl skipped along the steps in a straight line, while the boy held her hand affectionately below. In the dim light, their shadow shortened, like two little children walking hand in hand. Fitting for the occasion? Zhang Muyan saved the photo to his private album and renamed it When Quixue. Then, satisfied, he tucked the photo away in the deepest recesses of his phone. The next day. Ding dong. Examination has ended. Candidates are requested to stop writing immediately. As the bell broadcast echoed across campus, Zhang Muyan knew Su Qingxue had finished her exam. He waited outside the school for quite a while. She had told Zhang Muyan she planned a small celebration. The day all exams were finally over meant one less thing weighing on her mind. A small celebration seemed perfectly reasonable. Naturally, Zhang Muyan wouldn't refuse. When had he ever been able to refuse her? Not even a little bit. The moment he did, she'd start acting all cute and clingy, and his heart just couldn't take it. It was like, if she wanted something, she'd take it. She wants you, so you give yourself? She insists. She insists, so you give in? I was planning to take her out to eat somewhere, but she came to the lab again this morning just to give me her access card and say Aunt Xiao had already prepared the meal. She said to go straight over after the exam. Wait, Schwer, Aunt Xiao made lunch at 7 a.m.? Zhang Muyan now knew exactly who Aunt Xiao was, though he hadn't met her yet. But seeing Su Qingxue still had exams and had gone out of her way like this, Zhang Muyan felt nothing but heartache. This Schwer had developed a habit of acting first and informing him later, getting things done before telling him, counting on his reluctance to waste anything and his inability to resist her sweet talk. Manipulating me. This can't go on. At this rate, who knows, maybe Schwer will evolve into a Tyrannosaurus Rex someday. I need to prepare some protective measures. Wait, shouldn't you be figuring out how to prevent Schwer from becoming a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Why are you preparing protective measures? Well, you just don't get it, do you? Because Brother Chang once said, being under your wife's thumb is pure bliss. Just as he was thinking this, Su Qingxue appeared at the school gate and immediately spotted her darling. Her eyes lit up. She took a few quick steps forward, then realized it wasn't appropriate and switched to a brisk walk. She passed right by Zhang Muyan and whispered, "My dear, let's go." Zhang Muyan pretended not to recognize her, clenching his fist and clearing his throat as he lowered his head. Su Qingxue walked ahead. Zhang Muyan lingered for a moment, pretending to wait for someone at the gate while muttering under his breath, "Where is she?" Then, pretending to give up, he followed Su Qingxue, who had already walked about 10 meters ahead. You don't understand, acting requires commitment. That's what you call professionalism. Crossing the street, they passed several restaurants and hotpot shops on the left before turning right, arriving directly at Yuda residential complex. Given its proximity to the university town, this neighborhood was undoubtedly pricey. Still, it wasn't impossible for students from well-off families to rent or buy a place here. Like Schwer. And Aunt Xiao lives here too. The complex has excellent security with card access for entry and exit, though Su Qingxue naturally didn't need to worry about that facial recognition. Zhang Muyan followed behind, swiping his card. Entering the hallway, the two exchanged a glance before Zhang Muyan slowly walked up beside her. The elevator doors opened, and they stepped inside, pressing the button for the 8th floor, the top floor of this building. The elevator was empty. Su Qingxue couldn't hold back any longer. She wrapped her arms around her Yanbao. Her little head rubbed against him incessantly, her voice dripping with sweetness that sent tingles through his entire body. Muyu. A surge of electricity shot through Zhang Muyan's body. Resignedly, he held his Schwer close and ruffled her little head. Right, who was it who said my Schwer would evolve into a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Step forward. My Schwer is clearly just a little white rabbit who knows how to be affectionate. How could she possibly turn into a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Chapter 79, off to her place to cook for her. She kept rubbing against him in his arms, inhaling deeply the scent on Zhang Muyan's body. Finally got her chance. She burrowed into his embrace without restraint, unable to let go even at school. Later at home, she wanted more. After a while, she seemed to finally recharge her batteries. Then, with a satisfied little hum, she tilted her head up and smiled at her Yanbao. Like a silly little girl. Zhang Muyan pinched her little cheeks, met her gaze tenderly, then slowly leaned in. A kiss? No. Zhang Muyan suddenly widened his eyes dramatically. Ha! My eyes are bigger than yours. Su Qingxue, who had been wondering what he was up to, couldn't hold back her laughter at his sudden glare. She giggled softly, then turned her head away, refusing to look at her precious Yanbao. He's such a goofball. A term of endearment in dialect. Her boyfriend was a bit abstract. Any normal boyfriend, in this moment of intense affection, wouldn't he be gazing deeply into her eyes, cupping her face, and kissing her? A more domineering type would have pinned her against the wall or lifted her chin with his fingers, and then he was just staring back at her? Should she call him adorable or awkward? Cute, I guess. My Yenbao. Zhang Muyan had no idea what was going through Su Qingxue's mind, but he felt pretty clever about himself. Just a simple glance had made her laugh. Never expected his first romance would make him so good at making girls happy. Maybe it's just an innate talent. Ding. The elevator doors opened. Su Qingxue clung to Zhang Muyan, refusing to let go. Sweetie, it's okay now. Zhang Muyan hobbled toward the exit, still clutched by Su Qingxue. His snowy clung to him like a piece of cotton candy, utterly reluctant to let go. Oomph. Su Qingxue giggled softly, but her arms didn't loosen at all. No way. Now that she had a legitimate chance as his girlfriend, she was going to hold on like this. No letting go. Not only would she not let go, she clung even tighter, burying her face in his chest, not even glancing at the path ahead. Zhang Muyan could only let her cling to him like this, slowly guiding her toward the door. Is this the door? You know. Su Qingxue's delighted voice nearly soared to the heavens. Going home with him. Just the two of them. What's the code? Your birthday. Zhang Muyan froze, then lowered his head to glance at the short-haired, silly girl dangling from his waist. Then the silly girl giggled twice, as if to say, how about that? Pretty clever, huh? To be honest, Zhang Muyan found it incredibly hard to resist the urge to pull Schwer close and kiss her wildly. Especially at such a close distance, held like this, her head tilted back with that silly grin. Her body was so soft, pressed so tightly against his. Schwer, stop burrowing in. You're pressing too close. He lowered his head again to enter the password 0904. Beep. The keypad flashed green, and with the click of the lock, the door swung open. Welcome home, owner. He stepped inside. Changing shoes, Su Qingxue finally let go, slipped off her own shoes, and stepped into the pink slippers with her long white socks. Zhang Muyan did the same, though his slippers were blue. Matching slippers. So well prepared? Zhang Muyan glanced at the girl while changing his shoes. These little details were proof that she was always thinking of him. Silly Schwer, how far in advance did you know I'd be coming over today? Only after changing did she begin to survey the entire room. The decor was minimalist. Clean, tidy walls. Entering through the door led to a foyer where shoes were changed. Straight ahead was a living room neither too large nor too small, just enough space for two people to move comfortably. It felt cramped for three people, but spacious for one. In the upper right corner of the living room sat a sofa and a standing air conditioner. Above that was the balcony, along with a washing machine and a tea table with chairs. Everyday clothes could be hung out to dry there. In front of the sofa stood a low coffee table, and on the opposite wall hung a large screen TV. Past the entryway, a small dining table with 4 chairs fits snugly against the right wall. To the right of the table lies the kitchen, separated by a sliding door. It features a window and feels just spacious enough for two people to work comfortably, fully equipped with all essentials. A narrow hallway runs between the dining table and sofa, flanked by 2 bedrooms facing each other. Neither is designated as the master bedroom, and each has its own bathroom. It felt like it had been specially renovated for couples to rent. But Schwer bought it outright. Zhang Muyan toured the place like a tourist, while Su Qingxue watched from the side, her eyes crinkling with amusement. Since it was a recent purchase, she hadn't renovated it yet, so it still retained the previous owner's decor style. Judging by her Yenbao's reaction, though, he seemed quite satisfied. Hee, Yenbao, we're moving in together. She'd already decided to move in with Zhang Muyan when she bought this place. After 4 years of college, it was bound to happen sooner or later. She needed to plan ahead just a little. Where's Aunt Xiu? After Zhang Muyan finished touring the place, he suddenly remembered Su Qingxue had mentioned Aunt Xiu had already prepared the meal. But there was nothing on the dining table. Where's the food? Su Qingxue stared at the ceiling, feigning ignorance. The ceiling is so white. Alright, Schwer, you're getting more and more mischievous. You're not just acting without permission anymore, you're pulling scams now, huh? Zhang Muyan extended his index finger, pointing at Su Qingxue, then shook his head helplessly with a smile. You wanted me to come, so I did. It's not like I refused. But you tricked me into coming? Fine. Zhang Muyan would have to jot this down in his little notebook. January 17th, Schwer tricked me into coming to her place. Then Su Qingxue walked over, grabbed Zhang Muyan's hand, and said excitedly, Muyan, let's do it together. Do what? Schwer, don't say such strange things. Then Su Qingxue dragged me over to the refrigerator. Opening it, they found a full crate of fresh vegetables. Clearly someone had just put them in that morning. When I said the vegetables were ready this morning, I meant Aunt Xiu went out early to buy them, Su Qingxue said triumphantly. So that's how it is? Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you, Su Qingxue said. Schwer cook? Zhang Muyan recalled the first time he'd eaten her braised fish. Well, Schwer's cooking skills still need work. So he said, I'll cook instead. I've already tasted your cooking, Schwer. You haven't tried mine yet. What do you want to eat? Zhang Muyan asked, turning his head. Anything is fine. As long as you make it. Su Qingxue's eyes sparkled with laughter. Zhang Muyan gazed into her eyes, suddenly seeming to understand, faintly hearing those words. As long as you make it. Ha? Does that mean I can read minds too? How amazing. Then he understood what Schwer meant. He'd make what he did best, scrambled eggs with bell peppers. Not sweet peppers with eggs, damn it, stir-fried sweet peppers. First scramble the eggs, then add the bell peppers. This was the first dish Zhang Muyan ever learned to cook. He loved it so much as a kid that he'd always pester his grandmother to make it. He'd watch her cook, and before long, he'd picked it up himself. A very simple dish. Chapter 80, Why is Schwer still guarding her food? For 2 people, they could add a meat dish. The authentic local specialties here would definitely be stir-fried green peppers with shredded pork or twice-cooked pork, but Zhang Muyan didn't want to make those. He wanted to make her that dish. That famous dish featured in countless romance novels and TV dramas, sweet and sour pork ribs. And Coca-Cola chicken wings. The idea was wonderful, but Zhang Muyan just didn't know how to make them. Damn it. His own sister could make those 2 dishes, but he stubbornly refused to learn them. Now that he needed them, he couldn't do it. Damn it. No choice. He'd have to settle for the next best thing, sweet pepper and shredded pork. What's the difference between this and stir-fried pork with green peppers? Yes. Green pepper stir-fried pork isn't sweet, but sweet pepper stir-fried pork has a hint of sweetness. Zhang Muyan figured she liked sweet flavors, but after racking his brain, he could only think of 2 sweet dishes, sweet and sour spare ribs, and Coca-Cola chicken wings. But alas, she didn't know how to make them. So the only thing he could think of that had even a hint of sweetness was sweet pepper and pork strips. 2 bell peppers for 1 meal, haha. He glanced at Su Qingxue again and exchanged a look with her. It's already noon. I'll make these for now and cook something delicious for you tonight. Su Qingxue watched puzzled as Zhang Muyan pulled a bag of red bell peppers from the fridge, grabbed a few eggs, and took a piece of pork. Then she followed him like a shadow, sticking close behind. Zhang Muyan got the hang of things quickly. Though it was his first time here, he moved with surprising ease the moment he stepped into the kitchen. It was as if he'd lived here all along. He rinsed the bell peppers, removed the stems and cores, placed them in a basket, then took out a cutting board. He diced some into cubes for scrambled eggs and sliced others into strips for stir-frying with pork. Su Qingxue quietly moved aside. Even if she wasn't allowed to cook, she could still help. She took the meat, rinsed it clean, and sliced it into thin strips. Clang, clang, the sound of the knife striking the cutting board. The 2 chopped vegetables while glancing at each other. Especially Su Qingxue, she chopped slowly, her mind wandering to watch her precious Yanbao. After Zhang Muyan finished cutting with practiced ease, he reminded her, Schwer, be careful not to cut yourself. Su Qingxue chuckled softly. Zhang Muyan gave her a playful scolding glare before gently moving her aside. Just steam the rice and go play over there. Oh. Su Qingxue pouted but didn't insist. She knew she'd only get in Yanbao's way if she stayed nearby. So she obediently walked over to the rice bin, scooped out 2 scoops of rice, rinsed it twice, and placed it in the rice cooker to steam. She then dragged a dining chair to the kitchen doorway, sitting there blankly watching Zhang Muyan bustle about inside. Yanbao is so amazing. Zhang Muyan also took down the apron hanging on the wall and tied it around himself. Now, that whole househusband vibe just radiated from him. While heating oil in the wok, he caught a glimpse of Schwer sitting by the doorway, smiling foolishly. He didn't register it at first, but glanced over again. Zhang Muyan chuckled, what are you doing sitting there? Watching you. Zhang Muyan pursed his lips, his ears instantly burning hot. This Schwer, how come she's suddenly so smooth with sweet talk? Doesn't she realize how embarrassing these words are? Sure, they usually called each other treasure back and forth, but that had evolved over time. It took experience points to get there. Throwing it out there like this is like you're just zooming right in on me. Zhang Muyan shot Su Qingxue a glance before pouting and turning away. Su Qingxue's eyes crinkled into little crescent moons as she continued to gaze at him with pure delight. My little treasure is blushing again. How could he blush so easily? It was just too adorable. She had no idea how difficult it would be to get him to say a sweet nothings to her face. Last time, those words were only whispered over the phone. Zhang Muyan poured the beaten and well-mixed eggs into the pan with hot oil. With a sizzle, the egg mixture instantly solidified upon contact with the hot oil, forming a golden brown crust. He stirred and scrambled it with a spatula. Once the eggs were mostly set, he pressed them down with the spatula, breaking them into irregular chunks. He added diced bell peppers, stir-fried them until fragrant, then tossed in seasonings. After a brief wait, a simple side dish was ready. Soon, whoa. He dished it out onto a plate. Su Qingxue hurried over to take it, carefully carrying it to the dining table. Zhang Muyan rinsed the pan and began preparing the second dish. Same process, heat oil, add the marinated meat seasoned with dark soy sauce, stir-fry, then add a splash of bean paste. Toss in the sliced bell peppers and some shredded ginger for texture, stir-frying over high heat. Finally, he added the seasonings and thickened the sauce to finish. While Zhang Muyan was preparing the next dish, Su Qingxue quietly grabbed her chopsticks and couldn't resist taking a bite of the scrambled eggs with bell peppers. Delicious. Yanbao is so talented. Oh. She kept darting to the kitchen doorway to peek at Zhang Muyan, then pretended to be busy rushing back to the table for a couple more sneaky bites. Zhang Muyan remained completely unaware until he finished reducing the sauce over high heat, brought the dish to the table, and was about to grab a bowl to eat. Only then did he notice the oily residue on Su Qingxue's lips. Something was off. Very, very off. Zhang Muyan moved closer to Su Qingxue, who was sitting by the kitchen door, blinking her eyes. He then bent down, staring straight at her mouth. Su Qingxue instantly stiffened, her small hands gripping the chair tightly as she closed her eyes. Yanbao, is it coming? Then, feeling the gentle pinch of fingers on her lips, Su Qingxue's eyes widened. Shuer, did you sneak a bite? It wasn't a kiss. Su Qingxue froze for a moment, then shyly turned her head away. Finally catching on, she shot Zhang Muyan a look that said, whatever. Then she shuffled her chair and dashed toward the dining table. Zhang Muyan's eyes widened. Where did Shuer pick up this mischievous streak? Shuer. I'm not sensing any of your aloof persona at all. Dining table. Su Qingxue ate with her usual grace. Zhang Muyan, as always, polished off 3 huge bowls, while Su Qingxue hadn't even finished her first bowl. Guys just tend to eat more. Though Su Qingxue ate little rice, she consumed no fewer dishes than Zhang Muyan, constantly serving herself as if he were competing with her. She was practically baring her teeth like a puppy guarding its food. This was his own cooking, after all, her first taste of it. Watching Zhang Muyan shovel it in, the dishes on the plate vanished as if played at double speed in a video, barely a few bites left. Yanbao. Slow down, these are all mine. Shuer, you're a bit confused about priorities here. I can make more for you later, you know. No need to guard your food like this. Be a good girl. Zhang Muyan's inner voice. I'll bite you. Su Qingxue's voiceover. Zhang Muyan's shrill scream. Chapter 81, Did you upset your boyfriend? In the end, they polished off every last morsel on the plate. Not a single scrap was left. Zhang Muyan got up to clear the dishes, and Su Qingxue followed suit. Yanbao, let me wash them. Go rest. Rest? I love washing dishes, Zhang Muyan replied. That line had some real substance to it. You wouldn't say something like that without 3 to 5 years of experience as a henpecked husband. Deep in thought. Truth be told, Zhang Muyan had been thinking about washing the dishes while he was stir-frying. Thanks to his father's influence at home, he adopted the most principled phrasing his old man often used around the house. Everyone knows that men in our Sichuan province hold absolute authority at home. That guy? No one can make him do anything he dislikes. Who dares? The Sichuan mountains are tough to traverse? That's all just internet rumors. Slander. Slander me. What? Then why are we always mopping floors, doing laundry, and washing dishes at home? We just love it. It's definitely not because of the tigresses at home. This is what we love doing. Got it? Besides, us Sichuan men are total pushover husbands, take them all out and shoot them. Tears. Su Qingxue clearly froze for a moment. Yanbao has this hobby? But at home, doesn't he always try to pass off the dishwashing duty to his sister? Then she couldn't help but laugh, letting Zhang Muyan carry the dishes into the kitchen before wrapping her arms around her Yanbao from behind. Yanbao. You're so amazing. How did Su Qingxue know so much about Zhang Muyan? Because she's always been watching him. So, you can all lean into that angle. To exaggerate even more, even down to how many moles are on Zhang Muyan's but what little known quirks he has, how small his. Zhang Muyan covering the author's mouth. Hey, why the hell are you spilling everything? Of course, she only paid attention to him. She still knew nothing about anyone else. Today, Su Qingxue clung to Zhang Muyan like a koala, refusing to let go. After washing the dishes, Zhang Muyan sat with her on the couch to watch a movie. Su Qingxue still clung to him, refusing to let go, making Zhang Muyan suddenly feel uneasy. He was going to be completely consumed by her. He sensed that if this continued, he might just get devoured by Shuer one of these days. Because they were sitting on the sofa, Su Qingxue's hugging posture naturally changed. She shifted from wrapping her arms around Zhang Muyan's waist to clasping his neck, her chest brushing against his arm. Soft. Zhang Muyan could only force himself to focus intently on the TV, trying desperately not to think about anything suggestive. After all, being alone together like this was seriously asking for trouble. Shuer. Well, he did enjoy browsing some racy stuff online, but that was strictly for viewing. Actually doing it? Absolutely not. But soon, as Su Qingxue pressed closer and closer, the sensation grew tighter and tighter. How could he possibly stay calm? Then something felt off beneath him. Oh no? He quickly released his arms wrapped around Su Qingxue and made a hasty retreat from the scene, using the excuse of needing to use the restroom. Su Qingxue was in the midst of her moment of satisfaction when Zhang Muyan abruptly interrupted her for no apparent reason. She pouted her little mouth in disappointment as she watched Zhang Muyan dash off toward the restroom. What's wrong? Yanbao. She didn't think she'd done anything wrong, nor did she entertain any more suggestive thoughts. She just wanted to be closer. We haven't even cuddled yet, and Yenbao can't handle it already. What nonsense. What do you mean I can't? You look down on me, swear. There was no helping it, her threshold kept rising, and both her needs and the ways to satisfy them were intensifying. So, while hugging and holding hands, these intimate gestures could give her plenty of affection to feel satisfied, it just wasn't satisfying enough. She wants more. Ahem. Zhang Muyan calmed himself in the bathroom, exhaling heavily. Calm down, Zhang Muyan. You're only 18, and Shuer is only 18 too. Doing something like this is against all decency. You don't want to bring home a baby for your mom next year, do you? Huff. This Shuer, always like this, never considering whether I can handle it. Like that time on the park bench, we were sitting perfectly fine, side by side, when she suddenly stood up and tried to straddle my lap. If Zhang Muyan hadn't reacted fast, he almost exploded right then and there. He quickly grabbed Su Qingxue's waist as she half sat down, then scrambled to his feet. This absolutely won't do, my darling. What the hell are you trying to do? He'd already tented his pants right then. If she'd actually sat down and felt something odd, might she have blurted out, Yenbao, it's rough. It felt like something my Shuer would say. Now Zhang Muyan understood that his Shuer liked to recharge this way, because he needed to recharge from her too. Meeting, talking, holding hands, hugging, and other intimate gestures and body language all replenished energy. But his threshold was nowhere near as high as Shuer's. Not to mention he had to maintain composure, which could suppress his threshold somewhat. But Shuer didn't care at all, she just went with whatever felt good. Damn! He'd planned to stay with her longer and head to the lab later, but forget it, staying here meant he'd lose his virginity to Shuer sooner or later. Resolved, Zhang Muyan stepped out of the bathroom and looked toward the sofa. Shuer, I'm heading back to the lab. Put. Su Qingxue lay sprawled across the sofa, her long legs stretched out to the edge. She wore knee-high white socks, her skin pale and smooth. The long sweater that had covered her shorts was now deliberately pulled up. Muyan, if you're uncomfortable. Su Qingxue swayed her feet, lazily rolling over like a kitten. Go ahead. You. Zhang Muyan's carefully constructed mental defenses were shattered into oblivion. He grabbed a cushion from the sofa and tossed it gently at Su Qingxue, landing it squarely on her head. Ah. Su Qingxue let out a feigned pout before Zhang Muyan walked over, adjusted her clothes, and covered her shorts. What kind of girlfriend seduces her boyfriend into mischief every single day? It should be the boyfriend who's always trying to take advantage of his girlfriend. This world's turned upside down. Zhang Muyan then pinched her cheek and said earnestly, what's going on in that little head of yours all day? I thought you went to the bathroom to do that thing. That? Which one? Oh no. What on earth were you thinking? You always so naughty. Zhang Muyan poked her forehead. Su Qingxue obediently closed her eyes and let him poke her, silently wrapping her legs around him, then pulled him into an embrace. Ha? When did that happen? Feeling his soft, white candy wrap around his waist, it was already too late. The moment he was embraced, Zhang Muyan's body trembled, and then the air froze. A certain part was accidentally touched. Su Qingxue's face flushed crimson instantly, her arms and legs snapping back. Zhang Muyan was equally crimson-faced, turning his head away as he stood up. Silence. It was tonight's conchiao. Ahem. After a long pause, Zhang Muyan broke the awkward silence. I'll head to the lab first. I'll come back later tonight. Su Qingxue nodded blankly, her brain completely fried. Only when Zhang Muyan stepped out and the door clicked shut did her network connection finally come back online. The end. Her boyfriend got so annoyed by her teasing that he stormed off. Chapter 82, Waiting for him to come home. Su Qingxue deflated on the sofa. She hadn't even gotten to enjoy their alone time for long. She'd gone a bit too far just now. No wonder Muyan got angry. She'd apologized to Muyan tonight. As she pondered, her mind drifted back to her earlier slip-up. Her cheeks flushed crimson once more. Then came a puff of steam, and white smoke rose from her little head. Zhang Muyan stepped outside, taking deep breaths to steady himself. To be honest, for a split second, he genuinely considered letting go of all inhibitions. Roll over and pin Shuer beneath him. Would she resist? Probably not. If she hadn't been constantly teasing me, I wouldn't have ended up like this Omega. Damn Shuer. Shaking his head to stay clear-headed, he started walking toward school. Su Qingxue was bored staying indoors all afternoon too. Now that exams were over, she didn't have to practice dancing every day. She kept checking her phone, hoping Yenbao had sent her a message. Nothing. The latest chat record was still from this morning. She wanted to call him, but he was surely busy. She wondered if Yenbao was genuinely upset about what happened at noon. But knowing him, he probably isn't angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said, come back tonight, just before leaving. It's just awkward he got shy and ran off. I should stop teasing my boyfriend like this too. I just looked it up online, this kind of teasing your boyfriend. Apparently all signs of wanting to do that kind of thing. She didn't mean anything like that at all. Or rather, she just wanted Yenbao to be closer to her like boyfriends on TV, touching their girlfriends more, kissing their girlfriends. Isn't that what girlfriends are for, to be kissed by their boyfriends? That's why she acted like that on purpose, striking poses and wrapping her legs around him. Wanting him to come closer, yet afraid he'd take things too far. But things hadn't progressed that far yet. After all, they hadn't even kissed yet. But, if Muyan really wanted to, should she just give in? Su Qingxue felt conflicted too. It's too soon. We've only just come of age. Yenbao, it's not that I won't give it to you, it's just, we're still too young. Can we wait a little longer? Wait a few more years, If you don't want to, 2 years. Oh no, even 1 year is fine. Just wait a little longer, I'm not ready yet. I'll give it to you, everything, only to you. Swear. I mean, is there any chance I might feel the same way? Zhang Muyan interrupts. If you weren't always barging in like this without a care for my feelings, would this awkward situation even happen? Don't you realize how explosive your charm is? Zhang Muyan, swear on my honor today, if not for my 18 years of celibacy, I'd have broken my vows just like everyone else here. After all, this isn't like last time in the auditorium, this time it's at my place, just the two of us alone together in the same room. We could get straight down to business. Bam! Back to the lab to continue the unfinished work. It wasn't until past 5 p.m. that Zhang Muyan finally unlocked his phone. Su Qingxue sent him a gif of a kitten bowing its head in apology, along with 2 voice messages. Yenbao, I'm poking you. Missing you. Both messages were sent around 3 p.m., and she hadn't sent any more since, probably knowing he was busy. After listening, Zhang Muyan couldn't help but curve his lips upward. Nothing lifted his spirits more than receiving sweet, adorable messages from his girlfriend. He immediately replied with a voice message, I'll be right back. Be a good girl and cook dinner. I'll make something delicious for you when I get home. Without hesitation, Zhang Muyan replayed the message, ensuring his tone was as gentle as possible, as if the person messaging him was his own daughter. He was afraid even a slightly louder voice might scare her away and make her feel distant. In the past, Zhang Muyan would have listened to this whiny tone with a frown. But now, the dragon-slaying youth had become the dragon himself. Even a straight-laced guy like Zhang Muyan has developed a high-pitched voice. Love really is a magical thing. Ding ding dong. Su Qingxue lay idle on the sofa, watching online home renovation videos. There was no way she could keep living with Yenbao like this. She needed a cozy little nest just for herself and Yenbao. Just thinking about it made her happy. Just then, Zhang Muyan sent her a voice message. After answering, Su Qingxue immediately got up, obediently walked to the kitchen, rinsed the rice, placed it in the rice cooker, and pressed start. Wiping her hands, she stood with her hands on her hips, as if she'd just completed a major mission. Yenbao's task was complete. Then she walked to the balcony. The window directly opposite faced the university entrance. From the 8th floor, she could just make out the view, though it was still a bit distant and not very clear. She sat on the balcony chair, elbows propped on the small table beside her, gazing at the university entrance as if waiting for the stars to fall. It was like waiting for her husband to come home from work. The thought flashed through Su Qingxue's mind, and a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Husband, please come home soon, your wife misses you. He. Ding dong. Zhang Muyan's phone buzzed again with a message notification. It was Wang Lei. Wang Lei, old Zhang, she still won't come out. Oh man. Wang Lei, she'll be gone after tomorrow. Sigh. Wang Lei, I just went to ask her out for dinner. She said she had her roommate bring it over. Still won't come out. Wang Lei, I apologized to her and promised not to talk to other girls anymore, but it didn't work. Zhang Muyan frowned. He was busy getting ready to go home and cook for his little glutton at home, so he could only reply on his phone, well, there's nothing I can do about it either. Bitter smile. Wang Lei, ugh, sobbing. Wang Lei, bro, I'm about to lose my love. Wailing loudly. Wang Lei, 1 tear equals half a month. Crying like a baby. Snort. Seeing Wang Lei's final message, Zhang Muyan couldn't hold back any longer. 1 cry equals half a month, 2 weeks. A new unit of measurement has emerged. Ahem. Now wasn't the time to mock his best buddy. Zhang Muyan, we haven't even broken up yet, why are you crying? Wang Lei, it's bound to happen sooner or later. Once she leaves tomorrow, it'll be nearly 2 months before we see each other again. Wang Lei, what if he finds someone new during winter break? Does that really matter when you're trying to get one last date in? Do you really think 1 extra date will stop her from finding someone new over winter break? Zhang Muyan, it's not even 2 months, just over a month. Have you talked to my old deskmate? Wang Lei, not yet. We had a great chat last night, she even sent me some memes. Wang Lei, I thought she'd be over it by today, but she's still the same. Wang Lei, so I didn't ask your old deskmate for help. Zhang Muyan, guess you're stuck asking my old deskmate for help now. What else can you do? Zhang Muyan sent the message while crossing the street at the crosswalk. Beep beep beep. A car approached from afar without slowing down, its horn blaring incessantly. Then the phone fell to the ground. Chapter 83, The DUI Suspect. Zhang Muyan. silencing the world, listening to the sound of a heartbreaking. Scared you? Just kidding. Don't you know me by now? Omega. No way. This is a sweet romance, okay? He pulled out a legendary blade, the fate-bound blade. Shocked. Zhang Muyan reacted quickly, sidestepping the blow, but his phone still slipped from his grasp. The speeding car practically screamed Nico Nico Ni as it barreled toward him, smashing the phone to smithereens with a loud crack. Oh my holy sword! Zhang Muyan screamed inwardly. The car coasted forward a few more steps before finally grinding to a halt. The driver got out and immediately launched into a vulgar tirade. You damn fool! Can't you watch where you're walking? What the hell? The aggressor accuses first? Zhang Muyan was utterly baffled. Did this world really have every kind of person imaginable? He shot back without hesitation. Are you crippled or something? Can't even press the brakes properly? Since when can blind people drive? Can't you see the sign right there? School zone. Slow down. Oh, really? The driver spat contemptuously. You got some nerve, kid. Temper? I'm holding back from punching you, you jerk. And you call that a temper? Zhang Muyan frowned tightly. He really didn't want to get into it with this kind of person, but there was no way around it now. The guy had to pay for the phone, right? He bent down to pick up his phone, then approached the man, standing half a nose above him. Pay up. After Zhang Muyan spoke, the driver chuckled lightly. What if I refuse to pay? Then, the car door opened, and 3 more men stepped out. Whether it was the filter or their inherent aura, these men looked middle-aged, yet they radiated a thick vibe of schoolyard thugs. Taking advantage of their numbers, they swung their arms and legs about, clearly ready for a fight, surrounding Zhang Muyan completely. The crowd's attention was instantly drawn. Shop assistants from nearby stores hurriedly gathered piles of trash, pretending to sweep the entrance. Gawking at the spectacle, it's in our blood, isn't it? Zhang Muyan shook his head. He really had stumbled upon a bunch of weirdos. He asked again, no compensation? If you won't pay, I'll have to call the police. So what if I don't pay? The driver, emboldened by the crowd and Zhang Muyan's unfazed demeanor, felt a surge of aggression. He reached out and shoved Zhang Muyan. Touch me again? So what if I touch you? Seeing Zhang Muyan still acting cocky against the 4 of them, someone else stepped in and shoved him again. But before his hand could even touch Zhang Muyan, it was grabbed mid-air. Zhang Muyan gave it a hard twist, and the pain made him yelp and pull back. Holy? This kid actually dared to hit me. Beat him up. Bystanders watched the spectacle unfold, some recording videos while others hurriedly dialed the police. Hello, this is the south gate of Sichuan University. There's a mass brawl here. You guys better hurry up, looks like it's not needed anymore. The other 3 had just swung their fists when Zhang Muyan grabbed them and slapped them across the face. Holy crap, what just happened? Why does my face feel like it's on fire? I don't believe it. One more time. Smack. Alright, this isn't a dream. His eyes instantly cleared, all his swagger gone, replaced by utter bewilderment. Zhang Muyan had trained since childhood, especially during middle school when he drilled relentlessly to outmatch girls. Though he'd long since stopped practicing, his skills remained intact. This slap packs 20 years of training. Do you think you can block it? After being slapped back to his senses, the driver's earlier arrogance vanished completely. He quickly stammered, We'll pay. We'll pay. Zhang Muyan released the 2 men, who were wailing in pain, and shoved them away. You guys were drinking, weren't you? During the scuffle, Zhang Muyan had clearly detected the stench of alcohol on them. No wonder they'd acted so recklessly. They were drunk. No, we don't drink and drive. Wait, no, we don't drink at all. Just tell me how much it'll cost to fix your phone, and I'll pay you back. The driver adopted a conciliatory tone. Did my 2 slaps actually change his personality? I still preferred your original rebellious attitude. Get back to that. The driver steadied the other 2 while whispering to them, then began pulling out his wallet. Replacing the screen will be 500, Zhang Muyan said after briefly inspecting the phone. All right. The driver smiled in agreement, then the group huddled together, rummaging through their pockets to scrape together the money. Zhang Muyan felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Wait, no, is it really that hard? How could they even drive if it's this hard? Zhang Muyan walked over to the car and peered inside again. There was definitely a whiff of alcohol. The seats themselves looked perfectly normal. Whoa. But these guys are drunk. Letting them drive would be endangering others. Thank goodness they didn't hit me. That was damn dangerous. Should I call the cops right now? Drunk driving. Could there be a reward? The group kept their eyes glued to Zhang Muyan's movements, acting strangely. Finally, they scraped together 500 yuan, plus some loose change, a thick, crumpled little stack. Here, we've got it. They handed the money to Zhang Muyan, ready to hop in the car and get out of there fast. Hold on. Let me count it. Just a moment, okay? Zhang Muyan intended to stall for time. Though he could forcibly detain them, using force in modern society wasn't advisable. Alright, we'll move the car then. It's blocking the one behind us. Yeah, sure. Hey, One person getting in is enough. Why are you all getting in? Zhang Muyan quickly stopped the other three. The group suddenly sensed trouble brewing. Coming to their senses, they dared not linger any longer. There were too many of them, someone might have already called the police. So they shoved Zhang Muyan aside and prepared to run. Something's wrong. These guys. Zhang Muyan hadn't anticipated their sudden panic and was shoved aside by the three. As the trio tried to get into the car, Zhang Muyan swiftly turned and grabbed the last person boarding, yanking them out. The driver immediately slammed the gas pedal, sending the vehicle shooting forward with a roar as it sped away. Zhang Muyan was left standing there, stunned, still holding onto the person he'd grabbed. The door hadn't even closed properly before they drove off. Midway, someone inside slammed the door shut. At this point, anyone could sense something was terribly wrong. It felt exactly like a police chase, with the fugitive fleeing like a desperate man. It was just drunk driving, surely it couldn't be that bad. The person Zhang Muyan had grabbed began desperately begging for mercy, pleading, "I already paid you back. What more do you want?" Zhang Muyan wasn't having any of it. He'd deal with that when the cops arrived. Curious onlookers began gathering around, crowding the scene. With no escape route left, the man Zhang Muyan had apprehended was trapped. "Spill it," Zhang Muyan demanded of the last man. "This isn't just drunk driving, is it?" The man he'd pulled over stammered nervously, unable to speak clearly, his tension palpable. Bystanders began speculating boldly, could he be a drug dealer? Ha! Ha! Look at how they drove, they didn't even close the doors properly before running off. They look like desperate criminals. Ah, once drugs were mentioned, the blood of the Chinese people stirred, and it wasn't just about watching the spectacle anymore. Spit it out already. You bastard, are you in that business? Not talking, huh? Come on, grab the hammer from my shop. Let's start by breaking both his legs. Ha! Don't do that. No problem. I'll take the blame. The 90-year-old grandpa in the wheelchair came sniffing over. Oh, well then, count me in too? I'll kick him a couple times too. Go ahead and do whatever you want with this dangerous thing. Just say I did it all by myself later. Officer arrives. Sir, you're saying you sat in a wheelchair, kicked 3 of his ribs out of place, and then used a hammer to break his leg bone? P.S. Don't go spreading rumors, guys. You're steering the story to a premature end before it's even finished, Omega. And you know the drill, same old rules. One more thing, check out the earlier bonus chapters one painstakingly rewrote. Not a single comment. So heartbreaking. Bye. Chapter 84, First Kiss Ever. Seeing this, the middle-aged man who'd been caught broke out in a cold sweat and shouted urgently, "No. I'm not. I'm just a bike thief." Ha! Ha! Put. I thought I'd be ridding the country of a menace. What a letdown. Half the crowd dispersed instantly. Zhang Muyan's mouth twitched at the sight. Oh dear. Soon, the sound of police sirens echoed in the distance. Zhang Muyan promptly explained the situation to the officers. With so many witnesses present, he avoided having to go to the station for questioning. But as the crowd gathered, they began exaggerating Zhang Muyan's heroics, gradually getting more and more outlandish. Stories spread like wildfire, how the young man single-handedly took down 4 drunks, caught a bike thief, nearly dismantled a criminal gang, narrowly avoided being hit by a car, and desperately grabbed the last suspect. It seemed like they wouldn't rest until he got some kind of award, constantly showering the officer with praise. If it were real, he might actually get some kind of award. But none of that mattered anyway. This whole mess started because those guys tried to scam him. My phone even got smashed. After giving his statement and leaving his personal info and contact details, the police took the criminals away. Only then did Zhang Muyan continue back, picking up his pace to avoid keeping Schwer waiting too long. But before he'd gone far, he saw Schwer already waiting at the intersection. She pointed at her phone, motioning for him to look, then turned and walked ahead just like she had at noon. But honey, my phone is already shattered. Zhang Muyan opened his phone. The screen was half blacked out. Still functional enough to tap and see the other half. Schwer, what happened? The other side was blurry, but he could guess what she'd sent. Zhang Muyan could only press the voice reply button. Got hit by a drunk driver. Su Qingxue also sent a voice message. Are you hurt? Su Qingxue turned around from the front seat, looking at Zhang Muyan with concern. Zhang Muyan smiled back. Reply, I'm fine, but my phone took a hit. Su Qingxue, that's a relief. Wait? What kind of damage? Zhang Muyan, the phone's screen got smashed, only half of it works now. Su Qingxue, oh, it got smashed? Don't worry, honey, I'll buy you a new one. Ha? That's not what I meant, sweetie. Don't get the wrong idea. Zhang Muyan, no, that's not what I meant, Schwer. I can buy a phone myself, and I don't need to buy a new one, just get it repaired. Su Qingxue, does repairing it cost money? Zhang Muyan, yeah. Su Qingxue, mine doesn't cost anything. Zhang Muyan, but that's spending your money. Su Qingxue, I have an extra one. I'll lend it to you. Zhang Muyan, cut it out. You just said you'd buy it, now you claim to have extra? Besides, lending it to me is basically giving it away. No thanks. Su Qingxue, I'm not giving it to you, you have to pay me back. Zhang Muyan, but that's still free use. Su Qingxue, it's not free. It's essential for keeping in touch between boyfriend and girlfriend. Plus, my phone has some cool stuff on it. Good stuff? What kind of good stuff? Hey, it's absolutely not because this cool stuff piqued my interest, okay? Of course I wouldn't take Shue's phone, but I could take a look, right? The two then returned to the hallway and stepped into the elevator. Su Qingxue leaned close to Zhang Muyan, carefully inspecting him. After confirming he wasn't hurt, she gave him another big hug. Yanbao. How did you get out? Zhang Muyan swayed affectionately, then joined her in a playful twist. I saw you at the window. You could see me from that far away? Yep. Su Qingxue lifted her little head, proudly waiting for praise. Of course she couldn't see clearly, she'd just come down to wait for him and grabbed 2 cans of beer along the way. Zhang Muyan smiled too, pinching her little nose as she hoped, you're so amazing. He. Su Qingxue smiled and asked again, you really aren't hurt, right? Nope, not at all. Look, my phone got smashed like this. Zhang Muyan pulled his phone from his pocket. 2 huge cracks ran across the screen. He pressed the power button, revealing half the screen black and half lit. It's fine, as long as you're okay. Here, use mine. Su Qingxue pulled out her phone, encased in a black hat-shaped phone case, and handed it to Zhang Muyan. What about you? Zhang Muyan asked with a laugh, but he still took Su Qingxue's phone and examined it carefully. He'd never touched Su Qingxue's phone before. For the past half-month, they'd only gone for daily walks, played games and chatted at night, then slept with their heads on each other's shoulders. Nothing else had happened between them, let alone checking each other's phones. Su Qingxue's phone case featured a plush black kitten exquisitely cute, and when she held it, it even carried a touch of elegance. For some reason, he noticed that most of Shue's belongings seemed to be black. Could this mean she actually had a bit of a domineering older sister vibe? Though right now, she showed none of that, just the clingy kitten persona. Could it be that the saying was true, after marriage, she'd turn into a Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus? Driven by curiosity and Shue's earlier mention of something special, Zhang Muyan naturally took it to examine closely. This all-purpose box that his snow treasure carried everywhere, holding all her secrets. Its allure was beyond description. So, omega. Su Qingxue was still rocking Zhang Muyan in her arms, completely unaware of the thoughts swirling in his mind after taking her phone. She simply replied, I have a new one in my dorm. Let Yanbao use this one first. Zhang Muyan, Oh no, that sentence had a devastating effect. Then he hugged her a little tighter. The password is still your birthday. All my passwords are your birthday, Yanbao. Su Qingxue burrowed deeper into Zhang Muyan's embrace, delivering the line as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. But to Zhang Muyan, it was devastating. The feeling of being endlessly cherished and trusted by someone besides the constant warmth it brought left his heart melting like puddles of water. He wanted to treat her better, ever so much better. Shuebo. Zhang Muyan lowered his head, gently holding the little white rabbit wriggling in his arms. Then he gently pressed a kiss to her head. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Shuebo, let's go. Oh. Su Qingxue remained frozen in place, turning slowly like an otter before shifting her stance. Her limbs seemed to have a mind of their own as she waddled out of the elevator like a penguin. She had just been kissed by Muyan. No way. Muyan just kissed me. Right there in the elevator, he kissed my head. A kiss. My very first kiss. Where's my phone? I need to capture this sweet moment. Yanbao kissed me for the first time. Chapter 85, Schwer drinks. Back home. Zhang Muyan changed his shoes, placed Su Qingxue's phone on the living room coffee table, then went to cook dinner for his little Snow. Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. When Zhang Muyan wasn't looking, she grabbed the phone again, entered the passcode, and quickly jotted down today's events, the time, location, and their conversation before sending it to her alternate account. All this would be valuable material for future analysis. Once sent, she sighed in relief. No need to worry about anything else, everything was backed up in the cloud. Photos and such, well, Yanbao would see those pictures, but it was fine. There was nothing Yanbao couldn't see. As for the good stuff she mentioned, well, those were just some private photos of hers. Well, I do enjoy dressing up in pretty clothes and taking photos, but nothing inappropriate for minors. Should I save a couple for Yanbao? Hey, wait a minute. Schwer, that idea of yours is totally off the rails. Zhang Muyan had thought about making sweet and sour spare ribs at lunchtime, and the fridge happened to have all the ingredients. So on his way home that afternoon, he looked up the recipe online. Even though this was his first attempt at making it for dinner, it shouldn't be too hard, right? After all, if even his older sister could learn to make it, how hard could it be? Big sis, it's you who's talking about me? In the kitchen, Zhang Muyan got busy. He chopped the ribs into sections, placed them in cold water, and blanched them. Then he poured in cooking wine, brought it to a boil for 2 minutes, and simultaneously heated oil in another pan. Su Qingxue finished her preparations, then set down her phone and hurried to the kitchen doorway. Seeing the oil sizzling in the pan, she dared not approach to pick up the pot herself. Oily, hot. Just like at noon, she brought over a chair and sat at the doorway watching. Just watching like this brought her immense joy and contentment. She couldn't count how many times she'd imagined this scene, no, how many times she'd imagined seeing him at all. Sitting here now, watching him cook for me, feels like heaven. The only downside is that he's forgotten me. But it's okay. As long as it's you, that's all that matters. We'll talk about it slowly when we have the chance. Zhang Muyan caught Xue'er's gaze out of the corner of his eye and turned to give her a smile. Then Xue'er skipped over and wrapped her arms around Zhang Muyan from behind. I love this so much. Careful, don't burn your hands. Zhang Muyan set down the spatula, slipped Su Qingxue's small hands wrapped around his waist into his pocket, then picked up the spatula again to stir the caramelized sugar in the wok. This was the crucial step for sweet and sour spare ribs. One could say that mastering the caramelized sugar was the key to whether the dish turned out delicious or not. Absolutely no carelessness allowed. Su Qingxue felt her heart grow warm. Just moments ago, she'd been afraid of getting splashed by hot oil, but suddenly, that fear vanished. What was there to fear? He was even more afraid of her getting burned than she was herself. He'd never let her get burned. Yan Bao. What should I do? Suddenly, I really want to kiss him too. Didn't he just kiss me in the elevator? Would it be okay if I kissed him back? Just as she was thinking this, Zhang Muyan reminded her again, be careful, Bao. Zhang Muyan scooped the blanched ribs out of the water and poured them into the pot. He took a couple small steps back, and both of them instinctively pulled their necks far away from the pot, afraid of oil splattering the moment he poured it in. The ribs hit the pan. The sizzle was deafening. Zhang Muyan glanced at Su Qingxue, who was clinging to him, and they shared a smile. Then, pretending to be terrified, Zhang Muyan carefully stirred the ribs with a spatula from a safe distance. If one were to visualize it, it would be like equipping him with a helmet and armor, then watching him shovel at the pot from a distance while a small doll dangled from his back. After a long while, he added water and let it simmer. Want to try some? Zhang Muyan gestured toward the pot with his spatula, inviting Su Qingxue to taste it. Sure. She picked up a pair of chopsticks, lifted a piece of braised pork rib glazed with caramelized sugar, blew on it twice to cool it down a bit, then took a gentle bite, dealing a massive 5 HP damage to the pork rib. Her eyes lit up as she smiled at Zhang Muyan. Delicious. Good. Zhang Muyan turned off the heat, letting it simmer a bit longer, then offered her a piece of pork rib with a small bite taken out of it. Ah. Su Qingxue offered the cooled down spare rib to Yan Bao's mouth. Zhang Muyan chuckled softly before devouring it without hesitation. It was his first attempt, so there were some flaws. The taste was a bit off? A hint of bitterness lingered, and it took some effort to chew through. Wow, so that's why you offered it to me, Xue'er? That's a bit harsh, you know? It was her first time cooking, after all. A few issues are bound to happen. How could you treat my efforts like this? Shouldn't a boyfriend who cooks for his girlfriend eat every last bite, no matter how awful it tastes? Su Qingxue fought back a laugh. She didn't think it was bad, but she wasn't going to gush about how delicious it was either. Still, credit where credit's due, he made it himself, so bonus points. How many points? Let's give it 99 points. The 1 point deduction is for wasting food. Once the dish was served, Zhang Muyan went to stir-fry 2 more dishes. Suddenly inspired, Su Qingxue started recording the process. These would be precious memories to treasure forever. Soon, the stir-fries were done and it was time to eat. Su Qingxue served the rice and pulled out the small beer she bought downstairs for Zhang Muyan. Her eyes crinkled into little crescents. Want a sip? Zhang Muyan dried his hands, sat down, and stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He hadn't even noticed the beer in Xue'er's hands earlier. But hey, why not celebrate? A few sips wouldn't hurt, it wouldn't interfere with tonight's plans anyway. Ha! What were they celebrating? To celebrate Xue'er finishing her exams. Since there wasn't time to make extra dishes at lunch, she made up for it tonight and grabbed a couple drinks while she was at it. He nodded in agreement. Then he watched as Su Qingxue pulled 2 paper cups from the fridge and poured the mini beers into them. Since it was already evening and winter had set in, darkness fell quickly. The room grew dim, so she turned on the lights. The two sat at the table, clinking glasses like a loving couple. Cheers! After saying that, Zhang Muyan was stunned by Xue'er's action of downing hers in one gulp. Wait? Xue'er? What the? Xue'er, slow down. Zhang Muyan followed suit and downed his glass in one gulp. To be honest, he did drink a little during gatherings, but he wasn't much of a drinker. He could handle about 2 bottles max, a total lightweight. He was no match. Xue'er was this fierce? As for Su Qingxue, this was actually her first time drinking. Drinking with him was something she'd jotted down in her little notebook. Besides, don't they always clink glasses and chug it all in one go on TV? How does that saying go? Deep feelings, chug it all, shallow feelings, just take a sip? Of course, the bond between her and Yanbao was the deepest kind possible. Zhang Muyan, hey, Snow, where'd you hear that saying? Isn't that just something old folks say when they're drunk and crazy? Remember that viral video where the son-in-law and father-in-law got so drunk they swore brotherhood, declaring from now on, you call me dad, and I'll call you brother. Su Qingxue downed the entire glass in one gulp, her little brow furrowing tightly. Zhang Muyan couldn't help but smile at the sight. Don't get drunk, Schwer. If you get drunk, I'll take advantage of you even though these 2 cans of beer aren't that strong. It's fine. You're here, Su Qingxue laughed nonchalantly. Ha? Zhang Muyan froze again, then slowly flushed. Wait, did Schwer say that on purpose? Does she know exactly what gets to me? She doesn't treat me like an outsider. Does she really not fear my ulterior motives? Fine. I absolutely have to find a way to let her know I'm not someone to be messed with. Otherwise, I'll definitely end up being the one pinned down underneath. Hey, wait a minute? I haven't even gotten on the car yet. Chapter 86, Tipsy Schwer is way too irresistible. Compared to the simple 2 dishes at noon, tonight's spread was much more substantial: stir-fried beef with scallions, spicy chicken, a plate of sweet and sour spare ribs, and a bowl of egg drop soup. The fridge actually held more seafood and such, but our poor Zhang Muyan couldn't cook any of it. Aunt Xiao would have to handle all that herself. Wondered if leaving it overnight would spoil it. Ah well, Aunt Xiao probably has it under control. With such a lavish spread, Su Qingxue didn't hoard her food like she did at lunch. The 2 of them couldn't possibly finish it all. Moreover, Su Qingxue kept eating that plate of sweet and sour spare ribs that tasted a bit bitter, while Zhang Muyan could only manage a couple of bites before giving up. Naturally, Zhang Muyan noticed all this and kept serving her other dishes. If it's not tasty, I won't eat it. It's delicious. I like it. Then I'll make it for you again next time. Next time I'll try to make it better. Okay, Su Qingxue replied sweetly. After a long while, they clinked their last cups together. I'm stuffed. Su Qingxue finished the last piece of spare ribs on her plate. Zhang Muyan had helped clear some of it too, and finally, they polished off the sweet and sour spare ribs, a dish that was neither particularly bad nor especially good. Well, never again would he dare cook haphazardly in front of Schwer. This girl really could eat no matter how awful it was, she'd force herself to finish it. Zhang Muyan rose to clear the table, and Su Qingxue followed suit. The alcohol had left a faint blush on her cheeks. Yanbao, let me handle the cleanup this time. Her words were still coated with sugar residue, and she hadn't even wiped her mouth before standing up to help clear the dishes. Zhang Muyan watched her with a look of subtle confusion. His Schwer wasn't the type to let her guard down around him. Sure, she could be a bit absent-minded at times, but deep down, Schwer was incredibly thoughtful. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to care for him so completely. Then Zhang Muyan pointed to the corner of his own mouth and gestured, Schwer, your mouth. My mouth? Oh, okay. Su Qingxue turned to grab a tissue, then, just like when Zhang Muyan had wiped her mouth last time, she walked up with a flushed face and gently dabbed at the corner of Zhang Muyan's mouth. Ha? Zhang Muyan froze. Drunk? You got drunk from just 1 damn can of beer, Schwer? Seeing Schwer's earnest and adorable expression, Zhang Muyan couldn't bring himself to interrupt. He let her gently wipe the corner of his mouth. He kept his body slightly bent forward. Absolutely not because he wanted Schwer to wipe him, just that his back was a bit sore, so he bent over. But inwardly, he still couldn't help but tease, Schwer, honestly, after your first drink, I genuinely thought you were hiding your true potential. My next words were stuck on my tongue. Damn, bro. Turns out you're just a lightweight. But the way Schwer acted after drinking, flushed and flustered, felt different from her usual coquettish self. She wasn't the sober, deliberate kind of affectionate, it was more of a hazy, subconscious display of dependence and instinctive care. Her cheeks were flushed bright red, and I could practically feel the heat radiating from them through the air. Her eyes were hazy and dazed, like she'd just woken up, giving her a adorably dopey look. Damn. She's just too adorable. From this angle, I wanted to capture it. It wasn't until after the wipe that the dazed Su Qingxue finally snapped back to reality. Though she'd had her mouth wiped last time too, that had been Yanbao misunderstanding her intentions. So was she now also just misunderstanding Yanbao's intentions? But then she saw Zhang Muyan being wiped without a hint of awkwardness. Oh, so there was no misunderstanding. Yanbao really did want me to wipe his mouth because I did it for him last time, and now he's asking for it back. Yep, that's it. Damn it, I meant for you to wipe your own mouth. A strange thought suddenly popped into Zhang Muyan's head just now. What if he had a camera on his head or something, able to record Schwer's adorable moments anytime, anywhere? Then add some audio clips, and he could update daily about his life with Schwer. He'd probably become a big blogger. But what if it went viral and classmates saw it? Wouldn't that ruin Schwer's aloof persona? What? Su Qingxue is actually such a clingy little sweetheart in private? Of course not. Schwer only acts this sweet in front of me. Show it to others? No way. My treasure is only this well behaved around me, no one else gets to touch her. What? Can I cash in on this? Do I look like the type who'd sell out for money? Who do you think you are? Does my Schwer need your measly cash? Now take your stinking money and get lost. Off the record, hey, Mr. Advertiser, let's talk. I think I could handle it too, it doesn't have to be Schwer in the ad, right? Blushing flustered. After washing the dishes, Zhang Muyan dried his hands. Schwer said she'd do it this time, but of course that wasn't happening. Zhang Muyan pinned her down on the sofa, making her sit still. This kind of manual laborer, the art of dishwashing is a lifelong passion of mine. There was no way he'd let Schwer take it away from him. Seeing Zhang Muyan finished, Su Qingxue immediately jumped off the couch and ran over, clinging to him again. The flush on her cheeks hadn't faded at all, if anything, it deepened. But really, Su Qingxue was just flushed from the alcohol, her head was still pretty clear. She knew to run home when it rained, so no worries, she wasn't drunk. What was that called? Tipsy. Yes, tipsy. Her reactions were just a bit slower, and her actions seemed a little clumsy and adorable. Muyan. Zhang Muyan wrapped his arms around her and slowly sat back down on the sofa. It was already past 7, and the sky had grown completely dark. Would you mind staying here tonight? Su Qingxue was a bit dazed and confused, blurting out her thoughts without hesitation, her voice trailing off slightly. Wait, is Schwer drunk and suddenly being so direct with me? But Zhang Muyan looked at this little ornament clinging to him, tilting her head up at him with flushed cheeks, blinking at half her usual speed, pouting her lips in a pleading, spoiled manner. Suddenly, he felt like teasing her. So he smiled and said, then where would I stay? Su Qingxue lowered her head and pointed toward the inner room. There. Hearing Zhang Muyan agree to her request, she quickly stood up and gently pulled him inside. She walked ahead, opened the door for Zhang Muyan, then proudly tilted her little head. See? It's all clean. Aunt Xiu cleaned it all. Did you plan this all along, knowing I'd be staying here? Zhang Muyan seized the chance to probe. Was Schwer plotting something else? That way, he could turn the tables or at least be prepared. But this time, Su Qingxue tilted her head back without saying a word. Did she finally get it? Damn. Schwer, are you drunk or not? Instead of answering Zhang Muyan's question, Su Qingxue suddenly started acting coy, Yanbao. The nickname made Zhang Muyan's body go weak. Alright, Bao, stop calling me that. I'm right here. Keep it up and I'll start lactating. Being this adorable is seriously unfair. You think you can keep pulling this off just because you're pretty and cute, Then Su Qingxue hugged him tightly again, burrowing into his arms and letting out that soft, sleepy whimper only girls make when waking up. Alright, drunk cuteness level plus 100%. Only a sleepy, drowsy Schwer could rival this Schwer right now. Chapter 87, The Top Strategist. She settled back onto the sofa, continuing to cling for a while longer. Around 9:30, Wang Lei called Zhang Muyan, urging him to hurry back, he needed help with something. Wait, wasn't it just a moment? How did 2 hours fly by? Because time flies when you're having fun. Zhang Muyan glanced at Xue Bao, who was feeling slightly better now, still clutching his arm as she stared at the TV. Reluctantly, he said, Schwer, I have to head back now. If I get back any later, I'll be locked out of the dorm room. Didn't we agree you'd stay here tonight? Without a hint of warning, Su Qingxue unleashed her signature move, the soft, fluffy plea. Damn it, Zhang Muyan was instantly hooked. Wait, Schwer, I didn't actually agree to that just now. But of course she wouldn't say it like that. Instead, she gently explained her reasoning, I still need to pack my things and review my books to prepare for my exam the day after tomorrow. Su Qingxue immediately activated her irrationality skill, ignoring Zhang Muyan's rational arguments and bypassing his defenses. She escalated to advanced whining mode. Online, Zhang Muyan was just like most guys, he could knock out any whiny monster with a single punch. But right now? He couldn't take it. His heart was melting away. Alright, Snowy, good girl. Zhang Muyan's face flushed slightly as he spoke. Note the choice of words, Zhang Muyan used snowball instead of Schwer here, because snowball is typically a term that slips out during moments of intense affection. But right now, with Schwer acting so clingy, he needed an even gentler term to coax her. Then, will you come stay tomorrow? Riding the last wave of her buzz, Su Qingxue voiced her thoughts. I want to stay with you a few more days. Meaning, there was no need to wait until after exams when everyone had to leave campus to move in. She could move over now, live together, and spend a few more days together. After all, vacation was just around the corner. Only then did Zhang Muyan grasp Schwer's meaning. So she wanted him to come sooner. True, he could come over early. There was no need to wait until after the exams. Well, Schwer is so greedy. We just agreed she'd come after exams, and now she's pushing even harder for me to come early. Does that mean next time she'll want me to? But then again, she is Schwer. What's the big deal? If she wants it, he'd gladly give it to her without hesitation. After all, Schwer had been so incredibly kind to me, this request was practically a piece of cake. I suppose I should go back and pack. As Zhang Muyan finished speaking, Su Qingxue lifted her head, her joy palpable enough to infect the very air around her. Then she rushed toward Zhang Muyan and gave him a big bear hug. Muyu, you're the best. Zhang Muyan was knocked down, his lower back slamming into the edge of the sofa as he let out a wince. My back. Schwer, get off me. Oh, sorry, Muyan. Does it hurt? How could it not hurt? My poor old back. Wait, no, why does that sound so weird coming out of my mouth? At the elevator lobby entrance, Su Qingxue reluctantly released her embrace. If her eyes could shoot out threads, she'd have Zhang Muyan tied up like a package by now. My phone. Su Qingxue pulled out her own device. Ha! She'd been so engrossed with Schwer that she'd completely forgotten about it. She hadn't even thought of it when she took Wang Lei's call earlier. Damn it, she'd forgotten to check Schwer's private messages. Oh well, next time then. So she declined. Don't you want to call me tonight? Even though half the screen was cracked, it still worked well enough to make a call. Su Qingxue hesitated. If she gave her phone to Yanbao, tonight would indeed be. Should she go buy a new one now? Seeing Su Qingxue's little brain working overtime, Zhang Muyan cut her off. Alright, I'll come over tomorrow. Su Qingxue's train of thought halted. She understood what Muyan meant. He'd be there tomorrow. As for the phone, she could always deal with it then. Okay, make sure to come over early tomorrow, okay? Okay. I'll start packing tonight. Okay. I'll come pick you up downstairs tomorrow. Zhang Muyan smiled warmly, watching the silly girl who kept shaking his hand while looking down. She replied, okay. Then Su Qingxue reluctantly let go of his hand and lifted her head. Time to say that line, Yanbao. Zhang Muyan understood immediately. Bye, Schwer. Bye, Yanbao. It was just that brief farewell. As always, Su Qingxue watched Zhang Muyan walk away before she turned and headed back upstairs. Back in the dorm, it was already past 10 p.m. Wang Lei spotted his savior and immediately grabbed Zhang Muyan, pulling him outside. Wait, I just got back. The two stood on the balcony. Zhang Muyan, so? What did my deskmate say? She said it might be related to her ex-boyfriend. My deskmate said that? Here, let me show you the chat history. Wang Lei pulled out his phone. Zhang Muyan took it. Alright, let me see what's going on. Chat log, Huan isn't really upset, don't worry. As for the real reason she didn't go out with you, I talked to her about it. She just needs some space. I know a bit about the specifics, but I'm not sure how much you, as her boyfriend, are aware of. Huan had a boyfriend before, a really outstanding guy from Jiaotong University. They'd been together for a long time, but after starting college, this had a huge impact on her. We don't know the exact details, but it might be related to what you mentioned about going out on dates. Wang Lei, so do you know why they broke up? Suni Anru, I don't know. This is all I know, and Huan told us it was an amicable breakup. Suni Anru, don't worry, Huan is fine. She won't do anything drastic. Just let her be alone for a while. So what do you think? What's the deal with her ex? Zhang Muyan asked after reading the message, handing the phone back to Wang Lei. She actually told me a long time ago that she'd been in a relationship before, but she never really explained the details to me. But one thing he knew for certain, she was the one who got dumped. Wang Lei had felt so heartbroken back then that he tried every trick to make her smile, which was how he won her trust. Her ex-boyfriend was probably a jerk, Zhang Muyan said. Ha? How'd you figure that out? Just a hunch. Ha? Ha? Zhang Muyan stared at Wang Lei in utter bewilderment. If he hurt your girlfriend so badly she developed psychological trauma, how isn't he a jerk? Even a normal breakup wouldn't leave someone traumatized, right? Wang Lei lowered his head in silence. True enough, his partner had been hurt so badly that his voice had turned hoarse. Zhang Muyan continued, let's break this down. I didn't know the specifics before, and you never told me. Now, let's assume the condition that the ex-boyfriend was a jerk holds true. I didn't even know his ex-boyfriend was from Jiaotong University, nor did I know they broke up this semester. She seemed so cheerful on the surface, yet she was hiding something deep inside. Alright, I get it. Let's focus on the present situation. Her ex-boyfriend hurt her, so when she was dating you, she probably saw traces of that psychological shadow in you. That's why she doesn't want to go out with you anymore. What do you think? Ha? That actually makes sense, old Zhang. It makes sense, man. You know what? It really does make sense. Got it on the first try. Wow, am I that sharp now? Zhang Muyan rubbed his chin, surprised he figured it out so quickly. Had he really become a top-tier strategist? Then analyze for me which specific event caused her psychological shadow. Well, that shouldn't be too hard to figure out. Didn't you say she saw you talking to your senior? So, is there a possibility that she has a shadow complex about the senior? He blurted out. Zhang Muyan stared at Wang Lei like he was an idiot. What the hell? No way? Then she's got a ing phobia of you. Ha? What the hell are you talking about? You've got all your emotional intelligence tied up with your girlfriend, huh? The moment you're with your bros, you turn into some little cutie pie. Ha? Why'd you suddenly start insulting me? Wang Lei pouted. So cute. Cute my ass. The answer's obvious. She saw you chatting with that senior and thought of her ex-boyfriend. That's probably it. Including when you looked at other girls before, same reason. Maybe she was hurt before, so she has a mental block about that kind of behavior from you. Chapter 88, Packing Up. So what should I do now? Let me think. Zhang Muyan pretended to stroke an imaginary beard, narrowing his eyes slightly. He never imagined that despite never having dated anyone himself, he'd one day end up playing matchmaker? Well, if you don't count this current situation, he really hadn't dated anyone. After a moment of deep thought, a little yellow light bulb lit up above Zhang Muyan's head. Ding! I've got it. Wang Lei jumped to his feet, eyes wide as he turned to Zhang Muyan. What is it? Then Zhang Muyan waved his hand at Wang Lei, amp. Wang Lei, confession? Like this? Are you sure it'll work? We're already in a relationship, do we even need this step? Zhang Muyan, what matters isn't the confession itself, but showing her your attitude. Sincerity is the ultimate move. Would you dare to do it? Wang Lei, I'm kinda not sure. Huh? Then stop talking nonsense. If you won't do it, I can't help you. Hey, old Zhang, is there really no other way? Do we have to resort to such an embarrassing method? Embarrassing? Wang Lei nodded emphatically. What's embarrassing about it? Unless you already know the answer and are afraid of looking foolish. No, it's just, I feel a bit embarrassed. There's nothing embarrassing about it. If she truly likes you, she wouldn't let you lose face in front of so many people. What she wants is this all or nothing attitude, putting your fate entirely in her hands. Zhang Muyan patted Wang Lei on the shoulder. Wang Lei. Zhang Muyan, actually, to be honest, I've been thinking about planning a confession ceremony too. Wang Lei frowned, suddenly stunned by Zhang Muyan's last remark. Huh? What? You want to confess to Su Qingxue in front of all those people? Are you serious? Zhang Muyan flashed a confident smile, one that held a deeper happiness than Wang Lei could muster. He nodded earnestly. For real? Holy crap, you're actually going through with it? Wang Lei suddenly felt Zhang Muyan's stature growing taller in his eyes. What's there to be afraid of? That girl of yours, Su Qingxue? In front of the whole school? You dare? Zhang Muyan fell silent, lifting his gaze to the night sky as he exhaled. Before, he definitely wouldn't have dared. But now. Wang Lei, if you're really going for it, I'm in too. Let's do this. Fine, you go first then. Huh? Aren't we doing this together? Zhang Muyan, mine might have to wait until next semester. I still need to prepare, but you have to do yours tomorrow. Wang Lei, what the hell? Fine, as long as you're not lying to me. What the hell, let's go for it. Zhang Muyan, go for it. Get it done. Huh, this line sounds so familiar, just like when my troublemaking buddy talked me into confessing before. The two returned to the dorm. Wu Hao was still engrossed in some first-person shooter game, shouting, Rush B. Rush B. Wait, what? He finished studying already? And now he's playing games? Peng Bo, however, remained focused with his headphones on, engrossed in his book, paying no mind to where Zhang Muyan had been wandering off to. Zhang Muyan immediately started packing his things. Just then, Su Qingxue called. Right on time. Why hasn't my little treasure texted me yet? He's been gone for so long, hasn't he reached the dorm yet? Zhang Muyan quickly put his headphones back on. The shattered screen made it impossible to tap the Bluetooth icon, so he had to navigate through the settings menu to connect the device. The connection was made, and a sweet voice came through. Are you there yet? Yeah, just got here. My roommate dragged me into a chat for a bit, that clueless guy from the other night. Better not mention that jerk thing to Schwer. It'd give her the wrong idea. And Zhang Muyan's meaning was clear, I didn't intentionally avoid you, I got pulled away. Otherwise, I would have messaged you first thing. Strong survival instincts. Oh. Su Qingxue understood the unspoken meaning. She wasn't angry, just worried about her little treasure. Absolutely no other meaning intended. Yeah, no misunderstandings. Really? Don't misunderstand. Not even an hour had passed, and she was already missing Yanbao. Zhang Muyan continued unpacking the suitcase, organizing the items he'd bring back. His voice drew the attention of Wu Hao, who was engrossed in a game, and old Peng, who was listening to a lecture. Even Wang Lei, who was still sketching out his plan, looked up. Hey, Zhang, packing this early? Not taking the exam? Nope, not taking it. Taking koan instead. Zhang Muyan just made up some random excuse on the spot. Ha? 6. Only Wang Lei could vaguely guess this must be related to Su Qingxue. Through her headphones, Su Qingxue also heard Zhang Muyan packing up. At that moment, she was lying in the room prepared for Yan, rolling around on the bed. Yanbao is coming tomorrow. So excited. Finally, I'll get to live with Yanbao too. 2 more rolls. Zhang Muyan only snapped out of it after hearing both of them speak. Right, there was no way he could skip the exam. But suddenly moving out these past 2 days, besides Wang Lei, those 2 jerks are bound to find it weird. The 2 jerks, of course, referred to Peng Bo and Wu Hao. Since the exams are for the whole class, if he suddenly shows up to take them, those 2 guys would definitely start digging for answers. Then Wang Lei might slip up. Later, at the celebratory dinner after the exams, Wang Lei would get drunk from being plied with alcohol by the 2 of them and spill everything. Though drunken confessions especially from a drunk Wang Lei have credibility approaching zero, Wang Lei's two arms hold ironclad proof. Photos. The real fear was that at the table, Wu Hao and old Pang would sneer with contempt, and Wang Lei would insist on proving them wrong by producing the evidence. Then the very next day, as he entered the school gates, a hooded suspect with an obscured face brushed past him, plunging a knife into his heart before leaving behind a final line, "Kid, you shouldn't have touched her." Muyan? Muyan? Ha? Oh, I'm here. Zhang Muyan snapped back to reality, realizing he'd drifted into his fantasy world again. All exaggerated elements, don't get the wrong idea. Purely Zhang Muyan's personal delusions. Reality doesn't involve such dire consequences. At worst, some slightly deranged thug might drag him into an alley for a fair one-on-one duel, and the loser would have to leave her alone. This bet seems like Zhang Muyan's losing no matter how you look at it. But whatever, I'll win anyway, right? As for those two idiots in the dorm? No big deal either. After exams, the campus empties out anyway. As long as Wang Lei doesn't cause trouble these next couple days, it should be fine. But honestly, Zhang Muyan now felt that even if those two jerks found out, it wouldn't really matter. Even if the whole school knew, it wouldn't be a big deal. Judging by their attitude toward Lu Hao and Shuer as a couple, it clearly wasn't a big deal. Why had he been so resistant before? Afraid of not being accepted, afraid of being looked down upon, afraid of external pressure. Suddenly realizing how dramatic he used to be? The real reason was probably that he wasn't that into it yet. All excuses, all justifications. Now he liked her more, cherished her more, that's why he'd changed. My girlfriend is Su Qingxue. The kind you'd shout to the whole school. Never mind, let's keep things as they are for now. No need to reveal anything yet. Everything can wait until the butterfly is finished. Muyan, you don't need to bring much. I've got everything here, Su Qingxue said on the phone. I'll bring some clean clothes and some warmer stuff to wear at home. Yeah, okay. Don't bring too much. I've got some here too. Chapter 89, did you do something bad? What? You have some? You have some? Are you going to make me wear them? I'm afraid if I wear your big coat, it'll look like I'm wearing a crop top. That image is too vivid. Could I even pull off a clothes exploding moment then? How did you even get, Zhang Muyan lowered his voice another notch as he said this. I wear it at home, thick pajamas. I bought you some too. Couple said, Oh, I see. Zhang Muyan immediately understood. At home, thick pajamas would suffice, and they could just change into a warm coat when going out. So that's how it was. Wait, no, how come she already bought the pajamas? Damn it, Shuer's plan is really well thought out. House, slippers, seduction, pajamas. What's next? Damn it, who said Shuer was dumb? She's got me completely wrapped around her finger. No way. I can't become some woman's plaything. My mind raced with resistance, yet my body silently retrieved the thick Northeast military coat I'd just packed away. I was planning to take this home to wear. Forget it, Shuer's scent is still. Smack. What was that slap sound? So loud. They chatted while packing. By the time Zhang Muyan finished packing and showering, the group turned off the lights. It was already nearly 11 p.m. As usual, Zhang Muyan continued working overtime on his experimental diagrams while video chatting with Su Qingxue. Perhaps because they were finally free from classes, the three idle guys started shooting the breeze. Among guys, it's common to lie in bed at night, chatting and shooting the breeze. Somehow, they always fell into a rhythm, either each doing their own thing, or spontaneously launching into a late-night chat session as if it were some kind of holiday tradition. And the topics among guys were always the same old stuff. Gaming this season, Tianxia is just too perfect. What? My 5 spirits king isn't worthy? Whatever, my yellow banana's dominance speaks for itself. Talking about girls, that Zhong Zi from the next class is such a sweetheart. Su Qingxue's dancing is gorgeous, though the video didn't capture it well. Talking about schoolwork? Mention that and the guys start nodding off. As we chatted, we inevitably circled back to one topic, military affairs. That Juju Knight shouldn't have split the 5 Spirits King's power among those 4 noobs. Even max-level characters played like crap. Cao Cao shouldn't have fought like that back then. Don't worry, the US won't start a war. But tonight's conversation has centered around one core topic. Love. So, Zhang Muyan lay in bed, listening to Su Qingxue's sweet whispers in his ear. He responded to her while intently studying the diagram. Suddenly, background music filled the dorm room. What the hell is that noise? Who am I in your eyes? Playing background music was one thing, but why the hell was she singing along? What the hell are you guys doing in the middle of the night? Zhang Muyan poked his head out from behind the bed curtain. Get lost, get lost. You with a girlfriend have no clue about the pain of love. 6. Tao Fan Tian Gang. What's going on over there? Su Qingxue asked upon hearing the singing. Why would guys be singing in the middle of the night? They think love is bitter and are venting. Zhang Muyan replied to Su Qingxue. But those two still didn't know Wan Lei was dating too? Hey, Wang Lei's keeping it a secret too? What kind of weird dorm rule is this? Never let your roommates find out you're dating. Oh. Yen Bao. Did you pack everything? Don't forget anything, Su Qingxue reminded him. Got it all. Good. Su Qingxue shifted on the bed, wrapping herself in the blanket. The rustling sound faintly reached Zhang Muyan's ears through his headphones. It was rather tempting to imagine. Swear, are you doing this on purpose? What are you doing? Zhang Muyan's eyebrow twitched. Just sleeping. Oh. Ha? Now it was Su Qingxue's turn to be confused. What's up? Why ask that out of the blue? Nothing. Just make sure you cover up so you don't catch a chill, Zhang Muyan said with concern. He just heard the rustling sound of her moving the covers through his headphones, prompting him to add that reminder. Ha? But Su Qingxue suddenly felt something was off. What did Muyan mean by that? Could he have guessed she was sleeping in the room he'd prepared for her? She abruptly sat up and protested, I didn't do anything. I was just rolling around on your bed for a bit. Ha? Zhang Muyan was completely baffled. I never said you did anything. Why are we suddenly playing dumb? Are we even on the same page here, Swear? Silence. Both sensed something was off, but Zhang Muyan clearly had the upper hand. After all, he wasn't doing anything strange. It was Swear who had clearly given herself away. Ahem, did you do something wrong? Zhang Muyan asked. Based on what he knew about Swear now, this girl was definitely up to her usual tricks behind his back. Though usually it was for his benefit, like bringing breakfast, buying clothes, upgrading his VIP status to V10, and so on. The slightly naughtier ones involved seduction. But seduction? More of a perk than a misdeed. This old pervert didn't actually dislike it. On the contrary, he kinda liked it. Ahem, it was just a bit hard to handle, tended to make him feel lightheaded. So judging by her voice on the phone just now, Swear was most likely up to no good in bed. Wait, no, that sentence just feels. And no, nothing. Su Qingxue quickly slipped on her pink slippers and scurried back to her room, feeling guilty. If Muyan ever found out about this strange little habit. Zhang Muyan with utter disgust, so this is the real you, Swear. She dared not imagine the look in Muyan's eyes. Though her own thoughts remained unchanged, desiring closeness. It was hormones screaming for more physical contact, more of his scent, more of him to make his own. But Zhang Muyan's thoughts were far different, already drifting off into outer space. Swear, you wouldn't. I didn't. Ha? Zhang Muyan inwardly groaned. Was Swear this desperate? Then as her boyfriend, shouldn't I? Wait, no. What the hell am I thinking? There's no way Swear would do something like that. Overthinking. Swear must have done something else she's too embarrassed to tell me. I could tell from the way she spoke. How could she possibly do something so bad? What am I even thinking? You're really hungry, Zhang Muyan? Fine, let's just have a couple of rounds to calm down. Ahem. After a long while, Zhang Muyan composed himself and pushed thoughts of whatever mischief Su Qingxue might have gotten into to the back of his mind. Let's get some sleep, sweetheart. Okay. Su Qingxue's face flushed bright red as she obediently replied, already tucked back into her own bed. But for some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that her own blankets just weren't as warm and cozy as his. They're all the same thing I bought. And you still want to go back. Chapter 90, Moving Day. The next day. Early in the morning, Zhang Muyan and Wang Lei both woke up. Zhang Muyan dragged his suitcase and other belongings, while Wang Lei had already gone ahead to buy props for his confession. His clumsy movements ended up waking up Old Pang and Old Wu. Old Pang, what? Old Zhang? You're really leaving? Where are you going? They hadn't taken it seriously last night and hadn't asked much, never expecting old Zhang to actually go through with it. To meet my girlfriend, Zhang Muyan replied with a smile. Ha? Your girlfriend's here? Pang Bo instantly sobered up and sat bolt upright. Wu Hao, damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? She's here and you didn't bring us to meet her? She's not here. She's over by the river, so I'm packing up to go meet her. She's bringing me back with her. Zhang Muyan blurted out a lie without hesitation. Hey, he actually does have a place near the river, Fenghuo residential area. Doesn't he go there during breaks anyway? How is this a lie? At most, it's half truth, half lie. Damn, girlfriend picking you up? So jealous. Yeah, unlike us, lugging all our stuff back ourselves. Sigh. Here we go again. Alright. I'm coming back tomorrow for the exam. Stop yapping. With that, Zhang Muyan slammed the door shut, effectively brushing off the two of them. He did need to come back for the exam, but not to stay just to take it. So he'd just make up some excuse to brush them off. He really didn't need to come up with a logically sound excuse for them. Who would be that nitpicky with their own son? Zhang Muyan pulled his suitcase along as he made his way toward Yuta residential complex. Just as he stepped out of the school gate, he spotted Swear waiting excitedly across the street. Following the same route, they returned to the elevator, and Su Qingxue wanted another hug. It had been nearly 8 hours since their last hug. She couldn't take it anymore, she desperately needed to recharge. But unfortunately, the elevator was occupied. More people got in midway, crowding between them. Wah! Su Qingxue could only stare longingly through the barrier of people. Yanba was right there, yet she couldn't reach him. But once they reached the 5th floor, everyone else got off. Su Qingxue quickly snatched him up, wishing she could take a couple more bites out of her Yanbao. Yanbao, I missed you so much. Zhang Muyan's ears flushed crimson, but he let her burrow into his embrace. He smiled and said, "It was only one night. I came over right after waking up." Not a moment wasted. Zhang Muyan still found Xue's effortless sweet talk a bit overwhelming. She was so shy at the beginning. Well, actually, Xue seemed to be perpetually in a Schrödinger state of being shy and not shy. He couldn't figure out why she was shy at times and not at others. Maybe everyone has different triggers for shyness? For phrases like "I miss you," Xue only felt shy the first time she said it. After that, she became immune and could blurt it out effortlessly. But Zhang Muyan really falls for that. Those words make his heart race just as much as when Xue applies her seduction techniques. Though what he says tends to be more innocent, so he just blushes, avoiding any truly awkward situations. "I miss you all night long." Zhang Muyan chuckled softly. Xue was just too adorable. He tightened his embrace around the softness in his arms. Ding! The elevator arrived at the floor. As before, Su Qingxue didn't let go. Zhang Muyan hobbled with her to the door and opened it with practiced ease. After placing the suitcase in the bedroom, Zhang Muyan tidied up briefly. Xue remained crouched by the doorway, watching the whole time. Zhang Muyan glanced back at her, then surveyed the entire bedroom. A peculiar feeling suddenly washed over him. That one day, he would actually be living off campus with a girl. Before this, he'd been just an ordinary college student lying around in the dorm with his roommate, occasionally playing online games, occasionally writing, occasionally grabbing a couple of beers out on the town. How had he become this ultimate lab rat who now spent every day in the lab without feeling the slightest bit tired? Moreover, he had a strong premonition that this place would be incredibly wonderful. No, not because the house itself was wonderful, but because of the person standing at the door, smiling like a blooming flower. It seemed like she wasn't the silly one in front of me, I was the one foolishly falling for her charm. Glancing at the bathroom again, towels, toothbrushes, and other toiletries were all neatly prepared. Everything he'd brought was redundant. Had she really prepared everything? Then he opened the wardrobe. 7 sets of pajamas? Why buy so many sets? Am I supposed to change colors every day? Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet? Are you cosplaying as the little Gord brothers every day? Today's Wednesday. Oh, that's Green Brother? What the hell am I doing? Bao, why did you buy so many pajama sets? Zhang Muyan pulled out one of the green ones and asked over his shoulder. Nothing much, I just thought they looked nice. Su Qingxue answered honestly. She just figured Yanbao would look adorable in them, so she bought every color. Zhang Muyan unfolded the plush pajamas. They were thick, perfect for lounging around the house in winter. But why is it a green dinosaur with a tail? Zhang Muyan pulled out another one, a blue shark, the kind that covers your head. Suddenly, he felt like laughing. Curious, what were the rest like? A red ceratopsian. A yellow kangaroo with big ears and a pouch. A gray wolf. Black and white giant pandas. And a white little sheep. Alright, let's play dress up here. I never imagined you'd be this kind of Xue. He neatly folded the clothes again. Though they could be hung in the wardrobe, Zhang Muyan returned them to their original spot. Perhaps this was Xue's deliberate choice, a little surprise for herself. Stepping out of the room, Su Qingxue instinctively clung to him again, wrapping her arms around him. She had actually returned to Zhang Muyan's room to sleep last night and felt quite content. That's why she was watching at the door to see if he noticed anything unusual. Thankfully, Muyan hadn't noticed anything, only glancing at the pajamas she'd prepared. I still need to head to school. My exams are tomorrow and the day after. Oh. You've barely arrived and you're leaving already. Her mood visibly sank. If Xue had a spiky hair on her head, it would have been perked up earlier but now lay flat. Come on, sweetie. I'm just helping Wang lay out. I'll be back right after. He's planning to confess later. Want to come watch? Ha! Wang Lei is. The guy who caught us last night, the one I told you about. Zhang Muyan ruffled her hair. How come this little head can't remember anything else? Oh, okay. What exactly are you going to help him with? Probably just tidying up the scene for him. I'll be back soon, then spend the afternoon studying at home. Zhang Muyan actually needed to drop by the phone shop to get his phone fixed, but he deliberately left that part out. If he mentioned it, Xue would surely start clamoring to buy something. Oh, okay. When will you be back? Hearing that her Yan was going, she figured she could stay home alone without issue. She'd go along too, it'd be like keeping an eye on Yan. Not sure yet. He hasn't messaged me. Maybe by then he won't need my help and can handle it himself. I do know the location though. Building 12, first floor. Chapter 91, Breakfast Interaction. Aren't you definitely going? Su Qingxue couldn't care less about those details. The crucial question was whether Zhang Muyan would attend. I will. Definitely. If he needs help, I'll be right there. If not, no big deal. Just showing up counts. Alright then, I'll go too. Alright. After that. Gulp. Ha! Su Qingxue was still holding Zhang Muyan when she suddenly felt vibrations emanating from his stomach. She smiled and looked up at her little treasure. Her gaze met Zhang Muyan's slightly embarrassed look. The little one turned his head in a proud yet shy manner. Swear, I'm hungry. His stomach was already growling loudly. Su Qingxue giggled softly, then released her arms from around Zhang Muyan's waist. I'll go make you a bowl of noodles. Though she couldn't cook anything fancy, she knew how to make noodles. Even as a young lady, she handled many daily chores herself. So, don't misunderstand our Schwer, okay? Our Schwer is still the type who can grace the drawing room and work the kitchen. As for why Zhang Muyan suddenly changed his style of speaking and acted out of character, it was simply because he'd exposed such an awkward side of himself in front of the girl he liked, so he resorted to tsundere behavior to cover it up. This, in fact, was entirely consistent with his persona. Zhang Muyan, I'm so embarrassed. Schwer laughed at me, wah. Before long, Su Qingxue carried over a bowl of freshly cooked noodles topped with 2 fried eggs. She sat across from Zhang Muyan with a warm smile, propping her chin on her hands. Honey, eat up. Watching the person she liked devour everything she'd made held a strange magic. It just made her feel incredibly happy and fulfilled. Zhang Muyan didn't hold back, shoveling in big bites one after another. So embarrassing. I'm eating like a pig. Have you eaten? Halfway through his meal, Zhang Muyan suddenly remembered to ask. It was something ingrained in her bones whether she was eating or just holding food. Whenever she encountered someone she knew, she'd ask, have you eaten yet, or want a bite? The other person would wave them off, saying they'd already eaten or politely decline. No. Su Qingxue blinked twice. Ha? Schwer, why aren't you following the script? Shouldn't it be, I've eaten, sweetie, you should have some? Zhang Muyan asked again, you haven't eaten? Su Qingxue nodded. Then why did you only cook one bowl? Zhang Muyan instinctively shielded his bowl with his hand while chewing noodles. No hidden meaning. Zhang Muyan was just a bit protective of his food. No, the point is she could have made 2 bowls but deliberately made just one. Su Qingxue giggled. How could she forget that her Yanbao hadn't eaten breakfast? She'd already figured out on the way that Yanbao probably hadn't eaten breakfast. After all, before they were together, he'd said he never ate breakfast. She'd always been the one feeding him, except on days when he had an 8 a.m. class and she couldn't feed him. So, everything was according to plan. Cooking just one bowl on purpose. And so, it was time to reel him in. Yanbao. Yanbao, I'm hungry. Su Qingxue mimicked Zhang Muyan's spoiled tone, switching to her own pleading voice as she looked at him pitifully. Ha? Zhang Muyan, you did that on purpose. Su Qingxue puffed out her cheeks. Ha, no denial? She admitted it? Still trying to be cute. A Sigma male like me would never fall for a woman's trap. No. The next second, Yanbao hungry. Put. Alright. I'll give you one bite. Where's my Sigma man? He didn't even last a second? Not even a second? Hee, Yan's the best ah. Su Qingxue giggled triumphantly, then obediently leaned in, opening her little mouth. Zhang Muyan picked up a small portion with his chopsticks and brought it to her mouth. Halfway there, Zhang Muyan suddenly said, forget it. Just grab a bowl. I'll serve you some. Ha? Seeing the chopsticks hovering just inches from her lips, Su Qingxue quickly shook her head in refusal, holding up one finger. She wanted this bite and only this bite. No, just one bite is enough. Ha? Just one bite? A barely perceptible smile touched the corner of Zhang Muyan's lips. Could he still not understand what his Schwer was thinking? No way. As a Sigma man, he countered her move in an instant. Su Qingxue nodded vigorously, insisting it was just one bite. Forget it, just get a bowl. Eat more, one bite won't be enough. Hey! Yanbao. Su Qingxue put on a pitiful expression and started acting cute. Zhang Muyan fought back the urge to laugh. Ha, stinky Schwer, always trying to manipulate me? Now I've got you in my grasp. He continued calmly, what's wrong? Is the bowl not good enough? Su Qingxue snapped out of it. Yanbao, you're picking on me. Ha? That's cheating. She's playing the victim. Well, you know I just wanted to eat from your bowl. Su Qingxue laid her cards on the table, then gently grabbed Zhang Muyan's right hand and shook it. Damn it, she's just taking advantage of being a beauty to act however she wants, right? How dare she? When will we men ever stop being charmed by beautiful women? I certainly can't resist. I'll leave it to the next generation. Zhang Muyan, ah. Su Qingxue flashed a triumphant smile, understanding Zhang Muyan's meaning. She opened her cherry red lips again, ah. Then Zhang Muyan fed her a small chopstick full of noodles. But since they were noodles, he moved the bowl closer so she could catch them. After slurping it down, Su Qingxue tilted her chin up in satisfaction and leaned closer to Zhang Muyan. What? Zhang Muyan frowned, watching this mischievous little girl. Another new trait unlocked, Snowy. You're drifting further and further from your aloof persona. Su Qingxue, you eat. Of course I'll eat it. A question mark hovered over Zhang Muyan's head as he took another big bite. Su Qingxue's eyes crinkled with a smile, her cheeks slowly flushing. He unlocked another indirect kissing method with Yanbao. Su Qingxue, eating eggs, baby. Eating it. Zhang Muyan picked up another fried egg and took a bite. The yolk was half cooked and half liquid, his favorite runny yolk style. Su Qingxue knew this too. She'd specifically learned how to make it, sacrificing hundreds of fresh eggs before finally mastering the technique. Poor things, how long would it take for the pigeons to lay that many fresh eggs again? Of course, Su Qingxue didn't waste them. She gave them all away to others. If you asked who, well, it was definitely the servants at home and such. After all, every time Su Qingxue discovered a dish she liked, she would go out of her way to learn how to make it. Which meant the household would endure another round of torment. That's precisely why the first meal she brought him happened to be exactly what Zhang Muyan loved. Ah! Seeing Zhang Muyan take a bite of the soft-boiled egg, Su Qingxue felt her heart skip a beat again. Zhang Muyan flinched. Again? Well, my uncle spoils you, doesn't he? Then he instinctively picked up another soft-boiled egg and offered it to her. Not this one. Su Qingxue closed her mouth. I want that one. Which one? That one. The one you bit into. Chapter 92, Schwer, the slightly perverted one. Bao, don't be like that. Zhang Muyan still had the corners of his mouth turned down, smiling with pursed lips. What a kink, insisting on eating what she'd already eaten, covering her face and laughing. It tastes better when you've bitten it. Su Qingxue said without a hint of shyness. We've already eaten it so many times, what's one more? Zhang Muyan shook his head. Just one last bite, okay? Don't try any tricks on me. Su Qingxue nodded. Zhang Muyan picked up the soft-boiled egg he'd bitten into, still mostly intact, its runny yolk oozing out, and fed it to her with his hand. Su Qingxue opened her mouth, caught it swiftly, and aligned it with the direction the runny yolk was flowing, the very spot Zhang Muyan had bitten. She took a satisfied bite. As her small mouth withdrew, her tongue swiftly retracted, leaving a smooth trail of egg yolk that dripped onto Zhang Muyan's waiting hand. Zhang Muyan instantly flushed and felt his heart race. Wait, Schwer, what are you doing? Stop it. The next second, Su Qingxue grabbed Zhang Muyan's egg-dripping hand and brought it close to her mouth. She gently licked it clean. Put. The warm, slippery sensation from her tongue sent a wave of tingling through Zhang Muyan's entire body the moment their skin touched. He instantly pulled his hand back. His face was filled with disbelief. Wait, Schwer? You pervert. Su Qingxue narrowed her eyes with a smirk, clearly amused by Zhang Muyan's stunned expression. She feigned ignorance. What's wrong? Zhang Muyan replied in a tone that was both bewildered and utterly shocked. You're a freak. He promptly returned the egg to the bowl, wiped the egg white from his hands with a napkin, and swiftly finished the remaining noodles in his bowl. He didn't reprimand Su Qingxue at all. Su Qingxue pursed her lips and watched him smile, observing his flustered and stunned expression. She did it on purpose, wanting to tease him some more. But at the same time, she didn't mind doing it. She didn't think her yuanbao was disgusting. So what if she licked it? Besides, egg yolk was perfectly edible. Wasn't it perfectly normal to lick it clean? Normal my ass. What kind of girlfriend licks her boyfriend's hand first thing in the morning? Zhang Muyan buried his head in his noodles, occasionally glancing up to give the pervy girl in front of him a reproachful look. But he wasn't repulsed. He was even a little pleased. Who wouldn't be pleased by something like this? After all, it was his own adorable girlfriend. It was just that Schwer's sudden, slightly perverted behavior had thrown him off. It was like that scene in some anime where the female lead suddenly starts licking the male lead's fingers while he's feeding her. Ahem, I won't name the anime here, but it's something I'd only seen in cartoons. Now it's broken through the dimensional barrier and appeared before me. Shocked as I was, I couldn't handle it. It felt so intense. Her tongue was soft, warm, and slippery. Just that brief touch on his palm left a profound impression. Kissing must feel incredible. Seeing Zhang Muyan ignore her again, Su Qingxue resorted to her pitiful gaze, staring at him persistently, then deployed her flirtatious charm as her default move. Yanbao, I'm poking you. Yanbao, I like you. Yanbao, don't be mad, okay? I'll let you lick it back, alright? Ha? What's going on? Why do you always say things that are so easy to take out of context, Schwer? Ignoring her again, Zhang Muyan quickly finished his food in a few bites. He then looked up and shot another reproachful glance at the pitiful-looking Schwer before him. Her lips were pressed tightly together, slightly pouting, her eyes brimming with hurt. Her hands folded together, she lay there staring at him. She looked utterly pitiful and adorable. But she looked like she was about to cry. Damn, his heart skipped a beat. Cry? He'd never made a girl cry in his entire life. And this was a girl he liked. Zhang Muyan instantly lost his composure. Hey, Schwer, I'm not angry. Su Qingxue feigned even more hurt. Hey, stop it, Schwer. If you shed even a single tear, I'll probably wake up in the middle of the night slapping myself, cursing, damn it, I deserve to die. What's wrong with letting you lick my hand? You're going to make me feel guilty to death, Schwer. Zhang Muyan walked over and crouched beside Su Qingxue. She obediently turned to face him, her eyes blinking steadily without a word. Zhang Muyan gently rubbed her cheek. I'm not angry. It was my fault. I just didn't think it through at the time. Really? Then lick it back. Su Qingxue extended her small hand, slowly opening her palm white and tempting. Wait, Schwer, do we really need to obsess over this licking business first thing in the morning? What kind of shame play is this? Is it necessary? Zhang Muyan still hoped to find a second option. It wasn't that Zhang Muyan was disgusted, but he feared exposing his own rusty, inexperienced side. Besides, if this got addictive, it could easily lead to dry kindling igniting fiercely, then accidental sparks flying, and then... I washed my hands. Su Qingxue thought Zhang Muyan was disgusted by her dirty hands. This isn't about whether you washed your hands or not. Besides, where could your hands possibly be dirty? They're so white. Well. Truth be told, she wasn't exactly immune to temptation either. She'd been holding back on things like kissing Schwer, so licking was no big deal. Go for it. The following scene contains explicit content and will not be described in detail here. Su Qingxue sat on the sofa, her face flushed crimson. She stretched out both legs, toes pressed together, fidgeting awkwardly, looking incredibly shy. Zhang Muyan quickly rinsed a bowl, stepped out of the kitchen, and glanced back at Schwer on the sofa. I'm heading out now, Schwer. Okay. That tone of voice was a sure sign she'd been coaxed into a good mood. Her voice had become high-pitched and cheerful, like an invisible little tail wagging, making it easy to gauge her mood. Zhang Muyan approached Su Qingxue again, gently squeezing her hand. Only then did he turn to leave. This time, Su Qingxue didn't follow him out. After all, they'd see each other again soon. But the main reason was, just now, her yenbo had been so gentle. The sensation lingered in her palm. So that was what that strange feeling felt like. Schwer, what are you thinking about that could cause misunderstandings? Stop daydreaming. Zhang Muyan didn't lick. Earlier, Zhang Muyan had merely placed her hands on his face, then used that same shameful method to act spoiled. Due to Zhang Muyan's personal wishes, the author skipped describing this part. Mainly, his pouting was embarrassingly over the top, even more cringe-worthy than when he'd act like that with his mom as a kid. That holy beep kind of thing. 10 p.m., Building 12, Girls' Dormitory. Zhang Muyan and passersby had already gathered here, naturally because Wang Lei stood at the center of the crowd. A row of heart-shaped stuffed animals lay scattered on the ground, arranged into a heart shape. In his hands, he held a small bouquet of flowers, not roses, at least. White ones, they looked prettier than roses. Since it wasn't nighttime, he couldn't arrange heart-shaped candles. After much thought, the only thing he knew for certain was that Long Huan adored dolls. The kind who couldn't sleep without hugging one. So, taking Zhang Muyan's suggestion, he dashed out early that morning to buy supplies. This guy really got things done fast. What's going on? Wu Hao and Pang Bo arrived later, completely bewildered. They steadied Zhang Muyan, who had arrived ahead of them, and asked. Chapter 93, Wang Lei's Confession. What's old Wang up to? Suddenly confessing? Pulling something big behind our backs? Zhang Muyan, didn't you ask him? Ask what? Zhang Muyan frowned. These two still didn't know at this point? Didn't old Wu see him getting pretty close with that girl named Xia Han last time? Hasn't Xia Han told him anything yet? As for old Peng, he'd been eyeing Su Nianru, yet she hadn't mentioned Wang Lei to him either. Had Wang Lei tipped off the girls in their dorm beforehand? It made sense. With so many people crowding the balcony now, the noise was deafening. The girls hadn't come out yet. Wang Lei must have told Su Nianru to keep them occupied inside, saving the surprise for later. Nice play, Lei. Zhang Muyan, it's obvious it's that girl who stood next to Lei last time. Wu Hao, holy crap. Pang Bo, is Lei really going for it? You bet he is. He's been keeping it from you two for ages. Though I'm in on it too, no need to mention the second brother. Wu Hao, Xia Han never mentioned it to me either. Pang Bo, me neither. Wu Hao. What do you mean me neither? Then when are you going to be like Lei Zi? Zhang Muyan teased Wu Hao. Why not tease Pang Bo? Let's just say the chances are slim. Old Peng hasn't quite reached the level where he can be teased yet. After all, over time, those with potential always show some signs. Take Wang Lei, for instance. He'd come home late just like me more than once, or I'd have no clue what he was up to privately, though I knew he was up to something. As for Wu Hao, I've heard girls' voices through his headphones more than once. Even though he's a gaming nerd, the frequency makes it feel a bit off. As for old Peng at the dog sitting table, still the same slacker every day, no changes. Pitiful. Hey, cut it out. Am I the kind of backstabbing scumbag like Wang Lei? We agreed to stay single together, so we're staying single together. I'd never be a traitorous dog who betrays his brothers. Wu Hao declared with unwavering conviction. Wang Lei, that's some choice language. Zhang Muyan, don't worry, I got cursed it too. Just wait, it's only a matter of time before he turns into a dog. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Peng Bo, usually, people who talk like that are the first to abandon their brothers when trouble hits. Wu Hao. Why does old Peng keep tripping over his words today? What's going on? Are you and old Peng at odds today? As the conversation continued, Wang Lei spoke up. Zhang Muyan quickly interjected, cut it out, cut it out. Just follow Lei's lead. Wu Hao, huh? What? Did Lei assign us a task? Peng Bo, how come you seem to know this before us? Zhang Muyan wiped his brow, don't sweat the details. Just help Lei out first. If Long Huan comes out later, we'll play some background music. If she doesn't, we'll just shout a few cheers. Act like paid commenters? What else is there to do? Damn, suddenly my stomach feels a bit off. Deal. Lei Zi's buying dinner. Need me to find 2 more loudspeakers to shout with? Damn, that face-changing skill is on par with mine. Moments later, Su Qingxue pretended to pass by and joined the crowd. People glanced curiously at her before shifting their focus back to Wang Lei at the center of the scene. So the campus beauties here to watch the show too? What are you talking about? Everyone's got curiosity. Hey, old Zhang, look. You're the only one who hasn't seen Su Qingxue before. Wu Hao quickly chimed in as the loyal buddy. Huh? Didn't the art school finish their exams a couple days ago? Peng Bo asked. Then they probably haven't left yet. Old Zhang, what do you think? Pretty good, huh? Yeah, pretty. Zhang Muyan nodded, arms crossed, looking quite satisfied. That's exactly the reaction I wanted. I love hearing that. How about I get you her contact info? Wu Hao teased Zhang Muyan. No need for that. Zhang Muyan made a dismissive gesture. He knew Wu Hao was joking, but you never knew this guy might actually pull something like that off. After all, not long after school started, he'd embarrassed all 3 of us dorm mates by printing out our QR codes, mine, Wang Lei's, and Peng Bo's, and handing out flyers under the girls' dorm. Hey, take a look, folks. My roommate's been single for 18 years, poor guy. And damn it, he actually did it. Besides, why would he need contact info for Schwerer? Thinking about confronting Wu Hao during winter break, Zhang Muyan could almost picture the look on his face. Zhang Muyan, meet Su Qingxue, my girlfriend. Wu Hao, huh? Cat-like expression of utter shock. Su Qingxue was still looking around frantically for her yenbao. Then Wang Lei began the ceremony, shouting toward the balcony, Long Huan, I like you. Onlookers and the girl who ran to the balcony upstairs, ooh. Then he walked toward the balcony holding that bouquet of unidentified white flowers. Huh? Is he being this direct? Just like that? As Wang Lei finished speaking and headed toward the balcony, the girl inside couldn't hold back any longer. She pulled back the curtains and stepped out. After that, it was hard to hear what Wang Lei was saying. He was too far away. I thought he'd need to give some long speech like on TV blah 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 about all the reasons he likes her before she'd be moved enough to come out. Turns out one sentence was all it took. Damn, now we're the fools. But then again, when you truly like someone, there aren't all these weird inhibitions. Just hearing their voice makes your body react before your brain even catches up. Some random bystander started the chant and the crowd followed. Woo. Ha? Did Wang Lei hire some other troll army? Don't you trust me? Wang Lei tilted his head back, offering the flowers to Long Huan. I know we have a lot of issues. Maybe we're not meant for each other. But I think time will give us the answers. We don't need much from each other. I just want you to know that when you need me, I'll be right by your side. Long Huan pursed her lips. Copied from the internet, right? Not very sincere. Ha? Wang Lei scratched his head. But I'm serious. You know I'm not good with words. All I can say is, I like you. Long Huan finally accepted the flowers with a faint smile as the surrounding cheers reached a crescendo. Together. 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 Ha? Is that it? Should we play some background music? She hadn't received Wang Lei's instructions yet. Long Huan blushed as she looked at the flowers, the white paper daffodils she'd mentioned earlier. Their scent had faded considerably. Not as stinky anymore. I was just joking around. How could this guy use stinky flowers to confess? Ugh. But he really did put effort into it, remembering a joke I made. Back then, we'd gone out for snail noodles together. Since I loved snail noodles so much, I'd blurted out that I liked white paper daffodils because, like snail noodles, they were both stinky. One smells good while eating, the other looks beautiful. But then he added, you happen to have both. Long Huan thought about it and grew even more embarrassed. How had she responded to him back then? Who says it smells good? What nonsense are you talking about? But deep down, she knew exactly what he meant. She glanced at the dolls he'd arranged behind him, obviously hastily gathered, a motley assortment of all shapes and sizes. Just 2 days of quiet. Does he miss me that much? Chapter 94, Successful Confession. Huan, come out, will you? You left at noon. Wang Lei continued. Lan Huanhuan glanced at Wang Lei, then at the crowd jeering around them, noticing even Su Qingxue had arrived. Ah, so many people, so embarrassing. Okay, I got it. Just wait a moment, Lan Huanhuan whispered softly. Wang Lei's eyes lit up. He quickly glanced at Zhang Muyan, then hurriedly agreed, okay. Zhang Muyan, hurry up, hurry up. Wang Lei gave the signal. Wu Hao immediately hit play on the speakers. BGM, come on, today is A. The entire crowd burst into laughter. What the hell? Wrong track, you bastard. Hey, why is this music playing? Reload it immediately. BGM, I can't find a good reason. Go stop all this intimacy. Ah, that's better. Zhang Muyan nodded in satisfaction, then waited for the girl to arrive. Lan Huanhuan's dorm room was right by the exit, so leaving through the balcony and circling back was just a few steps. The speakers were loud enough for her to hear everything. Wang Lei moved toward their dorm's main entrance, and Zhang Muyan quickly grabbed Wu Hao and Peng Bo, lugging the speakers along to follow. Honestly, it felt pretty rewarding. Zhang Muyan wore an excited look. Glancing at Wu Hao and Peng Bo, he saw their faces equally lit up with excitement, the kind that made them grit their teeth. It was clear they were genuinely happy for Wang Lei. Not a trace of jealousy. If they were truly jealous, they wouldn't be following Zhang Muyan to carry the speakers. But as they rounded the corner, Zhang Muyan caught Schwer's gaze fixed on him with a gentle smile. He returned it. Su Qingxue couldn't understand the dynamics of male friendships. One moment they'd discourage each other from dating, the next they'd help each other chase girls. She had clearly heard them cursing her during her earlier phone call with Muyan. You damn Yanbao, you deserve to die. The curses were so vicious, you could tell they were gritting their teeth even through the phone. It didn't sound staged. She was afraid her Yanbao might get bullied or something. As for today's confession, she didn't dwell on it much, but she was genuinely happy that Yanbao's roommate seemed to have succeeded. She could empathize with that joyful feeling. After all, when she first gained Yanbao's tacit approval, that emotion was probably a once-in-a-lifetime experience. But now, she no longer envies such things. As long as Yanbao grows fonder of her, none of these rituals matter. If possible, she just hoped Yanbao would kiss her more often. They arrived beside the main gate. The crowd continued to gawk, while girls from both floors of the dormitory emerged from their rooms like curious little ones. Lan Huanhuan, usually a lively and cheerful girl, seemed unusually bashful today. She kept her head bowed, her hands fidgeting uncomfortably as she stood before Wang Lei. Su Nianro and Xiahan, who were with Zhang Muyan and the others, also rushed out of their dorm and sat on the steps near the entrance to watch the show up close. Su Nianro, oh my gosh, Hanin, this drama is juicy. Xiahan nodded and smiled in agreement. Until last night, Su Nianro hadn't imagined Wang Lei would pull this stunt. She had only advised Huanhuan to try putting herself in Wang Lei's shoes more. After all, from Wang Lei's perspective, his actions seemed perfectly normal, and he hadn't committed any serious wrongdoing. Long Huanhuan understood this too, but she still felt uneasy. She feared Wang Lei might be just like her ex. Her previous boyfriend had been someone she'd met during military training after the semester started. During the National Day holiday, she'd excitedly gone to surprise him, only to walk in on him chatting with another girl. She tried to reassure herself it was nothing, just chatting, but she still felt jealous. When she confronted him, his response was impatient. We're just chatting normally, what are you jealous about? Seeing him so rational and righteous, she felt guilty. Maybe he was telling the truth. The next day, it was the same girl again. From a distance, he shook off her hand and walked over to greet her. Senior, what a coincidence. Exactly like the day with Wang Lei. As for what happened next, it unfolded quite naturally. If the water from the faucet fluctuates between hot and cold, it means someone else is using it. So when she messaged him and got read receipts without replies, it wasn't long before she received the breakup notice. She told everyone they'd parted amicably, but only confided in Wang Lei that she'd actually been dumped. But what could she do? She couldn't compete with the other woman. Just like he'd said when breaking up with her, are you going to stop me from pursuing someone better? Give me a hug. Give us a hug. Seeing the two stand together without moving, the crowd began to cheer. Wu Hao, however, bellowed, kiss. Kiss. Zhang Muyan quickly covered Wu Hao's mouth, but it was too late. The surrounding crowd instantly caught on to the new chant, kiss. 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 Damn. This guy has no sense of timing whatsoever. They just made up why kiss. A hug would have been fine. And kissing in front of all these people? So embarrassing. Zhang Muyan shot Wu Hao a glare. She couldn't even imagine what would happen if this guy started egging her on. Show some restraint, you idiot. Wu Hao hadn't caught on yet. After getting glared at by Zhang Muyan, he shrugged sulkily and stopped shouting. Zhang Muyan released his lips, tilted his head, and nudged Peng Bo with his chin. Can't you be more like old Pang and save me the trouble? Only then did Zhang Muyan notice the empty space beside him. Ha? Where's old Pang? There. Wu Hao pointed ahead, toward a tree directly in front of Wang Lei. Peng Bo was putting on his signature sleazy expression, rubbing his hands together like a fly, performing a pathetic attempt at being a man, trying to break Wang Lei's technique right then and there. Zhang Muyan froze solid on the spot, nearly spitting blood. Because Wang Lei had walked ahead to greet the girl, Zhang Muyan and the others were carrying the speakers behind him, naturally with their backs to him. That meant they were now facing the very backs of Wang Lei and Long Huan, immersed in their tender moment. That old Pang. Wang Lei had noticed the idiot across from him, but at this moment, his heart was as still as water. Trying to mess with my mind? Dream on. Putting his wife first was his top priority. My wife is heaven, my wife is earth. If she says east, I'd never go west. Damn it all. Wang Lei, I'll walk you out at noon, okay? Long Huan's wide eyes glanced up at the silly goose before her, then curved into a smile. Okay. With that, Long Huan stepped forward and threw herself into Wang Lei's arms. Why overthink it? He was Wang Lei, not him. At least this man was willing to acknowledge her in front of so many people, willing to risk rejection. Then, Long Huan felt his hand gently cradle the back of her head, pulling her closer. The onlookers cheered and clapped. Wow. Chapter 95, Victory Celebration. Wang Lei's matter was finally settled. After seeing Long Huan off on the high-speed train at noon, the group headed to a restaurant for a small celebratory meal. Xia Han and Su Nianru were also present. Since they wouldn't be leaving until the afternoon, it was only natural to invite them to this meal after all. They were both instrumental in delaying the situation and thus deserving of recognition. Wang Lei, thanks, Sister Su Nianru, for helping me out big time. Wang Lei raised his glass in a toast to Su Nianru. Su Nianru clinked glasses with him and joked, "You're telling me." Huan kept asking to use the bathroom this morning, but I wouldn't let her. Xia Han chimed in, "That's why you wouldn't let Huan go to the balcony this morning." I see. The group burst into laughter. Turns out Xia Han hadn't known about this either. Wu Hao felt a surge of relief. Exactly, if she'd known, how could she not have told me? Wang Lei was undoubtedly the happiest person today. Not only had he resolved the minor conflict between the two, but he had also learned about her past and helped her untangle the knot in her heart. All thanks to old Zhang's confession plan. It had allowed him and Huan to take their relationship to the next level. Thanks, old Zhang. I owe you one. But, Wang Lei, where's old Zhang? Not coming to the victory banquet? Wu Hao, no idea. Probably went back to the riverbank to find his wife. Pang Bo, yeah, probably. Su Nianru froze instantly, her hand holding the wine glass suspended mid-air. What? Zhang Muyan has a girlfriend? She saw him in the lab every day. How could he have a girlfriend? Wang Lei nodded. Right, he had Su Qingxue. He wouldn't bring her along to drink with the guys. Seriously, once you get a girlfriend, you forget about your bros. Next time he joins us for drinks, I'll make sure to pour him a couple extra shots. Su Nianru, wait, did you just say Zhang Muyan has a girlfriend? Huh? You didn't know? Pang Bo, didn't he say she was an old classmate? We thought it might be you. An old classmate? Su Nianru was stunned. There were only so many high school classmates. Who else could have that kind of connection with Zhang Muyan? It definitely wasn't her own Xin. That guy now spent 8 out of every 10 sentences chatting with her about Zhang Muyan. Well, if you don't know, then we definitely don't either. Su Nianru was dumbfounded. She recalled Zhang Muyan mentioning having a crush on someone half a month ago. She hadn't believed him then, assuming it was just an excuse. But now, maybe it was true? Oh no, Xian. Our home is gone. You still haven't told us when did this happen? Playing dirty behind our backs? Wu Hao picked up his glass and gestured to Wang Lei. Wang Lei gave a symbolic clink before downing his drink in one gulp, his smile never leaving his face. Spit it out already, laughing all you want. Pang Bo joined in the laughter, then refilled Wang Lei's glass. That day, man. The mixer. Old Wu, you're kidding me? Pang Bo, oh, so you two hit it off that day. Wu Hao, so you started pursuing her that day? Wang Lei, what? We both asked her out, right? Then we just kept chatting. Chatting led to going out for meals, and then I started bringing her breakfast milk tea and stuff. Holy crap, you move that fast? Of course. Joking aside, you should see my charm. What about you, old Wu? Wang Lei flashed a lecherous grin, stealing glances at Xia Han beside him. What's going on between you two? Pang Bo was baffled, huh? What's going on, old Wu? You're screwing with your bro too? Cut it out. What am I? Just playing games normally with her. How dare you ask? I tell you everything, but you don't tell me? What's that about? Wu Hao stood up and rolled up his sleeves. Pang Bo's mouth fell open, eyes wide. Oh no. Are you all backstabbing me? So now I'm the only one left? Wang Lei shot him a knowing look and said, he's been gaming with some girl every day. Didn't you notice, old Pang? Pang Bo, holy, you didn't tell me she was your sister? Wang Lei grabbed his wineglass like a microphone. She's just my little sister. You bastard. Wu Hao lunged forward, grabbing his throat. Pang Bo stood there utterly flustered. Damn beast, you beast. She's right here, you bastard. Cut it out. Wu Hao whispered into Wang Lei's ear while maintaining the chokehold. Wang Lei gave a smile to signal he understood. Then, as Wu Hao released his grip, he murmured to Pang Bo, "Old Pang, you forgot how he talked when we played games together. Have you heard him curse anyone lately?" Old Pang was flustered again. With that, he stepped forward and applied a chokehold on Wu Hao. Then Wu Hao went for Wang Lei's throat. The three of them were like monkeys, each choking the other, trying to make their subordinates stick out their tongues. Thank goodness Zhang Muyan wasn't here. Otherwise, seeing these three idiots in front of the two girls, all he could do was shake his head. How could these guys ever find girlfriends? Seriously, does that even make sense? Zhang Muyan emerged from the phone repair shop with his device fixed, then headed straight for home. He'd already told Su Qingxue to go home first, promising he'd be back soon. Su Qingxue understood that Wang Lei might have confessed successfully, and the guys probably wanted to celebrate or something. So she said understandingly, "Alright, come back soon." Though she was clingy, she would never deprive Zhang Muyan of his freedom. On the way, Zhang Muyan received a call from an unknown number. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Muyan?" A unfamiliar female voice sounded on the other end. "Oh, yes, it's me. Who's this?" "I'm the owner of the car." Thank you so much. Without you, I don't know how long it would have taken to find my car." The voice on the other end sounded genuinely excited. Zhang Muyan suddenly realized it was the thief from that day. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a coincidence. Glad it's back. Did they catch them?" Yeah. I just picked it up from the police station today. They told me it was all thanks to you and gave me your number." "Ah, no problem. It was nothing. I don't know how to thank you. Let me treat you to a meal. Do you have time?" "Ah, no need. I told you it was just something I happened to do. I'm pretty busy lately, so let's skip it. Really, no need to thank me. I have exams tomorrow and experiments to prepare for. I'm swamped. If I had the time, I'd rather spend it cuddling my Snowy." "Ah, alright. I really do appreciate it. How about I add you on WeChat? Maybe you can let me know when you have time?" Honestly, no need. Don't. Zhang Muyan cut himself off mid-sentence. The other person was extremely enthusiastic. "No, you have to let me thank you properly. After all, you did me a huge favor. I'll add you on WeChat and you can let me know next time you're free." Zhang Muyan sighed. Fine. She was so persistent. Fine, he'd just find an excuse not to later. Back home, Su Qingxue heard the door open. Like a bored house cat perking up at the sound of its owner returning, she instantly sprang to life. She hopped down from the balcony and bounded toward the entrance. The moment she saw Muyan, her eyes lit up. "Yen Bao." She opened her arms and lunged toward Zhang Muyan. Zhang Muyan caught her carefully, turned to close the door, then patted her head affectionately. "Did you cook like a good girl? Aunt Xiu already made it." "Ha? Aunt Xiu came?" Chapter 96, The Spoiled Yen Bao. Zhang Muyan instantly stiffened. This was his first time meeting anyone from Xuer's side. Up until now, neither had met the other's family members, though they both knew a bit about each other's home situations. This Aunt Xiu was Xuer's longtime housekeeper, so she naturally knew Xuer's parents too. By that logic, she was practically a half-elder to Xuer. So this meant he was about to meet the parents? Damn. He quickly adjusted his hair, gently pushed Xuer aside, and straightened his clothes. He needed to make a good impression on Aunt Xiu. Hope she'll put in a good word for me when I meet Xuer's parents. Then she vanished from Xuer's sight in an instant and headed toward the kitchen. Su Qingxue felt the warmth of her precious bundle vanish from her arms, her hands clutching at thin air. "Ha? Where's my big Yenbao?" She turned around and saw Yenbao already heading toward the kitchen. Why is Aunt Xiu more eager to see him than I am? You little stinker, Yenbao. In the kitchen, Zhang Muyan saw a woman of about 60, dressed plainly but with an air of grace that belied her age. She radiated an air of reliability and competence, entirely different from the down-to-earth feel of a traditional housekeeper. Her deliberate, unhurried movements conveyed a sense of dependable competence and complete control. Even with 3 pots steaming away simultaneously, she remained utterly composed. Was this the power of a top-tier nanny? Just her posture alone radiated formidable strength. Zhang Muyan stepped forward and greeted her humbly. "Hello, Auntie." Aunt Xiu turned with a kind smile. "So you're Xiao Yan?" Zhang Muyan nodded with a smile. Meeting the parents for the first time, he was incredibly nervous and stammered, "Yes, ma'am. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Please, no." With all 3 pots steaming and the air thick with cooking aromas, what possible contribution could he possibly make? Nothing. Just go keep Xiao Shui company. It won't be much longer. Aunt Xiu scanned Zhang Muyan from head to toe with her eyes, then spoke gently without any discernible emotion. "Oh, okay, thanks, Auntie." Zhang Muyan completed his greeting duty, hurriedly exited the kitchen and let out a heavy sigh. Damn, that was nerve-wracking. Just being a nanny felt overwhelmingly stressful. And the way Aunt Xiu looked at him just now. Wow, that gaze that scrutinized me from head to toe was terrifying. It gave me goosebumps all over. He turned around and saw Shuer standing in the middle of the living room, watching him with a slight pout on her lips. Zhang Muyan hurried over. Shuer, my lifeline. Only after grabbing hold of Su Qingxue, his lifeline, did Zhang Muyan finally begin to recover. Su Qingxue patted him gently. What's wrong? Aunt Xiao is perfectly fine. You don't need to be so tense. Still nervous, sniffle. Su Qingxue beamed, it's okay, sweetie. Aunt Xiao is really nice. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invited her over. Now that someone was home, Zhang Muyan instantly turned into the clingy one. He looked up at Su Qingxue, pouting, Zundu? Yes, dear. Su Qingxue watched this little one, who was so much older than her, display such a dependent expression for the first time in front of her. It felt like a role reversal. Yan Bao was just too adorable. I'm still scared, Zhang Muyan murmured with a smile, though it wasn't fear, just nervousness. Don't be scared, I'm here. Su Qingxue also smiled with pursed lips, then reached out to stroke her Yan Bao's head. Allowing Su Qingxue to stroke his head, Zhang Muyan now clung to her like glue. It felt like visiting his future mother-in-law's house where he knew no one and could only trail behind his girlfriend. Hearing Su Qingxue's gentle reassurance, his heart instantly warmed with happiness. Wah? When is Aunt Xiao leaving? Huh? Aunt Xiao hasn't even eaten yet and you want her to leave already? Su Qingxue stifled a laugh. Was Yan Bao really that scared? Aunt Xiao wasn't going to eat anyone. She'll leave after finishing her meal and tidying up. Aunt Xiao's rushing downstairs to play cards. Oh. Huh? That's great, she can be your housekeeper and still go play cards? Seeing the disbelief in Zhang Muyan's eyes, Su Qingxue explained, didn't I tell you before? Aunt Xiao retired ages ago. She just insisted on coming along to look after me. She gets bored, so she goes downstairs to play cards with people for fun. She's even got her own little circle of friends now. Oh, I see. Zhang Muyan nodded in understanding, then chuckled. She even has her own little circle of friends, huh? Seeing that dinner wouldn't be ready for a while yet, Su Qingxue pulled Zhang Muyan toward the inner bedroom, leading him into her private quarters. Zhang Muyan obediently followed, completely lacking any initiative. It was his first time entering a girl's room, his sisters didn't count. It wasn't a big deal, though. He'd already peeked at the door during his first visit. Both bedrooms shared the same decor style, but perhaps because this was Shuer's room, it seemed to spark a stronger urge to explore? A faint fragrance permeated the entire space, that same delicate scent from Shuer's body, utterly intoxicating. Zhang Muyan curiously surveyed the entire room, mentally comparing it to his own as if playing a game of spot the difference. Shuer's bed was white, while mine was a black set. Shuer has a vanity table, while mine holds my computer. Shuer has an extra walk-in closet. Shuer has so many clothes. Shuer's pink. Ahem. Su Qingxue picked up a gift bag from beside the bed, not noticing Zhang Muyan's slightly unnatural blush. Here, your phone. She hadn't forgotten about her beloved phone breaking. She'd had it delivered that morning, but it hadn't arrived in time for breakfast. Zhang Muyan froze. So she hadn't forgotten after all, and he'd deliberately kept quiet about it. Then he pulled out his own phone. Watch this magic trick, Tada. The phone was perfectly intact, already fixed. Su Qingxue, did you get it fixed? Zhang Muyan nodded. How could I possibly take your phone? You've already prepared everything for me. What, are you trying to keep some male college student as a kept man? Su Qingxue had been pouting a bit. She'd already prepared everything herself, but Zhang Muyan's next words made her burst out laughing. She looked at him hopefully and said, can I just sponsor one male college student Yin Yin instead? Ha! Zhang Muyan jolted, feigned surprise, and teased, you actually want to support me? Then Su Qingxue just grinned without saying a word, slowly walking over to hug Zhang Muyan. I'll support you. I eat way too much. No problem. You'll have to pay extra. Then I'll give you all my bank cards. Zhang Muyan couldn't hold back a laugh. What are you doing? Su Qingxue knew Yan Bao was just teasing her, but she didn't loosen her grip on him. If that's not enough, I'll add myself to the bill. Zhang Muyan instantly flushed crimson. Oh no, another sudden armor breach. Is that enough, Yan Bao? Zhang Muyan turned his head away in silence, refusing to let this little minx see the blush spreading across his cheeks at her sweet talk. Su Qingxue tilted her head back, swaying along with the direction of his head. Left? She tilted left. Right, she followed his gaze to the right, her eyes never leaving her Yanbao. Yanbao, was that enough? Zhang Muyan couldn't take it anymore. He closed his eyes, this girl was clearly teasing him. Damn it. Not enough. I'm leaving. Su Qingxue smiled and hugged him tighter. Still not enough, Yanbao. Then what would be enough? Yanbao. Yanbao. Zhang Muyan felt tingly all over from being called like that. He couldn't hold back any longer and opened his eyes to look at the girl clinging tightly to him. She wore a triumphant smile, tinged with a hint of mischief. He lowered his head, his gaze suggestive, slowly drawing closer to Su Qingxue's face. Su Qingxue felt instantly spellbound, her heart racing. A voice echoed in her mind, it's coming, the kiss. Yan Bao. Then she closed her eyes. Chapter 97, Meticulous Schwer loves it. The next second, the anticipated kiss never came. Instead, her face was cupped by a pair of large hands. Zhang Muyan chuckled triumphantly. Alright, I was being cute outside, so now it's your turn to be cute inside, huh? Pretty much. And Xiao will be waiting with dinner ready soon. Su Qingxue opened her eyes and shot Zhang Muyan a reproachful glance. You rascal, teasing me. She let Zhang Muyan finish pinching her cheeks, then buried her face in his chest and rubbed against him a couple times before finally letting go. Alright, Aunt Xiao should be ready. They opened the bedroom door and stepped out. Aunt Xiao pretended not to notice, continuing to carry dishes to the table. Zhang Muyan hurried over to help. As a younger generation member, it was only polite. Once the dishes were set, the three sat down to eat. Aunt Xiao truly lives up to her name. Today's feast is spectacular. Jumbo crabs, baby lobsters, grouper, oysters. It felt just like being at a seafood buffet. Zhang Muyan wasn't quite used to it. We inlanders still prefer stir-fried dishes. But a meal like this, especially with Aunt Xiao's cooking, was absolutely delicious. Rarely does Zhang Muyan skip rice altogether, but he dove straight into the giant crab. Those claws were huge. One bite brought pure satisfaction. Noticing Schwer peeling shrimp beside him, Zhang Muyan saved the claw meat for her, scraping it all into her bowl with his chopsticks. This girl better not be showing off her affection in front of Aunt Xiao. It's kinda awkward in front of elders. And then, Zhang Muyan had guessed right. Su Qingxue presented Zhang Muyan with a bowl brimming with peeled shrimp, then brought over the bowl of crab meat he had saved for her. Completely oblivious to anyone else, she did it right in front of Aunt Xiao, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Aunt Xiao merely narrowed her eyes into slits and smiled kindly. Then Zhang Muyan felt sweat pouring down his back, his whole body trembling. It was like this: you go to your mother-in-law's house for dinner. Your father-in-law stares at you intently, and you eat in silence, not daring to breathe. Meanwhile, his daughter doesn't touch her food the entire time, busily peeling a whole bowl of shrimp for you. Does that ring a bell? Zhang Muyan's situation wasn't quite that extreme, but it wasn't much better. Picking crab meat was definitely easier than peeling shrimp. He'd finished his portion, but Schwer hadn't taken a single bite. Schwer never acts like this normally. But things had already reached this point. Zhang Muyan couldn't possibly disappoint Schwer's kindness. He picked up a shrimp and popped it into his mouth. So delicious, a whole level above anything I've tasted before. Then, moved by genuine feeling, Zhang Muyan picked up another shrimp and fed it to Schwer beside him. Though it felt a bit awkward in front of the elders, Schwer had gone out of her way like this. Could he really not reciprocate? Su Qingxue obediently opened her mouth, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons, brimming with delight. No, it wasn't just delight. It was love. This feeling of being a devoted wife, there was no other word for it besides love. But the word love felt a bit too mature for two kids who'd just turned 18. Deeply moved, he wondered when he could ever love Schwer as deeply as she loved him. Compared to her affection, his own felt like just the tip of the iceberg. This girl acted silly and clumsy around him, yet when it came to the smallest details about him, she remembered them more clearly than he did himself. Xiao Yan. Aunt Xiao finally broke the silence at the dinner table. Ha? Zhang Muyan quickly responded, pulling back the chopsticks Su Qingxue had used. Your family is from New City, right? Ah, yes. So you grew up in New City too, right? Yeah, because my parents both worked locally. What do your parents do for a living? Ha? Here we go. The interrogation begins. My dad's a mechanical engineer at Guixie, and my mom teaches at Xincheng Middle School. You have an older sister, right? Yeah, she's working in Shucheng now. Aunt Xiao nodded knowingly. Zhang Muyan sat up straight, his back rigid as a board, looking exactly like a son-in-law meeting the parents. What could he do? Aunt Xiao's sudden interrogation had thrown him off balance. He shot a desperate glance at Schwer for help. Seeing that half the shrimp in Zhang Muyan's bowl had vanished and knowing Yanbao loved them, Su Qingxue peeled some more for him. Aunt Xiao looked up again and asked, I see you have a scar on your head. How did you get that? Oh, this? I got it when I was little. A basketball accidentally hit me, Zhang Muyan replied, touching the scar on his right forehead with a polite smile. Oh, that sounds pretty dangerous. Huh, I don't even remember how I got this scar. My mom told me about it. Oh, did it knock you unconscious? Aunt Xiao smiled kindly. Probably. I used to get headaches from it when I was little, but of course, it's all better now. Zhang Muyan recounted the story without holding back. Beside them, Su Qingxue's shrimp peeling pace suddenly slowed. She turned her head, her expression filled with concern as she looked at Zhang Muyan's small scar. Aunt Xiao hummed in acknowledgement, nodding in response. The table fell silent once more. Aunt Xiao, having finished eating first, didn't want to disturb their private moment and rose to head toward the sofa. Seeing this, Su Qingxue said, Aunt Xiao, you go ahead. She knew Aunt Xiao had her card game to attend to, while she and Yanbao might take a while longer to finish. Of course, there was another main reason. Yanbao was sitting up far too straight. Zhang Muyan, however, didn't catch on. How could Schwer rush an elder away after finishing her meal? He stared at Su Qingxue in utter shock. He never imagined his Schwer could be like this, a capitalist. Aunt Xiu laughed without hesitation. Well then, Aunt Xiu will take her leave? After all these years as a housekeeper, she understood the unspoken meaning. How could she possibly let the hosts clean up after dinner? But today was different. Clearly, her presence was like a third wheel here. Su Qingxue nodded, and Aunt Xiu actually closed the door and left. Zhang Muyan hadn't dared utter a word throughout the entire scene. To be precise, he hadn't dared to act on his own initiative. He knew better than to meddle too much in Schwer and Aunt Xiu's relationship. He'd leave everything to Schwer. After all, what could Schwer possibly do that would be detrimental to him? After Aunt Xiu stepped out and the door slammed shut with a thud, Zhang Muyan's stiff back finally relaxed. He exhaled heavily, his tense body finally relaxing. Su Qingxue couldn't suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Su Qingxue, honey, you don't need to be so stiff around Aunt Xiu. Zhang Muyan, how could I? She is family, after all. Su Qingxue, Aunt Xiu is very open-minded. She knows about us. You're too tense. You haven't even met my family yet. If they put any pressure on you, how could you handle it, silly? Zhang Muyan remained unconcerned. Aunt Xiu had just grilled him thoroughly just like on TV, except she hadn't asked about property, cars, or savings yet. Pressing his fingertips to his temples, Zhang Muyan finally relaxed enough to eat. He scooped the remaining shrimp from his bowl and devoured them in one mouthful. Delicious. He went to get another bowl of rice. As a southerner, he couldn't resist having more. Su Qingxue replaced the peeled shrimp in Zhang Muyan's bowl. After peeling for so long, her hands were sore. When Zhang Muyan returned with his rice, another bowl of shrimp appeared before him. It was overflowing with love. Schwer, even my mom never treated me this well, sobbing. Let's go get married tomorrow. Chapter 98, Afternoon Nap. After dinner, back in their room, Zhang Muyan gently massaged Su Qingxue's hands. He wouldn't even let her wash the bowls. Her fingers were red from peeling shrimp all day, starkly contrasting with her fair skin. Su Qingxue's hands were beautiful, the kind that could be models. Pale and rosy, her nails sat like tiny shells on her fingers, translucent in pale pink. Her delicate hands, untouched by household chores, had been used today as shrimp peelers. Su Qingxue leaned obediently against Zhang Muyan, letting him play with her fingers. Seeing his slightly furrowed brow, she smiled sweetly, withdrew her hand, and tapped his forehead. Yanbao, don't frown, smile for me. Zhang Muyan shot a playful glare at the silly girl nestled against his shoulder, grinning dumbly at him. He grabbed her hand again and continued massaging it gently. Her nails were all very short, barely reaching her fingertips. So when she peeled shrimp, the shells would pierce right into the flesh of her thumb, like how we feel when opening a can without fingernails. Now her thumb was swollen and bright red, making Zhang Muyan's heart ache. This girl was being ridiculously good to him. No, he had to move up the date for getting married. He couldn't let this girl slip away. Where would I find such a wonderful wife? Do this again, and I'll get upset. Zhang Muyan feigned annoyance. It's not like I can't peel them myself. Why do you have to do it like this? Hurting yourself, do you think that makes me happy? Su Qingxue sat up straight, pursing her lips. Isn't it only natural for me to be good to you? Hearing this, Zhang Muyan's heart skipped a beat. Damn, another sudden verbal assault. Zhang Muyan, you. I know you care about me, but why do you have to be so extreme? The words she was about to say caught in her throat. Suddenly it dawned on her, did Schwer truly not understand these things? Didn't she know her hands were sore from peeling shrimp? The girl before him only appeared foolish in his own eyes. Was she truly that naive? She was meticulous and methodical, dazzling on stage, capable of getting into this prestigious university that intimidated ordinary people. She handled every matter with care and attention to detail. Clearly, she was such an exceptional girl. How could she not understand these basic truths? She just, because she liked him, even knowing these truths, even knowing the pain, she still kept peeling shrimp for him. Wanting to be kind to herself, that's wonderful, truly wonderful. So he gently stroked her cheek, Zhang Muyan murmuring softly, then I want to be good to you too. How should I repay you? Rather than restricting how she should act, it was better to repay her double. The more Zhang Muyan thought about it, the more he felt the girl before him seemed to truly glow. Thank heaven, thank my parents, for letting me meet such a wonderful girl. Su Qingxue's pupils widened slightly, revealing a delighted expression. I want to touch. Ha! Just as he was beginning to see Su Qingxue bathed in golden light, her words snapped Zhang Muyan back to reality. Zhang Muyan blinked. What? Touch what? This girl? Damn! Had he been imagining things just now? My hand, Su Qingxue said playfully, holding out her palm. Zhang Muyan reached out too, then, what? Then, Su Qingxue grabbed it and pressed it against her cheek. Like a kitten, she gently rubbed against Zhang Muyan's palm. Zhang Muyan felt the warmth of her cheek against his palm, then playfully pinched her cheek with his fingers. It felt just like petting a real kitten. Schwer's face felt so good to touch. Ah, no. Schwer is so adorable. In her past life, she must have been a kitten I raised myself, the kind that clings to you constantly, purring sweetly all the while. January days held a certain chill even past noon. The sun streaming through the window offered little warmth. The two sat at the desk. Suddenly, the sunlight grew warm. Zhang Muyan began reading at his desk, while Su Qingxue played with her own things behind him. This way, she could keep him company while also watching him. When he turned around during break time, she could go up and cling to him. She pulled out her phone and quietly snapped a photo of his back from an odd angle, revealing the bed. Click. There. A shot with the bed and her hand in the frame, paired with his back bent over the desk writing furiously. What did it look like? Like a couple who just had a wild night? Then the husband starts working overtime while the wife plays around beside him? Save. As for Zhang Muyan, wanting to finish quickly so he could spend time with the silly girl who'd been staring longingly at him, his study efficiency skyrocketed. This was completely different from the last time when Su Qingxue had distracted him. When he told her he needed to study, she obediently left the room. But the look of disappointment on her face made it seem like the invisible cat ears on her head had just drooped, and she was slowly retreating from the room, letting out a sad meow. Zhang Muyan felt utterly helpless. What else could he do? Alright, my snowball. Stay. You can stay here with me, okay? But keep it quiet, okay? I'll hang out with you after I finish reading. Su Qingxue instantly perked up, fully revitalized. She closed the door and curled up on the bed behind Zhang Muyan's desk. During the intermission, Zhang Muyan turned around. Su Qingxue smiled like a little crescent moon as she walked up, sat beside his desk, and rested her head against him. Zhang Muyan reached out to take her hand, continuing to play with her little fingers like a toy. He loved playing with her hands. How come this thing is so soft, you know? Like a boneless little chicken claw. As he played with it, he murmured softly to the head resting on his shoulder, "Want to take a little nap?" It was nearly 2 p.m. now, perfect for a little afternoon nap. Su Qingxue was actually feeling a bit sleepy. Though she didn't usually nap, for some reason today's warm glow made her drowsy. Not sleepy. Oh. Silence. They just leaned against each other like this, in peaceful tranquility. Zhang Muyan remained still, letting the girl lean against him. But after a few minutes, he realized something was off. Why hadn't the little head on his shoulder stirred? He tentatively called out, "Schwer?" Su Qingxue had fallen asleep. In weather like this, the warm, cozy feeling was bound to make anyone drowsy. Plus, Zhang Muyan had been gently rubbing her fingers the whole time, ticklish and incredibly soothing. So when Zhang Muyan asked if she wanted to sleep for a bit, she naturally drifted off against his shoulder. So she replied, "Not sleepy." Then she boldly fell asleep. "Then what about me? Should I sleep too?" Zhang Muyan cautiously lowered his head to look at Schwer's face, but couldn't see much. He could only see that her eyes seemed closed. Damn, she's really asleep? What happened to not being sleepy? Then he dared not move, just sitting there. What about not disturbing my studies? If I fail my exams, it's all your fault, Schwer. Chapter 99, Rubbing the Tummy. After a long while. Suddenly, an idea popped into my head. I've never seen this silly girl sleep before? The thought formed, and he acted on it. Zhang Muyan carefully rolled over and reached behind him to grab his phone from the desk. He opened the front-facing camera. First, a selfie. He captured Schwer leaning against him. Click. A ray of sunlight streamed in behind them, casting a warm glow. The two lay close together, the girl sleeping peacefully, the boy smiling as he captured the moment. Satisfied. One more shot. Zhang Muyan leaned his head against Su Qingxue's, their heads resting together. Click. This pose was even sweeter. If only they were still in their school uniforms. Walking with a girl from school uniforms to wedding gowns. Too bad universities don't have uniforms. He slid his phone closer to Su Qingxue again, capturing her sleeping face in a photo. Click. Perfect. Zhang Muyan swiped through the 3 photos with satisfaction, each one worthy of being his phone wallpaper. Especially the one of Schwer sleeping, so beautiful. A faint smile played on her lips, her long lashes framed her face. Sunlight spilled across her shoulder and gently illuminated her clean-cut profile. From this angle, it was pure young adult fiction gold. It would absolutely sell like hotcakes as the cover of a young adult novel magazine. Schwer's exclusive collector's edition photos, one of a kind. What a score, haha. Who knew his photography skills were this good? Maybe he should switch careers and become a photographer, specializing in taking portraits of Schwer. He could make a killing doing that, haha. After admiring it for a while longer, Zhang Muyan couldn't help but marvel again. How could Schwer be this beautiful? Such a beautiful Schwer is my own adorable girlfriend. It felt unreal. He quickly reached out again to gently brush Schwer's bangs aside, a tender gesture, yet undeniably real. Then, Su Qingxue's eyelashes fluttered a few times. He pulled his hand back decisively. This is real, right? Not a dream. He saved the 3 photos into that private album. Yen Shui. When Su Qingxue awoke again, she found herself in Zhang Muyan's bed. She was covered with a blanket, warm and cozy. Zhang Muyan was still furiously scribbling at his desk. How delightful. Su Qingxue couldn't help but imagine waking up one day to find him right beside her. The sunlight was perfect, the room warm and cozy. Perfect for cuddling and kissing with the one you love. Hearing movement behind him, Zhang Muyan turned his head and locked eyes with the girl on the bed. Su Qingxue had just woken up, her eyes still half closed and drowsy, a look that made Zhang Muyan's heart melt. He immediately set down his pen and walked toward the bed. Su Qingxue, Her voice was lazy, more of a muffled murmur from waking up. Zhang Muyan leaned closer to her face, gently pinching her adorable cheeks. The moment his fingers touched her skin, he couldn't help but marvel. Wow, so warm, just like a little furnace after waking up. Even half asleep, Su Qingxue felt an instinctive reliance toward the person before her. She slid a warm hand out from under the covers, scorching hot, and gently clasped Zhang Muyan's fingers. Ha! You're really hot. Swear, you don't have a fever, do you? Then she was pulled back under the covers by Su Qingxue's hands. Muyan, feel my tummy. Ha! Zhang Muyan instantly flushed. His hand was pulled under the covers, instantly enveloped by the warmth inside. In colder weather, this felt just like a perfectly placed heating pad. If you could sleep with such a little thing in winter, who'd even feel cold? Just as he was savoring the unparalleled comfort of that warmth, becoming somewhat lost in it, his fingers brushed against a smooth, even hotter spot. Schwer's belly. Zhang Muyan's hand instinctively jerked away from the spot. Su Qingxue blushed shyly, her already warm cheeks flushing deeper. Yet her hands beneath the covers didn't release their grip. She gently guided Zhang Muyan's withdrawn hand back, pressing it firmly against her belly. Warm, isn't it? Su Qingxue teased playfully after pressing Zhang Muyan's hand against her belly. Zhang Muyan, warm. His hand rested on her small belly, feeling its gentle rise and fall with each breath. Plump, warm, and smooth. What was it like? Jade. No other words come to mind. But jade isn't usually this hot, is it? The soft, yielding sensation of Su Qingxue's belly brought Zhang Muyan a pleasure far surpassing anything he'd ever known before. This was the immense pleasure hormones bestowed upon the body after achieving the desired physical contact. A girl's body. After a long while, Zhang Muyan finally regained his composure. That sensation had truly overwhelmed his mind. He withdrew his hand, gently ruffled her hair once more, then stepped out of the room. Moments later, he returned carrying a glass of water for Su Qingxue. Wake up now, you've slept for an hour and a half. Sleeping too long will give you a headache. Here, drink some water. Su Qingxue merely rolled over coquettishly, still lost in the lingering sensation of having her belly stroked. Kittens show their bellies to those they trust, inviting gentle strokes. So, she too. Being stroked by someone she liked made her feel both shy and incredibly happy. Good girl, drink up. Zhang Muyan coaxed her gently, like he would a child. Su Qingxue slowly sat up, then obediently took the cup and drank the water. A smile curved Zhang Muyan's lips as he watched Schwer gulp it down. How strange, even just feeding her water felt like nurturing a pet. Pet owners, especially cat owners, have surely fed their cats treats before. That joy of feeding, those who've experienced it know exactly what I mean. Zhang Muyan suddenly felt an odd sense of kinship. No wonder everyone loves keeping pets. Having such a precious little one at home to feed every day, how adorable. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue, having finished her glass of water, had no idea Zhang Muyan had awakened a new trait, wanting to treat her like a pet and feed her things. She obediently handed the cup back to Zhang Muyan. Here, I finished it all. Aunt Xiao didn't come for dinner, no need to guess, Su Qingxue must have called her. Aunt Xiao only made this appearance to use up the ingredients in the fridge and also to check on Zhang Muyan. Su Qingxue had mentioned that with Zhang Muyan around, there was no need to go through the trouble of cooking for her. So Aunt Xiao agreed. This little girl she'd watched grow up from childhood now had someone she cared about. The look of pure delight on her face when she looked at Zhang Muyan. It was a look Su Qingxue never showed at home, and seeing it filled Aunt Xiao with genuine warmth. As for her thoughts on Zhang Muyan, this young man seemed genuinely oblivious to the childhood incident. It appeared his family didn't want trouble, which was why they'd lied about it being caused by a basketball. Let them just let things take their natural course. There's still so much left. Zhang Muyan reheated the leftover seafood from lunch and immediately felt overwhelmed. Some of the seafood he hadn't tried before had a texture he just couldn't get used to. But Schwer, seeing he couldn't finish it, would take it without a word. You're practically my trash bag, Schwer. Su Qingxue didn't seem to mind at all. It wasn't dirty, and just because Yanbao took a bite out of something didn't mean it had to be thrown away. Wasteful. She simply took it from his bowl as if it were her right. And so it went. Zhang Muyan would pick food from the platter, then Su Qingxue would pick it from Zhang Muyan's bowl. Zhang Muyan took a bite of something resembling an octopus tentacle, then frowned as he chewed it laboriously. Su Qingxue promptly picked that very tentacle out of his bowl and placed it into her own. Zhang Muyan finally snapped back to reality. This is actually pretty tasty. Ha! Where's my octopus? Chapter 100, Watching a Movie Together. After dinner, Zhang Muyan washed the dishes as usual, while Su Qingxue clung to him from behind, wrapping her arms around him and closing her eyes with a silly grin. Zhang Muyan silently cursed her as a silly girl. After washing up, the two waddled back to the sofa like penguins and decided to watch a movie. Zhang Muyan fetched snacks and drinks from the fridge while Su Qingxue dashed to close the balcony door, draw the curtains, and switch off all the lights in the room. Instantly, the dimly lit atmosphere was set. Su Qingxue sat down on the sofa first, then spread her arms wide, her meaning clear. Hug me. But Zhang Muyan, clutching the snacks, was still thinking about snuggling up next to her to munch and sip together. So he placed the snacks on the coffee table in front of the sofa, walked over, and embraced the more important treasure. On the sofa, Su Qingxue wrapped her arms tightly around Zhang Muyan's neck, resting her cheek against his shoulder. She closed her eyes contentedly, the sweetness lingering in her heart long after it faded. Zhang Muyan wrapped one arm around Su Qingxue's slender waist, drawing her close, then rested his head against hers. Though he had always cherished the ideal of beautiful love, the girl nestled in his arms now was someone he had never imagined. She was so real against him, soft and yielding. He gently pinched her flesh, feeling the real tactile feedback. Su Qingxue sensed something unusual, opened her eyes, and looked up at Zhang Muyan with confusion. Yanbao, what are you doing? It tickles. Zhang Muyan kept his body still, pretending nothing had happened. He gently lowered her head back onto his shoulder and resumed watching the movie. I didn't do anything. You must be feeling things wrong. Naughty Yanbao. Midway through the movie, Zhang Muyan sat up again to grab snacks from the table and place them between them. Su Qingxue didn't touch hers, but when Zhang Muyan drank his coke, she asked for some. Zhang Muyan knew all about Xue's little quirk. Sigh, if you don't take the first bite, I won't eat either. What's up, Xue? Do you need your servant to taste the poison for you first? Then, as if feeding some epic level cutie, he brought the coke to her lips and slowly tilted the bottle. Next, he opened the snacks and began feeding Su Qingxue one by one, like feeding a little hamster. She ate one as soon as he offered it, and before she'd even finished chewing, he'd shove another one in her mouth. Zhang Muyan couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. His mind wasn't on the movie at all. No way around it, Zhang Muyan just loved being silly. If he acted even slightly normal, he'd definitely be the kind of boyfriend who was downright obnoxious. Why extremely annoying and not just annoying? Because right now, in his arms was the utterly adorable Su Qingxue, and he couldn't resist teasing her. He was downright inhumane. Zhang Muyan, can't help it, Xue is just so much fun. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue remained oblivious to Zhang Muyan's teasing, still basking in the bliss of watching a movie with Yanbao. Being treated like a little cutie. She didn't even realize she was being played. She only instinctively raised her hand to block Zhang Muyan's hand as he kept feeding her. Yanbao, slow down, I can't keep up. It wasn't until later, when Zhang Muyan glanced at Su Qingxue from his sideways angle, that he noticed her cheeks were puffed out like Crayon Shin-chan's. Crayon Shin-chan was leaning against his shoulder. She couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Su Qingxue looked at her with wide, innocent eyes. Huh? What's wrong? Yanbao, I don't recall us watching a comedy. What's so funny? Yanbao's sense of humor is so weird. Zhang Muyan met the silly girl's eyes, regained his composure, and pulled her back into his embrace. Nothing. Let's keep watching. Oh, okay. Su Qingxue shifted her position to nestle more comfortably against him. Hugging tightly. Then the two of them sat quietly on the sofa like that. Zhang Muyan started feeding the silly girl in his arms again, and she followed suit, feeding him back. They fed each other, maintaining the quiet. Savoring this beautiful moment. Boys' dormitory. All three lay on their respective beds. Wang Lei had just finished his long phone chat with Long Huanhuan. Wu Hao was still gaming while speaking in a falsetto voice. Only Pang Bo was bored, watching an online lecture. What else could he do? Without a woman around, he had no choice but to hit the books. Seeing this, Wang Lei quickly suggested, let's call old Zhang and see what he's up to. Damn it, spending the last few nights with women and ditching his buddies. Wu Hao took off his headphones while playing his game and said, yeah, call old Zhang right now. See what he's up to. Still grinding? Tell him to log in immediately. Wang Lei immediately dialed Zhang Muyan's number. The main reason was that the exam was tomorrow. At this stage, anyone still flipping through textbooks, well, that'd be like a dying man suddenly sitting up in shock. So when Wang Lei saw Pang Bo opening his online class, he instantly lost his cool. He had to find something for old Peng to do. Ah, that's what good brothers are for. You can do whatever the hell you want, just don't study. My roommate's keyboard clacking, game noises, and general racket, those are the heavenly sounds that lull me to sleep. But the sound of pages turning, the noise of online classes, those grating, jarring sounds keep me awake all night long. Ding 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 ding. Zhang Muyan was still holding Su Qingxue close as the movie neared its end. As soon as the call connected, Su Qingxue pressed her ear against Zhang Muyan's shoulder to eavesdrop. Zhang Muyan pursed his lips at the sight, then switched to speakerphone. Zhan! What the hell are you doing? Wang Lei shouted hoarsely. Zhang Muyan, watching a movie. After saying that, he turned to Su Qingxue, who was staring at him curiously, and explained in plain language, it's Wang Lei, that idiot who confessed this morning. Su Qingxue's eyes widened. Zhang Muyan hadn't shown the final idiot, so she didn't get it. What kind of fool? What? Still, she caught the earlier slang. It was Wang Lei, the guy who confessed this morning. Stop staring and log in already. Exams are tomorrow and you're still gaming? Who cares? Log in, hurry up. Just you? Zhang Muyan said, glancing at Su Qingxue. Everyone come on, just you left. Wang Lei said, tossing a wad of paper at Wu Hao. Stop playing that game, log in now. Otherwise old Pang will start pushing us again later. Wu Hao dropped his headphones, explained the situation to the girl in the game, then quickly ended the session and left the room. Wang Lei urged over the phone, hurry up. Old Wu's even stopped playing his shooter game. Quick. Zhang Muyan glanced at Su Qingxue, blinking twice for her approval. How considerate. True to his Sichuan roots, he had that classic vibe of a married man wanting to go drinking with friends and then asking his wife for permission. Su Qingxue gave a faint smile and blinked twice in return, signaling her consent. Go ahead and play. The movie's almost over anyway. As long as she could stay close to Zhang Muyan, she didn't need anything else. With her approval, Zhang Muyan reluctantly replied to Wang Lei, alright. Let's go. Wu Hao quickly chimed in beside Wang Lei, tell old Zhang to bring his girlfriend along. It's V10. Chapter 101, Hello, sister-in-law. Wang Lei caught on. Oh right. Old Zhang, isn't your girlfriend V10? Bring her along, that'll make 5 players. Is she coming? Knowing it was Su Qingxue, Wang Lei cautiously asked if she was coming. After all, this campus beauty always seemed so innocent and naive. Who knew she was a top-tier player in gaming? And she even gave Zhang Muyan that son a crown prince position. Damn it all. Zhang Muyan, damn it, are you freeloading off me now? These 3 little bastards. Su Qingxue overheard this remark but pretended not to, instead staring at the movie's closing credits with an expression that screamed, wow, what an amazing film. Swear, I put it on speaker. What's with pretending you didn't hear me? Zhang Muyan muted the microphone and said to Su Qingxue, Swear, wanna come? Su Qingxue, huh? Should I come too? Zhang Muyan, yeah, they're trying to freeload on us. Well, fine. Su Qingxue mimicked Zhang Muyan's tone from earlier, putting on a reluctant act. I didn't really want to play, you're the one who insisted I join in, Whoa. Wait, Swear, what are you doing? She's picked up everything without even realizing it. Looks like we can't let her hang out with those 3 jerks in the dorm. Who knows what kind of stuff Swear might pick up. The 3 of them, hey, wait a minute? What does that have to do with us? The living room lights flickered back on. A young couple lounged on the sofa, launching a popular 5v5 competitive game. Zhang Muyan used his own account because the one Swear gave him didn't have those 3 added. He then invited Swear into the game room. The moment Swear joined, the trio acted like they'd never seen a rich lady before, suddenly turning into total goofballs. Wang Lei, whoa, is this the legendary rich lady? Wu Hao, whoa, you're blinding my titanium alloy dog eyes. Pang Bo, hello, sister-in-law. Zhang Muyan, you guys. Hey, I like what old Pun said. Su Qingxue also spoke up, hello, everyone. Boys dorm. Pang Bo, huh? Zhang's girlfriend has such a nice voice. Wu Hao, that voice sounds kinda familiar. Wang Lei struggled to suppress his laughter. How could it not sound familiar? That singing had been used as a ringtone next door every single day. And after hearing Zhang Muyan's girlfriend's voice so sweet and clear, he naturally straightened his back. He couldn't let himself be so embarrassing. Stand tall for old Zhang. He had to save face. Wu Hao immediately adopted a serious expression, hello, sister-in-law. Wang Lei chimed in, hello, sister-in-law. Zhang Muyan, not bad. You know how to behave. Now that's more like it. Though the dorm mates usually joked about who'd be the dad and who'd be the kids, they'd voluntarily lower their generational status when showing respect. It wasn't about age. If Zhang Muyan greeted the other 3's girlfriends, he'd also start with a playful, hello, sister-in-law. The term sister-in-law inherently carried a sense of being one generation above, making the other party feel more comfortable. Calling them sister-in-law would make them feel a notch lower. Good boys. Each gets a Wang Wang ice candy bar as a reward when we get back. But honestly, calling them sisters-in-law didn't feel out of place at all. Because that single sister-in-law earned them 3 character skins from Su Qingxue. So the next match took a rather awkward turn. Wang Lei Xiangyu, with strength to uproot mountain sister-in-law, I'll tank the tower for you. Wu Hao Wu, sis, I'll back you up and invade their jungle. Pang Bo Marco, sister-in-law, you take it, sister-in-law, you take it. I don't want the red buff. You take the minions, solo them, I won't use mine. Zhang Muyan Yao? What just happened? How did these 3 turn into this mess? Wu Hao, old Zhang, protect the sister-in-law. If she dies, you die too. Wang Lei, yeah, get the shield, get the shield. Can you even get the shield? If sis loses a single drop of health, you can just go die. Pang Bo, old Zhang, just stick with the boss the whole time. I'm going solo with Marco this round. Zhang Muyan, 6. Su Qingxue never expected such enthusiasm after gifting skins to the trio. Hearing them call her sister-in-law upon entering made her heart burst with joy. So she went straight to their wish house and gifted them. These roommates of Yenbao's were truly baffling to her. Do guys switch personalities this smoothly among themselves? Su Qingxue played Tiger, so with Huo Wu and Yao's possession abilities, the trio's coordinated jungle invasions were terrifying. They darted through the terrain, slipping in and out of range. Fire Dan's fan slowed enemies, Yao's orb blocked them down, and Tiger's passive finished them off. Lan on the enemy team was utterly helpless. Once crippled, he had no choice but to retreat. Their own support, though a tanky Lianpa, couldn't land a single hit. Before he could even activate his ultimate, he was kite and beaten to a pulp. Thus, the momentum snowballed, accelerating their lead. 6 minutes. They pushed through effortlessly. Wu Hao, holy crap, that sister-in-law is insane. Wang Lei, they're just pushing straight through. I'm still landing top against their Li Xin. Peng Bo, didn't have to do a thing, just won out of nowhere. Let's do it again. They played until nearly 11 p.m. before finally logging off. Good night, sis-in-law. Get some rest, sis-in-law. See you later, sis-in-law. Zhang Muyan felt a wave of contempt for the three of them, but at least he could finally head to bed. Normally, by 10 p.m. at the latest, college students would all be tucked in bed except for those playing computer games downstairs. Zhang Muyan clearly didn't belong to the latter group. So he got up. Shuer was leaning against him, nearly crushing his arm. Su Qingxue stood up too, giggling softly as she trailed behind Zhang Muyan like a little puppy. What's up? Zhang Muyan turned back with a smile. What are you doing? Su Qingxue didn't want to be separated by even a step. Time for a shower in bed, Zhang Muyan said, placing his hands on Su Qingxue's shoulders. He gently turned her around and gave her a light push. Now. Everyone back to their own rooms. Shower in bed. Su Qingxue, I haven't had enough fun yet. Huh? You haven't had enough after nearly 2 hours? Internet addicted girl? You're not done yet? Su Qingxue nodded. How could she possibly have had enough? This was, in a sense, their first time staying together and their first night under the same roof. But she knew her Yenbao had exams tomorrow. Yenbao. Stay and play with me a little longer, okay? Su Qingxue reached out and tugged at Zhang Muyan's clothes, shaking them playfully. Zhang Muyan watched this little girl pull out the trick again, helplessly. Removing his glasses, he pressed his fingers to his temples. What else could he do? She was his little snow treasure. He had to indulge her. How about we take a bath first? I'll play with you afterward, Zhang Muyan suggested. Getting it over with now meant they wouldn't have to wash up after playing later. Then they could just crash right into bed. Okay. With that, Su Qingxue obediently turned and headed back to her room. Zhang Muyan didn't dawdle. Boys showered faster than girls, so he braced himself for Su Qingxue taking a long time. He pulled out that green dinosaur shirt from the wardrobe. How to put it, this was his first time wearing such a silly outfit. Well, it was a bit silly, but it was still pretty cute. After all, it was Shuer's choice. He took the pajamas and underwear into the bathroom and quickly started showering. Wow, this shower gel smells amazing. It's so slippery. Ugh, I can't handle it. I still prefer my bar soap. Zhang Muyan lathered himself up with shower gel, scrubbed quickly, then rinsed off the foam. His whole body felt slippery and fragrant. Damn, this slippery feeling all over is unbearable, especially my butt. This feeling of not being rinsed clean, so suffocating. Chapter 102, Sneaking a Kiss from My Boyfriend Totally Justified. Zhang Muyan squeezed shampoo onto his hands, lathered it up with a couple of squirts, then turned on the shower to rinse it off. Done in 5 minutes. He dried his hands and slipped on the green dinosaur. Honestly, it fits perfectly. Did Shuer really know my size that well? Could she have measured my waist during one of our hugs? Damn it, how many tricks does this girl have up her sleeve that I don't know about? Dressed and out of the bathroom, Su Qingxue hadn't arrived yet. Probably hadn't even started yet. Blow dry your hair, then lie down in bed and play with your phone while waiting for your snowball. But this look. How does it look so much like a hotel owner waiting for in-room service? Hey, did you finish showering yet? I can't wait any longer. Ahem, just kidding. Zhang Muyan just scrolled through Douyin, checking out the bloggers. He followed some sassy chicks and stuff. Hey, don't get the wrong idea, I'm just trying to stay awake. Watching these videos makes me drowsy. Yeah, what a simple excuse. So he waited like that, tossing and turning on the bed, over and over again. By the time Zhang Muyan's eyelids started fighting, Su Qingxue still hadn't come. Does it really take girls this long to shower? She's been in there for almost half an hour. So sleepy. Even watching porn isn't keeping me awake anymore. Maybe I should look at some blueprints? Nah, the laptop's still in the suitcase. Too lazy to get it out. Besides, if I do, Shuer will show up and I won't get a moment to look. So he kept scrolling through Douyin, waiting. But maybe this bed has some kind of magic, it's just too comfortable. When Zhang Muyan's drowsiness hit again, he couldn't fight it. Then, he closed his eyes and his phone slipped from his grasp. Game over. By the time Su Qingxue finished washing up, 40 minutes had passed. Since she was coming in, Zhang Muyan hadn't closed the door completely, leaving it ajar. Su Qingxue gently pushed the door open and saw her Yanbao lying in bed, with only a tiny dinosaur head peeking out. Yanbao. Su Qingxue approached slowly, calling Zhang Muyan in a hushed voice. Her hair freshly blow-dried and her body still warm from her bath, she carried a faint, fragrant warmth like a steaming bun fresh from the oven. After approaching Zhang Muyan's bed, she bent down to examine Yanbao, whose half-exposed head peeked out. Yellow horns, big eyes. The dinosaur head rested right on top of Zhang Muyan's. So adorable. Her taste hadn't failed her after all. Zhang Muyan was already deep in a dream battle with the Lord of Dreams, constantly sending voice messages, "Hurry up. I've been waiting so long, the flowers have wilted." The innuendo was clear enough. Has Yanbao fallen asleep? Did he wait too long for me? Su Qingxue crouched down close, slowly bringing her face near to examine her Yanbao carefully. Yanbao's eyelashes are so long. No wonder his eyes look so big and expressive. A straight nose, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and that upturned mouth. Why does Yanbao sleep with his lips turned up like that? So adorable. I want to kiss it. She glanced around nervously again, like a guilty thief. If I sneak a kiss, Yanbao wouldn't notice, right? It's okay, right? I'm his girlfriend now. Kissing my own boyfriend should be perfectly legitimate, right? Besides, Yanbao kissed me without asking, on the top of my head. Yeah, fair enough. So Su Qingxue leaned in again, her lips drawing closer to Zhang Muyan's. Her heart raced wildly, her breathing grew slightly heavier. Fresh from her shower, steam still rose from her body. Now, the air around her felt thick with heat. Just as she was about to reach her destination, her warm breath brushed against Zhang Muyan's face, causing his eyelashes to flutter twice. Su Qingxue quickly pulled back and buried her head. She resembled a burglar caught in the act, crouching by the bedside with her head buried, terrified of being discovered by the person lying there. Then, sensing no movement from the bed and confirming Zhang Muyan hadn't woken up, Su Qingxue slowly rose again. Well, she still feared Yanbao might suddenly wake up. Even though she'd rationalized it, she still felt guilty. Yanbao wouldn't get angry, and she wanted to kiss him too. Yet it felt like she was doing something wrong. Gently brushing aside the strand of hair covering Zhang Muyan's eyes, Su Qingxue pursed her lips. Then I'll compromise. A kiss on the forehead should be okay. You kiss my crown, I kiss your forehead. Next time we'll kiss cheeks, and the time after that. Reasonable. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingxue flushed crimson. She puckered her pink lips and slowly leaned toward Zhang Muyan's forehead. Her heart seemed to leap into her throat as she watched the slowly approaching destination. She closed her eyes. Mwah. Quickly pulled back. A butterfly kiss light as a dragonfly's touch, yet filled with deep affection. Hee, got you. Got Yanbao. Hee. Good night, Yanbao. Watching Zhang Muyan sleep soundly, Su Qingxue felt inexplicably content. Perhaps it was because she had slept in this bed last night? After kissing him, Su Qingxue leaned against the bed frame, gazing at him lovingly for a long while. She gently poked his cheek before reluctantly turning off the light and leaving his room. If she'd kept crouching like that in front of Muyan, he would have surely jumped out of his skin if he'd woken up. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. The next day, she dragged her suitcase away, wondering if she was some kind of yandere from an anime. Right before leaving, she turned off that lewd chicken video that had been on loop and fully charged Yanbao's phone. This Yanbao. Back in her own bed, Su Qingxue hugged her pillow, tucked the covers tight, and felt warm. Snuggled under the covers, she couldn't help but replay the scene from earlier. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Kiss. She touched her own lips, having kissed the precious one she'd been longing for. She felt a lingering sense of longing. When would she get to sleep with Yanbao again? I long to be held tight in his embrace as I sleep. It must feel so comforting. Then I could burrow into his embrace, drifting off while breathing in his scent, waking up every morning to see him and kiss him. That shirt of Muyan's, I'd already washed it and put it away in the wardrobe. It no longer carried his scent, only the smell of laundry detergent. Maybe I should ask Muyan for another one? But he'd definitely ask me what I need it for. Well, maybe I could just take one? There are so many clothes in his suitcase. Yanbao probably wouldn't notice if I took one secretly. Hey, Schwer, that's a very naughty idea. I don't approve. I strictly forbid it. Absolutely not allowed. Chapter 103, Making Her Breakfast. The next day. 6 a.m. Su Qingxue was still fast asleep in bed. Zhang Muyan woke up on time. Because of Su Qingxue, he had developed a strict biological clock. Su Qingxue rose at 6:30 and went for a run. Zhang Muyan knew this routine well. Even though her exam wasn't until 9 a.m. today, it didn't stop him from preparing breakfast for Schwer. He stretched lazily, then headed to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash up. He took a sip of water, gulping it down. Oh, right. Did I fall asleep last night? Only while brushing his teeth did Zhang Muyan recall last night's events. Did Schwer come into his room again last night to turn off the lights and close the door? Schwer is so kind. He wiped his face with a towel. Alright, feeling refreshed. He pulled open the curtains and the sky was already turning light. Alrighty, time to make Schwer a heartfelt breakfast today. Stepping out of the room, he glanced at the door across the hall still tightly shut. Su Qingxue hadn't woken up yet. Then I tiptoed over to the refrigerator. Opening it, I see some vegetables, meat, seafood, and a few snacks and drinks. Not even any leftovers. We'd polished off all the rice last night. Damn, what can I even make with this? Not even fried rice with eggs. Looks like noodles are my only option. No sooner had I begun than I met my end. Forget it. Might as well go buy something ready-made now. 6:05 a.m. Perfect Schwer won't wake up for another 25 minutes. So he decisively slipped on his shoes, closed the door, and headed out. But honestly, Zhang Muyan had underestimated the situation. Who in their right mind sells breakfast outside a university at 6 a.m.? What college student would be out eating breakfast at this hour? The school cafeteria doesn't even open until 6:30. It was still a bit chilly early in the morning. Zhang Muyan walked down the street wearing his big green dinosaur costume, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Oh, must be the early morning fog saw a dinosaur foraging on the road. Zhang Muyan walked the entire length of the commercial street outside the university. Only one shop selling steamed buns was open and it hadn't even started business yet. Zhang Muyan had no choice. He couldn't go back empty-handed, so he approached and asked, "Are the buns ready yet?" The clerk was still kneading dough, staring at the green dinosaur at the door and falling deep in thought. Are college students these days so abstract? Then she walked over and explained, "We only have preserved vegetable pork buns right now. The others might take a few more minutes." Preserved vegetable pork belly? Never mind. I can eat it myself, but I won't give this to Schwer. No other meaning intended, okay? It's just that Schwer doesn't like it. Yeah, no other reason. Zhang Muyan asked again, "Do you have soy milk?" Salesperson, "We have soy milk. It's freshly made, 2 yuan per cup. Freshly squeezed? Do you even realize what you're saying?" Zhang Muyan fell silent, but the silence was deafening. The clerk was practically sweating buckets. "I'll take 1 cup," Zhang Muyan said. "And 2 preserved vegetable buns." He could make do with a simple meal, but Schwer couldn't. After all that trouble, he hadn't bought a thing. He decided to check the convenience store downstairs again. If that didn't work, he'd have to go back and cook Schwer a bowl of noodles with a love egg. He turned back and entered the convenience store at the entrance of Yudo Residential Complex. The clerk was watching a show with utter disinterest, yawning constantly even this early in the morning. Suddenly, a giant green dinosaur burst into the store. The clerk shuddered. Holy crap, what kind of giant green rat just burst in? He glanced at the security monitor. The green dinosaur was swaying its head back and forth, searching for some kind of food. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. I just slipped on my dinosaur pajamas and dashed downstairs early this morning. Clearly, it was from the neighborhood next door. Zhang Muyan browsed around, then grabbed a few bottles of NutriFast. Snow seemed to like this stuff, and it could double as breakfast. Milk? Damn it, then I looked at the soy milk I was carrying. I totally forgot the milk, what a bummer. He grabbed several different types of milk, then scanned the bread section. Not great, not tasty. Any cream bread? He browsed the entire aisle, but none. He approached the counter, where the clerk kept staring at this green dinosaur with a strangely amused expression, struggling not to laugh. Zhang Muyan noticed it all, but he wasn't shy. He was the type who only felt embarrassed when recognized by someone he knew or in public. If there were fewer people, then I'd be like, damn. What the hell are you laughing at? Like you're about to lose it? Of course, he'd never say such things out loud. He kept his complaints to himself after all, he was a model young man of the new era. How could he possibly act like that? His eyes then fell on the freezer in the back. He walked over to take a look. Hey, there were tang yuan and frozen dumplings. Forget the frozen dumplings. The tang yuan hadn't exploded yet, so he grabbed another pack of those. He grabbed both flavors peanut and sesame, though he had no idea which one Schwer preferred. After paying, Zhang Muyan hurried back. He made it back to home with 5 minutes to spare. Phew, just in time. After putting everything away, Zhang Muyan decided to boil the tang yuan for Schwer after all he'd bought them, so why not? He filled the pot halfway with water in the kitchen, turned on the stove, and waited for it to boil. While waiting, Zhang Muyan ate the steamed buns and soy milk he'd just bought, his mind wandering once more. Maybe it was time to get a soy milk maker. If he was going to make fresh soy milk for Schwer every morning, having one at home would be much healthier and cleaner than buying it outside. Once he got a soy milk maker, maybe he should also get an air fryer? And what about that flat pan for making pancakes? And the steamer basket for dumplings? Then there's kanji, fried dough sticks, bread, those were all he could think of for now. Oh right, and learning to cook seafood. That's crucial. Schwer seems to really enjoy seafood, so I'll have to learn that too. Wait, what am I doing? We're not even living together yet and I'm already thinking about married life? The water's boiling. Time to drop in the glutinous rice balls. How many will Schwer actually eat? Never mind, I'll just make extra. If she can't finish them later, I'll help her out. The door opened. Su Qingxue was also wearing the green dinosaur onesie she'd changed into it last night. Compared to the green dinosaur bobbing its head around in the kitchen now, Su Qingxue looked much smaller and incredibly adorable. Still half asleep, as if driven by instinct, she walked straight into the kitchen and grabbed Zhang Muyan's tail. Zhang Muyan felt a sudden chill on his buttocks, a suffocating sensation as if fate had seized his rear end by the throat. He clenched his buttocks and turned his head. There, dangling from his tail, was a little dinosaur clutching its green head, swaying back and forth. Zhang Muyan, Schwer, awake? Su Qingxue lifted her head, one eye open and the other still half closed, looking adorably sleepy. Yan Bao. Then she mumbled Zhang Muyan's name. Zhang Muyan affectionately ruffled her hair. Go wash up quickly. Breakfast will be ready soon. Okay. Su Qingxue nodded, set down the tail of the big green dinosaur, and turned to walk back to her room. This was her usual state upon waking drowsy and adorable. Especially in front of Zhang Muyan, her instincts kicked in, making her habitually clingy and affectionate. By the time she emerged from her room, the little green dinosaur had perked up, though her clinginess remained. Zhang Muyan brought the soup dumplings to her, topped with 2 poached eggs and a sprinkle of sugar. Su Qingxue grinned, wrapping her arms around Zhang Muyan and cooing, "My dear, you're so kind. What's so good about just making you some tang yuan? I only added 2 eggs at most. Yan Bao, why only 1 bowl? I had steamed buns and soy milk, see?" Zhang Muyan pointed to the kitchen trash can and tossed in a soy milk paper cup. "Oh. I thought Yan Bao would have a bowl with me too." Zhang Muyan sat watching nearby, then Su Qingxue picked up a spoon, scooped one up, and popped it into her mouth. Her eyes lit up. Delicious. Zhang Muyan, oh, come on, you don't have to be so dramatic. Whether the tang yuan tastes good or not depends entirely on the tang yuan itself. What the hell does it have to do with me? Yet she still insists on forcing out that compliment about herself. Su Qingxue burst out laughing, understanding Zhang Muyan's point. It's just delicious, that's all. Everything Yan Bao makes is delicious. Chapter 104, A Clingy Morning. If you like it, have more. This time I only made peanut filling for you, but I also have a packet of sesame filling. Su Qingxue nodded. Okay, then next time I'll have the other flavor. Sure. I'll see if I can find some fruit-flavored tang yuan too. We can switch flavors every day. Su Qingxue giggled. After eating about 10, Su Qingxue seemed to be getting full. Zhang Muyan stopped the little girl from shoving more into her mouth. Again? This girl, stuffing herself to death even when she can't eat anymore. Before Su Qingxue could even finish chewing the dumpling in her mouth, she scooped another one onto her spoon, ready to stuff it in. Then she stared blankly at Zhang Muyan. If you can't finish them, I will. Fine, no waste. The next second, Su Qingxue pushed her bowl toward Zhang Muyan. Wait, what? This girl? Su Qingxue genuinely couldn't eat anymore. The tang yuan were too sweet, a bit cloying, but she'd always adhered to her principle: anything made by Yan Bao absolutely must not be wasted. Now that Yan Bao was offering to take care of it for her, well, sharing food with someone was an act of extreme intimacy, far more important than her personal code of endurance. Absolutely decisive. She pushed the bowl toward Zhang Muyan. Yan Bao, eat up. Zhang Muyan took the bowl, picked up the spoon Su Qingxue had just held in her mouth, and without a second thought, scooped up a glutinous rice ball and popped it into his own mouth. Surprisingly, Zhang Muyan felt no shame about this. It wasn't his first time eating something Schwer had touched, and didn't Schwer always eat from his plate too? So perhaps it truly proved that saying, everyone's point of shyness is different. Though Su Qingxue never hesitated to eat from Zhang Muyan's plate, she always felt a surge of nervousness whenever she offered him food from hers. Her heart raced with anticipation. Watching his Adam's apple bob as he swallowed, her face flushed crimson, unable to meet his gaze. It felt like he was consuming her. It was a peculiar kind of shyness. As for Zhang Muyan, even though he's already so intimate with Su Qingxue, he still blushes bright red whenever she whispers a few sweet nothings. They're both the same. Such peculiar quirks. He finished off Su Qingxue's leftovers in just a few bites, even drinking up every last drop of soup. Schwer, aren't you going for your run? Su Qingxue, okay, I'll go now. What about you? Zhang Muyan, I'll wash the dishes, then head back to bed to catch up on sleep. Lie down for a bit, play with my phone. He didn't say catch up on sleep, lest it sound too deliberate. As if he'd gone through some great effort, he'd merely gotten up to make Schwer the simplest breakfast imaginable. Su Qingxue didn't pick up on the nuance, gave Zhang Muyan's plan the thumbs up, then headed to her room to change into her running gear. By the time Zhang Muyan finished washing the dishes, Su Qingxue had already changed into her morning run outfit and stepped out of her room. She obediently walked up to Zhang Muyan and asked for a hug. She hadn't gotten her morning hug yet. Zhang Muyan obliged, embracing the clingy little thing. Su Qingxue still carried the lingering scent of last night's bath, fragrant and soft to the touch. With a gentle lift, Zhang Muyan cradled her into his arms. She felt like a soft, fragrant stuffed animal, utterly adorable. Go on now. After saying that, he pinched Su Qingxue's little nose. Though he had his own running routine, he hadn't been able to run for ages with all the experiments keeping him busy day after day. He'd make up for it during winter break. He couldn't let even Schwer outrun him. Otherwise, married life would be. Only then did Su Qingxue obediently slip on her shoes, tucking her clean white socks into her sneakers before putting on her Bluetooth sports earbuds. Instantly, that cool, unapproachable aura returned. Out the door. Zhang Muyan returned to the bed and buried himself under the covers. Oh, warm bedding. On a cold morning like this, its allure was no less tempting than a buddy calling you out to go online. What? Who even goes out to play online games these days? Alright, let's change the analogy. A buddy invites me out for a foot massage on his dime. Let's go. Right now. I'd rather drown in that warmth than go. Though Zhang Muyan usually got up at 6 a.m., that was because he had to go to the lab. Today was exam day, so he decided to sleep in a bit longer. After burrowing back into the warm bed, Zhang Muyan practically fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Schwer's bed and blankets had completely cured the nervous exhaustion he'd developed during high school. Could it be that this bed and these quilts were laced with some kind of soporific? Why did he feel so refreshed when he woke up? So sweet and sweet. When Su Qingxue returned after her run, Zhang Muyan was still deep in the blissful dreams of his second nap. Seeing Zhang Muyan's door closed, Su Qingxue felt an urge to knock and enter, but she held back. She was drenched in sweat and decided to take another shower. Since she'd already showered the night before, her morning routine was much quicker. By the time she finished dressing in that little green dinosaur outfit again, it was almost 8 o'clock. Seeing Zhang Muyan's door still closed, Su Qingxue knocked lightly. Knock knock knock. Yen Bao. Yen Bao? Zhang Muyan faintly heard someone calling and suddenly jolted awake. Oh no, overslept? He glanced at his phone. Thank goodness it was only 8 a.m. He'd given himself quite a scare. He scrambled out of bed. Hey, Schwer. Can I come in? Yeah, come in. Su Qingxue opened the door and saw Zhang Muyan looking like he'd just woken up, his dinosaur head lolling over his shoulder. Huh, was Yen Bao sleeping? I thought he was playing with his phone. She felt like she'd disturbed him. What's up? Zhang Muyan hurriedly got out of bed, rummaged through his suitcase for clothes, and prepared a pen for the exam. Actually, he grabbed 2 just in case. Su Qingxue stood at the doorway, not really needing anything. She was just being clingy. Now that she was right there, she had to stick close every single moment. Last night we agreed to play a little longer, but we didn't. Nothing, I just missed you. Zhang Muyan chuckled softly, flustered by her sudden sweet talk. But we just saw each other a moment ago. It's been an hour already, Su Qingxue protested. Well, we still have 2 hours later. He had an exam coming up. Even if he could finish early, the round trip would take nearly 2 hours. Zhang Muyan's reminder made Su Qingxue realize this too. She walked from the doorway towards him. No need to guess what she was up to. Zhang Muyan opened his arms to her, and a soft little green dinosaur burrowed into his embrace. Yen Bao. I'll hurry. Zhang Muyan's lips curved into a smile. Schwer was definitely a reincarnation of a clingy little thing. Now she was clinging to him. If she didn't cling and fuss for a moment, she'd start whining. And the best part? She was super adorable. Su Qingxue pouted slightly and hummed in agreement. Then, remembering she needed to prepare lunch for Zhang Muyan, she asked, "What would you like for lunch?" Zhang Muyan frowned. Oh no, this was a truly difficult choice. Chapter 105, Panning Xian. Schwer's cooking skills was also a huge problem. But if I wait until after my exams to make it, it'll be too late. Aunt Xiao. I definitely can't say that it's way too harsh. Schwer looked at me with a pouty expression. Bao, you'd rather have Aunt Xiao cook than eat what I make, sniffle sniffle. Well, it's not quite that bad. At least Schwer's cooking isn't like those TV shows dark cuisine, it's still edible. Zhang Muyan, I don't even know what you can cook, Schwer. Su Qingxue lifted her head proudly. I can cook anything you like. Really? How do you know what dishes I like? Of course. I know you love beef, chicken gizzards, braised pork knuckles, stewed pork with long beans, scrambled eggs with bell peppers. Stop. Zhang Muyan's eyes widened as he tilted his head. Wait, what? How do you know all this? Only my mom knows my tastes that well. Su Qingxue chuckled softly. Pretty impressive, huh? I remember everything you've ever mentioned. Did I ever say that? Zhang Muyan couldn't quite recall when he'd ever discussed this topic with Su Qingxue. But seeing the girl's proud expression warmed his heart once more. Maybe he really had mentioned it once, and she just tucked it away in her heart. This girl. She really is so observant. Zhang Muyan patted the little green dinosaur's head. Well, if you're that good. I'll have the stir-fried beef. Sure. Su Qingxue clenched her fist in front of her. Leave it to me. Then I'll be waiting to come back for a feast at lunchtime. Just one dish? No more to order? Su Qingxue wasn't quite satisfied yet. That's enough. It's just the 2 of us. If you're making it, just add a little extra, okay? Zhang Muyan explained more rationally, though mainly because he didn't want to trouble Su Qingxue too much. Oh, alright. Alright, you go ahead and leave. I need to change clothes. Oh. Su Qingxue reluctantly let go, and the two inseparable green dinosaurs finally parted. Then the smaller green dinosaur walked toward the door, glancing back every few steps. Zhang Muyan's inner monologue, no, Schwer, if you really want to see it, you should just stay here. Su Qingxue's inner monologue, I want to see Yanbao. I've never seen it before. But would Yanbao think I'm too awkward if I did? Both thoughts flashed briefly through their minds before Su Qingxue walked to the doorway, peeking out halfway, and slowly closed the door. Knock. Zhang Muyan shook his head helplessly. This girl is even more impatient than I am. I've been holding back all this time. Yet she was the one trying to get something from him first. Then again, she had been plotting against him from the very beginning. But now that they were together, he realized Schwer wasn't the type to simply covet his body. She was the kind who wanted to explore every bit of information about him, desperately wanting to claim him as her own, clinging to him constantly, wanting to hold hands and cuddle all the time. Most people would probably find that unbearable. But honestly, it's not so bad. Only if you didn't like her would her constant clinginess feel annoying. If you truly cared. Baby, come cling to me. Why aren't you clinging to me anymore? Don't you love me anymore? So, don't be fooled by Zhang Muyan always being the one passively hugged. He's just a quiet flirt, secretly loving every minute of it. What's that saying again? I may be a lecher, but I can control myself. That's just the kind of guy Zhang Muyan is. At 8:50, Zhang Muyan finally arrived at the exam classroom. Couldn't help it, his little dragon lady at home was clingy as hell, so he had to spend extra time with her. Hey, I thought you weren't coming, Peng Bo remarked as soon as Zhang Muyan entered. The best seats in the classroom had all been taken, leaving only the front row available. But it didn't matter. Zhang Muyan wasn't that particular about seating. He wasn't going to cheat or anything. Besides, university professors were known to give extra credit for good behavior, right? So why the hell were Wang Lei and Wu Hao sitting in that back corner? The two jerks in the back corner grinned maliciously at Zhang Muyan. Hey kid, love showing up late? Enjoy your front row seat, ha ha ha. Damn it, professor, I'm reporting them. Those jerks definitely have cheat sheets in their seats. Taking his seat, Zhang Muyan nodded briefly to Peng Bo in acknowledgement. The teacher followed him into the classroom. He placed the test papers on the desk, then glanced around the classroom and let out an extremely quiet chuckle. Sitting closest, Zhang Muyan heard it perfectly clearly. Ha? What the hell is this young teacher laughing at? Masaka? Zhang Muyan sensed something was off and turned to look at the two idiots behind him. He shook his head slightly, mimicking Dr. Strange's expression when he flipped that one-fingered salute at Iron Man, his mouth forming the sound, G. You two are screwed. The next second, before the two dimwits could figure out what Zhang Muyan meant, the teacher spoke, switch seats. Come on, students in the back row, move to the front row, and leave one seat empty between each pair of students. Precise and elegant. The two idiots froze solid on the spot. Both commands were clearly aimed at those two idiots. How could they not be humiliated? Peng Bo, seated in the second row, walked alone, 6. After everyone settled into their new seats, the teacher took attendance and distributed the exam papers. Simultaneously, the exam rules were read aloud, stuff we've heard since childhood, so I won't waste words on it. Quick, praise me. Exams could only be submitted after 45 minutes. Once submitted, students had to leave immediately and were not allowed to linger or make noise outside the exam hall. Just like my sister said, you could turn in early. But it'd take about an hour either way. She never mentioned university teachers would randomly switch seats though. Hilarious. Those two idiots always arrive earliest, yet ended up in the front row. They'll probably be tossing and turning all night. Ding dong. Exam begins. News City. Outside number 2 high school. The bell rang. A girl walked down this familiar little street. She wore simple, youthful white clothes, clearly fastidious about cleanliness. The pink dye had faded slightly from the laundry detergent. Her hair was pulled back in a high ponytail. She wore no makeup, save for a hint of color on her lips, a touch of lipstick. Xian Xian. A familiar voice called out to the girl. Pan Yingxian turned her head toward the sound. Ru Ru. Hee hee, long time no see. Here, I brought you some snacks from Shucheng rabbit heads. But honestly, I think the ones from our new city taste better. Su Nianru handed Pan Yingxian a bag of spicy rabbit heads. Still cold, probably left in the fridge overnight. Pan Yingxian pulled out her own treat, roast duck from the capital. Ta-da. But honestly, I don't think it's as good as the roast duck from our new city either. After leaving home for a trip, everything seemed inferior to what she had back home. What about Zhang Muyan? Has he come back yet? As always, Pan Yingxian started with Zhang Muyan, her voice tinged with a hint of anticipation. Su Nianru hesitated, unable to speak. She had only learned about it yesterday at Wang Lei's celebratory banquet and hadn't had a chance to tell Pan Yingxian yet. Today, coming out to meet Pan Yingxian, she had braced herself this heavy topic was inevitable. So she silently wore a sorrowful expression. Seeing this, Pan Yingxian's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a bit at a loss. What's wrong? Instinctively, her fingers tightened around the hem of her shirt. Chapter 106, New City Number 2 High School. She probably guessed something, but she couldn't quite believe it, dared not believe it. She still needed Su Nianru to say it herself. Ruru, stop teasing me. What exactly? Pan Ningxuan's voice trailed off, growing so soft even she could barely hear herself. Seeing Pan Ningxian like this, Su Nianru found it hard to speak. After all, it was her own fault as a best friend for failing to fulfill her duty, and she felt a pang of guilt. Xian, it's all my fault. I didn't keep an eye on Zhang Muyan, he has a girlfriend now. Beep. A long honk. A vehicle sped past, its horn drowning out Su Nianru's trailing words and swallowing Pan Ningxian whole. Silence descended. She understood after all. Even if she hadn't heard clearly, she saw it plainly, those lips forming the words. Then she slowly lowered her head, only to find it tiring to keep it down. She shifted to crouching, burying her face in her arms. Xian. Pan Ningxian bit her lip, struggling to hold back the tears, refusing to speak. But then, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Her crouched body trembled slightly. Su Nianru crouched beside her, gently patting Pan Ningxuan's back as she watched her sob with heartache. She didn't know what to say, anything felt wrong. Better to just pull her close. Xian, it's my fault for not keeping an eye on you. If you're angry, then. Pan Ningxian remained silent. How could she possibly blame Su Nianru for something like this? But she did feel a little resentment toward Su Nianru. Why hadn't she told her sooner about his situation? Maybe she could have added him earlier. No, Roro had always urged her to add Zhang Muyan. It was her own fault for putting it off again and again. It was her own fault. Why, couldn't you have waited just a little longer for me? Didn't you like me? After a long silence, Pan Ningxian finally regained his composure and stood up again. Roro, let's go for a walk around campus. Okay. Su Nianru reached for a tissue to offer her, but seeing Pan Ningxuan's reddened eyes, she only sniffled once, not shedding tears. Xian held back her tears after all. Her heart ached as she gently took her hand, and the two walked toward the school together. After explaining their identities to the security guard Huaqing, alumni, returning to visit a teacher, the guard promptly let them through. Next, they ascended to the second floor of the main teaching building, heading to Class 7, their former classroom. 5 classes started on the first floor, followed by another 5 on the second floor, and so on. A stairwell separated every 2 classrooms, with the final classroom adjacent to the teacher's office and restrooms. Their Class 7 was located in the middle hallway. The familiar classroom now held an entirely new Class 7, and an unfamiliar teacher stood at the familiar lectern. Pan Ningxian looked toward that familiar seat, the third to last row by the window. She had sat there, and he had sat right behind her. It was still summer then, with the constant chirping of cicadas outside the window. He would quietly draw the curtains when she napped at noon, squeeze himself into a cramped spot just to move his desk and make room for her. He'd secretly touch his own hair, always afraid of being caught by me. He'd accidentally kick me with his foot and then freeze in place. Those memories came flooding back with startling clarity. Only back then, he foolishly believed I knew nothing. During his naps, I was never actually asleep. Fearing you deliberately squeezed me in, I try to move around only when you weren't at your seat. A girl's hair is sensitive too. He didn't know to be gentle when he played with it, making her feel ticklish. When our feet touched, it wasn't just one of us who froze. She knew all these little details, and so many more. Why don't you notice any of my little details at all? Why could you be so heartless as to delete me? Why would you think I don't like you? If I didn't like you, why would I push you to study every time, urging you to catch up to me? If I didn't like you, why would I stay with you until the very end of every late study session? If I didn't like you, why would I sit right next to you during PE class while you played basketball? That spot's packed with girls cheering so loudly, why not find a quieter spot to read? I just wanted to catch glimpses of you more often and let you catch glimpses of me too. The two lingered at the doorway for a moment. Only when some students inside began to notice did they continue walking past, pretending nothing was amiss. Then they headed toward the library and sky garden built between the buildings. The entire teaching building at number 2 high school was quite complex. Just past the school gate stood a horizontal teaching building with 5 floors, entirely occupied by the high school department. The second floor of this building connected to a corridor leading to various department offices and administrative suites. Passing through the corridor and continuing forward led to the junior high section, while the central junction formed an aerial garden. Though called a sky garden, it was essentially just a flower bed area displaying potted plants of unfamiliar varieties. Passing through the sky garden and crossing a circular plaza brings one to the so-called library. The library was almost never open. When Zhang Muyan came back to pick up his acceptance letter, he had to come here to get it. Despite the library's inaccessibility, Zhang Muyan and his best buddies seemed to have a way in. I'd seen them emerge from there more than once. Perhaps it was because the entire library was enclosed by only a half-meter high wall topped by a ring of blue glass windows. If just one pane could be opened, one could slip inside. Who knew what Zhang Muyan and his crew got up to in there? Driven by curiosity, Pan Ningxian had also walked over here more than once with Su Nianru, using the excuse of taking a stroll after class. Pan Ningxian would sneak peeks inside, but never got a clear look. Suddenly, curiosity struck. Pan Ningxian stopped mid-stride and peered into the library again. It remained as dark as ever, with only the faint blue tint of the glass visible. Su Nianru noticed and tentatively asked, "Want to go inside and take a look?" Pan Ningxian nodded. Of course, they had been inside during their 3 years of high school. Activities like moving books, physical exams, and dental checkups were all held here. But when it was closed normally, the interior was filled with desks and chairs, all the kind found in teachers' offices, not the student desks in classrooms. When Zhang Muyan had entered back then, it had been arranged with precisely these desks and chairs. Su Nianru immediately began circling the windows, testing each one to see if any could be opened. After trying every single one, not a single window budged. How the heck did Zhang Muyan and his buddy get in here back then? The two spent ages circling the windows again, still finding no solution. But a teacher spotted their sneaky behavior. Hey! Which class are you guys from? Why aren't you wearing your uniforms? Chapter 107, The Letter He Left. Ugh. The two exchanged a look, wide-eyed and speechless. I'm talking to you. Who's your teacher? The teacher walked over and scolded them. Pan Ningxian, Teacher Bobo. Su Nianru? Why was Xianxian using that name too? Teacher? Teacher Bobo? Which Teacher Bobo? Su Nianru, Teacher Li Hongwa. Teacher, the one from Teacher Li Hongwa's class? Come on, follow me to the office. What are you doing wandering around during class time? The two girls immediately fell silent and obediently followed the teacher. The teacher, still chattering away ahead, paid no attention to whether the two behind were listening. What time is it now? You're already in high school. Teacher Li Hongwa's class, right? Aha! Then you're both seniors. What are you doing wandering around during class? Every minute counts now, every point you can squeeze out matters. 1 point could put you ahead of thousands. Same old spiel. Arriving at the third-floor office, it seemed Mr. Bobo had stopped being a homeroom teacher and was now teaching senior classes directly. Knocked on the door. Teacher Li Hongwa, come here. One of your students ran out to Chongyu building during class time, who knows what for. Come take a look. A middle-aged woman emerged from the office looking bewildered. She wore glasses, was short in stature, and had a kind face with deep nasolabial folds, clearly someone who smiled a lot. But hearing this news, laughter was the last thing on her mind. Students sneaking out during class to any teacher, that sounded like trouble. At best, it was truancy. At worst, it could signal psychological issues. And these were her students. She hadn't noticed anything unusual about any of them. Stepping out, she frowned at Su Nianru and Pan Ningxian before her eyes widened in surprise. Pan Ningxian, Teacher Bobo. Su Nianru, hello, Teacher Li. Oh my, what brings you two back? Teacher Li Hongwa's frown instantly smoothed out, revealing her signature radiant smile. Pan Ningxian just came back to visit. Li Hongwa explained to the teacher beside him, my students. They were in my class last year. Teacher, oh, I see. Go ahead then. I was wondering which class you were from. Su Nianru bowed apologetically, we're sorry for the trouble, teacher. Teacher, it's fine. I'll leave you two to chat. With that, the teacher turned and left. Li Hongwa, come on in. Sit down. Li Hongwa opened the office door, and the two followed him inside. At that moment, all the other teachers in the same office were teaching classes, leaving only Teacher Bobo alone in the office. But back in high school, whenever they came to the office, it was always to ask questions or something similar, always with a humble attitude. Today, however, the teacher had politely pulled them in like a friend, and their mindset had shifted a bit. So many things change with time, don't they? Teacher Li Hongwa walked over to the water dispenser, grabbed 2 paper cups, and poured water for both of them. As he filled the cups and handed them over, he chatted with the two. Xianxian is at watching now, right? If I remember correctly. Pan Ningxian nodded. And Ruruo, where is she again? Sichuan University, teacher. You're biased, you remember Xianxian but not me. Li Hongwa tapped his forehead, his smile growing even brighter. Oh dear, your teacher's getting old, can't remember everything anymore. I only remember you guys and those mischievous kids in the class. I can't recall the other teachers anymore. Su Nianru, then who do you remember? You can't even remember me. Su Nianru was quite adept at navigating interpersonal relationships. Though she initially addressed Teacher Li with formal respect, their interactions had since grown more casual, and she now joked with him like a friend. Su Nianru was a bit surprised that Pan Ningxian called Teacher Li Teacher Bobo, since Pan Ningxian had never addressed him that way before. This detail had even caught Teacher Li Hongwa off guard. Had it not been for his vivid memory of Pan Ningxian as a student, Li Hongwa's first thought would have been Zhang Muyan. Zhang Muyan had left the deepest impression on her. He was the type in class who excelled academically yet remained a mischievous troublemaker. As a teacher, she loved students who were mischievous but not overly so, and who also performed well academically. To put it more formally, it wasn't mischievousness, it was lively and cheerful. And the nickname Teacher Bobo was something Zhang Muyan had started calling her in class. Generally, homeroom teachers end up with nicknames. Once her class adopted this one, the students called her Teacher Bobo daily, with a warmth that felt almost familial. She tacitly allowed it, smiling back every time they greeted her that way. This stemmed from the students' affection. If they disliked her, she probably wouldn't be called Teacher Bobo but something like Demon Bobo. As their homeroom teacher, she actually liked the nickname. But it had been half a year she hadn't heard it in ages. So when Li Hanghua answered Su Nianru's question, the first name that came to mind was Zhang Muyan. Zhang Muyan, Zhou Shuka, Dang Xian, I still remember those names, Li Hanghua counted on her fingers. But thinking of Zhang Muyan, Li Hanghua suddenly remembered something and said to Panning Xian, "Oh my goodness, I actually have something Zhang Muyan left for you." Panning Xian froze, a sudden spark of light flashing in her previously dull eyes. Something he gave me? Su Nianru and Panning Xian exchanged glances, Su Nianru's face mirroring his shock. When we picked up the notification that day, your dad came to get it. I forgot to tell you. He left quickly, and then Zhang Muyan asked me if you had come. I said you hadn't. A quick note, the notification letter and the admission letter weren't picked up on the same day. The author can't quite recall what the notification letter was, for it probably wasn't the report card either. Anyway, it was the last time everyone gathered in the classroom after graduation. The admission letters, however, were picked up individually at the alma mater, since each university has different distribution schedules. Li Hanghua pulled a cardboard box from under his desk. Inside were various confiscated manga, novels, and toys from students. Li Hanghua continued, "He waited for you that day, but when you didn't show up, he gave me a letter to pass to you when you arrived. I didn't think much of it at the time, so I kept it for you. Perfect timing, here you go." With that, Li Hanghua pulled a letter wrapped in yellow envelope paper from the box. Panning Xian froze in place, dumbly accepting the crumpled letter with both hands. A sudden pang gripped her heart, then slowly released. It felt as though something had long ago found its answer. A premonition arose: this letter held the reason he had deleted her. Everything had its roots. A misty film clouded Panning Xuan's eyes, glistening as he looked at Su Nianru. Su Nianru hadn't paid attention that day either. All she knew was that Panning Xian hadn't come, and it was her father who picked up the acceptance letter. As for what happened afterward, Panning Xian only told her during the break. Then, Panning Xian nodded and thanked the teacher, not daring to open it on the spot. After chatting with the teacher for a while longer, the teacher wanted to take the two of them to cheer on the younger students, and perhaps gain some prestige for himself in the process. She'd even rehearsed her lines, "Look at these seniors from last year, my proudest students. One got into Tsinghua, the other into Sichuan University. Now look at yourselves, truly the weakest class I've ever taught." "Ha, just kidding," the gentle Ms. Bo wouldn't say such things. Naturally, Panning Xian and the others couldn't refuse. They smiled and greeted the younger students, sharing study tips and going through the motions before finally leaving campus. Truthfully, there were still so many nostalgic corners of campus left unexplored. Panning Xian couldn't help but think this, wanting to revisit those days, but time had already slipped away forever. As the two walked out, the bell rang. Ding dong, ding dong. The campus once again filled with the clamor of students. Bustling with life, unleashing their youthful energy. Chapter 108, Not Letting Go This Time. Ding dong, ding dong. The exam is over. Candidates, please stop writing immediately. Zhang Muyan's final exam of the day had concluded, and he'd already returned home early. College students would never wait until the very last minute to hand in their papers. Except for certain graders. Take old Peng, for instance. He was the last one to leave after every single exam these past few days. What a nutcase. How the hell can he even study like that? Someone needs to hook him up with a girlfriend. But after these past few days, Zhang Muyan realized he'd overthought things earlier. He'd even worried about his dorm buddies grilling him offline about what exactly happened. He could just be the first to hand in his paper and bolt no chance for those three to ask a single question. Of course, online questions could just be ignored. He got home around 11 p.m. Su Qingxue was in the kitchen chopping veggies as usual, wearing that little apron that gave her a unique charm. No wonder Boss Chow was so into her. Ahem. For several days in a row, Su Qingxue had been like this every time Zhang Muyan returned home. It already felt like a preview of their future life after work. The moment Su Qingxue heard the door open, she knew it was Yanbao returning. Setting down the knife, she stepped out of the kitchen, her face beaming with joy, ready for a hug. Yanbao's home. Zhang Muyan walked toward Su Qingxue, arms wide open. But just as Su Qingxue was about to embrace him, he pulled back at the last second. "Ha? Swear, you shouldn't be learning this playing hard to get, huh? That's too much." Su Qingxue walked away again, untied her apron, and placed it on the chair before happily throwing herself into Zhang Muyan's arms. "Su Qingxue, the apron got a little dirty." Zhang Muyan ruffled her hair. "But you hugged me like this without it the past couple days. It was clean the other day, but today it got greasy." After a moment of cuddling, she let go and picked up the apron to show Zhang Muyan. Sure enough, there was a distinct grease stain. Zhang Muyan had just finished his exams and was on break, so he'd bought beer downstairs earlier. 3 cans. 1 extra can. Though he wasn't much of a drinker, he figured he deserved a little celebration after finishing exams. As for why he'd bought an extra can? He simply wanted to get Schwer a little more drunk. A strange little habit. Now that exams were over and he was completely free, it was only natural to find new ways to have fun, like taking care of a drunk Schwer, for instance. Mainly because that day, slightly tipsy Schwer had been utterly adorable and it lasted so long. Compared to that brief dazed moment when she woke up from sleep, Zhang Muyan could only say, "Bring on the booze. Drink more." When Schwer was tipsy, her cheeks flushed bright red, her eyes glazed over, and her little mouth pouted. "I hereby declare. Drunken Schwer is unbeatable. Even groggy Schwer fresh out of sleep can't hold a candle to her." Lunch. "Honey, let's pack up this afternoon and head to Fenghua Community," Zhang Muyan suggested while serving Su Qingxue some food. "Huh? Why the rush?" "Well, it's bound to happen sooner or later." Zhang Muyan simply couldn't wait to stroll hand in hand with Su Qingxue down the street. Staying home together every day these past 2 days wasn't bad, but constantly hiding like they were avoiding something still felt uncomfortable. Zhang Muyan actually wanted to take Su Qingxue out. If they got seen, so be it. With fewer people on campus now, maybe if their classmates found out now, by the time they returned after the break, the heat would have died down. But since Su Qingxue hadn't mentioned going out together, he hadn't brought it up either. Seeing Zhang Muyan brush it off, Su Qingxue didn't press him either. She was eager to spend some real alone time with Yanbao, the kind that truly meant something. Shopping together, strolling along the riverbank, rowing a boat to take in the scenery. So many things, all jotted down in her little notebook. She picked up another rice ball with her chopsticks, ate it, and nodded. Okay. After that, they raised their glasses again for a toast. After lunch, a slightly tipsy Su Qingxue nestled into Zhang Muyan's embrace, her face flushed and her breath fragrant. Zhang Muyan smugly pinched her cheek. Mission accomplished. But holding Schwer like this in his arms. They sat on the sofa in a princess carry position, Su Qingxue pressed against Zhang Muyan's collarbone, her warm breath tickling his neck, making Zhang Muyan's heart flutter. He tightened his embrace around his precious treasure, holding her like a little baby. Xuebo is just too adorable. Snuggle. Afternoon. The two packed their things. Zhang Muyan hadn't taken much out of his suitcase to begin with. Everything was still packed inside. But for some reason, he felt like he was missing 1 or 2 pieces of clothing? Ha! Did I forget to grab them and leave them in the dorm? But I distinctly remember taking it. Not a single pair of underwear was missing. I distinctly remember tucking this one into the long-sleeved shirt. Su Qingxue was packing some essentials in the room. The other place was too far away, and she hadn't been there before. But my essentials like clothes would definitely be there, so I only needed to bring a few necessary items. Like the long-sleeved shirt and hoodie I snuck while Yanbao was taking his exam. These 2 items she absolutely had to bring. Though when she saw the black object fall out of the long-sleeved shirt, her mind went blank for a split second. She had simply put them back in the box for Yanbao and hadn't done anything perverted. I'd only touched it. The kind Yanbao wears underneath. After packing their belongings, someone came directly to the door to collect the luggage. Handing over the suitcase, they set off unburdened. Stepping outside, Su Qingxue closed the door behind them. Zhang Muyan lingered, glancing back inside with a hint of reluctance. After all, this was their first time living in a house outside of their family home. It held memories of living with someone special. Only when Su Qingxue closed the door and walked over to take his hand did Zhang Muyan snap back to reality. Yanbao, you're feeling sentimental, aren't you? Seeing his reluctance, Su Qingxue's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she teased him with a smile. Zhang Muyan responded only with a smile, saying nothing. What was there to miss? He'd have plenty of time to come back here later. Besides, Schwer was right in front of him. Zhang Muyan squeezed Su Qingxue's hand tightly. Su Qingxue smiled contentedly. They'd live together soon enough. Then they walked together to the elevator. As usual, Su Qingxue tried to pull her hand away, but this time Zhang Muyan didn't let go. Hey, Yanbao? Su Qingxue asked, puzzled. They weren't even there yet. Although there were far fewer students on campus these days, the area around the university town was still teeming with them everywhere. Zhang Muyan tightened his grip slightly and said firmly, I won't let go this time. Chapter 109, A Walk Along the River. But what if someone sees us? Let them see. Zhang Muyan turned his head to look at Su Qingxue, furrowing his brow and whitening his eyes. With an expression that was both serious and playful, he said, I think. I'm ready. What do you think, Schwer? Su Qingxue was momentarily lost in thought before suddenly recalling their first date, which had actually been just dinner, ruined by Lu Hao when she kept her distance, saying he wasn't ready for anything. That was also when she discovered Yanbao's tsundere tendencies. Although the latter had been reaffirmed just days ago, Zhang Muyan definitely had tsundere tendencies. The former, about him not being ready, had become an unspoken truth in her mind. Being able to stay close to him at home every day didn't bother her at all. On the contrary, she actually quite liked that others didn't know about her relationship with Muyan. It felt like keeping a secret treasure hidden away. Hiding a big yenbao. Then one day, she'd suddenly bring out her treasure and show it to everyone. "This is my boyfriend." And shock the whole crowd. Ha ha. But Su Qingxue was still planning to wait until they arrived to hold hands. She even ordered 2 separate cars downstairs, one for each of them. Since Yenbao was ready. "Then, let's just go like this." Su Qingxue clasped Zhang Muyan's hand again, her heart brimming with joy. They took the elevator downstairs. Hand in hand, they walked side by side. As they stepped out of the building, the cars were already waiting at the entrance. Schwer. We only walked a few dozen steps from the elevator. Who could possibly see us? Alright, get in. The driver, a middle-aged man, couldn't hide his envy as he watched this handsome young man and beautiful young woman get in. Since ancient times, people have held a profound longing for matches made in heaven where the man is talented and the woman beautiful. Such beautiful love always inspires envy. Zhang Muyan and Su Qingxue settled into the back seat, and the driver stepped on the gas to get going. Su Qingxue leaned against the window, her eyes fixed on the people rushing past outside. Only one thought echoed in her mind. Missed my chance. I finally managed to bring my precious out for a walk, only to find not a single soul around. And it was all my own fault for calling the car downstairs. Why did I have to call it so loudly? Zhang Muyan noticed Su Qingxue staring out the window and leaned closer to look outside too. If anyone had seen Su Qingxue at that moment, they would have spotted the two of them in an intimate embrace. Because Zhang Muyan's head was resting just above Su Qingxue's. Unfortunately, no one saw them. Or perhaps those who did thought they were mistaken. After all, the car was moving fast. Even if someone caught a glimpse, they'd likely dismiss it as a blur. Soon, the car they were riding in left the city center where the university was located and arrived at the Riverside district, specifically the Fenghua residential area. Compared to the bustling city center, the Riverside district was noticeably less crowded, with none of the shoulder-to-shoulder throngs common on city streets. Perhaps because Riverside district prioritized safety, the sidewalks were wider. The driver intended to drop them off directly at the building entrance, just as they had arrived, but Zhang Muyan, admiring the riverside scenery outside, suggested to Su Qingxue, "Let's get off here." And so, the two finally walked hand in hand along the riverside path, completely out in the open. Various steaming snacks lined the walkway, though fewer now since it was still afternoon. They'd likely multiply by evening. Though sparse, they weren't entirely absent. The pedestrians around them were mostly parents taking their children out to play, families of 3. The children would clamor to eat this or buy that, and the parents would feign sternness, saying no, only to end up buying the child one anyway. Zhang Muyan watched the scene unfold before him, filled with longing. Wasn't this exactly what he had always wanted? From school uniforms to wedding gowns, it was about staying together forever, growing old together. Even though universities didn't have uniforms, they were still students. To continue like this, together until old age. Lost in thought, Zhang Muyan unconsciously tightened his grip on Su Qingxue's hand. As for Su Qingxue, her feet felt slightly unsteady now, as if she might stumble at any moment. It felt like she was walking on clouds, the ground soft beneath her feet, a sensation she hadn't quite gotten used to yet. They had walked hand in hand before, but the setting and timing were different. She had grown accustomed to that. But now, passers-by on the street would glance at them, vendors pushing carts would hawk their wares to them, and Zhang Muyan would pull her over to look, then gently ask if she wanted. Why hadn't she done this with Yenbao sooner? This is so much happier than sneaking around. It's still early, not many people out yet. We'll come stroll again after dark. Zhang Muyan's smile never faded as he spoke gently to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue nodded obediently, letting him lead her forward as pink bubbles kept popping above her head. They passed another set of stairs, descending closer to the river surface. Zhang Muyan, shall we go down and take a look? Su Qingxue didn't hesitate, sure. Descending the steps, they passed a lawn where several other people's dogs were sniffing around. Beyond the lawn, a young boy sat on a bench, holding an Alaskan Malamute larger than himself. The Alaskan sat obediently on the ground, panting with its tongue hanging out. If it wanted to, it could drag the boy away in seconds. Zhang Muyan suddenly thought, what if we could get a pet someday too, to keep Snow company? Glancing at Su Qingxue, he began mentally listing potential pets. A kitten was a must. Schwerer loved them. A puppy was also a must. He loved them. But a big dog like that Alaskan Malamute? No thanks. Better stick with a small breed. What? A teddy? Tai Koan? Absolutely not that little thing. It's way too hyper. It could even hyper run while holding a slipper. Keeping one of those around the house would be bad if Schwerer saw it. Wait, why am I thinking so far ahead? Su Qingxue noticed Zhang Muyan's gaze and followed his line of sight. She instantly understood. Yenbao loves dogs, doesn't he? So, maybe we could start preparing for it? Continuing forward, they reached the riverbank where the water surface was barely 2 meters away. It felt like the next second, waves might surge up and soak them both to the bone. Following the path, they passed several benches along the way. Zhang Muyan pulled Su Qingxue over to sit on one for a moment, taking in the river's scenery. Looking out before them, the river stretched vast and majestic, its horizon lost to the eye. Looking across to the opposite shore, the distant horizon blurred into a haze, as if shrouded in mist, leaving only vague outlines discernible. Ferry boats plied the river, the kind that charged passengers for a quick trip across. Similar to a bus, though undoubtedly more expensive. For some reason, as Zhang Muyan watched the boat depart once it had gathered enough passengers, a strangely haunting line of poetry suddenly popped into his mind. The lightboat has passed through 10,000 mountains. Cough cough, what a strange mental state. Chapter 110, Flying a Kite. Yanbao, stand there. I'll take a picture of you. Su Qingxue suddenly pulled away from Zhang Muyan's hand, stepped back, and pulled out her phone, gesturing to take his picture. Though puzzled, Zhang Muyan cooperated, striking his signature guy pose for photos a goofy smile. Su Qingxue looked at the stiff-faced Zhang Muyan in her phone's camera viewfinder and smiled, pursing her lips. Yanbao, why are you so nervous? I'm not nervous. Zhang Muyan replied awkwardly. He genuinely didn't know how to pose for photos like this, as if checking off a tourist attraction. Whenever he traveled with his mom and the others, he was always the one taking the pictures, the kind where his hands got sore from holding the camera. He couldn't understand why girls had so much energy on trips, taking dozens of photos in different poses at the same spot. He had to take pictures with his mom and sister, then get dragged into posing for dozens more. In front of his mom and sister, he'd just strike whatever pose came to mind. Even if the photos turned out ugly, it didn't matter, they were only for them to see anyway. But this one, though, that definitely required a more composed, image-conscious approach. Why hadn't he learned how to pose like a model before? Su Qingxue noticed Zhang Muyan's nervousness, but it was fine. She just figured Yanbao wasn't very good at posing. But whether he poses or not, Yanbao is the most handsome. The most handsome in the world. So this was perfectly fine, just a silly face. Click. After the shot, Su Qingxue moved closer to Zhang Muyan, pressing against his chest for another photo together. With the river view behind them, they both looked at the camera. Zhang Muyan instantly struck a playful pose, deliberately widening his eyes toward the camera. Taking pictures with Schwer, well, there was nothing to be nervous about. Turns out it was only when she was alone in the frame that she felt nervous. Su Qingxue just gave her dear Yanbao a playful scolding glance before pressing the shutter button. Click. The first official photo was freshly captured, Zhang Muyan smiling with wide eyes, while Su Qingxue leaned against his chest, biting her lip to stifle laughter. After strolling along the riverbank for a while longer, the two climbed the stairs back onto the sidewalk. They bought 2 steaming bowls of Odin, then ate while hugging each other, giggling all the while. Hey, Schwer, wanna fly a kite? Noticing others flying kites in the square, Zhang Muyan suggested. Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. Of course she wanted to. She nodded in agreement. Zhang Muyan walked over to the vendor and bought a kite. Which one would you like, Schwer? There were eagles, swallows, octopuses, butterflies. Each design was unique, but Zhang Muyan thought the butterfly was the prettiest, with its 2 long tails. Noticing the pair were likely beginners, the shopkeeper advised, if you're new to this, I'd recommend trying one of these triangular kites. The shopkeeper pointed to the kites nearby, covered in flashy, colorful patterns, traditional types. Compared to the ones Zhang Muyan liked earlier, the colors on these were quite quirky. Like a pink monkey king, a yellow zhubeiji, a bear with a clown nose. What were these kite makers thinking? It was hard to imagine the mental state of the designers at the time. Su Qingxue stuffed a beef ball into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out adorably as she chewed. Unsurprisingly, Su Qingxue immediately chose the blue butterfly kite. Who cares if it flies or not? Let's just give it a try. Zhang Muyan thanked the shop owner, then promptly scanned the QR code to pay for the blue butterfly kite. Does Schwer really like butterflies that much? Well, I'll try to make that thing for her during winter break. I've put it off for far too long. Although Schwer hadn't mentioned the gift she'd asked for, from spending time with her these past few days, Zhang Muyan knew she was incredibly observant and must remember. Who knows, maybe when she thought about it, she'd even pout, wondering if he'd forgotten. Truth be told, Su Qingxue hadn't forgotten. She simply didn't care. Being able to spend every day with Yanbao, doing all sorts of new things together, a trivial matter like a gift, was the last thing on her mind. Zhang Muyan took the Odin Su Qingxue was holding in motion for Schwer to grab the kite. Su Qingxue looked utterly bewildered. Yanbao, I don't know how to. Huh? I saw you walk over with such determination, I thought you knew how, Schwer. Oh well, we've already bought it. Zhang Muyan handed the Odin to the silly girl with her cheeks puffed out, then grabbed the kite and walked to the edge of the square near the riverbank. Mimicking others flying kites, he pulled the string taut and took a running start. The blue butterfly kite lifted into the air, carried by the breeze. Zhang Muyan slowly let out more string, higher and higher. This wasn't difficult at all. Once it reached a certain height, Zhang Muyan stopped running. The river breeze alone was enough to keep the kite soaring high. He then strolled leisurely back to Su Qingxue, who was staring at him with admiration, almost as if she wanted to flip her own bangs like Wang Lei did. With a look of pure self-satisfaction, he said, "There you go. Have fun." Su Qingxue smiled as she took the kite from Zhang Muyan's hands, then praised him like a little kid. Thanks, Yen Yen. You're so awesome. Hearing this, Zhang Muyan's nose practically grew longer. Well, of course it did, didn't she know who he was? Then Su Qingxue obediently took the kite to a spot to fly it, her eyes sparkling as if she'd discovered a whole new world. Zhang Muyan stood behind her, hands on hips, basking in the glow of praise. While flying the kite, Zhang Muyan used a toothpick to spear a shrimp dumpling and fed it to Su Qingxue, whose hands were occupied. Su Qingxue obediently accepted the treat, her eyes fixed on the butterfly soaring higher and higher in the sky. The string in her hands grew shorter and shorter. Zhang Muyan didn't notice. With both hands occupied and a look of intense focus on her face, feeding her was effortless. He could keep feeding her all day without a second thought, completely unaware that Su Qingxue was steadily letting out more and more string. Only when Su Qingxue could no longer see the kite in the sky did she turn her head, looking at Zhang Muyan with an innocent expression. Honey, the kite seems to have drifted away. Ha? Zhang Muyan kept feeding with a smile, then glanced up at the kite. Not seeing it, he looked again. Ha? Where's the kite? Is that the black dot getting farther and farther away? He blinked at Su Qingxue twice. Looks like the string broke. Su Qingxue pointed to the spool in her hand. The string had come loose at some point, leaving only a broken strand dangling in the air. It flew too high, the tension grew stronger and stronger, and the string snapped. Other children flying kites nearby noticed the pair had lost theirs and laughed without restraint. Ha, look. That girl let her kite fly away. Whoops, it's getting farther and farther away. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, not out of embarrassment, but because she felt a sense of dependence around Zhang Muyan. She shuffled closer and buried her face in Zhang Muyan's clothes. Wah, Yenbao, they're laughing at me. Chapter 111, Riverview Apartment. Kid buddy, damn, PDA alert. I'm outta here. Zhang Muyan, M. Baby, it's not just them laughing at you, I feel like laughing too. Losing a kite is no big deal, but this kind of little joy is just so amusing to witness. It's like watching a kid with a bunch of helium balloons, the kind that could actually fly, bouncing around excitedly. You just want to see those balloons suddenly float away, leaving the kid sitting on the ground crying. I wonder if I'm the only one who thinks like this. Zhang Muyan ruffled Su Qingxue's hair, stifling a laugh as he reassured her, it's okay. We can always buy another one. If we lose one, we'll just buy another. Su Qingxue pouted. Then we'll buy another one. This time I won't let it get away. Okay. So Zhang Muyan bought Su Qingxue another pink butterfly kite. Using the same method, Zhang Muyan first flew the kite into the sky before handing it to Su Qingxue. This time, don't keep letting out the string, reel it in carefully. Though Zhang Muyan had never flown a kite before, he seemed to grasp the basic principle, adjusting the line length according to the wind. Otherwise, if the wind picked up, the kite would just get blown away? Su Qingxue nodded, her eyes fixed intently on the kite in the sky. She began walking forward unconsciously, following the kite's direction. Meanwhile, Zhang Muyan stayed put, chatting with the kids nearby. This is my girlfriend, you know. You guys don't have one? I can buy her another one. The kids, so childish, ha. Hey, these little brats. When he turned back, Schwer, who had been right beside him moments ago, was gone. Ha? Where'd my big, beautiful Schwer go? Schwer, are you flying the kite or is the kite flying you? Noticing Su Qingxue scurrying forward in tiny steps, as if she might take flight at any moment, unable to stop herself. Zhang Muyan walked over with a helpless look on his face. He grabbed her arm from behind, where she held the spool straight out. Su Qingxue turned her head to look back, still beaming with excitement. Yenbao, I feel like I'm about to take off. Zhang Muyan. Yeah, she was about to take off, already being dragged along by the kite. Zhang Muyan gently embraced Su Qingxue from behind, stopping her from running further out. He then took her hand and slowly began to control the kite string. The wind on the river was fierce, and Zhang Muyan could feel the tugging force on the kite string. No wonder Schwer had been dragged along the whole way. But wasn't this precisely the joy of flying a kite? Feeling Zhang Muyan's gentle embrace from behind and his firm grip on her hand, Su Qingxue's sense of impending flight vanished instantly. Instead, a solid sense of security washed over her. She tilted her head back to look at her Yenbao, his expression utterly serious. He. Yenbao is flying the kite while holding my hand. Another new pose mastered. Let's name this pose Scouting Behind. Why such a name? Because there'll be plenty of poses like this later, so no need for lengthy descriptions, just use these 4 words instead. What a silly name. A wave of sweetness washed over her heart. Su Qingxue released her small hand, letting Zhang Muyan take the cordwinder, then turned around to return his embrace. Yenbao. Hey, Schwer, what are you doing? We're outside. Overwhelmed by sweetness, Su Qingxue started acting spoiled. She nuzzled against Zhang Muyan a couple of times before lifting her head again, gazing at him with that silly, adoring look. Yenbao, my Yenbao. Stop it, Schwer, that tickles. Su Qingxue burrowed deeper into Zhang Muyan's embrace, her voice dripping with clinginess. Instantly, Zhang Muyan felt a tingling sensation run through his scalp. He couldn't stand it when Su Qingxue acted like this. Every time she called him like that, his body went limp. He truly understood what it meant to feel like his bones were melting. So Zhang Muyan began reeling in the kite string. With Schwer like this, he might as well head home to stick close. He pulled the softness in his arms closer once more. Hugging, why did it feel so incredibly good when it was with someone you loved? Once the kite was safely stowed away, the two of them carried it back home. Neither Zhang Muyan nor Su Qingxue had ever been here before. It didn't feel unfamiliar or strange at all. For Zhang Muyan, it was all because this was Schwer's home. He felt no sense of incongruity here. Wherever Schwer lived, he lived. Even if it meant living under a bridge, Zhang Muyan believed Schwer must have her reasons for doing so. The wife leads, the husband follows. After all, could Schwer possibly harm me? As for Su Qingxue, because of that incident when she was young, she went abroad for treatment for a period. During that time, her living arrangements were unstable. She had to fly around constantly, adapting to new environments everywhere. So she adapts to unfamiliar surroundings quite quickly. What's more, the person she cherished most was now right by her side. Arriving at Fenghua Residential Complex, it was actually quite similar in style to Yuta Residential Complex. Perhaps because it had fewer residents, the entire complex felt quieter, with an abundance of green spaces. But being a riverside district, the buildings here were taller and larger, unlike the lower structures in the school district area. Even the convenience store downstairs was larger. Why am I even noticing the convenience store? I bet we're not thinking about the same thing. Upstairs, elevator, this time to the 17th floor. It's not the top floor, but it's still pretty high up. The reason for buying so high up is, of course, the view outside. Su Qingxue walked ahead to enter the code. Since she hadn't been here before, the code hadn't been set to Zhang Muyan's birthday yet. So she walked ahead by default, avoiding the awkwardness of Zhang Muyan entering the code only to get an error message. Using the code the butler had sent earlier, she entered it. Once again, the green light flashed and the door opened automatically. They entered the apartment. Compared to the apartment in Jade City, this place was easily more than twice as large. Zhang Muyan's eyes widened in astonishment. What the hell? This must be the legendary Ocean View apartment. Wait, no, this is a River View apartment. Is this the legendary River View apartment? The living room was enclosed by massive floor-to-ceiling windows. To the left was a breakfast bar-like counter for making coffee, flanked by a huge open space. Two doors led into the inner rooms, which appeared to be bedrooms. To the right were a sofa and coffee table facing a massive TV, followed by another large open space. Walking further in, there seemed to be more rooms. The view from the window was beyond words. From the 17th floor, the entire river panorama unfolded below. Zhang Muyan, who was slightly afraid of heights, felt like he might fall from this height at any moment just by glancing down. Holy crap! Zhang Muyan suddenly felt a wave of despondency wash over him. The cozy two-bedroom apartment he and Schwer had shared felt warm and comfortable, but this riverside suite was a harsh reminder of reality. Even if I worked my entire life, I could never afford this. Rich lady. Hungry. Food. Chapter 112, Daytime. While Zhang Muyan was still sighing by the window, Su Qingxue spotted the suitcases she'd brought over earlier. She grabbed both of them and headed straight for the inner rooms. This place had far too many rooms, but she'd already decided which two they'd occupy. No way was she letting Zhang Muyan choose for himself. To the right, past the kitchen corridor, lay 4 rooms, 2 master bedrooms, a study, and a gym. On the left side were 2 additional rooms, both guest bedrooms. The master bedrooms each had en-suite bathrooms, but the guest rooms did not. Therefore, the 2 rooms on the left shared 1 bathroom. You can't expect someone to trek all the way across the house in the middle of the night just to use the bathroom. As for why it's set up this way, well, those in the know get it. It was all Schwer's doing. Truthfully, Su Qingxue wasn't planning anything specific, it's just, she wanted to be closer. Just to be a little closer. That's all. So she could say good morning to Yanbao first thing in the morning. And play with Yanbao a little longer at night. As for the shared bathroom, it had all the amenities, bathtub and everything. So, it was time for the classic bathroom perk. Su Qingxue dragged both suitcases into the room and surveyed the space. Both rooms had beds positioned against floor-to-ceiling windows on one side. A small, wide bench sat by the window wide enough to lie down on. Then, each room had a large TV mounted on the corresponding wall. Even though people hardly watch TV anymore, it still had to be there if only for the sound. I may not use it, but it can't be missing. Otherwise, this huge room would feel a bit too empty. Just as the butler had shown her before, it was quite nice. By the time Su Qingxue had placed their suitcases and stepped out of the room, Zhang Muyan had already vanished. Where's Yanbao? Zhang Muyan now stood on the open-air balcony outside, looking down. The entire scene of vehicles below was clearly visible, though it felt a bit eerie. The wind was strong up high, so Zhang Muyan spread his arms wide, relishing the sensation of being assaulted or, no, being blown as if he might take flight. I am the master of the world. What the hell was that noise? This was Zhang Muyan's first time in a place like this. Though he'd climbed countless hills since childhood, an urban setting like this was a first. It felt vastly different from scaling mountain peaks in the countryside. But seriously, why did Schwer buy a riverview apartment like this? There's only the two of us. Ahem. Sorry, I've already mentally cast us as an old married couple. Guess that's just how the wealthy indulge themselves. Why ask so many questions? Doesn't this riverview apartment feel comfortable to live in? Schwer's a little rich girl. He. Su Qingxue searched around before finally spotting her Yanbao on the balcony, standing there with his arms spread wide like a goofball. What on earth is Yanbao doing? Could this be the typical teenage middle school syndrome boys get in anime? Should she pretend not to notice at a time like this? But shouldn't Yanbao have outgrown that phase by now? Just then, Zhang Muyan turned around, locking eyes with Su Qingxue. Zhang Muyan felt his vision go black. Could it be that just as I started, I got caught red-handed? Thank goodness I didn't blurt out what I was thinking just now. Hey, if you're wondering why I'd want to shout something like that, ask yourself why you used to run around with a stick hacking at rapeseed flowers as a kid, yelling nonsense like blah blah sword technique. I'm the greatest under heaven. Anyone who blocks me dies. Not a single intact rapeseed plant within 100 miles. Was that the handiwork of everyone present? Only to get your butt beaten black and blue when you got home. What? Even so, if you had a decent weapon now, you wouldn't be able to resist chopping down roadside rapeseed flowers? Hell yeah, I'd be tempted too. Spit. I'm getting sidetracked. Anyway, when the moment strikes, that inner middle schooler spirit just awakens. That's the gist. Zhang Muyan feigned composure as he walked back to the living room, then slumped like a deflated balloon, resting his head on Su Qingxue's shoulder and pretending to be clueless. Blah blah. Su Qingxue's lips curved into a faint smile, playing along with Zhang Muyan's act as if she hadn't noticed a thing. Then she asked, "Are we going out to eat tonight?" Zhang Muyan, blah 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 blah. I know nothing, I'm possessed by a childish spirit. Alright, monster, go away. Don't you dare hurt my Yanbao. Su Qingxue patted Zhang Muyan's back, pretending to shoo away imaginary demons and monsters, then added, Yanbao, the monster's been chased away. Zhang Muyan giggled softly. Only in front of those who loved her could she act like a child, becoming inexplicably silly and eccentric, even joining in on the playful antics. So Zhang Muyan pretended to snap out of it, lifted her chin, and declared in a bossy tone, "Tonight we're going out to eat hot pot. Then we'll go play at the Riverside Plaza." Heading inland from the Riverside district, one soon reached the vast Riverside Plaza. Having come this far, such a place was bound to be here. So, nighttime. Zhanghe Plaza. Su Qingxue, her mouth burning bright red from the hot pot and her cheeks flushed crimson, let Zhang Muyan lead her through the crowd. Su Qingxue hadn't expected Yanbao to handle spice so well. As usual, she'd picked food from Zhang Muyan's bowl only to have her mouth instantly turn into two giant sausages from the heat. Zhang Muyan grinned darkly beside her, watching Schwer puffing out hot breaths before quickly pouring her some cold water. But even after walking quite a distance from the hot pot restaurant, Su Qingxue's face remained bright red, though her lips had eased slightly. The sight made Zhang Muyan want to kiss her right then and there. As a true native of Sichuan province, he was naturally quite adept at handling spicy food. But when Su Qingxue shared some of the dish from his bowl, he hadn't expected that eating tripe could make Schwer react like that. Her face flushed like a ripe apple, her lips a vivid crimson, tears stinging her eyes. She kept huffing and puffing, looking utterly adorable. Zhang Muyan then pulled Su Qingxue through the crowd. Spotting a milk tea shop nearby, he went over and ordered her a cup. After sipping the room temperature milk tea, Su Qingxue visibly calmed down, though she kept shooting Zhang Muyan protesting glances. Stinky Yanbao. You're picking on me again. Zhang Muyan simply wrapped his arm around her and continued strolling. The square was packed with people at night, including food carts selling skewers, fried potatoes, and the like. There were also cakes, flatbreads, chicken drumsticks, and so on. Having just eaten, Zhang Muyan and his companion weren't interested in food. So they were looking for something fun to do. Zhang Muyan was on the lookout for a cat cafe or similar spot, remembering clearly that Su Qingxue adored cats. Su Qingxue, meanwhile, was hunting for claw machines, a must-try activity for couples, and something she absolutely loved. She had jotted this down in her notebook long ago. If she ever got to go shopping with Muyan, they absolutely had to try the claw machine together. Soon, one of them spotted their target first. A pool hall, downstairs. Su Qingxue grabbed Zhang Muyan's hand and stopped dead in her tracks, her eyes sparkling like a child who'd spotted a beloved toy. She looked up at him expectantly. Yanbao. I wanna play. Chapter 113, Catching Dolls. Su Qingxue's big eyes gazed longingly at the dazzlingly colorful scene inside. The bright pink light from inside illuminated her face. Given this scene, if there were just two streetwalkers standing at the entrance, it would feel downright sleazy. Then let's go. Zhang Muyan replied immediately. If Schwer wanted it, even if it were the moon in the sky, well, that might be a bit exaggerated, but whatever Schwer desired, he would absolutely do his utmost to fulfill it. The two entered the claw machine arcade, and Su Qingxue pulled Zhang Muyan along as they browsed the machines. Nothing but cute, fluffy stuffed animals. Why do girls all love these fluffy stuffed animals? What's so fun about these? Ultraman would be way more. Ha? What's this? Ha? Panda Man memes? Ha? Chibi Gwen? This one's actually pretty cool. Seriously, are claw machines this up to date nowadays? They can cater to anyone's preferences? Hey, boss, swipe my card, I'm taking a few of these little trinkets home today. Zhang Muyan grabbed a small basket and headed straight to the coin machine for 200 tokens. Schwerer, grab. Su Qingxue stared wide-eyed as Zhang Muyan walked over carrying the little basket. Honey. 200 tokens? How long are we going to be at this? Su Qingxue smiled, then pulled a few tokens from the basket to start with. No worries, we'll take our time. After saying that, Zhang Muyan set the basket down and watched Su Qingxue try her hand first. She aimed at a fluffy macabaka and clicked. Clunk. The claw descended, clamped down, and lifted upward. Both pairs of eyes followed the doll upward as the claw reached its peak, shook once, and let go. Naturally, it didn't get caught. Su Qingxue tried again, aiming at the same doll. She aimed and fired. Failure. Third time, failed. Su Qingxue looked to Zhang Muyan for help. She'd seen others grab dolls before. It looked so simple, and they seemed so happy. Was it really this difficult? Zhang Muyan jolted awake. That look in Schwerer's eyes, she wasn't asking for help, was she? But the problem was, I wasn't even online. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Make the author give me a system. I don't need one that dominates the heavens and earth. Just give me a guaranteed win with the claw machine. These things are all pre-programmed by the owner. Maybe it takes dozens of tries to get one. But when it comes to showing off boyfriend material, saying no is absolutely out of the question. Fine, I'll do it. Su Qingxue stepped aside, and Zhang Muyan inserted the coin. Come on, boyfriend material, let that inexplicable power surge. He pressed the button. The claw descended, grabbed the doll, and rose. Zhang Muyan's heartbeat quickened. Stay steady. Stay steady. I'm trading my roommate's 30 years of life for just this one doll for Schwerer. King of hell? Unparalleled wealth? Roommate? Kid, this isn't funny, old Zhang Yu #%. Then, the claw retracted. At the very top, it swayed once more, and the doll slipped out of its grasp. But thanks to inertia, it landed right by the exit, about to come to a stop. Zhang Muyan silently thought, no way, those three things' lifespans couldn't even buy a doll? Useless. Then suddenly, a vibration sent the doll tumbling down the chute. Nice. I knew those three good-for-nothings had some use after all. At that moment, the three lying at home suddenly felt darkness overtake their vision. Oh my god, dizziness. What's going on? Zhang Muyan looked excitedly at Su Qingxue. We got it. Then he saw Su Qingxue, mischievous as ever, sidling away from the claw machine. So that vibration was Schwerer's doing. Good job, clever Schwerer. Su Qingxue walked up to Zhang Muyan with her head held high, her expression begging for praise. Zhang Muyan smiled and ruffled her hair. Hee, thanks, Schwerer. Su Qingxue then crouched down and retrieved the plush toy from the prize chute. One trophy down. Judging by the quality of this doll, it was probably the kind sold online for 9.99 yuan for 2 with free shipping. So catching the doll itself wasn't really the point. The meaning lay in the process of playing and the people involved. Come on, next one. We got one with just 4 tokens. With 200 tokens, we can get 50. Zhang Muyan declared dramatically. Su Qingxue, no, we're going for 99. Ha? Why so many? Su Qingxue grinned, because this is my first official date with Yanbao. With that, Su Qingxue turned and walked toward the next claw machine, leaving Zhang Muyan standing there dumbfounded. First date? Oh right. They'd grown so accustomed to each other that they'd forgotten they'd never actually had a proper date. Schwerer really was so thoughtful, remembering everything clearly. Well, if it was their first date, how could they skip flowers and an amusement park? But there didn't seem to be any amusement parks nearby, though there should be a flower shop. It might be a bit corny, but Schwerer would definitely love it. Catching up with Su Qingxue again, she handed Zhang Muyan her half-finished milk tea. Bao, I can't drink anymore. Is this how girls are? Zhang Muyan took it without hesitation, then sucked on the straw Su Qingxue had just used. Sweet. I'm talking about the milk tea. Su Qingxue froze. She hadn't said, for Zhang Muyan to drink it. She'd only meant for him to hold it for a moment. Since I bought the bubble tea when I was feeling really spicy, the saliva I just secreted from the heat could be stretched into strings. Yanbao just ate it. He ate his own saliva. Her little face flushed instantly, her head spinning hot. Eating Yanbao's food and being eaten by Yanbao were two entirely different sensations? And she seemed to prefer the latter. No, the blush on her cheeks was more pronounced with the latter. When she ate Zhang Muyan's food, it was actually Zhang Muyan who blushed more. It seemed she shared Yanbao's preference for being eaten. The more she thought about it, the hotter her face grew, and Su Qingxue felt that strange tingling sensation rising again. Even though she and Yanbao had fed each other countless times before, this kind of blatant eating felt a bit embarrassing. Yanbao, doesn't he mind it being dirty? Zhang Muyan walked over to the claw machine with his coins, focusing intently on grabbing a stuffed animal while quickly finishing the remaining half cup of milk tea. Of course he noticed the glistening droplets on the straw. Ah, no, he hadn't seen it. He saw nothing. Admitting he saw it would expose the sweetness he'd just mentioned earlier. Character. Mind the character. How could Zhang Muyan possibly be disgusted by Su Qingxue? If anyone should be disgusted, it would be Su Qingxue disgusted by him. Besides, they'd already reached the point of feeding each other. Would they really be disgusted by each other's saliva? If they did, would they even kiss anymore? If you're disgusted, then you better have the guts to stop kissing. I'm putting this out there today, if you're disgusted, no tongues allowed when kissing from now on. Chapter 114, Flower Delivery. Zhang Muyan was already exercising restraint. Truth be told, when he took Su Qingxue's milk tea, a flicker of relief crossed his mind. Don't forget, he was a little pervert who enjoyed watching some steamy stuff. There was a hint of that tingly feeling. Even when Su Qingxue often pressed against him, he'd fought it off fiercely, including those kisses. He'd wanted to kiss Su Qingxue more than once or twice. But it felt like he was still missing that crucial moment. He had his reasons for wanting to kiss Schwer. She was so kind to him, and his heart had skipped beats countless times. But what reason would Schwer have to kiss him? He hadn't done anything for her yet. He needed an opportunity. When things grew intense, it would just happen naturally. Hand in hand, they played claw machines, cheering when they won, sighing when they missed. It took 2 hours and 200 tokens to finally finish playing. When they finally emerged from the claw machine arcade, they were each carrying a small bag full of stuffed animals. 14 in total. Only 14 for 200 tokens? What a rip-off. But Zhang Muyan was most thrilled to snag a panda emoji, the one eating and pooping. Waking up early in the morning, I rolled over and was greeted by this face. The sun was already high in the sky, and he was still sleeping, eating, and pooping. Su Qingxue was thrilled to be grabbing dolls with Zhang Muyan. She was so happy, that without realizing it, she tightened her grip on his hand. What should we play next? There seem to be toy cars over there. Su Qingxue pointed to a mini car being driven by an adult with a child in the distance. You want to try it? Is that okay? Those are for kids. I never said you couldn't play. Let's go. He. After playing with the toy cars again, the two of them worked up an appetite and lined up together to buy grilled sausages. Zhang Muyan spotted a flower shop nearby and quickly told Su Qingxue he needed to use the restroom, asking her to wait there. Then Zhang Muyan circled around and dashed into the flower shop. Hello, what can I get for you? The shop assistant approached with a smile. After scanning the displays, Zhang Muyan pointed to a bouquet of blue and white roses. Su Qingxue didn't have a particular favorite flower, something Zhang Muyan had known for a long time. So when he decided to give her flowers, he figured he'd just pick one at random. What if Schwer didn't like them? Sometimes it wasn't about giving something the other person liked, but simply about giving something that, because it came from you, they would cherish. There was no special meaning behind it. Just like this bouquet of blue and white roses, Zhang Muyan simply thought they were beautiful and figured Schwer would like them. So he decided to give them to her. The shop assistant handed Zhang Muyan a large bouquet of blue and white roses, smiling as he said, "You must really love your girlfriend. This variety is called Shattered Ice Blue Rose. Its meaning is, the hope I give you is as vast as the stars and the sea." Zhang Muyan nodded with a smile. That's nice. But my girlfriend likes me even more. He then cradled the shattered ice blue roses and started walking back, soon breaking into a brisk run. Shop assistant? For some reason, holding this bouquet made his heart race with urgency. It felt like he'd been given a mission to deliver this to someone. Zhang Muyan felt a shift within himself. He never imagined that carrying flowers to someone he liked could make him feel this impatient. It felt as though the gaze of those around him had shifted. Perhaps in this materialistic world, everyone yearns for love and beauty, so flowers, symbols of beauty, are cherished all the more. Because flowers are so beautiful, yet so utterly useless. Bring them home, and they might wither in a few days. Better to buy a roast duck to eat instead. Or perhaps buy some practical tools for the one you love, to ease their burden or ensure their safety. So their gazes seemed to whisper, youth is truly wonderful. The vibrant bouquet stood out even more vividly amidst the crowd. Zhang Muyan jogged back to Su Qingxue's side, meeting her slightly hesitant gaze. She stood there blankly, unsure of what to do. Zhang Muyan smiled as he approached Su Qingxue, pursed his lips, then slowly handed her a large bouquet of blue and white roses. Here, for you, sweetie. Among the queue were young couples, and the girls would give their boyfriends a playful glare, their eyes conveying a single message, look at them. Only to catch her boyfriend still trying to sneak a bite of her grilled sausage. Damn it, today %%. Another family of 3 passed by, the child pointing at the flowers and asking, Daddy, aren't you going to buy Mom some flowers? Kids don't understand, don't say things like that. Your mom took all my secret stash, where am I supposed to buy flowers now? Su Qingxue froze for a moment, slowly unable to hold back a frown, her expression one of touching emotion that made her want to cry. Then she flung herself into Zhang Muyan's arms, clinging tightly as she began to coo and nuzzle her head against his chest. She didn't take the flowers he offered. Zhang Muyan felt his chest get slammed by a pair of fierce things, nearly dropping the roses in his hands. Fortunately, Schwer had been glued to him every day lately, so he'd grown quite accustomed to those things and quickly regained his composure. Schwer, no charging with the ball. When Su Qingxue saw Zhang Muyan approaching with the flowers, an explosion of happiness flooded her mind, leaving her brain blank. Then she threw herself into Zhang Muyan's arms. My Yan Yan, why is my Yan Yan so wonderful? Only after a long while, when the surrounding crowd had gradually dispersed, did Su Qingxue finally come to her senses and let go. That was just how she was the moment she felt happiness. She couldn't help but cling to Zhang Muyan and shower him with affection. She glanced at the blue and white roses in Zhang Muyan's hands, then looked up at his tender expression. Then she closed her eyes and aimed for Zhang Muyan's cheek. Peck. A butterfly kiss. Ha. Ha. Schwer, did you just kiss me? Zhang Muyan hadn't processed it yet when he saw Schwer gazing tenderly at him. Then she tiptoed up and, faster than lightning. His left cheek was nibbled by the sweetest thing in the world. Su Qingxue flushed crimson, lowered her head, took the rose from Zhang Muyan's hand, clutched it to her chest, then turned and began to walk away. Was this the gift Muyan had given her? I love it so much. So happy. Today, I'm truly so happy. Suddenly noticing Zhang Muyan hadn't followed, she turned back and called out, Muyan? Zhang Muyan remained frozen in place until a small hand touched his right hand and gently clasped it. Only then did he snap out of his daze. This was Su Qingxue's most devastating move against him yet. Setting aside the mental assault of peeling shrimp, this kiss was far more shocking than any previous physical temptations. If anything could be more shocking, it would only be a more direct kiss or something similar. But Zhang Muyan noticed Su Qingxue's right hand clutching the blue and white roses the entire time, occasionally glancing at them. It seemed Schwer truly loved them. Zhang Muyan felt deeply satisfied. This flower-giving mission had been flawless. Good thing he thought of it during the date. But just a bouquet of flowers, and this girl is this happy. You're a little rich girl, after all. Chapter 115, Caught in the Act. Muyan, let's head home. Su Qingxue took Zhang Muyan's hand and suddenly turned to him. Zhang Muyan glanced at the time. It was indeed getting late and nodded. Sure. After that, the two left the square and hailed a cab at the intersection to head home. But then, Zhang Muyan suddenly realized why was Schwer calling him Muyan instead of Yinbo. Ha? Did sending flowers make her less affectionate? After getting off at the community gate, Su Qingxue held Zhang Muyan's hand tightly the whole way as they rode the elevator back to the 17th floor together. After entering the code to unlock the door, Su Qingxue placed the roses down. Then she turned, wrapped her arms around Zhang Muyan, and stared at him with eyes brimming with tears. Zhang Muyan froze, gently stroking her hair. What's wrong? Mu Yu? Su Qingxue murmured, burying her face in his chest again. Zhang Muyan was completely baffled. Why did Schwer seem so strange ever since receiving his flowers? Was she allergic to pollen? Her brow remained furrowed, her lips perpetually pouted. He felt the girl in his arms lift her head slightly. Zhang Muyan tried to look down, but his body froze again. He felt the sweetest thing in the world press against his neck, soft, with a tongue gently licking. The threshold bar in his head exploded once more. Oh no, his mind suddenly felt a bit blank. Moments later, Su Qingxue reluctantly released Zhang Muyan's neck, leaving behind a tiny wet spot. She gazed deeply into Zhang Muyan's startled eyes, then pressed her lips together and lowered her head. I'm sorry, Yin Yin. I couldn't help myself. She just wanted to be closer, so much closer. So she did. Zhang Muyan could still feel the faint chill on his neck, as if Schwer had taken a little sip. But now his mind had completely shut down, leaving him only aware of his burning cheeks and the fact that he'd forgotten to breathe. His entire body seemed to grow increasingly heated. Gazing at the girl before him, her eyes brimming with tenderness, Zhang Muyan could hold back no longer. He stepped forward, gently caressing her cheek, then lowered his head, slowly drawing toward her soft lips. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. The phone rang suddenly and inappropriately, jolting Zhang Muyan's mind back to reality. The two stood mere inches apart, just centimeters from kissing. A sudden wave of shyness washed over them. Their faces, already flushed and hearts racing, turned crimson as if they might burst. They each pulled back from the kiss, taking a step apart. Su Qingxue felt a pang of frustration. So close, yet so far. So close to kissing Muyan. Why did someone have to call Muyan at such a crucial moment? Zhang Muyan, meanwhile, felt a complex mix of emotions, both disappointed and relieved. Thank goodness someone called, or tonight might have led to something big. The disappointment stemmed from Schwer's kiss. It really was tempting. He really wanted to taste it. Then he pulled his phone from his pocket, a video call from his mom? Holy crap, where the hell am I supposed to answer this? Schwer, it's my mom's video call. Before even answering, Zhang Muyan instinctively whispered to Su Qingxue in a barely audible voice. Su Qingxue's eyes widened too, her earlier irritation suddenly vanishing. Ha? It's mom calling? Then it's fine. But, how is Muyan supposed to answer it now? The whole room looked, not exactly like a school setting. The two hurriedly searched for angles, trying to figure out how to answer it plausibly. For some reason, they both fell into perfect sync, like they'd been caught red-handed by their parents. After searching for ages without finding a good spot, Zhang Muyan had no choice but to stand in front of a wall and answer the call. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue hid on the sofa beside him, not daring to make a sound. She peered out with wide eyes, crouching low. After the call connected, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses appeared in the center of the phone screen, leaning back on a bed as she looked at Zhang Muyan on the other end. Just from her demeanor, it was clear she was a strict teacher. But Ms. Yan wasn't strict with her own son. She remained gentle on the other end, affectionately calling Zhang Muyan her good boy. "Son, what are you doing?" I'm playing with my phone," Zhang Muyan replied awkwardly, his eyes darting involuntarily toward Su Qingxue. At that moment, Su Qingxue peeked her head out like a kitten, her bright, white eyes fixed on Zhang Muyan. "Cut back on the phone, that thing gives off a lot of radiation." Does every mom say that?" Zhang Muyan was used to it by now and simply replied, "Aha. You're so obedient when I tell you what to do. Anyway, when are you coming back? I see everyone else is already on vacation." Mrs. Yan got straight to the point, also noticing something off about her son. "I'll be back in a couple of days. I need to stay at school for 2 more days to finish the experiment." Zhang Muyan replied with his prepared excuse. "Oh, are you in your dorm room right now?" Mrs. Yan glanced at the wall behind Zhang Muyan and noticed something off, prompting her to ask. Zhang Muyan's heart instantly leapt to his throat. Oh no, the fatal question was coming. If he said yes, and Mom followed up with "turn around and show me," he'd be done for. If he said no, Mom would probably demand he come home immediately tomorrow. "What are you doing out there if you're not even staying at school?" Mom was the type who never trusted him. Even though he was an adult, she never allowed Zhang Muyan to stay overnight anywhere else. She simply believed Zhang Muyan couldn't protect himself, that he was still a child, and that the outside world was too dangerous. Zhang Muyan had already told his mom he'd be staying at school a few extra days, so why would she suddenly call him on video chat? Unconsciously, his eyes drifted toward Su Qingxue again. "Honey, I might have to leave you tomorrow." Hey, son. What are you looking at? Let me see." Mrs. Yan's urging voice came through again. Zhang Muyan suddenly wanted to pretend he hadn't heard anything, to blame it on poor network signal. But then a voice suddenly came through the phone, shattering that thought. "Hey, Mom, I'll tell you. Big sis? I knew Mom wouldn't video call out of the blue. It had to be her." The phone screen rotated slightly, revealing a mask-covered face that was hideously ugly. Zhang Muyan's nervous smile instantly turned into a sneer of utter contempt, as if she wanted to spit right at the woman on the screen. "Zhang Muyan, what's that look on your face?" "Zhang Eileen, I knew why Mom suddenly video called me, turns out it was you all alone. I see everyone else is off already, but you." Zhang Eileen glanced behind Zhang Muyan and her face twisted into a grimace. As a fellow college graduate, she instantly recognized the yellow wall behind him wasn't a dormitory. "Brother, where the hell are you at this hour?" Zhang Muyan felt a sinking sensation in his stomach. This kid knew way too much. "Zhang Eileen, hold on a sec, Mom. I'll go have a little chat with him." "Mrs. Yan, I haven't even said 2 words yet and you've already snatched him away." "Oh, you can talk to him later." Chapter 116, Big Sis Knows. Zhang Eileen tossed her face mask into the trash bin, then grabbed her phone and headed back to her room. She sat down on the bed. "Hey bro, you're not in the dorm, are you?" Zhang Eileen's eyes darted around, and Zhang Muyan knew she was up to something. "Nope, not here." Zhang Muyan replied impatiently. There was no point hiding anything from this sister of his. "Let me see where you are. This looks like someone else's place to me." "Ugh, just leave it alone. Just tell Mom I'm safe." "If you don't tell me, I'm going straight to Mom to report you're still out this late." "Damn it." Zhang Muyan stared at the woman on the screen, her face twisted into a wicked grin, his fists clenching tightly. "I'm at a hotel. Is someone else with you?" Zhang Muyan quickly glanced toward Su Qingxue, then hurriedly replied, "No." "Ha! You do. You just glanced toward 1 o'clock. Spill it, who is it? Male or female?" The woman on the screen instantly perked up, grinning like she'd found a treasure. "I knew it. Why haven't you come back during your break? Still doing experiments? How could that be?" Zhang Muyan stared at the woman on the screen, feeling utterly defeated. This damn woman knew him too well he couldn't fight back or even yell at her. Plus, she had all his embarrassing moments from childhood onward. "Damn it. Spill it. Did you go out with your roommate? If you went out, you went out. You're in college now, it's normal. What's there to be shy about? Big sis here will keep it a secret." Zhang Eileen wore a knowing expression, reassuring him with a leave-it-to-me look. Zhang Muyan quickly went along with her. "Yeah, just keep it from Mom, okay? I'll be back in a couple days." "Ha ha. You definitely weren't hanging out with your roommate." Zhang Eileen's expression instantly changed, and she yelled, "Mom. Even Su Qingxue, crouching far away, could hear the shouts from the phone and Zhang Muyan's frantic finger-to-mouth gestures. Was that his sister's voice? Zhang Muyan hadn't expected this devil to be so dramatic, setting a trap like this. What do you think you're doing? Zhang Eileen. Zhang Eileen gave a faint smile, sat up straight, and looked down at the phone screen with an air of superiority. What did you call me? Damn, that. But he was forced to play along. Big sis. Zhang Eileen, call me something more intimate. Big sis. Damn sis, don't push it too far, Zhang Muyan gritted out. I'm right here. It was obvious his sister had him completely under her thumb. There was no way he could hide anything from her. So he might as well come clean. He hadn't planned on hiding it anyway. He was going to tell Mom and the others as soon as he got back. But moving in with a girl so soon? Mom, with her traditional views. You little brat, how many times have I warned you about messing around outside? So Zhang Muyan planned to go home and tell his mom he had a girlfriend. She and the others would surely be happy. Ms. Yan, my son is so capable, found a girlfriend in just one semester of freshman year. Unlike your sister, who hasn't found a boyfriend even after graduating over a year ago. Big sis, I'm only 23, Mom. Zhang Eileen nodded approvingly, grinning like a gossipy old woman. The gossipy auntie part is how Zhang Muyan sees her. People's filters for others really do vary. Let me see your little girlfriend. Zhang Eileen was already bursting with anticipation. Some secrets might be too embarrassing to share with parents, but they're usually confided to older siblings at home. Being close in age, they understand each other better, and that definitely included Zhang Eileen. Though she often had Zhang Muyan wrapped around her finger, she'd never once tattled on him growing up. In elementary school, she'd even stood up for him and fought his battles. It was Zhang Muyan who had ratted her out countless times. Zhang Muyan, how the hell could I not tell? He bullied me every single day. He'd break my toys and then threaten me with his fists not to cry, and if I did cry, he'd punch me. What kind of big sister beats her own little brother with a chair? And uses taekwondo moves she learned to attack her own brother? Black Tiger Heart Punch. Black Tiger Heart Punch. What kind of sister bullies her own brother with martial arts moves? So Zhang Muyan actually went to learn martial arts, taekwondo, and even kung fu at Shaolin Temple in middle school. It wasn't just because of that middle school crush. A huge part of it was because of his big sister at home. Let's get this straight first, same old rules. Don't worry, I won't tell Mom. What have I ever told Mom about you since you were little? Fine. After saying that, Zhang Muyan looked at Su Qingxue. 2 strands of Su Qingxue's long hair were mysteriously sticking up like 2 silly hairs, adorably perched on the sofa. Xue is still the prettiest. Looking at that woman on the screen is practically polluting my eyes. He silently spat in his mind. Then he rotated his phone, aimed it at Su Qingxue for a second, and quickly turned it back. Zhang Eileen's voice came through the phone. Oh no, so fast. I didn't get a good look. Zhang Muyan, I already showed you. That doesn't count. You better show me properly. I need to at least say hello to her first. Hey, you damn. Hurry up. Or I'll call Mom. Fine, I'll ask her. Su Qingxue watched Zhang Muyan the entire time. She caught a glimpse of the phone screen earlier and recognized the woman on it, Yanbao's older sister. She froze for a moment, but before she could process it, Zhang Muyan had already turned away. She only caught a glimpse for a second. Then she saw Zhang Muyan walking back toward her, and suddenly felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. See? Muyan's sister? Though she had met her before. I felt a bit nervous. After all, it's been so many years since we last met. I wonder if she still remembers me. Zhang Muyan sat down beside Su Qingxue, then pressed his phone and asked softly, Xue, my sister wants to see you. Do you? Su Qingxue nodded with a soft mm. Of course she wanted to meet her. She then took Zhang Muyan's phone and held it up in front of her. The 2 women locked eyes across the distance, both widening their eyes slightly. Then Su Qingxue waved first to greet her. Hello, sister. Zhang Eileen looked surprised. Wasn't this the little girl her younger brother had picked up somewhere when they were kids? Right? She hadn't mistaken her, had she? Still, she hesitated before replying. Hello, little sister. Su Qingxue blinked and nodded slightly. Where are you from, little sister? Beijing. Oh, Kyoto. Zhang Eileen nodded. Beijing didn't seem like the little girl from her childhood, but why did she look so familiar? Zhang Muyan darted into the frame, looking at Zhang Eileen inside the screen. You said hello, right? That's it. Hey, wait. Introduce us. Add her as a friend. Right, sis? Su Qingxue paused, turning her head questioningly to look at Zhang Muyan. Yanbao? Chapter 117, Childhood. Zhang Muyan silently cursed under his breath. Damn it, this damn sister. But since she'd already seen it, introducing her wouldn't hurt. Might as well let this idiot of an older sister know so she could brace herself. So he impatiently addressed the person on the screen. Su Qingxue, my girlfriend. She's at Sichuan University like me, a freshman this year. After saying that, Zhang Muyan turned to Su Qingxue and said softly, Xue, her name is Zhang Eileen. She's a real tiger, mom. Don't you dare follow her example, okay? Fine, fine, fine. You little brat, you're not giving your big sister any face, are you? Fine, just you wait. When you get back, I'll show you what's what. Zhang Eileen maintained her smile, but inside she'd already sentenced Zhang Muyan to death. To put it more vividly, the veins on her forehead were bulging. However, Zhang Eileen didn't dwell too long on the matter of killing Zhang Muyan. She had just heard the name Su Qingxue, that was the little sister from her childhood. Back then, her little brother had brought home this pretty little girl from who knows where. She was filthy and pitiful but had such an innocent face even as a child herself. Zhang Eileen had found her utterly adorable. Her eyes sparkled, and when she furrowed her tiny brow, she looked like she might burst into tears at any moment, utterly sweet and innocent. When Zhang Muyan brought her home, she declinged to his hand, standing right behind him. Mom waved her over, telling her not to be afraid, but she wouldn't budge. No matter what we asked her, she'd hide behind Zhang Muyan. Later, they learned the girl's name, Su Qingxue. She remembered how mom had wanted to bathe little Su Qingxue and had even tried to dress her in some of her own smaller clothes. Children are like that, they adore cute things. Zhang Eileen was just such a little girl back then. But back then, little Su Qingxue seemed traumatized somehow. She wouldn't let go of her little brother for even a second, refusing to let go even during bath time. No choice, they bathed together. Zhang Muyan had gotten himself filthy crawling around who knows where and got scolded for it. Always running around like crazy. They were young back then, so bathing together was no big deal. But when it came time to undress, Su Qingxue's girl-specific shyness kicked in. Her face flushed crimson as she let go of Zhang Muyan, refusing to bathe together. She still remembered how young Zhang Muyan had stuck out his lower lip, his tail wagging as he declared, "You actually think I'm gross? I don't think you're gross." Then he sulked and sat outside the bathroom, guarding the door. Honestly, looking back now, little Muyan was pretty adorable back then. He even knew how to be a gentleman. Nothing like today, where he's always butting heads with me. Later, after Su Qingxue finished washing, Zhang Muyan went in to wash. Su Qingxue softly apologized and gave him a peck on the cheek. Back then, little Muyan's face turned bright red, tinged with a touch of pride. Well then. I guess I'll forgive you. Later, after mom and dad discussed it, they decided to keep the little girl at home for 2 days. If no one came to claim her, they'd take her to the police station. So they kept little Su Qingxue. Perhaps mom's thinking at the time was that if she was someone's child, they might have simply forgotten about her. Besides, transportation in the new city was quite inconvenient back then, and communication wasn't very reliable either. So for the next 2 days, mom told Zhang Muyan to keep little Su Qingxue from wandering off and to stay put at home. Little Su Qingxue was incredibly adorable, yet extremely shy around strangers except for Zhang Muyan. At mealtimes, she'd snuggle up close to Zhang Muyan. The two little kids, barely bigger than a fart, held hands every single day, as if glued together. Watching her as a child made her genuinely angry. Even at night, she insisted on sleeping while clutching little Zhang Muyan. She felt like her little brother had been snatched away, and now little Su Qingxue was taken too, leaving her feeling like the extra one. But just 2 days later, little Su Qingxue suddenly vanished, and then my little brother ended up in the hospital. When her little brother finally woke up, he couldn't bear to hear Su Qingxue's name. Just mentioning it made his head throb. Mom warned us never to mention those 2 days again, especially not in front of my brother, it would make his head. Over time, as she grew older, she had forgotten all about it. But seeing Su Qingxue's face today, she could still find that resemblance to the little girl in her memories. There was no helping it, the memory was too vivid. Back then, she had met the person she most wanted to protect. Never imagined life would circle back to where it all began. But judging by my little brother's expression, he seemed fine, right? Thinking this, Zhang Eileen asked directly, "Hey, little brother, do you remember when we were kids?" He remembered very little from that time himself, let alone the even younger Zhang Muyan. What childhood memories? Xiao Shui? What? When you were little and Su Qingxue. Sis, let's add each other on social media, Su Qingxue interrupted. She really didn't want to see Zhang Muyan get a headache again. The last time had scared her. Sure, I'll add you. Zhang Eileen, cut off by Su Qingxue, completely ignored Zhang Muyan's earlier question and focused on adding Su Qingxue first. So the two exchanged WeChat contacts. Just then, Mrs. Yan's impatient voice rang out, "How much longer is this going to take? Hurry up and get it back." Zhang Muyan had no choice but to cut the call short. He hurriedly told Zhang Eileen to hang up and handled the conversation with her mom, since he couldn't deal with it himself. Zhang Eileen, fine, you little brat. After hanging up, Zhang Muyan exhaled. This unexpected farce was finally over. Exhausted, Zhang Muyan turned to look at Su Qingxue beside him. My emotional anchor Schwer. Then he turned around and embraced Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue stood still, letting Zhang Muyan pull her into his arms. She then looked up and asked with concern, "Honey, you don't have a headache, do you?" "No, why do you ask?" "You had a headache earlier, so I'm asking." "Speaking of that, didn't I mention it when Aunt Xiao was here? It's that Zhang Eileen from the phone call earlier who did this to me." She's been messing with my head since I was a kid. Wait, that's not right. Why did that sound like he was cursing me? When we played basketball together as kids, she made me stand on the opposite court to retrieve balls for her. Then she smashed one right into my head, giving me a concussion. I still have after effects, occasional dizziness. Swear, you won't look down on me, will you? Su Qingxue felt a pang of sympathy, but then she pursed her lips and smiled. She burrowed into Zhang Muyan's embrace a couple of times, pressing herself closer. Of course not. Even if you were mentally challenged, I'd still. Even if you're brain dead? Yeah, I would. Then what about me? Blah blah blah. Zhang Muyan immediately started acting up. Su Qingxue couldn't help but laugh again, gazing at Zhang Muyan with affection as he acted cute. That silly Yanbao. How could he possibly refuse? For a lifetime. Chapter 118, Bathroom Perks. Su Qingxue cuddled with Zhang Muyan for a while longer, and the two tacitly agreed not to continue the kissing they'd started when they first entered the room. Zhang Muyan slowly released the warm, snuggly bundle in his arms. Alright, it's pretty late. Let's wash up and go to sleep. Yanbao. Can we sleep together? Su Qingxue suddenly blurted out the request in a moment of impulsiveness. Because their kissing had been interrupted, she still felt like she hadn't fully released the sweetness in her heart, so. Sleep? Together? Why don't these words make sense when put together? This is moving too fast. Zhang Muyan carefully considered the meaning of those words, then lowered his gaze to meet Su Qingxue's fiery, crystal clear eyes. Alright, Shuer's gaze is so pure. How could I be so impure? Zhang Muyan, how could you sink so low? It probably just means sleeping together, not that kind of thing. But still, Zhang Muyan replied, that's not a good idea. Holding Shuer, no. If that call hadn't come in today, I almost couldn't hold back. Su Qingxue felt a bit shy too, but now that she'd said it, she couldn't back down. So she started acting coy. I don't want to do anything, I just want to talk to you. Zhang Muyan felt instantly torn. It wasn't because you wouldn't do anything, Shuer. It's whether I can hold back or not. What if my cousin? Ahem. It might lead to something happening. But seeing Su Qingxue clinging to him like this, he couldn't bring himself to push her away. He'd always given Shuer whatever she wanted. Well, shall we take a bath first? I'll come find you to chat later? Zhang Muyan suggested, backing down slightly. He could put Shuer to sleep first, then return to his own room to rest. Su Qingxue's eyes widened. She took it as Zhang Muyan's agreement and excitedly hugged him, bouncing up and down. Thanks, Yan. Her ample bosom pressed tightly against Zhang Muyan as she rolled around, almost giving Zhang Muyan internal injuries. Cough, there's no way they could sleep together like this. What if Shuer suddenly did this to him in the middle of the night? Cousin, sit down. Don't stand there. With that, Su Qingxue cheerfully headed back to her room to grab clothes and take a shower. For convenience, Su Qingxue went straight to the master bathroom on the other side to shower, leaving Zhang Muyan to use the bathroom on her side. Zhang Muyan promptly went back to his room to grab his clothes and shower. Today was Tuesday Yellow Day? Wear kangaroo pants. When they packed their luggage, they naturally brought their pajamas along too. After all, with someone picking them up, grabbing a few extra clothes was no trouble at all. Zhang Muyan entered the bathroom wearing the yellow kangaroo outfit. It had to be said this bathroom alone was as big as a dorm room. This was the world of the wealthy. Zhang Muyan immediately zeroed in on the bathtub. He'd only ever experienced one when he was a little kid. Why had he experienced it as a child? Weren't you scrubbed like a dog in a big tub by your mom when you were little? Oh, yours was your grandmother scrubbing you. My apologies. Now that I'm all grown up, I've never actually had a proper bath. Fill it up. Bubble bath. Zhang Muyan neatly folded his pajamas, then stripped off his clothes, slipped his bare bottom into the tub, and let out a blissful moan. Ah. So good. Is this what a bath feels like? So damn comfortable. I could soak like this all day. He pretended to wring out a towel, then tilted his head back, folded it neatly, and placed it on his forehead. Now we're talking. The entire bathroom was filled with mist, as if he were soaking in a public bathhouse. After a long while, Zhang Muyan felt her body grow limp from soaking, her face flushed red. Slowly, why am I getting sleepy? So relaxing. By the time Su Qingxue finished her bath, Zhang Muyan still hadn't emerged from the bathroom. Su Qingxue wondered, is Yan taking this long to shower? But after waiting a while longer in the bedroom and hearing no sound from the bathroom, she got up and knocked on the bathroom door. Yanbao? Are you in there? No response. Yanbao? Su Qingxue knocked harder. Still no answer. No way. What's Yanbao doing in there? Yanbao? If you don't answer, I'm coming in. Su Qingxue didn't think twice. She pushed open the bathroom door. Neither of them had any reason to be guarded around each other, so the door wasn't even locked. Sure enough, thick steam filled the bathroom, the temperature was high, and Zhang Muyan had already passed out from oxygen deprivation. He appeared somewhat exhausted. first bath, and he completely lost track of time. Su Qingxue approached the bathtub. The sight of Yanbao inside was utterly unobstructed, and it instantly made her head steam. Ding dong ding dong. A train roared past. Whistle, whistle. Warning, warning. Elephant trumpeting. But now wasn't the time to blush. The urgent task was to pull her precious treasure out of the water. She shyly pulled Zhang Muyan up slowly, then hoisted him over her shoulder, dragging him out of the bathtub, soaking wet. Then I grabbed a clean bath towel nearby and carefully carried him to the bed in the room. She spread the towel on the bed and gently laid Zhang Muyan down. Yanbao was so heavy. She hurried back to the bathroom to grab another towel, returning to gently wipe Zhang Muyan's wet body. But doing something like this, Su Qingxue found it hard not to blush and feel her heart race. The 100 thrilling thoughts in her head never ceased. Steam practically billowed from her head like smoke rising from a rural chimney. Anyone else, faced with their beloved lying there so meticulously, needing you to wipe their body clean, would be drooling uncontrollably. Su Qingxue's mind was racing wildly as she wiped the droplets from Zhang Muyan's body. Starting from his neck, then his chest muscles, then his abs, then. Yanbao was so pale. Su Qingxue's brain declared total shutdown. She'd imagined countless scenarios of being intimate with Yanbao, but never like this. How am I supposed to dry him off like this? Yanbao's. Su Qingxue tried repeatedly, but each time she touched it, she flinched back. Then, sensing something was off, she felt something red start flowing from her nose just like Zhang Muyan's. Oh no, I'm getting a nosebleed. Ah, Yanbao. Su Qingxue quickly wiped her nose with a tissue, then glanced at Zhang Muyan, who was still halfway through wiping his own. She swallowed hard. She'd already drawn blood. She couldn't let it go to waste. It was cold outside, she couldn't let Yanbao stay out in the chill any longer. So, this scene requires a membership upgrade to view, dear. Zhang Muyan felt a sudden chill between his legs, though it vanished almost as quickly as it came, replaced by the warm embrace of the quilt. Su Qingxue wiped Zhang Muyan's body clean while her nose bled, then carried him to the center of the bed, tucked him in, and covered him with the quilt. She then went to change her clothes, which were completely soaked through. Yanbao is so clueless. Usually, it's the boyfriend rescuing the girlfriend in the bathroom. Why did it have to be the other way around with us? And she had a nosebleed just like Yanbao. Chapter 119, Sleeping Together. After changing back into her clothes, Su Qingxue returned to Zhang Muyan's side. Yanbao said we could sleep together. That silly Yanbao was still sleeping soundly. Then she crawled into the warm bed herself. A galaxy lay between her and Zhang Muyan. She lay on her side in bed, gazing at Zhang Muyan, completely captivated. But then I thought, we've hugged before, right? So holding him while sleeping shouldn't be a problem. Besides, Yanbao was completely naked now, and with such a distance between them, the gap in the covers would let in drafts. I'm not cold myself, but what if Yanbao catches a cold? I'm worried about Yanbao catching a cold, not craving his body. Then I'll just move a little closer. Then she wrapped her arms around Zhang Muyan. Yanbao, you're burning up. Yanbao, you smell so good. It's the scent of the bath gel. Su Qingxue found her face flushing crimson again, steam practically rising from it, yet her hands never stopped moving. She gently stroked Zhang Muyan's stomach. Since Zhang Muyan had always exercised regularly, he still had a decent physique, even after more than half a month without working out. Su Qingxue felt shy yet couldn't stop her hands from exploring Zhang Muyan's front. Yanbao's skin felt so smooth and soft. Though not as smooth as hers. Was this what a boy's skin felt like? It felt so firm. Yanbao. He. Stop it, you pervert. Cease your wild behavior. As I kept touching, hey, something warm came out again. I touched my nose, yikes. Another nosebleed. Yanbao is too slippery, I dare not touch it anymore. After wiping her nose clean once more, Su Qingxue fought back the urge to touch him again. She just gently pressed against Zhang Muyan's shoulder, then closed her eyes. Good night. Yanbao. He. Midnight. Su Qingxue was suddenly embraced as Zhang Muyan rolled over. Startled awake. She had just started to drift off. All night long, her mind had been buzzing with excitement, unable to calm down. She knew this was because she was sharing a bed with Yanbao, but she couldn't bear to waste such a golden opportunity. In the dead of night, she secretly pulled Zhang Muyan close again, gently caressing him a couple of times to satisfy her craving. The sleeping Zhang Muyan was nearly groped all over by the female predator without waking, only feeling a tingling sensation on his body. Then, in the middle of the night, he rolled over and pulled Su Qingxue completely into his embrace. Su Qingxue lifted her drowsy gaze to look at the sleeping Zhang Muyan, suddenly realizing something. A wave of intense heat enveloped her. The warmth radiating from Zhang Muyan's body transferred directly to Su Qingxue's face without any physical contact. Not just her face, but her entire body. Her entire being felt like it had plunged into a bathtub filled with hot water, warm and utterly comfortable. But her threshold gauge was already flashing red frantically. She couldn't take it anymore. She was about to melt away. Then, with a pop, her brain overheated and went blank, declaring unconsciousness. And so she spent the night being held naked by Zhang Muyan. Until 6 a.m. the next morning, when Zhang Muyan's unwavering biological clock roused him. Su Qingxue still nestled in Zhang Muyan's arms, looking as content as a purring kitten, a satisfied smile still playing at the corners of her lips. Zhang Muyan opened his eyes, feeling an unnerving chill on his skin. The absence of clothing felt strange, and he could sense the warmth of someone holding him around the waist. Then he looked down at the softness in his arms. Zhang Muyan froze, his mind racing to process the situation in those fleeting seconds. A whirlwind of thoughts. Bang! His brain declared overload, temporarily unable to match any relevant data. He snapped back to reality. Zhang Muyan's eyes widened, his mind completely blown. Put. Oh no! Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no! What the hell did I do? Last night, with Schwer? Ha! Calm down, Zhang Muyan, calm down. Stay calm. Slowly pulling away, he gently removed Su Qingxue's arms wrapped around him, afraid of waking her. But the sleeping Su Qingxue only felt the warmth vanish from her body. She murmured softly and hugged Zhang Muyan even tighter, her lips murmuring in a daze, Yen Bao. Damn! Schwer dreams about me even in her sleep. Oh no, oh no, oh no, I must have done it last night. But why is Schwer fully clothed while I'm completely naked? Wait, no, I'm not even wearing underwear. But now she's clinging to me so tightly, I can't pull away. What if Su Qingxue wakes up and sees I'm not even wearing pants? Would we end up reenacting the classic TV drama scene first thing in the morning? Schwer covers herself with the blanket and screams, pervert. Zhang Muyan lifted his head just a tiny bit, scanning the area for his clothes, especially on the floor. Had they been flung there? Hey, don't ask, just trust me, that's how it's done on TV. Clothes just get tossed everywhere. But they weren't on the bed either. Oh dear. Last night. I took a bath, right? After my bath, how did I end up with Schwer? Why can't I remember a single thing? Glancing again at Su Qingxue, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, Zhang Muyan's frown deepened. Schwer was so adorable, how could he have done such a thing? The more he thought about it, the more guilty he felt. Yet the softness in his arms made him reluctant to move. Ah ha ha ha. Zhang Muyan let out a wail. Puffing out his cheeks, he gazed at the precious bundle in his arms. Don't worry, Schwer, I'll take responsibility for you. This is truly perfect. The rice is cooked into a finished dish. It was last night, the first time, and I completely forgot everything. What exactly did that thing feel like? Damn. What a waste. Once Zhang Muyan sobered up, all traces of sleepiness vanished. And holding such a stunning beauty in his arms, he was wide awake. Once again captivated by Su Qingxue's sleeping face, I couldn't help but observe her. Unlike last time when he couldn't see clearly from the side, this time, face to face. The entire bed was filled with Su Qingxue's faint fragrance. Zhang Muyan's earlier nervousness eased somewhat. He reached out to poke Su Qingxue's cheek. From her cheek to her lips. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Who came up with this thing anyway? It's a nationwide trend, couples everywhere love poking each other's cheeks up close like this. Perhaps it stems from seeing the other as flawlessly perfect in one's eyes, sparking such curiosity? Poking away while sighing, hey, just like me. Of course you're the same, we're all human beings, aren't we? Rolls eyes. As Zhang Muyan kept poking, he found himself mesmerized by Su Qingxue's stunningly beautiful face. Her breath was faint, tickling Zhang Muyan's skin with its warm, soft touch. She looked like a sleeping infant, so adorable you wanted to eat her up. Just kiss her. We've already done that with Schwer. Why hold back? He'd wanted to kiss Schwer for so long. Zhang Muyan stared at Su Qingxue's slightly pouted pink lips and swallowed hard. Then he found himself instinctively pouting his own lips. Forget it, forget it. Kissing her now would wake Schwer up, which would be kinda creepy. Chapter 120, Becoming a Dad? But I'm still a kid myself. After savoring the moment, Zhang Muyan decisively got out of bed. After all, he hadn't reached the point of walking around naked in front of Schwer. Besides, he still had no memory of last night's events. He gently removed Su Qingxue's slender arms wrapped tightly around his waist, gave her upturned nose a playful flick, and resisted the urge to plant a good morning kiss. Then, bare-bottomed, he dashed toward the suitcase. Might as well grab something to wear for now. Since he'd be leaving in a couple of days, Zhang Muyan hadn't unpacked his clothes from the suitcase. After getting dressed and finishing his morning routine outside the room, Zhang Muyan wanted to crawl back into bed for one last hug with Su Qingxue. It felt so incredibly comfortable, holding Schwer like that. So soft. Hugging inside the covers was several levels more comfortable than a simple hug outside. Of course, the usual hugs were nice too. But well, he'd better hold back. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle mode activated. Rather than crawling back into bed to sleep in with Schwer, he decided to prepare her breakfast early. After all, it's more important for the person he cares about to be healthy and happy. Besides, Schwer had to get up at 6:30. Even if he went back to the room for a quick hug, it wouldn't last long. So Zhang Muyan opened the fridge, heated up the milk he'd bought the night before in a pot, and steamed 2 eggs. When Su Qingxue woke up in bed, her hand tapped the spot where Zhang Muyan had been lying before she groggily opened her eyes. "Ha? Where's my big sweetheart?" Only then did she realize that Zhang Muyan, who had been holding her, had vanished from the bed. She was alone on the large bed. She got out of bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she walked out of the room. Her gaze immediately fell upon Zhang Muyan, who was frowning as he stared at his phone on the sofa. He was searching on his phone. Why did I feel nothing during my first time with my girlfriend? She hadn't even been drinking, so why couldn't she remember anything that happened last night? Why did my memory stop right after I got into the bath? Su Qingxue shuffled over, arms outstretched from a distance, demanding her morning hug from Zhang Muyan. Her lips curled up in her usual way. She simply wanted to be spoiled. Once someone has someone they can freely depend on, they become like a child. Zhang Muyan watched Su Qingxue emerge in her pajamas, her little arms outstretched. He immediately dropped his phone and walked toward her, pulling her into a tight embrace. But at that moment, Zhang Muyan found it hard to speak. What exactly had happened last night? What exactly happened? Who made the first move? And there was one crucial question: who was on top? Ahem. But seeing Schwer completely unscathed, why did a tinge of disappointment stir within me? Doubting myself. Am I really that weak? But didn't my father, Zhang say the Zhang family genes are fierce? Su Qingxue murmured softly in Zhang Muyan's embrace, slowly coming to her senses as last night's events flooded back. Her cheeks flushed crimson once more. Seeing Yanbao dressed like this normally, I never imagined he had such a great figure. Then she looked up, grinning foolishly, and squirmed a little. Schwer, last night? Wei? Zhang Muyan finally asked, since it was such an important matter. Last night? Bao, you don't remember? Su Qingxue's eyes widened in surprise. I don't quite remember. But don't worry, Schwer, I'll take responsibility. I just want to know. Zhang Muyan feared Su Qingxue might misunderstand him as shirking responsibility, so he hurriedly explained. What's going on? He really just wants to know the details, right? Su Qingxue had a huge question mark floating above her head. What was Yanba talking about? He just passed out in the bathtub, right? What responsibility? Doesn't he want me to take responsibility? Or does he want to know how I got him into bed? I was so tired last night. Wow. You're too heavy, and you got all my clothes wet. Zhang Muyan's eyes widened. Wait, how come these 3 sentences feel like they're packed with way too much info? I still don't get who was on top. Then I wiped you clean and changed into another set of clothes. Ha? That's it? What about the middle part? What about my bravery? Wait, Schwer said she was exhausted. Guess I'll just be the brave one then. So, how did it feel for you, Bao? I didn't feel much, but... Su Qingxue bit her lip, recalling that image again, her own nose bleeding. Baby, you have such a great figure. Put. What does that even mean? Nothing at all? And you're complimenting my figure? Are you trying to comfort me because you're afraid I'll feel inferior? The Zhang Muyan inside me collapsed onto the floor in utter defeat. Nothing makes a man feel more like a failure than being consoled like this by his girlfriend. I feel a deeper insult than just being called average. No. My dignity. No way. Last night doesn't count. I demand a rematch. I don't remember last night, so it doesn't count. I refuse to believe I'm this incompetent. Su Qingxue was still rocking Zhang Muyan in her arms, completely unaware that he was hanging by a thread, his entire being on the verge of collapse. Zhang Muyan was now plunged into deep doubt about his own abilities. Yanbao, can we sleep together again? Su Qingxue buried her face in Zhang Muyan's clothes, her cheeks flushed pink. Last night, when you held me, I felt so warm. Computer startup sound. Zhang Muyan's mind snapped back into focus. Hearing Su Qingxue's soft voice say this, his heart melted. Since they'd already gone that far, what was wrong with holding her while sleeping? Alright, let's wash up and have breakfast first. Zhang Muyan agreed, gently brushing a strand of Su Qingxue's hair away from her face. Seeing Zhang Muyan agree, Su Qingxue jumped up with a smile and planted a good morning kiss on his chin. Mwah! Yanbao is the best. Before Zhang Muyan could react, she dashed off to the bathroom to wash up. Hey, this girl. Why is she suddenly kissing me all the time now? Ever since I gave her flowers last night. Zhang Muyan glanced at the shattered ice blue rose still sitting on the table. Does this thing have some kind of magic? But then again, since things have come to this, shouldn't he kiss her back? He'd been trying to resist, but at this point, what's the point of holding back? Should I kiss it back later? Then why didn't I kiss her back when Schwer fell asleep just now? No way, I can't just let this slide. I need to get my revenge. Also, should Schwer be careful? Could this thing get pregnant? Then I'd have to go home and face Mom. At that thought, Zhang Muyan felt a chill between his legs again. Blue sorrow, mushroom. Schwer, I'm scared. I'm still just a kid, and now I'm going to be a dad. Chapter 121, Bloodstained Paper? After breakfast, Su Qingxue ran on the treadmill at home while Zhang Muyan sat beside her, chatting. Watching her short hair bounce with each stride as she worked up a sweat. Schwer looks so beautiful. I have to admit, Schwer has been running consistently, and her pace is really fast. No wonder she could keep up with me before. Schwer is so amazing. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. He had something important to remind Schwer about. About whether she'd taken precautions. Schwer, is it your safe period? Su Qingxue was mid-run when Zhang Muyan suddenly asked this, nearly causing her to stumble. What's wrong, Yanbao? Why would you ask that? Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly. Being asked such an intimate question by her boyfriend out of the blue. Last night. So should you go to the hospital to get checked, or something? Zhang Muyan stammered out, his hands placed neatly on his lap, rubbing them nervously. He looked like a child caught doing something wrong, trying to confess his mistake. He didn't really understand these things, but he was genuinely worried about Su Qingxue's health. Wasn't there something about a dangerous period and a safe period? And wasn't there also something about when a girl's period could be harmful to her health? Su Qingxue stopped the treadmill and processed Zhang Muyan's words. Is Yanbao playing dumb with me? Hospital? Which one? Then it suddenly clicked. Oh, does Yanbao think that she and he had? No wonder Yanbao's been acting all nervous since this morning. Ha, how adorable. Su Qingxue pursed her lips, her cheeks flushing even redder. But why is Yanbao so nervous? Doesn't he want to do that with me? Am I really that unattractive? Wait, what am I even thinking? The thing is, Yanbao and I haven't done anything at all. If anything happened, it was me, touching Yanbao a few times. And wiped that area. Su Qingxue looked at Zhang Muyan, who was standing there with a guilty expression, and a mischievous urge to tease Yanbao flashed through her mind. But she quickly suppressed it. You can't joke about things like this lightly. Yanbao would get upset. So Su Qingxue stepped off the treadmill, crouched down in front of Zhang Muyan, and said with a smile, Bao, did you misunderstand something? Zhang Muyan, What? Su Qingxue took Zhang Muyan's hand, her eyes wide as she looked at him and continued, Did you think we did that last night? Upon hearing this, Zhang Muyan visibly flushed red, then nodded blankly. Didn't we? Su Qingxue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Holding Zhang Muyan's hand, her pretty face flushed pink as she explained gently, No, my silly darling. You passed out from soaking in the bath last night. Remember? Zhang Muyan stared wide-eyed at Su Qingxue. No. We didn't? We really didn't? Damn. What's with this overwhelming sense of disappointment? I thought I'd finally lost my virginity. Wait, no. He then fixed his gaze on Su Qingxue's eyes and answered her question. Oh, I remember that. I just remember I was taking a bath. Silly goose, you scared me half to death in the bath, but luckily it was just a bit of oxygen deprivation, you just passed out. I carried you from the bathroom to your room, wiped you down a bit, then we both fell asleep. When she mentioned wiped, Su Qingxue hesitated slightly, still feeling a bit awkward. Zhang Muyan nodded, unaware of the awkwardness in her words, feeling a pang of emotion. Ah, nothing happened. Schwer and I are still pure. How disappointing. He stood up and headed back. Now that he knew the answer, he wanted to go back and catch a few more winks. Well then, Schwer, you keep running. I'll go lie down on the bed for a bit. Su Qingxue, alright. After saying that, Zhang Muyan walked back to his room, still reluctant to believe it. Was it truly gone, or was it just an illusion? Then he noticed the trash can. He rummaged through the trash, searching for that. Then, Zhang Muyan pulled out a blood-stained piece of paper from the trash. If it wasn't there, then what was this bloodstain all about? New City. Panningshuan's home. Su Nianru, Xian, have you made up your mind? Panningshuan, yeah, we have to move forward. Like he said, you can't stay stuck in the past forever. Whatever you decide, I'll support you. But what about your dad? Panningshuan shook his head. Of course he doesn't approve of my study abroad plans. He's controlled me for so many years. It's time to put an end to it. I still have my own life to live. Su Nianru, so your dad wants you to come back to Sichuan after you graduate? Panningshuan snorted with a laugh, no way. He's always wanted me to stay in Xincheng. I've been studying so hard, pushing myself to the limit, just so I can leave him one day. Before this, I actually wavered. If I could stay with him, then staying here wouldn't be so bad. But now? Since I have that study abroad opportunity, I'm leaving after my sophomore year. Su Nianru pursed her lips and clasped Panningshuan's hand. If only it could have been sooner. Panningshuan sighed. No way around it. Freshman year was packed with stuff. I wanted to pave my future path early, not stay trapped by that guy forever. Besides, Panningshuan took a deep breath, even if I'd left sooner, it's possible we wouldn't have lasted. Just like now, I realize I can't stay in Xincheng watching that person live their life. In his eyes, I'm not a daughter, just a tool to be controlled, satisfying his sick need for dominance. No matter how hard I tried, no matter how much I struggled, he never saw it. The moment I did something that displeased him, he felt I'd slipped from his grasp. I really do hate him. Panningshuan pouted playfully and smiled at Su Nianru. Hate my own dad. Su Nianru felt a pang of pity for Panningshuan's feigned strength. She whispered softly, "It's okay, Xian. You still have me, your best friend." Pan Ningxian silently pulled Su Nianru into an embrace. "Thank you, Ruru. Thank goodness you're here." Su Nianru patted her back. All right. You're making it sound like we're parting ways right now. Our class reunion hasn't happened yet. You're definitely going to call for one before you leave, right? Pan Ningxian fell silent. What's the matter? The top student in the class is calling for a reunion who wouldn't want to give you face? You're not afraid of seeing Zhang Muyan, are you? Pan Ningxian lifted her gaze. No. I really want to see him. His tone was slow but unwavering. Huh? Su Nianru froze slightly. Why was Xian suddenly speaking like this? Pan Ningxian turned away, her back to Su Nianru, hiding her sorrowful expression. Only her slightly trembling voice betrayed her. I miss him so much, of course I have to see him. To see him one last time. Chapter 122, The Shame of a Sudden Chill Between Her Legs. After finishing her run, Su Qingxue was about to head back to her room when Zhang Muyan's older sister, Zhang Eileen, sent her a WeChat message. Zhang Eileen, sis, is that you, Xiaoshui? Remember me? Surprised. Su Qingxue sat down on the sofa with her phone, not heading to her room, and replied, Sis, it's me. Of course I remember you, and Auntie too. I remember them all. Zhang Eileen had just woken up and sat up straight with her phone in hand. She had actually wanted to ask last night, but she wasn't stupid. The way he had so obviously interrupted his spellcasting clearly meant he didn't want to discuss it in front of his little brother. So she waited until morning to ask. One reason was that her brother would still be asleep at this hour. Another was that even if they were dating, they probably still slept in separate rooms. Her brother wouldn't just jump into that kind of thing. Zhang Eileen, shocked Xiaoshui, where have you been all these years? I thought you'd been kidnapped by bad guys. Su Qingxue, sis, my parents came to take me away. Zhang Eileen, oh, I see. After you went out with my brother that day, you vanished and he ended up in the hospital. Zhang Eileen, so, what happened to my brother the day your parents took you? He ended up with a gash on his head. Zhang Eileen knew nothing about this incident. Neither Ms. Yan nor old Deng would mention it. She had tried asking Zhang Muyan once, but it only gave him a headache and earned her a scolding from her mom. After that, she stopped asking. Still, she'd always been curious about it. Now, she was even more curious. But if he was just picked up by his parents, how did her little brother end up in the hospital? Did Xiao Shue's parents beat him up? Because he wouldn't let Shui go? Su Qingxue thought for a moment before speaking truthfully. Sister, I was kidnapped and brought to Shucheng. That day, Muyan saved me and got hit on the head with a stick. Su Qingxue, back then, Mu Yan and I snuck out. He took me to his secret garden, a grassy slope with tall grass and flowers. Zhang Eileen, what? Stunned there was such a thing? Zhang Eileen, I know that place. It's undeveloped land. He always used to go there to lie down. Even after you left, he still loved going there. Su Qingxue, yeah, later we tried running back to town, but we got blocked by some adults while crossing an alley. Zhang Eileen, kidnappers? Su Qingxue, yep. Then Mu Yan grabbed my hand and pulled me to run. To get me away, he lunged at one of the adults and bit him, so they beat him up. Su Qingxue, after that, Mu Yan was knocked unconscious, and I was carried away by those people. Su Qingxue, later, auntie and uncle must have arrived. They saw me being taken away by a group of people and called the police. Su Qingxue, I was put into a van and taken somewhere unknown. Later, the group was arrested by the police on the way, and I was taken home by my parents. Zhang Eileen, so that's what happened. Zhang Eileen finally understood. The reason mom and dad didn't tell me was probably to protect my little brother. After all, back then, just mentioning Su Qingxue would give him a headache. But one thing still felt odd. Why did mom specifically warn me not to talk about it, and even tell me to say I'd never met Xiaoshui if anyone asked? She'd ask mom about it later. Zhang Eileen, so now, has my little brother remembered you yet? Curious. When Zhang Muyan first regained his memories as a child, any mention of Su Qingxue would send him into a panic. He'd need a doctor immediately. But after he gradually recovered, no one mentioned Xiaoshui anymore. I wonder how my brother is doing now. Has he remembered that part of his past? Su Qingxue sighs no. Huh? No? Zhang Eileen was stunned. Then how did you two meet? Su Qingxue pursed her lips, a faint smile touching her face. I know him, sis. Zhang Eileen, slyly oh. Zhang Eileen, so you're doing okay now, right? No other bad guys around? Su Qingxue, don't worry, sis. No one. It's safe. Zhang Eileen, when are you coming back? All these years and you haven't come visit your big sis? From Zhang Eileen and Zhang Muyan's conversation, it's clear Zhang Eileen is a social butterfly. After just a few simple exchanges with Su Qingxue, she'd already slipped back into their familiar dynamic. Su Qingxue, I will come back someday, sis. Just haven't had the chance yet. Zhang Eileen, creepy oh sister's fault. When should we plan for you to come back together? Su Qingxue, sister, whenever he remembers. Zhang Eileen instantly got the message, got it. Leave it to me. Hey, that's not what I meant. Su Qingxue, sis, don't mess with him. Su Qingxue was worried her little treasure might get played to death by her sister just to restore some memories. Zhang Eileen, relax, I won't kill him. Got it. After sending the message, Zhang Eileen also wanted to ask her mom and dad exactly what happened back then, and how they restored her little brother's memory. Even though so many years had passed, her little brother had grown up healthy and strong. And with Qingxue, after all the twists and turns, they'd come full circle back to where they started. But her curiosity couldn't be contained. Good lad, he really did capture Xiaoshue's heart when they were kids. And playing the hero to rescue the damsel in distress? Who knew you were so brave, little brother? Once her little brother brought Xiaoshui back, she was determined to fulfill the childhood dream she'd left unfinished. That is to sleep holding Xiaoshui in my arms. How did Xiaoshui grow up to be so beautiful? She's even more adorable than when she was little. That guy sure hit the jackpot. Hey, wait a minute, you damn old hag, you've got your eye on my wife? You're starving. Su Qingxue put away her phone and walked into last night's room as if it were the most natural thing in the world. By then, Zhang Muyan had already checked the papers in the trash can. And lay on the bed, looking a bit awkward. He absolutely did not pick it up to sniff or anything like that. Whoa, where did that blood come from? I'm not injured anywhere myself? Could it be that Schwer got hurt somewhere? Did she fall? Or bump into something? But none of that mattered now. He seemed to be recalling a fragment of last night. He was absolutely innocent with Schwer. He really must have passed out while taking a bath. But that memory of a sudden chill between his legs last night. It seemed like Schwer had washed all over. Wiped my entire reputation. Everyone else gets to be the hero who saves the damsel in distress. But I'm chanting divine demonic incantations. Posture AF. F. F. Seeing Su Qingxue walk in with that cheerful look on her face, Zhang Muyan felt nothing but shame wash over him. Now, whenever he saw Schwer, he couldn't help but recall last night's humiliating incident where she had to clean up after him. Disgrace. Especially by the girl he liked. Damn it. Su Qingxue entered without a word, merely glancing at Zhang Muyan. She wanted to embrace him, but then noticed the sweat on her body. Better take a shower first. She turned to go back to her room to get clothes for a shower. Just then, Zhang Muyan called out, Schwer. HM? Chapter 123, Schwer's Revenge. What's up, Yanbao? Zhang Muyan, are you hurt somewhere? Su Qingxue tilted her head, puzzled by Zhang Muyan's question. She shook her head. No. Then what about the paper in the trash can? Zhang Muyan pointed at the trash bin. Su Qingxue looked at the trash can and suddenly realized. Oh no, the tissue she used to wipe her bloody nose last night was still in there. Mu Yan had seen it. No wonder he thought they'd done it. How could she explain this? Say it was from wiping your nose when I was cleaning you up? Ah. How embarrassing. But, it's not that big of a deal, right? Mu Yan saw me get a nosebleed before too. I didn't particularly laugh at him about it. When someone you like reacts to your body like that, it feels genuinely delightful and rewarding. So she shifted awkwardly by the doorway, tiptoed, drew circles on the floor, and shyly said, That was my nosebleed. Zhang Muyan, huh? Nosebleed? Got it. Zhang Muyan quickly pressed his lips together, barely managing to stifle a laugh. Schwer would see something she shouldn't like a nosebleed? She's so pure, Schwer. Wait, no, Schwer's actually pretty mischievous too. Could this adorable Schwer actually get embarrassed and get a nosebleed seeing her own body? Ahaha, why am I getting excited? Calm down, calm down. Zhang Muyan averted his gaze, struggling to control himself. Oh, I see. Su Qingxue's face flushed instantly, but she'd also taken in Zhang Muyan's entire reaction. Her lips curled up. Humph. Yanbao is still smiling. You rascal. Not even a compliment for wiping your body, and you're still holding back laughter. She clenched her little fists, gave a soft huff, and walked out of Zhang Muyan's room. Knock. The door closed. Zhang Muyan snapped back to reality. Ha? Schwer just left without a word? Oh no, Schwer's upset. Though Schwer was usually very well behaved, she did have her little mood swings. Zhang Muyan could feel this firsthand every day he spent with Su Qingxue. Of course, Zhang Muyan's anxiety wasn't because Su Qingxue's anger would turn her into some kind of ferocious dragon. It was simply that he didn't want her to be unhappy at all. Schwer was so wonderful he wanted every single moment she spent with him to be filled with joy. At the very least, she shouldn't be sad because of him. So he gave her almost everything she wanted, except for a few things that were fundamentally off limits. Who was it who once had the idea of deliberately provoking someone just to see their adorable angry expression? Silly BB's narration, always digging up my past mistakes. Zhang Muyan quickly got up and left the room. Then he knocked on the door next door. Schwer, I didn't mean anything by it, don't be upset. Su Qingxue's reproachful voice came from inside. Bad Yanbao, I'm ignoring you. Zhang Muyan immediately stopped knocking. From the sounds of it, she doesn't seem angry. Not a hint of hostility. Not a trace of anger. It's even making me a little excited? What kind of new trait is this? But the excitement quickly faded. Looking back, Schwer really never seemed to get angry in front of me. No matter how much I teased or played with her, she'd just pout and say, "I'm ignoring you," in the most non-threatening way possible. Had Schwer never truly been herself around me all along? She never dared to truly lose her temper. But behind my back, she's been shedding tiny pearls like crazy. Schwer, come out already. I really didn't mean anything by it. I was just happy and couldn't hold back. I definitely wasn't making fun of you. Didn't I have a nosebleed once before too? Sorry, Schwer. Schwer, I'm poking you. Zhang Muyan mimicked Su Qingxue's tone as he offered a sincere apology. Inside, Su Qingxue was just finding clothes to change into after her shower. How could she possibly be angry with Zhang Muyan? In her eyes, everything Zhang Muyan did was good. How could she possibly be genuinely upset? Though he did have his flaws, like watching those racy TikTok videos. She grabbed her clothes, opened the door, and saw Zhang Muyan standing there with his arms wide open. No, hold it in. Can't hug Yanbao now, I stink. So she walked past him. I'm going to take a shower first. Ha? Schwer, don't you forgive me. Zhang Muyan was shocked inside. Schwer actually rejected his request for a hug? Is she really mad? Great. Wait, no, not great. Ah, no, it's actually good. It's the first time she's ever gotten angry in front of me. Let's talk after I take a shower. Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment before replying. Oh, okay. Zhang Muyan obediently agreed. Was this finally the moment he had to coax the inflatable doll? His first real attempt at comforting Schwer? How should he do this? Urgent, waiting online. But Schwer's reason for being upset is so strange. Just because I made fun of her? How was he supposed to trigger this again in the future? Su Qingxue strode into the bathroom, hung up her clothes, and turned on the shower. Crystal clear droplets splashed against her snow-white skin. Yanbao. Even if you tease me, I won't let you off today. She murmured to herself, glancing at the neatly folded clothes beside her. It was a very intimate outfit. Since she was at home this time, she felt even bolder. After a quick rinse, Su Qingxue dried herself off with a towel. From top to bottom, tracing along her alluring thighs. After drying off, she slipped on lace white stockings, then pulled on a sexy JK skirt and a crop top JK shirt. Feeling a chill, she wrapped her nightgown around herself, planning to slip it off later when she threw herself into Zhang Muyan's arms. Yanbao actually teased her like that. Well, she'd get him back. Su Qingxue pulled the white stockings up her thighs. With a soft snap, the lace gently hugged her plump thighs, outlining their voluptuous curves. Her legs were naturally elegant, long and slender, and the white stockings elevated their beauty to another level. With a slightly perverted thought, could this be the latest stocking milk tea from that little town? If Su Qingxue were to dip her delicate white stockinged feet into it now, they'd sell out instantly. Ahem, so pervy, so delightful. Su Qingxue's pink toes slipped back into her fluffy slippers. She pulled her nightgown over her head, wrapping herself in its warmth as she shuffled slowly toward the door. Yanbao, here I come. Open the door. What met Zhang Muyan's eyes was a little mummy wrapped in a coat, staring at him with an utterly bewildered expression. Zhang Muyan quickly bowed his head in apology, stepping forward to embrace Su Qingxue. Ready to coax her. Schwer. The next second, Su Qingxue abruptly opened her nightgown, exposing the sheer lingerie beneath to Zhang Muyan's full view. A pale blue blouse sat at Su Qingxue's chest, above a short-sleeved blouse fastened by only 2 buttons. Her full breast seemed poised to spill out at any moment. Her lower body was clad in a blue and white plaid miniskirt, barely covering her hips. The slightest movement would allow Zhang Muyan to glimpse beneath. Below that were even sexier lace white stockings. The moment the visual impact hit, something stirred, slowly raising its proud head. Chapter 124, Big Sis Asks Mom. Put. The heat rose rapidly, her face flushing visibly in an instant. Schwer, you. Su Qingxue's face also flushed slightly, but this was only natural. It was her first time dressed like this. And having to show it to her beloved Yanbao. Shyness was only natural. At the same time, seeing Zhang Muyan's rapidly flushing cheeks, she knew she'd succeeded. Su Qingxue purred seductively, Zhang Muyan swallowed hard, his eyes scanning from top to bottom, then bottom to top, twice over. The more he looked, the faster his heart raced. His mind went blank, well, not exactly blank, but filled with one word, white. Schwer was so white. If I could just take a bite, it would surely be delicious. But the stirring between his legs snapped Zhang Muyan back to reality. He averted his gaze and covered his eyes. I didn't see anything. Su Qingxue's lips curved into a smile. Didn't see anything, huh? Then she slowly approached Zhang Muyan, pressing herself tightly against him. Can you feel it now? Zhang Muyan, ouch, what are you doing, Schwer? News City. Zhang Eileen was having breakfast. Old Deng had already left for work, while Mrs. Yen was cleaning the house. Zhang Eileen was preparing to ask about something from her childhood. Although she hadn't mentioned it since her younger brother was discharged from the hospital, and as time passed and she grew up, the incident had gradually faded from the family's memory. Last night's encounter made Zhang Eileen want to know exactly what had happened. Mom, do you remember Xiao Shui? Mrs. Yan was wiping down the cabinets and looked at Zhang Eileen with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Did you see Xiao Shui? No. I just remembered it last night while chatting with my little brother. Zhang Eileen still didn't plan to reveal the story of her brother and Xiao Shui's romance. What? Did your brother remember? No, I just mentioned it last night. I noticed he's fine now, no headaches. Mrs. Yan frowned, her voice tinged with irritation. Didn't I tell you not to mention it in front of your brother? Are you trying to bring back his old problems? Oh, no, I just mentioned it in passing. He's totally fine. Zhang Eileen waved her hand dismissively. You absolutely must not mention it in front of your brother. You'll only bring back his old problems, Mrs. Yan sternly warned. Okay. But Mom, you still haven't told me how my little brother ended up in the hospital when he was little. I just remembered that happened. Zhang Eileen didn't want to argue about whether to tell or not. She still wanted to know what had really happened back then. Mrs. Yan paused her cleaning, recalling the past. She realized she had never told her eldest child about it. But thinking back to that little girl, Mrs. Yan couldn't help but sigh. She looked quite desolate. She walked over and sat down at Zhang Eileen's desk. I never told you about it when you were little. Yeah, what exactly happened with my brother back then? Although Zhang Eileen had already learned the details from Su Qingxue, she still couldn't understand many of her mother's actions from her childhood. If it happened today, most people would probably just call the police, right? Then again, everyone thinks differently. She wanted to hear what her mom and dad had been thinking back then. Listen, you better not go blabbing about this, especially to your brother. Zhang Eileen nodded firmly. That day, your brother snuck out with Xiao Shui. Your dad and I went looking for them. When we found the two of them, we ran into a human trafficking gang. By the time we got there, the gang had already grabbed Xiao Shui and started running, but they didn't take your brother. Think about it, it was so dangerous. You almost lost your brother. Thank goodness they didn't take him. Where would we have found him back then, over 10 years ago? Zhang Eileen, so you didn't want me to spread the word because you feared retaliation? How did you even know they were traffickers? Not at all. That's not the reason. Mrs. Yan clicked her tongue. Well, maybe a little, but listen to me. Why? They just didn't look like good people, you know? And we saw from far away that Xiao Shui was being carried away. By the time your father and I arrived, they were already gone. We rushed your brother to the hospital first. Those bastards had beaten him unconscious, his head covered in blood. Only after getting him to the hospital did we report it to the town police station. The very next day after we reported it, someone paid your brother's medical bills. Mrs. Yan clapped her hands, her expression grave. And a message was left. Zhang Eileen was utterly shocked. What message? Something like, thank you for your help. To show our gratitude, we're giving you money. Mrs. Yin continued vividly, you were away at school, so of course you didn't know. Otherwise, why do you think we insisted on escorting you safely to school every day and picking you up afterward? Zhang Eileen, what money? Just a bag of money, a big one, like a luggage bag tossed right outside our doorstep. Must have been hundreds of thousands. That much money? Did you use it all? Who would dare touch it? Mrs. Yin glared at Zhang Eileen. It came from who knows where. We kept it hidden in the house and dared not turn it in. Think about it, with your father at work, I had to go to the hospital to care for your brother and pick you up from school. That money was meant as a threat. If we took the money, we'd be stuck with no defense. It'd make us look like accomplices. That's why I told you not to spread the word. But if you don't turn that money in, what are we supposed to do? Isn't it stolen money? Zhang Eileen reasoned. Yes. Your father and I waited until after that period passed to turn it in. Only after we brought your brother back and things were somewhat safer did your father finally hand it over. Then we lost all contact. No news about Xiao Shui either. That little girl, she was so well behaved, much more so than you. Zhang Eileen nodded, then gasped. Mom! How could you say that about me? Mrs. Yin tapped Zhang Eileen on the head. Well, I'm telling the truth. I just don't know how Xiao Shui is doing now. Thinking about it breaks my heart. Such a sweet little girl. If only we'd reported it to the police right away back then. Oh dear. Zhang Eileen puffed out her cheeks, but seeing her mother so upset, she tried to comfort her. Don't worry, Xiao Shui must be doing just fine. She's already got your son wrapped around her finger. Then she remembered something. Hey Mom, why didn't you call the police right away back then? I didn't know back then. I thought, what if she was someone's child? In those days, who could have imagined it was a kidnapper? Mrs. Yen shook her head. I did think about keeping her at home to see if her parents came looking. If no one showed up after a while, I was definitely going to report it. But then your brother took her away after 2 days. Oh dear. So you wanted to get your brother a little wife, huh? He did have that idea. Look how attached Xiao Shui was to your brother when she was little. She was such a good girl. Chapter 125, Thunder. Feels good, doesn't it, Yanbao? Mum. Am I too heavy? Does this hurt, baby? No, it's fine. You can push harder if you want. Wait, what? This is supposed to be a proper novel. Cut it out. Husky's pointing fingers. You don't want this book to end up in the losers bracket, do you? At that moment, Su Qingxue stood on Zhang Muyan's back, giving him a foot massage. Then Zhang Muyan lay comfortably on the bed, enjoying the treatment. I always thought backstepping in anime was a bit exaggerated. Who knew? It actually felt pretty good when she did it. It felt like someone was firmly pressing and kneading his back, relieving fatigue and sending tingles up his scalp. And especially when it's Shuer's white silk-clad feet. It feels so good. Shuer, step on me harder. Ah, wait, that's a bit too revealing, cough cough. Zhang Muyan now had a piece of paper stuffed up his nose. After Shuer's antics this morning, he couldn't take it anymore and ended up sneezing blood again. Su Qingxue gave a triumphant smirk, teasing, "You're laughing at me, Yanbao," before quickly grabbing tissue to wipe Zhang Muyan's nose. To apologize, she offered to fulfill one of Zhang Muyan's slightly peculiar little requests. Zhang Muyan pondered. As a proper gentleman, he absolutely couldn't take advantage of someone in distress. Then he remembered his stiff neck and back from sitting too long. So then. It definitely wasn't because of Shuer's white silk ice cream. What I'm curious about is, what kind of twisted logic led you to come up with a backstepping service? You watch plenty of that stuff normally, huh? Shut up, you damn inner voice. Su Qingxue's delicate feet pressed down on Zhang Muyan's back, her entire weight bearing down on him. She moved carefully while asking him how the pressure felt. She genuinely feared crushing poor Yanbao. After all, she weighed at least a few dozen pounds. Stepping on him like this, Yanbao, did it really not hurt? It doesn't hurt. Step on me, Shuer. Compared to a massage parlor's service, your pressure is actually too light. There was none of that suffocating feeling like the Monkey King trapped beneath Five Finger Mountain. He felt he could easily lift himself up and carry Shuer away. Su Qingxue had no choice but to press down harder, indulging Yanbao's peculiar little quirk. If only you could make that disgusted face while doing it, Shuer. Zhang Muyan lay sprawled on the bed, scrolling through his phone while enjoying Shuer's silk-smooth foot massage. Then he saw the weather forecast predicting rain today, meaning they couldn't go out. Zhang Muyan, Shuer, should we go grocery shopping later? It's supposed to rain this afternoon, and there'll be a downpour tonight. Su Qingxue carefully stepped onto Zhang Muyan's back and glanced out the window. Dark clouds were indeed gathering overhead, threatening to unleash a downpour at any moment. Nah, I'll have someone deliver it. Going out now risks getting caught in the rain later, Su Qingxue said. The weather had turned chilly, and the sky outside was gray and gloomy. On days like this, she'd much rather snuggle up in bed with Zhang Muyan under the covers, watching anime or movies together. Or maybe play some games together, snuggled tight in the warm blankets. Oh, Zhang Muyan swiped open the weather app and nodded in understanding. He wasn't exactly the type to shop for groceries either. Saying he was going out with Shuer to buy food was really just an excuse to go window shopping. Since Shuer didn't want to go out, then they wouldn't go out. Then he reached back and grabbed Su Qingxue's little foot. Su Qingxue, hey? Alright, no need to step on me anymore. That felt good. Get down now. Su Qingxue slowly lowered herself, ending up lying on top of Zhang Muyan. Wait, what? Shuer? Su Qingxue, Yanbao. Stop messing around, Shuer. Stop rubbing me like that, Shuer. That tickles. Nosebleed. Nosebleed. I'm gonna get a nosebleed again. Chapter 126, Thunderstorm Part 2. In the afternoon, Su Qingxue held Zhang Muyan while tidying up dishes in the kitchen. Su Qingxue reached out to help, only to have Zhang Muyan gently tap her hand. I'm just washing one thing. Su Qingxue whined from behind while cradling Zhang Muyan. She still wore the outfit that had sent Zhang Muyan's blood racing earlier that morning, though her nightgown was wrapped tightly around her to prevent catching a chill. Zhang Muyan told her to go back to the bedroom and change into something else because it was cold, but she refused, saying she'd be fine staying in bed this afternoon. Zhang Muyan didn't press the issue. But now, instead of resting in bed, she insisted on joining the commotion of washing dishes. There are only a few dishes. Why are you washing them? What am I supposed to wash? Zhang Muyan glanced at Su Qingxue's bare, white stocking thighs. Go back to bed. You'll catch a cold. Su Qingxue wrapped her arms around Zhang Muyan from behind, clinging to him. Boom. A thunderous crash. Thunder suddenly cracked outside. Su Qingxue flinched in fright, causing Zhang Muyan to jerk with her. Then Zhang Muyan felt the little charm clinging to his back start to whimper, Yanbao, I'm scared. The little charm slowly shifted from behind him to the front, burrowing into his clothes. Zhang Muyan quickly rinsed the last two bowls clean while gently reassuring her, there, sweetie. Don't be afraid, I'm right here. After wiping his hands dry, he ruffled Su Qingxue's hair. Light rain had started falling that morning, but luckily neither of them had gone out. Now, however, thunder rumbled, the sky grew darker, and the rain intensified. Yanbao, let's hurry back to bed. Su Qingxue looked up, her eyes wide like a frightened little hamster. She glanced at the relentless downpour outside the window and clung tighter to Zhang Muyan. Okay. Zhang Muyan looked at Su Qingxue, who seemed genuinely frightened, and suddenly felt his nose grow a little longer. I'm so awesome. Boyfriend points up. Then he wrapped his arms around Su Qingxue's thighs and effortlessly lifted her into a princess carry. Su Qingxue obediently wrapped her arms around Zhang Muyan's neck, her cheeks flushed. This was the first time Yanbao had picked her up like this. Hee. Thanks to that thunder. Just as she thought this, another thunderclap boomed, followed by a flash of lightning outside the window. Su Qingxue quickly hugged Zhang Muyan tighter, curling up like a frightened little rabbit. Zhang Muyan then opened the bedroom door, carried Su Qingxue to the bed, tucked her in, and walked over to turn on the television. Su Qingxue watched him move about the room with two bright, sparkling eyes full of anticipation. Yanbao. Come here. I want a hug. Zhang Muyan pulled the curtains a bit more, stopping short of closing them completely. Doing so would make the room pitch black. He then went to the fridge to retrieve the items delivered that morning. There were even some snacks inside. Schwer was so thoughtful, thinking of everything. He returned to the room, closed the door, and climbed into bed with the snacks. Su Qingxue waited with longing eyes. Even though Zhang Muyan had only been pacing for a moment, she felt Yanbao was taking forever. Why wasn't he done yet? Finally, Zhang Muyan climbed into bed with the snacks, her eyes wide. She burrowed into his embrace. Yanbao, I'm scared. P.S. Okay. Thank goodness it finally posted. It was stuck for a whole day. The author is still working on the next chapter, which has 40 red marks already. Wah! What a pain. Damn it. Chapter 127, Rainy Day at Home. Zhang Muyan wrapped his arms around Su Qingxue as he softly asked her what she wanted to watch. Su Qingxue thought for a moment. Let's watch Demon Slayer. Zhang Muyan was flipping through some romantic love stories when he froze, his eyes filled with question marks. Schwer, you still watch this stuff? He knew Schwer liked anime, but why a shonen action series? Oh no, what guy wouldn't like a girl who watches this stuff? Wait, hold up, shouldn't our time together be about watching something sweet and romantic instead? Schwer, this. Then Zhang Muyan still self-consciously started playing Demon Slayer. This is genuinely amazing. Let's give the production team a big shout out for this manga adaptation. Su Qingxue shifted her position again, slowly placing one foot on Zhang Muyan's stomach before curling her entire body to hug him tightly. This felt so much more comfortable. Like a kitten curled up in its owner's arms? Boom. Another clap of thunder. Su Qingxue jumped again, burrowing deeper into Zhang Muyan's embrace in that position. Zhang Muyan felt the cool touch of Su Qingxue's white-stockinged foot on his stomach. He paused for a moment, then silently lifted his shirt to cover her foot. This was the instinctive consideration of a Sichuan man. He gently patted Su Qingxue's back. Snowy, don't be afraid, I'm here. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Qingxue burrowed deeper into Zhang Muyan's embrace, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of her lips. Truthfully, I'm not afraid of thunder at all. But with Yanbao here, I just want to be spoiled. That way, Yanbao will hold me tighter. Hee. Yanbao even warms my feet for me. She glanced up again at Zhang Muyan, who was still intently adjusting which episode to play. Su Qingxue's eyes sparkled with affection, no acting involved, just pure adoration. The kind of affection that runs deep in her bones. Then she snuggled even closer. Yanbao, you're so kind. Zhang Muyan finished selecting the latest episode. Like Su Qingxue, he'd already seen this one after all. With these shows, you had to wait ages for the next episode after each update. He set down the remote, leaned back further, and adjusted his embrace around Su Qingxue. The entire bed was height adjustable. Unlike at home where he had to sit upright to watch TV, lying back like this meant no angle issues. Now this was pure bliss. Soon, the warmth of their bodies filled the bedding. The little treasure in his arms was already starting to warm up. Su Qingxue's position remained unchanged, still letting Zhang Muyan warm her feet, reluctant to let go. Zhang Muyan, meanwhile, felt his stomach growing warmer and warmer, like a heating pad had been placed there. It felt incredibly comfortable, even a little ticklish. Then he slid his hand over his stomach. Su Qingxue watched the moment unfold, then. Yanbao. Su Qingxue cooed at Zhang Muyan. Her face flushed as she gazed at Zhang Muyan, looking shy and bashful, like a little white rabbit. Zhang Muyan, seeing Su Qingxue's bashful expression, felt a bit at a loss himself. After all, Schwer had always been bold in her outfits around him that morning. He never expected her to blush over this. Ah, so that's how it is. Schwer has her weaknesses too. Still, Zhang Muyan released the rabbit's paw. The adorable little creature on his stomach darted away in a flash. Ha! Schwer, you're actually a rabbit? Chapter 128, Rainy Day at Home 2. Ahem. Su Qingxue whispered softly, you shouldn't just touch a girl's feet. Yanbao. Ha? Is there even such a rule? Zhang Muyan bit his lip, flustered by Schwer's sudden seriousness. He obediently lowered his head in apology. Sorry, Bao. Su Qingxue placed her finger on Zhang Muyan's lips. I didn't need you to apologize, Yan Bao. I'm not used to it. It's embarrassing. It makes her feel a bit overwhelmed. She felt she could tolerate Yan Bao eyeing other parts of her body. She'd even let him touch her belly. But Su Qingxue realized she was starting to feel. Her mind no longer raced with excitement like a runaway train. Instead, it felt utterly limp. This sensation of contact felt no less intense than kissing Yan Bao. She couldn't bear it. Zhang Muyan thought he'd done something wrong, so he pulled Su Qingxue closer, pressing their foreheads together. Poke Snowy. Let's watch anime. I won't touch you anymore. Su Qingxue, I'm not. Before she could finish, Zhang Muyan gently lifted her higher, interrupting her spell. I didn't mean it that way, Yan Bao. Of course I like it when you touch me. Then she rested her head against Zhang Muyan's chest and placed her feet on his stomach to warm them. Yan Bao. Ha? Schwerer, you're. I never said no. Outside the window, rain still pelted the glass, droplets sliding down the panes as thunder rumbled in the distance. The two of them clung tightly to each other in the dimly lit room, the warmth of the bed enveloping them. Su Qingxue started to feel sleepy as she lay in his arms. After all, Zhang Muyan was still gently massaging her feet. It felt so good. Her body gradually relaxed, and she drifted off to sleep nestled against Zhang Muyan with a look of pure contentment. A faint smile lingered on her lips. Zhang Muyan felt a bit sleepy too. Rainy days like this were perfect for staying home and sleeping, the kind where you drift off until 8 p.m. Then waking up to an empty room, suddenly feeling that emptiness. That feeling of loneliness. But now? Well, now he had this adorable little doll nestled in his arms, and the warm heating pad he was holding. Sorry, everyone, I guess I'll have to betray the organization. From this moment on, I might never experience that loneliness again. Because when he fell asleep now, he knew she'd be there waiting for him when he woke up at night. He. With that thought, Zhang Muyan felt his eyelids growing heavy. He took a deep breath and looked at the beautiful girl asleep against his shoulder. Time for a nap, or rather, an afternoon rest. Sweet dreams, Schwerer. Then Zhang Muyan rested his head against Su Qingxue's, and the two of them lay half reclined, leaning against each other as they drifted off to sleep. So peaceful. But how the hell did Muzan get blown to pieces like that on TV? What did you do to our lord? P.S. Friendly reminder: cherish the sweetness in these chapters. Then, not enough words, keep ranting, not sure if it'll get posted, just venting first. This time they even censored the word sandbag. I'm seriously %amp. This chapter is totally unrecognizable after editing. Seriously, so many parts couldn't pass censorship, so it feels kinda off. Anyway, words like feet, soft baby, need, squeeze all dead. It just lost its flavor. Ugh. This feeling sucks. Now I'm trying splitting chapters again, posted half of it already. I'm so %hashtag censorship you hashtag. So does this even count as driving? Or, am I just clueless? I see others posting foot massages just fine. Did I write it too, that? 40 red flag spots. Too bad you guys won't get to see them, wah? Finally, I owe my precious readers an apology. Wah? Chapter 129, Skipping the Class Reunion. At 6 p.m., Zhang Muyan was jolted awake by the ringing phone. Opening his eyes, he found Bao, who had been leaning on his shoulder, was gone. Only Lonely himself remained. Damn. So Softy was just a dream after all? He picked up the phone to answer, noticing the caller was young Tianyu, his troublemaking buddy from high school. Hello. Zhang Muyan's voice still carried a hint of sleepiness. He noticed the rain outside was still falling, and compared to noon, it had only grown heavier. The sky remained a murky gray. Looks like the water's gonna rise soon. You back yet? Wanna hang out? Zhang Muyan yawned. Not yet. I'll be back in a couple of days. Not back yet? Does your school take that long to finish the semester? It's over. I'm just doing experiments over here. Zhang Muyan had considered mentioning his girlfriend, but decided against it over the phone. He wasn't the type to broadcast good news everywhere, making it seem like he was showing off. Though he didn't have such reservations with his high school buddies, perhaps it was just his nature. He preferred to keep his cards close to his chest. Like during high school exams. When young Tianyu asked how he did, he'd always say he bombed. Then when the scores came out, he was at the top of the class while young Tianyu was near the bottom. Yang Tianyu, hey, you, damn it. That intense? Doing experiments in freshman year? My school doesn't even have labs. Like you'd even go if we had one. Hey, you damn. Alright, what's this call about? Why not just text me? You don't reply to my messages, you bastard. Oh, I was napping this afternoon. Zhang Muyan switched his phone to speaker mode, then exited the call screen and opened WeChat. There, waiting, was a message young Tianyu had sent several hours earlier. 1431, you back yet? 1432, let's grab a bite. We're just waiting for you. 1434, I saw in the class group chat that Su Nianru goes to the same school as you. Did you know that? 1436, the class group said we're having a get-together. Are you coming? 1437, but you and Panning Xian, are you two still in touch? 1611? Reply. 1626? 1744, drawing a knife, fine. We're just not on the same page. 1750, sir, it's me, run to. Do you remember me? 1759, traitor. No reply. You're dead. Zhang Muyan couldn't help but feel embarrassed. What a jerk. Yang Tianyu continued, are you a pig? Sleeping all afternoon? Zhang Muyan shot back, mind your own business. I love sleeping. Then he pushed himself up to get out of bed, instantly feeling his head grow heavy. He'd slept way too long. It had been ages since he'd slept like this. Sleeping against Schwer felt so damn comfortable. Schwer, where did you go? He grabbed his phone and headed outside. Yang Tianyu's rough voice continued on the other end of the line, so, you know what I'm asking about, right? It seems like you left the class group? Oh, you mean Su Nianru? I know she's at Sichuan University. So, about the class reunion, are you coming or not? Sure, come on. From the way you sound, you've already agreed to go, haven't you? Zhang Muyan stepped out of the room and finally spotted a graceful figure bustling about in the kitchen. A smile touched his lips as he slowly approached the figure. Oh, I said I'd come. It's worth going since Teacher Bobo will be there too. Perfect. I'll go too. That way I won't have to make a special trip to school just to see Teacher Bobo. Zhang Muyan held his phone, then wrapped his arms around Su Qingxue from behind, nuzzling her softly. Shuebo. Su Qingxue naturally heard Zhang Muyan's movements. She turned to give him a tender glance before continuing to wear her gloves and take the warmed dishes out of the microwave. Su Qingxue said in a playful tone, let's eat. Zhang Muyan nodded. Yang Tianyu, alright then, I'll sign you up. Don't back out later, okay? Zhang Muyan, okay, got it. Yang Tianyu, this gathering was Panning Xuan's idea. How are things between you two? Zhang Muyan had kept the speakerphone on. Yang Tianyu's sudden trigger words snapped him back to reality. We're not in contact anymore, he said. After saying that, he glanced at Su Qingxue. He hadn't told Schwer about his high school. Su Qingxue, of course, hadn't missed a word. She knew Panning Xian well. Mentioning her name made her tense up. This was the girl who had stolen her Yenbao's heart. She turned away, her lips curling into a pout as she frowned at Zhang Muyan. A sudden pang of jealousy she hadn't felt before welled up, making the air feel sour. It could be said that if Panning Xian hadn't rejected Yenbao back then, she might never have come into the picture. Anyone would feel jealous in this situation. Yang Tianyu sighed regretfully, what a shame you didn't win her over. But then again, Panning Xian is just too amazing. I thought your college entrance exam scores might have won her over. Zhang Muyan took a deep breath, clearly sensing Schwer's jealousy and perhaps even a hint of anger. Yang Tianyu cut him off abruptly. Got anything else to say? If not, I'm hanging up. These guys all knew his history, why bring it up again now? Yang Tianyu, hey, just kidding. Don't get mad. You're coming back in a couple days, right? We'll chat when you get back. Alright, bye. Without waiting for Yang Tianyu to finish his farewell, Zhang Muyan hung up. He then glided over to Su Qingxue with a self-conscious shuffle, his face plastered with contrition. If there had been a washboard to follow his movements, it wouldn't have been a slide, it would have been a slide kneel, followed by obediently kneeling down. You could tell how much influence old Deng had on Zhang Muyan. That self-awareness unique to Sichuan men made it easy to imagine Zhang Muyan's married life. Su Qingxue shot Zhang Muyan a reproachful look but remained silent. After all, she knew about this matter, though Zhang Muyan was unaware of her knowledge. Zhang Muyan, however, assumed Su Qingxue was waiting for his explanation. He hurriedly blurted out, Schwer, that girl I mentioned on the phone earlier? She was just a classmate from high school. I never dated her. I'm still a virgin. Su Qingxue nearly burst out laughing at Zhang Muyan's I'm a virgin line, but managed to hold it in. Who isn't a virgin, right? Still, she couldn't genuinely be angry with Zhang Muyan. It just left her feeling a little uneasy. For a sensitive girl like her, this situation naturally caused some psychological imbalance. After all, Zhang Muyan was her first and only love, yet she wasn't his first. But she couldn't blame him either. She had always known that Yenbao had someone he liked before her. And, when Yenbao saved her life as a child. If Yenbao hadn't lost his memory, perhaps she would have been that first person. Chapter 130, that letter. The reason for what was missed. No, that's it. When exactly did I fall for Yenbao? Wasn't it back when we were kids? Adults always say childhood affection isn't real love, but that's how I lived through it. I've liked Yenbao for over a decade. And it only grew stronger. And Yenbao, did he also start liking me back then? Is that why he protects me like that? Yes. It must be. Su Qingxue raced through her thoughts, finally unraveling the mystery of death once more. Then the sorrowful look vanished, replaced by a tender gaze at the small scar on Zhang Muyan's forehead. She couldn't allow herself to think like that. That's wrong. More than a decade ago, Yen Bao had desperately saved her life and desperately loved her. What child could stand up to a group of adults to protect a little girl? Besides, the present was the present. Yen Bao was here with her now. Why dwell on past sorrows? So Su Qingxue stepped forward and embraced Zhang Muyan. Yen Bao. Zhang Muyan was still trying to explain. He was a bit afraid that Schwer wouldn't let him sleep in her bed tonight. Wait, no, he was afraid he wouldn't get to cuddle her anymore. Sharing a bed was something he could accept a little more now, but it still felt awkward. Occasionally. Leaning against her like this during the afternoon was fine. But now, suddenly embraced by Su Qingxue, who was even acting coy, his mind couldn't quite process it. What's Schwer doing? Where did all that jealousy in the air go? Schwer, did your aura disappear? Was my explanation that convincing? Seeing Zhang Muyan's name appear on the phone's attendance list, Pan Ningxian finally breathed a sigh of relief. She'd been genuinely worried Zhang Muyan wouldn't show up. After all, class reunions always had people who chose not to attend, and Zhang Muyan's personality leaned toward avoiding crowds. But thankfully, he was willing to come. It might not be for her sake, but just seeing him once would be enough. Just then, Su Nianru sent Pan Ningxian a message. Xian, when are you planning to schedule the reunion? Pan Ningxian replied, let's aim for early February. That's when everyone will be back for the new year, so more people should be available. Su Nianru, then let's make it the 3rd. Pan Ningxian, sounds good. Su Nianru, but Deng Zhongxin asked if he could bring his family? Pan Ningxian, He means he wants to bring his family? Isn't this a class reunion? Su Nianru, yeah, he said he'd bring his girlfriend, and he mentioned he could treat everyone, or something. Pan Ningxian. Well, I guess that's not out of the question. Laughing crying. Su Nianru, laughing crying, I knew it. Pan Ningxian, he's only bringing one girlfriend and offering to treat everyone to dinner. Well, we can't exactly refuse him, can we? Laughing crying. Su Nianru, true. If we decline, he might just send another invite in the group chat for a free gathering. Laughing crying. Then none of us would show up. Pan Ningxian, should we tell the classmates about the bring a family member thing? Su Nianru, we'd have to ask Deng Xiao about that, but I think we should just let it go. He's already spending money and bringing his whole family along. Laughing and crying. Pan Ningxian, then I won't say anything. Can we just tell everyone at the venue that Deng Zhongxin is treating us? Su Nianru, yeah, let's do that. We'll figure it out then. Otherwise, people who weren't planning to come might show up just for the freebie. It's Deng Zhongxin's treat anyway, lol. Pan Ningxian, okay. After that, Su Nianru gave a thumbs up to wrap up the conversation. Pan Ningxian took out the letter Zhang Muyan had left behind. She had already resealed it in a new envelope. She intended to take it with her, along with that chapter of the past. The letter's contents were simple, filled with the regrets of youth. To Xian. I don't know if you'll ever see this letter, but if you do, I've probably already deleted you. Sorry about that. It's definitely not because I dislike you or anything. It's just, people have to move forward, right? Thank you. Without you, I never could have achieved this. Truly, thank you for being a ray of light in my high school years. But I still gotta vent a little here. I'm not that ugly, right? Smiley face, you wouldn't even give me a last goodbye, and today so many girls asked to take pictures with me. Back to the point actually, it's probably better we didn't meet. It would have been bittersweet. I was just a hair's breadth away, just a few more points, and I would have caught up to you. It's fine. I get your point. Still, thank you. Thank you for all the help and feelings you gave me during this time. These are precious memories for me. But once I finish writing and seal this letter, let's put them away together. Thanks again. And please, don't ever add me on social media. Unless you like me. That day, when Su Nianru and I opened this letter and read these words, Pan Ningxian finally understood how heavy the weight of regret truly was. Everything was so incredibly coincidental, yet so incredibly regrettable. She shed tears once more, a rare occurrence. She had promised herself she wouldn't cry again. She had the entire summer to reach out to that boy just once. And Zhang Muyan had indeed waited for her all summer long, waiting for a friend request confirmation. For that red dot on a WeChat contact. Waking up each day, only to drift through another gloomy day. Then, each day, hope faded. Slowly fading, gradually letting go. Even when school started, even when Su Nianru discovered Zhang Muyan was also at Sichuan University, even when she asked Su Nianru to keep an eye on Zhang Muyan, she still had a chance to make amends for her regrets. But who would see her if she tried to make amends? After her father learned of her scores, he actually changed her college application without permission to keep her at Xinda. A university not even as good as Sichuan University. No, that's not what I meant. A university she could have gotten into with her scores. Her father actually wanted her to stay at Xincheng. To resist, her father locked her at home, cutting off all contact with the outside world. And coincidentally, that period coincided with the time when admission letters were being delivered. During those days of confinement, the only thing sustaining her resolve to resist was that boy. But when her college applications were finally accepted and she finally escaped that suffocating home, wanting to see the boy who had sustained her. Finally, when she could turn toward the sun. What awaited her? Was that boy deleting her? All means of contact. Barely escaped one hell, only to find herself utterly alone again. She cried. The man at home had made her cry too much. She had been strong enough, growing even stronger since meeting Zhang Muyan, never shedding tears again. But that day. She cried. P.S. As for why Xian refused to add Zhang Muyan on social media throughout college, I'll elaborate more on that later. It's all because of her family situation. Then that extreme scenario was deleted. Her feelings for Zhang Muyan, like he was her lifeline. She needed time to process it, and the result was that they missed their chance. At the same time, it's pretty obvious these two just aren't a good fit. Even if they were together, Xian would be the dominant one. Both of them are stubborn and unwilling to back down. From Zhang Muyan deleting her, to them clearly liking each other, only to miss their chance again. So, well, that's just how it is. Chapter 131, we're both leaving soon, let's sleep a bit. After dinner, they returned to bed. Outside, the rain continued to fall, showing no sign of stopping. Yan Bao, that class reunion. Su Qingxue still harbored some resentment after all, it was organized by Pan Yingxian, and she'd heard it clearly. Leaving Yan Bao alone. She just couldn't shake the unease. I was thinking of visiting my teacher, not going to. Zhang Muyan gently pinched Su Qingxue's cheek, his voice soft. Not to meet some old flame or anything. Su Qingxue shook her head slightly. I know. What I mean is, when exactly is your reunion scheduled? Or are you just going back to meet up? She couldn't possibly stop Zhang Muyan from going. It was just a class reunion. Did being together mean she had to strip Muyan of all social interactions with the opposite sex? Though Pan Yingxian did make her a bit uneasy, she realized she trusted Zhang Muyan completely. Of course, the fear of losing him was undeniable. Zhang Muyan could faintly sense her distress too, because it felt like the invisible tuft of hair on Shuer's head had been drooping the entire time. Oh no, and Shuer's little trailing notes at the end of her sentences weren't perky either. These little details. It was hard for Zhang Muyan, who was always glued to her side, not to notice. So Zhang Muyan said tenderly, then I won't go, Bao, don't be sad. No, Bao, you should go. You can't possibly skip a friend gathering like this, Su Qingxue hurriedly waved her hands. Looking into Zhang Muyan's eyes, she continued earnestly, I am a little upset, but it's because of that. But it's not like you two are doing anything behind the scenes. You and her are completely innocent. Most importantly, she didn't go for you, Yan Bao. That's why I got the lucky break. I should actually thank her. Zhang Muyan smiled wryly. Shuer was just too kind. Wait, hold up, that she didn't fancy me part sounded kinda weird? Alright, just tell me when the gathering is? Zhang Muyan, not sure yet. Should I ask? Su Qingxue nodded. So Zhang Muyan opened Yang Tianyu's chat window again, when's the gathering scheduled? Soon, a reply came, you're really punctual. They just posted it in the group and you're already asking. February 3rd. Zhang Muyan handed his phone to Su Qingxue to see, and she silently noted the date. This year, Chinese New Year falls on February 10th. February 3rd. It's pretty close. So, how many more days could Yanbao spend with her? Probably just these next couple of days. At that thought, Su Qingxue sniffled softly and burrowed deeper into Zhang Muyan's embrace. Yanbao, how many more days can you stay here? Zhang Muyan caught Su Qingxue, then pondered for a moment, probably the day after tomorrow. Since the New Year falls on the 10th, he'd have to visit relatives everywhere then. Returning now would give him about half a month left to finish his experiments. These past few days spent with Shuer had completely sapped his motivation for research. All he wanted was to stick close to her. Ah, so that means just these 2 nights, Su Qingxue murmured softly in Zhang Muyan's embrace, her voice vibrating against him, tickling his skin. Come on, sweetie, we've already spent so many days together, can't be greedy now, okay? Zhang Muyan was reluctant to part either, but their original plan was only for 2 days. Now they'd been together since before exams, adding these 2 days, it was nearly a week. Besides, Zhang Muyan wasn't exactly wealthy. The lifestyle he was enjoying now was beyond his means. Living in a beautiful university town complex with a stunning college girl, enjoying a university life where academics and beauty went hand in hand. Living in a riverside apartment with a college girl every day, having deliveries brought to the door on rainy days, not having to lift a finger. He'll get spoiled rotten. He'll never be able to endure hardship again. Shuer, be honest, are you deliberately pampering me so I'll become dependent on you? How could I possibly live without you, Shuer? Pig-headed mode activated. Well, you'll need to hold me tighter tonight and tomorrow night. Su Qingxue lifted her bright, large eyes from his embrace and whispered softly. Ah, this. Come to think of it, I did sleep with Shuer last night. I'd completely forgotten about that. He seemed to have promised Shuer they'd sleep together. But that was all based on the assumption that things had already. So Zhang Muyan stammered, Shuer, sleeping together like that. I can't. Sleeping itself wasn't a big deal, but it felt a bit. What? What about this afternoon? This afternoon we were just cuddling, that's not even close to sleeping together at night. It's like the difference between an indirect kiss and a direct kiss. Yeah, exactly. There's a pretty big difference. Huh? Why? Su Qingxue's eyes sparkled brightly, her little brow already slightly furrowed. But didn't we agree this morning? You said it was okay. I misunderstood this morning, honey. If they'd already done it, they'd probably be asking for a rematch by now. No, if it were Zhang Muyan, he'd probably be on his umpteenth rematch by now. Are you even capable of that? Several times? Disdainfully. Zhang Muyan, shut up, okay? Su Qingxue finally understood. But, last night, didn't you agree to sleep with me? Why can't you tonight? At this point, Zhang Muyan wanted to ask Su Qingxue, no, I didn't. Didn't I say last night I'd come over later to keep you company? And Shuer, how did you end up sleeping with me last night? Su Qingxue, but last night, Yanbao, you promised us to sleep together. I didn't agree. You did. When did I agree? Zhang Muyan only remembered saying he'd come talk to Shuer after showering. Su Qingxue recalled the scene. You said, okay, after I shower. I'll talk to you. Talk. I meant I'd talk with you, Bao, and then go back to my room. Zhang Muyan finally understood his Shuer had misunderstood. Always misunderstanding things like this. Shuer, are you doing this on purpose? Su Qingxue blinked twice, realizing she might have genuinely misunderstood. Unable to argue her point, she pouted, furrowing her brow and puffing out her cheeks. Hey, wait a minute, Shuer, what's this? You're being stubborn. Is this all you girls know how to do? You know we guys can't resist. Sweet Snow, hold on a sec. I'm all yours, don't be so eager to devour me. Zhang Muyan teased playfully, flipping the script. Su Qingxue, Yanbao. We cuddled and slept together this afternoon, you're leaving the day after tomorrow. Zhang Muyan pursed his lips, thinking it over. That was true. She and Shuer were about to part ways. Chapter 132, Moi. Su Qingxue clasped Zhang Muyan's hands again, continuing her pouty offensive. Besides, you promised me this morning, don't go back on your word. Zhang Muyan felt his heart flutter. Oh no, his principles were starting to crumble. Please Yanbao. I won't do anything. Su Qingxue recalled how she'd secretly touched Zhang Muyan's body last night, then added this line. Of course, Zhang Muyan didn't understand the meaning behind those words. But, he really couldn't resist Su Qingxue's constant coaxing. Besides, holding Shuer while sleeping felt incredibly soft. Wait, no warm. Then, just this once, okay? The result? The two snuggled up together playing games until it was time for bed. Su Qingxue couldn't wait to cuddle Zhang Muyan to sleep, clutching him like a giant pillow. Hold on, sweetie. Zhang Muyan abruptly got up and walked out of the room. Then he brought over the quilt from Su Qingxue's room. Shuer, you sleep over there, okay? I'll cover you with my quilt too, so you'll have 2 layers. Su Qingxue lay on the bed, staring blankly as Zhang Muyan covered her with 2 layers, wrapping her up like a rice dumpling. Then her lips curled higher than her nose. Yanbao. Stinky Yanbao. We agreed to cuddle and sleep together. No choice. Zhang Muyan just wanted to make sure, just in case. Sleeping like this, separated by a layer of blanket, was actually pretty nice. He could still wrap his arms around Su Qingxue. No big deal, no big deal. It's just like hugging a big pillow. He. Su Qingxue reached out from under the covers to resist, her hands clutching for a hug. Trapped beneath the blanket, they looked so tiny and stubby, like a beached seal pup. Zhang Muyan tucked Su Qingxue's hands back under the covers. It's cold out here, sweetie. Cover up properly. Su Qingxue? She glared at him resentfully. Somehow felt like Yanbao was doing it on purpose. Night. The sound of torrential rain could still be heard outside. Raindrops patter against the glass, a soothing lullaby in the still night. The two sat facing each other, whispering softly, gazing tenderly at one another for a long while. Zhang Muyan was the first to succumb, unable to hold back any longer. At that moment, Zhang Muyan truly held Su Qingxue as if she were a pillow, cradling her completely. Su Qingxue, freed from being wrapped like a rice dumpling, slid her hands free and began gently teasing Zhang Muyan's hair and cheeks. Stop messing around, Shuer. Be a good girl and go to sleep. Zhang Muyan's voice was muffled, he was genuinely getting sleepy. Su Qingxue murmured in response, then obediently retracted her hands like a turtle pulling its head back into its shell, lowering her head slightly as well. Quietly nestling into Zhang Muyan's embrace. Sleeping in Yanyan's arms? So nice, hee. If only we could sleep like this forever. Then she closed her eyes. Good night, Yanbao. After saying that, Su Qingxue drifted off to sleep, completely content. The very next second, Zhang Muyan replied, Good night, Shuebo. As the words faded, Su Qingxue felt her bangs being gently lifted aside, followed by a soft kiss on her forehead. After a long while, Zhang Muyan fell completely asleep. But Su Qingxue opened her eyes again. She couldn't quite fall back asleep. Yanbao's sudden kiss before bed had made her heart flutter. Was it because this was the first time Yen Bao had officially held her close to sleep, complete with a goodnight kiss? Though the goodnight kiss was in the book too, it actually came later on. Yen Bao never followed the sequence. Zhang Muyan, you didn't follow my sequence either. Su Qingxue could hear Zhang Muyan's steady breathing. She tentatively began to extricate herself from the dumpling shape, kicking the blanket down while being careful not to wake Zhang Muyan. Sleeping in 2 layers like this made her feel hot, really hot. So kicking off 1 layer made perfect sense, but 1 layer alone felt a bit chilly. So, hugging Yen Bao for warmth made perfect sense too. Hee. After kicking off the blanket, Su Qingxue successfully burrowed back into Zhang Muyan's bed, though she'd never really left it. Her entire body finally melted into Zhang Muyan's embrace. Though not as thrilling as last night, it felt more reassuring and beautiful. Yen Bao. So warm. I'm going to sleep now, really this time. Then she kissed Zhang Muyan's cheek in the same way. By 6 a.m. the next morning, Zhang Muyan woke up as usual. Just like yesterday morning, there was a soft, warm kitten nestled in his arms. Still sound asleep, lost in her dreams. This time, however, Zhang Muyan wasn't nearly as flustered after all. He wasn't completely naked this time. He could quietly savor this beautiful moment. The lovely girl in his arms breathed gently and peacefully, her entire body pressed tightly against his. Outside, the rain continued to fall, but the sky had brightened. It was such a quiet, beautiful morning. Zhang Muyan held Su Qingxue for a while longer, unable to resist any longer. Shue's sleeping face was simply too beautiful, so he quietly planted a kiss on her forehead. Quietly. Shu wouldn't know. He then prepared to rise carefully. But just then, Su Qingxue suddenly hooked her arm around Zhang Muyan and pulled him back into the covers. Ha! Then came Su Qingxue's sleepy murmur, Yen Bao sleep a little longer cuddle. At some point, Su Qingxue had already woken up. Maybe it was when Zhang Muyan gently poked her lips, or when he pinched her cheek, or perhaps when Zhang Muyan kissed her. Her consciousness began to stir. She'd stayed up late last night, only falling asleep after Zhang Muyan had drifted off. So today, she might just linger in bed. Well, then, she'd linger in bed. Zhang Muyan was utterly charmed by Su Qingxue's soft, whimpering coaxing. After her tiny hand tugged him back, he obediently lay down. Then Su Qingxue burrowed toward her desired spot, draping her little feet over Zhang Muyan's body. Trapping him. Not letting him go. Mumbling incoherently in her sleep. Alright. Might as well sleep in. It's been ages since I last slept in. Today is the last day I'll be spending with Shu. I'll be leaving tomorrow. Zhang Muyan gazed at the utterly adorable girl before him with reluctance, gently ruffling her hair once more. Her ears were so soft and bouncy to pinch. Her hair is so silky smooth, Shu would look absolutely stunning with long hair. And those big eyes, those luminous eyes. Those long lashes, I could pluck them out and use them as a broom. Her little nose, her little mouth. Zhang Muyan's finger paused on Su Qingxue's pink lips, pressing gently. Su Qingxue felt Zhang Muyan's hand trace across her head the entire time, though she was still drowsy and hazy. Yet she could still feel it, a tingling sensation like an electric current shooting into her brain, then spreading throughout her body, leaving her pleasantly numb and relaxed. When his fingers finally reached her lips, Zhang Muyan stopped. Su Qingxue pouted slightly, kissing his finger. The finger's springy bounce. Zhang Muyan naturally felt it too. Then, the corners of his mouth lifted as he responded to Su Qingxue, planting another big kiss on her head. Ha! Su Qingxue froze. She wasn't exactly new to being kissed, but this time, Yen Bao's kiss wasn't a quick pack. It felt more like stamping a seal. Big, heavy, stamped on her forehead, holding for a few seconds before parting. A kiss. P.S. Hey guys, got any ideas for a book title? I've been racking my brain until my hair's practically falling out. This current title is kinda off the mark, right? Laughing, crying. Give me a name, sweeties, moi. Chapter 133, Is Old Zhang's Girlfriend Pretty? The two clung to each other and drifted back into a dazed sleep. When Zhang Muyan woke up again, the little cat in his arms was gone, leaving only a lump of bedding he was holding. Ha! Shu got up first again? Yawning, Zhang Muyan rubbed his eyes and got up. After finishing his morning routine outside the room, he happened to bump into Su Qingxue carrying a steaming bowl of egg noodles. Yen Bao, awake? Breakfast is ready. Su Qingxue presented the noodles to Zhang Muyan with the look of a devoted wife. Ah. No mental attacks on Shu. No more naughty stuff, let's play with feelings instead. Zhang Muyan obediently took the bowl, his face brimming with emotion. Then Su Qingxue watched as Zhang Muyan ate the noodles, her face beaming with a smile. Shu, aren't you eating? Save me a bite, Su Qingxue giggled. That won't do, not like this again. Zhang Muyan gave Su Qingxue a playful scolding glance, then just like before, picked up a strand of noodles and fed it to her. Su Qingxue obediently opened her mouth. One bite each. Ah. Ah. You really opened your mouth. Ah ha ha ha. Zhang Muyan fed Su Qingxue, then took a bite himself. He didn't let Su Qingxue go get another bowl or anything. It just felt like this was the normal way to eat. After finishing every last drop of soup, Zhang Muyan licked his lips. So delicious. Then he took the bowl out of the room to wash it. It was still raining outside. Looks like we won't be able to go out on the last day either. Su Qingxue leaned on the windowsill, gazing outside, and found herself pouting unconsciously. Come to think of it, she'd only gone out with Yanbao on the very first day. Thank goodness we went out that day. After washing the dishes, Zhang Muyan came over and pulled Su Qingxue into his arms. Together, they leaned on the windowsill, gazing at the scenery. As parting drew near, neither spoke, yet their sorrowful hearts cried out in silent protest through the air. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, then let it out in a sigh. This feeling was just like finishing a weekend of fun, knowing school starts tomorrow. Why does time fly by so fast? I don't want to go back to class. I don't want to be apart from Yanbao. Just a few days ago, she and Yanbao were discussing the final exams together. Zhang Muyan held Su Qingxue tighter, whispering soothingly, "It'll be okay, sweetie. It's not like we won't see each other again." These words held no real weight. Zhang Muyan knew it too after all, even he couldn't convince himself with such empty words. But he had to say them anyway. The atmosphere was getting too heavy. Zhang Muyan, Snowy, look at those long-distance couples. They can only meet once every few months. We're already incredibly lucky. Su Qingxue's lips remained tightly pursed. But we're about to become long-distance lovers too. He. Zhang Muyan rubbed Su Qingxue's nape. Winter break will fly by. We'll see each other again in early March. Su Qingxue's eyes dimmed as she murmured barely audibly, "Don't." Ha? Zhang Muyan didn't catch her. Su Qingxue shifted her position in Zhang Muyan's embrace, turning to nestle closer into his arms. Yanbao, you have to miss me, okay? Of course I will. You have to reply to my messages, or I won't know what you're up to. Okay, I promise to reply instantly, okay? If I don't, you can chop off my hands next semester. Ha, no way. Just reply to my messages. No need for lightning-fast replies, and definitely don't chop off your hands. If you did, we couldn't cuddle like this anymore. Then hold me tighter. Zhang Muyan pulled Su Qingxue closer still, as if trying to squeeze her into his very being. Parting really does make people sentimental. After another long hug, they returned to the room, crawled under the covers, and watched TV and played games together. Su Qingxue clung to Zhang Muyan without letting go, snapping photos nonstop to capture the moment. She truly couldn't bear to part with him. Her long-cherished treasure, finally within her grasp. No matter how long it lasted, it never felt enough. It was nowhere near enough. Not to mention getting tired of it, that was simply impossible. And Zhang Muyan just let this little treasure run wild. On the final day, Xuebo ruled supreme. Whatever Snow Treasure says goes. So Yanbao, can we do something naughty? Cousin. Danger. Meanwhile, the three idiots had already begun their meeting ahead of schedule. Zhang Muyan remained completely unaware. Wu Hao opened with a familiar greeting. What the hell, why call a meeting out of nowhere? Pang Bo, what's up? Been home for 2 days now. Is that asshole old Zhang finally gonna bring out his mule or horse for us to see? Wang Lei, FCK, old Wu, I'm the one who called. Old Zhang didn't show up. What's the point of dragging him in? Spit it out already. Too boring. Let's discuss how hot Zhang Muyan's girlfriend is. Wang Lei was bored out of his mind at home, so he resorted to using Zhang Muyan as entertainment. He'd just returned from vacation 2 days ago. Today, with nothing better to do, he was browsing the school forum for some gossip, and ended up wandering into the Qingxue forum again. Don't ask why he didn't call Long Huan, who the hell calls someone 24/7? But as he browsed, seeing the forum users leaving comments like wifey under Su Qingxue's beautiful photos made him chuckle. But he couldn't say anything. If he got into an argument with those people online and accidentally posted old Zhang's photo, it would definitely blow up. So yeah, he came to vent with Wu Hao and Pang Bo. Why are we even discussing this, you idiot Wan Lei? Someone gives you a skin and you go behind their back to badmouth them? I'm telling old Zhang, and you can forget about getting another skin. Wan Lei, I'm on the 8 a.m. shift, I'm FINGST. Wu Hao, $% hashtag $%. Pang Bo. After a flurry of expletives, the two finally wrapped up their warm reunion after 2 days apart. Don't get the wrong idea, this is perfectly normal communication among guys. Don't be fooled by Pang Bo standing by looking like he's not involved. He's a total jerk. Don't mistake him for a good guy. Only then did the trio get down to the real business of today's meeting. Probably just average. If it were good, old Zhang would have shown it by now, Pang Bo stated bluntly. Wu Hao, yeah, I agree. It might actually be good, but it definitely can't compare to that other one, his old classmate, Su something. Ro? Su Nianru. You still can't remember her name after all this time? Right. My memory's not great. Anyway, she's definitely not as attractive as that Su Nianru. Haven't we always joked about him and Su Nianru? Wu Hao analyzed. He always told us to stop joking around. I think he must have had something going on back then. Wang Lei listened silently as the two men presented their seemingly logical analysis. Something was definitely up back then. If she were attractive, he would have shown her to us to shut us up. Yeah. But why do I feel like old Zhang's girlfriend must be really pretty? Ha! Chapter 134, The Final Night. What do you mean? We're just speculating out of pure curiosity. We're definitely not bad-mouthing old Zhang's girlfriend, okay? No one's allowed to tattle on us. Wu Hao, I've already recorded this. I'll send it to old Zhang later. Every word you say now will be used as evidence in court. 6. Probably average. That jerk old Zhang, if she were hot, he'd be video chatting with us every day. Pang Bo continued with his well-reasoned argument. Remember when we heard his girlfriend's voice during that gaming session? It was really nice. Girls with nice voices usually. Another rich woman. Old Zhang's skinny frame. Didn't we play together last time? Look at his girlfriend's avatar, another mature type. But when she calls old Zhang privately, she sounds so sweet. So what? It's the contrast. Wu Hao, damn, you noticed all that? I didn't even catch it. But old Zhang's always keeping things under wraps too. Wanna make a bet? Wang Lei joked. Pang Bo, what's there to bet on? Whether she's pretty or not has nothing to do with me. As long as old Zhang likes her, that's all that matters. Why would I bet with you? Wang Lei feigned ignorance, it's just for fun. Let's bet on whether old Zhang's girlfriend is prettier than Su Nianru. What do you say? Pang Bo, what do you mean? Have you seen her? No, I haven't. What's the bet? The loser calls the winner daddy. What a good boy. Ugh, you in or out? No bet. Come on, let's bet. Have you ever seen someone deliberately try to trick us? Pang Bo felt Wang Lei was acting increasingly strange. Wang Lei, I swear I haven't. My son. Whoa. Pang Bo, I'm not betting. Plus, they're giving away skins. No way. This is too good to pass up. Old Zhang's girlfriend must be a real beauty. Hey, you bastard. Wu Hao, I'll take the bet. But we're betting 1 week of bringing lunch and cleaning up. Is there such a good deal? Still, he had to play it cool, feigning disinterest. How big's the bet? Pang Bo perked up at the changed stakes. Deal. Add in helping me skip class, I'm not sitting through that water class. Wu Hao, bet or no bet, lazy, either way old Zhang gets a free ride. Wang Lei feigned hesitation, then seemed to deliberate deeply. Let's bet. If you're up for it, let's do it. Bet. Pang Bo, but who's gonna be the judge then? Wu Hao, just hand it to anyone in the class to take a look, okay? Wang Lei tried to get more out of it. Let's agree on this first, do we split it up or what? If I lose, I clean for 2 weeks, but if you guys lose, each of you gets 1 week? Wu Hao, deal. Pang Bo, alright. Wang Lei's smirk was harder to suppress than an ING AK-47, but there was no way he could just whip out Zhang Muyan's hand-holding photo to slap them both in the face. Otherwise, he'd be the insider, and those two bastards would never admit it. All he needed now was for old Zhang to call the meeting. So Wang Lei texted Zhang Muyan, old Zhang. Old Peng and old Wu said your wife is ugly as hell. On their final night together, Zhang Muyan silently allowed Su Qingxue to hold him as they slept. He was utterly reluctant to let her go. He turned off the TV. He'd already replied to that idiot's message earlier in the afternoon. He wasn't in the mood to deal with those jerks now, he just wanted to spend more time with Su Qingxue. This rain couldn't have come at a worse time. It had been pouring for 2 straight days, trapping him and Xue indoors with nowhere to go. It wasn't all bad, these days held vivid, warm memories, but it still felt like a missed opportunity. Su Qingxue's eyes were wide and teary as she clung tightly to Zhang Muyan, her gaze filled with reluctance. She stared at him like a doll, her eyes darting from left to right, up and down, as if scheming something. Her eyes darted from left to right, top to bottom, rolling around as if she were plotting something. Zhang Muyan, noticing her persistent scanning, chuckled softly, "What's up? Thinking about how to tie me up?" Su Qingxue's eyes widened slightly. Then she glanced guiltily to the side. "No. Ha? Something's off with you." Of course Su Qingxue hadn't really considered kidnapping him. She wouldn't even restrict Zhang Muyan's freedom, how could she possibly do something like that? She just imagined it for a moment, just a moment, mind you. You can't do it, but you can't even think about it? She was just imagining what it would be like if she tied up Yanbao, then they could be together every day. Putting a blindfold on Yanbao, then teasing him every day when she got home. Kiss his face, then his neck, then. Yanbao would never last. Then Zhang Muyan's words interrupted her. That's why she looked so guilty. If we're parting ways, can't I even indulge in a little daydreaming? Su Qingxue, Yanbao, if it's still pouring tomorrow, how are you going to get back? Zhang Muyan, it's fine. I'll just take a taxi to Shucheng West Station. The closest high-speed rail station to Jiangbian District was West Station. Su Qingxue, I'll see you off tomorrow morning. Okay. Zhang Muyan felt his heart flutter again. He gently stroked her cheek and couldn't resist kissing her forehead. Some things are like that, it's either 0 times or countless times. Know some things, once they happen once, lead to countless times. Well, you know what I mean. That's why Zhang Muyan was so conflicted. When it came to sleeping together, his mind resisted, but his body was all too willing. He feared that after kissing her forehead once, he'd now find himself doing it all the time. He just can't resist. Every flutter of his heart makes him want to kiss her. He wants more. He wants her to feel his heart. That urgent desire to express himself. Words alone are utterly insufficient. Only intimate, affectionate physical gestures can truly convey what he feels in this very moment. Honestly, whoever invented kissing and hugging is a bloody genius. Since last night, Su Qingxue has been kissed 3 times. 3 times, right? Su Qingxue felt a bit dazed. Her mind was spinning from the kisses. Yan Bao's kisses held a magical power that intoxicated her. Then her body went limp and melted into Zhang Muyan's embrace. She knew Zhang Muyan had tacitly allowed her to curl up in his arms and sleep tonight. How wonderful. But she wondered if, once school started again, Yan Bao would still let her sleep with him. Probably, most likely, not. Wait, Yan Bao hasn't even agreed to live together yet. And why hasn't Yan Bao kissed her yet? We almost kissed the night before last, but we got interrupted. I've been giving him such obvious hints and opportunities every single time. Does Yan Bao keep holding back from kissing me? Then I'll kiss her back. Su Qingxue planted a kiss on Zhang Muyan's jawline, pressing it firmly like a seal before pulling away. Then, without looking up at Zhang Muyan again, she contentedly collapsed into his arms. Time for bed. Chapter 135, Parting. Zhang Muyan reached up like a clumsy toddler to touch the spot where she kissed him. So wonderful. No, I mean, Shue's kisses are amazing. No, that's not it either. This feeling of being cherished. Anyway, those of you watching who've been kissed by someone you like must understand this feeling, right? I won't go into too much detail, okay? If I say more, you'll think I'm a pervert. Then Zhang Muyan just held Su Qingxue like that, falling asleep face to face. 10 a.m. the next morning. The two parted ways at the station. Su Qingxue looked like she was about to cry, making Zhang Muyan feel both amused and heartbroken. Before leaving, he couldn't resist planting several kisses on her forehead. Yet the more he kissed her, the more aggrieved Su Qingxue became, sniffling incessantly. Zhang Muyan bent down again, gently pinched her hand, and brought it to his lips. As he watched the mist in her silly girl's eyes grow thicker, he used his fingers to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Her already bright eyes, washed by tears, shone even more brilliantly, like 2 sparkling gems. As Zhang Muyan touched her eyes, her large eyes blinked involuntarily, making her even cuter than a doll. After wiping them, Zhang Muyan placed her hand over his mouth. Good girl, let's video chat every day when we get back, okay? Stop coaxing me, sweetie. Su Qingxue, rarely refusing Zhang Muyan's affection, pouted her lips in protest. She was already reluctant to leave, and his coaxing only made her feel more tearfully aggrieved. Let's go, Yan Bao. Su Qingxue pulled her hand away, then stroked Zhang Muyan's cheek before giving it a firm squeeze. Usually, she was the one letting Zhang Muyan pinch her, but today she suddenly felt bold. So pinching cheeks was this much fun? No wonder Yan Bao loved pinching mine so much. Well, I'm off then. Zhang Muyan pressed Su Qingxue's hand against his face, then slowly straightened up and dragged his suitcase toward the station entrance. Reaching the entrance, he glanced back at the girl. Sure enough, the silly thing was still standing there as always, watching him leave. A pang of sadness washed over Zhang Muyan. For a moment, he desperately wished he could just run away with Shuer. But that thought lasted only a moment. What? Falling in love means abandoning your own mother? Well, that was impossible, after all. Besides, it was the new year. How could he not go home? Shuer was going home too. Zhang Muyan passed through the entrance, sent his luggage through the scanner, cleared security, and kept walking until Shuer vanished from sight. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Muyan pulled out his phone and sent a message to his pinned contact. Alright, you should head back now. Outside, Su Qingxue walked back with her head down, replying to Zhang Muyan on her phone, pouty kitten emoji. Zhang Muyan replied, petting a kitten. This was a matching emoji set he'd specifically downloaded online for Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue immediately sent another animated sticker, a kitten pitifully calling its owner, miss you. Shuer, this. She's just too good at manipulating people. Su Qingxue continued exchanging adorable emojis with Zhang Muyan, and the emotions from their recent parting gradually began to settle. Upon reaching the underground parking garage, a dedicated vehicle pulled up before Su Qingxue. Her faintly sorrowful expression vanished instantly, reverting to her usual cool, composed demeanor that revealed nothing of her emotions. Female driver, miss, it's time to go home. Aunt Xiao has already left. MHM. Su Qingxue replied indifferently before getting into the car. Let's go back first. I need to grab a few things. Understood. The driver, efficient and practiced, promptly stepped on the gas and headed toward Fenghua Residential Complex. Ding dong, ding dong. The ringtone of her phone sounded. The driver handed the phone to Su Qingxue. Miss, it's for you. Su Qingxue took it, and a youthful male voice came through. Sis, are you back yet? Yeah, I'm on tonight's flight. Okay, how are you and you guys doing? Let Dad take this call. Su Qingxue detected the underlying meaning and stated directly. Meanwhile, at the Su family residence in the capital, Su Qingxue, the youngest son of the Su family, took the phone and nervously glanced at Su Jianjun, the very man Su Qingxue referred to as dad, who was eavesdropping nearby, leaning sideways. One father, two sons, one eye big, one eye small. The smaller one was naturally the elder, and the larger one was naturally the younger. Su Qingxue, Dad, Sis told you to take the call. Su Qingxue was in middle school, so he was already on vacation at this time of year. Only the high school seniors were still grinding away during the break. Su Jianjun gave his useless son a sharp tap before answering the call, carefully controlling his tone. You and that kid are already living together? Su Qingxue, not yet. Not officially yet. Su Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qingxue, but it's coming soon. Su Jianjun held his breath again, then snapped in a low voice, Su Qingxue, I told you it won't work out with that boy. His voice wasn't loud, but the authority behind it was palpable even through the phone. Su Qingxue, however, remained unconcerned. She wasn't this man's tool. She might have been when she was young, but she certainly wasn't now. Then I won't come back to upset you, Su Qingxue said coolly, her tone laced with clear threat. Su Jianjun was instantly silenced, powerless to respond. This girl had grown up now, and he had no leverage over her. He'd once frozen her bank card entirely as a threat, expecting her to come crawling back crying and apologizing. Instead, it hadn't fazed her in the slightest. That girl had quite a nest egg stashed away. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue swiftly began patting Su Jianjun's back in a soothing manner before shouting into the phone, Sis, you have to come back. If you won't look at this old thing, you have to look at this little thing, right? Su Jianjun shot another glare at his mischievous youngest son. How dare he call his father an old geezer right in front of him? This kid was getting more and more disrespectful. Su Qingxue didn't seem to mind. Truth be told, no one in this household truly feared Su Jianjun anymore. If anyone dared to defy him, it was probably only this youngest son and the servants in the mansion. The eldest son, Su Bei's, the eldest daughter, Su Qingxue, and even their mother, Mrs. Chen, none of them feared this old man. Su Jianjun was the oppressive type, a classic wealthy family patriarch with an extreme need to control his children. He'd been strict with the three siblings since they were little. Meanwhile, their mother, Mrs. Chen, was the one who handled the soothing and appeasing. It was a classic case of one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop. But Mrs. Chen had always opposed Su Jianjun's controlling parenting style. Since the children were fine, she never said much. But ever since Su Qingxue's accident, the family began to slowly change. Chapter 136, The Su Family. Get back here immediately. Su Jianjun's tone remained heavy, yet noticeably softer than the impulsive forcefulness of moments ago. Evening flight. I'll be there tonight. After speaking, Su Qingxue placed her phone on the table, leaned toward the window, and took a deep breath. Those words were meant for Su Qingxue. She didn't want to argue with Su Jianjun, but she couldn't possibly not return to that home. After all, he was her biological father who had raised her all these years. Yet from the moment she understood, she knew that the little girl she once was had long been abandoned by this so-called father. Even after finding her again, he had treated her well, trying to make amends. Taking her everywhere for therapy to heal her psychological wounds, constantly radiating the warmth of a father's love. But the scars had already been carved. Time might fade them, but it could never erase them. She tried to accept this father, but he refused to let her find Zhang Muyan. He remained the same. She was merely a tool to him, disposable when unnecessary, controlled when essential. To say he didn't love her? He did love her. When he found her and held her, the tears streaming down his face were scalding hot. But to say he loved her? Probably not much. He loved himself most of all. He knew Zhang Muyan had saved him. He knew exactly where Zhang Muyan was. Yet for over a decade, he stubbornly refused to tell her, forbidding her from seeking him out. From childhood onward, he arranged countless playmates for her, though playmates was a euphemism. They were the children of his business partners, sent to cultivate affection. He even sugarcoated it, claiming that interacting with peers was necessary to heal his psychological trauma. He knew exactly how important Zhang Muyan was to him. Yet he'd rather watch his daughter suffer nightmares every single day. He had merely treated her as a tool. But now that I've grown up, he can no longer control me. I've already found Yanbao. The female driver picked up her phone. Hello? Master? Even while driving, she could clearly hear what Su Qingxue was saying. Judging by the tone, the person on the other end of the line seemed to be the master. After she finished speaking, the line went dead immediately. Beep beep. Meanwhile, Su Jianjun handed the phone back to Su Qingxue, then gave him a light tap on the head. Thud. You little brat, getting more and more disrespectful. What did you just call your old man? Su Qingxue clutched his head like Tom the cat, putting on a pained expression. He pouted, clearly not convinced. Stupid old man, always picking on me. Still, hearing his big sister was coming back made him genuinely happy. Even though she was a bit cold, at least she spoiled him. She'd give him money to spend way better than this stingy old fart. Su Jianjun continued, call your brother too and tell him to come back. Just say his sister's back. Su Qingxue, oh, you're so scheming. If my sister didn't come back, my brother definitely wouldn't either. This old miser. He just uses me as his pawn. Su Jianjun's ears perked up. What did you just say, you little brat? Thud. A good head is a good head. Ah. Su Jianjun delivered another sharp smack before striding out of the hall. Su Qingxue, sporting a smoking hot bump on his head, dialed the phone with tears in his eyes. Why hit me? Hello? An impatient male voice answered. Bro, why? Get to the point. Su Qingxue felt wronged. If you don't talk, I'm hanging up. Dad told me to call you back. Is Xiao Shui coming back? Sis is coming back. When? She might get home a bit late tonight. There was a brief silence on the other end, as if he stood up to check his schedule. Then his voice came back, I'll buy a ticket to come back now. Huh? That fast? Yeah, I checked the earliest flight. I'll be home by late tonight. Alright, I'll wait for you to get back, bro. So, what do you want? Yes. Su Qingxue clenched his fist and pumped it in front of him twice. This guy always lights up whenever he hears news about my sister, and this time he even offered a reward. I love you, sis. Su Qingxue, I want the latest game skin. A brief silence on the other end of the line. Huh? Asking for too much? Bro? How much do you want? Would 50,000 be enough? Enough. 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 Su Qingxue felt like he was about to strike it rich. He nodded frantically at his phone, trying to make sure the person on the other end could see his head bobbing like a garlic press. No wonder his wealthy dad never skimped on his basic needs, but when it came to money, even double digits felt like a fortune. He kept saying he was afraid I'd develop bad spending habits growing up, so we'd talk about it when I was older. Damn it, old fart. You didn't treat my sister like this at all. So, you know that feeling of riding a private car to an elite school every day, only to find you can't even pull out a 10 yuan note when you need it? The whole class gave him a nickname, Cheapskate. I've seen stingy people before, but never the stingy he'd make us take turns sucking on a 50-cent lollipop. Then, a transfer notification popped up on WeChat, 50,000 yuan. Oh ho ho ho. Su Qingxue, moi love ya, bro, I'll come pick you up when you get out. Alright, that's it. Bye bro. After hanging up, Su Qingxue felt like he'd reached the pinnacle of life. Then he decisively opened a certain app and started charging up his account. Sure, he's underage, but does his family lack working adults? So no worries about him not being able to top up or hitting any limits. No way. Besides, rich folks like them have plenty of ways around it. Zhang Muyan leaned against the car window, watching the scenery whiz by outside. The high-speed train's internet was spotty, so he told Su Qingxue they'd chat after getting off. She obediently replied with an animated sticker of a pet waiting for its owner to come home. Though he'd been utterly miserable right up until boarding the train, now that he thought about it, he was still utterly miserable. He wasn't feeling any better, especially seeing those adorable yet pitiful emojis she sent. It was heartbreaking. I just want to hug her and comfort her. Zhang Muyan could only scroll through the photos of Su Qingxue on his phone, admiring his Shue's beauty and cuteness. Wah! Shuer is so beautiful. This feeling of seeing her but not being able to touch her. Who the hell invented long-distance relationships? They're terrible. He kept scrolling, passing through numerous butterfly design blueprints he'd created. Just then, the middle-aged man beside him suddenly turned his head over. Young man, your girlfriend is really beautiful. Chapter 137, Running into a Big Shot? Zhang Muyan was utterly bewildered, but out of politeness, he forced an awkward smile and replied, oh, thanks. As a semi-techie, Zhang Muyan inwardly rolled his eyes. Who the hell are you? Why are you leaning in to look at my photos? The middle-aged man beside him continued his friendly conversation. Young man, what do you do? Ha? Oh. I'm a student. After a slight hesitation, Zhang Muyan answered innocently, inwardly sighing. Oh no, looks like I've run into a social butterfly. Please don't talk to me. Please don't talk to me. He could only silently pray. Oh, a student, huh? You must be in college then. You must be doing really well academically. You must be attending a top-tier university. The middle-aged man nodded approvingly. Ah, it's okay. Damn it. He's still talking to me. He's still talking to me. Shut up, you dead. Don't interrupt me watching my Schwer. So what year are you in? Freshman year. Freshman? The middle-aged man seemed slightly surprised. What's with that expression, Zhangdong? I just happened to catch a glimpse of some course design blueprints on your phone. Pretty impressive stuff. Ha? Oh, that's just a little experiment I'm messing around with. You did that yourself? That's so impressive. No, it's not finished yet. Zhang Muyan scratched his head, suddenly feeling embarrassed by the unexpected praise from a stranger. I work in mechanical design myself, so I'm pretty sensitive to blueprints. Just now, I caught a glimpse your design is really impressive. No. Zhang Muyan waved his hands. So you're actually in this field professionally? Then mine is just a toy. Ha! Ah, young man, you're too modest. Could I take another look at it? I didn't get a good view earlier. Maybe I could offer some suggestions. The middle-aged man spoke with genuine enthusiasm. Sure, absolutely. Please take a look, sir. Ha! Zhang Muyan flipped back to the design drawings and handed them over without hesitation. As a pure-hearted university student, he naturally felt a bit awkward around strangers. But no need to worry. Zhang Muyan did briefly wonder if the man might steal the design or something. After all, just glancing at the blueprints wouldn't reveal much. There was still physical assembly, data coding, material handling, and so on. No big deal. He maintained basic courtesy toward strangers anyway. What if he genuinely wanted to help him out? Taking Zhang Muyan's phone, the middle-aged man adjusted his glasses. This is a bionic butterfly, right? Yep, Zhang Muyan replied. Seems this guy wasn't lying. He could tell what the design drawings were at a glance. Why are all your parameters so small? I wanted to replicate the butterfly size as closely as possible. But that would make it hard to fly, wouldn't it? And the material requirements would be extremely demanding. Flight shouldn't be an issue. We'll test the materials later. Zhang Muyan didn't commit fully, though truthfully, the materials weren't much of a problem either. It can fly? What's the speed? The amplitude? Maximum frequency and sustained range? The middle-aged man exclaimed, visibly excited. Well, Zhang Muyan gave an awkward smile. These were crucial data points. How could he just blurt them out? Besides, he couldn't recall them offhand. They were all stored in the computer. The middle-aged man caught himself. Oh, sorry, I got a bit carried away. Never imagined you young folks could advance this technology this far. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Ah, you flatter me. The middle-aged man returned the phone to Zhang Muyan, lavishing praise. The design is ingenious. Some aspects feature truly unexpected design approaches, utilizing new fibers to achieve these parameters. Overall, I can't find any flaws. If it can truly fly. He then patted Zhang Muyan on the shoulder and chuckled. It's precisely because of pillars like you that our nation grows ever stronger. Ah, ha. Zhang Muyan's mouth twitched. I just made this for Schwer to play with. The middle-aged man beamed with delight, then produced a business card. My name is Su Nanshan. I'm the chief engineer of the Intelligent Robotics Division at the National Academy of Sciences. Here's my card. Zhang Muyan jolted awake. His twitching mouth instantly turned serious. Holy crap, I've triggered a hidden quest by bumping into a big shot. He took the card with both hands and examined it carefully, noting the contact information printed on it. You're quite talented, young man. I hope we can work together at the National Weapons Institute someday. Ha. Ha? The National Weapons Institute? I wouldn't even dare to dream of that. Even my old man only works in a minor division at the National Weapons Institute. The National Weapons Institute is the pinnacle of headquarters. I'll try my best. Zhang Muyan said humbly. Su Nanshan smiled and patted Zhang Muyan on the shoulder again. Which university did you attend? Sichuan University. Oh, no wonder. Who's your advisor? Su Nanshan wanted to keep Zhang Muyan's contact information handy, keeping a close eye on this butterfly. After all, this bionic technology held tremendous potential for development. He also kept an eye on the young man before him. I didn't have a professor help me with this. Oh, so you did it all by yourself? No, I worked on it with a friend. Oh, who's your advisor then? Zhang Muyan hesitated, wondering if he should tell the other person his advisor's name. Would this guy go looking for my advisor later or something? Probably not. Then the real purpose behind making butterflies myself. And I used so much of the school's materials, though I did pay for most of them myself. But I did use the school space and quite a few materials. And then to tell the teacher it was just for fun, like a gift for my girlfriend or something. What? You did this experiment just to make your girlfriend happy? Didn't you tell me you wanted to serve the nation and dedicate yourself to academia? Though it was all a misunderstanding on the teacher's part, I just went along with it. He'd been tinkering away in the lab for over half a month. But not telling him. Given the current situation, it seems like there's no way out now. I'd already told him the university name. Finding a guy working on simulated butterflies would be easy enough. So Zhang Muyan had no choice but to give the other person his advisor's name. Lin Guohua. Oh, Lin Guohua. You know him? No, I don't. But among us in this field, we all know each other to some extent. Zhang Muyan nodded, not entirely sure what that meant. So even if you don't know someone personally at that elite level, you've at least heard of them. Who would have thought, Lin Guohua? You're hiding deeper than anyone else, you little advisor. And you keep showing up in the guy's dorm to play games with us, not a bit like a big shot at all. What's that called? The most impressive person you'll ever meet might just be your college professor. So that's how it is. Chapter 138, The New City Burial of Love Clan. The two chatted about random things along the way. During the 2-hour drive, Zhang Muyan's half-human nature made him fidget so much his feet nearly dug holes in the floor, and the smile on his face grew stiff. Finally arriving at the last stop, New City North Station, Zhang Muyan could finally end his conversation journey with Su Nanshan. Su Nanshan said he had business to attend to and left first. Zhang Muyan got off the bus and immediately messaged Su Qingxue to say he had arrived. She instantly replied with a cute emoji. Got it. Chatting with Snowball is always fun. A natural smile curved Zhang Muyan's lips, nothing like the stiff grin he'd forced while talking to Su Nanshan. He then messaged again in a group called Second High School Love Burial Clan, I'm here. He attached a photo of the station image. Long before boarding the train, he'd already messaged his best buddies to rush over and welcome the Dragon King's return. In the group named Second Middle School Love Burial Clan, he tagged all members, come pick up Dad at New City North Station immediately. After sending that, he boarded the train and didn't check his messages again. Now, when he checked again, the group was flooded with messages 99 plus unread notifications. Son's back? Finally back. My mom's been treating me like a convict at home. WRM little bro's finally back, just needed you. How much longer? Forget it, I'm heading over now. Tonight we'll decide whether to game together or go karaoke. Young Tianyu was among them, chiming in with the group chat. A bunch of brats were discussing plans for food and fun. They went straight to 99 plus messages. But when Zhang Muyan messaged again, the group instantly fired back, need tomato, NTMD, not need tomatoes. 2 hours. You made us wait 2 hours. Damn it. Get your ass out here, to the exit, you piece of S. If I don't beat the crap out of you today, I'll make sure you get what's coming to you. I can practically smell the flowers and hear the birds singing through the screen. Did I forget to tell them I'd just gotten on the bus back then? I was too busy chatting with Schwer. Just sent a quick message saying I was coming back and left it at that. Those jerks ended up waiting for 2 whole hours. At the exit, a bunch of young guys with their hands in their pockets stood with the taxi drivers, staring intently at the crowd. Taxi driver, damn. Is business this tough today? These kids are so young, trying to compete with us middle-aged guys for business? Not looking good. Might as well let them have it. Zhang Muyan pushed his suitcase toward the exit, scanned his ID at the ticket gate, exited the station, and descended the stairs. The next second, a bald head suddenly appeared from the crowd. Several young men beside the taxi driver immediately charged into the crowd. The taxi driver jolted awake. What the hell? Already a target this fast? The bald guy snatched Zhang Muyan's luggage in one swift motion, then delivered a vicious punch. You son of a... Thud. Zhang Muyan took the blow, letting out a muffled groan. The punch felt like a mountain crashing down, and he almost dramatically spat out a mouthful of blood. Then the others swarmed in, locking his throat in a classic male greeting unchanging since time immemorial. Easy on me, guys, go easy on me, Zhang Muyan chuckled as he pleaded with the lads. You bastard. You made us wait 2 hours. Didn't you check your ticket? Can't you speak properly? Why should we look? Who the hell knows which train you're on? Ah, right. Sorry, guys. Here, let me buy you some water. Water? Give us a break. I want beer. I want a hot dog. I want to fly. I'm so hot. Zhang Muyan, come on. Let me drop off my luggage first, then you guys can book. Leave it to me, I'll make sure you guys are all taken care of. Of course, forget about the sky-high and horse riding stuff. Now we're talking. The others finally let him go with a laugh, though they gave him a little extra tug as they released him. You little brat. Ow, easy, you're gonna break my bones. Old, he'll take you home first. Old young, you come with us to book a room. Then we'll play ball this afternoon, sing karaoke tonight, and game all night. Let's go. 6, that's one packed schedule. He's wrong, got it. I've got a car. Let's roll, old Zhang. The bald guy who just took Zhang Muyan's luggage was old he. Though called bald, he actually had a very short crew cut. His high hairline meant that when shaved like that, his forehead reflected light, giving the same effect as a bald head. Zhang Muyan, alright, old Yang, you go ahead with them. Young Tianyu, got it. Inside He Zirong's car. While chatting with He Zirong, Zhang Muyan kept Su Qingxue updated on their whereabouts in real time, occasionally snapping photos to send her. He Zirong observed it all. Old Zhang's got himself a girlfriend, huh? He's grinning like an idiot. Good for him. Zhang Muyan, old he, you bought a car? How much did it cost? My dad's. I've been driving it since I got my license. He told me to keep practicing. Oh, I see. Picking up the thread, He Zirong asked directly, you're dating? Who? Zhang Muyan glanced at He Zirong. How did you know I'm dating? He Zirong responded with an international gesture of friendship. Dude, you're not my buddy. You're the guy who never takes a single photo normally, but now you're snapping away nonstop. Plus, you're typing while grinning like an auntie. Need I say more? It's like you've got in a relationship written on my forehead. Zhang Muyan made no effort to hide his sweetness, even swaying slightly his signature giddy mode when he was truly happy. I am. She's from Beijing. Beijing? That far away? Yeah, it's okay. Long distance? Who the hell does online dating? Same school? Yeah. Same college? Nah, different school. Got any pictures? Yeah. Zhang Muyan's lips began to curve upward. Showing off Shue's beauty to this bunch of guys, wouldn't they be green with envy? Ahem, no kidding, this feels like returning home in glory. Pretty face, huh? Hee hee, Shu is just the best. Let me see. Zhang Muyan, no way. Easy wrong? You bastard. Zhang Muyan, just drive properly. What are you staring at? This is when Zhang Muyan starts acting weird. For some reason, when hanging out with his best buddies, he just loves to play these little games like teasing them with it's coming, but no way. Funny. He's zero, fine, you jerk. It must be something embarrassing you're too scared to show me. Zhang Muyan, MHM. A harmless provocation. When you're strong enough, you won't be provoked by the words of the weak. Instead, you'll see them as mere clowns. This saying couldn't be more fitting right now. He's zero, damn, no reaction. Looks like this kid's got him wrapped around his finger. I'll show you guys later, no rush. But what about you, did you go on a date? Nope. I've been gaming in the dorm all day, where'd I have time to date? Chapter 139, Who's Chasing Whom? You're dating a girl from another college? You must have joined a ton of clubs to meet her, right? Well. I'm just lying around in the dorm playing too. Shu just fell from the sky. I pursued her. Zhang Muyan, it's fine. I fell for Shu at first sight. It was love at first sight, you know? The kind where you see someone once and can't help but feel your heart race. Oh my god, Shu my ass, go %hashtag yourself. Just focus on driving. Flipping the bird. Before long, he Ziron pulled up outside Zhang Muyan's apartment building. Zhang Muyan's family was much better off now than over a decade ago, so they'd moved to the new city center. Of course, the main reason was for the children's schooling. Otherwise, Mrs. Yen and old Deng could have stayed in their old town, where commuting options were still quite limited. I'll head up first. With that, Zhang Muyan got out of the car and headed upstairs with his luggage. Since he'd be back down shortly, Zhang Muyan didn't bother inviting He Zirong up for a visit. After all, they were buddies, no need for all that formal niceties. Opening the door, the apartment remained unchanged since he'd left 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The extra room had been intended for Grandma to move in, but after staying for 2 days, she declared it uncomfortable. She preferred returning to her village, saying the countryside felt more at ease, she just couldn't get used to city life. True enough. While the city was bustling, the elderly had no companions here. Better to be in the countryside with fellow villagers, sitting in the sun, chatting about family matters. But that scene of a few elders gathered chatting about family matters? That's usually the village gossip hub. If a young stranger happened to pass by them at that moment, they'd be grilled until even the dogs get annoyed. Like, whose kid is this? Doesn't even say hello. Never brought a girlfriend home either. No car either. Doesn't look right. Probably just got out of jail. Mom, I'm home, Zhang Muyan called out. Hearing the commotion from the inner room, Mrs. Yen rushed out, eyes wide. Mrs. Yen, oh my, son's back? Yeah, didn't you tell me to hurry back? What would you like for lunch? I'll make it for you. No, thanks. My classmate is still waiting for me downstairs. Don't wait for me for dinner either. Zhang Muyan said as he placed his luggage in his room. You just got back and you're leaving again? You said you only came back because I called you, and now you're running off again. Hee hee, I just got back. They're missing one person, and I'm perfect. By the way, where's my big sister? Your big sis went out to play, as usual. Oh, well then you should go out this afternoon too. Grab your girlfriends and go play mahjong for a bit. It's vacation now anyway. Yeah, sure thing. Just make sure you come back early tonight. Don't stay out too late, there are too many bad people out at night. Yeah. I'll be staying at a classmate's place tonight. These guys are trying to drag me out all night. Stay at a classmate's place? Is that okay? You better not get into trouble out there, wandering around with a bunch of people in the middle of the night. Yeah, got it. Oh, and show Dad those things I left on the table. Gotta go. Zhang Muyan dropped the line, somewhat surprised his mom was being so easygoing this time. He hurried to finish speaking and slip away before Ms. Yen switched back into lecture mode. He closed the door, went downstairs, and got back in the car. He buckled his seatbelt in one fluid motion. Let's go. He Zirong held out his right hand. Let me see the photos first. Hey, you're in a hurry, aren't you? Zhang Muyan made a symbolic international peace sign. There was no point in teasing him further at this moment, it would just get tiresome. He pulled out his phone and opened some photos he'd taken of Shu. Apart from the intimate shots and those taken without Shu's knowledge stashed away in a private album, these everyday snapshots of her were still passable enough to share. Note, barely acceptable for others to see didn't mean they weren't pretty, it meant they were so stunning that Zhang Muyan wanted to keep them all to himself. What nonsense! They're photos of my own girlfriend, how could I possibly keep them all to myself? But I can't keep them from others. Zhang Muyan handed his phone to He Zirong, who took it in stunned silence, his eyes widening whiter than fried eggs. Scrolling through the photos, he asked in disbelief, "Holy crap, Zhang Muyan, is this real? This beauty is your girlfriend? Isn't this the one I saw online before? Why isn't that girl sitting next to her the one I know? Holy crap, old Zhang really is at that school." Zhang Muyan's expression at that moment, that same smug look with the corners of his mouth turned down, that cocky soldier face. "You're dead meat. Holy crap, got any photos together? Is she from your Shu University too? Hey, scroll down, there's a photo of them together." Then He Zirong scrolled down to the earlier photo of Zhang Muyan and Su Qingxue by the river. Su Qingxue's eyes were filled with longing and adoration as she tilted her head back, gazing at Zhang Muyan, who was making a funny face. At that moment, He Zirong could only open his mouth wide and shake his head repeatedly. No way, absolutely impossible. Damn it. It's not that I don't care if my bro's struggling, it's that he's driving a Range Rover. Got any video proof? He Zirong pressed on, still reluctant to believe it. Hey, you bastard. Zhang Muyan gave He Zirong another friendly gesture before taking back his phone. Even if I show you the video, you still won't believe it? Then you want me to call them right now? And even after I call, you still won't believe me, so you want me to video call? He Zirong, yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Screw you, just drive already, Zhang Muyan scolded with a laugh. Of course he wanted to video chat with his snow baby, but he definitely wouldn't do it in front of all these people. Take himself, for instance, he'd want a video chat with Schwer alone. Any unfamiliar face appearing on screen would be treated as a third wheel. Besides, Schwer didn't know his group of buddies. Having a video call with so many people on his end would make her super awkward. And besides, these jerks had no sense of proportion when it came to jokes. It's one thing among guys, but when it involves girls, it can easily cross the line. He Zirong curled his lip, then started the car and drove toward the meeting spot. On the way, He Zirong naturally continued his interrogation of Zhang Muyan. You and her, who chased who? I pursued her, Zhang Muyan answered without hesitation. No reason, he just felt like saying it that way. Besides, even if he claimed Schwer pursued him, this jerk wouldn't believe him anyway. Oh my, then how did you two meet? He Zirong switched into gossip mode, his eyes naturally narrowing into a lecherous squint. Well, it was on a moonless, windy night. The gale swept across the dark clouds. Damn you. Chapter 140, Old Friends Reunion. Well, I added her on WeChat, and we got to know each other through chatting. Show me her WeChat. Damn it, you still don't believe me? No, I'm just looking. Just drive already, what are you staring at? All those chat logs I have with Schwer. That stuff isn't something you just casually look at. Even though there's no explicit content, my chats with Schwer always have that cute, flirtatious vibe. It's a bit cloying. If I acted like this in front of my bros, they'd definitely give me some new nickname, like how I've been walking on thin ice my whole life and ended up with the moniker Brother Thin Ice. Facing rejection, He Zirong could only pout before continuing to chat with Zhang Muyan while driving. Meanwhile, Zhang Muyan replied while messaging Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue, so you're on your way to the party now? Zhang Muyan, yep, and I introduced you to them. Laughing. Su Qingxue suddenly felt a bit nervous. Yanbao had introduced her to his friends, which meant she might have to video call them later to say hello. Zhang Muyan, I'll introduce you to them properly later. Seeing Zhang Muyan's reply, Su Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he didn't make her greet them. Besides Yanbao, she still wasn't comfortable interacting with unfamiliar men. Because of her childhood experiences, her psychological trauma still lingered. While she could maintain a semblance of friendliness now, with someone like Lu Hao, she couldn't help but lash out. So Su Qingxue replied, okay, blushing. Zhang Muyan, so what are you doing now? Su Qingxue, pitiful, eating alone. Upset. Zhang Muyan couldn't help but laugh out loud, only to get a stern show from He Zirong. Zhang Muyan, rubbing his head, poor baby. Back at Fenghua Community, Su Qingxue packed up everything she needed to take. Mainly, she packed the bouquet of roses Zhang Muyan had given her, plus some of Yanbao's clothes she'd secretly taken. She also grabbed some snacks Yanbao had bought, to avoid them going bad and getting wasted. After handing the items to the female driver, she wanted to linger in the riverside apartment a little longer. After all, her flight wasn't until evening, there was no point in rushing. So she casually cooked some leftovers Yanbao had left behind. The same principle applied to the food from Yuta Residential Complex. She brought it all to Fenghua Residential Complex to prevent waste. So at noon, Su Qingxue simply cooked some glutinous rice balls for herself to eat. She also tried to imitate Zhang Muyan by making 2 poached eggs. Sprinkled some sugar on top. Then she snapped a photo of the half-eaten fried egg and sent it to Zhang Muyan. Su Qingxue, you eat too. Zhang Muyan, myang miang miang, a sound effect mimicking chewing. Su Qingxue, hee hee. Zhang Muyan, that's all you're having for lunch? Su Qingxue, when I'm home, I want to eat well. Today I'll keep it light. Truth be told, she was simply reminiscing about someone through the food. Strangely enough, she felt that even this half bag of tangyuan left behind by Yenbao tasted no less exquisite than the finest delicacies when cooked. So sweet, sweet to the core. Perhaps that's what happens when longing becomes the seasoning. Zhang Muyan, nodding alright, it's still early. What time is your flight tonight? Su Qingxue naturally shared her evening departure details with Zhang Muyan. Su Qingxue, 9 p.m. The flight takes 2.5 hours. Zhang Muyan, so you'll land around 11:30? Su Qingxue, yeah, pretty much. Zhang Muyan, alright, you'll probably be asleep by the time you get home. He only asked because he wanted to know roughly so he could free up his evening plans. He couldn't possibly spend the whole night gaming with that bunch of losers. Games can't compare to Schwer's scent. He'd definitely connect with Schwer first thing, lull her to sleep, and then continue battling with his friends, right? A man's gotta be family-oriented. After sending the message, he Zirong parked his car outside a billiards hall. We're here, old Zhang. Cut the crap and get out. Zhang Muyan informed Su Qingxue he'd arrived, then followed he Zirong into the barbecue restaurant beneath the billiard hall. Damn, so this whole thing was about playing pool? I thought we were going to our usual court to play basketball. But the problem is, I don't know how to play. As Zhang Muyan and he Zirong entered the barbecue place, they saw 3 people already seated at a table, munching on skewers and drinking. Hey, you guys got here fast. The two sat down and began their joyful reunion dinner. First toast. Clink. Clink clink clink. So, what do you say? After dinner, let's head upstairs for some pool? Zhang Muyan was still concerned about that he didn't know how to play. No worries, you'll get the hang of it after a couple swings. It's a lot of fun. Wang Fuguwei said confidently. We don't know how either. Just playing around. We can shoot some hoops later, Xing Junjie, the shortest of the group, said with a shifty look in his eyes. Haha, no need to say it, this shorty must have suggested playing pool. Zhang Muyan merely exchanged a glance with him and he couldn't help but crack, bursting out laughing. No wonder among the group, he was the worst at basketball and the shortest. Since he genuinely disliked basketball, he'd suggested pool instead. You little punk, trying to redeem yourself at pool, huh? He definitely is. Otherwise, why suggest pool? Nah, I'm just average. Playing against you guys is more like a warm-up, hehehe. Xing Junjie made no attempt to hide his teasing as he joked with the others. Alright, you little guy. 1 down, 1 to go. Here, cheers, cheers. The group continued to clink glasses and exchange toasts. At that moment, he Zirong brought up a common gathering topic. Guys, are any of you dating? After saying this, he Zirong looked at Zhang Muyan, ready to blurt out that Zhang Muyan was already in a relationship. Shorty's got a girlfriend, so we're all out of luck, Yang Tianyu chimed in. Wang Fuguwei chimed in, yeah, and Shorty's girlfriend's loaded. Holy crap? Shorty's that lucky? He Zirong's eyes widened again. Earlier, he'd been stunned by Zhang Muyan's girlfriend's beauty. Now, he was stunned by the fact that the short guy's girlfriend was a rich woman. Let me see it. I haven't seen it yet. Xing Junjie reluctantly pulled out his phone, licking his lips as he said, oh, what's so interesting to see anyway? He then dutifully opened his girlfriend's WeChat feed, which was filled with travel photos, food shots, and game skins. As a student, his criteria for judging a rich woman were naturally that simple. If she could effortlessly afford most things college students crave, what else could she be but a rich woman? I want a spontaneous trip too, you jerk. Next, he Zirong snatched the phone and leaned in close to Zhang Muyan to admire it together. Xing Junjie continued, brimming with pride, this phone was bought for me by her too. Oh. Chapter 141, is this your girlfriend? Oh you bastard. You're such a show-off. Where are the photos? Why aren't there any photos? He Zirong frantically scrolled through her moments photos, only to see the girl's back. Her figure was indeed impressive. But if you can't see her face, it doesn't count. Give it here, I've got some in my album. Xing Junjie snatched the phone back, scrolling through group shots until he found one to show the others. So jealous. Wow. So pretty. The girl in the photo smiled radiantly. Her face was a bit chubby, slightly plump, clearly the type of daughter spoiled rotten by her doting parents, who let her eat whatever she wanted. Still, she was very pretty. But, shorty, with your tiny frame, when you go to their house, won't you really get punched to death by their dad? Xing Junjie's lips curled up in satisfaction. Oh, keep it low-key, low-key. TSK TSK TSK. Alright, old Zhang, you must have talked to her too, right? Yeah, what did the youngster say? Ahem. Zhang Muyan cleared his throat twice. What? My turn? No way, I gotta put on a show too. Oh dear, not looking too good. The lady of the house, best not subject you to the sight of her. He's Zirong. Damn it, another poser. The other two, unaware of the reason, kept urging him to show it. What's the deal? Show us already. Shorty's already shown his, hurry up. Let us see it, let us see it. Come on, old Zhang. Zhang Muyan took a deep breath. Ugh. Fine. Alright. Zhong's mouth twitched. You're playing dumb, you jerk. Then, Zhang Muyan pulled out his phone and opened his photo album. The girl in the photo instantly made young Tianyu snatch the phone away. His eyes widened as he stared back and forth between Zhang Muyan and the phone. Then he mouthed silently, Nuwa. A legendary figure. Wang Fuguwei tilted his head to get a better look. Holy crap. She's that gorgeous? Amazed, he gave Zhang Muyan a thumbs up. He was always the most enthusiastic supporter. Su Qingxue also got curious. Let me see. He snatched the phone from young Tianyu's hand and exclaimed, Holy crap. Is this real, old Zhang? No photoshopping allowed. Young Tianyu retorted, You can fool your buddies, but don't fool yourself. It's real. That kid was texting others the whole way, snapping pics and sending voice messages. I was about to puke sitting next to him. Zhong rolled her eyes at Zhang Muyan. WRM is such a poser. We gotta get him drunk tonight. Dating such a gorgeous girlfriend? Tonight he's sleeping on the floor. Sleep on the floor? Sleep on the ceiling, hanging from the fan. Hey, you guys asked for it. Who cares? We gotta drink. With that, he immediately opened another bottle of beer for Zhang Muyan. Afternoon. The group first hit the pool hall for 3 hours of billiards, then headed to the basketball court for a quick game. Whenever Zhang Muyan had a moment, he'd dash to his phone, sending and replying to messages to Su Qingxue, even taking photos. Like now. He snapped a photo of the setting sun and sent it to Su Qingxue. He was full of energy, striding ahead alone. The 4 people behind him kept shaking their heads. Wang Fuguwei, this kid's done for. Zhong, I counted he ran back and forth 78 times during the basketball game. That's an average of 1 trip every 2 minutes. Su Qingxue, hey, old Zhang, this kid. He'll settle down once he gets his fill. Old Zhang wasn't like this before. What passed? He's always been this pathetic, it's just that Pan Yingxian never agreed. Love makes him lose his brain. Love struck plus immature guy plus starved for affection plus cute girl equals explosion. Hey, shorty, why isn't she texting you? I told her I'm hanging out with you guys today, so she's playing games on her own. Tisk, shorty's got skills, he's got the rich lady wrapped around his finger. Old Zhang's already hooked like a fish. You're embarrassing our Sichuan men's crew. Whoa, keep it low-key, low-key. The person up front kept texting on their phone. Su Qingxue, Yenbao kisses. Zhang Muyan, moi. Su Qingxue, hee, miss you. Zhang Muyan, I miss you too. Zhang Muyan was completely immersed in his long-distance relationship with Su Qingxue, utterly unable to pull himself away. From their adorable emoji exchanges when they parted ways in the morning, to their now direct expressions of affection. It had all happened in just half a day. No wonder. No wonder everyone loves online dating. Words that take half a day to utter in real life just flow effortlessly on the phone. Especially this MOMO, they'd been dating for nearly a month, yet neither had actually kissed in person. This afternoon alone, they'd done it over 30 times. And seriously, would you ever show someone chat logs like this? It's absolutely cringeworthy. If anyone I know saw it, it'd be total social death. Su Qingxue, so you guys are going singing next? Zhang Muyan, yeah, dinner first, then karaoke. Su Qingxue, honey, I have friends at the KTV in Xinchen. Why don't we go there? Zhang Muyan, huh? Can we get a discount? Surprised, but I think we already made a reservation. Su Qingxue, yeah, we could save some money. Just cancel the previous reservation. Su Qingxue, the KTV is called Huanghua TV. Zhang Muyan, okay boss thanks, Snowy Superscript 3. Su Qingxue, honey, you actually said thank you to me. Pouty tears welling. Zhang Muyan, huh? Baby, I was just expressing the author's homesickness. Wait, no, my delight, my joy, my longing. My affection for you flows like an endless river, laughing and crying. Starting to ramble. Then Zhang Muyan turned back to the 4 big goofballs. Where'd you book the KTV room? Huanghua TV. Ah, Huanghua TV. Perfect then. Zhang Muyan sent another message to Su Qingxue, honey, we're heading to Huanghua TV. Su Qingxue asked Zhang Muyan to send her the room number, then made a phone call. It was her assistant, essentially her personal butler, who handled all her daily needs. Su Qingxue always turned to her for any requests. Book a private room for us at Huanghua TV in Xinqing Zhongxing District. The room number is. Miss, you mean we'll give them a 10% discount later, right? Yes. Miss, I think 10% off is a bit too low. If you don't want them to feel indebted to you, it'd be best to raise it a bit. Well, how about 30% off? Ma'am, let's settle for 10% off. Huh? Why? That's practically no discount at all. Miss, they only booked a 200 yuan hourly room. If you give them a 10% discount, that's practically giving it away for free. Zhang Muyan's group of 5 people, that's only 4 yuan per person. Chapter 142, demanding Zhang Muyan foot the bill by name. Su Qingxue ultimately had to abandon her plan to book a private room for Zhang Muyan. If 10% off is possible, then how about 20% off? 30% off? Forget it. Half price. 100 yuan. That means my dear Zhang would have to shell out 20 yuan. Why were all the KTVs I went to before so expensive? Miss, was that even a KTV? That was a luxury private studio. I just don't want Yenbao to suffer out there. Don't Yenbao and the others have an esports hotel? Can we book that? Of course it can be booked, Mississippi. Which type would you like for them? The best one. But ma'am, they definitely wouldn't book something this expensive. Never mind. Just book all the rooms and give them the best one. Is that even possible? But aren't they staying at that other place? Don't worry about that. Just book it and send me the details. Got it. The assistant put down the phone, tears welling up with envy. Miss really is incredibly thoughtful. What a lucky guy he is. She then swiftly found the best esports hotel online, booked a room, and sent the details to Su Qingxue. At Zhang Muyan's residence, Zhang Eileen had also finished shopping with her best friend and headed home. Hey, little bro's back? The moment she walked in, she caught the distinct scent belonging solely to her little brother. Zhang Eileen immediately rolled up her sleeves. Straight to Zhang Muyan's room. The door swung open to reveal an empty room save for a single suitcase. Mom? Where's Zhang Muyan? Mrs. Yen slowly emerged from the kitchen carrying a dish. Your brother? He came back, dropped his suitcase, and ran off. Where did he go? To meet up with his classmates, of course. That's just how he is. Oh, I thought he'd brought Xiao Shui back. Did Xiao Shui come back or not? I need to ask Xiao Shui. Zhang Eileen was thinking this when the doorbell rang again. Old Deng had come home too. What? Didn't catch a single one, Dad. Oh, it's tough fishing. It's not that easy. Did you really expect your old man to bring home fish for you to eat? If so, you'd be starving for 3 days straight. Mrs. Yen walked by, smiling as she carried her rice bowl. Hey, honey, how can you say that? I did catch a yellow croaker just a few days ago. Old Deng put down his fishing gear in protest, washed his hands, and joined them at the table. You mean the one you're keeping in the fish tank like a sacred fish? What am I supposed to do with that? You said you'd catch a few more to make a pot, but it's been a week already. TSK, Dad, you're no good either. Who was it who swore up and down they'd catch fish for us to eat every day? Got it. Pancakes. Ha. What are you talking about? Just you wait, tomorrow I'll catch a big one for you and your daughter. With that, Mrs. Yen headed toward Zhang Muyan's room. She pulled out a box filled with broken pieces of butterfly toys. My son asked you to take a look and see if you can find any small parts? He said you should be able to figure it out. What is this? Old Deng flipped through the butterfly wings a couple of times, then searched for the drawings inside. How should I know? But it looks like some kind of contest entry my son designed. He's in a hurry, said you'd better get it done for him tomorrow. What? How am I supposed to get it done by tomorrow? I finally got 2 days off, and now I have to babysit his experiment? Your son wants it. You won't give it to him? No way. What kind of son is that? I'm done with him. He might say that, but old Deng's body still tells the truth. He studied the blueprint carefully, then nodded with delight. This kid's got some serious skills. He's actually tackling a machine design of this complexity. Love till death roared. Nothing less than total satisfaction will do. Wang Fugue and Yang Tianyu passionately duet. Inside the private room, 2 guys with double arms held microphones up front, screaming their lungs out, while the other 3 played rock paper scissors and spun a wheel of fortune behind them. A fruit platter and beer delivered by the waitstaff sat on the table. As expected of our CEO Xing, even the KTV he books is high-end, and they throw in all this stuff. Xing Junjie gave an awkward chuckle. He hadn't requested these extras when booking. But he just chalked it up to the KTV's excellent service. Come on, old Zhang lost, drink up. I've been drinking all day. I can't take it anymore. Zhang Muyan downed the 2 beers in front of him, but he really couldn't drink anymore. You're such a lightweight. Can't do it, little bro. Zhang Muyan waved his hands in surrender. He'd never been as good at holding his liquor as these guys anyway. What time is it? He retreated to the corner of the sofa and pulled out his phone again. It read 10:30. Scrolling back through the chat history, he found a photo Su Qingxue had sent at 9 p.m. showing her boarding the plane. Schwer still hasn't arrived. Why was time dragging so slowly? He'd already gone through several rounds of drinks with this bunch. That idiot old Zhang's checking his phone again. Love-struck fool, he'll end up as some woman's plaything sooner or later. Zhang, stop staring at your phone. Come sing. Zhang Muyan, let's go. It's already 10:30. Time to move on. Moving already at 10:30? We'll be at the hotel by 11 anyway. Zhang Muyan grabbed his coat. Let's just dive straight into the battle royale, shall we? It's so noisy here. If Schwer gets home before I reach the hotel, how am I supposed to video chat? He promised to video chat with Schwer every day. He couldn't break that promise. Besides, it had been an hour and a half since he'd heard from Schwer. He was starting to miss her. Fine. Let's go. Alright then, let's go. Those two jerks better shut the hell up. Love till death. Nothing less than total satisfaction will do. The group made their way to the bar, with Su Qingxue stepping forward to settle the bill. Pretty considerate of him, now that he's loaded. Even though Zhang Muyan had offered to treat everyone that morning, now that his buddy had money, not spending it would be a waste of the friendship. Shorty's the man. Shorty's got swagger. Su Qingxue laughed and scolded, "You idiot." Then he turned to the bartender, "Check please, room number." "Attendant, are you Mr. Zhang Muyan?" Su Qingxue pulled out his phone to show the payment code. "Ha? I'm not? That's him. Ha? Oh. Well, Mr. Zhang Muyan is our 500th customer today, so if he pays, he gets 50% off. Su Qingxue's mouth twitched. The few people nearby who overheard were also encountering such an absurd discount method for the first time, staring at old Zhang in astonishment. How could a discount specifically name someone like that? Do you know the owner of this shop? Only Zhang Muyan understood the situation perfectly. Schwer, this. It's just a discount, why are they singling me out to pay the bill? Silly Schwer, even Mr. Xing's invitation got interrupted. Old Zhang, I'll treat you to dinner at the hotel later, Su Qingxue joked as he approached the group. Then Zhang Muyan stepped forward to settle the bill. Beep. 125 received. Meanwhile, a certain assistant was still thinking, I had the front desk confirm it, so it shouldn't be wrong. Who the hell told you to confirm it like that? Chapter 143, why does sis like Zhang Muyan so much? How did that front desk person know your name, old Zhang? Zhang Muyan, how should I know? Didn't you guys make the reservation? Whoa. That really is weird. Zhang Muyan hadn't mentioned the discount he got for Su Qingxue to the others yet. After settling the bill, the group headed to the hotel, a place Su Qingxue had already booked for Zhang Muyan and his companions. Golden Willy Sports Hotel. An old acquaintance came to mind. Wait. Could Schwer also be here? Su Qingxue approached the front desk, one esports suite for 5 players. The front desk staff looked at the group as if they'd finally been waiting for their arrival. Then, their gaze locked onto a specific target among them. Her eyes lit up instantly. Holy crap, it's Mo Shinda. What the hell? Zhang Muyan's hair stood on end. He's after me. Oh my. Welcome. Sir, since you stepped into our hotel with your left foot, you're eligible for a 50% discount. How about it? Shall we have this gentleman book a room? The front desk clerk made a respectful gesture of invitation, pointing toward Zhang Muyan. Everyone except Wang Fugue flinched, then their gazes toward old Zhang turned complicated. Not buddies? You're not right, are you? Only Wang Fugue remained frozen, lifting his own left foot. Ha! I distinctly remember stepping in with my left foot too. Zhang Muyan stepped forward, presented his ID, paid the bill, and the group headed upstairs. If you want to treat us, just say so, kid. Daddy's not going to say no, Su Qingxue chuckled lecherously. They weren't stupid. After 2 trips where he'd specifically named them, something was fishy. Old Zhang, you're the one who brought us here. Who'd have thought the real big shot is you? Your humble host, Zhang, is a man of hidden depths. I really had no idea. Schwer just told me this place offered discounts. And she insisted on making me pay. While it felt great to show off in front of friends, shelling out that cash still stunned Schwer. Seriously? Now I seriously suspect you're a rich kid. You're just showing off in front of us on purpose. Come on, let's drag him to the room for some serious interrogation. Hey, wait a minute. I am loaded. Is this how you treat a rich guy? Su Qingxue sat in first class, leaning alone against the window. She held her phone, flipping through photos of someone inside as if they were treasured possessions, examining each one carefully. Yan Bao is so handsome. Then something occurred to her. She opened her phone's notes app and jotted down in her little notebook. Fly on a plane with Yan Bao. Singing with Yan Bao. Staying at a hotel with Yan Bao. This is her little notebook. Whenever she thinks of something she wants to do with Zhang Muyan, she jots it down. Then she opened the photos again, continuing to admire them. The flight was so slow. Why wasn't it here yet? It was only a 2.5-hour flight, yet Su Qingxue had already flipped through the album several times. If only I'd taken more pictures of Yan Bao. No, she had to remember to take photos anytime, anywhere, lots and lots of them. That way, she wouldn't be so bored on future flights. This time when I go back, I'll take all of Yan Bao's photos with me. Meanwhile, Su Base had already arrived at the airport with Su Qingyang to wait for her. They were pleasantly surprised by Su Qingxue's decision to come home. Ever since high school, Su Qingxue had rarely returned home for the new year, deliberately staying elsewhere instead. Even during festivals like Mid-Autumn or Dragon Boat, she would intentionally visit her grandparents' house as an act of defiance. The reason was that Su Jianjun had always refused to let her seek out Zhang Muyan. Her room was filled almost entirely with photos of Zhang Muyan, all taken by people Su Bei's had arranged. He'd even tracked down Zhang Muyan's whereabouts and gathered information about him, all on Su Qingxue's behalf. She framed those photos or pinned them to her walls, staring at them blankly, lost in thought. This behavior had once made Su Bei's worry about her mental state, fearing his sister might do something reckless, like kidnapping someone. But if he hadn't helped, his sister's mental state might have deteriorated long ago. Only when she gazed at those photos did her eyes truly shine. Thankfully, he chose to help and made the right choice. That's how Su Qingxue avoided becoming a yandere. Bro, why do you think sis is so into that Zhang Muyan? He saved her once when they were kids, and that's kept her heart captive for over a decade. You little brat, what do you know? If it were just saving her life, it might not mean much. But your old man wouldn't let her go find Zhang Muyan, Su Bei said. What does old Deng have to do with my sister liking Zhang Muyan? I think at first, your sister couldn't tell if it was love or gratitude. She was so young back then, it was probably just that childhood affection kids have for each other. But after facing that setback, Zhang Muyan risked his life to save your sister and ended up hospitalized. At that moment, she must have been deeply moved and wanted to see him. Su Qingyan, but old Deng stopped her. Yeah. His interference didn't make Xiao Shui gradually forget him. Instead, it made her idealize him more and more over time. So much so that later, when your father deliberately arranged many playmates for her, it only reinforced her conviction of how wonderful Zhang Muyan was in her memories. Think about it, at your loneliest, most helpless moment, in such danger, a kid barely out of diapers dared to rescue you from adults and showered you with tender care. Of course, that's all in your sister's heart, I can't know for sure. The older she grew, the more she must have felt he was truly remarkable, right? Would you have dared to do the same? Su Qingyan fell silent. When I was little, I probably would have dared. But you wouldn't dare now. Su Qingyan. If Xiao Shui and Zhang Muyan had met back then and kept seeing each other, she might never have fallen for him. But precisely because of that long-suppressed hope in her heart, that unfulfilled longing, her inner emotion was frozen in that instant the moment Zhang Muyan saved her. As the memory gradually became romanticized, meeting Zhang Muyan and falling for him became inevitable. So from what you're saying, it sounds like my sister doesn't really like Zhang Muyan? Su Bei smacked Su Qingyan on the head. You don't know about love, you don't. Desperately wanting to see him, holding on for over a decade, if that's not love, what is? Su Qingyan scratched his head and held up his index finger. I have an idea, call it obsession. Su Bei's obsession is something that gets resolved once it's fulfilled. But clearly, Xiao Shui was only growing fonder by the day. Alright, your sister's here. Oh. Hey. What are you spacing out for? Shorty? Coming. Xing Junjie, who had just hung up the phone meekly, hurried back to his computer desk and shouted at the black and white screen in front of him. Some powerful lady actually got my number at the frontline command post. 6. And they say you're so capable, turns out you still have to check in with your girlfriend on time too. How embarrassing. Chapter 144, Su Qingxue's room. Look at old Zhang, he's so focused on his game he hasn't even checked his phone. Exactly. Old Zhang, come help me catch it. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Muyan's phone lit up. Shui's unread message. Shui had landed. Zhang Muyan pressed the B key to teleport back to town. I need to reply to this message first. Everyone. We just praised you. Su Qingxue sent Zhang Muyan a message the moment she stepped off the plane. I'm off the plane. She also replied to each of Zhang Muyan's messages one by one. Su Qingxue, huh? I didn't know my assistant booked it for me. Su Qingxue, it's okay, honey. I'll dock her pay and make it up to you. Su Qingxue, I miss you, I miss you so much. Su Qingxue, here's a photo I took on the plane. Image. Zhang Muyan replied instantly, opening the images to look. One showed the view outside the airplane window, while the other was a selfie of Shui in her seat. He'd never flown before at his age. Whenever his family traveled, they either drove with old Deng or took the high-speed rail. But this plane sure was fast. It took only 2.5 hours to fly from Shu capital to the capital city. Zhang Muyan, so you're heading home first? That was a no-brainer. Was she supposed to just stand around on the street? Su Qingxue, yep, I can see their car already. Baby, let's video chat when I get back, okay? Zhang Muyan, sure, I've got some game stuff to handle here too. Damn it, old Zhang, hurry up. The enemy jungler is ganking me. Su Qingxue, okay, honey, you go ahead. Heart emoji. Zhang Muyan, alright, I'll wait for you. After sending the message, Zhang Muyan reluctantly put down his phone. Coming. We're all dead, damn it. International friendly gesture. Hey sis, over here. Su Qingyan rolled down his window and called out to Su Qingxue. Her luggage wasn't an issue, the female driver was right behind them and would deliver it to their home. Su Qingxue walked toward the car, called out brother to Su Bei's, then slid into the back seat. Naturally, Su Qingyan took the front passenger seat. Su Bei's responded with a slightly shocked laugh before starting the car. Sis, I missed you so much. Su Qingxue exclaimed dramatically, still buzzing from the 50,000 yuan his older brother had transferred him that morning. Su Qingxue raised an eyebrow, puzzled by his overly sentimental words. She was never particularly adept at interacting with other boys, including these two at home. So the moment she got in the car, Su Qingxue reverted to her usual cool, aloof demeanor. Compared to strangers, however, she trusted these two in front of her. Alright, stop bothering your sister. Su Bei's knew Su Qingxue still carried psychological scars from her childhood, which made her dislike interacting with men. But today, she actually called him brother on her own? If he hadn't misheard. Before, I always had to initiate conversations with her before she'd reluctantly speak up, right? This delighted Su Bei's immensely, his smile is hard to suppress as an AK-47. Oh. Su Qingxue obediently fell silent, glancing at the rearview mirror. His sister's aura was completely different from when she'd been staring at her phone from afar earlier. Could she actually perform the traditional art of face changing? He glanced back at Su Beize. Hey! Bro, what are you laughing at? Nothing. Su Beize immediately regained his composure. At the same time, he felt deeply relieved. It seemed that Xiao Xue's encounter with Zhang Muyan this time had produced an unexpectedly powerful effect. More effective than any psychologist she'd seen since childhood. Xiao Xue's trauma now could only be cured by Zhang Muyan's medicine. Soon, Su Beize drove the car to the Su family estate. At night, the entire estate shone like a fairy tale castle, dazzlingly bright. Yet despite its vast size, the mansion housed relatively few residents. Instead, it was mostly filled with servants and stewards. Su Qingxue exchanged a few words with her two brothers along the way before getting out mid-journey and taking a shortcut straight to her room. Su Jianjun and Mrs. Chen, knowing Su Qingxue would return tonight, had stayed awake all this time, forcing themselves to stay alert. Yet after waiting for so long, only the brothers Su Beize and Su Qingyang returned. Mrs. Chen, where's Xiao Xue? My sister went straight to her room. Su Beize bypassed Su Jianjun and addressed Miss Chen directly, I'll head to my room too. Mrs. Chen glanced at Su Jianjun but said nothing, nodding in agreement before instructing Su Qingyang to hurry and take a shower and go to bed. Left alone in the hall, the couple exchanged a glance. Su Jianjun let out a deep sigh. He now felt a profound sense of defeat of failure as a parent. He had rarely experienced failure in his life. Mrs. Chen said, they don't feel close to you now. If you don't change your ways, I fear Qingyang will turn out just like you when he grows up. With that, Mrs. Chen also left the hall. She had always opposed Su Jianjun's parenting methods, especially regarding Xiao Xue. How could he, as a father, utter words of abandoning his own daughter? This left her utterly disillusioned with the man before her. Sacrificing family for profit meant that, given enough incentive, he'd abandon anyone. After that incident, the entire family dynamic shifted naturally. Only she and Su Jianjun knew the truth. Su Beize and Su Qingyang remained unaware of the specifics, assuming Su Qingxue's disappearance was solely due to Su Jianjun's actions. They also assumed Su Qingxue remained unaware of the truth, not realizing she had heard every word clearly as a child. Even her own biological father had abandoned her. That's why Zhang Muyan's appearance felt so precious. Returning to her familiar room, Su Qingxue immediately noticed the various exquisite photo frames displayed on the desk. Su Jianjun hadn't ordered anyone to remove these photos. After all, he knew Su Qingxue treasured them like her life. He also understood that as long as these photos remained, Su Qingxue would always return. The entire room was decorated in purple, shimmering brightly. Beside it stood a huge princess bed, adorned with sparkling curtains. The walls were covered with photos of Zhang Muyan that she had stuck up, along with blue 3D butterflies arranged to form an even larger butterfly on the wall. She could see them the moment she opened her eyes each day. A large plush toy, also purple, sat on the bed. Apart from the balcony, bathroom, and walk-in closet, the room contained no other decorations. She used to stay in a room just like this, gazing around at all his photos, able to look at them all day long. Back then, the only thing that could make her smile was when Su Beize brought her new photos of Zhang Muyan. Tell him about Zhang Muyan. But now, her heart had changed. Looking at these photos now, only sweetness remained in her heart. The one she had longed for so deeply had finally come to her side. No longer a distant, unattainable fantasy. Su Qingxue picked up a photo frame from her desk. It was a picture of Zhang Muyan playing basketball with his classmates. The boy in the photo was mid-jump for a shot, perfectly captured in the moment. It must have been taken by one of Zhang Muyan's photography-loving classmates at school, passed to Su Beize, and then to her. Su Qingxue's eyes crinkled with joy. When she first got this photo of her precious Yen, she was so happy she rolled around on the bed. He. Yen Bao. Chapter 145, Video. Ding dong. Oh? Who is it? So late at night. Go answer the door, old Wang. Wang Fugue was sitting closest to the door, so he got up to answer it. Hey, sorry to interrupt your fun. Here's some fruit, snacks, and hot drinks from our shop. Hope you enjoy yourselves. After opening the door, the front desk staff pushed in a cart loaded with a platter of sliced fruit and an assortment of snacks and drinks. Wang Fugue muttered a dazed thank you before pulling the cart into the room. Holy crap, service this good, and they're even delivering this stuff. Wow, isn't there already snacks in the mini fridge over there? Why bring fresh ones too? Get me whatever you've got to drink. Got coffee? Yeah, all cooked food, even barbecue. Holy crap. I want that grilled fish. The group completely ignored the game's progress, swarming around the cart to pick out food. Damn. Old Zhang. This place you booked is amazing. How much did it cost? Way too expensive for us to afford. Miang might as well transfer the money back to you. Wang Fugue held a skewered meat piece up to Zhang Muyan's mouth while smacking his own lips. He Zirong seized the opportunity to show off the fruit platter, while Xing Junjie debated whether to order coffee or milk tea. As for Yang Tianyu, he started posting on his social feed, "My bro's a rich kid got me to confess tonight. Proof right here." Zhang Muyan bit into his skewer just as the game on his screen ended. He'd been pushed into the crystal, and these jerks, with food in hand, didn't even bother to help. Lifting his hands from the keyboard, Zhang Muyan grabbed his phone. "It's not that expensive, really. No need. She said there was a discount here, so I brought you guys along. Didn't expect the service to be this good. You guys keep playing. I'm gonna take a shower. Gotta call her first before continuing." Wang Fugue, his mouth greasy from eating, instantly understood who were referred to. He exclaimed enviously, "Damn. Your girlfriend's amazing, she actually found this god-tier sports hotel. Nothing to say, hats off to your girlfriend. You idiot." Zhang Muyan chuckled under his breath before stepping into the bathroom for a quick shower. Considering the time, Shuer should be calling him soon. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue had also finished her shower. During that time, Mrs. Chen, her mother, had come to chat with her for a while. It was mostly concern, worrying she'd be deceived or hurt by some scumbag. But seeing her daughter seemed much better, she felt reassured. Su Qingxue and her mother had a relatively good relationship, but since it was getting late, they didn't chat for long. Returning to bed, Su Qingxue slipped into her adorable purple unicorn pajamas, lifted the curtain, and burrowed into the soft, fluffy duvet. Then she sent a message to someone. "Su Qingxue, Yanbao. Can we do it now?" After sending it, Su Qingxue glanced at the photos around her, including the butterflies decorating the curtain and some pictures of Zhang Muyan. She felt as though she'd slipped into a secret, dreamlike purple garden. Zhang Muyan lay on the large bed behind them, already dressed in the hotel pajamas. 5 computers lined the front row exactly where they'd just finished their gaming session. A mahjong table sat in the center, flanked by 2 large beds. On either side, intricately decorated bunk beds completed the layout. All told, this room could comfortably sleep 10 people at once or even more. He then messaged Su Qingxue, "Alright, I'm ready." Zhang Muyan slipped on his headphones. Those 4 jerks up front were bound to start bickering. He dialed Su Qingxue's number. She answered instantly. Then their eyes met. Zhang Muyan's side was brightly lit, the room flooded with a crisp white light, but Su Qingxue's side was dim, bathed in a purple glow, as if she were hiding in a small cave. Still, her luminous eyes were clearly visible. The moment Su Qingxue saw the person she'd been longing for all day, she softened, whining, "Aren't you going to play games with them?" "No rush. They're playing PUBG right now. I'll join them for a fierce battle after you fall asleep." Zhang Muyan chuckled, his eyes brimming with amusement. He glanced back at the 4 guys ahead, who were grilling skewers and playing games, making sure they weren't paying attention to them. He whispered softly, "Xue Bao, did you spend money?" Zhang Muyan wasn't stupid. In such a high-end hotel, with this kind of service, he had clearly booked just a 5-person esports room at the front desk. How did he end up in a luxurious 10-person room? A mahjong table, mini fridge, snacks and drinks, oversized beds, top-of-the-line computer setups, private bathrooms, and even dedicated pajamas. This couldn't possibly cost less than 1,000 yuan a night. Yet with his discount, he'd paid less than 200. And then there were the bubble tea and barbecue snacks. What hotel even offered this kind of service? Su Qingxue's eyes widened slightly before she quietly burrowed deeper under the covers, leaving only her unicorn horn and 2 sparkling eyes peeking out. Blink blink. "Well, it's my friend." Su Qingxue stammered. "KTV friends? Hotel friends too?" Yeah. You have so many friends?" Su Qingxue played dumb, smiling foolishly. Zhang Muyan hadn't come to confront her anyway, so he laughed along, his heart filled with nothing but sweetness. "Shuer, how could you be so wonderful?" Then he changed the subject, and the two started getting cozy. Su Qingxue asked him to turn around so she could see what the surroundings looked like. Zhang Muyan obediently turned to show her and immediately cut away the ridiculous scenes of those 4 idiots up front. Hey, especially that guy squatting on the chair, watch your posture. Stop picking your feet, for crying out loud. After taking a look, Su Qingxue seemed satisfied. "As long as you like it, yen. Zhang Muyan reciprocated by letting Su Qingxue turn the view to show him. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly. "Yanbao, don't be scared of me, okay?" "Zhang Muyan? Scared? Why would I be scared of you? You're my snowy, after all." Su Qingxue teased, flashing a mischievous grin, "I might be a little Yandere." She wasn't worried about Zhang Muyan finding out about these photos, he'd discover them sooner or later anyway. Besides, after spending over a month with Zhang Muyan, her little treasure wouldn't react strongly to this anyway. They'd gotten to know each other pretty well by now. But it still made her feel a little shy. Just like that old gaming nickname of hers. It felt a bit embarrassing. And this particular quirk of hers? It felt like stripping naked in front of someone you liked. And fearing they'd be disgusted. Wait, no. That analogy doesn't quite fit. Zhang Muyan heard it and thought, Yandere? Is there such a thing as a good Yandere? Who knew you had Yandere tendencies, Schwer? After Xiafan spoke, Su Qingxue gave a mysterious smile and then spun around. Chapter 146, Lulling to Sleep. Su Qingxue slowly spun around to show Zhang Muyan her surroundings. The photos, the butterflies, and the entire room's decor exquisitely crafted beyond words. It felt like something straight out of a fairy tale. Was this the room where Schwer grew up? It's so beautiful. Wait, something's off. That photo looks kind of familiar. Isn't that my ugly high school photo? Wait a sec, Schwer, slow down. Can you zoom in on that photo for me? Su Qingxue had anticipated this reaction, so she awkwardly moved the photos cut into various shapes on the curtain in front of the camera and zoomed in. Isn't that me? Zhang Muyan sat up and asked. Complex emotions. This felt both unexpected yet somehow inevitable. Wait, no, how come my girlfriend has pictures of me all over the place? This can't be right, can it? He was sweating buckets. Zhang Muyan, Bao, show me the others? Su Qingxue shyly pulled her phone back and stared at Zhang Muyan, saying, baby, don't get nervous. I won't take your kidneys. But right now, I'm really worried about my kidneys. Zhang Muyan's hand unconsciously drifted toward his own kidney area. Phew. Thank goodness, no surgical scars. My kidneys are still here. Su Qingxue continued, no need to look at the others. They're all your photos, Yanbao. Zhang Muyan sucked in a sharp breath, eyes wide as he stared at the stunning girl on the screen. Then he chuckled softly, what are you doing? Am I your target now? So does that mean the conquest is complete? Time to come clean? Su Qingxue chuckled along, blurting out, not quite, we still need to have kids. Ha! Zhang Muyan's face flushed red at a visible speed. Only after speaking did Su Qingxue realize what she just said. She quickly replaced her perspective with that of a unicorn, burying her head in the pillow. Like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Oh wait, a unicorn. Zhang Muyan quickly took a sip of his milk tea to steady himself. Before he knew it, his mind drifted back to all the moments he'd shared with Schwer. Touching her belly, rubbing her feet, cuddling and sleeping together. The more he thought about it, the hotter his body grew. Ugh. Why are these hotel pajamas so thick? Probably because the AC is set too high. After a moment, Su Qingxue lifted her eyes and apologized earnestly. Yanbao, you're not angry, are you? I've been secretly. Angry? Why would I be angry? Isn't it perfectly normal for a girlfriend to have a few photos of her boyfriend? Zhang Muyan said affectionately, though inwardly he was genuinely startled by the room filled with Su Qingxue's photos of him. Nothing but pictures of him. Was he really that great? But he wouldn't think she was obsessive or anything. At least, from their time together, Schwer was truly, truly wonderful. Schwer just adored him too much. Well, that was the whole point. If she didn't like him so much, she wouldn't have pursued him in the first place. He didn't even know her before, and suddenly she started pursuing him. She must have been secretly watching me before. But Schwer, she really is a little crazy, huh? If I didn't like Schwer, she wouldn't actually turn into a Yandere like an anime, would she? If I can't have you, then let's become one? Ahem. Thinking of this, Zhang Muyan jokingly asked, Schwer, what if I didn't like you? What would you do? Su Qingxue was delighted to hear Zhang Muyan's response. Yuan Bao truly wouldn't get upset. But then, upon hearing his question, she fell deep in thought. I don't know. Zhang Muyan, you don't know? Su Qingxue pouted her lips. She still remembered the darkest days of her life when Zhang Muyan liked Pan Yingxian. At one point, she'd even feared Su Bei's might show her the photos or tell her the news. He has a girlfriend now. She'd be truly finished. But still, she wanted to know about him, to see him, to hear his news. As for what to do, she dared not even think about it. After speaking, Zhang Muyan could sense Su Qingxue's playful tone fade away, replaced by sadness. He quickly started comforting her. Don't think about it, silly. I'm right here. Okay, go to sleep now. Su Qingxue was indeed getting sleepy. She usually went to bed around midnight, but it was already past 1 a.m. today. She grumbled a couple of times before obediently crawling back under the covers and settling in. She wasn't one to dwell on unhappy things. Just like before, she was good at adjusting her mindset. These were all stress relief techniques she'd learned during her travels abroad for treatment and study. Throw all the unhappy things away. The person she loved most was right in front of her. She placed her phone in front of her, closed her eyes, and fell asleep without hesitation. Like a live stream broadcast just for Zhang Muyan. In front of the one you love, you can be this trusting, completely at ease. Well, I'm off to sleep, Yanbao. Good night. Zhang Muyan gazed at the beautiful sleeping face on the screen, a smile curving his lips. He mimicked the same pose while replying, good night, snow baby. After speaking, Su Qingxue suddenly opened her eyes again and saw Zhang Muyan lying down just like her on the screen. It felt as though they were still in that ocean view room, sleeping together. Then she moved closer to the camera, her pink lips nearing the screen for a big, wet kiss. Zhan! You bastard, you're not asleep, are you? After a long while, the people in front, seeing no movement from Zhang Muyan behind them, began to call out. Shu! Zhang Muyan frowned, placing his index finger over his lips. He'd just managed to lull Shu about to sleep, and these idiots nearly woke her up. After confirming Su Qingxue was sound asleep, Zhang Muyan quietly kissed the person on the screen before hanging up. Then, taking 3 steps in 2 strides, he drove to the basket for a layup and slammed it home. You damn noisy bastards. Critical hits one after another. Took forever to calm her down. Women are such a hassle. I'm done with relationships. Wang Fugui's mouth still bore grease stains from eating barbecue, not even bothering to wipe them off. Who in their right mind dates? When the urge hits, just jerk off a couple times. If that doesn't cut it, get yourself a %. Zhang Muyan's mouth twitched. What kind of lewd talk is this? Now you see why some things are just too much for girls to handle? How could I possibly introduce these guys to my pure Schwer? How would Schwer ever look at me then? Alright, let those 2 lovebirds sit together. The 3 of us will sit together. Hurry up and log in. Stop dawdling, we're waiting on you. Come on. Let's battle it out 300 rounds, whoever gets laid tonight's the winner. Bring it on. Get me some coffee. The next day. Su Qingxue woke up to find her phone battery critically low. She had slept soundly last night, the most restful sleep she'd had in this household in years. Chapter 147, Su Qingxue's childhood friend? But after such a sweet sleep, the day ahead proved far less sweet. A wealthy family like the Sus inevitably drew visitors. Especially now that both she and Su Bei's, the 2 young heirs, had returned. Childhood playmates would inevitably start showing up one after another. Sure enough, visitors had already arrived early in the morning. After sending Zhang Muyan a good morning message, Su Qingxue went for her usual morning exercise in the back garden. Though called a garden, it was as vast as a playground. After her run, she returned to her room to grab her fully charged phone. Zhang Muyan still hadn't replied to her message. It seemed he really had stayed out late last night. She headed to the living room where, aside from Su Qingyan still sleeping in, the entire family had gathered. As for the guests, they were Su Jianjun's business partner and the partner's son. Xiao Shui, you're finally back. Shuiran stood up and called out to Su Qingxue with a smile. He was one of Su Qingxue's childhood playmates. Now studying abroad, he'd only returned for the new year. Ever since childhood, he had always followed closely behind Su Qingxue. It was unclear whether he genuinely liked her. Su Qingxue gave a cold nod in response before walking toward the kitchen on her own. Time for breakfast, I'm starving. Su Jianjun immediately scolded her, where are you going? Say hello to Uncle Shui. How can you not greet someone properly at your age? Mrs. Chen shot him a sharp glance from the side. Couldn't you use a nicer tone? Hello, Uncle Shui. Su Qingxue obediently greeted him before heading toward the kitchen and leaving the living room. She didn't linger for a single second. Seeing this, Su Jianjun could only offer an awkward smile and apologize. She's just like that. You know how she was when she was little. Shui Bing raised his hand in understanding. She seems much better now. The old Su Qingxue would never have spoken in such situations. At most, she'd just nod. Shui Bing added, you shouldn't be so harsh all the time. You'll scare the child. Su Jianjun responded with a wry smile. He hadn't even exchanged 2 full sentences with Su Qingxue yet. But for some reason, he couldn't seem to control his tone. Shuiran, Uncle Su, I'm going to see Xiao Shui. He glanced at his father again. Go on. Go play with Xiao Shui. You're the only one who can get a word in with her. Usually, this girl won't give anyone the time of day. Su Jianjun chuckled, his tone instantly softening and becoming especially kind when speaking to Shuiran. Su Bei's, who had observed the entire scene, also stood up and said to Shuiran, come on, let's go together. But Su Jianjun shot him a look that stopped him in his tracks. Clearly, he wanted Shuiran and Su Qingxue to be alone together. You stay here. Chat with Uncle Shui about your business matters. He can be quite helpful. Shuiran replied, no need, bro. I'll go by myself. You guys chat. I'll stay out of it, haha. With that, Shuiran headed toward Su Qingxue's kitchen. Su Bei's. Mrs. Chen observed the entire scene but refrained from intervening. After all, with outsiders present, family matters should remain private, especially for a distinguished family like theirs. Besides, maintaining good relations between families was essential. Of course, she wasn't worried. She knew her daughter's temperament best. After their talk last night, she understood her daughter was practically set on marrying no one but Zhang Muyan. Because only Zhang Muyan could heal her. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue, who had made her way to the kitchen, selected a slice of freshly cut cake and a glass of milk from a table laden with an array of fresh breads, pastries, and assorted delicacies. These breakfast items were freshly prepared that morning by the family's high-end pastry chefs and cooks. There was no way just the few members of their household could finish it all. Therefore, the leftovers would later be distributed to the hard-working laborers at the Su residence, ensuring nothing went to waste. Just as she was halfway through eating, Shui Ran walked into the kitchen. "Xiao Shui, I brought you a gift," Shui Ran said with a smile to Su Qingxue. "No, thank you." As always, Su Qingxue declined without a second thought. Shui Ran had expected as much after all, he'd been turned down his entire life. "Xiao Shui, Uncle Su was planning to arrange an engagement between you and me," Shui Ran said earnestly. Su Qingxue nearly spit out the milk she was drinking, her eyes widening slightly as she looked at Shui Ran. "It was decided just yesterday. Otherwise, we wouldn't be visiting you today. I know you don't like me, but I like you. I want you to give me a chance. We can marry first and fall in love later." "Su Qingxue, I have a boyfriend." "Huh? What did you say?" "I have a boyfriend now." Su Qingxue repeated, her voice utterly calm, without the slightest fluctuation. Shui Ran was stunned, then quickly suspected Su Qingxue was deliberately deceiving him. She'd never hung out with boys her whole life. How could she possibly have a boyfriend? Among their peers, he was practically the only one who could even hold a conversation with Su Qingxue. This must be a lie Su Qingxue made up. Little Shui actually lies now? And she's lying to me? I really am different to her. But, if she's lying to me, doesn't that mean she doesn't want to be betrothed to me? For a moment, Shui Ran didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. "Xiao Shui, stop lying to me. There's no way you have a boyfriend." Su Qingxue immediately pulled out her phone, displayed a photo of herself and Zhang Muyan, and stood before Shui Ran. This time, Shui Ran was utterly stunned. The intimate photo of the two of them. Su Qingxue's eyes in the photo, gentle as flowing water. He had never seen it before. They'd been childhood sweethearts. How could he lose to someone who came out of nowhere? He was the one who came first. "You were the only one who treated me specially when we were kids. You never spoke to other boys, only I could get close to you." That made him believe he was special. Little did he know, it was all just his own delusion. It was just that he clung to Su Qingxue the most, so she had to tell him to back off. Then he'd happily announce to everyone that Su Qingxue had spoken to him, and others would think he was amazing and praise him. Over time, he subconsciously came to believe it was true. Perhaps he really was special. Even after Su Qingxue left, Shui Ran remained frozen in the kitchen, staring at her retreating figure. He clenched his fists, then relaxed them. Being rejected by someone you like is already heartbreaking enough, but learning that person has found a lover is a double blow. The image of her, endlessly idealized in his heart so cold and pure, would be with the one she loved. She would gaze at her beloved with adoration, act coy, ask for hugs, go on dates, and do all the wonderful things you long to do with her. The thought alone made Shui Ran's heart ache intensely. Chapter 148, Deepening Longing. He had never worried that Su Qingxue might have someone she liked. So when Su Qingxue suddenly revealed she had a boyfriend, it felt like a bolt from the blue. If he'd known, he never would have gone abroad. When Zhang Muyan awoke again, it was already midday. Several bodies lay sprawled haphazardly on the bed. Others were sprawled on the floor. Last night, they had perfectly good beds but insisted on cramming onto one bed instead. "Get lost, non-tongue. I have a girlfriend." His first instinct upon waking was to grab his phone and message Su Qingxue. After a day of partying, it was time to head back. These jerks? Whatever. Couldn't be bothered with them. Let them sleep. Last night they partied even later, and Zhang Muyan was the first to get drunk. Alright, you little punk, your stamina's shot, huh? Got drained dry by your girlfriend? Zhang Muyan, you gotta be kidding. My Zhang family? One word, fierce. Put. He opened his phone to find a morning message from Shui waiting for him. Su Qingxue, good morning, Yanbao. Followed by an adorable anime hug emoji. Zhang Muyan quickly replied, slept until now, He added a cute hug emoji too. Next, he saw messages from his mom and older sister, all asking why he hadn't come home yet. Zhang Muyan replied to each one, coming right back. He gathered his things, then dragged old Wang off the floor and onto the bed before leaving, giving him a couple of slaps. Satisfying. Wan Fugue? I had such a vivid dream. He left the hotel and hailed a cab home. On the way, Su Qingxue replied to his message, missing you. The message alone didn't reveal her emotions, but in truth, Su Qingxue had already locked herself in her room. She didn't tell Zhang Muyan about this morning's incident, keeping it buried deep inside. Shui Ran had informed both sets of parents in the lobby that morning, and clearly, neither family intended to call off the engagement. They even urged Shui Ran not to give up. Su Jianjun, Xiao Ran, you know Xiao Shui's personality. You're the only one who's ever been able to talk to her since childhood. Don't give up. As long as she's still part of the Su family and hasn't married yet, right? You still have the right to pursue her. Uncle is definitely on your side. That stinker of a son of hers? He'd never get a chance with me. Xue Bing chimed in, with Uncle Su backing you like this, why not go for it boldly? So that morning, wherever Su Qingxue went, Xueran followed. She could only retreat to her room and lock herself in. And later, during meals, the atmosphere was incredibly stifling. Zhang Muyan replied cheerfully, I miss you too. Then he shared his plan with Su Qingxue, basically telling her to behave herself in video chat later that night. Su Qingxue replied, okay. Then, staring at her phone screen, she puckered her lips. Yen Bao. I miss you so much. She knew Zhang Muyan had work to attend to. He'd mentioned it when they lived together and she wouldn't disturb him. Though she missed him terribly, she was being good. Then, propping herself up with her hands, she stared blankly at the photo on the wall like she used to. Sitting there for an entire day. Yen Bao. I miss seeing you so much. Suddenly, I just miss you so much. Because of her past kidnapping, she carried psychological scars. Growing up, she had few friends. Children her age thought she was too temperamental, unaware that it all stemmed from her trauma. Watching the other children play and laugh together, she couldn't help but recall the person who used to take her butterfly hunting. Then she'd retreat to her room, write his name, sketch his face. A big head, big eyes, a smiling face, hands holding hands, chasing butterflies on the grass. The drawings were crude, yet full of childlike innocence. Su Jianjun saw all this and felt even more strongly that he couldn't let this girl continue like this. Why was she always thinking about some commoner boy? So he took her abroad for treatment, traveling to many countries, thinking that once she was cured, she would stop thinking about him. After returning, she did improve slightly, but only to the extent of watching children her age play. She never joined in. As she gradually grew older and wiser, she began to harbor thoughts of finding Zhang Muyan. Later still, she would sit in her room staring blankly at Zhang Muyan's photos for entire days. It was then that Su Jianjun wanted to destroy those photos, but by that time, Su Qingxue had already begun treasuring them as if they were her very life. We ended up having a huge argument. Later on, she wouldn't even let Su Jianjun come within a foot of her room. Fearing Su Jianjun would push Su Qingxue into an even worse state, Ms. Chen shielded her, keeping her hidden until now. Seeing her daughter like this, how could Mrs. Chen not feel heartbroken? So she secretly hid things from Su Jianjun and provided Su Qingxue with some conveniences. During lunch, Xueran, encouraged by Su Jianjun, approached to sit beside Su Qingxue. But just then, Miss Chen pretended to sit beside Su Qingxue, only to have Su Bei's take the seat on the other side. Feeling defeated, he then tried to serve Su Qingxue some food, only to be beaten to it by Su Qingyang beside her. Sis, eat this. You've lost weight, you must be eating poorly out here. Though young, Su Qingyang could sense something was amiss. His sister was being harassed. Su Qingxue silently accepted the food, her mood lifting slightly. This family was the only reason she still came back this suffocating place. Su Qingyang let out a proud little snort, his chin held high as if showing off to Xueran. See? I'm the only one who can get close to my sister. Who do you think you are? Then Su Jianjun shot him a glare. Thus, Xueran's subsequent advances were skillfully thwarted by the others until Su Qingxue finished her meal and returned to her room. Xueran had no choice but to give up. Back in her room, Su Qingxue stared at the wall covered in photos and started feeling down again. This room was enchanted by her own magic. The moment she stepped inside, waves of longing would surge like a spring she couldn't control. After all, this was the heartbreak of her childhood, a place that held over a decade of a young girl's longing. If she could raise some kind of spirit that fed on human longing, then over a decade of nurturing it should have. Su Qingxue pulled out her phone and began scrolling through every trace of Zhang Muyan, his social media, profile pictures, even his gaming accounts. She scrolled through everything. Suddenly, something occurred to her. Couple profile pictures? The standard for long-distance relationships, right? She couldn't figure out why she'd never thought about changing their couple profile picture before, but now the urge had suddenly hit her? Is it because of the insecurity that comes with being apart? Could just looking at couple profile pictures bring a little comfort? But what about those couple profile pictures? Would Yanbao mind? After all, if the adults noticed, they'd know whether we're dating or not. Would Yanbao want Auntie to know about his existence? Chapter 149, An Impending Crisis? I'm home. Zhang Muyan opened the door and stepped inside. Then a figure darted out, moving so fast it launched into a sliding tackle. Zhang Muyan reacted almost purely on instinct. Block. 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 Block again. Whoa. I've got you. Ah. Same old formula, Zhang Eileen, practice makes perfect. Never thought this kid could actually block my lightning 5-strike whip. Damn it, gotta come up with a new move. By the way, when are you bringing Xiaoxue back? Zhang Eileen asked softly. Not anytime soon. It's not that quick. Zhang Muyan rubbed his arm, bruised crimson from this damn woman's pinch. She never knows when to hold back. Hurry up and bring Xiaoxue back. What do I need you here for? I still haven't told Mom about you yet, you know. Zhang Muyan. Only then did Mrs. Chen emerge slowly from the inner room, accompanied by a certain old geezer wearing glasses and clutching Zhang Muyan's design blueprints. You finally decided to come back. I'm dating, Mom. Ha! Old Deng froze, the blueprints in his hands slowly drifting to the floor. Zhang Eileen? So right after I said I'd cover for you, you go and spill the beans? Miss Chen, was that even what I just asked? Then it dawned on her, and Mrs. Chen burst into laughter. Perfect. Which young lady is it? Where does she live? Mom, I'll introduce her to you sometime. Just wanted to let you know first, so that's certain someone doesn't. Zhang Muyan rolled her eyes at Zhang Eileen, using this as leverage. Zhang Eileen, oh really? What's that supposed to mean? Then she reached out to pinch Zhang Muyan. Ow. Frustrated rage mode activated. He was the kind of guy who could take on multiple opponents and leave thieves bewildered, yet when facing this woman head-on, he was utterly defenseless. Damn it, this feeling of being bloodline suppressed. Gritting teeth. Alright, Dad, did you get that thing of mine sorted out? Zhang Muyan quickly escaped Zhang Eileen's deadly claws and dashed over to old Deng. Where am I supposed to fix it? I need to take this to the department for them to look at. Zhang Jian picked up the blueprints. Looks like you've got it mostly done already. Got a physical prototype? Yeah, it's just waiting to be installed. It's in my box. Then we'll find time to visit the department. I have to say, kid, this thing of yours, your old man here doesn't quite grasp every detail, but yeah, I know I'm awesome. Let's head to your department now. Zhang Muyan urged impatiently. This thing of his had been praised repeatedly by the big shots at the National Weapons Research Institute, far more advanced than the old junk at home. If you, little old man, could actually see something in it, that'd be pretty impressive. Zhang Jian, hey, you're not exactly humble, are you? Let's eat first. But I'm going fishing this afternoon. I won't have time to hang out with you. I promised the mother and daughter I'd catch them a big fish. How could I break my promise? Forget it, Dad. Your fishing skills. Zhang Muyan's brow twitched. He remembered when Dad took him fishing as a kid, making a child barely tall enough to reach the water use a net for him. He remembered it all too well. A fish barely bigger than his palm, and he still needed help netting it. How embarrassing. Hey, you little brat, what's that supposed to mean? Alright, Dad. Once I get this thing out, I'll even hang it for you down by the river. Zhang Muyan pleaded. Ah. Zhang Jian was momentarily stunned. His son had never been the studious type. The only time he'd ever seen him study so hard was back in his senior year of high school. What on earth got into him now? You're this passionate about this field? Zhang Muyan scratched his head. Beside him, Zhang Eileen teased, I'd say it's the power of love. Ha? Don't tell me you're suddenly so driven because of a girlfriend? As someone who'd once pursued Mrs. Chen, old Deng knew exactly what that feeling was like. Back when I was chasing your mom, I was pumped like crazy too. I'd go to her place and help out around the house, working my butt off. Enough already. Then why aren't you helping your son? Your son needs to fight. Zhang Muyan indirectly admitted. Zhang Eileen, oh my. Zhang Jian, however, patted Zhang Muyan's shoulder with a look of satisfaction, his expression saying, this is youth. Good lad. Help your mom serve the dishes. After dinner, your dad will take you to the department. Su family. Xiaoran, don't be discouraged. It's okay, Uncle Su. I've been rejected by Xiao Shui like this my whole life. Don't worry. That guy she likes won't work out. Uncle will figure something out for you. Okay. Shui Bing, alright, old buddy, we'll head out for now. We'll hold off on the engagement until Xiao Shui recovers a bit. Oh, come on. I was thinking we should just get it settled now. Otherwise, by the time the kids graduate, we'll be rushing them into an engagement. No rush. They're still young. Give them some time to get to know each other properly. Alright then, I'll walk you out. No need. We're off. As the Shui family father and son gradually walked away, Su Jianjun's stiff smile vanished, returning to his usual stern expression. Now only Su Qingxue and Mrs. Chen remained in the hall, playing games. The sight of that brat reminded Su Jianjun of how he'd disrupted Shuiran at the dinner table, instantly sending his blood boiling. Thud. Ah. Another sharp tap on the head. Play. Go back to your room and do your homework. Wah? Su Qingyang dared not speak his mind, grumbling as he clutched his tablet and trudged upstairs. Once Su Qingyang was gone, Mrs. Chen confronted Su Jianjun. You don't approve of Shuiran and Xiao Shui either? Shuiran's been a good kid since childhood, and he genuinely loves Xiao Shui. What's wrong with that? Mrs. Chen retorted, there's nothing wrong with him, but Xiao Shui doesn't like him. Why are you forcing this match? I won't let some greenhorn kid snatch my daughter away. Just because he had the luck to save her once, does that mean she has to pledge herself to him? We didn't leave them without money back then. We've repaid everything we owed. I just can't understand why Xiao Shui has held on to that kid for all these years. Su Jianjun grew angrier as he spoke, until he coughed loudly in frustration. In my view, Zhang Muyan's family may be average, but they're not poor. And he seems like a decent kid. If he's with Xiao Shui, she won't suffer hardship. At the end of the day, what matters most is that she likes him. Likes him? How old is Xiao Shui? What does she know? What if Zhang Muyan turned out to be some thug or hoodlum? Would you still approve if she liked him then? Tisk, you're just too prejudiced against him. That Zhang Muyan isn't some thug or hooligan. As long as I'm here, I won't let some scumbag set his sights on my daughter. Just watch, I'll use a little trick to scare that kid off. I'll make sure that kid shows his true colors for you to see. What are you planning to do? Mrs. Chen warned. If I can't control my daughter, then I'll deal with that kid. Chapter 150, Love Head? Of course. Evening. Alright, son, let's head back. It's almost 11. Zhang Jian yawned. He couldn't understand how his son could be so tireless when it came to this butterfly business. I need to finish debugging today. Entering the butterfly data afterward will take time to learn its type. Why are you in such a rush? You're going to wear your old dad out. Oh, cut it out. Go play somewhere else. Zhang Jian. This feels like the world's turned upside down. After a long while, Zhang Muyan finally finished. He clapped his hands, and the two began packing up to head home. Coming home this late? Hearing the door open, mother and daughter peeked out to look. The great engineers are back? Zhang Jian immediately hugged a certain Ms. Yan and wailed, "Honey, your son is exploiting my labor." Zhang Muyan. Back to work tomorrow, old man, get up early. Ha? Honey, rein in your son. Oh, come on. It's rare he wants to do something. As his dad, you should just stick around and help him out. Zhang Jian, it's not that accompanying him is fine, but your son is a devil. He made me tweak one parameter 800 times. Zhang Muyan, well, what can you do? We have to ensure the data is accurate. Dad, you work in this field, don't you get it? I get it, but normally we divide tasks. You made me do this all by myself for a whole day. Alright, stop arguing. Go take a shower and get to bed, it's getting late. Mrs. Yan intervened. Okay. Mrs. Yan then whispered to Zhang Jian, come with me. I need to talk to you about something. Zhang Jian's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, that tone. Could it be that the stash of money he'd hidden in the lampshade had been discovered? So the two of them went inside. Zhang Jian was already drenched in sweat. Mrs. Yan, listen. Our son is dating someone. Guess who it is? Ha? Not the stash? That gave me a scare. Then I breathed a huge sigh of relief. Why were you so tense? Ha? Nothing. What did you just say? Our son's dating someone? Could it be someone we know? The Wang family or the Li family? I think that girl from the Li family is pretty good. I'd love to see Old Li lose his cool, ha. Mrs. Yan. Old Li didn't lose his cool, but a certain old Su did, and he called your son a yellow-haired punk. Let's get to the point. Don't interrupt. Do you remember Xiao Shui from over 10 years ago? Oh, Xiao Shui? Yeah, I remember her. What about her? Zhang Jian grew serious upon hearing the name. This afternoon, Aaron told me my son's girlfriend is none other than that little Shui from back then. Ha? She went to the same school as our son, and now they've ended up together. That's wonderful news. Our son. Cupid must have already arranged his match for him. Zhang Jian was overjoyed. It is good news, and I'm happy too. We liked Xiao Shui when she was little, and now that she's grown up, it's all good. But what? According to Aaron, Xiao Shui's family seems pretty influential and wealthy. With our family background, I'm afraid this in-law relationship might be a bit tricky. Geez, you're thinking way ahead. These two haven't even reached the stage of meeting the parents yet, and you're already worrying about it. TSK. It'll happen sooner or later. I've set my heart on Xiao Shui as my daughter-in-law. Best to get it done in one go. My son shouldn't look for anyone else. I've made up my mind about this girl. So the real question is, what if the in-laws don't approve? What then? Zhang Jian, well, what can we do if they don't approve? That's exactly why I'm bringing this up with you. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. What if they don't object at all? You're just worrying for nothing. Mrs. Yan, no. I have a feeling. My intuition is usually spot on. Our son hasn't regained his memory yet. Ha? Zhang Jian sat bolt upright from where he'd been lying on the bed. He saw Xiao Shui, but his memory hasn't returned yet? Yeah, not back yet. Aaron told me all about it this afternoon. Whoa. That's... If he suddenly has an episode, it could be dangerous. Yeah, that's what worries me too. What if he suddenly has a stroke? You can't mess around with the brain. Alright, I'll take him for a follow-up checkup at the hospital sometime. Stop worrying about it. Children have their own destinies. Sigh. When you go to the lab with your son, keep a close eye on him. And drop hints Xiao Shui has to be mine. Zhang Jian, got it. I'll be careful. Zhang Muyan's room. Sorry to keep you waiting, snowy Zhang Muyan had just finished showering. He closed the door and immediately video called Su Qingxue. No, Su Qingxue had transformed into a unicorn and was curled up in bed, just like last night. She told Zhang Muyan she was busy, 2 guests were coming over, she needed to hang out with friends, and she had to spend time with her brothers. All to avoid distracting Zhang Muyan. In truth, she'd been sitting alone in her room all day. She could say she'd been waiting for Zhang Muyan's call from morning till night, just for this brief moment. Zhang Muyan, did you have fun today? Yes. Who was there? Why didn't you take any pictures for me? Su Qingxue froze for a moment, unsure how to respond. I was having so much fun I totally forgot about Yanbao. Sorry, tomorrow I'll take pictures for Yanbao. That's too much, this better not happen again. Zhang Muyan tapped the screen. Hee, Yanbao, have you been busy this late too? Yeah, look, my hair's still a bit damp. Just got out of the shower. Zhang Muyan wiped her hair again with a paper towel. She'd been drying it a bit too hastily and it was still slightly wet. Oh. Yanbao. I need to tell you something. Huh? What is it? I want to change our couple profile picture. Huh? Su Qingxue fidgeted nervously, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Would Yanbao agree? Can I, Yanbao? Of course you can. Zhang Muyan laughed with delight. Being a bit of an otaku himself, he totally got the appeal of profile pictures. Plus, back in high school, he'd seen Xing Junjie in an online romance. That guy, as long as you didn't send photos, your profile picture was you. Every day I'd see him flirting with this girl with a pink profile pic, only to find out later it was some hairy-legged dude. It nearly cracked us up. But swapping with Schwer? That would be absolutely perfect. So what should we swap? Anime heads? Silly heads? Or cute chibi heads? Su Qingxue's eyes lit up when Zhang Muyan agreed. Her heart, which had been beating a little too fast just now felt like it was about to burst through her ribs. It felt like she'd finally gotten the answer she'd been longing for. She'd waited all day. So happy. Yanbao agreed. She wanted to hug Yanbao and kiss him. Chapter 151, Big Sis's Pranks. The two of them video chatted while searching for couple avatars, chatting all the while. After searching for ages, they finally found a pair of anime avatars that somewhat matched their features. This will do for now. I'll find an artist to redraw them later. Su Qingxue thought to herself. It's getting late. Schwer. Zhang Muyan glanced at the time. It was almost 1:30 a.m. But Schwer seemed still wide awake. Only then did Su Qingxue notice the time. How could it have gone by so fast? It felt like just a moment ago. Then, the invisible tuft of hair perched on her head quickly flattened. Zhang Muyan saw it clearly. The little unicorn, who'd been full of energy, acting cute and spoiled just moments ago, suddenly wilted? Su Qingxue felt a mix of emotions. She'd waited an entire day just to see Yanbao, and she hadn't even had her fill yet. But it really was getting late, and Yanbao had to get up early again tomorrow. Well, good night, Yanbao. Her voice carried the clingy reluctance of a child as Su Qingxue sweetly bid Zhang Muyan good night. In the end, she chose to suppress her intense desire, considering his needs. As for Zhang Muyan, seeing Su Qingxue looking so pitifully reluctant to part with him, his heart melted. Su Qingxue could never hide her emotions around him, especially when she wanted something. Wait, no, when she had thoughts about him, her mind practically hurled those feelings right at Zhang Muyan's face. Oh dear, what else could he do? Then, I'll get up a bit later tomorrow morning? Zhang Muyan said with a smile. Having a girlfriend this clingy, was it a blessing or a curse? Su Qingxue gave a dazed then visibly frowned in confusion, widening her beautiful eyes. Huh? Zhang Muyan widened his own eyes in response. What, you think you're the only one with big eyes? Let's compare. With that, Zhang Muyan pressed his eyes close to the camera, looking like a tiny fly. Su Qingxue burst into laughter again in the middle of the night at Zhang Muyan's antics, her little unicorn body shaking with giggles under the covers. After laughing, she cooed his name again, Yanbao. I love you. Since she couldn't hug or touch him, she could only keep acting spoiled, venting the overflowing pink hearts bubbling up in her head. If she didn't vent, her brain would short-circuit. All the dopamine and hormones piling up inside would fry her circuits. But just acting cute like this wasn't as effective as physical contact. The way she stared at the screen now was so intense it could practically form a glaze. Zhang Muyan responded quietly, even though he was already exhausted. He hadn't slept much last night, having pulled an all-nighter with those jerks. But Schwer was the priority. He hadn't gotten his fill of Schwer today. But what could he do? From now on, his Schwer quota would be perpetually insufficient. He'd have to finish the butterfly project before the new year, so he wouldn't have to dip into his time with Schwer anymore. He was the type who, once a task was nearly done, had to finish it in one go. Only a few days left. So the two continued their back and forth chatter. Until Zhang Muyan finally couldn't hold on any longer. His phone slipped from his hand as he drifted off into a drowsy sleep. Su Qingxue smiled slightly. Noticing Zhang Muyan's drowsy state, she silently took a screenshot before letting him drift off to sleep. But Zhang Muyan wasn't ready to give up. Even though he was exhausted, he stubbornly kept going. The screen on the other end had already gone completely dark. Su Qingxue leaned closer to the phone and whispered softly, "Good night, Yanbao." I love you the most. Mwah. At that very moment, the sound asleep Zhang Muyan seemed to receive some signal. A droplet of drool escaped the corner of his mouth as he murmured, "Schwer, hee." The next day. 8:30 in the morning. Hey, didn't this kid say he'd wake up early? It's already 8:30 a.m. I got up early for nothing. Zhang Jian had gotten up at 8 this morning. Back in the days when he didn't have to work, he'd sleep until 9 or 10, waiting for his wife to come and spank him awake. Let me see. Zhang Eileen perked up the moment she heard Zhang Muyan hadn't gotten up yet. How could she pass up such a golden opportunity to tease her little brother first thing in the morning? She entered Zhang Muyan's room. He was still fast asleep, his phone glowing beside him apparently left on all night. Only the battery was running low. Zhang Eileen grabbed Zhang Muyan's blanket, ready to pull off a mountain-moving move to startle her brother awake, when a pinned message suddenly appeared on the phone. Ha! Omega! Zhang Muyan had been sleeping soundly, dreaming of holding hands with Schwer and feeling utterly content. Suddenly, a pair of hands snatched Schwer away, and he found himself inexplicably choked. His brow furrowed, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Something's wrong. There's something dirty here. He opened his eyes, blurry-eyed, and saw a figure retreating. He snapped awake instantly. Zhang Eileen. Don't just barge into Odo's room like that. Damn it. Zhang Muyan protested. Zhang Eileen turned around, wearing a strange smile. He. What the hell? Zhang Muyan felt a chill run down his spine. What was with that smile? The next second, he noticed the phone in Zhang Eileen's hand. No way. What the hell is that in your hand? I asked what you're holding. Zhang Muyan glanced at his bedside table. His phone was gone. Oh no. Zhang Eileen turned back with a smile, both hands flying over the keys tap 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 as she typed rapidly. Then, mission accomplished, she hit send. Zhang Muyan let out a muffled groan, barely holding back a mouthful of blood. This was internal injury. What did you do? He sprang to his feet and lunged at Zhang Eileen. Oh ho ho ho! Zhang Eileen laughed as she ran away. The two began chasing each other around the room. These two siblings, at it again first thing in the morning, Mrs. Yen chuckled softly, long accustomed to their playful antics. That's wonderful. It shows they have a strong bond. After a long struggle, Zhang Muyan finally managed to wrestle the phone back with tremendous effort. Zhang Eileen stood beside him, panting heavily. Glancing at the phone, she saw the message she'd sent to Schwer. Su Qingxue, good morning, Yenbao. Zhang Muyan. Lonely nights are so cold, longing for you keeps me awake. I want to see your beautiful photos. Promise me give me all your love. Give me more of your photos, okay? Magnet link coming. Su Qingxue, Sure. Su Qingxue, later I'll take some for my baby, okay? Put. Schwer had already read and replied, without a hint of suspicion. Zhang Muyan's hand holding the phone was trembling. Damn it. You. Zhang Eileen flashed a victory sign, oh ho 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 yeah. Zhang Muyan hurriedly typed an explanation to Su Qingxue, Schwer, that was my sister who sent the message just now. Then he turned to Zhang Eileen, apologize to Schwer right now. Chapter 152, Big Sis's Assist. As usual, Su Qingxue woke up and sent Zhang Muyan a good morning message, but seeing Zhang Muyan's message, Su Qingxue froze for a moment, unsure why Yenbao was suddenly talking like this. Still, she grasped the meaning between the lines, Yenbao wants to see my photos. It's not like he hasn't seen them before, yet he specifically asks for them. But then again, Yenbao didn't have any selfies of her on his phone. She considered just sending him a photo from her phone, but then thought better of it. She decided to freshen up and take a new, pretty picture for Yenbao. So then, tonight. Even though it would only take half a day to take the photos, she still had to cover up her made-up lies. She was so busy. Then she started searching for pretty clothes. Yenbao seemed to really like those stockings from last time. Then I'll take lots of photos like that. This one looks great, that one's nice too, and this one's pretty all for Yenbao to see, hee. Gradually, the clothes on the bed piled up into a small mountain. Just then, the phone rang again with its distinctive melody. Su Qingxue quickly picked it up to check. Ah, it's my sister. But everything's already prepared. You better apologize properly to Schwer. The two fell silent as Zhang Muyan spoke sternly. Zhang Eileen saluted, Roger that. Immediately after, she sent an apology message to Su Qingxue. Zhang Muyan was puzzled. Why was she suddenly so cooperative? Something didn't feel right. Zhang Eileen continued messaging, to make it up to you, Xiao Xue, please accept my compensation. Su Qingxue felt puzzled. Ha? What does my sister mean by this? The next second, image. Photos of Zhang Muyan during her fitness training period. His physique was even better than it is now. Su Qingxue's bangs picked up on the signal and slowly stood on end. A blush quickly spread across her face. But her hands didn't stop, she quickly tapped to save the image. Zhang Eileen, there's even a photo of him showering Omega. Yenbao's shower photos. Su Qingxue recalled how she'd saved Yenbao when he had a nosebleed, and her mind instantly started racing. Zhang Eileen, photo, age 3, in the bathtub. So adorable. Su Qingxue clicked save again. Meanwhile, Zhang Muyan had already sensed something was off. He quietly moved behind Zhang Eileen and peeked. What the heck are you sending to Schwer? Oh ho 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 ho. Then the two of them chased each other around the room. In the afternoon, Zhang Muyan had gone off to work just like yesterday. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue had tried on numerous outfits in the room, photographed them all, and was waiting to send the pictures to Zhang Muyan. Hope Yan Yan likes them. Since she still needed to photograph outdoor scenery for Zhang Muyan, when Su Bei's invited her out shopping today, she readily agreed. It was a good chance for her to get out and about. The Su family's location was rather secluded, so there wasn't much of a crowd. Su Bei's drove Su Qingyang and Su Qingxue to Taigo Mall for some shopping. Su Qingxue remained mostly quiet during the drive, focusing instead on snapping photos of the two brothers and the scenery. Brother, little brother, I'm going to show these to him, Su Qingxue said after snapping the photos, still seeking their approval. Su Bei's nodded, offering no further comment. Su Qingyang hadn't caught on yet. Him? Who is he? Why would he want to see us? Su Bei's. Oh. Big Sis's boyfriend. Alright, Big Sis, hold on a sec, let me strike a pose. Su Qingxue? Let's take one here, this mannequin's pretty. Su Qingyang showed no shyness whatsoever, striding over to a mannequin display in the mall and striking a pose. Alright. Su Qingxue snapped the photo, planning to send it to Zhang Muyan later. Then the three of them began strolling around the mall. Su Qingyang was thrilled to be out with them, happily demanding to try this and play with that. After all, he wasn't spending his own money, and with his older brother and sister around, he had to flaunt it to the max. Hey! What kind of milk tea is that? Waitress, this is our newest QQ Nyen Nyen, so good it makes you go mew poo tea, dear. 280 per cup, dear. Su Qingyang, give me 5 cups. 5 cups of what, dear? The tea you just mentioned. You need to say it out loud, dear. Su Qingyang? You think you can mess with me just cause I'm young? Just kidding, hold on a sec, sweetie. Su Bei's walked over with a smile, can you even finish all that? You ate so much on the way here. Su Qingyang, I can finish it, don't worry. You and my sister can each have a cup too, hey? Where's my sister? Su Qingxue had already moved to the other side, snapping away non-stop. When did my sister become such a photography enthusiast? She hasn't stopped the whole trip. What else could it be? Zhang Muyan again? What else could possibly have your sister so preoccupied? Impressive. Su Qingyang couldn't help but admire Zhang Muyan's skill. He'd managed to turn his aloof older sister, who'd always been so cool and distant, into a complete fangirl. If Su Qingxue hadn't maintained her usual aloof demeanor in front of them, he'd have suspected a demon had possessed his sister. After buying bubble tea, the group continued browsing the mall. Su Bei's ran into a business acquaintance here and struck up a lively conversation, while Su Qingxue quietly slipped away to focus on her own business. Meanwhile, Su Qingyang drank too much milk tea and needed to use the restroom. He quickly told Su Qingxue before dashing off to find one. Leaving Su Qingxue to stroll forward slowly, glancing around to snap a few more shots of Zhang Muyan. Xiao Shui. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Su Qingxue's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she turned to see Shuiran. So word of her coming out had indeed reached Shuiran's side. Most likely, her father had tipped him off. What a coincidence. You're shopping here too? Yeah. Let's hang out together. I have a lot of friends around here. No, thanks. It's no trouble, Shui. It's on my way. What do you want to buy? Shui ran. If you keep this up, I'm afraid we won't even be able to stay friends, Su Qingxue said coldly. Those simple words froze Shui Ran solid, plunging him into an icy dungeon. Xiao Shui, I know it's impossible between us. Even if Uncle Su disapproved of you being with your current boyfriend, you'd still fight tooth and nail to be with him. Or even if you weren't with him, you still wouldn't choose me. Shui Ran's voice trembled slightly. What I mean is, I can help you. A flicker of confusion crossed Su Qingxue's icy eyes. What do I need your help with? Uncle Su isn't opposed to you too. He wants to set us up, right? Even if you reject me, he'll still find a second me, a third me, to pursue you. Rather than having someone you don't even know come along later, why not just pretend with me for Uncle Su's sake? I can cover for you. I genuinely want you to be happy. Chapter 153, Something's Off Between Them. In the days that followed, Zhang Muyan worked at an intense pace, pushing even the elderly Deng at home to his limits. I can't do this anymore. No matter what you say, I need a day off today. Zhang Yong lay sprawled on the bed, refusing to budge even as Zhang Muyan tugged fiercely at his leg. This old wall climber. Hurry up. Chief Engineer Su is waiting. You can't just boss me around like that, kid. Go ahead. You can get in without me anyway. Zhang Muyan. Su Nanshan was the chief engineer. Su Zhang Muyan mentioned the big shot they'd met on the high-speed train. He worked at the National Equipment Research Institute and happened to be in Xinqing handling some business. While visiting the local National Equipment Department, he'd run into Zhang Muyan and old Deng. After wrapping up his business, Su Nanshan found himself with some free time and grew quite intrigued by Zhang Muyan's butterfly project. With Su Nanshan's assistance, efficiency skyrocketed to a whole new level, and the design underwent significant optimization beyond its original state. Su Nanshan's extensive professional knowledge and innovative technical concepts proved immensely valuable to Zhang Muyan. Now Zhang Muyan's butterfly project had reached its final stage, and it might be completed within the next couple of days. "Son, what did you buy? Why is it a package?" Mrs. Yan returned from grocery shopping and picked up the delivery for Zhang Muyan. Zhang Muyan, no idea. I just saw a notification telling me to pick it up. He walked over, grabbed the envelope wrapped in mail packaging, and headed straight into his room, locking the door behind him. He had to lock it, otherwise his annoying older sister would always barge in. "What is this? Could it be something Schwer secretly bought for me?" Zhang Muyan gave it a couple of tugs. "That doesn't make sense. If Schwer bought it, she'd have told me beforehand, right?" He grabbed a pair of scissors, cut it open, and shook the contents out. Seeing what was inside, Zhang Muyan narrowed his eyes slightly. Several photographs, along with a brief warning letter. "This couldn't be the legendary. How much money will it take for you to leave him alone?" Zhang Muyan flipped through the envelope again. "No bank card? Lacking sincerity, huh?" He looked at the photos again. They showed Su Qingxue and some guy he didn't recognize shopping together, and a happy selfie of the two of them, several in a row. Schwer's brother and younger brother, Zhang Muyan, had seen them in the photos Su Qingxue had given him. But who was this guy in the photos? Why hadn't Schwer ever mentioned him? Schwer and him seemed pretty close? At that moment, Zhang Muyan couldn't help but furrow his brow. Though he didn't immediately jump to conclusions, he couldn't exactly say he wasn't jealous. Because Schwer was only that adorable around him. But why hadn't Schwer ever mentioned this guy to him? Does she go out to play with this guy every day? Does she laugh that happily with him every single day? Then what about me? At that thought, Zhang Muyan immediately tossed the photo and warning letter into the trash can. After tossing them, she tapped the dust off twice. Bad luck. Such blatant attempts to sow discord, how could I possibly fall for it? You think I'd misunderstand my Schwer? Are you kidding me? But this photo. Could Schwer really be having this much fun with that guy? Then I'd be seriously jealous. Then there's what the warning letter said about whether I'm worthy. Even before I was with Schwer, I'd already considered this issue. But she brought me so much joy that I'd long since lost myself in it all. I couldn't care less about anything else. All I wanted was to be with her. Truth be told, I've always known this deep down. I was just pretending to be asleep, refusing to face it, numbing myself with other distractions. I never thought what was bound to happen would finally come. It felt like waking up abruptly from a beautiful dream. Judging by the situation, this must be the first warning from Schwer's side. Who knows if there will be more to come? Schwer. Zhang Muyan side. Evening. Yanbao? What are you thinking about? As usual, they were video chatting. Su Qingxue noticed Zhang Muyan zoning out repeatedly. He never seemed to hear her when she spoke. Nothing. Just some issues with today's experiment. Zhang Muyan snapped back to reality, gave a quick smile, and hurriedly replied. Though the incident with the mysterious package had passed, it still weighed on Zhang Muyan's mind. He kept zoning out during the experiment today. His mind kept wandering back to Schwer. It wasn't that he was jealous over that photo of Schwer, but rather her future. An issue he'd been avoiding all along, one he had to confront. But how should he proceed? "Oh, don't push yourself too hard, Yanbao." Su Qingxue didn't understand either, so she could only offer some verbal encouragement. At the same time, she felt a bit hollow inside, because such encouragement was too empty to be of much use. If Yanbao were here, she could hug him, touch him, or let him touch her, give him the encouragement he needed. It's fine. I've been pretty busy these past couple of days, Schwer, so the time for calls has been. Zhang Muyan suddenly wanted to adjust his tone, but felt it might be inappropriate, so he added another sentence. Just these next couple of days. Once I'm done, it'll be fine. Yanbao. Su Qingxue sat up, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Why suddenly couldn't she even call him anymore? The only joy she looked forward to each day was this brief moment of video chatting before sleep. Now Zhang Muyan was suddenly canceling it. What's wrong, Yanbao? Su Qingxue's voice was soft and sweet, like cotton candy that could melt Zhang Muyan right through the screen. Sweetie Schwer, I've actually run into some issues these past few days that need sorting out. Once they're resolved, I'll be able to be with you every day. Zhang Muyan said apologetically. Consecutive workdays were already exhausting enough, and now with this added worry weighing on his mind, he looked visibly worn out. It was like when he'd been heartbroken before, a bit distracted. He was carrying this painful burden. He needed to adjust his mindset urgently, or else his focus would waver. This was a skill he'd always possessed, a built-in mental calibration system. Essentially, it meant relaxing, finding a quiet corner to zone out for a bit. Besides, he didn't want to pass any negative emotions on to Schwer. For now, just focus on getting Schwer's gift done in one go. As for the family situation, he'd tackle that later. Yen Bao. Alright. Su Qingxue fought to suppress her sadness. She knew how much she herself was reluctant to part with it, how she'd spent the entire day daydreaming just waiting to video chat with him. But she was just that obedient. Unconditionally trusting Zhang Muyan, unconditionally obeying Zhang Muyan's words. Unconditionally considering his needs, even if it meant sacrificing her own happiness a little. Good night. Yen Bao. Good night. Shuebo. Beep. The call ended. Su Qingxue stared at the couple profile picture they'd swapped a few days ago, zooming in and out. Her gaze lingered on their chat window for a long time. Her chat background had now also changed to a photo of Zhang Muyan. She puckered her lips and angrily tapped the person on the screen twice. Though it was more of a gentle tap than an actual poke. Naughty Yen Bao, ignoring me. Then she slowly curled up, hugging her phone close to her chest. Yen Bao. Don't you even have time to call me? I miss you so much. Chapter 154, Live for Today. In truth, Su Qingxue had coldly rejected Shuairan that day. She didn't need Su Jianjun's approval. Regardless of his stance, she was determined to be with Yen Bao. Yen Bao was more important to her than her own life. As for the photos Zhang Muyan received, they were all photoshopped so skillfully that no one could tell. Su Qingxue had never smiled so brightly in front of any other boy besides Zhang Muyan. After that day, Su Qingxue retreated back into seclusion at home. Occasionally, singing could be heard drifting from her room, and sometimes piano melodies wafted from the music room. In short, she stopped going out. Every note of her singing and every chord of her piano playing carried the weight of longing. There was no helping it. Longing flowed like water, filling her entire being until it overflowed. It had to be poured out. But Zhang Muyan only video called her at night. And those brief calls were nowhere near enough to satisfy her daily need for Zhang Muyan. The threshold felt impossibly high during the holiday break. Video calls were nothing more than a drop in the bucket. So this really wasn't a good thing. And last night, her one daily hope vanished. Bad Yen Bao. Now they could only exchange a few scattered messages each day. For couples in the throes of passion, when one is swamped with work while the other has nothing to do, it's pure torture for the idle one. Meanwhile, should be done tomorrow. All data's within acceptable ranges today. Can we pop the champagne early? Ha, Su Nanshan joked. Zhang Muyan, thank you. Without your help, my dad and I would have been stuck on this for who knows how long. Ah, don't thank me. Alright, wrap things up and head home early. Zhang Muyan scratched his nose. Sure. When you have time, would you do me the honor of letting me treat you to a meal? Off you go, you little rascal. Ha, I'm off, Mr. Su. Zhang Muyan laughed as he bid farewell to Su Nanshan. By now, they had become quite close. What else could it be? Heroes always recognize each other's talent. Their shared genius in robotics meant that despite being a generation apart in age, their relationship felt like that of brothers. On his way, Zhang Muyan immediately opened his chat with Su Qingxue and sent off work. He added a cute tilted head emoji. Though they'd agreed not to call, daily chats were non-negotiable. This wasn't some Cold War, just a strategic cancellation of one little routine between two lovebirds. No misunderstandings here. Texting alone meant the other person couldn't see his facial expressions. And Zhang Muyan looked utterly exhausted right now, worn out like a dog. You've been acting weird these past couple days, always zoning out? Lao Deng suddenly chimed in mid-sentence. What? Did you fight with Xiao Shui? No. Zhang Muyan shook his head and tucked his phone away. After all this time, Zhang Muyan must have introduced Su Qingxue to them, yet the three at home showed no unusual reactions. You haven't fought yet, but you're not even happy about the butterfly I'm making for Shui tomorrow. You've got it written all over your face that something's bothering you. Tell your dad about it. I'll analyze exactly who's in the wrong between the two of you. Zhang Yong slung an arm around Zhang Muyan's shoulder, their intimate manner making it impossible to tell they were father and son. We really haven't fought, it's just... Zhang Muyan slowly explained the reason. After hearing the whole story, Zhang Yong silently released Zhang Muyan's shoulder. Muttering under his breath, I see. Oh no, my wife's prediction really came true. So did you tell Shui about this? No. How could I tell her? Say someone on your side opposes us and orchestrated this whole thing? Then have Shui get into a fight with her family or friends? So you think Xiao Shui really did that with another guy? What? Impossible. I didn't even take those photos seriously. That's not what's bothering me right now. Actually, son, it's perfectly normal for them to disapprove. It's like watching your own hard-grown cabbage get trampled by pigs. Zhang Muyan, why are you cursing yourself now? Hey, don't interrupt. When your dad was courting your mom, her family didn't approve either. Back then, we were dirt poor, couldn't even scrape together 2 ounces of cured pork. But why did I still win your mom over? It all comes down to one thing, courage. 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 Just go for it with everything you've got. Their family kicked me out and wouldn't let me help them with the work, but I finished it all for them. Zhang Muyan's eyebrow twitched. That's hard to call. I don't think it's called brave, more like shameless. Don't overthink it, okay? Just focus on the present. Focus on everything between you and Su Qingxue right now. The two of you should be happy together. Heaven will take care of the rest. That's like saying nothing at all. Hey, you little brat. But now that you've told me about this, doesn't it feel a bit better? I don't know where you picked it up, but you can't keep anything to yourself, yet you always like to hide things. Hey, you know what? You're right. Talking it out really does help. Zhang Muyan truly felt the weight on his chest lift considerably. It felt like the pent-up breath he'd been holding had finally been released. Sometimes that's just how people are stubbornly fixated on something until it makes us miserable, when it's never really been a big deal at all. Live for today, drink today's wine. Tomorrow's worries come tomorrow. You're so young, yet you make such a fuss. Don't you know that when happiness comes knocking, you shouldn't look around for trouble? Alright, let's head home. Your mom even saved us some midnight snacks tonight. This old geezer's got some knowledge? Let's go. With that, Zhang Muyan dashed ahead. Hey, that little brat. I'll see him the day after tomorrow. Pan Ningxian held her high school graduation photo, gazing at a certain boy standing diagonally behind her. Her eyes betrayed a lingering reluctance. But, what should I say? Long time no see? Or, how have you been? Should she tell him she never saw that letter? Never mind. Whether I say it or not, it doesn't really matter anymore. He already has a girlfriend. Then when the time comes, I'll just wish him well. I'm totally stuck today, facepalm. Wrote for hours, then deleted it all, too much plot, facepalm. I'm really stuck now. I need to sort out the current plot. Since we're about to hit a major climax, a big event for both of them, that's why the preceding parts felt so heavy. Writing Schwer's scenes today made me feel utterly miserable myself, haha. And I might have messed up a bit here, so please go easy on me, guys. Sending you all heartfelt love. One more thing, do you guys want Schweran to be good or bad? Chapter 155, a major technological breakthrough. Now that's a butterfly. Su Nanshan watched the blue little butterfly successfully take flight. Its wingbeat frequency was extremely low, yet it maintained a perfectly normal butterfly flight path. Keep in mind, Zhang Muyan's butterfly was significantly heavier than a real one. How much could a butterfly possibly weigh? Achieving this level of performance made him clap spontaneously. Those biomimetic butterfly students made at the National Innovation Competition? Those huge wings, that frantic flapping frequency, were those even butterflies? More like hummingbirds. Loud noises, oversized models, obviously fake at a glance. But look at what they've created when it takes flight, even onlookers can't tell it apart from the real thing. Muyan, your biomimetic butterfly has broken through a major foreign technological barrier. Let me contact your university to secure a patent for this technology first. You should think of a name for it, Su Nanshan said with a smile as he approached Zhang Muyan. Ha? This? Zhang Muyan was flattered and overwhelmed. Patent applications? That sounded so niche. He didn't even know the specifics of the process, let alone come up with a name himself. But, could we publish some papers in top-tier journals? Compared to the patent, that was what he cared about more. After all, he was definitely going to pursue graduate studies. If he could get a couple of top-tier publications under his belt early. Su Nanshan. Did I not make myself clear just now? Of course this thing can get published in top journals. Does this kid not realize how valuable the thing he created is? This bionic butterfly can almost perfectly replicate a butterfly's flight patterns. It's compact, precise, visually stunning, and relatively inexpensive to produce. The core innovation lies in its technical adaptation. The overall design is nearly flawless. The applications for this technology are endless, as micro-drones for surveillance and monitoring, or for collecting ecological data in complex, inaccessible, or hazardous terrain. Conducting searches at disaster sites to provide real-time information for rescue operations. Or for crop pollination, pest and disease monitoring, and much more. Most crucially, bionic technology is classified as state secrets. Yet Zhang Muyan independently developed it and successfully adapted it to physical prototypes. This signifies that beyond the bionic butterfly, this kid could potentially replicate any other bionic animal if he set his mind to it. This inevitably brings us to another prodigy, a 10-year-old who built a solid fuel rocket containing state secrets at home. He was immediately recruited into the national team. Well, Zhang Muyan is now in a similar situation, though he remains unaware. Getting it published in a top journal? That's definitely no problem, Su Nanshan said, adjusting his glasses with a resigned smile. Zhang Muyan perked up at that. Building a toy for Schwer could actually land him such a perk. Then, how about calling it Snow Butterfly? Schwer's Butterfly. Old dang? This kid is completely love-struck. Su Nanshan, fine, name it whatever you like. Oh, and don't stay at school any longer. Report directly to the National Weapons Research Institute. I happen to have 2 assistant researcher positions open. You and your father should come over together. Lao dang? But I'm already 45 this year. After over a decade at the National Weapons Department, I'm still just a deputy director level. I can't seem to get promoted. Now I'm suddenly riding my son's coattails? Getting transferred straight to headquarters? What a rise becoming part of the new rich generation. Ha! Zhang Muyan's jaw dropped. He'd always thought the big shot was just joking around. Was he serious? Su Qingxue, you're joking, right? I still want to study for a few more years. Tisk, who's joking with you, kid? Your technology is seriously impressive. The country has been researching biomimetic technology for ages, but none of it fits physical objects well. Yours, you get what I mean? Just come over. I'll talk to the higher-ups and set up a dedicated department for you. Since you lack seniority, you'll have to settle for being a department team leader for now, with the title of assistant researcher. Your dad will be the deputy team leader. Once this technology matures and is deployed, we'll apply to the higher-ups for your promotion. This. Ha! Zhang Muyan's mood at that moment was akin to winning 100 million in the lottery. He stared at old Deng in disbelief. Though he didn't fully grasp the details, old Deng's excitement made it clear this was no small matter. Zhang Muyan, so, what level might it reach, Chief Engineer Su? I can't guarantee anything. It depends entirely on whether Muyan can achieve further breakthroughs in this technology. And the implementation results. At his current level, I think Associate Professor should be within reach. If the follow-up results are excellent, a National Science Fund for distinguished young scholars should be within reach. Of course, this takes considerable time. It requires accumulated experience and research achievements, far beyond just a few months. It could take years, even decades. But given the talent Muyan has already demonstrated, it's only a matter of time. What the heck? Outstanding young scientist? Young academician? For most ordinary folks, the peak of their entire career is just an associate professor position. Holy! This butterfly is that awesome? Zhang Muyan was so stunned he couldn't speak, just staring blankly at the butterfly. His mind was filled with only one interjection. Ha? 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 Seriously, dude, you're this awesome? The butterfly fluttered its wings twice in Zhang Muyan's hand, as if responding. Schwer. I think I've finally made something of myself. But Su Qingxue, I still want to study for another 2 years. To be honest, this butterfly was actually made for my girlfriend. I never imagined it would. Zhang Muyan explained politely, as he truly had no immediate plans to pursue academic research. He wanted to spend a few more sweet years with Schwer. Su Nanshan's expression immediately darkened. Holy, a Chinese expletive. He'd always thought Zhang Muyan was just being modest, but now it seemed the kid genuinely didn't realize he'd created a groundbreaking technology? And he did it just to make a toy for his girlfriend? You brat, how do you expect all these researchers to feel? The power of love? Terrifying indeed. Su Nanshan, you brat. Since Zhang Muyan had spoken so frankly, Su Nanshan didn't press him further. He turned to Zhang Muyan's father instead. And what about you? I can do it. Zhang Muyan's eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve, as if pledging allegiance to a cause. Zhang Muyan's mouth twitched. All right then. Here's the plan, Muyan, don't stop your research. After all, it's not fully developed yet, and there's still much to refine. I'll discuss this with your university and arrange a dedicated lab for you. You can continue your research on campus. Then your father will report to my institute. Got it? Once you graduate, come straight over. The nation isn't yet prosperous. Su Nanshan was easy to work with. He'd assumed any normal student or indeed, any normal person would choose to join the institute directly. After all, joining the institute meant skipping 2 ranks to become a researcher immediately, with no need to worry about academic credentials. They'd be transferred directly. But Zhang Muyan. Ah well, geniuses are like that, they always have peculiar quirks. First, secure Zhang Muyan's father, no need to worry about the kid running off. A genius like Zhang Muyan? This vast country has no shortage of them. But to have him come along at just the right moment? Zhang Muyan was incredibly lucky. As for Zhang Muyan himself? Well, love could propel him straight to the T0 tier. Without it, he'd just be a lazy slacker. Alright, haha. Zhang Muyan chuckled awkwardly. Truthfully, he felt an instant urge to agree. His current dilemma stemmed from his and Schwerer's family circumstances, and suddenly, a solution presented itself. If he could dedicate himself to academic research and achieve something significant, that should be enough, right? But that would mean spending the entire 4 years of university apart from Su Qingxue. Of course, he had to ask Schwerer first. It wouldn't be fair to her otherwise. Tonight he'd share this good news with Schwerer. Chapter 156, Su Qingxue learns the truth. Su Qingxue went about her usual routine, singing, practicing dance, playing the piano, trying to keep herself busy. But it didn't help much. Already unhappy in this household, the loss of contact with Zhang Muyan made her feel like she'd slipped back into the oppressive days of her childhood. No, it was even more painful than childhood. Because now she had Muyan, only to lose him suddenly. The contrast felt even more agonizing. So, Su Qingxue's room now resembled a 1,000-year-old ice cave, shrouded in a dark, gloomy aura. Su Qingxue noticed his older sister's increasingly strange behavior over the past couple of days and came to check on her. After knocking and receiving permission to enter, he found Su Qingxue knitting a fluffy scarf. In just 2 days, she had nearly finished it. It wasn't a particularly difficult pattern, so she'd worked quickly. She'd seen online that people knit scarves for their boyfriends, and it struck her as a whimsical idea. Since she had nothing else to do, why not knit one for Yanbao? When giving something to someone you cherish, it's best to make it yourself. Every step of the process carries your heartfelt intention. When your beloved receives it and expresses their fondness, it feels like a flower blooming in your own heart. So she immediately had someone buy the yarn for knitting scarves. She knit while pouting. Naughty Yanbao. Don't you miss me? Naughty Yanbao. Su Qingxue glanced around. His sister's room was still the same, filled with photos of her husband. BRR. Even with the heater on, it felt a bit chilly. Then he clearly saw his sister's dark, resentful aura. Looks like I was right, my sister's been off lately. She must have had a fight with her husband. And it was probably old Deng's fault. Sis, are you okay? Su Qingxue tentatively asked, just for show. What's wrong? Su Qingxue knitted her scarf intently, not looking up at Su Qingxue. I need to be honest with you about something. Actually, that day. I went to the bathroom. %%. What? Su Qingxue jumped to her feet. Dad might have played some dirty trick on my brother-in-law. Of course, it could also be something he did with that Shuiran guy. Su Qingxue truthfully recounted what happened after he went to the restroom that day to Su Qingxue. Actually, when old Deng asked them where they were that day, Su Qingxue truthfully said they were at Taiga Mall, even specifying the exact floor and entrance. That's why Shuiran was able to track them down later. In hindsight, he'd essentially tipped off old Deng. And it was precisely during that bathroom break that he saw Shuiran standing with his older sister. He also noticed someone secretly taking photos of his sister. He didn't think much of it at the time. His sister was so beautiful, it was only natural someone would want to take pictures. So he walked over, intending to stop their inappropriate behavior. But the bespectacled photographer addressed him as young master. Realizing his mistake, the man took off like a shot. It seemed odd at the time, but over the past couple days, he'd spotted that familiar face again in old Deng's study, coinciding precisely with the period when his sister had been acting strangely. So, Su Qingxue, who'd been studying the new device and constantly touching her belly, suddenly had his wits about him. He immediately realized something's wrong. Big sis, danger. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Su Qingxue's tone dripped with irritation as she hurriedly grabbed her phone to message Yanbao, saved under a special contact. I just realized it too, sis. I'm rushing over to break it down for you. Su Qingxue bit her lip, recalling Yanbao's restless expression during their video call that day. Could Yanbao have misunderstood her? She hurriedly asked Zhang Muyan if he'd received anything recently. After sending the message, she immediately turned to Su Qingxue. What else do you know? Her tone was tense, but she couldn't really blame her younger brother. If he hadn't spoken up, she'd still be completely in the dark. And here she was, resenting Yanbao for ignoring her. Yanbao must have misunderstood and was sulking alone. Considering Yanbao's personality, she pictured the scene. Pretending everything's fine, but inside he's probably thinking, I won't say anything. I'll just wait for you to confess. Why did you hide it from me and go on a date with another guy? That's too much. Then silently deducting points from himself in his mind. Once she's deducted every last point and is utterly disappointed in herself, she'll say, Su Qingxue, let's break up. I'm so disappointed in you. The more I think about it, the more terrified I get. This is totally something Yanbao would do. Su Qingxue scratched his head, carefully recalling, I don't think there's anything else. That's all I know, sis. Really? Honestly, sis. That's all I know. Fine then. Su Qingxue had no choice but to let it go. Seeing this, Su Qingxue decided not to linger in Su Qingxue's room any longer. I'll head out then, sis? Wait a sec. Su Qingxue transferred 50,000 yuan to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue's eyes instantly turned into giant hearts. Thanks, little bro. You're helping me keep. No problem, sis. Leave it to me. Before Su Qingxue could finish speaking, Su Qingxue stood there full of confidence, clenching his fist in front of him. I'll keep a close eye on old Deng's every move. That's exactly what Su Qingxue meant. He got it. Well then, I'll take my leave. Make sure to talk things over with your husband, sis. Bye. With that, Su Qingxue slowly exited the room. Then collect 50,000. Money. Big sis's trip back home had made him a fortune. No more worrying about those jerks calling him a cheapskate next semester. Ah. Love you, sis. Alright then. Next up. Old Deng. Prepare to face the death stare from your son. Su Qingxue couldn't transfer too much to Su Qingxue either. He was still young, and giving him too much money wasn't quite right. At worst, she could give him more later, treating it like a salary. But now Su Qingxue had to rethink the situation. What the hell was going on? Xiao Shui, I genuinely don't know anything about what you're talking about. I only went to find you that day because I received news from Uncle Su. But I genuinely don't know anything about those people, and I would never do anything to hurt you. Shuiran tried desperately to explain, but Su Qingxue didn't really care about the truth anymore. Alright. I understand. Su Qingxue rose slowly. Regardless of the truth, she had already made up her mind. Let's not see each other anymore, Shuiran. I hope you find someone who truly suits you. Goodbye. With that, Su Qingxue turned and walked away. She wouldn't allow any hidden threats to cloud her relationship with Yanbao. No one could. Shuiran watched Su Qingxue's retreating figure, sitting alone in the park pavilion, feeling utterly dejected. The joy he felt when Su Qingxue asked to meet him had been immense. The contrast to his current despair was equally stark. Su Qingxue had specifically called him out just to ask if he colluded with Uncle Su to do something. No matter how he tried to explain, Su Qingxue remained calmly silent. That look made his heart race, as if she already knew the answer and this meeting was merely a formality. She had already made up her mind to sever all ties with him. To be rejected by the person you like, then cut off all contact by that same person under the pretext of not wanting to cause misunderstandings with her boyfriend. Chapter 157, Yan Xue's first meeting. Evening. Yan Bao. With daytime conversations too brief to cover everything, they agreed to video chat that evening. Zhang Muyan had completed the butterfly project and was now waiting to present it to Shuer. As for the days ahead, he planned to rest well and spend time with Shuer. Speaking of which, the class reunion was tomorrow. Time really flew by. Yan Bao. The moment Su Qingxue saw Zhang Muyan, her composure instantly crumbled. Her eyes were filled with heartache and longing as she looked at him. The bottle filled with tears spilled over, completely beyond her control. That's why she kept calling out to Zhang Muyan. Su Qingxue, you fool. Even though she was hurting inside, she wouldn't tell me. Zhang Muyan replied tenderly, who's silly? You didn't tell me either. Besides, I figured you had your reasons for not saying anything. Su Qingxue obediently admitted her mistake, I messed up. Yan Bao. Good to know you messed up. Then from now on, we can't keep secrets from each other. Okay, Su Qingxue rolled over, acting like a little kitten today. That's still not allowed. Zhang Muyan declared with a touch of pride. How could that be acceptable? He'd just finished preparing a secret gift today, and there were those private photos buried deep in his phone. Agreeing to spill everything today? No way, no way. These were his trump cards meant to deliver a knockout blow. Why not? It means if something upsets us, we should tell each other. We can't just brood silently and secretly deduct points from the other person in our minds, Zhang Muyan reasoned logically. Su Qingxue, so we hide the happy things too. Hey, Shuer, could you tone down your tendency to overgeneralize? That's not the same thing at all. It depends on the situation. Yan Bao, you're not allowed to ignore me anymore. I won't. I've come to terms with it. I'm a research fellow now, after all. Insecurity? Not a chance. All thanks to Shuer, hehe. Wait, what? I never ignored you, Shuer. Alright, let's go over our respective issues now. Okay. Su Qingxue obediently sat up. Right then. 2024, the first Yanxue review meeting, officially begins. Applause should follow here. First off, over the past couple days, I received a package containing photos of you and your childhood friend, along with a warning letter. Damn it. Zhang Muyan sat up straight, speaking with the solemnity of a subordinate reporting to a superior. So it affected me. That feeling was unbearable. I didn't want to pass it on to you, and part of the reason I didn't want you to know about it was... What reason? Because whoever did this must be someone close to you, family or friends. Telling you would only put you in an awkward position. But I'm not backing down, Shuer. I swear. Oh, silly boy. Su Qingxue felt incredibly happy hearing Zhang Muyan's confession. Of course, she only learned about the warning letter now. She silently noted it in her mind without showing any unusual reaction. And the good news is what I told you, I'm a research fellow now. Ha ha. From now on, I'll be addressed by my title at work. Great, so what's your title? Zhang Muyan cleared his throat, putting on airs, Engineer Zhang. Quick, call me that so I can hear it. No way. Oh come on. Shuer, you just agreed and now you're backing out. Come on, call me once. Let me enjoy it. Yanbao. Su Qingxue playfully refused to call him by the new name, instead clinging to the old one. She still preferred the name Yanbao, it sounded so sweet no matter how she said it. Ouch, what are you doing? Zhang Muyan couldn't take it, that voice, soft enough to melt his bones. Yanbao. Deep down, he loved it. Is this kid playing hard to get with Shuer here? Back to the topic at hand. After a brief digression, Zhang Muyan cleared his throat twice and got back on track. Also, Su Nanshan, that big shot, has arranged for the school to clear out a lab for me next semester, dedicated solely to my research. I'll bring everyone involved in this project in then. You'll be there too, okay? Me. Su Qingxue widened her beautiful eyes, pointing at herself like a runaway train. Me? Yeah. But I don't know anything about this, and I didn't even participate in your experiment. You did. Without you, I couldn't have finished this experiment so quickly. In fact, it would have been impossible at all. Zhang Muyan said sincerely. Ha? When did I participate? Ha, you brought me breakfast. Forgot? If you hadn't delivered my breakfast, I would have passed out from low blood sugar in the lab. If no one found me unconscious in the lab, I'd be dead as a doornail. And then, wouldn't this experiment be gone? Amp%. Su Qingxue listened to Zhang Muyan spouting nonsense with a straight face. Then her eyes curved into little boats, each carrying only one person. So, you absolutely have to come. Yes, at your command, Engineer Zhang. Ha, very good, Comrade Qingxue. Say it again. No. Hey, you little rebel. Alright, I have nothing else to report. Your turn. You've been acting a bit off lately too. Zhang Muyan could sense it too, or rather, since returning, Schwer had taken on a melancholy air, like a porcelain doll that might shatter at any moment. Okay. Yen Bao. First, there's this guy. His name is Schweran. He's the son of a business partner Dad has his eye on. He's been pursuing me, but I've already turned him down. I won't have anything to do with him from now on. Zhang Muyan listened intently. Hearing that Schwer was being pursued, his eyes widened abruptly. He'd actually thought he was just Schwer's friend, and he'd been friendly toward him. Turns out he's a love rival? Holy? Then, actually, Yen Bao. I lied to you. I'm not really busy every day. After coming home, I mostly just stay in my room because Dad's guests are always there. I don't want to go out. So, Yen Bao. I've actually been waiting for you every single day. From morning until nightfall. Su Qingxue's voice was calm, tinged with a soft vulnerability. At that moment, Schwer resembled a hedgehog that had shed its quills. It made Zhang Muyan's heart skip a beat. What seemed like a simple sentence was, in truth, no different from bearing her most vulnerable self completely before him. In our relationships, we all want to show our loved ones our best selves. But the bad parts? Even with the closest intimacy, even if the other person knows about them, we still try our hardest to shield them from view. But what Su Qingxue said meant. Yen Bao. Without you, I'm not okay at all. You are the only one in my world. Chapter 158, I'm going to find him. Schwer. Zhang Muyan understood the meaning behind Su Qingxue's words. I deserve to die. I'm so sorry, Schwer. Zhang Muyan lifted his right cheek and began slapping himself. A loud smack, like a seal slapping its belly. Su Qingxue across from him couldn't help but suppress a smile, her lips pressed tightly together. You have to tell me next time. Don't bottle things up like this. After the slap, Zhang Muyan said sternly, his voice tinged with heartache. He now understood how much his promise not to film videos had affected Schwer. He had clearly seen her obvious unhappiness at the time, yet he had still gone through with it. Damn me. Yeah. You too. Su Qingxue seized the moment to remind Zhang Muyan. They were both the same, they liked to bottle things up inside. Alright, do you have any other questions? No. Alright, then I hereby declare the first Yanshua conference officially adjourned. Su Qingxue promptly applauded enthusiastically. Clap clap clap. The young couple finally resolved their misunderstanding and spent the entire night glued together. Absence truly makes the heart grow fonder. Su Qingxue still kept calling his name, like a kitten purring in his arms, utterly irresistible. Zhang Muyan responded to her as always, his eyes practically dripping with affection as he watched the big black cat on the screen. If Schwer were to act this way in his arms. He couldn't help but recall those days living together with Schwer, when she'd go limp in his arms like this. Alright, I've got a class reunion tomorrow, sweetie. Zhang Muyan suddenly remembered something. He hadn't even replied to those jerks' messages from earlier. Damn it! I thought I'd already replied. Those jerks. He hurriedly opened their chat windows, only to find a barrage of angry messages. Su Qingxue, yeah, tomorrow night, right? Where is it? Some place called the Champs-Élysées restaurant. Seems pretty big. Zhang Muyan opened the messages those jerks sent him and replied one by one. Among them were the time and location they relayed, the mention of going to the Champs-Élysées Grand Restaurant, Deng Xiao treating everyone, and so on. And that bastard dog thief, he read it and didn't reply again. You're dead meat. Oh. Well, have fun tomorrow, sweetie. Yeah, I'll be there tomorrow night. No rush, I'm free every day now. I can be with you every day now, snow baby. Yen Bao. I want a hug. Su Qingxue murmured softly. Zhang Muyan tucked the phone under his covers, and the screen went pitch black. Yen Bao. I want more. Yen Bao, want kisses. Zhang Muyan made a kissing motion at the screen. He. Yen Bao. The two continued their affectionate banter until midnight, finally ending with Su Qingxue's goodnight, Yen Bao, moi. The next day. Su Qingxue started packing her things early in the morning. She planned to return to Shu City first, then take the high-speed train to Yen Bao's new city. The reason for this was that the new city didn't have an airport. After learning the true reason behind Zhang Muyan's sorrow, she silently resolved within herself. She needed to see him. Though they had confided their innermost feelings to each other last night, it wasn't enough, far from it. Perhaps because this was their first time facing such a problem, coupled with the long-distance situation and neither having dated before. All sorts of debuffs piled up, so Su Qingxue needed to walk right up to him. Only face-to-face could she truly grasp his feelings. After all, they could hug and cuddle. Of course, that wasn't the only reason. There was also Yanbao's class reunion, where she'd see that Pan Yingxian and her father at home, who had done such a thing. All these were reasons for her departure. Plus, her real reason for coming back this time was to take these photos away. Sooner or later, she'd be living with Yanbao. She'd already started eyeing Zhang Muyan's body. Xiao Shui, it's almost New Year's. Su Bei's came to check on his sister as usual, only to find Su Qingxue packing her things. Brother, you know me. Did Dad do something to upset you again? Su Qingxue remained silent, continuing to pack. Su Bei sighed. Then where are you going? Grandma's or grandma's? They'll both come pick you up for the new year. Are you staying in the countryside alone? I'm going to find him. Su Bei's was momentarily startled. You're a girl, traveling all that way alone to his place? What kind of nonsense is that? I can stay in a hotel. It's not about hotels. It's the new year. They'll be celebrating together as a family. Are you going to be alone in a hotel? Yeah. What? No way. Brother. Su Bei froze at Su Qingxue's use of brother, then pleaded earnestly, no way. Wait until after the new year. I'll even drive you there myself. He certainly wouldn't stand by and let his little sister suffer injustice. Brother. Su Qingxue spoke to Su Bei with a rare warmth, at least for now. She'd already addressed him as brother twice, each time with a hint of vulnerability in her voice. Could you take me to the airport later, brother? Su Qingxue said with a faint smile. She knew her big brother cared deeply for her, and she knew he was a good man. She'd understood that since childhood. Su Bei truly couldn't bear Su Qingxue calling him brother constantly, especially when she did it willingly. Ever since that incident, Su Qingxue had become extremely shy, especially around unfamiliar men. The slightest attempt at closeness would send her running back to her room, locking the door behind her. Even as she grew up, Su Qingxue rarely called him brother. When she did, it was either a flat, emotionless utterance or only when prompted by their parents. She almost never did it on her own initiative. Su Bei, however, had always cherished his little sister. Who wouldn't adore an adorable little sister who followed him around every day, clinging to him and begging for hugs? Yet this very sister of his had suffered such a tragedy, transforming into someone who fled back to her room at the slightest disturbance. Looking at her now, she was unrecognizable, a stranger filled with fear. How could a brother not be heartbroken? But now, his sister was speaking to him again in a slightly coquettish, playful tone. For a moment, Su Bei truly felt like his adorable little sister from childhood had returned. So he relented, well, about Mom. I'll talk to Mom later. And, if you feel wronged, call me. After a moment's thought, Su Bei added, if you don't want to call, just text me. I'll come pick you up. Okay. Is there anything else you need? Do you have enough money? I have a few cards here. Su Bei pulled out his wallet and insisted on handing the cards to Su Qingxue. Brother. I have enough. Thank you. Su Qingxue's eyes were slightly red, and she unconsciously pouted her lips. Su Bei, on the verge of tears, turned away. Over all these years, those words were the most heavenly sound he'd ever heard. It felt like everything had been worth it. Alright, get ready. You'll still need to visit Grandpa and Grandma on Mom's side. I'll go tell them first. Okay. With that, Su Bei quickly left Su Qingxue's room. Stepping outside, he rubbed his eyes and let a smile curve his lips. After all these years, his little sister was finally doing better. She was even willing to act spoiled in front of her big brother. Zhang Muyan, you better not let my sister lose. Chapter 159, Reunion at the Class Gathering. Afternoon at the airport. Su Bei, be careful on your way. Call Mom when you arrive, don't make her worry. Got it. I have a friend in Xinjiang. If you need anything, you can reach out to him. Su Bei handed Su Qingxue a business card. Okay. Su Qingxue obediently took it. If she didn't, she'd have to argue with Su Bei for a while longer. Then, under Su Bei's watchful gaze, she slowly dragged her heavy suitcase toward the boarding gate. He had considered having her take 2 bodyguards assistants along, people who could help carry her luggage and handle errands during the trip, but Su Qingxue declined. Meeting her boyfriend was a rather private matter. Her heart was filled with anticipation, imagining how Yanbao would react upon seeing her. Would she be startled by her appearance? Would she be happy I came? Meanwhile, Su Jianjun, who had just been told that Su Qingxue had run away from home right before the new year. See? That kid really did tell her. Su Jianjun slammed his fist on the table in anger. Weak and petty, he couldn't hold out for even 2 days. Do you really expect someone like that to marry your daughter? In the mansion's grand hall, Su Jianjun argued with Mrs. Chen while Su Qingxue stood nearby, feigning innocence. By lunchtime, Su Qingxue had already confronted Su Jianjun about it. They hadn't argued. Su Jianjun had expected her to find out when he did this. Maybe Xiao Shui found out? How could she have found out? She doesn't even know the people I hired this time. Who else could have told her? If it wasn't that boy, then who? Could it have been Bai Zhe? Or our youngest son, Qingyang? Su Jianjun pointed at Su Qingyang, who was staring at his phone. Su Qingyang broke out in a cold sweat. With what you've done, how exactly did you expect them to react? You're dissatisfied no matter what they say. Mrs. Chen saw right through Su Jianjun's thoughts. Even if Zhang Muyan hadn't said anything, he would still find ways to be dissatisfied with him just under a different pretext. If he hadn't said anything, I might have held him in higher regard. I just wanted to show you what kind of character this boy really has. See clearly now? He knew full well that I sent that email, yet he still told his daughter about it. What does that mean? Stirring up trouble? Does he even regard me, his father-in-law, as an elder in his heart? He can't hide his thoughts for a moment, can't endure the slightest grievance, and you want him to marry my daughter? At this point, Mrs. Chen could only pout, finding it hard to say anything more. While Su Jianjun's actions were wrong, driving a wedge between them, Zhang Muyan, who immediately told Su Qingxue upon receiving the letter, was also. Some things simply shouldn't come from the person involved because when they speak, the tone changes. Zhang Muyan's actions did indeed raise suspicions that he didn't treat his daughter's family as family. But consider this, if Zhang Muyan and my daughter were to marry, he'd inevitably interact with her relatives and friends. Then, all sorts of gossip would be unavoidable. Would that mean she'd have to act like a little wifey, running home every day to complain to her daughter? And what if I accidentally upset him in the future? Would he also tell his daughter, leading her to distance herself from me too? This matter might seem trivial, but it's actually far from it. Such a single incident truly reveals a person's character unless Zhang Muyan is so thick-headed he can't grasp this point. But she didn't really believe Zhang Muyan would directly tell their daughter about this. After all, she thought the child was quite mature. It was unlikely she wouldn't grasp the essence of such matters. Lost in thought, a timid voice suddenly broke the silence. Su Qingyang, Dad, Mom, I'm going upstairs to do my homework. Mrs. Chen, huh? Being so well behaved today? I have piano lessons this afternoon, so I won't have time later. Su Qingyang made up some bull excuse, desperate to escape this trouble spot. He couldn't let his dad know he was the one who ratted him out. Otherwise, his butt would be in serious trouble. With that, Su Qingyang dashed upstairs in a flash. This kid's been surprisingly proactive today. That evening, at the Champs-Élysées restaurant. By Actuan private room. You're here? Come sit down. At the class reunion, Zhang Muyan arrived neither too early nor too late. By now, about half the private room was filled. Teacher Bobo hadn't arrived yet, but all his close buddies were already present. You guys are pretty eager, Zhang Muyan joked as he made his way to his seat. His peripheral vision swept over the gathered classmates. Everyone had changed significantly since college, especially the girls. The difference between dressed up and dressed down was truly striking. Then, inevitably, a familiar figure caught his attention. Their eyes met briefly. Pan Ningxian wore a white down jacket today. Her aura remained largely unchanged from high school, pure and adorable, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. Her hair was pulled back into a stylish high ponytail, wrapped in a white fluffy scarf. She wore light makeup, her cheeks rosy from the cold air, seeming even more beautiful than he remembered. The sight of a familiar face triggered memories flooding back like a projector starting to play, fleeting yet vivid. From the moment Zhang Muyan walked in, Pan Ningxian noticed him. The moment she saw him, her heart seemed to forget how to beat. She felt more nervous than ever before. Ever since arriving at this private room that morning, her heartbeat had been racing uncontrollably. She was about to see him. Would he ignore me? Would he dislike me? Then, with each student who arrived, she would hold her breath and glance toward the doorway, both afraid it might be him, yet afraid it might not be him. A conflicted state of mind. Then, upon seeing it wasn't him, she relaxed, only to feel a wave of disappointment wash over her. He wouldn't not come, would he? She kept telling herself it was fine, it was just the last time, so why be nervous? It's impossible now. But deep down, she still felt reluctant, still felt nervous. She didn't even know what she was nervous about. So when Zhang Muyan entered, her gaze followed his movements, and the weight in her heart finally lifted. She took a deep breath, suddenly feeling a stinging sensation in her nose. She kept looking, then kept pulling her gaze away. He looked so different. Zhang Muyan froze for a moment. Even after so long apart, the memory of that figure still startled him awake. She seemed as if she hadn't changed at all. He then gave Pan Ningxian a slight nod, serving as his greeting. Pan Ningxian bit her lip. After locking eyes with Zhang Muyan, she nervously looked away. When she caught Zhang Muyan nodding at her, she quickly shifted her gaze back, responding a second too late. Her hands never stopped fidgeting, nervously clenching and unclenching the folds of her lap. She was so nervous. Like a teacher catching a distracted student, she made 8 fake movements in a single second. Su Nianru, who had observed the entire scene, stepped in as the good friend, Zhang Muyan, come sit here. I need to talk to you. Su Nianru shifted her seat, leaving an empty spot between herself and Pan Ningxian. Oh. I actually have something to tell you too. Zhang Muyan immediately abandoned Wang Fugue, who had saved him a seat, and headed over to the girl's side. Wang Fugue? Then a bunch of jerks stared wide-eyed as Zhang Muyan walked over to Su Nianru. Old Zhang's got to be exposed for this total jerk. Zhang Muyan walked over to Su Nianru but didn't sit down. He just said, about that butterfly, next semester, the whole original crew. Su Nianru listened while pushing Zhang Muyan back into his seat, thrilled by his words. Seriously? Of course it's true. Just wait and see in the lab next semester. Zhang Muyan stood up again. The atmosphere here felt a bit off. Hold on, I've got stuff to do. Oh, go ahead. Xian. Pan Ningxian? Chapter 160, Resolving Regrets. She's going abroad for studies next semester, so you two should resolve your misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Zhang Muyan looked at Pan Ningxian with confusion. And no misunderstanding. It's just like that. Pan Ningxian stammered nervously, simultaneously shooting a warning glance at Su Nianru behind Zhang Muyan, signaling her to keep quiet. Su Nianru simply didn't want Pan Ningxian to leave with regrets. If they cleared up the misunderstanding, they could part on good terms. But Pan Ningxian didn't want to bring up the letter again, nor did she want to mention Zhang Muyan deleting her. It was enough to understand without saying. Though puzzled, Zhang Muyan didn't dwell on it. He quickly asked, "Are you going abroad?" "MHM. Good schools offer more opportunities, after all." "Yeah. How have you been lately?" Pan Ningxian initiated small talk. "Pretty good." "Oh. And you?" I'm doing pretty well too." Silence fell between them. Zhang Muyan actually had questions in his heart too. Why hadn't she even wanted to see him one last time back then? But he couldn't bring himself to ask, or perhaps the answer no longer mattered. Seeing their silence, Su Nianru feared Zhang Muyan might get up at any moment. She quickly changed the subject. "Hey, classmate, I heard from your roommate that you're dating someone? Why didn't you tell me?" Hearing this, Pan Ningxian immediately lifted her gaze toward Zhang Muyan. "Huh? You know about it?" Zhang Muyan scratched his head awkwardly. He hadn't figured out how to tell Su Nianru yet. It seemed Wang Lei and the others must have let it slip during their celebration last time. "What? You were planning to keep it from me?" Su Nianru's eyes widened as she stared at Zhang Muyan like a superhero. No. I just forgot. I was planning to tell you next semester when the time was right." That was true. Zhang Muyan had even let Su Qingxue join the lab. He definitely wasn't planning to hide anything from anyone. "I heard it's an old classmate of yours? Who is it? Someone from our class?" Su Nianru scanned the room, eyeing the female classmates present. "Who told you that?" Zhang Muyan looked utterly baffled. No need to guess, it had to be those two jerks, Old Peng and Old Wu, spouting nonsense. Those two jerks. Isn't it? Of course not. It's from our school. Shu University? Yep. She'll be joining our lab next semester. But I'll keep you in suspense for now, okay? Su Nianru's eyes darted to meet Pan Ningxian's. Oh no, the intel was wrong. She'd been telling Xianxian all along that Zhang Muyan was an old classmate, which is why she hadn't kept a close enough eye on things. And now she's telling her they're from the same school? But this girl spends all her time in the lab, right? Could it be that their romance sparked in the lab? Which college is she in? Arts. How could arts be in the lab? That doesn't make sense either. Is she pretty? It's okay. Zhang Muyan's lips curved upward. When talking about his girlfriend, his eyes suddenly brimmed with confidence. Pan Ningxian saw this clearly. Unconsciously, her eyes stung, blinking repeatedly as if filled with sand, on the verge of tears at any moment. Su Nianru, am I prettier? Zhang Muyan's expression instantly soured. His gaze swept Su Nianru from head to toe, then back down to her feet, before settling on her in silence. He gave her a look that spoke volumes. Before Su Nianru could widen her eyes in protest, Zhang Muyan turned to Pan Ningxian and asked, "What about you? Do you have a boyfriend yet?" "Huh?" Taken aback by the sudden question, Pan Ningxian froze for a second before regaining her composure and replying, "Yes." Su Nianru? Got what? A boyfriend? Is he from your school too? No, he's abroad. Oh, that's impressive. Su Nianru frowned behind Zhang Muyan, her face full of question marks. 99. The two wished each other well in unison. Congratulations. You too. Only after Zhang Muyan returned to his seat did Su Nianru sit beside Pan Ningxian. "Xianxian, you came here with regrets, right? Why didn't you say anything? It's already over." "I don't want to be the third wheel who ruins someone else's relationship," Pan Ningxian said, her eyes involuntarily darting toward Zhang Muyan, who was playfully wrestling with his best friend. "Pan Ningxian, you shouldn't talk to him either. What's lost is lost. Let it go. Neither of us owes the other anything. This is fine just the way it is." Su Nianru, but what if he still? Ruoro, I've already addressed this issue, there's no such thing as a what if. If he liked me, he couldn't be in a relationship. What kind of person would date someone while secretly loving another? She wouldn't like that kind of Zhang Muyan either. Fine, I won't say another word. Just make sure you don't have any regrets. I won't pry. Thanks, Ruru. Without you, I might never have gotten the chance to talk to him. No problem. Just start an international company and support me in the future. I don't need much. Sure, Panning Xian chuckled in agreement. Yet inside, she was still crying. She took a deep, heavy breath and looked at Zhang Muyan once more. When Zhang Muyan had mentioned his girlfriend earlier, the light in his eyes seemed brighter than when he'd looked at her before, love so unabashedly evident. He truly adored that girl. How wonderful. Only, it wasn't me. Goodbye, my boy. I hope next time I won't be so unlucky and miss you again. Chapter 161, Shuer gets lost. Once all the classmates had arrived and teacher Bobo was present, Deng Zhongxin signaled the waitstaff to serve the food. Everyone began eating and drinking freely. Especially the jerk sitting next to Zhang Muyan. They pounced on the best dishes like they were in the billionaire Shihong City, 3 mouths devouring a whole pig. Thankfully, these jerks weren't this obnoxious when eating with me. They acted this way because Deng Zhongxin had a terrible reputation in class, a thoroughly detestable person. Every class had its own embarrassment like him. Deng Zhongxin was exactly that sort of person. Coming from a relatively well-off family, whenever he got something new, be it shoes, a phone, or whatever, he acted like a show-off, desperate for attention. He carried himself around the classroom with a certain air of condescension. Conversely, Zhang Muyan and his friends were the complete opposite. Deng Zhongxin's behavior just left them speechless, even making them want to laugh. Deng Zhongxin was well aware of this. He didn't care, knowing he had plenty of admirers. At the same time, he looked down on Zhang Muyan's group of S. Thus, the relationship between the two sides was incredibly delicate. Both sides were well aware of each other, and neither could stand the other. Zhang Muyan's mouth twitched as he watched the guys wolf down a huge plate of some unknown dish, knowing full well it cost 4 figures. This was truly putting him through hell. Old Zhang, eat up. What are you doing? Wang Fugue, his mouth still stuffed with meat and glistening with grease, broke off a chicken drumstick and pushed it toward Zhang Muyan's bowl. You eat, you eat. Don't mind me. Zhang Muyan waved him off, unlocking his phone once more. Still not a single message. Shuer hadn't replied to his messages for half the afternoon. Where had she gone? She didn't even tell me. Then he tapped the cute female avatar of Su Qingxue across from him repeatedly. Don't be fooled by how clingy Su Qingxue usually seemed toward him. He wasn't much better. In just this short while, his messages from her had piled up to 99 plus. Shuer had been waiting for him like this all day. It felt like forever. Shuer, where are you? Where the heck have you been? Ahem. Just as Zhang Muyan was staring at his phone, lost in thought, Wang Yangfu nudged him again. Look, it's about to start. He's going to start his show-off routine again. Zhang Muyan followed the gaze and saw Deng Zhongxin slowly rise, toasting everyone like a host welcoming guests. Thanks for the dinner, Mr. Deng. Young Master Deng is a successful man, now rich and with such a beautiful girlfriend. The girl seated beside Deng Zhongxin had an icy demeanor, radiating an air of haughty aloofness that suggested she didn't want to speak to anyone. Yet she was undeniably beautiful, even holding her own against Su Nianru. So this is the young miss. K. Sure, run. Introduce us, Mr. Deng. Yeah, Mr. Deng, introduce your girlfriend. We don't know her. Deng Zhongxin smiled and formally introduced her. Everyone, this is my girlfriend, Tianlun. Tianguang Stationery Company, Limited, you should all know it. It's her family's business. Wow. The young miss. Impressive, impressive. Perfect match, made in heaven. Just an introduction, but you have to go on about her background too. Yang Tianyu muttered under his breath. Tisk. Zhang Muyan shot Yang Tianyu a look, signaling him to keep it to himself. Just communicate with your eyes. Wang Yangfu immediately perked up like a high school student in class, conveying his thoughts purely through eyebrows and eyes. See? I knew there was something up when he invited us out. Turns out he just wanted to show off. Xing Junjie also signaled with his eyes. He's treating us like pawns in his game. Whatever, whatever. He's the host, so he calls the shots. He's Zerome, he's turned a perfectly normal class reunion into his own private show. Zhang Muyan, that's normal. Class reunions are like this, everyone's competing to show off who's living it up, who's hooking up with models at private clubs. Unbelievable. Exactly. Like teacher Xiefeng said, at reunions years later, when you see that girl you chased back then, you want her to think, oh my god, why didn't I go for you back then? Or, thank god I didn't go for you. They call it a reunion, but really it's just about seeing how everyone's doing. The knowing glances exchanged between them held meanings only they could decipher. True friends understood each other with just a look. That's sudden but tuck, whether it's for a poop or a pee, who knows? Especially when you both catch the same hilarious scene locking eyes like that, you just can't hold back the laughter. Honestly, just picture your best bro's ridiculous face when you lock eyes, those big nostrils with two nose hairs sticking out, those shifty little eyes, those tightly pursed lips. Oh my god, the way that little guy looks. Even if you replay every heartbreak from childhood to adulthood in your head, you'd instantly freeze up. And this behavior of theirs was plain for anyone with eyes to see. Deng Zhongxin was no exception. At that moment, he merely gave a cold laugh, looking at them as if they were clowns, content to mock them behind their backs. Poor people are poor people, even their mindset is destitute. If you can't bend and stretch to build connections at a time like this, you're stuck like this for life. Just as everyone resumed toasting and clinking glasses, and Zhang Muyan rose from his seat to offer a toast to teacher Bobo, the phone on Zhang Muyan's seat rang. Caller ID, Schwer. Wang Yangfu peeked over first, then raised an eyebrow. Old Zhang, it's Schwer calling. Ha? Wang Yangfu innocently held up the phone, and now everyone nearby could hear it loud and clear. Even Pan Yingxian and Su Nianro lifted their eyes toward Zhang Muyan. Oh, girlfriend checking up on you? Teacher Bobo teased without holding back. Zhang Muyan. That old Wang, he totally did that on purpose. Yep, Wang Yangfu was totally doing it on purpose. He's just a pure jerk, itching for a beating. Just you wait, you old bastard Wang. I'll give you a taste of your own medicine later. He hurried back, while the other students teased him playfully. Oh Schwer. Oh. Su Nianru, I know this all too well. The whole class teasing them like this. She and Zhang Muyan had been teased countless times before. She grabbed the phone and gave Wang Yangfu a claw punch, right to his kidneys. Ouch. Clutching his waist in pain. Only then did Zhang Muyan answer the call, while the classmates resumed their own conversations. Hello? A few nosy kids quickly gathered around to eavesdrop. Hey, back off. Let us listen, let us listen. What does it sound like? Yeah, we've never heard it before. Hey, daughter-in-law, you should give us dads a proper introduction, at least like just now, right? Like how Deng Zhongxin introduced himself earlier. Zhang Muyan. On the phone, Muyan, I'm lost. Chapter 162, go pick her up immediately. Holy crap, her voice is that nice too? Su Qingxue almost let out a spoiled cry of Yuanbao, but upon hearing the sounds on Zhang Muyan's end, she blushed and quickly changed her tone. After flying and transferring to a high-speed train to arrive in this unfamiliar city, she managed to get lost even while taking a taxi. Wasn't she supposed to go to some downtown restaurant? How did she end up here? What unknown territory was this? Why were they approaching a highway exit, as if leaving the city? While in the car, she nervously glanced at the driver. Then the driver pulled up at a secluded, upscale private restaurant called Baiachuan. Su Qingxue hurriedly got out. Childhood trauma made her reluctant to linger. But clearly, this restaurant wasn't the one Yanbao had mentioned. She had made a mistake. At this hour, in this kind of place, she couldn't hail a cab either. Even if one were available, she felt a pang of anxiety. She'd planned to wait right outside the restaurant entrance, surprising Yanbao after his meal. She didn't want to interrupt his gathering, but it was pitch black all around, deep in the mountains and old forests. There were no people, no cars, and she had no idea which way to go. The forest kept rustling with faint noises. What if someone suddenly emerged and dragged her inside? So, feeling utterly scared and helpless, she had no choice but to dial Zhang Muyan's number, calling for help. Yanbao, scared. Ha? What do you mean you're lost? I'm in New City, Muyan. Can you come pick me up? I can't find my way. Hearing this, the people beside him became even more excited than Zhang Muyan himself. They frantically poked his arm, urging him to agree immediately as if they were ready to go pick her up themselves if he refused. Zhang Muyan's brain processed Schwer's words for a few seconds before he abruptly stood up. Ha? The scene made it seem like Zhang Muyan had suddenly received an urgent call. Seeing this, Zhang Muyan quickly sat back down and whispered, Are you at the airport? I'll come pick you up right away. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Muyan prepared to bid farewell to the others, especially informing teacher Bobo that he needed to leave first. No. I'll send you my location. Okay, send it to me. I'll be right over. Visibly delighted, Zhang Muyan didn't press further over the phone. He then told the others, I need to go pick her up. I won't be joining you later. Ha? Just bring her over. Yeah, we haven't even seen her in person yet. Exactly. Bring her over and really rub it in Deng Zhongxin's face. Nah, she's a bit shy. Maybe next time I'll show her to you guys. After saying this, Zhang Muyan got up and walked over to teacher Bobo, explaining the reason. Why did she leave? Just bring your girlfriend over here. Who's leaving? Just as we're getting started? Zhang Muyan is going to pick up his girlfriend and wants to leave. You have to come back. We're finally getting together as classmates, and you want to leave already? Deng Zhongxin chimed in, exactly. It's no big deal to add another pair of chopsticks. I have a car, I'll have someone drive you to pick her up, then bring you back here. Zhang Muyan waved his hands repeatedly in refusal. He wasn't comfortable in such a crowded setting with so many people he barely knew, let alone Schwer. Schwer had always been quite shy around strangers. Seeing this, Deng Zhongxin started scheming. Could it be that this guy's girlfriend wasn't presentable? Why the constant refusal? If she were someone he could probably introduce, wouldn't he be making a big deal out of it like he did? People judge others based on their own mindset. Thus, Deng Zhongxin couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Deng Zhongxin, does anyone here want to see Zhang Muyan's girlfriend? Yeah. She must be a stunner too. Hurry up and bring her over for us to see. Don't leave yet. Right, young Master Deng even sent a car to pick her up. It'd be rude to leave now. Everyone joked around after all, spectators never tire of a good spectacle. Deng Zhongxin's actions were tantamount to roasting Zhang Muyan over an open flame. Zhang Muyan could only sigh awkwardly. After a moment's thought, he turned to He Zirong and said, "Old He, give me a ride." No need to trouble young Master Deng. Sure thing. As a brother, He Zirong didn't hesitate. Besides, he was curious to see if the real person looked anything like the photos. Pure gossip. Gossip is human nature. But Zhang Muyan's plan was to have old He drive him, then see how Schwer felt later. If she wanted to come, she could come. If not, he'd definitely not return. His heart was racing with anticipation. Nothing could bring him greater joy than his beloved traveling thousands of miles to surprise him in his city. So Schwer was on a flight this afternoon, that's why she didn't reply to my messages? So the two set off. Their classmates joked, "He Zirong, you better bring them back safely. Don't you dare not come back. Ha ha ha. I absolutely must bring them back. If I don't, you can forget about coming back yourself. Right, no hogging the fun. He Zirong, got it. I'll just drag them straight over here. Full speed ahead won't even give them a chance to get out of the car." Ha ha ha. Zhang Muyan. It really wasn't easy to refuse under these circumstances. Though everyone was joking, the collective enthusiasm meant refusing outright would inevitably invite criticism. Still, it all depended on Schwer. Criticism be damned, Schwer was the priority. Zhang Muyan, drive faster. I know you're in a hurry, but hold on a sec. Isn't your girlfriend from the capital? Why'd she come to our little county town? What else could it be? Zhang Muyan said proudly, gazing out the window with eyes full of anticipation and tenderness. This girl? Are you sure we're heading north on the expressway? Yeah, she took a wrong turn and ended up at a restaurant called Byakuan. Ha? Our private room is at Byakuan, right? So that means your girlfriend came straight to find you. Yeah, so? Then it's all good. You two will both have to come back with me later. Only then did Zhang Muyan grasp He Zirong's meaning. If your girlfriend was willing to come find you directly, she must be willing to show up in front of everyone. So there was no issue of being shy or not. Zhang Muyan, she really is shy. I should ask her first. Don't just drag us both over there. Fine. He Zirong shrugged it off. I'm dead serious, don't mess around. Fine, you'll see soon enough. He'd let that jerk experience Schwer's aloof aura firsthand soon enough. Oh, why not just show her off to everyone? It'd knock some sense into Deng Zhongxin. Let's see whose girlfriend is prettier. Didn't you see how he acted at the dinner table? Like he was treating his employees to a meal? That condescending look of his made my teeth itch. He Zirong couldn't stand Deng Zhongxin the most. They'd even gotten into a fight back in high school, and Zhang Muyan had stepped in to break it up. Sure, as long as she's willing. I have no objections. I mean, if she's not up for it, then forget it. Chapter 163, Meeting Again. Everyone's waiting for you too. Are you really not coming back? That'd be a real downer, He Zirong reminded him. We'll see. If Schwer didn't want to go, he'd naturally stay with her. Ugh, you're such a pushover, this is infuriating. You know nothing. Zhang Muyan didn't deny it, he was a pushover, so what? The world may be vast, but my wife is the greatest. Do you think Zhang Muyan and the others won't show up? It's only natural if they don't. This is a class reunion, and only Deng Zhongxin brought his girlfriend as the host. He probably won't come. Deng Zhongxin and Zhang Muyan don't get along well. Now that Deng Zhongxin's doing so well and has such a gorgeous girlfriend, if Zhang Muyan brought his girlfriend, they'd inevitably be compared. Whose girlfriend is prettier? If his girlfriend isn't as pretty, bringing her along would be embarrassing. After Zhang Muyan and He Zirong left, the classmates inevitably started discussing Zhang Muyan. While Zhang Muyan wasn't exactly a campus celebrity, he was handsome, academically gifted, and a basketball player, quite the eye-catcher in a high school setting. Just as handsome as our Baozi, right? Otherwise, why would girls from other classes be asking for his QQ number? So naturally, he was a topic of conversation. Plus, even at his worst, Zhang Muyan was still a top student at Sichuan University, far more accomplished than most. Naturally, the mystery surrounding his girlfriend became a major gossip topic. And the few jerks who hang out with Zhang Muyan inevitably get asked, have you ever seen Zhang Muyan's girlfriend? Yeah, we have. So, what's she like? Pretty? The group exchanged glances before slowly uttering a single word, stunning. Seriously? That good looking? Yeah, guaranteed to be good. Absolute top tier. Seeing their reactions, the students' curiosity skyrocketed. Deng Zhongxin more beautiful than any of the girls here? Deng Zhongxin's words carried hidden meaning, his implication clear. Though he implied all the girls present, everyone knew the truth. The most attractive girls present were Su Qingxue and his girlfriend Tianwen. His implication was clear: no matter how beautiful Zhang Muyan's girlfriend might be, could she possibly be more beautiful than mine? In response, Tianwen confidently lifted her gaze, her eyes radiating an air of unconcern. Hey, we never said that. Don't go jumping to conclusions, Mr. Deng. Exactly. We were just sharing our opinions. Every woman here is stunning. Ha ha ha. The female students laughed it off. Su Qingxue, just tell us the truth. We don't mind. Su Qingxue was also curious, so she seized the chance to ask. Pan Xian stood nearby, ears perked up, listening intently. Yeah, really gorgeous? Are you prettier than Nianru? Su Qingxue didn't mind at all. She lifted her chin toward the boy across from them, never lacking confidence in her looks and unconcerned about comparisons. We'll see when she arrives. Exactly. We won't say more. Everyone has their own standards of beauty. Hey, you're teasing us, you'll get struck by lightning. Deng Zhongxin probably had a pretty good idea about this. He let out a soft huh, thinking to himself that she definitely wasn't as pretty as Su Qingxue, and naturally, she couldn't be prettier than his girlfriend either. He then sat back down, possessively wrapping his arm around Tianwen. Tianwen shot Deng Zhongxin a disapproving look and scolded, "Stop comparing everyone to me." I know. It's like I'm putting you down, but what can I say? My girlfriend is just that amazing. Xing Junjie and the others watched the entire scene unfold. Exchanging glances, their competitive spirit flared instantly. Damn, what a show-off. Text Zirong, we gotta get old Zhang's girlfriend back. Old Zhang can stay away if he wants. Damn it, tell him this isn't just his duty, it's his damn mission. This is unbearable. We have to smash that pretentious smug face. The three were boiling with righteous indignation, as if it wasn't their son Zhang Muyan they were looking down on, but themselves. Damn it. Zhang Muyan was still in the car, and Zirong's messages hadn't stopped the entire ride. Zhang Muyan's phone was flooded with messages, all three jerks demanding he come back to eat humble pie. It basically went like this. You idiot, Zhang. You better put on that act whether you like it or not. You have to come back. I can't stand him anymore. He's cold. He's cold, you know that? Who does he think he's looking down on? He's looking down on my daughter-in-law. Zhang Muyan. Hey, old Zhang, is that him? Just as Zhang Muyan glanced at the message and his mouth twitched, Zirong pointed at a figure standing under a streetlight ahead. The girl wore standard thick clothing, yet it didn't make her look bulky, just cute and adorable. Even in the dim light, her stunning figure was undeniable. With short hair and a scarf wrapped around her neck, she stood beneath the street lamp, exhaling puffs of warm breath. Even in this pitch-black, deserted spot, seeing such a silhouette didn't feel scary at all. Instead, it felt like a gift from heaven. Could such a blessing exist? The kind you'd jump out of the car to grab and take home. Ahem. Zhang Muyan recognized her instantly. Yeah, stop here. So Zirong pulled over at the intersection. Before he could say anything to Zhang Muyan, the back door swung wide open. Zhang Muyan had already jumped out and was sprinting towards Su Qingxue. Holy crap, this love-struck brain, moving that fast? Hearing the commotion, Su Qingxue turned to look and saw Zhang Muyan running toward her. Seeing Yanbao, her nose suddenly stung. She felt inexplicably hurt. She wanted to run towards Zhang Muyan too, but seeing him running towards her, she suddenly felt unable to move. Instead, she stood still, arms outstretched. Hug me. You really came. Zhang Muyan felt heartbroken as he pulled Su Qingxue into his arms, gently stroking the back of her head. He'd been frantic in the car, seeing how remote and desolate Xue's location seemed. What if someone kidnapped her? Xue was so adorable, she'd definitely be snatched away. And then there was the fact that Xue had traveled all this way just to find him. So, seeing the one you love, how could you possibly resist running to them? He was so impatient. Su Qingxue buried her head in Zhang Muyan's chest, rubbing against him incessantly while greedily inhaling his scent, as if trying to make up for all the time she'd missed. Her arms wrapped tightly around Zhang Muyan, burrowing deeper into his embrace. Yanbao. I missed you so much. Her sweet voice vibrated through his chest, reaching his heart before being processed as information by his brain. Melting Zhang Muyan's entire heart with sweetness. Silly girl. Zhang Muyan gently kissed her little head. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have picked you up. Ha. Su Qingxue giggled mid-pout. Zhang Muyan? I didn't want to interrupt your gathering, but ended up laughing at her own stupidity. Oh. Zhang Muyan's lips curved upward. So she ended up getting lost, huh? This silly girl. Admit it, you just wanted to catch me off guard, didn't you? No way. Su Qingxue puckered her lips, raised her eyes, and frowned, giving Zhang Muyan a playful glare. I came here specifically for you, how could you think that? Naughty Yanbao. Chapter 164, going back to slap young Master Deng in the face. I was just joking. I know. Zhang Muyan spoke softly, as if afraid of startling the little rabbit in his arms. He pinched her earlobe again so soft. So, shall we head home now? Ha? Don't you have a party to go to? You're already here. What? Do you want to go? Su Qingxue actually nodded obediently. This caught Zhang Muyan off guard. Don't force yourself. If you don't want to go, just say you do. We have our 3 ground rules, remember? Zhang Muyan reminded her, emphasizing that neither of them should bottle up their unhappiness. More than anything, he didn't want Su Qingxue to feel wronged. No, really, I want to go. Su Qingxue blinked earnestly twice. Truthfully, her little scheme was to catch a glimpse of Pan Yingxian. Originally, she only planned to wait outside for Yanbao, but now that this had happened, she changed her strategy. After careful consideration, this seemed the only way to achieve the best of both worlds. It wouldn't embarrass Yanbao in front of everyone, and her little scheme would play out perfectly. As for the meal she'd be piggybacking on, she'd settle the bill later. That's it, perfect. So, sit right next to me, okay? If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. Ignore them if you want to, don't put yourself through any hardship. Got it. Teacher Bobo is really nice. He's like an elder, so you should pay him some attention. Okay. Zhang Muyan knew Su Qingxue was usually aloof, only acting disobedient around him. So he gave her a heads up first, planning to explain later that Xue was still a bit shy around strangers. Ahem. Zirong had been waiting forever, battling it out with a bunch of jerks in the group chat, while Zhang Muyan was still there being all lovey-dovey. He cleared his throat to get their attention. There are other people here, you too. Could you please get in the car first? Hearing the sound, Zhang Muyan snapped out of it. Let's go. Zirong is the driver. I told you about him. Su Qingxue nodded blankly, then silently reminded herself to actively greet Yanbao's friends. If you don't feel like talking, don't force it. Leave it to me. You just said that, and now you've forgotten already. Zhang Muyan saw through Su Qingxue's little thoughts. She was clearly psyching herself up and gently rubbed her nose. I still have to say hello. Su Qingxue exhaled. This was the first time in her life she'd consciously tried to overcome psychological barriers. It was only natural to feel a little nervous. She found herself unconsciously tightening her grip on Zhang Muyan's hand. After all, she'd never once taken the initiative to greet a man before. Hand in hand, they got into the car, with Zirong wearing an anti-smile the entire time. Why the anti-smile instead of you deserve it? Because right now, Zhang Muyan was heading home to thoroughly humiliate Deng Zhengxin. Such a gorgeous girl. What a relief. Let's put our brotherly grudges aside for now and unite against the outside world. Once we've dealt with the outsiders, then we'll get back to you being a bloody idiot. Su Qingxue, you. Good day, daughter-in-law. Su Qingxue had barely mustered the courage to speak when Zirong cut her off mid-word with a hello, daughter-in-law. Tisk, damn it all. Zhang Muyan immediately stood up and smacked Zirong twice on the head. Didn't I tell you not to do that? She's shy. Zirong braced his entire body to withstand Zhang Muyan's double whammy. After taking the hits, he immediately fell into line. Sorry. My bad. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. What the hell kind of sister-in-law are you calling her? Can't you say it right? It sounds so old. Call her sister-in-law. Zhang Muyan gave him another whack. Zirong quickly corrected himself. Ouch, little sister-in-law. Hello, little sister-in-law. Only then did Zhang Muyan let him off. She'd warned him on the way not to joke around, but he just had to do that. Then he sat back and explained to Xue, that's just how he is. Zirong, so, what do you say? Shall we head back? Let's go back. She's willing. Alright, I was just waiting for you to say that. Just don't start making a fuss or joking around later, especially with those guys, Zhang Muyan reminded him. Alright, you should have a serious talk with them. But with so many people in the class, it's bound to happen. Zirong was referring to Deng Zhengxin and his crew. Yeah, I'll talk to them. Zhang Muyan pulled out his phone and tagged a few people in the group chat to explain the situation. Su Qingxue watched Zhang Muyan do all this with eyes full of affection. She slowly wrapped her arm around his, leaning gently against his shoulder. Though these matters weren't particularly serious or grand, in daily life, what we encounter most is communication between people. Certain words can easily rub people the wrong way, even when the speaker meant no harm. What Zhang Muyan did wasn't excessive at all. He knew his friends would still exercise discretion, but Xue's situation was a bit special. By mentioning it like this, he was indirectly asking them to be considerate. Don't start messing around like those kids in class who make fun of me. These details were all expressions of Zhang Muyan's meticulous care for her feelings. He genuinely feared she might feel unhappy at the reunion. The fact that she'd come all this way moved Zhang Muyan to tears. After settling everything, Zhang Muyan put down his phone and reintroduced the two. Zirong, hello, sister-in-law. Hello? Sis. After the greetings, Zirong instinctively opened his mouth to ask a question, only to catch Zhang Muyan's expression in the rearview mirror, a look that could freeze a husky in its tracks. Shut up. Zirong. Honestly, just from those two simple sentences, he could tell Su Qingxue didn't seem like she wanted to talk. So aloof. No wonder old Zhang kept stressing to keep quiet, especially when joking with her she won't acknowledge you. He still didn't believe it. But judging by this, it's probably true. Is she shy around strangers, or just aloof? With strangers, she's aloof. With Zhang Muyan's friends, she's shy. Does that make sense? Because they're Zhang Muyan's friends, she extends her affection to them. Everyone else? Whatever. So Su Qingxue never even got to deploy her aloofness. Zhang Muyan intercepted all of Zirong's attempts before she could. You came alone? MHM. Su Qingxue gazed at Zhang Muyan as if he were a precious treasure, never once taking her eyes off him. It was better to see him like this in person. She could sense all his pheromones. What's up? It hasn't been that long since we last saw each other. Why are you staring at me like that? He. Su Qingxue chuckled softly, saying nothing more. Truthfully, if no one else were around, Su Qingxue would already be burrowing into Zhang Muyan's embrace for some cuddles. Yanbao had only kissed her once earlier. It wasn't nearly enough. Besides, she hadn't kissed him back yet. P.S. Happy Qixi Festival, my dears. May you all experience reunions in joyful days like Yanbao and Shuebao. I'll add another update later tonight. After all, it is Qixi. Chapter 165, the grand finale. So she just kept staring at Zhang Muyan. Her gaze even grew hazy. Zhang Muyan glanced at Zirong driving up front, only to catch Zirong's quick look back through the rearview mirror. Forget it, I can't get close to Schwer in front of this jerk. Wait, what's there to get close about? What's wrong with being friends? I'm not showing him any paid shows, so hugging and stuff is totally fine, right? You like watching, huh? Zhang Muyan immediately wrapped his little arms around her, snuggling up close to his Schwer. Here, take a look. Zirong suddenly saw stars, his eyes nearly popping out. You bastard. You little bastard. Don't leave after school. Su Qingxue's big eyes filled with confusion. Because someone was right beside them, and being pulled close like that by Zhang Muyan, her little face flushed instantly. Flashing red faster than anyone else. Mu Yu. There are people around. Su Qingxue whispered softly into Zhang Muyan's ear, though she didn't refuse. Just holding her close, being intimate though it made her blush, she could accept it. As long as Yanbao doesn't pull down his pants here. Seeing his goal achieved, Zhang Muyan chuckled softly before releasing Schwer. He slipped her small hand into the pocket of his down jacket, intertwining their fingers inside. He wouldn't do anything else. Just this alone made Zhang Muyan's heart feel sweet. After all, they hadn't seen each other in so long. After being apart for so long, any intimate contact now made both of them feel butterflies in their stomachs. So you're staying here for a few days? Zhang Muyan assumed Su Qingxue had come specifically to visit because she missed him so much. Until the new year. Huh? You're not going back for the new year? Su Qingxue pressed her lips together, slowly shook her head, then looked at Zhang Muyan and smiled. Huh? Zhang Muyan suddenly froze in place, taking a long moment to process. That letter she sent earlier, could it be that? Because of me, she rushed over without hesitation. Because of him, she hadn't even gone home for the new year, traveling all alone, thousands of miles away to a strange city. And she didn't even tell him about it, wanting to surprise him. Zhang Muyan gazed at the girl still staring at him with a silly grin, his heart melting into a puddle. How could she be this sweet? Shuebao, I have a gift for you, but let's wait until we're alone to give it to you, okay? Zirong? What the hell? You think I'm in the way? Zhang Muyan touched the butterfly in his pocket. He always carried it with him. It was like a toy. He could even take it out and make it fly while walking, controlled entirely by his phone. Once AI technology advanced further, integrating it might just turn this into a real electronic pet. What is it? Su Qingxue suddenly remembered the scarf she was wearing, the one she'd knitted for Zhang Muyan, intended as a gift for her Yanbao. But for now, she'd wear it herself. She'd discuss exchanging it for Yanbao's gift later. It's a secret. You'll definitely like it, Zhang Muyan said confidently. Su Qingxue nodded. As long as it's from you, I'll love it. Zhang Muyan, what's with the whom? You're making me look bad. Can't you just let me pretend once? Every time you have to knock me down like this. Making my affection seem so insignificant in front of you. He. Su Qingxue giggled playfully, her hand still tucked in Zhang Muyan's pouch, gently tickling the back of his hand. Their lingering moments passed quickly. The car arrived at the station in the blink of an eye. All right, we're here, young master. Zirong pulled over and covered his eyes, feeling like a lonely single guy. The image of Zhang Muyan embracing her had dealt 100,000 critical hits to his eyes, leaving him unable to look at them directly even now. This was internal damage, massive trauma to his spirit and psyche. This should be added to the coverage list for single people's accident insurance. Otherwise, who knows when curiosity might lead him to glance their way again, only to explode like today. Let's go. Might be a bit crowded. Su Qingxue prepared to pull her hand out of Zhang Muyan's pocket. Zhang Muyan raised one eyebrow and lowered the other. What? Aren't you going to let go? Why should I let go? Zhang Muyan touched Su Qingxue's forehead. This silly girl, she doesn't have a fever. Is this some occupational habit from all those times we snuck around together at school? Oh. Su Qingxue's delight was visible to the naked eye. She was still quite shy. This was the first time she'd let others know she was his girlfriend, after all. And these were all Muyan's teachers and classmates. This was way more nerve-wracking than school, okay? It's practically like meeting the parents already. Even more important than meeting the parents. Unlike meeting parents, since they're family, it wouldn't matter if things didn't work out, but with classmates and teachers, if it doesn't work out, it'll definitely be remembered. Yan Bao was still holding my hand tightly. Yan Bao. Ha? You're back? Where are they? He's zeroing, they're in the back. Those two are dragging their feet. I just can't stand it anymore. Oh? For a moment, everyone briefly dropped their conversation and turned their gaze toward the doorway. Then, Zhang Muyan slowly entered the private room, holding hands with an exceptionally beautiful girl. Her hand was tucked into the right pocket of his jacket. No one needed to guess that their fingers were tightly intertwined inside. Her soft hair fell just to the base of her snow-white, delicate neck. Her stunningly beautiful, cool face, paired with a sleek bob, gave her an exceptionally aloof air. Her bright eyes swept over everyone present. She then gave a slight nod, greeting everyone. Hello, everyone. The lively atmosphere suddenly fell briefly silent with Su Qingxue's entrance. Holy crap! Until someone's exclamation of holy crap shattered the silence. Ha ha ha. Who said holy crap? Ha ha ha. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Zhang Muyan, introduce yourself. Teacher Bobo led the way. My girlfriend, Su Qingxue. She's at Sichuan University with me. Anything else? Zhang Muyan said, glancing down to cautiously ask Shuer. That's all. She's a bit shy. Zhang Muyan could feel Su Qingxue's grip on his hand tighten slightly. She truly disliked these kinds of situations. Anyone would feel nervous in this situation. It was only natural. After finishing, Zhang Muyan quickly led Su Qingxue back to their original seats. At the same time, Teacher Bobo led the applause. Welcome, Shuer. Welcome, gorgeous. Welcome, welcome. Once the two were seated, everyone's gaze instinctively drifted between Tianwen, Su Nianru, and Su Qingxue. Then, almost simultaneously, they felt the two girls fade into the background. In the face of absolute power, merely standing there was enough to declare the champion. No contest was even necessary. It was like debating whether Su Nianru or Tianwen was prettier might still spark some argument. But the champion? That was beyond question. Everyone exchanged knowing glances at Deng Zhongxin. They weren't stupid, they knew he was just here to show off. Of course, they genuinely envied him until their gaze fell upon Su Qingxue. In that instant, the object of their envy shifted completely. Chapter 166, Miss Su. When Deng Zhongxin brought Tianwen in, she didn't greet everyone like Su Qingxue had. She maintained an aloof and proud demeanor throughout. Meanwhile, Zhang Muyan didn't introduce her with the same pomp and circumstance Deng Zhongxin used to show off his companion. He merely mentioned her in passing. The difference was stark. Naturally, everyone's favor toward Zhang Muyan and his young wife soared. Truth be told, Zhang Muyan had always been well-liked. Otherwise, the nickname Teacher Bobo wouldn't have spread by word of mouth. A teacher's hand-picked star student who then took the initiative to nickname the teacher. How could such a person be unpopular in class? But now, everyone's eyes kept darting back and forth between the two couples. Until Tianwen's expression grew annoyed. Did they finally rein it in? Pan Ningxian was certainly attractive, but she had never been considered the class or school beauty, which was why no one had included her in the comparison. She was just a normal, adorable girl with excellent grades. Even she couldn't help feeling a pang of defeat upon seeing how stunning Zhang Muyan's girlfriend was. It felt like losing to a girl like that wasn't entirely unfair. She didn't notice Su Nianru beside her, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. Wait, dude? Ha? Su Nianru certainly knew Su Qingxue. How could she not recognize the school's most popular girl? But she hadn't heard Su Qingxue was dating anyone. And with Zhang Muyan, her old classmate. So Zhang Muyan's girlfriend is Su Qingxue, the school's top beauty? Had these two been keeping it that secret? What's wrong, Roru? Pan Ningxian noticed Su Nianru's reaction and asked curiously. Su Qingxue. Our school's campus beauty. Su Nianru whispered softly into Pan Ningxian's ear. Ha? Not only that, but her family is incredibly powerful and influential. Pan Ningxian's eyes widened slightly before she curiously studied the stunning girl across from her. That impressive. Deng Zhongxin had been completely captivated the entire time, only snapping back to reality when Tianwen nudged him. Such a stunning girl, and she's Zhang Muyan's girlfriend. He felt a pang of envy mixed with a twinge of pain, but then reminded himself it didn't matter. His Wenwen might not be as beautiful as her, but Wenwen's status was unmatched. That kind of status wasn't something you could just luck into by having a pretty face. He stood up, summoned the waiter, ordered several bottles of expensive red wine, and declared grandly, "Welcome to our guest, Su Qingxue, Zhang Muyan's girlfriend. Everyone, feel free to order whatever you want. Today, I'm picking up the tab. Eat your fill." Deng Xiao is so generous. Deng Xiao is loaded. Everyone gasped at the price of the wine. Honestly, as students, none of them had ever tasted anything this expensive. If it weren't for young Master Deng treating us today, we'd never get to eat at a place like this. Even the cheapest dish here costs over $100. That's true, Deng Xiao's got deep pockets, ha ha ha. Cheers to Mr. Deng. Ha ha ha. Before long, someone knocked on the door. Ha? Who could that be? Must be the wine service. Then a woman in a business suit entered the room carrying the most expensive bottle of red wine, nodding apologetically, "My apologies, everyone. I'm the manager of this restaurant." Deng Zhongxin immediately noticed the bottle of wine in her hands and couldn't help but lose his composure. That Romani Conti was worth hundreds of thousands. He hadn't ordered it. Wait, it wasn't even on the menu. This was a reserve-level wine. He suddenly felt flustered. Spending hundreds of thousands on a meal? Are you kidding me? Even if you're rich, you don't just throw money around like that. What's going on? I didn't order this wine, did I? Oh, well, this is a gift for Miss Su. Miss Su? There's no Miss Su here. The classmates exchanged glances. There was no one surnamed Su in the class. Ah, that one over there. The female manager respectfully pointed with a cupped hand towards Su Qingxue, who was sitting next to Zhang Muyan, and whispering to him. Only then did everyone turn their gaze toward the two of them. Zhang Muyan held Su Qingxue's small hand, feeling everyone's gaze. Ha? What's going on? Why are all eyes suddenly on us? The female manager then approached Su Qingxue, set down the wine bottle, and crouched slightly. "Miss Su, this is our only bottle of Romani Conti. The others aren't quite up to par, please forgive us. If you need anything, just call me." Facing a stranger, Su Qingxue's aloof demeanor surfaced effortlessly. "Domain unfolds, thank you. Very well, enjoy your meal." With that, the female manager rose respectfully, preparing to leave. Wait a moment. I recall the manager of this establishment is a man. You claim to be the manager? I know the manager of this place. Just as everyone was gawking at this series of events and Su Qingxue's sudden change, Tianwen suddenly declared with unwavering certainty. She genuinely knew the manager of this store, a man named Du Ming, not the woman standing before them. Some people really don't need to put on such an act, going so far as to hire an accomplice. Tianwen's words were dripping with malice, aimed squarely at Su Qingxue. If you're broke, just admit it. Why pretend to be aloof? Why put on airs? What are you trying to prove? Luckily, she was someone who could spot a fake. Otherwise, everyone here would have been fooled. I'd wager that wine is fake too. The moment those words left her mouth, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Su Qingxue's eyes narrowed sharply. For the first time in her life, she faced exclusion from her peers. Yet her inner calm remained utterly undisturbed, not a ripple stirred. The upbringing she'd received taught her to remain unflappable in any situation. Besides, someone would speak up for her. Zhang Muyan sprang to his feet. "Hey, Yanbao, I didn't mean you." Su Qingxue quickly grabbed her Yanbao. The next second, the female manager beat Zhang Muyan to the punch. "Miss, please respect me. I'm not some plant." "Are you referring to a male manager named Du Ming?" Tianwen, oh? You know about that? He's now the general manager of the entire Champs-Élysées restaurant. He was just promoted today, and I was promoted at the same time. He's right outside the door. If you don't believe me, I can call him in immediately. The reason he didn't come in personally to greet the esteemed Miss Su is because Miss Su herself detests men. That's why I was sent in instead. Poof. Then bring him in so I can see for myself. Tianwen looked at the female manager before her with utter disdain. A man-hater? Look at how clingy she is. Is this some kind of joke? Promoted to general manager? Yeah, right. Keep spinning your yarn. Today I'll see if Manager Du will actually come out for a little girl like you. Still standing guard at the door, spouting lies as easily as breathing. If some imposter shows up later, that'd be the real joke. Alright, please wait a moment. With that, the female manager gave Su Qingxue a slight bow before walking away, the click-clack of her high heels fading into the distance. Wen, are you sure? Of course. The manager of this restaurant is a man named Du Ming, a well-known tycoon in the new city circle. It's definitely not this woman. Tianwen's voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Zhang Muyan was pulled down to sit by Su Qingxue. Seeing his angry expression, Su Qingxue found him utterly adorable and paid no heed to Tianwen's words. Zhang Muyan, she's slandering you. She's slandering you. She's slandering you. Meichem, it's fine. Su Qingxue pursed her lips and scratched Zhang Muyan's palm. Yanbao looks so adorable when he's angry. Soon, a man rushed into the private room. Dressed in a standard suit, he held a wineglass in his hand. As soon as he entered, he apologized to Su Qingxue. My oversight, my oversight. My apologies, my apologies. Everyone, feel free to order whatever you like, it's on me. With that, he downed the wine in his glass in one gulp. Then he addressed the group again, proving his identity. I'm Du Ming, the general manager of this restaurant. Who just said they knew me? All eyes turned to Tianwen. Chapter 167, A Battlefield? Tianwen's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Ever since Du Ming had actually entered the private room, she'd been dumbfounded. Could it be true? How could this be? Whoa! Which family's young lady is this? My memory isn't the best. Tianwen felt both embarrassed and annoyed. She had only claimed to know Du Ming, never implying he knew her. But now, with everyone's piercing stares fixed on her, she felt utterly humiliated. She couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is Su Qingxue's background? How could she possibly know Du Ming? He was one of the wealthiest men in New City. And Du Ming showed her such respect, personally bringing such expensive wine to celebrate. I'm from Tianguang Stationery Company. Oh, the Tian family, huh? Not very familiar. Sorry. Tianwen. Du Ming was no fool. After hearing the female manager explain the situation, he could tell this person and Miss Su definitely didn't get along. So, he simply didn't give her a friendly look. Well then, if there's nothing else, please enjoy your meal. Miss Su, take your time. Everyone, have a wonderful time. Upstairs we have hot springs and various entertainment facilities, feel free to go up and enjoy them. It's all complimentary, no charge. With that, Du Ming bowed respectfully and exited the private room. Su Qingxue, however, had only nodded twice at him throughout the entire exchange, not uttering a single word. The difference in class was immediately apparent. Pure and simple superiority. Total domination. A complete blowout. Instantly, everyone's enthusiasm for Su Qingxue soared. Sis-in-law, let me toast you one. Xing Junjie's smile was harder to suppress than an AK-47. His son was now the brightest star in the room, and he was genuinely thrilled. After all, in this moment, Deng Xiao's little scheme to show off in front of the whole class had completely backfired. It felt like a satisfying payback. How could he not be happy? Just as Su Qingxue reached out to accept it, Zhang Muyan stopped her. She doesn't drink. Su Qingxue? When did she stop drinking? Then what was she drinking at the school dorms earlier? Ha! You bastard. Here, you drink it then. Fine, I'll drink it. Get him drunk. Ha ha ha. Everyone was asking all sorts of questions about Zhang Muyan and Su Qingxue's story, completely ignoring Deng Zhongxin and Tianwen. Earlier, everyone had been putting on a show of flattery just because you were treating, but now that someone else was hosting and serving such expensive wine, that there was no need for further sycophantic praise. Su Qingxue, extending her affection to others, responded kindly to everyone's friendly remarks. Her gentle demeanor carried a subtle veil, giving off a faint sense of aloofness without seeming cold or distant. Since these were Zhang Muyan's classmates, she intended to treat them well. Compared to the icy demeanor she'd shown Du Ming earlier, everyone now felt her attitude more directly. Their admiration for Su Qingxue grew exponentially. The thrill of being treated differently was surprisingly satisfying. Of course, everyone understood that the young lady's graciousness stemmed entirely from Zhang Muyan's influence. They couldn't help but mentally compare her to Tianwen once more. The difference was stark indeed. As for Wang Fugue and the others who were close with Zhang Muyan, he directly intercepted them, doing his best to keep Xue from interacting with those jerks. True to his earlier resolve, he wouldn't let these shameless jerks corrupt Xue. While chatting with everyone, Zhang Muyan quietly served food onto her plate, filling the small bowl before placing it before Su Qingxue. He constantly worried whether she was adjusting well, afraid she might be unhappy. After chatting with others for a moment, he would always gently ask Su Qingxue, "Honey, are you okay?" These thoughtful gestures were so subtle that Su Qingxue hadn't even noticed them herself until Zhang Muyan's repeated inquiries made her realize. Her heart instantly melted with sweetness, sweeter than candy. This feeling of being constantly cherished by the one she loved. So she reached into Zhang Muyan's pocket, gave his kidney a little pinch, and expressed her happiness. Zhang Muyan flinched at the ticklish pinch. Huh? He immediately lowered his head. What's up? Yanbao, who is Pan Yingxian? Su Qingxue whispered softly into Zhang Muyan's ear. Put. Ha? Zhang Muyan froze in place, completely stunned by Su Qingxue's sudden question. Oh. Su Qingxue had also suddenly remembered that she still wanted to see Yanbao's ex. That was one reason she'd made the trip. The reasons were complicated, but she just wanted to see it out of pure curiosity, absolutely not to pick a fight. Zhang Muyan could only ask hesitantly, "What's up?" He seemed more guilty than someone who'd done something wrong. Su Qingxue instantly broke into a smile, reaching out to pinch Zhang Muyan's cheek. What's up? Did you do something bad? Why so guilty? This scene left everyone watching utterly stunned. Talk about double standards. Now that's what you call double standards. She was so aloof and distant in front of others, yet completely different when it came to Zhang Muyan. It truly proved the saying, when you're with the one you love, even your eyes shine brighter. How could anyone not be envious? And she's so stunningly beautiful, plus incredibly wealthy. Truly, comparing people is enough to drive you mad. Zhang Muyan puckered his lips, gesturing toward Pan Yingxian. That girl in the white down jacket. Oh. Su Qingxue followed the direction and saw a pure-looking, adorable girl with a high ponytail chatting happily with her classmates. Though she was smiling, Su Qingxue could tell the girl had something on her mind. It was obvious. As two girls who'd both been tormented by their families and shared a crush on the same guy, they were so similar in certain ways it felt like they were on the same wavelength. So Su Qingxue understood at a glance why she was sad. It was a woman's intuition. At the same time, she naturally noticed Su Nianru standing nearby. She had previously wondered if Yan Bao had any connection to her. Su Nianru caught Su Qingxue's gaze and quickly nudged Pan Yingxian. She's looking at you, Xian. Ha? Without even asking, Pan Yingxian turned to look in Zhang Muyan's direction, locking eyes with Su Qingxue. Then, for some reason, they both nodded at each other. Zhang Muyan? Puppy sweating buckets, I owe you the picture. Don't mess with me. I'm seriously sweating buckets. Su Qingxue then stood up, followed by Pan Yingxian. A brief exchange of glances seemed to seal their decision. Su Qingxue turned to Zhang Muyan and said, Yan, I'll go talk to her. Zhang Muyan wiping sweat, huh? Wait, what could you two possibly talk about? You two didn't even know each other before this. Then Su Qingxue walked over to Pan Yingxian with complete ease, as if approaching an old friend. Pan Yingxian smiled and made room for her, inviting her to sit between Su Nianru and herself. Those who witnessed this were puzzled, but then recalled Su Nianru and Zhang Muyan attended the same school. Perhaps they knew each other. As for Wang Fugui, He Zirong, and the other jerks who knew the inside story, this scene stunned them so much that the food in their mouths dropped to the floor. Then they all turned to look at Zhang Muyan. A battlefield of love? I'm all in. What's going on? Will there be hair pulling later? Chapter 168, Gift Exchange. I can't even imagine it. I love watching women fight, especially pretty girls fighting. He. You moron. Zhang Muyan was completely dumbfounded throughout. Of course, he wasn't in the mood for entertainment. This damn thing was a matter of utmost importance to him. He kept wiping the sweat from his forehead with tissues. Wait, maybe it was just a hot day. Yeah, that must be it. How could it be this hot in the middle of winter? What the hell happened? Why did your wife suddenly go looking for Pan Yingxian? Yeah, what's going on, old Zhang? What did you say? The others, eager for drama, whispered to Zhang Muyan. If they start fighting, whose side are you on? Go away, go away. I don't know either. She just suddenly asked me who Pan Yingxian was. Zhang Muyan said to the few people while nervously picking up his glass and taking a big gulp. Stop shaking. What are you scared of? This is hilarious, you're shaking like crazy, ha ha ha. Stop laughing, damn it. I'm gonna lose it. Zhang Muyan protested, then shot a sly glance toward Su Qingxue. He saw the three girls chatting while occasionally glancing his way. Su Qingxue's gaze was still smiling, but Pan Yingxian kept dodging and avoiding. But Su Nianru, what the hell is that look on your face? Zhang Muyan, oh my god. Sobbing oh. After dinner, everyone left the private room together. The female manager was actually waiting at the door like a waitress, suggesting they could head upstairs for some fun. Various entertainment options were available. Karaoke, hot springs, sauna, and so on. But most classmates decided against it. With so many of us, it just didn't feel right. Besides, they were mainly watching Su Qingxue, but it was obvious she wasn't on the same wavelength as them. Why would she join in on these activities? After observing Su Qingxue, attention naturally shifted to Zhang Muyan. If Su Qingxue weren't Zhang Muyan's girlfriend, why would she be here speaking so politely to everyone? Zhang Muyan's mouth turned down, impressive. Cool. No wonder Deng Zhongxin loves putting on airs so much. The group left the restaurant. As they reached the entrance, Du Ming personally came out to see them off, asking if they needed a dedicated car for the ride. Feeling awkward about accepting again, everyone politely declined. Du Ming then bid them farewell, wishing them a pleasant return. Outside the restaurant. Alright then, we'll be heading out now. Zhang Muyan took Su Qingxue's hand and said to his classmates. Teacher Bo, we'll be heading out now. They bid farewell to everyone. As for his own troublemakers, a stern look sufficed. Teacher Bobo, alright, go ahead. Yeah, bye. Bye. After saying goodbye, everyone was curious to see what kind of luxury car would pick them up. A Rolls-Royce? A Maybach? Or perhaps a Bentley? They were all eager to see what kind of luxury car would make an appearance. The group stood at the restaurant entrance, peering out with curiosity. Then, the two walked farther and farther away, and there was no special car. Huh? They're walking back? Holy crap. Are rich people this low-key? It was now 9 p.m. The two of them walked hand in hand along the roadside. Su Qingxue was stuffed, or more accurately, Zhang Muyan had practically force-fed her. Knowing she'd be too self-conscious in this setting, he kept piling food onto her plate, bowl after bowl, until she finally pressed his hand down and shook her head with a dazed expression. I can't eat anymore. Yan Bao. I can't eat anymore. Zhang Muyan, so Du Ming is your friend too? Bao. I guess he's my brother's friend, Su Qingxue replied, then pulled out a business card. Oh, what a coincidence. It was the small business card Su Base had slipped to Su Qingxue when they parted ways. The card only had a phone number, name, and photo, nothing else. Duming, 183% hashtag dollar hashtag percent. Oh, honey, you really have a lot of friends in the new city. Su Qingxue's cheeks were rosy after eating her fill, grinning like a satisfied child. What are you so happy about? I'm just happy. Why? Secret Su Qingxue tightened her grip on Zhang Muyan's hand and teased him playfully. Then, what did you talk about with Pan Ningxian and the others? Zhang Muyan hadn't asked before, only noticing that after Schwer finished chatting with Pan Ningxian, the way she looked at him felt off. That's also a secret. Hey, so you broke all 3 rules we agreed on last night, huh? Hee, didn't you say we could keep happy things to ourselves? Oh, really? Fine, let's play this game then. Hee. The nightscape of Xinqing isn't as dazzlingly colorful as that of big cities, but neither is it as hurried and noisy. Leisurely and serene. The two chatted as they walked onto the bridge. Though called a bridge, it wasn't particularly grand, just spanning the entire river, easily crossed in minutes. With the new year approaching, festive decorations were already adorning the streets, and even the trees along the way had donned a fresh coat of red. By the time the actual holiday arrived, the river views here would surely be even more beautiful. No, Zhang Muyan suddenly realized that these familiar sights, which he'd grown tired of seeing, were actually quite lovely right now. Just as he was admiring them, warmth suddenly enveloped his neck. Su Qingxue removed her own scarf, stood on tiptoe to wrap it around Zhang Muyan's neck, its fabric still carrying her faint, delicate fragrance. Yan Bao. I knitted this for you. Su Qingxue said softly as she finished wrapping it around him. Zhang Muyan touched the scarf, momentarily stunned. Watching the girl before him, her breath fragrant, carefully wrapping the scarf around his neck. He felt like an elementary school kid having his red scarf tied by his mom. The scarf was warm and comfortable. It carried her unique warmth and scent, captivating Zhang Muyan. Did you knit this yourself? Is it a gift? Mei Shem, took me 2 days. You're that good? Hee, it's a simple pattern. Next time I'll knit you. Zhang Muyan pulled Su Qingxue into his arms and whispered softly. Running all this way, surprising me, bringing me gifts, supporting me, and enduring hardships without telling me what are you trying to do? Yan Bao. Su Qingxue burrowed deeper into Zhang Muyan's embrace, murmuring softly. Zhang Muyan, you're being way too good to me. Su Qingxue, then are you going to smack me? Put. Zhang Muyan laughed as he released Su Qingxue. Every word he spoke, every joke he made, she remembered and caught. This is what soulmates are like. Zhang Muyan pulled out the carefully prepared butterfly from his bag. Pale blue and gleaming, it still fluttered its wings slowly when taken out, lifelike. Even after being placed in the bag like that, it showed no signs of damage whatsoever. Su Qingxue was puzzled why she'd stopped holding it after just a moment when she spotted the blue butterfly in Yan Bao's hand. Ha? A butterfly? Where did a butterfly come from in winter? Chapter 169, Super like you. Su Qingxue's eyes widened in delight as she looked at the blue butterfly in Zhang Muyan's hand. Yan Bao, what's this? It's for you. A gift. Zhang Muyan placed the butterfly into Su Qingxue's palm. Didn't I say I'd give you a present? Even if it's a bit late. It took nearly 100 chapters to finally give her the gift. I was actually planning to give it to you next semester. To be precise, he'd planned to make it a grand, school-wide declaration next semester, just like his confession to old Wang, and announce it to the entire student body at the same time. But Schwer coming all this way was like a trump card for him. Of course he had to give it his all. Su Qingxue trembled as she took it, running her fingers over the exquisitely detailed butterfly. Her eyes suddenly blinked rapidly as she realized something. Yan Bao, how long did you work on this? Well, since I told you last time. Last time? Su Qingxue tried to recall when Zhang Muyan had mentioned last time. It seemed to be when she had given him clothes. Su Qingxue, so you've been working on this for 2 months. Yeah, give or take. To be precise, it was a little over a month and a half. Though it seemed like just over a month, if he'd been slacking off, this butterfly might have taken half a year to complete, or even longer. Zhang Muyan worked from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily, sometimes pushing until 11 or even midnight. Even when chatting or walking with Su Qingxue, he'd stay up late reviewing blueprints. For this month, nearly 2 months, he'd been a demonic workaholic. Even 5-star General Zhang Yang complained, "You don't even work a cow this hard." Su Qingxue's eyes fluttered, instantly misting over with sparkling tears. Her brows furrowed in heartache, her expression one of hurt and sorrow. She had only intended to retrieve Yan Bao's clothes, but it turned out he had been crafting such a gift for her all along. Suddenly, guilt washed over her, as if she'd betrayed Yan Bao. Yan Bao. Ha? Why is he crying? These must be tears of emotion from Schwer. Right? I worked so hard on this. Zhang Muyan immediately reached out a finger to gently wipe the corner of Su Qingxue's eye. Su Qingxue closed her eyes at the touch of his finger, then slowly opened them again, as docile as a doll. Her long lashes brushed against his finger, fluttering softly, utterly endearing. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Mum. With a pout, Su Qingxue burrowed tightly into Zhang Muyan's embrace once more. I like it. You really like it? Of course I do. Super like it. Hearing Su Qingxue's emphatic affirmation, Zhang Muyan felt like a diligent little bee finally rewarded with honey after hard work. Seeing his Schwer happy meant his 2 months of effort hadn't been wasted. Everything was worth it. I super like you too, Schwer. 2 epic bombshells later, Su Qingxue couldn't hold back any longer. One blink, 2 streams of tears, and within 3 seconds, they were streaming down her cheeks. Zhang Muyan, whoa, Schwer, whoa. Did my 2 ultimate moves make you cry? Sigma. Moments later, Zhang Muyan cradled her face, gently wiping away her tears with his thumb. Su Qingxue had composed herself. Tiny droplets clung to her beautiful lashes like scattered diamonds, making her look even more captivating. Yen Bao. Crouch down a bit, your scarf isn't wrapped properly. Okay. Zhang Muyan obediently lowered her body, completely unprepared. The next second, Zhang Muyan's mind exploded like a bomb inside his head, leaving him completely blank. They were both throwing bombs at each other, weren't they? Su Qingxue was cunning. With a flawless excuse, she tricked Zhang Muyan into lowering his head, then aimed for her predetermined target. Zhang Muyan's lips. Mwah. Muah. It was like a dragonfly skimming water, as seconds lingering on Zhang Muyan's lips before swiftly pulling away. After the kiss, she stared at Zhang Muyan with a shy yet affectionate gaze. Ha! Zhang Muyan. Like magma slowly rising within a volcano, Zhang Muyan's expression mirrored that exact sensation. Then erupted. Just moments ago, he thought the sweetest thing in the world couldn't be any sweeter than this. Now. What the hell have I been eating all this time? This is what sweetness feels like. Schwer's mouth. Superscript 3 so damn delicious. Let me have another bite. Su Qingxue blushed shyly herself, but noticed Zhang Muyan's face was flushed red enough to drip water. A sly sense of triumph crept into her heart. Is my charm really that potent on Yanbao? Schwer, butterflies can fly. Let me show you. Come closer. Oh. Su Qingxue obediently drew closer, yet she hadn't anticipated Zhang Muyan resorting to the same trick she'd just used. The real intent lies elsewhere. Then. Cradling Su Qingxue's delicate face, Zhang Muyan gently pressed his lips to hers. Mwah. The invisible tuft of hair on Su Qingxue's head instantly spiraled upward in a 360-degree twist. Once wasn't enough. Zhang Muyan still felt unsatisfied and kissed her again. Overwhelmed by the kisses, Su Qingxue surrendered completely, collapsing limp into Zhang Muyan's embrace. Naughty Yen. He actually licked her. During the kiss, Su Qingxue could feel Yanbao's tongue lightly brush against her lips, but it didn't go any deeper. It merely knocked at the entrance. Before she could react, Zhang Muyan had already pulled away. As Zhang Muyan caught Su Qingxue, he smacked his lips with satisfaction. Schwer is so sweet. Oh no, this is going to open up a whole new world. Schwer, things are about to get, haha. Congratulations, host, your threshold has risen once more. This won't be solved with simple kisses and hugs. It'll take full-on kissing. The kind you need morning and night. Schwer, watch this. After the kiss, Zhang Muyan pulled out his phone and activated his remote control. Then, the blue butterfly gradually began to flutter, slowly taking flight. In the pitch-black night, it resembled a nimble spirit, beautiful and mysterious. No one knew where it came from or where it was headed. How about that? Pretty impressive, huh? Zhang Muyan said proudly. Amazing, Su Qingxue replied, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at her beloved Yanbao. No boy could resist the sight of a girl he liked looking at him with such adoration. She didn't know how amazing the things Zhang Muyan created were. All she knew was that she truly admired her Yanbao. Yanbao was the best. Here, try it out. Zhang Muyan handed his phone to Su Qingxue. Then he pointed to the various buttons. This makes the wings flap, this goes up, this goes down, this changes speed, this turns. Be careful, okay? Don't fly into the street and get hit by a car. Su Qingxue giggled. Su Qingxue picked it up quickly. It wasn't difficult to operate after all, something controlled by a phone couldn't be too complicated. After a few simple maneuvers, it felt just like flying a remote-controlled plane. However, to unlock more advanced features, Zhang Muyan would need to access the computer. This butterfly also had some basic sensors that worked, but operating them was much more complicated. That could wait for later. Yanbao. Thank you. Su Qingxue suddenly felt certain she'd made the right decision to come here, receiving such a delightful gift right off the bat. Zhang Muyan wrapped his arms around her from behind. As they continued walking, he murmured, "What did you say? Crab? Baka. Why so formal with me? Your conscience is totally shot. Then Yanbao, give me another kiss?" Chapter 170, Bringing Her Home. Su Qingxue summoned the butterfly back and gently caught it. Then she turned, blushing shyly. I want another kiss. Yanbao gave her a shy kiss. She loved it so much. She loved it when Yanbao did something naughty. She was practically begging for it. Though shy, he hadn't said no, had he? Silly Yanbao. Zhang Muyan swallowed hard as their gazes locked, threads of desire stretching between them. Then, Zhang Muyan slowly lowered his head. Su Qingxue closed her eyes. Her soft lips remained locked in a long, lingering kiss. For a long time. They'd been strolling outside for 2 hours, then bought snacks along the way, feeding each other. Yanbao. It's past 11. I have to go. Huh? Where? Zhang Muyan took a bite of the potcake from Su Qingxue's hand, his eyes widening. Wasn't she supposed to stay until the new year? Back to the hotel. When Su Qingxue came here, she had already dropped off her luggage at the hotel before meeting up with Zhang Muyan. Back where? Zhang Muyan yanked Su Qingxue into his arms and planted 2 smacking kisses on her pale cheeks. Su Qingxue bit her lip to stifle a smile while stubbornly repeating, back to the hotel. She knew exactly what Zhang Muyan meant. Huh? Zhang Muyan puckered his oil-slick lips. Seems my punishment wasn't harsh enough for this little minx, huh? Then he pressed his greasy mouth against Su Qingxue's pretty little face again. Let me ruin Schwer's adorable face. He. Ah. Yanbao. It's all greasy. Su Qingxue touched her ruined face and said weakly. So, are you coming back to the hotel or not? Where am I supposed to stay? Come home with me. How could I possibly let my girlfriend, who traveled all this way alone to this unfamiliar city, stay in a hotel by herself? Would I even be human? But, Auntie, my mom really likes you, silly. What about Uncle? Daddy feels the same way. They all do? They all know about you. Zhang Muyan, what else? What about my luggage? No worries, just wear your boyfriend's clothes. Let's go. Ha? Yanbao. I'm a little nervous. When they arrived at the entrance of Zhang Muyan's building, Su Qingxue suddenly wanted to run away. If Zhang Muyan hadn't grabbed her tightly, she would have shown him just how fast a rabbit could sprint. Meeting her uncle and aunt, meeting the parents, it was all too nerve-wracking. Her teeth were chattering like crazy. Zhang Muyan wore a mischievous grin, watching Schwer fuss over her makeup, mutter to herself, and realize she'd forgotten things. Jumping at every little thing. The aloof Miss Su from the restaurant had now transformed into a chattering little sparrow. Still, when they passed some night stalls selling fruit and a supermarket along the way, Su Qingxue insisted on dragging Zhang Muyan in to buy a few things. Now Zhang Muyan's hands were completely full, with a few more items hanging around his neck. You'll have to face it eventually, Bao. You can't avoid meeting my parents forever, right? Zhang Muyan reassured her. The sooner you meet them, the better. Then you won't be so nervous about it later. Don't you want to live with me? But I wasn't prepared at all. You just dragged me home. Su Qingxue puffed out her cheeks. If she was going to meet uncle and auntie, how could she possibly buy just this little bit? These were Yanbao's parents, after all, the very aunt and uncle who had saved her life when she was little. This was just too rude. In her mind, she should at least prepare a whole carload of gifts for them. A whole carload. Are you trying to bankrupt my old man? If we wait until you're ready, it'll be too late. Zhang Muyan squeezed Su Qingxue's hand tightly. He pulled Su Qingxue upstairs. Yeah. Nothing waits for you to be fully prepared before it happens. You just have to keep facing it. Wasn't Pan Yingxuan's lesson profound enough? Su Qingxue recalled her conversation with Pan Yingxian. They shared similar experiences, felt like they'd known each other forever despite meeting late, and got along incredibly well, even adding each other on WeChat behind Zhang Muyan's back. Her rival had unexpectedly become a close friend. So Su Qingxue knew about Pan Yingxuan's situation too. The three of them had hit it off at the gathering. Thinking of this, Su Qingxue gave herself a mental pep talk. It's fine. It's fine. Whoosh. Yuan Bao is here. So the two of them walked up to the 4th floor. Zhang Muyan glanced back at Su Qingxue, who was still taking deep breaths repeatedly, then pinched her cheek. Then he opened the door. Oh, the busy bee's back? Mrs. Yen emerged from the inner room, ready to lecture. I see you're working harder than your dad at the office? Zhang Eileen poked her head out from the bedroom, little bro back? Both women stopped mid-sentence, their words catching in their throats. They followed the hand Zhang Muyan was holding and looked back. A face both familiar and unfamiliar emerged from behind him. Hello, auntie. Hello, sister. Su Qingxue held the gifts she'd bought, feeling shy and unsure what to say. Greeting them first couldn't go wrong. Xiao Shui. Oh my, Xiao Shui. Zhang Eileen practically burst out of the room, while Mrs. Yen also rushed excitedly towards Su Qingxue. She took the items from Su Qingxue's hands and closed the door behind her. Zhang Eileen rushed over next, shoving Zhang Muyan aside with a thud. Zhang Muyan? Even old Deng, who had already settled down in the inner room, shot upright at the commotion and stepped out. Where is she? Xiao Shui? Then he walked over and shoved Zhang Muyan aside again. Go play somewhere else. Wait, what? I'm your son. I always thought the exaggeration in short videos about daughters-in-law being more important than biological sons was just that exaggeration. You guys are serious. So who am I supposed to deliver all that heartfelt advice I prepared to? Xiao Shui, why did you come alone? Yeah, where are mom and dad? It's already New Year's, %amp. How did that boy lure you here? Did he do something to bully you? The three of them bombarded Su Qingxue with questions, chattering away non-stop. Su Qingxue was momentarily flustered, but she patiently answered each question one by one. Of course, she didn't reveal the whole truth just yet. Instead, she cleverly mentioned that she needed to leave so as not to disturb her aunt and uncle. As she spoke, she walked into the house, completely leaving Zhang Muyan standing there. Zhang Muyan sensed the hint, set down his things, and quietly went to prepare the spare room. Seeing how much his snow was cherished was completely unexpected. His family members acted as if they'd found a long-lost relative whenever they saw Shui, showing not a hint of treating her like a daughter-in-law. But that was fine too. At least Shui wouldn't feel uncomfortable. As for the empty room he was tidying up, he'd stay there himself later and let Shui have his room. Left unoccupied, the spare room had naturally become the household's junk closet, its air conditioner gathering dust. How could he possibly let his precious snow treasure stay in such a place? I can handle it myself, I'm tough enough. Chapter 171, I want to sleep with you. Su Qingxue was led into the inner room. The three of them naturally asked about the past behind Zhang Muyan's back, things like whether Shui had suffered, how sorry they were to her, and how she was doing now. Learning Xiao Shui was the Su family's daughter, they all gasped inwardly. Could such good fortune really fall to their own son? And it was a red thread tied since childhood, a bond that had endured all these years. That stinker's got some luck, Zhang Yong muttered enviously, his old man's envy bubbling up. Why ain't I so lucky, never found a rich girl to love me? Before he could finish, his ear was yanked upward by a sudden tug. Mrs. Yan, say that again in front of Xiao Shui, you hear me? Wrong. My dear wife, easy there. Get me some face in front of the child. Looks like you've been getting more and more cheeky lately. Next month's allowance gets another 100. Ah. No, dear, I'm sorry. Su Qingxue watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress a smile. Could it be that Yan Bao learned this behavior from his uncle? Sometimes he can be quite mischievous too. Mrs. Yan nudged old Deng aside, her face still beaming as she continued chatting with Su Qingxue. Ignore him. That's just how your uncle is. Zhang Eileen chimed in too, squeezing Su Qingxue's hand and playfully ruffling her hair with delight. Why wasn't it me who saved you when you were little, Shui? She exclaimed wistfully. Su Qingxue, hee, sis. Unexpectedly, yet not unexpectedly, it was probably to be expected. The group bonded remarkably quickly, as if they'd always been part of this family. Just as Zhang Muyan finished making the bed, Su Qingxue and Zhang Eileen emerged from the room. It's getting late. Why don't Xiao Shui sleep with Eileen tonight? Zhang Eileen's eyes lit up with excitement. This was Zhang Eileen's childhood dream. To get to sleep holding Xiao Shui. A sweet, soft little girl, even an older woman with a crush would be drawn to her. Who wouldn't love that? Zhang Muyan, no way. Why not? Zhang Eileen put her hands on her hips. No means no. I want her. Xiao Shui has to sleep with me. You old hag. Can't find a boyfriend, so you're eyeing my girlfriend? Zhang Muyan's words hit Zhang Eileen's weak spot, leaving her gaping in disbelief. You think you're tough? Then she stormed right up to Zhang Muyan and whacked him twice. Ah. Come on, Xiao Shui, sleep with me. No you devil, ah. Zhang Muyan protested fiercely while being choked. You're making Xiao Shui sleep on that hard bed? Zhang Eileen lifted her chin, gesturing toward the bed frame Zhang Muyan had laid out. I'll let her have my room. I'll sleep here. Zhang Eileen choked on her words, nearly bursting into laughter. This damn little brother dating actually suits him? Suddenly, it felt like she wasn't so in the right anymore. Zhang Muyan, what's the matter? Is it good enough? Answer me. Let Xiao Shui decide who she sleeps with. Zhang Eileen joked, then turned to look at Su Qingxue. Zhang Muyan followed her gaze toward Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue? Ah, this. Why make me make such a difficult choice on the very first day? Batting her bright, watery eyes, Su Qingxue made a difficult decision. She looked at Zhang Muyan, as if saying, just bear with it for a bit, Yan. Agree to your sister's request. In this situation, it seemed like the only option. Though honestly, neither option was really on her radar. She had hoped to sleep with Yan. That's why she felt it might be awkward to go home with Zhang Muyan after all, they weren't even married yet, and Zhang Muyan, of course, understood the plea in Su Qingxue's eyes. Was she actually abandoning him to choose his own sister? He felt utterly betrayed. Schwerer, no. Zhang Muyan shook his head, like the heartbreaking farewells between lovers in movies. Suddenly. All right. Your brother's already gone this far making the bed, giving up his room. Just let your little brother have his way. Schwer probably sleeps alone normally and won't be used to sharing with you. Let her stay in Zhang Muyan's room. Why are you trying to steal your brother's girlfriend? Mrs. Yen interjected with a laugh. Zhang Muyan suddenly realized his mom was surprisingly open-minded. He used to think she was too old-fashioned and traditional. And now she was actually taking his side in this situation. Huh? Mom? Zhang Eileen froze in shock. Her own mother wasn't on her side? Understand this, agreeing to separate rooms in this situation is tacit approval for them to share a room. If Su Qingxue stayed with him, Zhang Muyan would be stuck in another room, glued to his phone sending messages. But if they slept apart, Zhang Muyan could openly stay in the same room with Su Qingxue until late. My mom, being such a traditional person, would actually allow her son. Mom has changed. Mrs. Yen shot Zhang Eileen a knowing wink, chuckled softly, then pulled her back into the room. Overjoyed, Zhang Muyan quickly pulled the still-dazed Su Qingxue into his room. Locked the door. Pushed Su Qingxue down onto the bed. Zhang Muyan stood with hands on hips, glaring fiercely at Su Qingxue. Confronting her. Did you seriously consider abandoning me just now? Tell me. Su Qingxue pressed her index fingers together, glancing up repeatedly at Zhang Muyan's furious expression, feigning innocence. No way, Yenbao. No? Don't you know how I feel about Yenbao? Su Qingxue playfully grabbed Zhang Muyan's hand and swayed it back and forth. Then explain to me what that hesitant look in your eyes meant just now? Aren't I your first choice? Yenbao. Su Qingxue said nothing, simply standing up and trying to burrow into his embrace. Trying to sweet-talk her way out of it. What are you doing? Trying to get away with it like this, huh? Yenbao. I didn't caught red-handed, Su Qingxue couldn't help but giggle, then tilted her head up in a pout. Zhang Muyan gritted his teeth and pinched her cheek. You really want to sleep with sister? Su Qingxue shook her head. Then why didn't you refuse? It's not right, she's Yenbao's sister, I just wanted to make Yenbao suffer a little first. Fine, I'm dispensable, right? Yen, no, it's just, this kind of situation happens, you know? It's like when your kid and a friend's kid get into a fight, both kids are at fault. Naturally, each parent would scold their own child first and make them apologize to the other kid. Then you'd reason with your own kid and comfort them. You can't just go in and blindly take your own kid's side, right? That's exactly how Su Qingxue thought she'd comfort her Yenbao later. Zhang Muyan, silly, you don't have to act so ingratiating. We're all family, you don't need to make yourself look like you're compromising. But, it still feels wrong. I can't be too selfish. After all, this is Yenbao's home. Hearing this, Zhang Muyan had no rebuttal. He simply pinched her little nose. Just be yourself. Be myself? Yeah, do whatever you want. With that, Zhang Muyan walked off to one side. You'll be sleeping in this room later. I'll find you some clothes. Yenbao. Zhang Muyan opened the wardrobe and began rummaging through the pajamas inside. So if I'm being myself, I want to sleep with you. Chapter 172, Exploring Yenbao's Room. Zhang Muyan jolted, his face flushing instantly as he turned to stare wide-eyed at Su Qingxue. Don't be silly. This wasn't living together outside, they were at home. Mom would never let them sleep together. What kind of example would that set? Seeing that she'd successfully teased Yenbao, Su Qingxue smiled happily. That was her true intention. You told me to be myself. Well, don't get too carried away. Zhang Muyan pulled out a Pikachu pajama set, fluffy and complete with 2 ears. It was a bit big, but it would work. Pajamas, after all, fit isn't really the main concern. Yenbao. I can't sleep alone. Su Qingxue started acting all clingy as she continued her sweet talk. Love has its magic. Just being with someone you like makes your voice grow softer, and a pink heart progress bar automatically pops up over your head. Just like now, as Su Qingxue continued her sweet talk, she started seeking kisses and hugs. Just as Zhang Muyan set Pikachu down, Su Qingxue wrapped her arms around him, humming softly. Can't sleep alone? Really? How did you sleep before? Zhang Muyan narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking Schwer was being playful. Well, we never slept together before, now that you're always by my side. If we can't sleep together yet, I just can't sleep. Then why did you want to sleep with sister just now? I had no choice, I definitely wouldn't be able to sleep otherwise. Su Qingxue replied earnestly. She was telling the truth. Being in an unfamiliar place was already unsettling enough, let alone sharing a bed with someone she didn't know well. She'd been pampered like a princess since childhood, how could she possibly adjust? Except when sleeping with Zhang Muyan. Then she slept more soundly than ever. Then I'll stay until you're asleep before I leave, okay? Zhang Muyan sensed she wasn't joking and coaxed her gently. He understood exactly how Schwer felt, having experienced it himself. When he stayed at his aunt's house as a kid, her thunderous snoring was unbearable. Already struggling to sleep, enduring that torture made him call his mom in the middle of the night begging to be picked up. How many people, like Zhang Muyan, miss their mom in the middle of the night? Omega. From then on, he never dared to spend another night at his aunt's house. Okay, Su Qingxue happily nuzzled against Zhang Muyan. Snuggling wasn't enough. With lightning speed, she stood on tiptoe and planted another kiss on Zhang Muyan. Hey, Schwer, you. Ugh. Yanbao, this shirt is so big, how am I supposed to wear it? Ah, it's fine. Just make do for now. I'll go with you to get your luggage tomorrow. Su Qingxue pouted, her face flushing as she sniffed Pikachu. How to describe it? It smelled entirely of Yanbao and laundry detergent, so pleasant. Hee. Schwer, why are you drooling? And no. Su Qingxue wiped her mouth, only to realize she hadn't been drooling at all. Suddenly realizing Yanbao was teasing her. You naughty Yanbao. Alright, go take a bath. I'll wash up later and then tuck you in. Zhang Muyan grinned mischievously as he ruffled her hair. But, where are my clean underwear? Ha? Su Qingxue stared at Zhang Muyan with an innocent expression. This was her little counterattack. Zhang Muyan cleared his throat. You want to wear mine? Su Qingxue? Zhang Muyan, well, it's not impossible, but you definitely won't fit into it. Besides, this is the most. Zhang Muyan, blushing with embarrassment, walked straight to the wardrobe and rummaged through it, pulling out a black. Su Qingxue hadn't expected Yanbao to actually pull one out. Her face instantly flushed crimson, unable to imagine what she might do with that mysterious black object. At the same time, she shot Zhang Muyan a bashful, reproachful glance. Knock. Sudden knocking interrupted the thick atmosphere of embarrassment between them. Zhang Muyan quickly put his things away. Then his mom opened the door, smiling warmly. Come in, Xiao Shui. Here are some clean clothes, all your sisters, plus a fresh towel and slippers. Make yourself comfortable for the night. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Oh? Are you planning to wear his pajamas? Won't they be a bit too big? Mrs. Yen noticed the clothes in Su Qingxue's hands and asked. It's fine, Auntie. Well, if you insist. Go take a shower and get some rest early. Mrs. Yen treated Su Qingxue with great gentleness, as if coaxing a child. Then she turned to her son, her tone abruptly changing. And you? Can't you find Shui a proper outfit? Just standing there like a lump, red-faced and flustered. Go tidy up the room. Zhang Muyan? Such a difference. Suddenly not loving me anymore? Su Qingxue nodded obediently. Once Mrs. Yen left, the two kids exchanged glances, looking like they'd just gotten away with something mischievous. They shared a knowing smile. They really had done something naughty. Yanbao had been acting like a little rascal. After Su Qingxue finished her shower, Zhang Muyan went in next. Now, in Zhang Muyan's room, only she remained. Well then, time to explore new territory. Like a little hamster, Su Qingxue began a thorough exploration of Zhang Muyan's room. The room was cozy and standard. A desk stood before the window, holding a desk lamp, a notebook, a pen, and a box containing fragments of butterfly wings. The notebook contained incomprehensible data. Zhang Muyan certainly didn't keep a diary. Seriously, who keeps a diary these days? Beside the desk extended a wooden bookshelf. Double glass doors opened to reveal bookshelves filled with volumes and photo frames visible through the glass. Su Qingxue opened them and picked up a few frames. They contained photos of Zhang Muyan as a child and graduation pictures from each stage of his schooling. In one photo, Zhang Muyan sported a buzz cut, his round, adorable head framed by a big, silly grin, his elementary school graduation picture. Next came junior high. At this age, Zhang Muyan had a touch of that middle schooler vibe, the kind that screamed brothers for life. He stood with his chin up, arms crossed, his two best buddies draped over his shoulders. Clearly, this was his junior high crew. Too bad short videos weren't a thing back then, otherwise, they'd have definitely created a couple of slow motion accounts. You could also tell that little Yanbao was already starting to look like a proper little gentleman back then. Still sporting that buzz cut, but undeniably cute. Thank goodness slow motion videos weren't a thing back then, otherwise, Yanbao might have missed his chance. With that adorable little face, he wouldn't have needed millions of followers. He could have easily charmed any girl who liked that look. Su Qingxue suddenly found herself wanting to see Zhang Muyan with a buzz cut now. That round little head just looked so touchable. Then came high school. Standing in the middle, behind teacher Bobo, his thick hair nearly obscuring his eyebrows. Even through the photo, his youth radiated. But compared to the previous two graduation photos, this one lacked that carefree smile. High school was pretty exhausting. That's just how it is. Feeling a second of pity for poor Yanbao. The rest of the photos are military training shots, family portraits, and vacation snaps. It feels like they're telling the story of Yanbao growing up. My adorable Yanbao. Su Qingxue gazed at a favorite photo of Zhang Muyan around age 2, sitting in a footbasin with a dazed yet adorable expression, his bare white bottom exposed. She couldn't resist giving it a kiss. Chapter 173, I Won't Let You Go. She carefully put the photo away, then looked through some books Zhang Muyan had read growing up, titles like 10 Deadly Sins, Genius on the left, Madman on the right, The Three Body Problem. Yanbao loved reading these. Beyond these, the bookshelf held the indispensable comics, A Shui, Die 2, Attack on Titan, and the classic children's read Charlie. Then there were the literary classics, the timeless memories of childhood, the rickshaw boy, me and the Temple of Earth. After getting a sense of Yenbao's literary tastes, it was time to explore the wardrobe. This is what Su Qingxue is most curious about. No weird stuff, okay, Schwer? Omega. No way. I wouldn't. I'm not a pervert. Who wouldn't want to peek into the mysterious wardrobe of someone they like? The real pervert is someone who secretly picks up the discarded water bottles of the person they like and uses them to mix water for drinking for 3 years, okay? And what's my relationship with Yenbao anyway? I'm Yenbao's girlfriend. What's wrong with a girlfriend checking out her boyfriend's closet? What the hell? Not only do I get to look, I get to touch, I get to smell. I also want to stop herself. After convincing herself internally, Su Qingxue opened Yenbao's wardrobe. Instantly, the distinctive scent of clothes stored long-term flooded her senses. There was the scent of laundry detergent, the unique woody aroma of the wardrobe itself, and the lingering warmth of everyday life clinging to the fabrics. Of course, all these scents pointed to one thing, Yenbao's pleasant scent. The clothes were neatly folded, pants with pants, sweaters with sweaters, summer and winter were all neatly separated. Coats, shirts, down jackets, and more hung on hangers, along with every school uniform he'd worn from childhood to adulthood, all preserved and displayed perfectly. Even if they were never worn again, simply hanging there represented a kind of lingering attachment. From the tiny yellow and white uniform emblazoned with Tongxiang Elementary School, moving leftward through the years to the suit-style uniform worn at high school graduation. Su Qingxue ran her fingers over them, and it felt as though she'd stepped back in time. She pictured Zhang Muyan wearing that grown-up outfit, laughing heartily. Every item in this room reflected Yenbao's past. Merely standing here felt like traversing time itself, allowing her to glimpse every little detail of his life. Speaking of which, where are Yenbao's underwear? Ha! You cheeky little devil, and you claim you're not a pervert. Su Qingxue blushed and her heart raced as she searched around. She had clearly seen Yenbao take them out of here just now. Could Yenbao have known I'd rummaged through his wardrobe and hidden his underwear beforehand? Damn it! Yenbao. Hiding the good stuff. Oof. If you won't show me, then don't show me. Pouting. At that moment, Zhang Muyan was still humming a tune under the shower, feeling utterly blissful, completely unaware of what was happening in his room. Worried that Su Qingxue might feel uncomfortable staying in the room alone, he hurried through his shower and was done in no time. He quickly slipped into his pajamas and dashed back to his room. Upon entering, he saw Su Qingxue sitting quietly at his desk, looking at the notes on it. What? Notes? Say that again? Alright, when I was a kid doing homework and daydreaming, I'd inevitably doodle on my desk. He drew pig heads and carved his name into them. Separately. Not carving my name into the pig's head. Who the hell draws a pig head for themselves? Su Qingxue smiled sweetly when Zhang Muyan walked in, her eyes brimming with affection. As if she'd been perfectly well behaved all along, doing absolutely nothing. Because she really hadn't done anything pouting. Why are you still sitting under the bed? Get in and cover up. It's cold out here. Zhang Muyan looked puzzled seeing Su Qingxue still sitting there in her fluffy slippers. Even with the AC on, the weather was still chilly. I'm waiting for you, Su Qingxue replied sweetly. Waiting for me. Zhang Muyan trailed off mid-sentence, then grinned as he shot Su Qingxue a sidelong glance. Alright, good girl. Get into bed and tuck yourself in. Doesn't a warm, cozy bed feel wonderful? Okay. Su Qingxue took the lead to the bedside, slipping off her fluffy slippers to reveal her exquisitely fair, delicate little feet pink and tender. Then, like a little rabbit, she burrowed under the covers. After reaching the other end, she turned around and poked her head out, as if saying, "Come on in, sweetie." Zhang Muyan didn't hesitate. He took 3 quick steps and followed her under the covers. He playfully wrestled with Su Qingxue inside. For some reason, he felt that since their reunion, Schwer had not only become clingier but also more playful. Maybe it was because there were other people at home, making Schwer more excited? Truthfully, it was mainly because she couldn't be as clingy with Zhang Muyan as she had been in the Riverside apartment. After all, Yenbao's family was present, acting too intimate like an old married couple just wasn't appropriate. So she switched tactics, playful banter and teasing. That's how young lovers act, right? Meanwhile, the couple next door exchanged a knowing smile upon hearing the playful laughter coming from Zhang Muyan's side. Mrs. Yen, it's so late, can't those 2 kids sleep together? Oh, our son knows what he's doing. No need to worry. TSK. I just worry about our son. After all, Xiao Shui is such a pretty girl. Our son isn't that reckless. At worst, it's a done deal and that's fine by me. TSK, I just worry he'll turn out like you. Like father, like son. Mrs. Yen playfully patted Zhang Yong's belly before adopting a serious tone. Haha, just kidding. Oh, relax, your son has it under control. Zhang Yong had witnessed Zhang Muyan's love-struck state firsthand, so he was confident. No. I need to call that kid in. He should get some sleep. If they keep roughhousing like this, it'll never end. Whoa, you. Before Zhang Yong could finish his sentence, Mrs. Yen stood up and walked out of the room. Son, time for bed. It's midnight. Mrs. Yan's reminder echoed through the closed door. Inside, the two who had been playfully pinching each other's cheeks abruptly stopped and withdrew their hands. Okay, Mom, I'll be right back. As her biological son, he understood exactly what Mrs. Yan meant. After all, from childhood onward, Mrs. Yan's upbringing had played a decisive role in shaping Zhang Muyan's values. She had instilled in him a relatively healthy perspective on relationships. Otherwise, given his flirtatious nature, even if he hadn't dated many girlfriends, he certainly wouldn't have gone without one. After his reply, Mrs. Yan returned to her room satisfied, while Zhang Muyan turned his head to glance at Shuabao. Their eyes met, and Su Qingxue playfully wrapped her legs around Zhang Muyan's waist. Not letting him leave. Chapter 174, Love Day. What are you doing? I don't want you to leave. Mom even came personally to hurry you along. No, you promised to tuck me in. Su Qingxue pretended not to hear, instantly transforming into a clingy little pest who wouldn't listen no matter what. Leaving Zhang Muyan utterly dumbfounded. Completely mesmerized. What could he do? Shuer wants it, so give it to her. Then cover up with the blanket and lie down properly. Su Qingxue obediently hugged him tight, still clutching Zhang Muyan's legs without letting go. Then, without looking at him again, she closed her eyes with a smile. As if to say, I'm a good girl, I'll be a good girl and go to sleep. Then she felt Zhang Muyan's hand gently stroke her hair, pinch her cheek, slide down her back, and pat her gently. He was just like an adult she'd seen putting a child to sleep, lulling her snow baby to sleep. As he patted her, he hummed a tuna's soft, indistinct melody that sounded so soothing to Su Qingxue. So lovely that she couldn't help but let out soft purring sounds, like a kitten's gentle purr. It felt so blissful. She felt like she was about to overflow. After soothing her for a while, when Su Qingxue finally fell completely still, he tentatively poked her eyelashes. No response. Zhang Muyan had accomplished his mission. He had to hurry back to his room to sleep. Otherwise, his mom would come over with her feather duster, and that would be so embarrassing in front of Shuer. He gently slid away Su Qingxue's arms wrapped around him, along with that little foot wedged between them. This Shuer, she always seemed to enjoy pulling this trick on him. Doesn't she realize how devastating this move is? Thank goodness it was winter and he was wearing thick pajamas. If it had been summer, with Shuer's smooth thigh pinning him like this, even through the pajamas, he could feel the soft flesh beneath. Zhang Muyan swallowed hard, slipped off the bed, and tucked Su Qingxue in again. Gazing at Shuer's beautiful sleeping face, Zhang Muyan felt a sweet warmth in his heart, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Then he lowered his head towards Su Qingxue's slightly pouting lips. Choo! Goodnight kiss. Good night, Snowy. After the kiss, Zhang Muyan turned off the light with satisfaction and tiptoed away. Outside the window, the moonlight was beautiful, streaming through the curtains slits into the room. A faint chill breeze blew in, gently lifting the curtains. The blue sparkled butterfly perched on the desk slowly fluttered its wings, symbolizing a moment of quiet peace in the sweet night. And the girl's lips remained curved in a smile. The next day. The first to rise was, as always, Zhang Muyan. Though he had already, concluded the experiment, yesterday he had finally managed to sleep in. But today, with Shuer arriving, things were different. He had to rise early to prepare breakfast for Shuer. Such is the power of love, my friend. Early in the morning, he went out to buy soy milk and fried dough sticks, steamed buns and mantou, and cooked congee. Worried Shuer might not like it, he even searched online to see what Kyoto locals eat for breakfast. But Kyoto-style stuff? They don't sell that around Xinjiang. Tastes vary everywhere, so he gave up and just brought one of each kind of breakfast. Though we'd eaten casually like this during the days we spent together before. But now Shuer was coming to his place alone. She only knew him, felt out of place, and had no one to turn to. Naturally, he had to pamper her, and pamper her some more. Got that, everyone watching? Don't leave your girlfriend hanging when she comes to your place. She's more fragile than ever right now. Don't ask, just know that Zhang Muyan is just as fragile. If he went to Su Qingxue's place, he probably wouldn't be able to take a single step away from her. After buying breakfast downstairs and returning home, the congee was just about done simmering. Su Qingxue heard the door open and emerged from her room with a soft, sweet voice. She didn't dare get up herself. After all, Zhang Muyan wasn't there, and she hadn't seen her aunt and uncle in so many years that she still felt awkward around them. Since it was still early, all the other rooms remained tightly shut, no one else was awake yet. Yen Bao. The yellow Pikachu wiggled its way toward Zhang Muyan, burrowing straight into his arms. Before leaving that morning, Zhang Muyan had returned to her room to kiss her goodbye, telling her he was going out to buy breakfast for her. Startled awake, she tried to follow him, but Zhang Muyan gently pushed her back under the covers, urging her to sleep a little longer. Whether it was because this was Zhang Muyan's bed and blankets or not, Su Qingxue really didn't want to get up even while asleep. Mumbling softly, she obediently curled back into the covers and agreed, burying her face in the soft pillow for a few more moments of sleep. Zhang Muyan was utterly charmed the entire time. Can you picture a fluffy Pikachu, all warm and fuzzy like a portable hand warmer, snuggling into your arms? And then there's this stunningly beautiful girl, her body limp as if she had no bones, tilting her head back with a dazed look in her eyes. I need a kiss. Making sure the door was closed, Zhang Muyan carried Pikachu to the kitchen, turned off the stove where the porridge was simmering, and only then leaned down to kiss the adorable little Pikachu. To be precise, he kissed Su Qingxue's adorable little mouth. Like eating candy, one kiss at a time, until Su Qingxue's lips grew increasingly rosy. Only then did Su Qingxue truly wake up, her cheeks flushing bright red. Getting kissed first thing in the morning, it felt like her post-wedding fantasies had already come true. She loved Yanbao's kisses so much. Though it would be even better if Yanbao kissed with his tongue. Ah, no, I haven't even rinsed my mouth yet. So gross. Absolutely cannot stick my tongue out with Yanbao. No way. French kissing can't be this gross. At that thought, Su Qingxue suddenly snapped to attention like a robot waking up. She let go of Zhang Muyan and stormed out of the kitchen without looking back. Zhang Muyan? Ha? What's wrong? Why did Schwer suddenly leave? I haven't had enough yet. Did I say something wrong? Ha. No way. It's clearly the taste of cool mint, right? I don't think my breath was bad when I woke up this morning either. So can we still kiss in the future? After serving the porridge, Su Qingxue washed up and changed clothes. Mrs. Yan and her older sister were also roused to eat breakfast. The reason they were forced was entirely because Zhang Muyan had bought way too much. As mentioned earlier, old Deng was a late sleeper and his sister was undoubtedly cut from the same cloth. Aside from Mrs. Yan, almost no one in the family ate breakfast. Oh my, who is this person who actually makes breakfast for the whole family? Mrs. Yan's tone carried 3 parts teasing, 3 parts delight, and 4 parts sarcasm. Even as their mother, she'd never seen Zhang Muyan so devoted, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Oh, well, that's just how people in love are, they're different, you know. Zhang Eileen picked up a freshly fried donut with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. Old Deng sat in his chair, still dozing off, his big eyes half closed. Only after his mother gave him a sharp pat did he stir to some clarity. Huh? What day is it today? Why such a fancy breakfast? Ha. Your son's romance day. Ha? What kind of holiday is that? Never mind. Eat up. Let's go play after breakfast. Oh. Chapter 175, Young Couples Playful Bickering Caught in the Act. Old Deng, half asleep and drowsy, looked kind of funny. Zhang Muyan rolled his eyes the whole time at his mom and sister. He'd been through this since childhood. It had become a family tradition. They weren't actually being sarcastic, they were just joking around, just like his own group of mean friends. Just mean. Even eating can't keep you too quiet. Zhang Muyan firmly inserted the straw into the soy milk cup and handed it to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue took it, bit into a steaming bun, and sipped the soy milk. The warm vapor hit her face as she ate and exhaled. Zhang Muyan's series of gestures had her heart floating on cloud 9. Watching her family banter and tease each other in such harmony, she couldn't help but be swept up in their joy. Though this breakfast spread wasn't as lavish as her own family's, the lively banter among relatives was the richest feast of all. Xiao Shui, let me tell you, our whole family has never once eaten a breakfast made by Zhang Muyan. Mrs. Yan was still going on. She was still going on and on. Zhang Eileen, breakfast? He barely has time to stir fry. And he's boiling kanji this early in the morning? Zhang Muyan, what nonsense. Haven't I made breakfast for you guys? Zhang Eileen, your breakfast? Where? When? I don't know. Didn't I buy steamed buns for you guys when we were kids? Oh, you remember buying buns? 1 steamer basket of Xylong Bao 6 pieces for the whole family. You really could pull that off when you were little. But you didn't make them yourself. Cut the crap. Wasn't that breakfast? Zhang Muyan and Zhang Eileen bickered. Look at that, Mrs. Yin murmured softly to Su Qingxue with a smile. After finishing the bun in her hand, Su Qingxue snorted with a chuckle, her eyes filled with affection for her little treasure. Then she ladled a small bowl of kanji. Yanbao made it for her with his own hands, of course she had to drink it. After a long while, she was full. She set aside the leftovers for tomorrow. Zhang Muyan had indeed bought a bit too much. Su Qingxue was stuffed too, having consumed the most kanji until the pot was nearly empty. True to her consistent philosophy of restraint, Zhang Muyan couldn't stop her even if he tried. Forgetting that Schwer absolutely refused to let her goodwill go to waste. That stubborn girl. After breakfast, Zhang Muyan took charge of cleaning up the mess. Mom and the others chatted with Su Qingxue for a while longer, while Big Sis beat everyone to the punch, saying her sister had a broken heart and excused herself first. Hey, with the new year approaching, why not bring Mom over to stay for a couple days? Mrs. Yan suddenly suggested to Old Deng. Bring her over to stay? Old Deng was momentarily confused, unsure why his wife had suddenly come up with this idea. But upon locking eyes with Mrs. Yan, it all clicked. Oh my goodness, that's right. It's been too long since we invited Mom over to visit. Let her spend the new year with us this year. Xiao Shui, you and Muyan should go out for dinner later. Okay, Auntie will transfer some money to you. Mrs. Yan affectionately held Su Qingxue's small hand. She grew fonder and fonder of this charming young girl who had been endearing since childhood. Ha! No need, auntie. I should be the one giving you money. Su Qingxue waved her hands repeatedly. She had already added all of Zhang Muyan's relatives on WeChat. Then, she quickly pulled out 2 cards from her small black leather purse. Auntie, uncle, these are for you. Ms. Yen and old Deng? What on earth is going on? Is our son marrying into this family? Is this a dowry? No, we can't possibly accept this, Xiao Shui. Auntie, please take it. Thank you for taking me in when I was little. This is just a token of my gratitude. I didn't have time to prepare anything else. No. How could we possibly accept money from just one child? You already bought so much last night. Sweetie, be good. We don't want it. Put it away. Su Qingxue wasn't one for smooth talk either. For a moment, her words were caught in her throat, and she couldn't find the right response. The card she'd offered was gently slipped back into her small leather purse by Mrs. Yen. Alright then, you and Muyan take good care of each other, sweet girl. Mrs. Yen patted Su Qingxue's hand gently. She then walked into the kitchen and said to Zhang Muyan, your old man and I are heading back to the countryside for a bit. You're not to bully Shuer while we're gone, or else when I return. Is this really my own mother? She even came over to warn me before leaving? But deep down, he understood this was her way of creating some alone time for him and Shuer. Alright, got it. Zhang Muyan smiled and agreed, then Ms. Yen took old Deng to the countryside. In an instant, the entire house was left with just the 2 of them. But after mom left, she still sent me 2,000 yuan via WeChat transfer, telling me to take Shuer out for lunch and dinner, have some fun, watch a movie or something. Alright, I take back what I just said. This is a real mom. She's actually supporting me like this. This was the first time mom had ever given me a 4-digit allowance. It was clear mom was genuinely worried Shuer's privileged upbringing wouldn't translate well here. But mom's overthinking it. 2,000 yuan is practically nothing to Shuer. If she really wanted to splurge, that bottle of wine at last night's class reunion would have been just the beginning. So, Shuer is so kind. Sticking with me eating 1 yuan steamed buns, mantou, and pickles. Still, with this 2,000, my little stash finally got a boost completely drained. With this little nest egg, I could finally take Shuer to try some attractions. Xinqing was a small town with few entertainment options, let alone amusement parks. There's only a park and a few shopping malls. Those malls have plenty of food and entertainment options, similar to the plaza near the seaside apartments last time. Perfect timing with the new year approaching, those places would surely be bustling. She could take Shuer to check them out. Yanbao, what should we do? Su Qingxue suddenly asked with eager anticipation. Zhang Muyan joked, well, how about something naughty? Sure. Question mark. Su Qingxue agreed beautifully, her voice brimming with joy, without a hint of hesitation. Zhang Muyan froze in place, then flushed bright red. He'd clearly meant to tease the girl, but she wasn't playing by his rules at all. I was talking about colorful days, we should go out and soak up the sun. Zhang Muyan, having failed to charm her and instead been charmed himself, hurriedly explained. Oh. Yanba was just testing my reaction, wasn't he? Fine, you win. We won't discuss this topic. No way Yanbao, let's talk about this. How do you want to squirm? Su Qingxue pressed her advantage, propping her head up with both hands as she lounged on the sofa, her white socks dangling behind her, swaying back and forth. Hey, just because the tiger doesn't roar, you think I'm a little kitten? Seeing Su Qingxue getting even more brazen, Zhang Muyan suddenly sprang into action. He lunged forward, grabbed Su Qingxue's feet, flipped her over, and hoisted her up like a sandbag. Ah! Yanbao. Su Qingxue could only pat Zhang Muyan's back in feigned resistance, though her legs remained still. Did I get it wrong? Not admitting it? Zhang Muyan gave Su Qingxue's but a light pat. It's a bit chilly. Grab a scarf. Opening the door, Zhang Yong took one step inside only to catch Zhang Muyan carrying Su Qingxue. He then spun around with fluid grace. Suddenly, I don't feel cold anymore. Strange, just now, my glasses were all fogged up and I couldn't see a thing. I didn't see anything. Chapter 176, Second Bloom, Shuer's Anger. Yanbao, put me down quickly. Su Qingxue's face was flushed crimson, practically dripping with embarrassment. She wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. Her first visit to her boyfriend's house, and she'd been caught in such an embarrassing situation by his father. She felt utterly shattered. Zhang Muyan was equally mortified, chuckling awkwardly as he set Su Qingxue back onto the sofa. Angry? You jerk. Su Qingxue muttered under her breath, sitting back down, her face still flushed. But it was clear she wasn't truly angry, just a little embarrassed and annoyed. Even cuter. How about we go on a date, sweetie? Zhang Muyan said, trying to win her over. Okay. Su Qingxue immediately got up from the sofa, her little white socks searching for her pair of fluffy slippers. Before she could find them and slip them on, Zhang Muyan scooped her up in a princess carry. Ha! Yanbao, we were just. Su Qingxue pouted slightly, glancing at Zhang Muyan with concern. But he shrugged indifferently, it's fine. They won't be coming back this time. Come on, I'll carry you back to your room. Then we'll grab your luggage first and I'll take you to the amusement mall. It's really close to my old middle school. After that, I'll take you. Zhang Muyan swayed gently with Su Qingxue in his arms as he strolled back toward the room. Forgot the charger. Zhang Eileen suddenly made a surprise move, turning back just as she entered the door. She froze for a moment, then Omega. Oh my gosh, I didn't see anything. I'll just grab the charger. Zhang Eileen covered her eyes with her hand, grinning like an auntie as she hurried toward her own room. She walked right past the two of them. Su Qingxue felt like she was going to die of embarrassment. Even someone as cool and composed as her usually wanted to scream out loud right now. She wanted to smack her own mouth right now, making her suffer social embarrassment twice in a row. She'd never been so mortified in her entire life. In just these 2 brief moments, she'd lost all the dignity she'd managed to hold onto her entire life. She quickly let go of Zhang Muyan and stomped into the room, barefoot except for her socks. Seeing this, Zhang Muyan quickly handed her a pair of slippers and followed her inside. Looks like Schwer is genuinely upset. This is getting out of hand. Wait, I didn't expect 2 consecutive back pocket grabs either? Schwer. I'm poking you. You jerk. I'm ignoring you. Su Qingxue buried her head in the pillow, playing ostrich, burying her head in the sand like a bird. Schwer, I didn't know they'd pull that stunt twice either. Schwer. Su Qingxue pulled her head out from under the covers, her cheeks puffed out and flushed with anger. She glared straight at Zhang Muyan. I told you Dad just saw us. And you still had to. Zhang Muyan, I'll stop. I promise I won't do it again. You're really going to make me angry, Yanbao. This time, Su Qingxue was genuinely embarrassed and angry, yet even so, her nickname for Zhang Muyan remained unchanged. Angry or not, Yanbao is still my Yanbao. Zhang Muyan apologized repeatedly. This was the first time he'd ever seen Schwer truly upset, her defenses completely broken. So adorable, haha. Su Qingxue's anger wasn't about Zhang Muyan hugging her or carrying her, nor was it about being embarrassed by others seeing her. It was that such behavior could easily lead to misunderstandings, especially from Zhang Muyan's family. She could tolerate Zhang Muyan hugging and kissing her like this on the street, that was fine. But this was her in-law's house. She was there as a daughter-in-law. With no one else around, Zhang Muyan carrying her into the room, anyone would jump to conclusions, wouldn't they? She absolutely had to make a good impression. Now, in front of her uncle, aunt, and sister, she'd become synonymous with being loose, flirtatious, even promiscuous. Once was bad enough, but he did it a second time. How could she not be furious? The more she thought about it, the redder her face grew. Unable to contain her anger, Su Qingxue suddenly wrapped her arms around Zhang Muyan and sank her teeth into his neck. Ow! Ah! After releasing her bite, a crimson mark appeared on Zhang Muyan's neck. Only after seeing that red mark did Su Qingxue feel her anger subside a little. She slipped on her slippers and began gathering the things she needed to take. Zhang Muyan gently touched the bitten spot. It didn't hurt, but there was definitely a faint tooth mark. Schwer actually bit him? Who knew Schwer was a dog person? So this was how an angry Schwer vented, by biting people. What am I to do? She's just too adorable. I want to tease her every day from now on. Stealing bamboo shoots. After tidying up, Su Qingxue finally spoke. Let's go, Yanbao. Aye. Zhang Eileen had already left, sparing the young couple another awkward moment. They stepped outside. Zhang Muyan locked the door behind them, and Su Qingxue obediently took his hand again. You only stay mad for 3 seconds, Schwer. Don't be so adorable. He tightened his grip on Su Qingxue's hand and slipped it into his coat pocket. Su Qingxue desperately wanted to make a third attempt now that would prove her innocence. Even though she was usually more reserved than Yanbao, she couldn't let her aunt and uncle think she was too promiscuous. Yanbao and I are in a beautiful, pure relationship. Please don't misunderstand, uncle and auntie. And so, with a heart yearning for innocence, the two descended the stairs and hopped into a taxi. They went home to grab their luggage, then headed straight to the amusement mall. 2 trips back and forth. Her heart felt like ashes. Su Qingxue hadn't gotten her innocence back. Wah! It's all Yanbao's fault. Sitting in the car, Zhang Muyan suddenly felt the small hand clutching his pocket pull away like a startled rabbit. Ha! He looked at the owner of the hand, only to meet Su Qingxue's resentful gaze, staring. Why is she back again? Is her anger intermittent or something? At the amusement mall, the place was bustling with crowds, packed to the gills. Zhang Muyan had visited often during his school days, don't ask why, but it's because there's a gaming internet cafe here. Just $20 for an afternoon session. All night for only $10. Back then, he'd gather a few troublemaking buddies to play together at the net cafe. They'd rock paper scissors to decide who got to play compressor and who got the stone golem, then share a bucket of instant noodles in the middle of the night. This place was filled with so many happy memories from back then. But now? The internet cafe is long gone. This place had transformed into a sleek, bustling hub. It's not even New Year yet, and there are already so many people. Zhang Muyan hadn't expected such a crowd. He'd never visited during the holidays. His last trip here was after high school graduation, when he came alone just to take a look. The day he walked out of that internet cafe for the last time, his childhood vanished forever. Su Qingxue stepped forward and took Zhang Muyan's hand again. With so many people around, she was afraid she might lose him. Otherwise, she'd end up frozen in place like yesterday, like a little girl waiting for her parents to come home. What do you want to eat? They have sugar paintings, I loved those as a kid. Want to try one? Zhang Muyan strolled alongside her, gazing at the snacks he'd adored as a child. Especially the swirled candies. Back then, she couldn't afford the big sugar sculptures, so she'd buy the swirled ones for 50 cents each. Su Qingxue looked over at the sound and saw an old man holding a spoon, skillfully drawing intricate patterns with molten sugar. She'd never seen anything like it before and found it utterly fascinating. Are these edible? Su Qingxue pointed at a three-dimensional sugar sculpture shaped like a lantern, mistaking it for a toy. Of course. They're all made of sugar, Zhang Muyan replied with a smile. Chapter 177, Running into an Old Classmate. Then let's get in line and buy two. Su Qingxue's eyes lit up, looking like she'd never seen anything like it before. Sure. I'll go get 2 cups of milk tea. You hold our spot here. Okay. With that, Zhang Muyan hurried over to the other milk tea shop to join the line. After scanning the QR code and placing the order, Zhang Muyan grabbed the receipt and glanced toward Su Qingxue. He glanced at the shop again, it seemed pretty fast. Fine, he'd wait here for now. He pulled out his phone to message Su Qingxue. Hey, look at that guy over there. Which one? The tall one in black, the one checking his phone by the entrance. Huh? Not sisters? Could you two keep your gossip about others a bit more discreet? I heard everything. What's the big deal? He's pretty handsome. Oh, I love hearing that. Say more. He looks so familiar. So tall, so handsome, and you recognize him again. Ugh, I'm not joking. He really does look familiar, but I just can't place him. Zhang Muyan listened, then turned to see what the familiarity was about. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Zhang Muyan? Yuan? Holy crap. It really is you? You've changed so much, exclaimed another boy among Yuan's group. Back in middle school, Zhang Muyan had been petite and delicate, even attracting attention from creepy older girls who'd corner him in the bathroom. They hadn't seen each other much during their 3 years of high school, and even when they did meet, it seemed like nothing had changed except his height. But now, seeing Zhang Muyan again, that radiant glow on her face, her vibrant energy, her aura, the transformation was undeniably dramatic. Only then did the group truly feel stunned. Keep it low-key, Zhang Muyan said shamelessly. You didn't even come find us when you got back. I just got back. But what about you guys? Why didn't you invite me to the reunion? Zhang Muyan shot a sharp look at the boys. We didn't. Look, we were hanging out with them. You never liked tagging along with girls, and we didn't know you were back. One guy tilted his chin, gesturing toward the 3 girls inside the milk tea shop who had just been discussing him. Only then did Zhang Muyan glance at the 3 girls. Well, they were all nightmares from his middle school days. Back then, besides the mentally unstable girls, the class also had its share of lively girls and some hardcore fujoshi girls who loved indulging in perverted fantasies. Naturally, they hadn't spared Zhang Muyan back in middle school. It wasn't exactly bullying, more like they enjoyed teasing him. But that was all in the past. Who doesn't have some embarrassing history? Whenever Zhang Muyan and his guy friends went out, they'd steer clear of these girls like the plague. Wow. Zhang Muyan. I told you he looked familiar, but you wouldn't believe me. Lin Xin and 2 other girls walked over, greeting Zhang Muyan. You've changed so much, you're even more handsome now. Lu Qi started teasing him as usual, reaching out to pinch Zhang Muyan's shoulder. Solid. Ah ha ha. Zhang Muyan responded politely, still unable to handle Lu Qi's flirtatious teasing. But Lu Qi seemed to use that same tone with every guy, always. You're alone? Lin Xin asked, puzzled. Want to join us? Mu Yu. Just as Zhang Muyan was about to wave her off, the protective wife mode kicked in. Su Qingxue approached carrying 2 3-dimensional sugar sculptures, handing one to Zhang Muyan. Her entire demeanor seemed to spell out 4 words. Claiming her territory. From afar, she spotted Zhang Muyan seemingly bumping into an acquaintance, then watched as Lu Qi laid hands on her boyfriend. She marched over with the sugar sculptures, radiating an aura of pressure. The guys nearby immediately wore expressions of utter shock at this series of events. Lu Qi nervously released her grip and quickly backed away, drenched in sweat from Su Qingxue's overwhelming presence. Already done? I'm still far from finished. Zhang Muyan was astonished that Su Qingxue had completed the sugar painting so quickly. How long had it even taken? Yeah, I just grabbed a pre-made one. Su Qingxue replied with a smile, quietly stepping beside Zhang Muyan. Zhang Muyan instinctively took her hand. That single gesture instantly answered the question she'd been about to ask: who exactly was this person? Sizing up this idol-level beauty, Lin Xin asked in astonishment, who is this? Oh, my girlfriend, Su Qingxue. Oh. Holy crap. Eating this well? Zhang Muyan? No wonder you've changed so much, you little. Yiwen said with a playful expression. Yiwen was part of Zhang Muyan's middle school clique, a group of 5 guys who, just like in high school, always gamed together. Besides Zhang Muyan, the other 4 guys were pretty close with these 3 girls. Zhang Muyan wasn't exactly distant from them either, he just didn't actively seek to hang out with them much. It was more like, love the house and love the birds that nest in it. After all, his sons were friends with them. Back in middle school, you'd blush at the slightest tease from us. Now you hold a beauty's hand without batting an eye. Zhang Muyan, shut up. You think I'm still that kid from back then? Keep talking nonsense. I'll kill you. Really? Su Qingxue widened her eyes in curiosity, glancing sideways at Zhang Muyan. Yeah. Back in middle school, when the senior girls cornered him in the bathroom or blocked the school gate, he was too scared to even go out. He was such a scaredy cat. Cut it out already, or I'll have to resort to physical measures. Zhang Muyan warned, his voice rumbling from his gut without moving his lips. If Schwer found out about these embarrassing moments from his past, she'd tease him for the rest of his life. You bastards, you're dead meat. Oh, I see. Su Qingxue nodded knowingly, glancing at Zhang Muyan with a hint of amusement. Her precious Yin Yan was actually quite chaste? Should she praise him for it? Hey, how did you two even meet? He's such a brooding guy, Lin Xian asked curiously. Yeah. Who chased who? What do you think? Obviously he was the one chasing her. By the way, are you two in a long-distance relationship? He's at Sichuan University. Which school do you go to? Just as Su Qingxue was about to answer their questions, Zhang Muyan spoke up first. I pursued her. She's also at Sichuan University. We're planning to meet each other's parents soon. We'll probably get married next year. Everyone? Su Qingxue's eyes widened in shock, her head practically exploding with exclamation marks. Getting married next year? Why didn't Yanbao tell me? Visibly, the heat rose rapidly to her face. Before even graduating, she was getting married. It's not impossible. After all, I was going to marry Yanbao anyway. But if we get married, then we can have a baby, right? Chapter 178, Taking Schwer Back to Middle School. Zhang Muyan was just joking around. When he was chatting nonsense with friends, he loved to spout random nonsense. None of the others seemed to believe Zhang Muyan, except Su Qingxue. She quietly lowered her head, her mind already running wild with all sorts of scenarios. After more nonsense banter, Zhang Muyan politely declined their invitation to hang out together. First off, his original plan was to spend quality time alone with Schwer. Plus, seeing those guys staring at her like they'd never seen a woman before made him want to stuff Su Qingxue into his pocket and hide her away. Look, what are you looking at? Keep staring, you bastards. Besides, Schwer herself disliked these kinds of gatherings, especially with that sour aura radiating from her. It was obvious at a glance. So the two of them licked sugar paintings and sipped milk tea as they continued walking toward the school, taking turns sharing bites. Suddenly, Su Qingxue looked up and glanced at Zhang Muyan. Yan, do you know that quiet girl over there? The quiet girl? You mean Zhang Ting? Zhang Muyan recalled the 3 girls from earlier: Lin Xian, Lu Qi, and the remaining one was Zhang Ting, who hadn't said much either. Not really. She was a total fujoshi back in middle school, read nothing but BL novels and comics. Even when the boys in class were playing human pyramids, she'd get inexplicably excited watching them. Zhang Muyan chuckled as he rubbed his arms, brushing away the goosebumps. Yaoi novels? Yaoi. Su Qingxue? What's wrong? Why ask about her? I think she likes you. Su Qingxue's expression tightened like a kitten guarding its food as she spoke. She's been stealing glances at you the whole time. Su Qingxue shot Zhang Muyan a sideways glance. Zhang Muyan? Come on, babe. She probably has a girlfriend. Ha? Zhang Muyan continued smiling. She's definitely the type who wants a husband. Ha? Seeing Su Qingxue's confused and shocked expression, Zhang Muyan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Stop messing around, Yanbao. I'm not joking with you. Realizing Zhang Muyan seemed to be teasing her, Su Qingxue immediately puffed out her cheeks. Well, she just looked at me a couple more times, that's all. You're overthinking it. No, a girl's intuition is spot on, especially. Especially what? Su Qingxue scanned Zhang Muyan from head to toe, her lips puffing out even wider. Especially since her perception was focused on Yanbao, her sensitivity to others of her kind was amplified 100-fold. Su Qingxue, if I hadn't come looking for Yanbao, you would have definitely hung out with them. You wouldn't have been able to avoid interacting with that girl. Then it would be just like when Lu Qi touched your shoulder, you'd definitely end up with her too. Then you'd be hanging out together, playing truth or dare, and doing all sorts of suggestive things. As she spoke, Su Qingxue patted the spot on Zhang Muyan where another woman had touched him. It's ruined. Zhang Muyan, oh my goodness, Schwer, that's some meticulous logic. I can already picture how Snow would sulk all day if I ever just said hi to another girl. And just touching my shoulder like that, acting like I'm somehow defiled? That's a bit disrespectful, Schwer. If you hadn't come, I'd still be sleeping in my room right now. Zhang Muyan grabbed her hand. You jealous little thing. I've kept myself pure all these years, and now you don't trust me anymore, huh? What happened to the trust we promised? Ha? Su Qingxue handed Zhang Muyan the last sip of her milk tea and explained, you can control yourself, but others might not. Seeing how outstanding you've become, they'd naturally want to spend more time with you. I still believe in you, Yanbao. I'm sorry. Then keep doing what you did today. The moment I show the slightest sign of trouble, you show up with your aura blazing. Drive away all the evil spirits. Am I really that dramatic? Yes. Didn't your powerful aura scare off those little troublemakers today? Ugh. Naughty Yanbao. Su Qingxue pouted playfully, tightening her grip on Zhang Muyan's hand. Suddenly, she spotted 4 large characters painted on the blue and white brick wall nearby. First middle school. Yanbao. Is this your middle school? Yeah, let's go. I'll show you my classroom. Can we go in? Su Qingxue pointed at the security guard dozing off in his chair by the school gate. Of course we can. Don't you know who your boyfriend is? Zhang Muyan said with a smug grin. He then pulled Su Qingxue over to the nearby honor wall and found the section for outstanding graduates. He pointed 3 times at a certain buzzcut boy among them. Zhang Muyan, 2017 outstanding graduate, admitted to Sichuan University. Su Qingxue clapped enthusiastically, playing along. Wow. Yanbao is so awesome. It's just a small town school. Getting into Sichuan University is enough to make the list. I wonder if my high school even has a list. I'll take you to see mine sometime. That's already pretty impressive, sweetie. Zhang Muyan attended boarding school in the city center district, quite a distance from their rural township. Educational resources there were far superior to those in their hometown. Scoring high enough for Sichuan University would get you on the list there too, but compared to Tsinghua or Zhanjiaodong, it still fell short. Only someone like Pan Yingxian deserves to have their photo displayed outside the school walls, used by their alma mater as a recruitment advertisement. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. The school's on break now, so there's hardly anyone inside. I'd really love to see what their classes are like. Wonder who's worthy enough to sit in my old seat, huh? Zhang Muyan spoke as he took Su Qingxue's hand and entered the school grounds. The old man, awakened by the noise, asked what they were doing. Zhang Muyan delivered his prepared line, just visiting my old school. But the security guard flatly refused. Don't recognize you. No way. Zhang Muyan. Damn it. The boast I made in front of Schwer. Old wall lamp, take a good look at who's standing before you. Qso tears streaming. Seeing this, Su Qingxue quickly came up with a plan. She went off campus to buy a pack of Huazi cigarettes and had Yanbao slip them to the guard. Happy New Year, sir. The old man's eyes lit up at the sight of the cigarettes, his expression instantly softening. He walked over to the graduate section. Let me see. You are indeed a graduate of this school. Then you can definitely go in. Go right ahead. Alright, no problem. It must be said that although Zhang Muyan understood these social niceties, when it came to actual practice, he was nowhere near as smooth as Su Qingxue. How come you're so good at this? Su Qingxue, I just observed others doing it when I was young. That's how others would curry favor with her father. She'd seen it countless times growing up. Zhang Muyan silently gave himself a mental pat on the back, then led Su Qingxue into the campus grounds. Chapter 179, Growing Up Together is Just Fine. The school wasn't large, just 4 teaching buildings, a big playground, and some flowers and plants in between. Entering the gate, a large teaching building stood directly ahead, blue glass, white tiles, and bright flags fluttering overhead. The lowest level in the center was open air, allowing passage through to the playground behind it. Taking the right path after entering the gate, students could circle around the main building. Climbing a stone staircase and passing through an iron gate led directly to the cafeteria. Students could carry their meals and eat while looking down at the playground from above. During the big break, most students would run to the cafeteria to grab something to eat before heading back down for the group exercises. Those with money bought a small bowl of noodles, those a bit poorer grabbed a grilled sausage, and those with no money, well, they scrounged. Zhang Muyan was among the well-off. Passing the cafeteria and continuing forward, descending the stairs, you'd reach 2 other academic buildings. It was clear these 2 buildings were much newer than the large main building in front. Though they too had since become old. Zhang Muyan was on this side, in a first-floor classroom at the staircase corner. Class 8. The rocket class. Bottom of the class. But he did pretty well on the high school entrance exam and got into number 2 high school. Hey, I used to sit right here by the window. Zhang Muyan led Su Qingxue straight to the narrow gap at the staircase turn, pointing to the third to last row. Oh, Su Qingxue leaned against the windowsill and peered inside. Yanbao must have daydreamed a lot back then. Ha? How'd you know? This seat, combined with middle school, would make any teenager feel like their freedom was being confined. Su Qingxue closed her eyes, as if she could sense Zhang Muyan's thoughts back then. Sitting here, you could gaze at the sky outside during class, and the footsteps of others on the stairs would catch your attention. Holy crap. Schwer, you're omniscient. You know me better than my own gut. But what if the homeroom teacher suddenly appeared at the window? Ha? Zhang Muyan, that'd scare the crap out of me. Ha ha ha. Let's go inside and take a look. It's locked, right? No worries, that back door's always been broken. Ha! Zhang Muyan pulled Su Qingxue over to the back door at the front of the house. He gave it a firm shove and the door actually swung open. I told you so. This back door's been broken for years, just propped open with a table. Why haven't they fixed it? Because there's no need. Zhang Muyan stepped inside first, then went back to open the door for Su Qingxue. Sometimes the student on duty with the key doesn't show up early. Are we all supposed to wait around for just one person? Oh. Is there such an unwritten rule? Then can we push open other classrooms too? Hey, wait, Schwer, your ability to extrapolate like this is really... I'm not sure about other classes, but most of them have back doors that can be opened. And just like that, the two of them entered the completely empty classroom. As noon approached, the sun emerged warmly, casting its rays through the windows. It's still the same. Nothing much has changed. Even the desks are the old style. Zhang Muyan was the first to start reminiscing. The feeling of time flying by was overwhelming. It seemed like just yesterday he was sitting at that very desk, feeling lost about his future. Holy crap! Central air conditioning. This is gonna be so damn refreshing in summer. Why do we get this? Suddenly, as Zhang Muyan was lost in his nostalgic thoughts, he noticed the ceiling where fans once hung was now lined with air conditioning vents. A large square air conditioner hung directly overhead. The surrounding fans had all been repositioned too. Just as the rumors said. You graduated. And the school started renovating. Concept god, huh? While Zhang Muyan was still reeling from the sudden surge of emotion, Su Qingxue had already slipped into his old seat without him noticing. Since it hadn't been too long, there wasn't much dust on the desk. Su Qingxue gave it a quick wipe before resting her hands behind her head and slumping lazily across the desk. This feeling, so wonderful. Memories of the person she liked as a child seemed to flood into her mind. It deepened her understanding of him. Su, no sleeping in class. Zhang Muyan tapped the chalkboard twice with his pointer, then pretended to adjust non-existent classes. Su Qingxue snapped her head up, pursed her lips in a soft smile, then obediently sat up straight. Yes, Teacher Zhang. Now let's move on to the next problem. The two kids began role-playing. As they played, they ended up sitting together, like during their school days' afternoon naps, both resting their heads on their hands, gazing at each other. Yen Bao. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could grow up together? Poof. Zhang Muyan chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle her hair. This is enough to make me happy. Growing up together, I never dared to imagine it, Zhang Muyan said sincerely. Finding a partner during college already meant transitioning from student life to marriage that alone was incredibly fortunate and blissful. She wouldn't dare wish for anything more from school uniforms to marriage. Su Qingxue gently captured Zhang Muyan's hand as he played with her hair, then shifted her position to rest her head on his arm, snuggling comfortably against him. She smiled faintly. I should have brought Yenbao's school uniform. Then we could have taken a middle school photo together. Oh, I see. But what if we get caught by the teacher for early romance while wearing our school uniforms? Zhang Muyan asked with a smile. No worries. Oh. Schwer's a bad girl, having a romance this early, huh? He. Su Qingxue chuckled, then pinched Zhang Muyan's cheek. Even if it's not early romance, my heart will always belong to Yenbao. Zhang Muyan paused, his breathing suddenly becoming cautious. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept in. The white gauze curtains behind Su Qingxue seemed to sense something, fluttering their invisible wings in the sunlight. From Zhang Muyan's perspective, Su Qingxue now resembled a bride, wearing a veil reserved for weddings, blown exquisitely beautiful by the breeze. All beauty was frozen in this single moment. She, the breeze, youth, sunlight. And the touching words she had just spoken. Every element seemed orchestrated by fate's invisible hand. An effect that would require countless takes even in a movie. She gazed at herself, smiling faintly. Why aren't my eyes a camera? Or could future technology extract human memories? Zhang Muyan was certain he would never forget this scene for the rest of his life. A scene that pierced his soul, not merely the awe of nature. Leaving his heart unsettled for a long time. At the time, he hadn't fully grasped its significance, dismissing it as ordinary. But now he understood. Who the hell invented this snow thing? If snow really became my deskmate, would I still think it was just ordinary? I'd be reminiscing about yesterday today, and today tomorrow. I'd think it was just another ordinary day every single day. With graduation approaching, I'm counting down the days. I just can't bear to let go, okay? Chapter 180, The Spirit of Snowball. Evening. Grandma didn't take it back, but she did bring home a kitten named Yuanbao. A black tabby kitten, born to the big cat grandma kept back in the countryside. Su Qingxue adored it and clung to it, refusing to let go. Your grandmother has spoken. In a couple of days, either you take Xue back, or she'll come over, Zhang Yong whispered to Zhang Muyan. He would never tell Zhang Muyan that he had misunderstood Mrs. Yan's intentions. Mrs. Yan had explained that her suggestion to take grandma out for a couple days was merely a pretext. Her real purpose was to give the two young ones some private space. Little did he know that Zhang Yong's first words upon returning to the countryside were, "Mom, you have a daughter-in-law now." This declaration was like dropping a bombshell on the group of old ladies gossiping in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Koan in the courtyard felt his anus clench. Chickens and ducks, holy crap. This ancestor can now kill from afar. The little old lady was impossible to stop. She insisted on seeing her granddaughter-in-law. Only after Ms. Yen mentioned it might be awkward did the old lady reluctantly back down. But she did issue an order. Zhang Muyan had to bring them back home ASAP. Zhang Muyan nodded in agreement. He had already planned to take Shuer back to the countryside in the next couple of days. It had been so long he really should go visit his grandmother. But this new year, could he bring grandma to stay at his own home? Zhang Muyan pondered this, glancing at Su Qingxue, who was stroking the kitten with an expression of pure adoration. Usually, grandma refused to come out for the holidays, but now that Shuer was willing to come, couldn't he just go with the flow? Alright, I'll let her know. You two have been out all day, go wash up and get some rest. Okay. Yuan Bao. Zhang Muyan, Su Qingxue smiled slightly, then carried the kitten back to the room. Yuan Bao can't tell them apart. I'm not a cat. Wait, no. That night, Zhang Muyan tucked Su Qingxue in as usual, and she curled up against him just like the night before. He couldn't help but think his Shuer resembled a cat herself. She was clearly a grown woman, yet when she curled up, she could become so small she resembled a child of just a few years old. Truly like a little kitten, possessing the ability to shrink her bones? So adorable. Compared to last night, it was much earlier this morning, giving them plenty of time to chat. Yuan Bo. Meow. Both cat and human responded simultaneously. He. Su Qingxue chuckled triumphantly. Zhang Muyan instantly transformed into a husky pointing finger mode, jabbing at Jin Yuanbao, shut up. Then he pointed at Su Qingxue, good thing it's a cat. If it were a dog, you'd bark at it like that too, right? Su Qingxue wriggled her body and hugged Zhang Muyan tighter. Yuanbao, you're both my treasures. Poof. Great, now I've got a new nickname. Zhang Muyan pouted. Yuanbao sounds pretty good too. But that's a cat's name. I actually like the name Yuanbao. Why? Because you can eat it. With that, Su Qingxue pulled out her phone to demonstrate. She opened QQ, opened the chat window, opened the emojis, and sent Zhang Muyan a dynamic yellow bean emoji eating a yuanbao. See? When you eat the ingot, it turns into an ingot shape. Su Qingxue said in a soft, sweet voice that was almost unbearably cute. Zhang Muyan stared at the emoji on his phone. It really was. Facepalm a doting smile. Wait, no, just hearing that line, it sounds like you're driving, Shuer. The two chatted late into the night. Even though the topics were mundane, they found themselves engrossed in the conversation. Unlike last night, Su Qingxue remained wide awake. Perhaps it was because she'd been exhausted yesterday, which is why she'd fallen asleep so quickly last night, so quickly that she hadn't even had time to savor the warmth of Zhang Muyan's bed. So today, even after Zhang Muyan coaxed her for ages, she was still as lively as a little bunny in the blankets. You know, like a rabbit kicking its legs? She'd kick every now and then too. Every time Zhang Muyan felt no movement in his arms and peeked down to look into her eyes, he'd see two wide, dark, gem-like eyes blinking innocently. Not a trace of sleepiness, wide awake and full of energy. Every single time this happened, Zhang Muyan couldn't help but laugh. Shuer, you're not. Has my hypnosis lost its power? But Su Qingxue didn't care about any of that. She clung tightly, refusing to let go. Who knew what was going through her little mind? She kept her eyes wide open, nestled snugly in Zhang Muyan's embrace. She'd entered a state of suspended animation, commonly known as frozen in place. But every so often, she'd squirm a bit and kick at thin air. That makes even more sense, because she felt happy. Sigh. When are we gonna upgrade Shuer's processor to something better? This processor still has lag? But it was getting quite late, and Zhang Muyan had to leave. He gently lifted the little white rabbit curled up in his arms, met her dark eyes, and kissed her soft lips. Good girl. You're so energetic today, I've been entertaining you for over an hour. Su Qingxue cooed softly in response. Well, I'll be off then. Get some rest. I'll take you to meet my grandmother the day after tomorrow. Okay. Zhang Muyan gazed at her with adoring affection, unable to resist giving her lips another kiss. Choo. After the kiss, he promptly ditched her and bolted, turning off the lights and locking the door. See what I mean? Why didn't you kiss me before? Look at this now. Now he won't kiss anywhere else, just keeps going for Shuer's little mouth. Can't help it, it's the sweetest spot. Su Qingxue was unusually energetic tonight. Not a bit sleepy yesterday, she must have been genuinely tired, which is why Zhang Muyan coaxed her to sleep. Zhang Muyan's gentle voice made her heart melt. It soothed her, yet also made her want to act spoiled, whining and fussing non-stop. How could she eat so well? So she just froze up, completely spaced out. And now, she was getting more and more excited. This bed is filled with Yanbao's scent. And this pillow. And this entire room. Can't sleep. Falling asleep last night was pure accident. Su Qingxue giggled like a lovesick fool, clutching the pillow and quilt as she rubbed against them. She tossed and turned, burrowing around like a caterpillar beneath the covers. If Zhang Muyan walked in now, he'd see this childish side of Su Qingxue. After tossing and turning for a while, Su Qingxue finally calmed her overactive pheromones a bit. Her face was flushed, and her mind was still racing like a drum. Just like last night, the moonlight outside the window remained equally beautiful, gently spilling through the curtains, landing on the floor, the desk, and the butterfly. The pale blue butterfly still moved slowly, lifelike and vivid. Everything remained serene and peaceful. Except, the person in bed couldn't sleep tonight. Moments later, a snow-white foot stepped onto the moonlit floor. Then came the sound of the door opening. The door closed. Then the door opened again. Then the door closes again. Chapter 181, Night Raid. Crawling under the covers. Zhang Muyan returned from Su Qingxue's room to his own, collapsing onto his bed and falling asleep almost instantly. He'd lulled himself to sleep while trying to lull her. But in his drowsy state, something suddenly darted into the bed. It felt small in size but moved with incredible speed. Then a weight pressed down on his chest, a soft, fragrant object. No! It was alive. It was even breathing on him. Ha! Zhang Muyan murmured, his eyes snapping open. Then he felt warm breath tickling his neck, slowly moving upward toward his lips. Oh no! A night attack! Quick, go summon the Buddha! Sorry, wrong scene. Just as Zhang Muyan recognized the intruder and was lost in this absurd train of thought, his lips were suddenly met with soft schwer. Su Qingxue had never been one to hold back. Whenever Zhang Muyan tried to kiss her, she'd only let their lips touch briefly. You could hardly call that a kiss. Each time, it vanished before she could even process it. Tonight was no different. Only Zhang Muyan remained blissfully unaware, thinking this was perfectly fine. Truthfully, Su Qingxue was never satisfied. So, she even suspects Yanbao is doing it on purpose, trying to seduce her. So she came to collect what was owed. As for Zhang Muyan, the moment he surrendered, his mind went completely blank. It was the first time for both of them, so, mid-kiss, their teeth collided. They had no choice but to stop. A single glistening droplet bridged their lips, shimmering brightly in the night. Yanbao. Su Qingxue sucked in a breath, pressed her lips together, and repositioned herself, her gaze unfocused. Her body felt incredibly hot, truly hot because of her embarrassment. She was acutely aware of every sensation as her body heated up. How strange, she thought fleetingly. Zhang Muyan froze for a moment. He never imagined he'd be the one whose room was barged into. Up until now, everyone in the family feared he might lose control and barge into Schwer's room. He'd almost believed it himself. But looking back now, Schwer was the one who couldn't control herself, wasn't she? But now, another person was about to lose control. Without a word, Zhang Muyan flipped over, pinning Su Qingxue who'd been lying on top of him beneath him. One hand braced against the pillow, the other gently cradled her face. Their eyes locked, and he found his target, reconnecting once more. That sweetness sweeter than cake, that smoothness smoother than milk. Zhang Muyan was gentle, never daring to rush headlong or cling fiercely. He had always been tender with her, for in his eyes she resembled a fragile doll, as if the slightest pressure might break her. So he gently claimed her softness, savoring the delicate sweetness that belonged only to her. Su Qingxue clung tightly to his neck, trying her best to meet his needs. She didn't understand either, only wanting more. So when he sought her, she moved forward, meeting his touch. Her body had long since melted into a pool of water, save for the arms still wrapped around Zhang Muyan's neck. After about a minute, she couldn't take it anymore. Though she still craved more, she truly couldn't breathe. How could Yanbao last this long? She released Zhang Muyan, then reluctantly pushed against his chest, feigning resistance. Feeling her push, Zhang Muyan immediately stopped and slowly withdrew from her embrace. The entire process was gentle and slow, devoid of any frenzied, wolfish hunger. Su Qingxue could feel Yanbao's tender care for her so distinctly. In that fleeting moment, she desperately wanted to surrender herself to the man before her. The two gazed at each other tenderly, their eyes locked in intimate proximity. Yanbao. Zhang Muyan kissed her lips again. Why can you hold back? Su Qingxue still craved more, but this question suddenly surfaced in her mind. Why could she feel Yanbao's love for her, yet he managed to hold back while she always struggled to resist? I want to be all sultry with him. Aren't people who truly love each other supposed to be unable to control themselves? Because I'm a ninja turtle? Zhang Muyan joked. Tell me it's so unfair. It's always me making the first move. Silly, you know I'm holding back too, right? Everyone has different limits, mine's just higher than yours. Then, does that mean you're not as... Su Qingxue pouted. If I weren't like that, wouldn't I have devoured you long ago? Zhang Muyan kissed her lips again and continued, I know mutual attraction makes it hard to hold back. But there's a saying, love is restraint, respect not just desire. Everyone expresses love differently. Some are passionate and fiery, some are restrained and steady, and some give silently. People today advocate freedom and open-mindedness, nothing wrong with that. But Ms. Yan taught me traditional values: before marriage, it simply isn't done. The body knows no boundaries, yet the forbidden fruit is no longer there. If freedom has cost us the forbidden fruit, what can I offer you, my beloved? Hearing Zhang Muyan speak thus, Su Qingxue silently pressed a kiss to his lips. I want to pluck the sweetest fruit only when we've achieved our true destiny. Hee, is that so? Hearing his answer, Su Qingxue's face flushed red, feeling like a child who'd done something wrong. So did I mess up Yanbao's plan? Not at all. It was expected. Ha! Su Qingxue's eyes widened. Zhang Muyan gave a sly grin, quickly planted a kiss on her, then turned his back, leaving Su Qingxue facing his retreating figure. Su Qingxue blinked twice before snapping back to reality. What forbidden fruit? Yanbao deliberately didn't stick out his tongue. He did it on purpose. He was deliberately seducing her. I knew my gut feeling was right. Just as I thought. Naughty Yanbao. Su Qingxue rolled over and climbed back onto Zhang Muyan. Hey, what are you doing? I want a kiss. It's pretty late. Let's sleep. Zhang Muyan buried his head in the pillow. Ah no. I'm sleepy. Let's sleep. Bullying me. Su Qingxue sat on top of Zhang Muyan, her hands half clenched into fists as she pretended to wipe away tears. Hey. Okay, good girl. Zhang Muyan couldn't take it anymore. He knew she was faking it, but still hurriedly pulled her tightly into his arms. Hee, gotcha. Su Qingxue hugged Zhang Muyan's head, flashing a bright smile. Ah. I fell for it. Kill me or skin me, whatever you want. Hee. Then your punishment is to kiss me. Just like before. No half-hearted attempts. Kiss me until I can't breathe. I won't surrender until then. Ha! Hurry up, I want more. Chapter 182 nearly caused a major disaster. You smell so good, Schwer. Zhang Muyan mimicked Su Qingxue's actions, burrowing into her embrace. But while Schwer burrowed like a little rabbit, his burrowing felt like an electric drill. Su Qingxue couldn't hold him with both arms. The fragrance emanating from her body made Zhang Muyan feel like he was sleeping on a cloud, surrounded by soft, strawberry-scented cotton candy. Every inch of him felt sweet. Honestly, burrowing into someone's embrace felt this good. No wonder Schwer was so obsessed. She actually ate something this delicious behind his back. Like the scent? Here, have a kiss, Su Qingxue offered generously, pulling Zhang Muyan closer still. Zhang Muyan murmured softly, kissing her collarbone exactly where she wanted him to close to her heart. Then he closed his eyes, savoring the warmth and softness of her body, the rhythm of her heartbeat. Schwer. You're so fair. White. Then let me kiss you too. Then you're so soft. Soft? I'll let you kiss that too. Your heart's beating so fast. Fast? I'll let you kiss it even if it is. Is that all you know how to say? Zhang Muyan kissed her as usual, then adjusted his position, sticking his head out to align with Su Qingxue's level. Being cooped up under the covers felt stuffy. How did Schwer manage to stay in there all the time before? But as soon as Zhang Muyan emerged, Su Qingxue slipped back in. Tonight's Schwer felt incredibly teasing, like a cat licking. Schwer. Aren't you afraid Mom will find out? Su Qingxue opened her bright eyes from beneath the covers, suddenly remembering why she'd sneaked in to set an alarm. Yanbao, set an alarm for 5 a.m. tomorrow. I'll sneak back quietly, then no one will notice. That early? I just want to sleep with you. Su Qingxue snuggled against Zhang Muyan, murmuring softly. Seeing this, Zhang Muyan's eyes glistened with affection as he reached for his phone to set an alarm for 7:30 a.m. Don't worry, they won't be up that early. You can sleep soundly. After saying that, Zhang Muyan kissed her forehead again. Okay. Su Qingxue wriggled in Zhang Muyan's arms like a little fish diving into the ocean. Yanbao. Can you even sleep like this? Ahem, this naturally referred to her cousin, whose reaction had been a bit over the top today. The reason was obvious enough after all, it was his first time with French. Whether one could sleep with that level of arousal remained a question. It's just a matter of time. Don't worry, sleep now. Zhang Muyan patted her back gently. After a full day of sightseeing, he was pretty tired. He'd already started dozing off when Schwer's outburst jolted him awake. At most, it kept my cousin alert for 10 minutes before he drifted off. Wow, that's impressive. You can actually sleep through that. Go to sleep now. Then, shall I make it a bit harder for Yanbao? Su Qingxue finished with a smile, then began unbuttoning her nightgown. 1, 2. Wait. Zhang Muyan flushed instantly, his body tensing up. Especially his cousin, he was already beyond control. Next, Su Qingxue revealed her fair, delicate belly and the black bow atop it. Yanbao. Do you like it? She smiled at Zhang Muyan, her eyes carrying a hint of shyness and provocation, yet she whispered seductively, Can you still sleep? No way. This girl. I just finished lecturing her. She wasn't listening at all. Schwer, have you considered that my patience has its limits? Ha? So Zhang Muyan crawled under the covers. Yay oh yay. Su Qingxue pressed Zhang Muyan's head down, covering her face with her other hand as she shyly pleaded, time to sleep, sleep, yin yin. I'm poking you. You dare do that again? I won't do it again. Only after securing victory did Zhang Muyan finally emerge from under the covers, gazing at Su Qingxue's flushed, blushing face. What the heck? So she gets shy too. And she still had to play with fire, this girl. Yen Bao. Su Qingxue nestled back into his embrace. Time to sleep. Good night. Okay, good night. He. What are you snickering about now? Zhang Muyan asked warily. Nothing. Oh. This time, she really fell asleep. Su Qingxue quietly closed her eyes, a faint smile curling her lips. Getting to sleep with Yen Bao, it's just so nice. Excessive restraint inevitably leads to a backlash of pent-up release. Last night, the two of them instantly understood this truth. The next morning, the moment the alarm rang, Zhang Muyan opened his eyes. Xue in his arms was slightly disheveled. Her nightgown had vanished, leaving only a black bow at her chest. Her bare shoulders were exposed as she curled up asleep on his arm. Somehow, last night felt like a near disaster. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Zhang Muyan took a deep breath and gently woke Su Qingxue. Then, Su Qingxue's eyes snapped open too, realizing her nightgown was gone. She shyly covered her chest with the blanket. Yen Bao. Ha? What do you mean by that, Xue? If someone else walked in right now, who knows what they think happened? Xue, what are you doing? Zhang Muyan asked with a smile. Looking so alert yet innocent? Don't you remember who barged in last night, kissing me, acting all pervy, and trying to take off my clothes? I won't listen. Su Qingxue covered her ears with both hands, refusing to admit the embarrassing things she'd said last night. Zhang Muyan got up and retrieved Xue's nightgown from under the bed. Somehow it had come off while she slept. Hurry up and put it on. We've got to go back. If Mom finds out later, we're done for. Su Qingxue felt a lingering reluctance. Then the quilt slipped off, and Su Qingxue began putting on her own pajamas. So white, hee. The black butterfly pattern made it look even whiter. And so full. Zhang Muyan's gaze fixed squarely on the butterfly pattern and the tight cleft between them, involuntarily swallowing hard. He seemed to have kissed it last night. So tempting. Yen Bao, stop staring. Su Qingxue was still shy, covering herself as she buttoned her shirt before getting out of bed to slip on her slippers. Hey, Xue, you were quite generous last night. She kept kissing me all over the place. Hearing this, Su Qingxue blushed again in embarrassment. You rascal. She grabbed a pillow and hurled it at Zhang Muyan before bolting away. Zhang Muyan caught the pillow effortlessly. As she darted past him, he grabbed her waist and pulled her close. Yen Bao, what are you doing? I have to go back. She was so flustered now, reduced to a helpless little rabbit. Her mind was filled with thoughts of what they'd done last night, the things they'd said. Zhang Muyan buried his face in her hair, inhaling her scent. Even through her pajamas, her soft curves felt comforting against his embrace. Xue Bao, you're so shy. Oh my. Just one kiss, honey. One kiss and I'll let you go. But Mom will find out. Then hurry up. You can't skip your morning kiss. Su Qingxue could only press her head against the wall and turn away, tiptoeing to kiss her mischievous little Yen Bao, taking advantage of the moment. I want the kind we had last night. Ugh. You stinky Yen Bao. With that, Su Qingxue shoved Zhang Muyan away and bolted out of the room. Ha ha. Did I just awaken some strange ability? Chapter 183, Returning to the Countryside to Lay Low. Mom, Qingxue and I are heading back to the countryside today. After breakfast and morning exercises with Su Qingxue, Zhang Muyan informed Mrs. Yen. Today? Have your father drive you both? Mrs. Yen hesitated slightly. No need. We'll just take a taxi together. Alright, as you wish. But don't bully her, okay? I can't shake this feeling that you and Qingxue seem a bit off today. Ha? No, we're not. I'm your mother. I know you inside out. The moment you stick your butt out, I know you're about to take a dump or pee. Fine, I'm leaving. Spouting filth first thing in the morning, Zhang Muyan fled in panic. This woman was terrifying. Come to think of it, was the awkwardness between him and Xue really that obvious? Zhang Muyan shut his bedroom door, then exchanged a glance with Su Qingxue in the living room. Their eyes locked like they were sharing a secret code. You know, like those secret rendezvous in ancient times, you know? During breakfast, as they exchanged knowing glances, Zhang Muyan felt Mrs. Yan's piercing stare and Zhang Eilin's lecherous gaze from the side. He couldn't shake the feeling that even his underwear was on full display in this household. This utter lack of privacy. So he decided to take Xue and escape to the countryside, figuring he'd just lie low for today. I'm coming too, Zhang Eilin announced as she stepped out of her room. She and Su Qingxue had already made plans. Su Qingxue couldn't refuse again. You. What are you doing? What? Can't I see Grandma? You can come another day. I have plans another day. Damn it. Zhang Muyan yanked Zhang Eilin away and whispered, what are you doing? What do you mean? I just want to go see Grandma. Don't worry, you and Xiao Shui can hang out. Zhang Eileen narrowed her eyes slightly. Meaning that meaningful gaze, Zhang Muyan narrowed his own eyes slightly. Can I trust you? I've got your back, bro. I won't mess things up for you. Fine, I'll trust you this once. Zhang Eileen nodded with satisfaction. Then, the three of them rode together back to the countryside. On the way, Zhang Muyan called his grandmother to explain the situation in advance, otherwise, they might not even get lunch once they arrived in the countryside. Grandma agreed immediately, her voice brimming with delight. Even through the phone, you could sense the old woman nodding enthusiastically on the other end. After hanging up, Wang Danai from next door curiously asked what was going on, since everyone seemed so happy. The little old lady immediately sharpened her knife toward the chickens and ducks. Didn't I say yesterday that I'd have a granddaughter-in-law? Well, today she's coming back to show herself to me. She chattered cheerfully as she walked toward the rooster feasting in the yard. Grandma Wang, shelling peanuts, praised her with envy, saying she was truly blessed and would soon be holding great-grandchildren. Meanwhile, the poultry, sensing impending doom. Rooster, oh no. Brother Duck, I feel like I won't make it to that day. Duck, the sky is perfectly clear today, but my heart keeps racing. It feels like a sign of impending doom. Old Hen, according to the elders, the disaster should only strike in a few days' time. Rooster, something's changed. Brother Duck, today, my time is likely near. Please take good care of my wife and children. With that, the rooster gazed tenderly at the hen in the nest. Cock-a-doodle-doo. With a crow, Grandma swiftly grabbed the rooster by the neck, lifted him effortlessly, and led him toward his fate. The kitchen knife reflected sunlight into its eyes. Sunlight, so blinding. Hen, husband. Cluck cluck cluck. Brother Duck, rest in peace, Brother Rooster. I'll take good care of your wife and children. After saying this, the duck called out to the old hen. Brother Pig at the village entrance also met with sudden misfortune a few days ago. Now, not even his bones remain. This is the great calamity that comes once a year. Try to look on the bright side. Hen, who told you that? Duck, Brother Dog next door. He's the most capable. He knows about the mysterious activities of the great human beings. A few days ago, he attended Brother Pig's funeral with great solemnity. He said he died peacefully. The car pulled up at the village entrance, and several people got out. Though it was a village, the roads were now paved with cement, so there was no muddy path to dirty their shoes. As it was nearly noon, households at the village entrance bustled with meal preparations, smoke curling from their chimneys. Honestly, this was completely different from the village back in Su Qingxue's area. Su Qingxue was somewhat surprised. Not that she'd never seen such a place before, that wasn't the case, but it still felt novel to her, as she rarely encountered it. The countryside where her grandparents lived wasn't like this. Moreover, here she could directly smell what dishes others were stir-frying. Walking along, the air was thick with the aroma of home cooking. Households cooking by the windows would spot the young people returning, leaning out to peek or offer greetings. Zhang Muyan and Zhang Eileen politely responded in kind. They didn't know any of them, yet addressed them all as Grandpa and Grandma. Who else was like them? Sure, they were from the same village, and these folks had watched them grow up. But they hadn't been close with them either, so they could only call them Grandpa and Grandma. Who could possibly remember all those distant aunts and uncles? As Zhang Muyan greeted them, he explained to Shuer, this grandmother makes stir-fried shredded potatoes, sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Zhang Eileen remarked, seems like she added a bit too much vinegar. Su Qingxue looked slightly surprised. Zhang Muyan, this family makes stir-fried green peppers with pork. Zhang Eileen, every time we come back it's Aunt Wang's green pepper stir-fried pork. Don't you ever get tired of it? Su Qingxue looked surprised. This one's corn, spare ribs. Corn and carrot pork rib soup. Ha! You can't even tell? Zhang Eileen declared triumphantly. Damn, you can actually smell that? Zhang Muyan conceded defeat. Su Qingxue. Wait, something's burning. Zhang Muyan sniffed carefully. Zhang Eileen, yeah. I smell it too. Sounds like burnt rice. No need to check, Grandma Chen must have watched TV too long again. Zhang Muyan wiped his nose. Su Qingxue, Sigma. Su Qingxue's gaze darted back and forth between Zhang Eileen and Zhang Muyan, her expression blank. What just happened? Did I just participate in a police dog competition? Arriving at a courtyard, Zhang Muyan pulled Su Qingxue to open the gate. Grandma, we're back. Hearing the voices, Grandma hurried out of the kitchen. Her face had been beaming since receiving the call that morning. Wiping the grease from her hands, she strode briskly toward her grandchildren, then promptly took Su Qingxue by the hand and led her inside, saying as they went, sit down, sit down. Zhang Muyan and Zhang Eileen reached out to take Grandma's hand, only to freeze in place. Frozen in place. As Su Qingxue was being pulled along, she glanced back at the two of them blankly, making it seem like they were the strangers. Grandma, you can't do this. I'm your own flesh and blood grandson. I'm your own granddaughter. The two left standing there in a daze, spoke in unison. Chapter 184, Grandma pays the dowry straight away. Stop standing there like fools. Go to the kitchen and keep an eye on the stove for me. Grandma smiled warmly, then turned to the two stunned individuals. Pulling Su Qingxue into the house, she asked kindly, "Where are you from, dear? How many people are in your family?" "Grandma, I'm from the capital. I have an older brother and a younger brother at home." Su Qingxue smiled as she handed the gifts she was carrying to Grandma. "These are just a few small things I bought for you, a token of my respect." "Oh dear, you should have just come, no need to bring gifts." Grandma accepted them with a laugh. Zhang Muyan, "Grandma, I bought you a sweater." Zhang Eileen, "Grandma, I got you a pair of thermal pants perfect for winter. Just leave yours outside. Go tend the fire, don't let the pot boil dry." Both. How come I never noticed Grandma had this double standard skill before? Zhang Muyan shot a meaningful glance at Su Qingxue, who was being held by Grandma. Su Qingxue playfully returned his look, smiling with pursed lips. Then the two headed to the kitchen to tend the fire and help out. "Looks like Grandma slaughtered the big rooster meant for the New Year feast today. Chicken brother, you smell so good." Meanwhile, Grandma continued showering Su Qingxue with affectionate inquiries. "This little girl looks just like a doll," Grandma remarked, growing fonder of Su Qingxue with every glance, nodding approvingly. She was extremely pleased. She pinched her fair little cheek, leaving a smudge of grease that turned Su Qingxue's face into a little flower cat. "Oh dear, I accidentally got your face dirty. Quick, grab some paper to wipe it off." "It's okay, Grandma." "Oh my, that's wonderful. How long have you and Mayan been dating?" "Almost a month and a half, almost 2 months." "Oh, that's wonderful. So next time he'll come over to your place?" "Yeah, that's fine." Su Qingxue pursed her lips. "What does your family do?" "Well, they run a small business. My grandfather is from the older generation." "Oh my, that's pretty impressive." Grandma suddenly felt the pressure mounting. If that was the case, the gap between the two families was like heaven and earth. After inquiring further about Xiao Shui's family background, the elderly woman made up her mind. She walked straight into her room, rummaged through her old dowry chest, and pulled out a jade bracelet. "It's just an old family heirloom, nothing particularly valuable. This is the only thing left that's been kept in good condition." She said this while slipping it onto Su Qingxue's wrist. "Grandma, this is..." "Ah, your family is already in this situation. What else is there for me to worry about?" Grandma cut off Su Qingxue's attempt to refuse. "This isn't worth much anyway. Back then, I gave his mother a hairpin. There's still an earring inside, which I'll keep for his sister's dowry. This is all that's left. Don't look down on it." How could I possibly look down on it? But this was clearly a top-quality jade bracelet. "I just hope that you and he can make it work together. It won't be easy. I heard from his parents yesterday you're Xiao Shui from when we were kids, right?" "Yes. I never got to see you as a child, what a pity. But his parents kept praising you yesterday, so today I couldn't resist pinching your cheek." With that, Grandma rolled up her sleeves again to wipe Su Qingxue's face. "Thank you, Grandma." Su Qingxue felt a wave of emotion wash over her. They'd only just met, and already she'd been given the most precious thing she owned. Before even getting married, he'd already made up his mind. This is the greatest affirmation an elder can give. "Oh, you're such a good girl. That boy's been mischievous since he was little. If he ever bullies you, tell Grandma. I'll have his dad beat him up." "Oh wait, no, his dad's too weak. I'll have his sister beat him up instead. He's always been scared of his sister." He wouldn't. He hasn't bullied me. That's just now. Men change after marriage. If you're unhappy later, tell Grandma. I'll always be on your side." Su Qingxue, huh? Zhang Muyan, burning with rage, you're asking for it. What's going on? Someone's talking behind my back? It can't be my grandma, right? Just as he was pondering, Grandma's voice called out from inside the house. "Grandma's calling you?" Zhang Eileen reminded her while washing a plate. "Yeah, I think so." "Then you better go." "Alright, keep an eye on the stove." Zhang Muyan got up and headed inside, leaving Zhang Eileen alone in the kitchen, busy for a while. "Wait a minute." After Zhang Muyan emerged from the kitchen and entered the room, his mother grabbed his hand, clasped both their hands together, and began lecturing them on post-wedding responsibilities. Things like mutual tolerance, how Zhang Muyan mustn't bully others, and to love his wife deeply. Zhang Muyan struggled to suppress his amusement throughout, occasionally stealing glances at Su Qingxue, whose cheeks were flushed pink. Seeing this, Grandma's smile grew even brighter. The more she looked at them, the more pleased she became. Before long, she was reaching into her purse again, ready to hand over the first installment of the dowry. But Zhang Muyan quickly stopped the little old lady's impulsive actions. That's enough, Grandma. Don't go overboard." Zhang Muyan held her back, like he was breaking up a fight. The whole scene between the two of them had a distinct forget it. "We won't bother arguing with her vibe. No way. Your grandma and I must pay the deposit today. Otherwise, if someone snatches this well-behaved girl away, what good are you, you useless boy?" After the commotion, Grandma returned to the kitchen and asked Zhang Muyan to keep Su Qingxue company. Zhang Eileen felt utterly unfair. What was she coming back for? To work. Grandma, you're playing favorites. What am I being biased about? Bring home a boyfriend if you can. I'll let your brother come here to tend the stove while you sit around. Zhang Eileen pouted, unable to argue back. How old are you now? Still no boyfriend? Don't let your brother beat you to marriage in a few years. Mom, I'm only in my 20s. You make me sound like I'm over 40. 20-something isn't young. Back when I was your age, I'd already given birth to your father. Yanbao, this is the bracelet Grandma gave you. Su Qingxue took off the jade bracelet and handed it back to Zhang Muyan. Just keep it since Grandma gave it to you. Aren't you afraid I'll run off with it? Not afraid. Huh? Why not? Because last night? You're so mean. It's meant for you anyway, so just take it. Besides, you're not exactly short on money, are you? Huh? I just feel like accepting such an expensive gift on the first occasion isn't quite right. Because our family really doesn't have anything particularly impressive to give you, we can't exactly give you a big red envelope with only 200 yuan inside, right? Would that be fitting for a young lady of our standing? But you didn't have to just hand over this family heirloom. My grandmother's afraid you'll run off, so this is a token of our bond. Take it and you can't leave. If you refuse, she won't sleep a wink tonight. She'll call me in the middle of the night to check if you've run away. Huh? So just take it, silly girl. Fine. I'll pay Grandma back double next time. If you want to repay me, Grandma doesn't like those things. Huh? What does Grandma like then? Su Qingxue regretted asking the moment the words left her mouth. Because Zhang Muyan, whose gaze met hers, nearly gave her a deeply meaningful smile. Omega. You again. I'm ignoring you. Huh? I didn't even say anything? Zhang Muyan said with feigned innocence. Chapter 185, Adorable Schwer. That afternoon, Guzi from next door heard Zhang Muyan had returned and came over to play. They were childhood playmates. Dragged along reluctantly, Zhang Muyan had no choice but to inform Su Qingxue that he'd be stepping out for a bit. Su Qingxue generously nodded in agreement. She wasn't so clingy that she needed him by her side every second. Though she did rather like it when he was never far away. During this time, Su Qingxue chatted with Zhang Eileen and her grandmother. The elderly neighbors also gathered to watch the commotion, showering them with blessings about how fortunate they were. They spoke so fast, and being elderly, Su Qingxue was completely lost. She could only nod blankly in agreement. Grandma, however, felt immensely proud. For some reason, the older generation placed great importance on their younger relatives getting married and having children. Was it a sense of accomplishment, or simply the desire to hold great-grandchildren? Zhang Eileen wasn't entirely sure either. Anyway, adults always push their kids to marry and have children quickly, with such deep-seated obsession. How about we go to that little town where he used to take you when you were kids? Zhang Eileen suddenly suggested. Huh? Isn't that a bit dangerous? Su Qingxue had learned that morning about her sister's desire to restore Yanbao's memories, and she was still a little afraid. Things were fine just the way they were now. It'll be fine. Look, I've already prepared his medicine. Zhang Eileen produced a box of emergency heart pills. Su Qingxue? Is this for his brain? At least it won't kill him. His mind's stuck like this, unable to recall the past. While he's still young and healthy, we should clear that blockage in his brain. Imagine if he suddenly remembered everything in his twilight years, he'd kick the bucket instantly. Zhang Eileen described it vividly, mainly because it was her own brother. She could make stuff up freely. Su Qingxue, better not, sis. What if it turns Yanbao into a little cutie? But that wasn't her biggest fear. What if Yanbao didn't remember her anymore? But I came back specifically to take him for a checkup, Zhang Eileen insisted. He hasn't had an episode in years, but you said he had one last time, so it's necessary to get him examined. Oh, an exam is fine. Since we're getting checked anyway, why not give it a shot? What if it actually works? Then your little Muyan brother from when you were a kid would come back. When Su Qingxue was little, she used to call Zhang Muyan brother Muyan. Zhang Eileen still remembered those words. Oh, sis. Su Qingxue felt a bit embarrassed. Deep down, Su Qingxue still wanted Zhang Muyan to remember. She wanted him to know how much he deserved her affection, how profoundly the things he did as a child had touched a little girl's heart. Or perhaps, even without that crucial memory, Zhang Muyan was still Zhang Muyan but somehow incomplete. Exactly where the incompleteness lay was like this: she remembered everything that had happened between them, but he didn't. Like a fool. Su Qingxue, are you sure you're okay with this? Zhang Eileen, hearing Su Qingxue soften, reassured her, don't worry. How could I harm him? I'm his own sister. I was planning to contact the doctor when he came back for vacation, but he was busy with that butterfly experiment, the one he gave you. I didn't have time, so I consulted a doctor instead. They all said it's fine and we can try to help the patient recover. Alright. Relax, it's not as bad as you think. If anything were wrong, he would have died 1,000 times over as a kid. As a child, Zhang Muyan had been knocked unconscious by Zhang Eileen more than once, yet he always came back unscathed. Before long, Zhang Muyan rushed back, finally kicking that Wang Erdu off. The guy had been clinging like a leech, pestering him about where he found such a gorgeous girlfriend and if he had any other girlfriends to introduce. He then rescued Schwer from a crowd of grandparents and hurried her up the mountain. Though it was winter, with no birdsong or blossoms, their hearts felt as though spring had already arrived. Watch, Schwer. Today, I'll catch you a bird, no matter what. Zhang Muyan held the bird-catching basket he'd played with since childhood, propping it up with a stick tied to a thin string, then scattering a handful of rice beneath it. When they were alone, Zhang Muyan would revert to childish ways. Right now, he was desperately trying to impress Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue crouched nearby, cupping her face in her hands as she watched him prepare, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Once ready, he carefully pulled the string and hid behind a tree. Will this really catch birds? Su Qingxue had never tried it before, but it seemed theoretically possible. You bet. That's how we caught them when I was a kid. Zhang Muyan patted his chest confidently. Oh. Just wait. Su Qingxue pulled out some peanut candies her grandmother had packed and began peeling them to feed Zhang Muyan. She looked just like a little wife keeping company with her working husband. Though Zhang Muyan wasn't exactly doing anything productive either. As she peeled, she fed some to herself too. She'd always eaten pre-peeled peanuts before, and never once this uneven in size. This handful she de-peeled herself contained some empty shells and even a few bad ones. She fed the larger ones to Yanbao and kept the smaller ones for herself. He. She rather enjoyed this, perhaps it gave her a glimpse into Yanbao's daily life. She pulled out another oddly packaged candy. It was clear these candies had been sitting around for a while and were a bit sticky. Su Qingxue didn't seem to mind at all. She tore one open and fed it to Zhang Muyan, then tore one for herself. Before she could bring it to her mouth, she saw Zhang Muyan spit out the candy. His attention was fixed on the basket in front of him, watching the sparrow skittering nervously around it, refusing to enter the cage. Whatever Su Qingxue offered him, he'd open his mouth to take it. But when she suddenly shoved something into his mouth, it was disgustingly awful. He snatched the old-fashioned candy from Su Qingxue's hand. Wasn't this the candy from Deputy Secretary Su's grandson's graduation banquet next door a year ago? No-name brand. And sticky. Expired. Buff stacked to the max. Oh my poor silly Schwer. Why do you shove everything into your mouth? Open wide, Snow. Ha? Confused, but obediently opens her mouth. You haven't eaten it, have you? Su Qingxue shook her head cutely. No. When will grandma ever kick this habit? Zhang Muyan reached into Su Qingxue's pocket and pulled out the still sticky candy. The other side. Su Qingxue twisted her waist, exposing the other pocket to Zhang Muyan. Zhang Muyan reached in to grab. Holy cow, grandma really stuffed you full. Zhang Muyan pulled out a handful, all sorts of unrecognizable little candies. To anyone else, they'd look like relics from the last century. Zhang Muyan couldn't help but chuckle. Grandma, you've been treating your treasures pockets like a trash can. Ha? These are all inedible now, and they don't taste good anyway. Don't eat them. Zhang Muyan tossed the candies aside in one swift motion. Oh. I haven't even tasted them yet. Su Qingxue, wearing the little gloves her grandmother had given her, stared at her empty pocket after Zhang Muyan had emptied it out. It had been so full just moments ago. Mum. She pouted, then reached into her inner pocket. Zhang Muyan found it utterly adorable. But then he looked again. Wait, what? There's more? Did grandma fill it up for you? Chapter 186, Back to the Small Town. Su Qingxue pulled out more candies, melon seeds, and peanuts from her inner pocket. Zhang Muyan gave them a squeeze. The candies were melted, the melon seeds were soft, only the peanuts still had some crunch left. He was instantly charmed by Su Qingxue's innocent expression. He tossed out everything inedible, leaving only a few peanuts. Su Qingxue pouted. They're all gone? I had so many. You like eating them? Zhang Muyan pinched her cheek. Well, not really. Su Qingxue shook her head. It was just that grandma had stuffed her pockets full with them, and she felt a childish sense of satisfaction. Then let's go buy some in town, Zhang Muyan said with a teasing smile, as if peanuts and candy were beyond their means. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Muyan turned back to the trap. Already, a few sparrows were pecking at the grains inside. Heart pounding, hands trembling. Zhang Muyan pulled the trap swiftly. The basket tipped over, sending the sparrows flying. Got one. Got one. Zhang Muyan saw clearly he'd caught one. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened. Just like that, it was caught so easily? How fun. Zhang Muyan pulled her over to the basket. Through the slats, they could see the sparrow inside. But he didn't dare reach in to grab it out. As a child, he'd have dared to play with it in his hands, but now that he'd grown up, he was too afraid. Su Qingxue crouched down to peer inside, her voice tinged with worry. Yanbao, aren't sparrows protected animals? I think so. It's okay, we'll just let it go. Our big cat eats who knows how many sparrows every day when it goes up the mountain. Ha, that's amazing. You caught it so easily. Of course Zhang Muyan's nose grew longer again. Zhang Muyan, Xiao Shui. Zhang Eileen called out as she climbed the mountain. What is it? Come on. Let's go to town and have some fun, Zhang Eileen called out. Alright. Coming down now. Zhang Muyan replied, then moved the basket aside. The sparrow flew away instantly, pausing on a branch just before taking off to chirp angrily for a while. Yen Bao, did it just curse at us? Yeah, that's normal. Let it rant. Big Mimi will get revenge for us. Come on, let's go explore town. Oh. Su Qingxue glanced once more at the sparrows flying overhead. This was the kind of joy Yen Bao had experienced as a child. But her own childhood had been confined to locked rooms or pristine therapy offices. Even her friends had been carefully selected. She had never once run freely and unrestrainedly. Suddenly struck by this thought, Su Qingxue tilted her head and smiled at Zhang Muyan. Yen Bao, want a race? Ha! Zhang Muyan was completely flustered by Su Qingxue's sudden proposal. Running. From here all the way down the hill. See who gets to the foot of the mountain first. Who'd play such a childish game with you? Zhang Muyan released Su Qingxue's hand and said with a hint of pride. Then the next second, he dashed forward first. Su Qingxue had been about to act coy, but only realized what was happening after Zhang Muyan had already pulled several lengths ahead. You're cheating. Ha ha ha. The mountains echoed with their playful laughter. After descending the mountain, the three walked to the small town. In such rural towns, the population is sparse, though it has grown significantly compared to over a decade ago. A key indicator of a place's population is its local school, in this case, Zhang Muyan's elementary school, Tongxiang Primary School. It had transformed from just 2 classroom buildings into a flagship experimental primary school. A rubberized track, basketball courts, ping-pong tables, a flag-raising ceremony area. Every year when Zhang Muyan returned, he could see how it had changed. And they keep getting better. What a shame I didn't get to experience this era. He still remembered how, back in the day, going to the bathroom meant holding it all the way down from the 4th floor, passing the playground, then the ping-pong tables, to reach a toilet that couldn't have been any more basic. Zhang Muyan looked at these kids and suddenly felt like showing off. He pulled out the bionic butterfly he always carried and began to control it. Then, the little kid by the roadside stared at him with an expression of pure admiration. Yeah, that look right there. Wow, that butterfly is so beautiful. Come on, let's follow and catch that butterfly. Hey, why is that butterfly always following that big brother? Zhang Eileen tugged at Su Qingxue's sleeve and whispered gossip about Zhang Muyan. Look at him, so childish. He. Conducting an experiment and then putting on a show in front of little kids. What kind of talk is this? Who says you can't show off in front of kids? I'll show you. Think you can look down on my kid brother? Zhang Muyan had originally planned to take Su Qingxue to buy snacks first, but Zhang Eileen insisted they browse around first to avoid carrying things all the way. So he led the two of them to their old neighborhood. Back then, they rented a place not far behind the elementary school, mainly for convenience getting to school. Later, when they started middle school, they moved to the new town. This rental place was where Zhang Muyan's family lived when Xiaoxue first came to visit. Over a decade ago, this area wasn't part of the town yet, though it wasn't far either. Otherwise, Zhang Muyan, being so young back then, wouldn't have been able to take Su Qingxue all the way to the distant town. Looks like they've changed tenants again. The three arrived at a familiar house, an older 2-story building. Back then, it seemed to belong to some Uncle Joshu the family elders knew, so the rent was cheap. But now? Who knows how many times it's changed hands or who owns it? Zhang Muyan was prone to nostalgia, returning to these old haunts every year to revisit memories, piece by piece. As he stood here, lost in nostalgia, the 2 women beside him kept a close watch on him, ready to intervene if he showed any signs of distress. Doesn't seem to be working? Su Qingxue tilted her head and whispered to Zhang Eileen. It's fine. He's been here himself before. Not remembering is normal. Let's move on to the next location. They bypassed the house and climbed a small hill behind it. Beyond the slope, a stream could be glimpsed in the distance. And on this very hillside lay what Zhang Muyan had called his childhood's secret hideout. Only his childhood playmates and Su Qingxue knew about this place. His sister actually knew about it. Zhang Muyan couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. This sister of mine is terrifyingly sharp. How did she uncover such a hidden spot? Zhang Eileen, as his older sister, I have to say, watching my little brother back then was like watching a clumsy, awkward teenager. How could he possibly come to a place like this alone without being noticed? Only he thought this was some kind of secret hideout. If only it were spring, Zhang Eileen sighed. Then there'd be so many flowers blooming here, and butterflies everywhere. The scenery before them was actually quite pleasant, though it lacked that vibrant feeling of spring's rebirth. When Zhang Muyan had brought Xiaoxue here as children, it had been spring. Chapter 187, Memory Recovery. Zhang Muyan felt a peculiar sensation, especially regarding the blue butterfly he now controlled. It seemed familiar, as if he had encountered it in real life before. For a moment, he felt a sense of recognition, as if something was missing. Seeing this, Zhang Eileen had Su Qingxue bring out the old butterfly for Zhang Muyan to see, nodding firmly. That butterfly was the one Su Qingxue had used as her profile picture before one Zhang Eileen had folded when she was young. It seemed she had upset Zhang Muyan so much he cried, and she had given it to him as a consolation prize. It was only later that she learned this kid had such a knack for charming girls even back then, and he'd used a butterfly she'd folded to win them over. Had she been the kingmaker all along? Su Qingxue carefully retrieved the well-preserved blue butterfly she had kept. The folding was rough, and the paper was standard colored paper, but the memories made it beautiful. She walked over to Zhang Muyan holding it. Yuan Bao, look. Zhang Muyan was deep in thought, something he'd never shown when he came home before. He followed the sound and looked at the butterfly in Su Qingxue's hand. Suddenly, his brain short-circuited. It felt like a nerve in his head had suddenly gone into shock, causing an instant, sharp pain. Then came the ringing in his ears, cold sweat, pale lips, and throbbing temples. This series of symptoms sent a cold sweat down Su Qingxue's back, and she hurriedly supported him. Zhang Eileen, however, remained remarkably composed. She pulled out the prepared medicine and quickly poured it into Zhang Muyan's mouth with a gulp of mineral water. Su Qingxue looked worried, patting Zhang Muyan's back repeatedly while casting a concerned glance at Zhang Eileen. It's fine, don't worry. He hasn't passed out yet, Zhang Eileen said. Her younger brother had passed out before, but he'd been fine after being rushed to the hospital. So this situation wasn't serious, he wouldn't die. You're his real sister, aren't you? As Zhang Muyan steadily adjusted his breathing, fragments of memory began to surface. Within those recollections, a girl held a butterfly in both hands, her figure overlapping with the girl before him. Suddenly, it seemed to dawn on him himself and that girl. What, did you call me? Zhang Muyan murmured, his voice strained with discomfort. Ha? Su Qingxue's face flushed instantly upon hearing this. But Zhang Eileen's face lit up with excitement. It's working. Quick, quick. Xiao Shui, call him. Zhang Eileen urged excitedly. Su Qingxue hesitated, feeling shy probably because Zhang Eileen was standing right there. If she were alone with Yan Bao. Alright, she felt a bit shy about saying it herself too. But now that she was here, she couldn't let Yan Bao suffer for nothing. Remember me, Yan Bao. Remember me. Mu Yan. Su Qingxue whispered softly into Zhang Muyan's ear. Meanwhile, Zhang Eileen was secretly recording the whole thing on her phone. Then she grinned like a proud auntie, taking it aside to watch and listen. So sweet. She thought to herself, this kind of premium material, how many steamed buns would it fetch if sold to my little brother? Zhang Muyan heard it too. For some reason, those words suddenly lifted his spirits. He took a deep breath, and the ringing in his ears gradually faded. Finally, the face of an unfamiliar little girl appeared before him. She looked a bit dirty, but still adorable. After a good wash, she'd surely be well behaved. As he thought this, the girl visibly grew cleaner before his eyes. She wore ill-fitting clothes and held the hand of a familiar little boy. They played and ran together, but the girl clung to the boy like a baby mole, constantly tugging at his clothes or hand. Familiar faces appeared among them, one resembling his own mother, another strikingly similar to his little sister when she was young. Later, they slipped out of the house when the adults weren't looking. For some reason, Zhang Muyan felt an urge to call out and stop them. They arrived at a hillside spot like this. The boy played his usual game of chasing butterflies. The flowers were in full bloom that day, butterflies dancing among the blossoms. He held a small stick with a thin string tied to it and attached a paper butterfly to the end of the string. He then taught the little girl how to do it, just sway it back and forth, letting the suspended paper flutter in the breeze. Sure enough, nearby butterflies were soon drawn to it. They formed a line, trailing like a tail, swaying along with the paper butterfly on the string. Zhang Muyan found it magical, yet strangely familiar. Later, the little girl grew thirsty, so the boy took her to town to buy her some water. And so they walked away. Zhang Muyan's breathing gradually steadied as most of the memories came flooding back. The moment he opened his eyes, the blurry face from his memories seemed to take shape. Muyan. Brother. Zhang Muyan's head still ached slightly, but hearing Shui call him like that, he couldn't help but smile, only for the pain to return with the smile. So he grinned, baring his teeth. His smile was harmless enough, but it worried Su Qingxue so much that she'd already started thinking about how she'd take care of Yanbao in the future. Oh no, Yanbao's gone crazy. My poor Yanbao. The data wasn't recovered, it was factory reset instead. Silly girl, Zhang Muyan pinched her cheek. I think I finally understand what you meant earlier. After all this time, she'd almost forgotten the words Su Qingxue had spoken to her at the beginning. Turns out everything she said was true. I really admire my younger self for being so bold. If it were me now, I definitely wouldn't have such smooth flirting skills. But how exactly did I rescue her back then? It was in some little corner, but I can't quite recall. I think I was playing hide and seek with others when I spotted Shui. I took her through a small passageway, then cut through a shortcut to get home. Those adults were outsiders, so I managed to shake them off. After all, over a decade ago, there weren't as many houses yet. It was mostly overgrown fields, cornfields, and countless little paths. I was so brave back then. So if I'm not with Shui, who is? I need to get some rebar, okay? Give my childhood self a thumbs up. You, remember? Su Qingxue stared straight into Zhang Muyan's eyes, her own eyes darting back and forth. Her eyes suddenly reddened. Zhang Aileen beside them was equally surprised. He remembered that easily? Zhang Muyan, of course it looks easy to you, I was in so much pain I saw stars. Yeah, most of it. I think we parted ways in a small alley, right? Zhang Muyan rubbed his head, feeling like a long blocked nerve had finally cleared. Though still a bit hazy, the persistent fog that had clouded his mind seemed to lift. Yes. Su Qingxue threw her arms around Zhang Muyan, sniffled, and couldn't hold back her tears, burrowing into his embrace. Now, her precious yen was whole again. She had waited all these years. When she learned he had forgotten her, she had suffered sleepless nights, one after another. But she was abroad, unable to return. She longed to see him but couldn't. She wanted him to recover, but their first meeting had frightened her so badly she dared not try again. Compared to the danger to Yanbao's life, those brief childhood memories fading away didn't matter. It was fine, as long as he was by her side. As long as Yanbao was safe and sound by my side. But now. Chapter 188, what a brave kid. You idiot, sis. This must be your idea. Zhang Muyan shot Zhang Aileen a knowing glance. He didn't need to guess she was the one who'd put the idea into Shuer's head. Shuer had been with him for so long, yet she always avoided childhood topics when chatting with him. Over the years, Zhang Muyan had asked her more than once why she liked him, but her answers were always vague, something like, I like everything about you, or I've liked you for a long time. After asking too many times, he stopped. Only now did he wake up from his dream. What's up? What happened? Zhang Aileen feigned ignorance. Cut it out. Don't you fear your brother might drop dead on the spot? Oh, come on. I've got plenty of experience. I knocked you out more than once when you were little. Look at that. Is that what a sister should say? Everyone, let's troll her online. Zhang Muyan, his memories restored, gazed at Su Qingxue with even greater tenderness and heartache. How incredibly fortunate he was, he must have saved the world in his past life. To encounter such a girl in this lifetime. Come on, Zhang Muyan murmured softly, wiping away her tears. Let's go check out that little alley. The alley he referred to was the very place where they had parted ways back then. It probably hadn't changed much. Shouldn't we go to the hospital first? Su Qingxue still worried he might be overwhelmed by too many emotions at once. It's fine. I think the main reason I forgot this memory is because of that alley, Zhang Muyan said. He had been beaten by a group of thugs, overcome with fear, and helplessly watched as Su Qingxue was carried away. That's why his subconscious had actively sealed away this memory. The reason it resurfaced now was simply because the pain from that sealed memory had quietly unlocked its chains during their first meeting. This latest trigger was merely a natural progression. Had Shuer not been there all along, providing subtle companionship, suddenly arriving here to recover these memories would have been unbearable. Let's go. I'm fine. The three of them soon arrived at the narrow alley from their childhood. It wasn't far at all. Children couldn't have wandered far. Compared to over a decade ago, this alley now looked even more dilapidated and filthy. Air conditioner units now clung to the walls on both sides, dripping water onto the ground. Unidentified plastic packaging litter lay scattered, likely trampled for years. Zhang Muyan walked in slowly, carefully examining the walls on both sides. Su Qingxue watched him with concern. Zhang Aileen patted her shoulder and asked, how exactly did you encounter those bad guys back then? What happened? That day. Zhang Muyan ran his fingers along the wall, recalling the sequence of events that day. Seeing Shuer stuck at home looking so gloomy, he decided to take her butterfly hunting. Then she got thirsty, so he led her through this alley to buy water. Right here, they were cornered by several adults. It had been a clear afternoon, but it left a shadow over both children. Who are you? Little Zhang Muyan asked blankly at the man blocking their path. The tall man across from him didn't say a word. He took 2 steps forward, reaching out to grab Su Qingxue behind Zhang Muyan. Zhang Muyan felt fear and decisively pulled Su Qingxue backward, but strangers had already blocked their escape from behind. Realizing something was terribly wrong, Zhang Muyan picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it, growling like a little tiger all the while. Any normal child cornered by a menacing stranger would have burst into tears. But at that moment, Su Qingxue was already trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Perhaps it was this very sight that triggered Zhang Muyan's protective instincts from his childhood. Fear vanished from his face. He hurled pebbles while roaring, trying his best to show he wasn't someone to mess with. But a child is just a child, how could he be dangerous? His feigned growls only made the men want to laugh. Then one man lifted Zhang Muyan up like a little chick, while another grabbed Su Qingxue's arm and effortlessly dragged her away. Swinging wildly with kicks and punches, Zhang Muyan couldn't harm the man holding him. So he hurled the few remaining pebbles in his hand at the man's face. A stone hit the man's eye, causing him to wince and release his grip. The moment Zhang Muyan hit the ground, he lunged forward, wrapped his arms around the other man's leg, and bit down. The child possessed surprising strength, biting down hard enough to make the man hiss in pain. Enraged, he released Su Qingxue and immediately began beating Zhang Muyan. He unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, joined by the man who'd been pelted with stones earlier, who also delivered several vicious kicks. Not a single word was spoken to the two children throughout the entire ordeal, just pure violence. How many blows from an adult man could a child endure? But Zhang Muyan refused to let go. Only when someone shouted, "Stop! You'll kill him and get in trouble." Only then did they stop. They hoisted Zhang Muyan and slammed him against the wall. The child had already been beaten to exhaustion. He collapsed with a muffled groan, watching helplessly as Su Qingxue was carried away, sobbing. Screaming, "Stop hitting her! I'll go with them." These words struck a nerve with Zhang Muyan. As they all turned to leave, he made one final burst of strength, lunging forward to cling to the man's leg, refusing to let go. Then, got his skull smashed open with a single blow from a club. That was everything that happened at the time. So, forget it? How could Su Qingxue possibly forget? She'd seen children get angry before fists clenched, low growls of woe escaping their throats, and then the two little ones would start fighting. So childish. Yet it reminded her of that little hero who took on several grown men in that alleyway. Not childish at all, super cool. No one could be cooler than him. So, did they catch all those guys? Zhang Eileen wiped her tears, surprised to discover her little brother was actually a man she never would have guessed. Zhang Muyan, where the hell couldn't you tell? Yeah, they're all locked up. They won't be getting out. A cold gleam flashed in Su Qingxue's eyes. When she looked at Zhang Muyan again, she felt tears welling up from emotion. Ahem, I bet I was possessed by someone when I was little. How did I get so brave? Zhang Muyan couldn't stand seeing them tear up and joke to lighten the mood. How tall were they, roughly? No idea. How could I tell their height as a kid? The shortest one felt like at least 5 feet 7 inches. They were like giants, anyway. I bet if I got kidnapped, you wouldn't even care. Zhang Eileen dabbed her tears with a tissue, sniffling. Well, duh. Zhang Muyan muttered bluntly. Damn it, Zhang Eileen flung the crumpled tissue and launched a punch straight at Zhang Muyan. Ow. Look at you, do you even need me anymore? Zhang Muyan groaned in pain. Zhang Eileen, you ungrateful jerk. Come on, let's go to the hospital again. Now. Zhang Muyan asked doubtfully. You've already made arrangements? Yeah, I set it up before I came back. What did you think? Damn. You're so good. You're making me feel guilty. Zhang Eileen. What kind of big sister would actually harm her own little brother? Just look at what he said. That cheeky bastard. He's just asking for it. You'd be crazy not to mess with him. He could drive anyone crazy. Gritting teeth. Chapter 189, Crawling Under the Blankets 2. After the X-rays and examination, the doctor reassured the three of them that there was nothing to worry about, everything was healing perfectly. He prescribed some medication for Zhang Muyan, saying it would take care of the issue. Only then did the trio leave the hospital with complete peace of mind. The one most overjoyed was naturally Su Qingxue. Now, her eyes practically sparkled with hearts whenever she looked at Zhang Muyan. Her healthy, whole Yanbao was back. While he was still his usual mischievous self, nothing had fundamentally changed. Yet it felt different. The weight she'd been carrying in her heart had finally lifted. No more worrying about Yanbao suddenly falling ill at home one day. Following their original plan, the trio headed to the town's farmer's market to buy some New Year's goods. Sunflower seeds, peanuts, candies. Vendors displayed their wares on stone tables like street stalls. Since it was afternoon, the crowd had thinned considerably, avoiding the jostling crowds typical of market days. Su Qingxue had been to a vegetable market before, but it was completely different from this place. At least the one she'd visited had designated sections for different goods and was clean and tidy, like a mall. So she found this place quite novel. Vendors blared their goods into megaphones, creating a lively atmosphere. Sugar oranges, 10 yuan for 3 pounds. Baked flatbreads, potcakes, 5 yuan each. Peanuts and sunflower seeds. Peanuts and sunflower seeds. Grab as much as you want for 12 yuan. The more you grab, the more you get. Hair tonic, hair tonic. Once you try it, you'll be hooked. The vibrant atmosphere all around, the lively scenes of people haggling over goods. At that moment, Su Qingxue mimicked the dialect from the loudspeaker and asked curiously, Bao, what's rat poison? Hearing Su Qingxue awkwardly pronounce the dialect phrase how are yao, Zhang Muyan couldn't help but laugh. He repeated it for her, how are yao? Su Qingxue, oh, rat poison. Zhang Muyan, it means rat poison. The loudspeaker broadcast used direct dialect, even rhyming rap, so it was no wonder Su Qingxue didn't understand. Oh. Su Qingxue replied with a simple nod. Let's go buy some candy first. They crossed the farmer's market and chose a small supermarket, basically just a convenience store. Zhang Eileen immediately picked out her favorite big white rabbit candy, an annual must-have. Zhang Muyan tore open one and offered it to Su Qingxue. We eat these every year. Try one. Su Qingxue popped the soft candy into her mouth, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. It's so sweet. Do you like it? Yes. Then let's get some more. Take some of these snacks too. I feel like you probably haven't had much of these before. Zhang Muyan spotted some packaged spicy strips he'd eaten as a kid, all childhood memories, and started filling his pockets. Bringing his girlfriend to eat junk food, huh? Truthfully, it was mostly Zhang Muyan who craved this stuff. But imagining his snow eating this junk food, Su Qingxue pulled out a spicy strip, wrinkled her nose, and chewed with a smacking sound. What a strange taste. After buying the snacks, they weighed out some fresh melon seeds, peanuts, and raisins. While the cashier weighed them, Zhang Muyan reached into Su Qingxue's pocket and took all the leftover peanuts and melon seeds she had there. Fresh stuff? Eat fresh stuff, okay? With that, he grabbed several handfuls from the bagged New Year's goods and stuffed them into Su Qingxue's small pocket until it bulged again. Oh. Su Qingxue acted like a toy, offering no resistance as Zhang Muyan stuffed her pockets full. She seemed to think this was some kind of custom on Zhang Muyan's side. That during the new year, you had to fill your pockets with these things to symbolize a bountiful harvest? After all, the candies and peanuts she'd received earlier had been given to her by the grandparents around her, not just Zhang Muyan's grandmother. Ah well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. After stuffing her pockets, Zhang Muyan surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction. Xue's pockets bulged noticeably on both sides. Reaching inside felt just like poking into a squirrel's food cache. So adorable. After buying some fruit and other items, they headed home with their purchases. As dusk fell, Grandma insisted they stay the night. But Zhang Muyan declined. He'd come to take Grandma back to the city. How could she now insist on keeping him in the countryside? Grandma also declined Zhang Muyan's invitation, saying seeing Xue was enough for her. Besides, what would happen to the poultry if she left? In a couple of days, I'll slaughter them all, then I can come. Zhang Muyan glanced at the chickens and ducks. Slaughter them all? Could they even eat that much? Then it was decided that this year's New Year celebration would be at Zhang Muyan's house. Since Xiao Xue was coming, it would save her the trouble of traveling back and forth. But there would definitely be a lot of people then. All the aunts and uncles. Zhang Muyan prepared Su Qingxue mentally in advance. After bidding Grandma farewell, the three boarded the last bus back to New City. That night. At bedtime, Su Qingxue arrived as promised. Yen Bao. Su Qingxue quietly entered Zhang Muyan's room, closed the door, and softly called out to him. Zhang Muyan looked as if he had just woken up. Ha! He. Su Qingxue slipped off her furry slippers and, like a little white rabbit, deftly burrowed into the blankets before nestling just as skillfully into Zhang Muyan's embrace. This was only their second time together, yet she was already this comfortable. Why are you here again? Zhang Muyan watched her slowly peek her head out from under the covers, unable to suppress a smile. Can't sleep. Need a hug to fall asleep. With that, she wrapped her arms tightly around Zhang Muyan, her legs clamping his feet firmly. Humph, little clingy thing, Zhang Muyan chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. So what if I'm clingy? Su Qingxue retorted defiantly, planting 2 smacking kisses on Zhang Muyan's cheek. Superscript 3. You rascal. Zhang Muyan covered her mouth to stop her from kissing him. But that only made things worse once she cried out. Su Qingxue seemed to have unlocked her full potential, diving headfirst into the roleplay. Hee, little lady, you'd better just give in to me. Even with her mouth covered by Zhang Muyan, Su Qingxue still managed to mumble incoherently before planting a kiss on his palm. Ugh. Zhang Muyan couldn't stand her kisses on his palm, so he switched from covering her mouth to pinching it. Pinch it into a Donald Duckbeak. See how you like kissing now. Su Qingxue made muffled sounds before suddenly slurping up a mouthful of saliva. Ha! Zhang Muyan's eyes widened. Oh no! Xue isn't role-playing. This is her true self. Su Qingxue unapologetically pushed Zhang Muyan's hand away, wrapped her arms around his neck, and aimed straight for the target. Pry it open. Sure enough, there's only a first time and then countless times. Su Qingxue was utterly captivated by kissing Yen Bao. In other words, she loved getting frisky with him. So she'd done strange things to Zhang Muyan more than once. Now that she had the most intimate substitute, how could she not be captivated? All she knew was that when it happened, her mind went blank, her body went limp, and she couldn't catch her breath. Stop, rest, then start again. This cycle repeated until she could barely endure it, then she'd shyly push him away. Even though she initiated it, she was no match for Zhang Muyan. Zhang Muyan had decent lung capacity, after all. With last night's precedent fresh in her mind, continuing this way might lead to trouble. Her whole body was burning hot, just like last night. And when she got hot, what did she do? Take off clothes? And after taking off clothes, what happens next? Hey, what are you thinking? Huskies point fingers. Chapter 190, Online Meeting. New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, some of Zhang Muyan's relatives arrived. Seeing Su Qingxue's unfamiliar face, they hesitated slightly before asking Mrs. Yen and old Deng, when did you two decide to have a daughter? Upon learning she was Zhang Muyan's girlfriend, they were utterly astonished. She bombarded Su Qingxue with questions. Where do you live? How old are you? What does your family do? Zhang Muyan feared Su Qingxue might struggle to handle the situation, so he stepped in to greet and explain. But he soon realized she was actually quite composed, not nearly as flustered as he'd imagined. After all, no matter what, Schwer was someone who dared to perform passionately in front of everyone. Compared to the countless audiences she faced on stage, these situations shouldn't be a big deal. This wasn't about being aloof or not, it was a matter of courtesy. No matter how reserved she might be, Schwer would politely greet elders and answer their questions in such settings. But Zhang Muyan noticed that lately, Schwer seemed to be getting more and more cheerful. Not only did she chat easily with his sister and mom, the three of them laughing and hugging like sisters, but her midnight sneaking into his bed had reached new heights of mastery. From the doorway to burrowing into his bed and heading straight for a kiss, it takes less than 5 seconds. She's become incredibly skilled. During the New Year's Eve nights, Schwer would sneak over without fail, like clockwork. Sometimes it was very late, around 2 or 3 in the morning. Zhang Muyan would think she wasn't coming tonight, only to be woken up halfway through sleep by a soft sensation she had come after all. Then she'd dash back home before the alarm even went off the next morning, never complaining about the exhaustion. And this schedule didn't make her look worse, she actually grew more radiant and beautiful. But looking at Zhang Muyan, the effect was completely the opposite. Dark circles had formed under his eyes, and his complexion resembled that of an unrestrained, desiccated corpse. Feels like Schwer is some kind of demon, draining my life force every night. Oh. Happy New Year. The two little ones stood by the door, greeting arriving relatives with New Year's wishes, while Zhang Eileen stayed in the living room chatting with the elders. This is Great-Grandma. Happy New Year, Great-Grandma. Su Qingxue sweetly greeted her, her naturally lovely appearance combined with her charming words making her even more endearing to the adults. Happy New Year, Great-Grandma. Zhang Muyan smiled and offered his greetings too. Ah, Happy New Year, Great-Grandma responded with a smile before turning to Mrs. Yen as she stepped inside. What's this? Am I getting too old to see clearly? Did Eileen get plastic surgery? She's my girlfriend, Ms. Yen said with a beaming smile. Oh. I see. Well done, Xiao Yen. You've only just started college and you've already brought a girlfriend home. She immediately pulled out a large red envelope. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Grandma. Su Qingxue echoed Zhang Muyan's words, glancing at Ms. Yen before accepting the red envelope. After all, it was the new year. Red envelopes symbolized good fortune, it wouldn't be right to refuse. Then Grandma smiled warmly, gently rubbing her hand. It was as if all elderly women shared this quirk. Why did they always love touching Schwer's hands? Oh my, she's so beautiful, like a little fairy. Zhang Muyan is truly blessed. Su Qingxue blushed at the compliment. Every adult who had visited that morning had said something similar, and her cheeks were still flushed, perfectly matching the sea of red filling the room. Of course he is, Zhang Muyan chuckled, teasing the old lady. Oh my, look at this boy. Ha ha ha. He then led the old lady inside, where his aunt had also arrived. Happy New Year, Auntie. Oh my, who is this little beauty? Auntie was momentarily taken aback by this unfamiliar face. Su Qingxue, my daughter-in-law Mrs. Yen said proudly. Oh my. Zhang Muyan is such a tough guy, huh? Come here, thank you, Qingxue. When would you like to come over to our place sometime? Auntie also pulled out red envelopes and slipped them to Su Qingxue and Zhang Muyan. Thank you, Auntie. And so, the two little ones stood at the door receiving New Year's greetings and red envelopes, while Zhang Eileen waited in the living room to receive her own greetings and red envelopes. Although she was already working and earning money, and according to custom shouldn't need to give red envelopes, she was still considered a child in front of the adults, so they gave her one anyway. Then, once everyone had arrived, they gathered in the living room to chat and catch up. Zhang Muyan received several calls during this time from his sons and others sending copy-pasted New Year greetings, to which he replied one by one. Then, he answered a call from Wang Lei. Hey, what's up? Remembering to wish your old man a happy new year on this special day. Zhang Muyan said cheerfully. What are you talking about? Shouldn't you be wishing me a happy new year? Ha, since you took the initiative to call your old man and wish me a happy new year to you too. Cut the crap. How are you? What about that online meeting we planned? It's already the new year, why hasn't it started yet? Oh, plans changed. Zhang Muyan chuckled. He planned to tell them after finishing the experiment, but then Schwer showed up. He'd been busy keeping Schwer company. Who had time for these three little brats? Change of plans? Wang Lei hesitated, then a smirk spread across his face. Did she dump you? Get lost. Schwer and I are doing just fine. So good, we're sharing a bed and cuddling to sleep. Through the screen, Zhang Muyan could practically picture Wang Lei's lecherous grin across the room, that smug, gloating look. Seriously, isn't there a single friend out there who'll be genuine? Every last one of them is such a jerk. What about you? Don't go breaking up with Long Huan again, okay? Zhang Muyan countered, shifting the topic. At this point, Wang Lei's urge to rant suddenly surged. Every day it's nothing but New Year's visits, walking through blessings, eating at this place then that place, endless banquets. First it's my third uncle's second marriage this year, then my auntie's grandson's full month celebration. It's killing me. I haven't even had time to bond with my Huan lately. Zhang Muyan, then why the hell are you calling me? Call your wife. I just got off the phone with her. She's busy making the rounds too. Oh. So I'm just a substitute, huh? Zhang Muyan said, sounding jealous. Wang Lei? Are you out of your mind? Not interested anymore. This is pointless. Hanging up. Zhang Muyan said, suppressing a laugh as he ended the call. Wang Lei immediately called back. Hey, what's going on? I'm busy too. I'm just asking when you're holding the online meeting. I'll tell you this, I made a bet with old Pang and old Wu, %. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhang Muyan exclaimed with delight. If he'd known sooner, he would have held the online meeting to prove them wrong. Wang Lei hadn't mentioned the bet earlier, only urging him to hurry up so he could prove them wrong. Zhang Muyan had been too busy with experiments to follow through, but now that he had some free time, he was ready to find a moment. Hearing about this opportunity was perfect timing. Leaving dorm cleaning duties to them next semester? Perfect. Right now? Are they free right now? Wang Lei, huh? This fast? Chapter 191, Your girlfriend is really Su Qingxue? Right now? Is Su Qingxue available? Wang Lei figured a young lady like Su Qingxue would be swamped with stuff like this. Zhang Muyan glanced at Su Qingxue, who was chatting warmly with the elders in the living room, and smiled. Yeah, she probably is. Alright, I'll ask them. You pull her into the room later, okay? Wang Lei reminded him. Alright. Zhang Muyan pondered, into the room. What if he just turned on his camera and had a two-shot with Schwer? Within minutes, Wang Lei initiated the video call. Wang Lei was fine, he already knew it would be Su Qingxue. Still, he was curious to see what she looked like on video. Everyone has felt that curiosity about attractive members of the opposite sex, that subconscious feeling they must be different. The other two, however, couldn't suppress their grins, constantly poking Zhang Muyan's screen. Hurry up. Why isn't she in yet? Zhang Muyan explained the whole situation to Su Qingxue, mentioning he needed his little wife to save face since he'd already made such bold claims. Su Qingxue listened, gently pursed her lips, and agreed without hesitation. She would never refuse her Yanyan's request, just as Yanyan never refused hers. Besides, this was Yanbao's friend, someone she'd meet sooner or later anyway. Still, she felt a bit uneasy around men. Her body instinctively kept her distant from them, making her reluctant to talk. Consequently, even though she'd been staying at Yanbao's place for days, the conversations between old Deng and Su Qingxue were pitifully scarce. Old Deng even sought out Mrs. Yan in the middle of the night to cry about whether he was being rejected. Mrs. Yan comforted him, saying, "Isn't it perfectly normal for a father-in-law and daughter-in-law to have little to say to each other? Old Deng, but I keep feeling like Schwer is avoiding me. She talks to you all the time, doesn't she?" Mrs. Yan smiled contentedly. "Of course. I treat Xiao Shui like my own daughter. It's only natural she's close to me, right? Old Deng, I'm not that different, am I? Ms. Yan, sometimes you need to look at yourself first, okay? Ask yourself if you've..." Here it comes. Just a sec, okay?" Zhang Muyan answered the video call first. Hurry up. Let me see what kind of horse this is." Roar. "So you came all the way to watch old Zhang's livestream during the new year, huh? What are you watching, bro?" A little kid suddenly barged into the camera on Wang Lei's end. "Whoa, old Wang has a kid now? Wang Lei, go away, go play with your Ultraman." "Ha, what's wrong with letting me watch? Why shoo me away?" "Exactly. Is this how you act as a big brother? Ha? Kid, go tell on him. Report him." Pang Bo tilted his head and peered at the little guy through the lens. "What's old Zhang doing? Hurry up. What's the rush? It's not that urgent. Hurry. I'm in a hurry." "Woo-how, hey, old Zhang, did you change your profile pic to match Su Qingxue's too?" "Zhang Muyan, huh? What does that mean? Did Wang Lei snitch?" Zhang Muyan glanced at Wang Lei on the camera feed. Wang Lei immediately chimed in, the school forums blowing up. Ever since Su Qingxue changed her profile pic, tons of people have copied her and are pretending to be her boyfriend. Zhang Muyan instantly understood. "Oh, I see. Pang Bo, now, Comrade Zhang, I gotta call you out on this. You've got a girlfriend and you're still pulling this stunt? Did you trick your girlfriend into changing her profile pic too? Ugh. What a jerk. Zhang Muyan, unbelievable. Can't you be pure-hearted like me, Lei? Look at his profile pic, just a cat. Long Huanwan's profile pic is a girl holding that cat. How sweet. How pure. You can't be two-timing. Didn't I teach you that, kid? Get the hell out of my dorm room." "Zhang Muyan, you think everyone's like you? Then what's up with your profile pic? Coincidentally matching Su Qingxue's? What a coincidence. So your girlfriend is Su Qingxue? Ha. Wang Lei's eyes widened at the revelation, exchanging a knowing glance with Zhang Muyan. Not just Zhang Muyan, even Wang Lei felt a rush of excitement watching the two of them laugh and joke on the screen. Two clowns. Then, a voice came through the video call. An anime girl avatar identical to Su Qingxue's appeared on the video call. "Hey, sis-in-law." After the greeting, Pang Bo cleared his throat twice and said, See? What did I tell you? Sure enough, he tricked his own girlfriend into switching to this avatar too. Wu Hao, you really did. Old Zhang, aren't you afraid of getting struck by lightning for doing this? Zhang Muyan ignored him completely. Swear, click the top one and turn on the camera. Okay, let me see, here it is. Then, Pang Bo and Wu Hao, who had been laughing and teasing Zhang Muyan moments ago, instantly froze in shock when they saw the person on the camera feed. Both of them donned the signature red nose of a clown. Hello, Su Qingxue greeted them proactively. She wasn't with Zhang Muyan. At his request, she'd stayed in her own room while he was in another. He'd said he'd come over later to scare the living daylights out of them. The two in the video still looked somewhat dazed, their eyes rolling around in their sockets like glass marbles, momentarily unable to process what was happening. Zhang Muyan was thoroughly satisfied with their reactions on screen, while Wang Lei chuckled, calling them two clowns. Zhang Muyan, sorry, Lei, you'll be part of my little game soon too. Wow, sister is so pretty. Suddenly, the little boy beside Wang Lei popped his head over the phone, wide-eyed and innocent. Ah, what a sweet-talking kid, Zhang Muyan chuckled. Wang Lei quickly pushed the child's head away. Sorry. Then he shooed the little guy out of the room. By then, Peng Bo and Wu Hao had also caught on. Wu Hao blurted out, old Zhang, your damn girlfriend blah blah blah, your girlfriend is, huh? Peng Bo called out to Su Qingxue on the video call, Su Qingxue? Su Qingxue, hello. Peng Bo's inner monologue, holy, she's real? Not fake? Zhang Muyan, would you like me to introduce you? Wu Hao had already sat up, cursing non-stop, holy. My hair. Holy. He leaned closer to the camera for a closer look, then clicked on the conference room to glance at Su Qingxue's profile picture, a couple avatar with Zhang Muyan, before shaking his head. Holy. Dude, are you for real? How is this any different from winning $1 billion in the lottery? Holy. What? Watching the two of them keep going on and on with their holy-s, Zhang Muyan started wondering if he should drop that bombshell on them after all. This was bound to shatter their worldviews. Alright, it's not that exaggerated. Zhang Muyan's mouth was practically hanging open in disbelief. Chapter 192, School Forum, is Su Qingxue dating? When did it start? Wang Lei, did you know all along? You're not even surprised at all? Ah, no, I'm surprised. How could I not be surprised? I've been freaking out the whole time. Wang Lei quickly played dumb. I just had a hunch. I figured old Zhang's girlfriend would be, well, pretty. Is that so? Of course she is. Don't tell me you tricked me and old Pang on purpose. How could that be? Ask old Zhang if you don't believe me. How would I even know about his girlfriend? Right, old Zhang? If I knew, I would have already, right? The whole school would have heard about it. Zhang Muyan stifled a laugh, glancing at Su Qingxue in the video. She sat stiffly, looking a bit lost, staring right back at him. Seeing this, Zhang Muyan stood up abruptly. He didn't know. How could he possibly know? I'll show you something else, and then you'll know for sure. Huh? What else? Another ace up your sleeve? Don't drop another bombshell on me, okay? Wang Lei's curiosity was piqued too. What else could he possibly be hiding? Watching Zhang Muyan move the camera through the living room, they could see his family elders cracking sunflower seeds and chatting. Then he entered another room, and the scene shifted. Holy. The three of them exclaimed in unison, eyes wide, as the scene abruptly shifted in Zhang Muyan's camera feed. They were completely thrown off balance. Holy crap. Ha! Take off. Wu Hao leapt from his chair. Pang Bo's brain couldn't process it for a moment, while Wang Lei was? Zhang Muyan, see? I told you so. Scared them right off their feet. All three of them blurted out holy in unison. Their cries fell into a rhythm, each one shouting like they were counting off. Like they were exchanging secret codes. A strange kind of fun. Wait, you guys met the parents over the holidays? In the footage, Zhang Muyan and Su Qingxue were sitting together, both appearing in the same frame. That fast? Wang Lei was stunned. How could that be? Last semester they were practically at the same stage. He hadn't even considered meeting parents yet. Huh? I don't believe it. What kind of magic did you use? Zhang Muyan smugly took Su Qingxue's hand, widening his eyes dramatically for the camera. Damn. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to your whole family. Why can I understand their underlying meaning when they say things like this? Thanks, y'all. Happy New Year to you too. Zhang Muyan felt thoroughly satisfied, mission accomplished. He glanced again at Su Qingxue smiling beside him. While he was fooling around with them, she was right there keeping him company. Schwer is so sweet. No wonder he changed his couple profile pic. Turns out he was worried Su Qingxue would run off. With so many fake couples in the whole school, the real one was right under our noses? Spill it. How did it start? Tell us everything. You've even met each other's parents. I remember last time Su Qingxue came to our guy's dorm entrance, right? Holy crap. It started back then? Don't tell me. Don't even say it. The more I think about it, the creepier it gets. He claimed he'd never met Su Qingxue, said he wasn't interested in girls like her. Turns out he already had her and just got bored? When the hell did I ever say that? Zhang Muyan's survival instinct kicked in full force. He caught the crucial detail and scrambled to explain. You didn't? When we showed you her photo early in the semester, you weren't. I was just looking at pictures back then. Zhang Muyan cut in again. I just felt like she wasn't in our league. We weren't good enough for her, you know? That's what I meant, okay? After speaking, Zhang Muyan flashed a flattering grin and looked at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue, carrot. Zhang Muyan. Alright, the people in the video watched Zhang Muyan drenched in sweat, and those in the know understood. Scared of his wife? No shame in that. Zhang Muyan slammed the phone down. He knew these jerks were up to no good. Oh yeah, Yanbao, I remember hearing them say you don't like me last time? Su Qingxue's eyes crinkled into a sweet smile. But Zhang Muyan felt incredibly guilty seeing that smile now. He hadn't actually said anything bad about Su Qingxue. After all, she was exactly his type at first glance. But the level of admiration she received from classmates was off the charts. Zhang Muyan, still reeling from the Pan Xian incident, had lost interest in girls this outstanding. So, to shut up the three jerks in his dorm, he declaimed he wasn't interested in Su Qingxue at all, that aloof types weren't his style, and so on. And so, the three jerks in the dorm took it to heart, vowing they'd make sure Zhang Muyan met Su Qingxue sooner or later, guaranteed to knock him off his high horse. That's why when Su Qingxue delivered breakfast and they spotted her in person, they immediately texted Zhang Muyan to come see. I didn't you have to believe me? Zhang Muyan tried to wriggle out of it. Yanbao, if there's anything you don't like about me, you have to tell me, I'll change it. Su Qingxue gently pinched Zhang Muyan's cheek as she spoke softly. Okay. I will. Zhang Muyan responded with a pinch of his own. Just then, Su Qingxue's phone suddenly emitted a shrill, explosive ringtone. Roar. Happy New Year, old Zhang. Holy crap. Yanbao's here too. This is crazy. Hey, Yanbao, get ready to be hunted down by the whole school next semester. Zhang Muyan? Schwerer. Did you forget to hang up? I thought I hung up. Su Qingxue pulled out her phone. She'd only ended the video call, leaving the voice mic still on. Damn it. They heard the paid content. Total loss. Damn it. Zhang Muyan grabbed Su Qingxue's phone again, but the others had already exited the video call. The sudden dose of romance caught them off guard. Su Qingxue had called him Yanbao. I could bite my molars to dust. That damn old Zhang deserves to die. But it was New Year's, so they managed to hold back the curses the whole time. Happy New Year to you. Yeah, you deserve a Happy New Year. After hanging up, with their big mouths, there was no way they could keep it to themselves. First up was Wang Lei, who'd been holding it in the longest. He dropped the bombshell on his girlfriend Huan, who then told her roommates and friends. Su Nianru knew, but as Su Qingxue's close friend, she wouldn't spread it around. Now that Long Huan knew, she saw no reason to keep it secret either, figuring the couple was ready to go public. Meanwhile, Wang Lei dropped a bombshell on those forums, still calling Su Qingxue wife with his two-dimensional foil. How could he stand watching these clowns call his son's wife wifey day in and day out? Let this godfather lend a hand. No need to thank me, old Zhang. Then, the school forum? Su Qingxue is dating? Photos of Zhang Muyan and Su Qingxue holding hands on Beast Street at night, pinned to the top. Chapter 193, Schwerer can even toast. Yanbao, are you nervous? Kind of. Hee, it's nothing. Want me to get you 2 bodyguards? See? Schwerer has always known just how popular she is. It's like no handsome guy would ever be unaware of his own good looks. But Zhang Muyan insisted on being stubborn, narcissist humph. Are you sure you don't need them? Do they really think they can take me on? Fine then. Just then, Mrs. Yen called from outside, dinner's ready. Dinner's ready, come on, Yanbao. Wait a minute, maybe we should find 2 after all? I'm definitely not afraid of physical threats, you know, I just worry about them crowding around, it's not very convenient. Su Qingxue couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing this. Zhang Muyan, baka. You're laughing at me. Su Qingxue, no, let's eat. My Yanbao has the sharpest tongue. Of course I know I'm the sharpest. Ha? Wait, no. Mrs. Yen brought the final dish, old duck soup, to the table. It was fresh, brought by Grandma this morning. Yep, duck brother. Even cooked, I'd recognize you. And so, a feast spread across the table, filling it to overflowing. Meanwhile, worried that Xiao Shui might not like the local fare, Mom had gone out of her way to buy roast duck, the only roast duck dish she knew of. She'd scoured every nook and cranny of the new district to find it. Whether it was authentic or not, well, that was anyone's guess. Su Qingxue understood this perfectly well, she was quite observant. Then the family gathered around the table for a joyous reunion dinner. Zhang Muyan took the initiative to pour drinks and wine for the elders. Have a drink too, you're an adult now, you can drink, her great-uncle chuckled, holding a small cup of baijiu. No, beer is fine for me. Baijiu is too harsh on my throat. Zhang Muyan shook his head. You'll get used to it after a few tries, ha ha ha. Zhang Muyan shook his head vigorously. I'll end up throwing drunken punches. With his low tolerance, even light beer was a struggle. Ha ha ha. Zhang Muyan sat back down. No sooner had he settled than Su Qingxue tugged gently at his sleeve. Was she offering a toast? Before Zhang Muyan could ask what was wrong, she abruptly stood up. Uncle, I can drink. Zhang Muyan? Oh? Little Shui drinks baijiu? Zhang Yang asked with concern. Yeah, I should be able to handle it. With that, Su Qingxue poured herself a small cup of baijiu. Shuer, you can drink? How come I didn't know? Zhang Muyan froze, still processing what Shuer was up to when Su Qingxue respectfully addressed the elders. This is my first time visiting Muyan's home and meeting all my uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas. If I've done anything wrong or behaved poorly, please forgive me. Nonsense. Oh my, what a sweet girl. You have such a way with words. Come, sit down, dear. Our little Shui is just fine. Look at all these kids, which one of them knows how to offer toasts during the new year? Auntie remarked. This covered the entire line of younger relatives, including the eldest, Zhang Eileen. Not a single young relative present could escape, because none of them had ever offered a toast. They'd never had that custom growing up. What about Shuer's family? She couldn't even imagine how badly she'd stutter if she had to toast at Shuer's house. She quietly tugged Su Qingxue to sit down quickly. If she didn't sit down soon, she and her older sister would be utterly embarrassed. Su Qingxue downed a small cup of baijiu, her brows furrowing tightly. It looked fiery enough to burn. The elders drinking baijiu beamed with delight, their eyes crinkling with amusement. Come every year from now on, Shuer. That's right, come every year. Grandpa will give you a big red envelope. Zhang Muyan, you're assigned a task. From now on, Xiao Shui must be present before you're allowed to sit at the table. Zhang Muyan? What the heck? Ha 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 ha. Once Su Qingxue sat down, Zhang Muyan quietly tugged at her sleeve. Did you know that rolling the dice means certain death? You've just made toasting a mandatory annual ritual. Isn't offering a toast customary? Besides, since it's my first time at your place, Yanbao, offering a toast is just polite, right? Su Qingxue said innocently. When she was little, she always had to offer toasts, though back then it was with soft drinks. This was her first time doing it with alcohol at Zhang Muyan's place, and it was baijiu. Then she changed the subject. Anyway, Yanbao, why don't you just bring me back every year? Zhang Muyan. Damn. Shuer, this makes me sound like some doting little wife. Shouldn't I be the one bringing you over to toast everyone, introducing you as my girlfriend visiting for the first time, asking for everyone's understanding and such? What the hell? But damn, this feels amazing. Coming from different backgrounds, Shuer handles certain situations so much better and with such ease. Anyone watching would think she's done this countless times before. Then I'll bring you back every year from now on. Don't you dare refuse me. If you don't come, I won't even be allowed at the table anymore. Okay. Zhang Muyan served Su Qingxue a piece of sausage, then some cured pork, beef jerky. He noticed Su Qingxue's cheeks turning slightly pink. Could Shuer really get drunk from just this small cup? Right, it's baijiu, pretty strong stuff. Shuer gets drunk after just one small bottle of beer at home. Oh crap, this girl just downed the baijiu like it was beer. Shuer, are you drunk? No way. Su Qingxue's cheeks were flushed, but her mind was still pretty clear. Really? Su Qingxue nodded. She seemed genuinely fine, though her cheeks flushed alarmingly fast. Alright then, the alcohol probably hasn't kicked in yet. Zhang Muyan enthusiastically served her dishes and peeled shrimp for her. Shuer loved this. Eat up while the alcohol hasn't kicked in yet. Finish quickly and head back to your room, Zhang Muyan whispered with a smile. Su Qingxue slipped her hand under the table and tugged at Zhang Muyan's shirt again. What is it? Want something else? They're watching. Su Qingxue murmured softly, not daring to lift her head. What are you looking at? Zhang Muyan frowned in confusion. He looked up and saw the entire family, young and old, staring at the two of them, whispering to each other. Their expressions radiated delight, as if to say, this is adorable, keep it up. Zhang Muyan. Oh, come on, let's just eat. You've made the kids all shy. Zhang Eileen, I want peeled shrimp too. Mrs. Yan immediately picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Then hurry up and find yourself a boyfriend. Zhang Eileen, oh, mom. Zhang Muyan disdainfully, you. Zhang Eileen? Ha ha ha. These two sisters are still as lively as ever. After lunch, everyone chatted in the living room for a while before heading off to visit other relatives and friends. Mom and Dad lingered a bit longer before heading out to enjoy their own private time together. As for my older sister, after clearing the dishes with Zhang Muyan, she also made plans with her girlfriends to play a few rounds of mahjong, leaving the two of them with some private space, as it were. Su Qingxue's buzz was starting to kick in. No matter how many times he saw her slightly tipsy, Zhang Muyan always found it adorable. Now she lay on the bed, her cheeks still rosy, looking as if she'd just woken up. Zhang Muyan, want to take a nap? What about Auntie and the others? They're all out having fun. Why would they stay home? Then should we go out and play too? You? Give yourself a chance to recover first, Zhang Muyan chuckled. You like drinking baijiu like it's soda? Headache yet? It's okay. I thought baijiu was just a bit harsher on the throat. Get some sleep. It's only 2 p.m. We'll go see a movie later, then watch the fireworks tonight. Yan Bao. You're so mean. Chapter 194, Schwer takes on a disciple? No, a mount. With all those elders at the table, you peel shrimp for me and serve me food right in front of everyone. Su Qingxue pouted playfully. That's called turning the tables on someone. Zhang Muyan sat at his desk, pulling out his gaming notebook. When did I ever do that? Oh, Su Qingxue started to protest, but suddenly remembered how she'd done the exact same thing when she first brought Yanbao to meet Aunt Xiao. Yanbao, you actually hold a grudge, Unable to win the argument, Su Qingxue changed the subject. Ha? I'm just letting you taste your own medicine. You're so mean, holding a grudge against me for so long, Su Qingxue lay on her side, pretending to wipe away tears with her hand. Okay, I just wanted to serve you some food. This whole thing just came to mind as an afterthought. Zhang Muyan moved closer, pinched her cheek, and gave her another kiss. Even if that last incident hadn't happened, I'd still be serving you food and peeling shrimp for you. Really? Of course. Zhang Muyan planted another kiss on her cheek. How could I possibly hold a grudge against you? One more kiss here. Su Qingxue shifted her position and pointed her index finger to her lips. Oh my. Later, Su Qingxue obediently took a short nap. She slept less than Zhang Muyan. After all, she had to run back and forth. Meanwhile, Zhang Muyan sat nearby playing a game he'd recently gotten into. The Great Sage. It was actually a gift from Schwer. It's been dominating the short video charts lately, and those jerks in the group chat have been bragging non-stop about how far they've progressed. My own package can't be any worse. Watch me clear the whole game in a day. Then, forget feeding Tiger Pioneer a headshot. The first big-headed doll already had him sweating buckets. Sitting at the computer, hands propping up my head, I fell deep in thought. On the screen, the chosen one hides behind a tree, watching the big-headed security guard ahead, hesitant to make a move. Maybe I should just have Schwer quit. Pretend I never played this game at all. She waited until Su Qingxue woke up, only to find Zhang Muyan still battling the big-headed doll. She remembered seeing Yanbao get this far before she fell asleep. Yanbao, this game is only. Su Qingxue rubbed her eyes, but before she could finish, Zhang Muyan covered her mouth. Huskies point at people. Shut up. Zhang Muyan knew exactly what she was about to say. Honestly, that line could make anyone blush. Just moments ago, he'd asked those jerks in the group chat how to beat it. Instead of helping, they either made lewd comments about how he could still play with Su Qingxue around, or mocked him with no way someone can't even beat a big-headed doll, right? Damn it. Seeing this, Su Qingxue obediently kept quiet, her eyes crinkling into crescent-shaped lines as she smiled. Then, Su Qingxue watched Zhang Muyan play from the side. As Zhang Muyan kept getting knocked down again and again, he could only look at Su Qingxue helplessly for help. I can't beat it. Zhang Muyan cried like a little kid, hugging Su Qingxue. It's okay, Yanbao. I've watched enough. I'll get revenge for you. Su Qingxue patted Zhang Muyan's back comfortingly. Okay. Then, Su Qingxue took over the game. First attempt already at half health. Zhang Muyan. Thankfully, she didn't die. Zhang Muyan breathed a sigh of relief. See? I told you it'd be tough. The second time, she barely survived with just a sliver of health left. Zhang Muyan. Schwer's dodging skills, her reflexes? People with gaming talent are just on another level. Third attempt, cleared. 3 lives cleared. Zhang Muyan, Omega. Then Zhang Muyan started crying even harder. The gap in natural talent between people is a chasm. He now felt it keenly. Yanbao, I just got lucky. Su Qingxue smiled sweetly, watching Zhang Muyan's tantrum with indulgent affection. I'm not playing anymore. I played for an hour, and the moment you show up, you beat me. Zhang Muyan lay sprawled on the bed, feeling utterly useless like a dried fish. Yanbao. Su Qingxue stifled a laugh, suddenly remembering something. She leaned close to Zhang Muyan's ear and whispered soothingly, Yanbao, take on an apprentice. Zhang Muyan? Then his mouth fell open as he stared at Su Qingxue in disbelief. Su Qingxue thought, that actually worked? Yanbao's fine now? What's wrong? You ask what's wrong. Zhang Muyan wrapped his arms around Su Qingxue, pulling her into his embrace. Like taking on a disciple? Taking on a disciple was just meant to comfort you, wasn't it? Su Qingxue recalled what she'd read online. If a boyfriend couldn't defeat the boss, saying this phrase would guarantee a change of heart. It really did work. It made her face turn red. After Zhang Muyan explained it to her, Su Qingxue finally understood. Then she teased him playfully, so, Yanbao, I'll take you as my mount? Schwer is being so genuine right now. Around 4 p.m., the two little ones headed to the cinema to watch a movie. They chose a romantic love story, so the entire theater was packed with couples. Zhang Muyan clutched a bag of popcorn and held hands with Su Qingxue as they took their seats. As soon as they sat down, Su Qingxue slid the armrest between their seats aside. Then she placed the popcorn between them. Su Qingxue held her bubble tea, sipping it as they watched. The movie was still in its opening scenes, and the theater was still buzzing with noise. People kept trickling in from the entrance, searching for their seats. "Yanbao, are you thirsty?" Su Qingxue asked softly. Earlier when buying drinks, Su Qingxue had insisted on just one cup. One extra large cup, and she'd specifically told the clerk to include only one straw. The clerk looked at the stunningly beautiful and polite girl before him, then glanced at Zhang Muyan standing behind her. "What gives this kid the right to make a girl take the initiative?" "Because I fought my ass off for it." "Damn it." Zhang Muyan hadn't heard clearly. Su Qingxue brought the milk tea to his lips. "Drink." "Oh." Zhang Muyan unabashedly took a sip from the same spot Su Qingxue had drunk from, then gulped it down like a storm. Su Qingxue? She felt the weight of her oversized cup rapidly decrease in her hands. After gulping down a large mouthful, Zhang Muyan smacked his lips twice. "Tastes good, sweet." 3 question marks hovered over Su Qingxue's head as Yanbao had already downed a third of her jumbo-sized milk tea in one go. "Yanbao, are you a pig or something?" Then Su Qingxue pouted, puffing out her cheeks as she took another sip of milk tea. Bad Yanbao, drinking so much at once. Meanwhile, Zhang Muyan remained oblivious. "Ha? What just happened?" Then the movie began. The entire theater fell silent. Su Qingxue naturally slipped her arm around Zhang Muyan's, leaning her head against his shoulder. Zhang Muyan rested his head against hers, feeding her popcorn. But as he fed her, when he brought the popcorn to her mouth once more, his finger was gently taken into her mouth. Zhang Muyan turned his head to look at her. "I'm biting you." Chapter 195, Old Master Su. He felt her tiny teeth nibble gently, without any force at all. What Zhang Muyan sensed more was how small and soft her mouth was. This was what he'd been kissing all along. "Hey, no getting all coy." Zhang Muyan ruffled her hair and withdrew his hand. "This Schwer. She's just too adorable." Halfway through the movie, the popcorn was gone, and the milk tea was nearly finished. Su Qingxue felt a chill and slipped her hand under Zhang Muyan's jacket. Zhang Muyan nearly froze stiff enough to stand up, then pinched her cheek hard again. Then he pulled her closer, pressing her tightly against him. Snuggled up, Su Qingxue still felt cold and said to Zhang Muyan, "Baby, my legs are cold too." "Zhang Muyan. Come up here." He. Su Qingxue placed one foot on Zhang Muyan's lap. Zhang Muyan kept watching the movie. Before long, Su Qingxue placed her other foot up too, nestling close to Zhang Muyan. "Zhang Muyan. Good girl, once you're settled, don't move around." Zhang Muyan affectionately lifted her legs higher to prevent them from sliding down. The movie was quite good, and Zhang Muyan was completely engrossed. "Okay, I won't move," Su Qingxue agreed obediently. Then, before long, she grasped Zhang Muyan's hand again and began demonstrating the technique's details. To an outsider, it might have looked like Zhang Muyan was the woman and Su Qingxue was the man. Zhang Muyan was engrossed in the movie, completely unaware. He only felt Schwer touching his hand. Well, she was touching it, nothing new there. "But Snow, if you're going to touch, could you at least stop kissing? There's saliva all over my hand now." Zhang Muyan could clearly tell that Schwer's attention wasn't on the movie at all, it was entirely focused on how to get intimate with him. But the movie was genuinely captivating. Zhang Muyan stole a few moments to interact with Su Qingxue before refocusing on the screen. The film reached its climax as the protagonists finally came together. They began to kiss passionately. The screen was huge, and every detail was crystal clear. Zhang Muyan instinctively averted his gaze, only to lock eyes with Su Qingxue, who was blushing. "Schwer, why are you blushing like a bubble teapot? You wouldn't be thinking of doing it right here, would you? Let's keep some decorum in public, okay?" Just as he was thinking this, an odd, blush-inducing sound suddenly came from ahead. He looked up to see the couple ahead had already started. Seeing this, Zhang Muyan and Su Qingxue blushed even more. How about just a quick kiss?" Zhang Muyan asked. "No, let's go home and kiss then." Su Qingxue shook her head. Zhang Muyan, "Well, then, okay." With that, Su Qingxue closed her eyes. Zhang Muyan planted a quick peck on Su Qingxue's lips. "Out in public, we should mind our image. Just a pure little kiss is fine, right? Save the steamy stuff for when we're home alone. You know what I mean? Call me when you get there. It's barely the end of the New Year holidays, and you're already in such a rush to leave." "Oh, Mom, my school starts early, that's all." Schwer Ran waved goodbye to her parents at the airport, suitcase in hand. "Oh, Dad, don't get involved with Uncle Su over Xiao Shue's affairs. She already has a boyfriend." Shue's father nodded while puffing on his cigarette. "Alright, don't worry. If possible, could you talk to Uncle Su? Help him see things differently, and..." Enough. I get it. You care more about your dad than you do about yourself." Shue's father pursed his lips. If it weren't for his son's intense infatuation with Su Qingxue, he wouldn't have visited the Su family so many times, all just to find ways to take him to see Xiao Shui. He was the head of the Shui household, after all. This was starting to feel like he was becoming Su's family's little brother. Hee, thanks, Dad. See you later, Mom. Shui's mother waved as she watched Shui Ran board the plane. Only when Shui Ran vanished completely from their sight did the couple turn to leave. Shui's mother sighed. Her son was truly devoted. He'd adored that Su family girl since childhood and never had eyes for anyone else. If only that tragedy hadn't struck the Su family back then. Perhaps our son and that Su girl would have grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Who knows? They might even be engaged by now. It's all fate, sigh. Shui's father exhaled a smoke ring. Stop smoking. Why don't you think of another way to help our son? Shui's mother snatched the cigarette from his mouth and tossed it into the trash can. TSK. What can I do? I'm practically a son-in-law of the Su family already. Besides, matters of the heart, what solutions are there for those? Shui's father shrugged in complaint, then glanced at the trash can. Sigh. Why all the sighing? Our son is still young, with a long road ahead. He's had everything he wanted growing up. This situation will help him grow a lot. It's actually good. But what if your son never gets over it? Then he's a goner. Better get him a backup account. Who's going to practice a secondary instrument with you? Who else would I practice with? TSK. You're hopeless. The Su family. Old Master Su Qingxue's grandfather. He had received Su Qingxue's New Year's greeting call that morning, and she had mentioned she'd be back to visit him in a couple of days. Yet upon learning his granddaughter wouldn't be returning for the holiday, he still felt a bit annoyed. Did you upset Xiao Shui again? Old Master Su pointed at Su Jianjun. Dad, she's my daughter. How is it my fault she's upset? If you hadn't lost Xiao Shui, would she be like this now? Su Jianjun. All right, Dad. Don't get so worked up, it's bad for your health, Su Mei said, rubbing the old man's shoulders soothingly. Xiao Shui said she'd be back in a couple of days, didn't she? She always keeps her word. What's a couple of days, anyway? What has this father of hers turned our fine daughter into? The old man grumbled. What are you two arguing about on New Year's Day? Su Jianjun, Su Mei, and Mrs. Chen, Mom. Grandma. Zhou slowly made her way into the living room, and Su Mei hurried forward to support her. Day after day, what's there to argue about? You just keep bickering endlessly. My dear, your beloved granddaughter has been sent away by your son again. Old Master Su immediately complained. Su Jianjun, no, Dad, what do you mean? What do you mean, Jianjun? What did you do to upset my Shui again? Mrs. Zhou pressed. The two elders still had no idea their granddaughter was in a relationship and that she'd gone straight to the boy's house. If they found out, who knows how furious they'd be. The esteemed Miss Su of the Su family staying at someone else's house during the New Year? And the guy lived in the countryside, no less. Oh, and Zhang Muyan even took Su Qingxue hiking up the mountain. So this whole situation was being kept secret from the entire family, and Su Qingxue hadn't told her grandparents either. Chapter 196, Su Qingyan's crucial role. Her relationship with Zhang Muyan had progressed at lightning speed. She hadn't even had time to tell her grandparents. Faced with this, Su Jianjun could only say, Xiao Shui started dating. I didn't approve, so she stormed off in anger. Grandpa Su shot to his feet. Xiao Shui has a boyfriend? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell us sooner? Xiao Shui's recovered? She's not averse to the opposite sex anymore? That's wonderful news. Whose family is he from? Is it that Shui ran from when she was little? That boy was quite sensible. I liked him. Su Jianjun, oh, Mom, how could that be? If it were him, how could I possibly disapprove? Then, why didn't you approve? Is there something wrong with her boyfriend? The two elders weren't overly fixated on the rigid notion of matching social status, but Su Jianjun, as a second-generation elite, held such beliefs very strongly. One reason stemmed from Su Qingxue's kidnapping years ago. He believed the Su family's standing in the capital was either advancing or declining. It was precisely because their family had suffered misfortune that someone dared to target their kin. Had the Su family not stepped in to help back then, the Su family would have long since faded into obscurity in the capital. Therefore, Su Qingxue's marriage was of paramount importance. Only by forging ties with other partners could they secure greater stability. Having lived through that ordeal once, Su Jianjun was terrified of it happening again. If the Su family's decline happened on his watch, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The second reason was his genuine distrust of Zhang Muyan, a prejudice rooted in his upbringing. Having been born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he had always looked down on commoners, a mindset deeply ingrained in him. He knew he lacked his father, Old Master Su's, vision and ambition. Old Master Su was a true pioneer who earned his standing through real battles and real struggles. He knew he couldn't elevate the Su family to a higher tier. He only hoped not to ruin it under his watch. That would be enough for him. That was precisely why he had gone to such lengths to obstruct Su Qingxue's affection for Zhang Muyan. He believed that one's birthright came with corresponding responsibilities. Su Qingxue's marriage must serve the Su family. It was her duty. But was that truly the case? Truthfully, if you look at it another way, he was just shackling himself. Hadn't old Master Su worked so tirelessly precisely to ensure his descendants lived without worry? He had completely strayed from that very principle. His character? That's definitely questionable. Tell me, how exactly is his character flawed? Chen Feng knows about this too. You should tell Mom and Dad. Mrs. Chen then stepped forward and recounted what Su Jianjun had done last time. Su Mei, but what your brother did this time was wrong too. I know, I was a bit extreme in this matter. But looking at just this one incident, that kid must have known it was me who sent the letter, right? He went straight to telling Xiuxue, escalating the conflict between us father and daughter. Mrs. Chen, as Jianjun sees it, this child is still immature, unable to handle setbacks. If we ever upset him in the future, will he also go straight to Xiaoshui to complain behind our backs? Given Xiaoshui's current situation, caught in the middle and struggling, her condition might worsen. Grandpa Su and Mrs. Zhou nodded in agreement. Naturally, they disliked this notion. It sounded suspiciously like a bully taking advantage of someone else's authority. But Jianjun, why did you do this? Exactly. You know Xiaoshui's condition, it's not easy for her to find someone she likes. Dad, no matter what, would you really want Xiaoshui to marry someone like that? This single incident doesn't prove his character is flawed, old Master Su said gravely. What's this young man's name? Where does he live? I'll go see him myself. Su Mei, Xiaoshui will be back in a couple of days. Why don't you just ask her then, Dad? Alright. That Bai Zai reminds Xiaoshui to come back sooner. Su Bei's heard about this for the first time and frowned. Alright. After speaking, Su Qingxue suddenly tugged at Su Bei's sleeve. What is it? Bro, I need to talk to you about something. Can you come outside with me? Can't we talk about it here? Come on, let's go. Su Qingxue grabbed Su Baizai's arm and pulled him toward the door. The two stepped outside. Su Qingxue told Su Bei's about the tip-off. Oh, so it was you who told your sister, not that Zhang Muyan guy? Yeah. Didn't you notice how down she was those days? When she's upset, she always goes to the piano room to play and sing. I didn't notice that. Su Bei's had been busy meeting friends those days. After all, he just returned and had many friends to catch up with. Then why didn't you mention it earlier? Su Qingxue, I didn't dare. So you should tell him. Su Baizai. Sis's happiness is in your hands now, bro. Su Qingxue clenched his right fist and flashed a fighting sign in front of him. Get lost. If you can't even handle something this small, you've been wasting all the favors your sister's done for you. Su Bei's ruffled his hair, then turned and started walking back. After a few steps, he noticed Su Qingxue hadn't followed. What are you doing? Just say what I told you to say. Su Qingxue dreaded facing Su Jianjun's gaze. It felt like that stare could see right through his underwear. Look at you, such a wimp. Fine, go play. Back in the living room, Su Baizai repeated the exact words he'd just heard to the whole family, keeping the subject unchanged. His opening line was, Qingxue pulled me aside earlier and mentioned something. Su Qingxue, big bro. You. No choice, had to maintain credibility. If they'd known from the start it wasn't Zhang Muyan, they'd ask, then why didn't you say so earlier? He had no reason to keep quiet earlier and speak up now. So, he told the truth. It was a minor issue. During the New Year celebrations, especially at Grandpa and Grandma's house, his younger brother hadn't done anything wrong. There was no need to worry about getting scolded by Su Jianjun. Any punishment would come after the New Year, and the scene wouldn't be broadcast anyway. Even though he's only in middle school, he still has some pride. Then there's no problem. It wasn't me who said it, Qingxue told Xiaoshui. Grandpa Su's mindset shifted quickly. With the misunderstanding cleared up, everyone was happy. Su Mei, so that means the child is fine, right, sis? Mrs. Chen nodded, sighing with relief. That makes perfect sense. Though she didn't oppose Su Qingxue and Zhang Muyan, when it came to her own daughter's future, she still worried Zhang Muyan might have some issues. Su Jianjun, where's Su Qingxue? At that moment, Su Qingxue, who had been sneaking upstairs via a detour, suddenly felt a chill on his backside. Chapter 197, New Year's Fireworks. Evening. Zhang Muyan took Su Qingxue to the small town to watch the fireworks. Since fireworks were banned in the city, a designated area in the town was set aside for their display. Tonight's crowd was enormous. Residents from the new city drove here en masse, clogging even the 6-lane highway to the point where traffic police were deployed to manage the flow. Vendors pushed carts along the sidewalks, setting up stalls under the brightly lit street lamps. Children dressed in bright red new clothes chased each other along the roadside, giggling and laughing as they waved sparklers and other small fireworks. Further away, near the riverbank and open fields, young boys set off small firecrackers. They'd toss the firecrackers into discarded bottles on the ground, then discard the bottles themselves. Boom! How boring. When I was a kid, we used to blow up cow dung in outhouses. Once, I even blew up Erguzi, covering his face in dirt. He wailed like crazy, and when I got home, I couldn't escape a good beating either. Zhang Muyan and Su Qingxue were also sporting matching red down jackets today, a special gift from old Deng and Mom. New clothes are a must for the new year, after all. Wrapped in scarves, they strolled and chatted, their hands gradually filling with more and more items. As time passed, the chimes rang out from the giant clock on the building behind them. It's about to begin. Everyone began the countdown. 10, 9, 8. As the broadcast counted down, Su Qingxue suddenly felt a bit lost. She didn't know what to do. Should she join everyone in counting down? This was her first time welcoming the new year like this. Then a childish voice chimed in beside her. Quick, close your eyes and make a wish. The fireworks start right after the countdown ends. A little boy, holding a lit sparkler, demonstrated to a little girl how to close her eyes and clasp her hands together. A New Year's wish? A faint smile touched Su Qingxue's lips. She saw Zhang Muyan already clasping his hands together, looking at her at the same time. Make a wish, Snowy. Oh. Su Qingxue obediently followed suit, closing her eyes and making her wish. I wish for my whole family to be healthy and happy. I hope Uncle and Auntie stay healthy and happy too. And I hope Yanbao will marry me. Hee, maybe that's a bit too soon. Boom. Bang. Just as Su Qingxue finished her wish, the countdown ended. As the hosts' voices began the Spring Festival Gala on the big screen right on schedule, fireworks shot into the sky, blooming into bright, beautiful flowers. The pitch-black night sky instantly transformed into a dazzling tapestry of colors. Everywhere, people held hands, exhaling warm breath, dressed in new clothes, cheering and making wishes. At that moment, it felt as though all the world's beauty had gathered in this one place. What did you wish for? Zhang Muyan suddenly asked with a smile. Ha? Can I tell you? Su Qingxue looked puzzled. Wishes weren't usually something you shared, were they? You have to say it. Otherwise, it won't come true. Zhang Muyan insisted earnestly. How else would I know? Hiya. Then, you tell me yours first. Su Qingxue was clever. Hey. Snowball, you don't trust me. It's not that I don't trust you, Yanbao. It's just that I find it hard to deceive myself. Su Qingxue firmly clapped both hands over Zhang Muyan's face. After being together for so long, how could she not understand Zhang Muyan? Now, just by looking into Zhang Muyan's eyes, she could probably guess what he was thinking. Ugh. Seeing this, Zhang Muyan could only give up. He'd been thinking that if Shuer wanted something, he could find a way to make it happen. Su Qingxue, then hurry up and tell me what wish you made. Once you do, I'll tell you mine. Mine. Should I tell you? For the new year, I want to sneak a peek at Shuer about taking a bath. Su Qingxue? Ha, Snowball, what's with that face? Now I'll never dare to bathe without locking the door. Su Qingxue clutched her chest. Oh? So you weren't afraid I'd barge in before, huh? Zhang Muyan teased playfully. Oh dear. Zhang Muyan, alright. Now it's your turn to make a wish. I wish for my whole family to be healthy. What else? And for my uncle and aunt to stay healthy too. What about me? That's all. Zhang Muyan's eyes widened. No way. Add one more, it has to include me. Ha? Can you force someone else to make a wish? Hurry up. I don't care. Ha. Su Qingxue's eyes curved into crescent moons as she gazed at the night sky filled with fireworks, whispering something softly. Whether it was the loud crackling of the fireworks or her whisper being too soft, Zhang Muyan couldn't make out her words. He leaned closer, eager to hear what wish she made. At that moment, the girl stood on tiptoe, cupping her hands around her mouth like a microphone. In a sweet voice, she said, in the new year, I wish for Yanbao to become my husband sooner. Boom! The sound of fireworks bursting in the sky. Zhang Muyan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Her breathy, soft voice tickled his ear as she whispered. And she used that name. Did she even realize how devastating that nickname could be to a young man? Shuer's aggression sometimes really hits the roof. Watching her giggle before him, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush, clearly shy, yet her eyes twinkled mischievously as they widened to stare at him. Zhang Muyan immediately pulled her back, heading toward home. Yanbao? What's wrong? Let's go. Grab the household register and head to the registry office. Ha? Su Qingxue was puzzled, but secretly delighted. I've already clocked out, Yanbao. Then shall we go tomorrow? I don't care. I'm making your New Year's wish come true today. Zhang Muyan declared with righteous conviction. You call that fulfilling someone else's New Year's wish? I won't even call you out on it. Su Qingxue just smiled at him, calling him out. You just want me to call you that? Which one? Cut it out, I'm not falling for that. Say it again, I didn't catch it just now. No way, I'm too shy. Su Qingxue pouted coyly. How could she not be shy? Calling the person she liked by their most intimate nickname. Snowy, don't make me bow to you on New Year's, okay? Su Qingxue? Yanbao's train of thought was jumping all over the place now. She was getting completely flustered, sometimes even tempted to say, Yanbao, you're crazy. But this was her Yanbao. Maybe it was because his brain had just recovered, causing his thoughts to race. Yep, that must be it. It's a good thing. Then Su Qingxue shyly leaned closer to his ear. Zhang Muyan quickly leaned in. Honey, let's go home. Satisfied, Zhang Muyan felt butterflies in his stomach while his body felt 100 times stronger. He felt like he could take on the rock himself now. Hearing Xue's words, what was death to fear? Wait. Wasn't that why he dared to confront adults head-on as a kid? The two walked home as fireworks lit up the sky. Suddenly, they spotted a couple. The girl perched on the boy's shoulders, lifted high. For some reason, a pang of envy shot through her heart. Su Qingxue pouted, honey, I want that too. For those in love, every whim is indulged, allowing them to embrace their inner child without restraint. Zhang Muyan was like this in front of Su Qingxue, and Su Qingxue was equally so in front of him. Alright. Get in. What's the big deal? Chapter 198, The Su Family. The new year had just passed, and Su Qingxue and Zhang Muyan parted ways. She always had to return home to visit her grandparents. She couldn't possibly stay in the new city forever. Last night, they'd lingered together until midnight, the atmosphere thick with reluctance, suffocating like a final farewell. The next day, Zhang Muyan drove her to the high-speed rail station. Only then did he truly understand the feelings Su Qingxue must have had when she saw him off before. Already reluctant to part, Su Qingxue found herself tugged by Zhang Muyan's grip on her clothes. Her eyes fluttered, and tiny tears welled up. Zhang Muyan spent ages coaxing her, finally promising they'd meet again at school and be together every day. Only then did Su Qingxue enter the station, glancing back every few steps until Zhang Muyan vanished from sight. Zhang Muyan stood rooted to the spot like a wooden statue. This was the first time he watched her leave, and suddenly he understood why Xue had loved standing still like this before. It was pure greed, the desire to steal a few more glances, to hold onto the sight just a little longer. The pain of parting was relentless, unbearable, and utterly miserable. He'd seen Xue shed tears just now, and he'd almost lost control himself. Just last night she was calling me husband, and then suddenly she announced she was leaving. It felt like falling from the sky. So sudden. So his sorrow ran deeper than Su Qingxue's. His grief kept him awake all night, while Su Qingxue apologized to him all night long. The thing is, the more she apologized, the harder it became to let go. Xue, how can I live without you? Xue sobbing like a pig. Still reeling, he climbed back into Lao Deng's car. The whole family had come to see Xiao Xue off today, but they'd just left the two of them alone. Muyu, I think you really should go visit. Zhang Yang said earnestly. Yes, Xue didn't want you to go because she cares about you. She was afraid you'd be upset. But since Xue has come to our family, it wouldn't be right for you not to pay a visit, Mrs. Yin added earnestly. Last night during the gala, Su Qingxue had mentioned her plans to return home. They wanted Zhang Muyan to accompany her, but Su Qingxue refused. She wasn't feeling well at home, and sending Yanba would surely cause him distress. Zhang Muyan bit his lip. The idea of making the trip made him uneasy, but when Xue told him not to go, he instantly felt relieved. He was genuinely afraid, so much so that he hadn't even considered the issue of propriety. It's one thing that they don't like you, but whether you go or not is another matter entirely. At the very least, they need to see your attitude. After all, they are Xue's parents. Are you really going to leave Xue to bear all the pressure alone over there? Well. Zhang Muyan lowered his head, pondering for a moment before sighing. Why didn't you tell me sooner? But now, if I buy a ticket, can I still catch up with Xue? We'll have to wait for the next one. Su Family Countryside Villa. How's the old man holding up? He's still going strong. But how are you managing to walk all this way to see me? Old Master Su had been waiting at the gate since early morning for the Su family to arrive. From a distance, he spotted Su Nanshan and Old Master Su strolling leisurely toward him, their assistant carrying bags and packages. What if I didn't come to see you? What then? Old Man Su remarked without mincing words. He and Old Master Su had been comrades in arms through thick and thin, and they hadn't held back from bickering in their youth. Su Nanshan, Happy New Year, teacher. How's work been lately, Nanshan? Not bad. Just returned from a business trip to the new city. Met a talented young man there. Oh? A talented young man? What kind of young man earns such praise from you? Old Master Su led the group into the villa. Old Su, he's mentioned it to me 1,000 times since he got back. Says this young man cracked some technology that's been monopolized by foreign countries for ages. If we could develop it ourselves, our country could do this and that. Oh? That sounds like a real talent. Yes, but he couldn't bring the young man back. He said the lad wanted to stay with his girlfriend. He still regrets it now. Stay with his girlfriend? With such talent, how can he indulge in pleasure when the nation isn't yet prosperous? Young people today, their thinking has regressed so much. Old Master Su paused, his voice sharp with reproach. Exactly. It's not like our days, but that's fine too. Didn't our generation work hard precisely to ensure the happiness of the younger generation? But if he has talent, it absolutely shouldn't be wasted like this. If that kid were in front of me, I'd give him a piece of my mind. Old Master Su, eager to nurture talent, felt a pang of regret. Enough, enough. He's not even remotely related to you. Starting to worry about national affairs again, are you? Don't worry, Professor. It's not exactly wasted talent. It might delay his research progress, but at least he's still in the country. After graduation, he'll come straight to my institute, he won't run off. Ah, never mind. Let's not talk about this during the new year. Come on, let's go inside and chat. Inside, the entire Su family was gathered except for the youngest child. Su Jianjun stepped forward with a friendly wave. Come, sit down. Ha? Where are Su Qingxue and the others? Su Nanshan, who had a close relationship with Su Jianjun, asked him directly. Their close bond stemmed from the Su family's support during the Su family's difficult times. The two had been childhood friends, and this hardship had only deepened their bond. They went to pick up Xiao Shui. They'll be back soon. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sound of a car horn honking came from outside. Just as he said, they're back. Old Master Su and Mrs. Zhou hurried to the doorway, their eyes crinkling with smiles as they watched the three figures approach. See that, old buddy? Alright. Every year you make this trip just to show off. Next time I'm not coming. Ha, you have to come. If you don't, I'll have no one to show off to. Old Su rolled his eyes at Old Master Su. He always wanted a granddaughter, but alas, Su Nanshan had only sons, both now around Su Qingxue's age. So every year, Old Master Su boasted about his precious granddaughter to her. Grandpa, Grandma, Su Qingxue greeted the two elders with a smile. Ah, Shuer, you're even prettier now. Ha? Has Xiao Shui gained weight? She doesn't look as thin anymore? Su Qingxue horrified. Huh? She gained weight in just a few days at Yanbao's? Mrs. Zhou promptly smacked Old Master Su. TSK. Watch your words. Where on earth is my Xiao Shui fat? Oh dear, Grandpa misspoke. Quick, sit down and greet Uncle Su. Hello, Grandpa Su. Hello, Uncle Su. The three sisters obediently greeted them. Su Jianjun's inner monologue. Why did she sound so impatient when I asked her to greet them? Sitting beside Grandma, Su Qingxue couldn't avoid being questioned. Sweetie, are you dating someone? Yes, Grandma. I was just about to tell you about it. Where is he from? What's his name? Do you have a photo for Grandma to see? How did you two meet? Chapter 199, this little butterfly is that impressive? Grandma, remember Zhang Muyan? The one I mentioned when I was little? That's him. Oh? That young man? Yes, we go to the same school. Su Qingxue pulled out a photo, pointing to the boy in it, her eyes sparkling with undisguised affection. What a coincidence! Why hasn't Xiao Wan ever mentioned this? Mrs. Zhou glanced at Aunt Xiao, who was busy pouring tea. He's quite handsome, better looking than Shuiran. I didn't tell Aunt Xiao, Grandma. But she's already met Mayan, you can ask her what she thinks. Xiao Wan? Come here and tell me about it. Aunt Xiao approached with a smile. I think Mu Yan is a decent young man. At least he has a good heart and genuinely cares for Xiao Shui. Then why didn't you say so yesterday? Grandma, I asked Aunt Xiao to wait until I was here to tell you. Oh, you. You planned everything out, didn't you? Grandma Zhou gently poked her little nose. Grandma, do I seem like some old-fashioned person? Why would I hide things even from you? I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just wanted to tell you in person. Do you like him? MHM. Su Qingxue nodded. Must it be him? Oh, you. When will you bring him back for Grandma to see? Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's eyes lit up instantly. Ha? Grandma, you don't mind? She assumed her grandparents would object too. After all, ever since she was little, they'd followed Dada's lead in constantly arranging playmates for her. Why would I object? You like him, don't you? As long as he's not some morally corrupt bad person, and as long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Thank you, Grandma. Su Qingxue happily hugged Mrs. Zhou. Su Jianjun watched this scene unfold, feeling a headache coming on. This situation was getting tricky. All because of that good-for-nothing Su Qingxue. Just then, the butler approached Su Qingxue with the butterfly stand. Miss, the stand you requested is ready. Mechum, just leave it at my door, Su Qingxue said, gazing at the lifelike blue butterfly mounted on the stand. She certainly didn't intend to play with such a precious gift from Yan Bao. What if she damaged it? Naturally, she needed to store it properly. This stand would be perfect by her bedside, whether sleeping or waking, she could always see it. Later, when she lived with Yan Bao, she could place it by their bedside too. Yes, miss. Hey, what's that? Su Nanshan felt a sense of familiarity looking at the butterfly and pointed, asking. Old Master Su and Old Man Su also turned their gaze toward the butterfly. Su Qingxue, just a little toy. What is it, Uncle Su? Let me take a look. Su Nanshan felt increasingly familiar with it. No. Something was very, very wrong. Su Nanshan stepped forward to take the butterfly from the butler's hands, exclaiming in disbelief, how did this end up with you? Su Qingxue? Su Jianjun stood up. Nanshan, what's wrong? This is the one made by that incredibly talented young man I told you about. There's only one of these. How did it end up with you, Xiaoshui? Old Master Su followed over, took the butterfly, and examined it closely. After staring at it for ages, he still couldn't figure it out. It was just a butterfly toy, after all. Xiaoshui, where did you get this? My boyfriend gave it to me. Su Qingxue watched as the adults passed it around, her eyes never leaving the butterfly the entire time. Don't break it. If you break it, I'll make a scene. Boyfriend? That doesn't make sense. Su Nanshan muttered under his breath. It should still be in that young man's possession. Could it be that Zhang Muyan's girlfriend is Xiaoshui? What a coincidence. Su Jianjun, did that kid steal it to give to you? No, he made it himself. Su Nanshan, is your boyfriend named Zhang Muyan living in Xincheng? Yep. Su Nanshan nodded with a smile, then that's the one. Old Master Su, what's up, Nanshan? What a coincidence. The young man I mentioned is Zhang Muyan. I never imagined he'd be Xiaoshui's boyfriend. Su Nanshan pointed at the butterfly and continued, he made this butterfly, it's identical. Su Jianjun frowned, examining the butterfly. What's so different about it? Well, it's a huge difference. This tiny thing can already replace today's drones, not to mention it has even more features that can be refined. You mean it can fly? Su Nanshan, of course. Xiaoshui, make it fly. Oh, okay. Su Qingxue was still a bit stunned. Yanbao actually knew Uncle Su, and this butterfly seemed far from ordinary? She pulled out her phone and began remote control. The butterfly immediately fluttered its wings like the real thing and slowly rose into the air. Watch its maneuverability. Su Nanshan tossed a pillow toward the butterfly, which instantly executed an obstacle avoidance maneuver with astonishing speed. Even Su Qingxue hadn't known this capability existed. Just imagine this is only the prototype. Once it matures further, with enhanced maneuverability and energy efficiency. A miniature unmanned reconnaissance drone? It'd be impossible to defend against on the battlefield, right? Not just reconnaissance, what if we use them to take down enemy aircraft? Su Qingyang's eyes widened, butterfly fighter jets? Su Nanshan chuckled, yep, that's pretty much the idea, little Qingyang. That's why I'm so bullish on this technology. It will revolutionize our nation's military manufacturing. That impressive? What about the cost? I'm not joking about this. Modern warfare is a battle of technology. A single butterfly isn't expensive to produce. Imagine equipping every soldier with one. In complex terrain, who could spot a butterfly? Plus, it's so small even a skilled marksman might miss. If we could arm it with weapons. Whoa. Hearing you describe it like that, I can already tell this is something special. Old Master Su's eyes lit up. His gaze toward the butterfly shifted abruptly. This wasn't just a butterfly, it was a walking military achievement. Against gun-wielding enemies, wouldn't this be pure dimensional suppression? But remembering the technology behind these tiny fighters wasn't fully mature yet, Old Master Su sighed regretfully. So, how long do you think it'll take for this thing you're talking about to be ready? Hard to say. But I doubt it'll be any harder than the atomic bomb. Excellent. Excellent. This is truly remarkable. A major contribution. Get it done quickly. As Su Qingxue's butterfly fluttered back into her hand, Old Master Su suddenly recalled her earlier words. Wait, this was made by Xiaoshui's boyfriend? Ah, old fossil, remember what you just said? Old Su was already laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Teacher, if you're in a hurry, have Xiaoshui give him a nudge. Old Master Su burst into laughter. So, all this time, that kid was after my granddaughter? Old Man Su chimed in, you'd better hurry up and get them to stop focusing on romance. Ah, romance is only human. Have the boy come over, and I'll still give him a talking to. We can work something out, try to balance both, you know. Old Master Su was quite the smooth operator. I've already arranged for his school to set up a lab. Rest assured, teacher. Now that's more like it. Old Master Su instantly warmed to this Zhang Muyan he'd never met before. Seeing the smile on her grandfather's face, Su Qingxue knew she didn't even need to ask him, he'd agree without hesitation. Who would have thought this butterfly Yuanbao was so amazing? This is the very first primitive specimen, Xiaoshui. Keep it safe. Su Nanshan smiled. Su Qingyang, sis, can I play with it? No. With that, Su Qingxue carefully placed the butterfly back in its case and took it back to her room. Su Qingyang. Chapter 120, Zhang Muyan meets the parents. Zhang Muyan only messaged Su Qingxue after landing. He acted first and asked questions later. Don't ask who taught him that. Stepping out of the airport, Zhang Muyan watched the flowing crowd in vehicles, feeling lost. Xuera must have felt the same way when she first arrived in this city, not knowing which direction to go. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue, far away at her grandfather's house, felt both delighted and heartbroken upon receiving the message. Grandpa was still talking about Yanbao with Uncle Su and the others, and now Yanbao was on his way. This was practically a gift from heaven. She wanted to go pick up Zhang Muyan immediately, but with guests at home, she couldn't leave just after returning. So she sent Su Bei's instead. And so, Zhang Muyan found himself riding in Su Bei's unidentified luxury sedan. Don't ask, it's too high-end to recognize. Brother-in-law, wait, no, brother, hello? Zhang Muyan, having received Xue's message to have her brother pick her up, was nervous as hell. What was this? Meeting her brother-in-law directly? Especially after seeing Su Bei's in person, that aura. As an eye person, Zhang Muyan felt the pressure mounting. Su Bei gave Zhang Muyan a single, sweeping glance from head to toe. His mental verdict formed: decent looks, but lacking in presence. Why did you make this trip? Su Bei asked while driving. Well, Qingxue came to my place, so it's only fair I come to yours. Oh, I see. Su Bei nodded. You should recognize me, right? I'm pretty familiar with you, anyway. Ha? Of course. Qingxue mentioned you. What did she say about me? Su Bei perked up at that. Well, Zhang Muyan recalled the moment when Xue had shown him the photo and introduced him. She said this person is my brother and treats me really well. Zhang Muyan reenacted the scene from back then, adding a bit of dramatic flair. Su Bei, she really said that? Yeah. Su Bei couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upward. Su Bei, because of something that happened when she was little, Xue has some psychological trauma. She's quite resistant to the opposite sex, you could even say she has a condition. She stays in her room all day, doesn't talk, and doesn't interact with her peers. But lately, you can see she's improved a lot. She talks more, smiles more, it must all be thanks to you. Zhang Muyan scratched his head. He'd initially thought Xue was just aloof, but now he realized that experiencing such things as a child would naturally leave psychological scars. You know her father disapproves of you, right? Su Bei continued. Yeah, Qingxue told me. I won't say much more. Just treat my sister well. As long as she's happy, I'll handle things with her father for you. What a great brother-in-law. Don't worry, brother. I'll definitely treat Qingxue well. Zhang Muyan said earnestly. Good. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Su Bei pulled out his phone to add WeChat contacts. Soon, Su Bei led Zhang Muyan back to the Su residence. As Zhang Muyan stepped out of the car, dedicated servants assisted him with his belongings. In the vast front yard, several workers in uniformed attire skillfully tended to the flowers and shrubs. Others watered the plants or tidied the gravel along the stone pathways. A massive standalone villa stood at the heart of the garden. Its exterior walls were an elegant off-white, topped with warm red tiles. Standard wooden shutters adorned the windows, and on the spacious balcony upstairs, several comfortable wicker chairs were placed. All I could do was gasp in awe. I knew Xue's family was well off, but seeing it firsthand still left me in awe. This completely overturned Wu Hao's earlier remark about it being like winning 100 million yuan. This was far beyond winning 100 million. As Zhang Muyan followed Su Bei into the Su residence, Su Nanshan and his son were just preparing to leave. The moment Zhang Muyan saw Su Nanshan, he froze in shock yet felt a strange sense of kinship, like spotting a relative in a foreign city. Su Nanshan, Muyan, you're here? Zhang Muyan, Su Gong? Their familiar exchange left Su Jianjun momentarily stunned. At the same time, Su Nanshan nodded at Zhang Muyan with a meaningful smile. Su Qingxue spotted Yanbao and hurried over to take her hand, quietly introducing the elders present to Zhang Muyan. This is Grandpa, this is Grandma, this is my mom, and this is... Then Zhang Muyan obediently followed along, calling out each name as Su Qingxue introduced them. It was just like when his mom took him to visit relatives as a child, being dragged around to greet everyone. The first few people responded warmly, but when it came to Su Jianjun, he didn't exactly give a friendly look. Zhang Muyan had mentally prepared himself for this. Thankfully, it wasn't the kind of rejection that would have him kicked out immediately. He then sat down beside Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue softly asked if he was tired and why he hadn't told her beforehand, never letting go of his hand since they entered. The others present were quite surprised by Xiao Xue's starkly different demeanor toward different people. Xiao Xue seemed like such a clingy little girlfriend in front of Zhang Muyan. Old Master Su inquired of Su Nanshan, is this the butterfly he made? Su Jianjun also asked Su Nanshan, how did you two meet? Su Nanshan replied, yes, we met once on the high-speed train. Then, when I happened to visit the National Equipment Department in Xinjiang, I saw him working on a simulated butterfly again. That's how we got acquainted. Who would have thought he'd be Xiao Xue's boyfriend? It really is a small world. Old Master Su instantly perked up, warmly greeting Zhang Muyan. But before Zhang Muyan could respond, Su Qingxue always answered first. Zhang Muyan, Xue, what are you doing? Don't be so protective, Xue. It feels nice, but... Oh. Su Qingxue fell silent, instinctively wanting to shield Zhang Muyan. The mustache at the corner of Old Master Su's mouth twitched. Seeing his granddaughter like this made him happy, yet tinged with a hint of jealousy. After all, she was his granddaughter. How could he already foresee her turning her back on him in the future? Xue, I'm not going to eat him. Grandpa, go ahead and ask. I won't say a word. Su Qingxue blinked twice, then glanced at Zhang Muyan. Why didn't you go with Nanshan to pursue research? Old Master Su inquired. You should know how precious an opportunity that is. Well, I can do that at school too, and... Zhang Muyan glanced at Su Qingxue. I don't want to be apart from Qingxue. Is university the same as a research institute? A man should prioritize the greater good. How can you put romantic entanglements before national development? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhou nudged Old Man Su. TSK, what are you implying in front of Qingxue? Old Su awkwardly stroked his beard. Well, I didn't mean it like that. I was just asking what he thought. Actually, Grandpa, that butterfly experiment was meant for Qingxue from the very beginning. Without her, I might not even know where I'd be right now. Zhang Muyan explained, my original intention in creating the butterfly was simply to make her happy. I didn't think much beyond that. So going into research was just a bonus surprise. I've already discussed it with Su Gong, and I'll definitely go. He's even arranged for my father to be there. Chapter 121, Su Nanshan pledges his support to Zhang Muyan. Old Master Su was reasonably satisfied with Zhang Muyan's response. His question wasn't meant to make Zhang Muyan abandon his personal feelings, on the contrary, it was to gauge whether this relationship was a positive influence in the situation. Clearly, Zhang Muyan's answer affirmed that this relationship spurred his progress rather than holding him back, exactly the response he wanted. Old Su, we'll be heading out now, Old Su said. Alright, I'll walk you out. No need. Go stay with your son-in-law. TSK. I'll walk you out, I'm afraid you'll fall into my yard. You amp. Old Master Su and Su Jianjun rose to see the Su family father and son off. As they parted, Su Nanshan could clearly sense Su Jianjun's dissatisfaction with the young man, Zhang Muyan. Jianjun, you don't seem too fond of that kid Zhang Muyan, huh? Think his family background isn't up to par? Yeah. What era are we in that you're still playing these games? You don't have a daughter, so you don't understand this feeling. Besides, the Su family's situation now. Su Nanshan, sometimes you need to think long term. That butterfly thing I mentioned seems trivial, but consider his age. At our age, we were still in college. And him? Sure, his family's not wealthy, but it's not like Xiao will suffer. And once he works under me, he'll be loyal to me. You'd rather cozy up to the Shui family than support me? If he achieves something great in the future, wouldn't you, as his father-in-law, and the entire Su family reap the benefits? Su Jianjun's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. You like that kid so much? Would you be willing to be his son-in-law? I'd be thrilled. Just watching him pour himself into his experiments, he completely outshines his father. And let me tell you, his dad's been a national-level weapons engineer for years. He can't hold a candle to him, not even close. Su Nanshan smiled earnestly. And with his talent, if he puts in a few years of hard work, he'll easily become a top-tier national researcher. You're serious? Not joking? Who's joking? If my family had a daughter, you'd see how I treat him once he was under my wing. Well, if I agree. Su Jianjun hesitated. After all, his friend was siding with Zhang Muyan like this, praising him to the skies. TSK, don't hesitate. I'm dead serious. Those second-generation kids you're trying to find, is any of their first generation as strong? Would Xiao Shui even like them? Look at the situation now, how much better is it? Su Jianjun was thoroughly puzzled. Why are you so firmly on his side? Su Nanshan paused, then sighed. Because this kid is head over heels in love. Ha! If he didn't have your Xiao Shui, he probably wouldn't have the drive to pursue research. And he keeps saying he doesn't want to do research, his heart just isn't in it. Su Nanshan continued, you can let Xiao Shui be his motivation, you understand? But what if he doesn't achieve anything? Wouldn't I be sacrificing my daughter for nothing? Well, you still have me, don't you? Alright. With that said, I'll ease up a bit and not chase him away. Su Nanshan responded with silence, then whispered a few words into Su Jianjun's ear. That's all I'll say. See how it goes. I'm off. With that, Su Nanshan bid farewell to Old Master Su and strolled away with Old Man Su. Old Master Su approached then. I actually quite like that kid Zhang Muyan. Sure, he lacks a bit in presence, but that's understandable. Besides, he saved Xiao Shui when he was young. Why do you always seem so unimpressed with him? Dad, I've never liked that Zhang Muyan. He bears significant responsibility for Xiao Shui becoming the way she is. Su Jianjun shared the insights from the psychologists they'd consulted over the years with Xiao Shui. It was precisely because Zhang Muyan had risked his life to save her that he'd left her with deep psychological scars, turning her into the silent, withdrawn person she was now. At her most helpless, Xiao Shui was just scared. But he barged in recklessly, offering her a ray of light, only to get beaten up in front of her and hospitalized. That's what caused her to break down like that. If I hadn't taken her all over the world to see psychologists, her mind would have been twisted beyond repair long ago. Do you know? When Xiao Shui was little, the look in her eyes when she saw those kidnappers, it wasn't like a child's anymore. Old Master Su walked on, saying, you never told me any of this. Our family was struggling so badly back then. You had enough on your plate. I didn't want to burden you further, so I kept quiet. But now? Xiao Shui and Zhang Muyan seem perfectly fine together. If you insist on stopping them, what if old Master Su asked anxiously, fearing Xiao Shui's condition might worsen? No. Even if I tried to stop her, I couldn't hold her back now. Su Jianjun shook his head. Nanshan told me something earlier, and it made me realize something. Given the situation, I can't stop Xiao Shui anyway. Might as well give that kid a chance to prove himself. The Su family helped us greatly back then. I trust his judgment. If he says Zhang Muyan has what it takes, then let's give it a shot. In the living room, Zhang Muyan sat stiffly throughout the entire interrogation. Su Qingxue's grandmother, mother, and aunt grilled him from head to toe, inside and out, asking about everything from his birth to the present day. So this was what Shui went through back then. After enduring what felt like an interrogation bordering on torture, he finally found his relative, his brother-in-law, Su Qingxue. He'd never felt such an immediate connection to a kid before. Because Su Qingxue's first question was whether he could have a butterfly toy just like his sisters. What a big deal. He'd make one for his little brother-in-law as soon as they got back. Then Su Qingxue started asking the kind of questions only a child would ask. Brother, do you play games? Can you take me places like my sister does? Huh? No. Damn. Why didn't I play games properly? Now look, when you need it, you wish you had it. Su Qingxue sat nearby sipping her water, quietly listening to Zhang Muyan's answers and occasionally chiming in. Everyone present was friendly toward Yanbao, so she had nothing to worry about. Instead, she found it adorable watching him sit stiffly, sweat pouring down his face. She'd even shed tears when they parted this morning. This reunion felt so good. She wanted to kiss Yanbao so badly. Just like last night. She needed to ask when Yanbao was leaving. Last night, she'd suddenly told him she was going, and he'd gotten angry and teased her relentlessly. She knew she was in the wrong, so she just let him have his way, but deep down, she loved it. Maybe tonight I could turn the tables and tease Yanbao instead? Chapter 202, Pan Yingxian leaves the country. Zhang Muyan takes down Su Jianjun. Muyan, come out here. Old Master Su stood at the doorway, beckoning Zhang Muyan with a wave. What is it, Grandpa? Before Zhang Muyan could rise, Su Qingxue pulled him back, her voice tinged with unease. Don't worry, I just need to have a word with him alone. Su Qingxue remained worried, but then felt Zhang Muyan grasp her hand. Zhang Muyan reassured her, I'll go talk to Grandpa. Don't be so nervous. He was already nervous enough himself, and now Shui was even more anxious than he was. Oh, okay. Seeing this, Su Qingxue couldn't say anything more. She exchanged a glance with Zhang Muyan, then released his hand. Then she watched helplessly as Zhang Muyan walked out. Outside, Old Master Su led Zhang Muyan along the garden stone path, taking 2 turns before handing him over to Su Jianjun. Shui, your grandfather has no sense of martial ethics. Su Jianjun tilted his head, signaling Zhang Muyan to follow. The two walked and talked. Zhang Muyan wondered if he was about to receive some private notice. Then Su Jianjun spoke, I disapprove of your relationship with Shui. You should be aware of that. Zhang Muyan nodded. I know, uncle. Then why did you dare come? Aren't you afraid I won't even let you in the door? I am afraid, but I had to come. Zhang Muyan answered honestly. You're surprisingly honest, Su Jianjun chuckled softly. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. You're quite close with Su Nanshan, aren't you? He assured me you could make significant contributions in research. I'm giving you this chance. Before graduation, deliver results that satisfy me, and I'll approve your relationship with Xiao Shui. Ha! This is a bit different from what I had in mind. What exactly would you consider satisfactory results? Zhang Muyan cautiously inquired. Satisfaction depends on Su Nanshan. If you can make him happy and satisfied, then I'll be satisfied. Su Jianjun shot Zhang Muyan a glance. I know you think I'm a snob. And I am. You've got no money, no connections. Marrying Xiao Shui to you is a total loss for me. If not for that unexpected turn of events, you'd never have had anything to do with her in a million years. So I must prevent anything like that from happening again. But now that you have Su Nanshan backing you, I'm reluctantly giving you this chance. Oh, Uncle Su. Zhang Muyan murmured under his breath. Such immense kindness, how could I ever repay it? Understood, uncle. I'll give you a satisfactory answer before graduation. Zhang Muyan felt confident he didn't even need to wait until graduation to deliver a satisfactory result. This wasn't blind confidence. Through his studies lately, he genuinely sensed he had a knack for the specialized material. Take the data old Deng had been struggling with for ages. Zhang Muyan could pull it together in moments, even remarking that old Deng had wasted years of effort on it. Old Deng stood there questioning his entire existence. What kind of creature had he brought into this world? A human? Don't get too excited just yet. I'm not done talking. What if you can't deliver? If I can't deliver, I'll leave on my own accord and never bother Xiao Shui again. Fine. You said it. Hearing Zhang Muyan's words, Su Jianjun's expression visibly shifted, though the emotion it conveyed was hard to pin down, somewhere between anger and delight. Zhang Muyan couldn't quite decipher it. But none of that mattered. He wouldn't lose, and he wouldn't leave Schwer. Only later would Zhang Muyan realize that Su Jianjun's expression had been one of satisfaction. Perhaps he was thinking he wouldn't lose either way? After their conversation, the two circled back to the living room. Su Qingxue had been searching the entrance for quite some time. Seeing her beloved Yanbao chatting and laughing with her father, she froze in place. Then she caught Zhang Muyan stealing a glance at her and giving her a thumbs-up gesture. For a moment, she couldn't believe her eyes. Had Yanbao really won over her father? So effortlessly? She should have brought Yanbao here sooner. All that effort wasted. Even her mother and older brother beside her were stunned by this scene. Su Qingyan, is this old fool trying to redeem himself? Evening. Su Qingxue took Zhang Muyan shopping at the mall. This feeling of family approval was truly wonderful. She could openly say she was out having fun with him. For the first time, she felt a slight shift in her view of Su Jianjun, just a tiny bit, a pinch. After all, his silence meant tacit approval, and Su Qingxue was naturally delighted. Now she couldn't stop saying, Yanbao, how did you manage to pull this off? You're so amazing. Zhang Muyan's nose was practically poking through the person in front of him as he explained the whole story to Su Qingxue. Oh, so that's how it happened. Su Qingxue's fleeting improvement vanished instantly. But Yanbao, do you have confidence? Of course I do. Zhang Muyan chuckled. Besides, even if I didn't, I'd have to, right? Like I could refuse. Hee hee, then you'll have to work hard for it, honey. I love hearing that, and I want to hear more hee hee. I'll tell you more when we get back. There are too many people here. Su Qingxue deliberately stopped herself at the last moment. That's too much. You always do this. Alright, let's browse the mall first, little hubby. Su Qingxue said contentedly, pulling Zhang Muyan inside. Hee hee, okay. Zhang Muyan was left with a pouty expression. Did you get there yet? Just got off the plane. Pan Ningxian dragged her luggage while talking to Su Nianru on the phone. Su Nianru, your semester starts so early. Ours doesn't begin until the 9th. It's only a few days away. I just wanted to come early to get acclimated. Stepping out of the airport, Pan Ningxian took a deep breath of fresh air. A new life of freedom. She returned to campus early, completed all her study abroad applications, and then departed for her destination ahead of schedule. Alright, then settle in first. I'll call you later. Okay, bye. Bye. After hanging up, Pan Ningxian's first task was finding accommodation. She wasn't an exchange student who could simply stay with someone else's family. It took real courage for a girl to venture so far away on her own, especially someone from a family like hers. Her father had stopped caring about her the moment she chose her university. Compared to Su Qingxue, she wasn't as fortunate to have a wealthy family. But then again, she hadn't been kidnapped or anything. Everything had its pros and cons. According to a message posted earlier in the study abroad group, she knew a wealthy young man named Xueran who was willing to offer lodging to fellow countrymen. He even stated that tenants with excellent cooking skills would be prioritized. She fit that description perfectly, so she pulled out her phone and contacted Xueran. Xueran, where are you? Do you need me to pick you up? Pan Ningxian, no need. I'll make my own way over. Xueran, alright. Then, following the map navigation, Pan Ningxian arrived at an apartment. The decor was incredibly stylish. It didn't look like something she could afford. Then, she gathered her courage and rang the doorbell. Xueran opened the door to find a girl with a high ponytail smiling warmly at her. Hello? Hello. I'm Pan Ningxian. I'm Xueran. P.S. This is an open-ended conclusion. I probably won't write about these two again. Just putting a dog head emoji here. If you want to curse the dog head, not me. Since the story's wrapping up, I need to tie up loose ends so things will feel condensed. No need for lengthy explanations, you get the gist, right? Chapter 203, Back to School. The 9th day of the first lunar month school started. Zhang Muyan had already arrived at school early. To marry Xuer as his wife, he'd only gotten to enjoy less than 10 days of vacation this winter break. What a struggle. Finding a wife these days is no easy feat. Su Qingxue also stayed home a few extra days before joining him at school. At first, Zhang Muyan being alone at school wasn't a big deal after all. He'd arrived early when the campus was still quiet. But after Xuer arrived early too, people started trickling in one after another. Then, Zhang Muyan became the center of attention. Since he and Su Qingxue had already made their relationship public, now that they were openly together, it was hard for classmates not to notice. Zhang Muyan's name also gained significant exposure because of Su Qingxue. Now, whenever he walked down the hallways, he could always hear the buzzing of whispers behind him. Some were insults, some were compliments, good and bad mixed together, though the bad definitely outweighed the good. But it was nowhere near as bad as Zhang Muyan had imagined. All his worries were just overthinking. Still, the feeling of being stared at while walking down the street was genuinely uncomfortable. These gazes weren't admiring, but rather filled with suspicion and scrutiny. As if they're all saying, what gives this guy? Sigh. Having a girlfriend who's too popular comes with its own set of troubles? At times like this, Su Qingxue would usually cling tightly to Zhang Muyan, as if afraid her little treasure might slip away. She's always been fiercely protective of Zhang Muyan. So the more she heard others whispering, the more she showered Zhang Muyan with affection, utterly unconcerned with others' opinions. Truthfully, this trait of hers really tugged at a man's heartstrings. What guy could resist a girl who stood by him unconditionally? So, Zhang Muyan planned to discuss moving in together with Schwer. He'd been spoiled rotten by Schwer and couldn't live without her anymore, sniffle sniffle. Su Qingxue had actually been thinking about it too. She and Yanbao had been together for so long, and they had lived together before. Now, after the winter break, their feelings had grown even stronger, and naturally, she couldn't bear to be apart from Zhang Muyan either. But Yanbao was the quiet, reserved type. She couldn't keep taking the initiative like this. She was a girl too, after all. She felt that if she brought it up with Yanbao, he probably wouldn't object. But couldn't Yanbao be a little more proactive? Does this mean I have to pull out my trump card? I'm back. Wu Hao was the first to return to the dorm, bellowing as he opened the door only to find the room completely empty. Damn it! Old Jean, that bastard, went out on another date with Su Qingxue? Well then, I'm going on a date too, my precious Hanin, you've been driving me crazy. Next was Wan Lei. He walked in to find only Zhang Muyan and Wu Hao's suitcases. Both guys vanished. Damn it! This is nothing like last semester. I'm going find my Huan too. Last but not least, Pang Bo returned to the dorm, burst through the door, and bellowed, "Your old man's back." Dead silence. Pang Bo felt instantly dejected. Sigh, these jerks, busy is good, busy is good. Let's start caring for our lonely dorm mates, starting with you and me. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Pumbua's eyes lit up. Let me see which dutiful son still remembers to come home and see his dad. He opened the door. Zhang Ziyuan, radiating thick black smoke, demanded, "Where's Zhang Muyan?" Pang Bo shuddered. "He's out." "Oh. I see. Zhang Ziyuan, if he comes back, please let me know. I have urgent business with him." "Sure." With that, Pang Bo shut the door and hurriedly messaged Zhang Muyan, "Old Zhang, whatever you do, don't come back to the dorm. Zhang Ziyuan and his crew are blocking the entrance." Su Qingxue's #1 fan certainly wasn't just Zhang Ziyuan. They had already formed a group chat during winter break, protesting and ranting in it daily. Today, on the first day back, it was time to settle the score with Zhang Muyan. In the evening, advisor Lin Guohua was conducting a roll call for the college to ensure all students had returned safely. Strangely, many students who weren't from the mechanical engineering department had gathered outside the classroom, watching. Meanwhile, classmates kept glancing toward Wu Hao, Wan Lei, and their group. No need to guess who they were staring at. Pang Bo, looks like old Zhang can't escape this one today. I swear Zhang Ziyuan's about to go full villain mode. Just look at that glare. Wang Lei couldn't stop laughing. He'd been the loudest on the forum over the break. Wu Hao, so if old Zhang gets cornered later, should we run? Or run? Or run? What old Zhang? We don't know him. We don't know any Zhang Muyan. Just not joining in to corner him is already being more than generous. Ha ha ha. They waited in the classroom for Zhang Muyan to arrive, while he was still working with Su Qingxue in the specialized lab. This lab was specifically assigned to Zhang Muyan, just as Su Nanshan had initially stated, and only Zhang Muyan possessed the key. He was also the first student at Sichuan University to have his own lab while still enrolled. This alone speaks volumes about the high regard his advisor, Lin Guohua, holds for him. So, roll call and class meeting? And those idiots actually texted me saying they'd be late, so no roll call? Like hell they would. Lin Guohua knows exactly what he's doing. He's just waiting for me to walk right into it. Zhang Muyan had long since figured this out. Su Qingxue really couldn't do much in the lab. She could only accompany Zhang Muyan, tidy up his things, and organize them. She loved watching him focus intently, just as he loved watching her dance and sing. When Zhang Muyan took breaks, she'd snuggle into his arms, sing him songs, and act all cute and clingy. Honestly, this whole situation made Zhang Muyan not even want those jerks to come help. His little world with Schwer was just perfect. "Hey Schwer, I need to discuss something with you." Zhang Muyan seized the moment while everyone was in the meeting. Should he head back to the dorm now to pack his things and move? He knew he couldn't avoid being mobbed by Schwer's fans. After all, he had to attend classes. But the situation was different now. It was just the start of the semester, and Schwer's popularity was off the charts. He couldn't control it. If he got caught, he'd be instantly devoured. "What is it? I was wondering if we could move in together, would that be okay?" Su Qingxue froze for a moment, then her eyes widened dramatically as she nodded vigorously. Yeah. Then she realized she'd gotten a bit too excited and quickly composed herself. "Well then, Yanbao, you should hurry back and pack your things," Su Qingxue said, her voice a mix of shyness and anticipation. "Okay." Zhang Muyan saw every little reaction of hers. This girl, was she really this excited? But come to think of it, she really had reason to be excited. They could attend classes together every day from now on. And, sneak peeks at Schwer bathing. Never forget my original intention. You think I'm just messing around, huh? I got seen naked by Schwer, but she hasn't seen me yet. That's not fair. Chapter 204, Schwer, you're too good. Returning to the dorm from the lab, Zhang Muyan quickly packed his things. He didn't want to risk getting caught red-handed by those jerks later, only to have Zhang Ziyuan and the others barge in. Just imagining the scene, 3 guys blocking the door while yelling, "Old Zhang, we can't hold them back." The thought sent a chill down Zhang Muyan's spine. While it was a bit exaggerated, Zhang Ziyuan and the others probably wouldn't actually do anything to him. Boys being boys, some roughhousing was bound to happen. But a whole group of them roughhousing? That'd be school bullying. One of them would yell, "You're hitting on my goddess?" Meanwhile, Su Qingxue was waiting outside the boys' dorm again, just like the first time. Once again, she drew a crowd mostly curious onlookers, gossipy types who found the spectacle entertaining. Only when she finally saw Zhang Muyan push his suitcase out of the dorm room safely did she relax. She took his hand and they walked back home together. During the roll call meeting, Wan Lei spotted the latest update about the two and immediately showed it to the other two. Zhang Muyan moved out of the dorm. Attached photo. They're living together now. Same Yudu community. I live in Yudu community too. Holy crap? Old Zhang just took off without a word? We just got back yesterday. We haven't even had our first back-to-school dinner yet. Dinner? We haven't even met him yet. This jerk got a girlfriend out of nowhere and ditched his bros. So the 3 of them launched a full-on attack on Zhang Muyan in the group chat. Zhang Muyan saw it and simply sent a smiley face. "Welcome to Muyan Schwer's place. You amp. Amidst birdsong and blossoms. Back on the familiar 8th floor, he opened the door and stepped inside. Zhang Muyan froze in place. Is this still the same room? Did I take a wrong turn? The living room before him bore no resemblance to the previous minimalist style. Instead, it was adorned with a warm, cozy decor, a blue and white color scheme, a plush blue sofa surrounded by white furnishings, a giant blue stuffed bear beside it, a white coffee table in front of the sofa, and a massive flat-screen TV mounted on the opposite wall. Well, even though hardly anyone watches TV anymore, it's different when you're with someone. You could watch movies together at night, and when the mood strikes, things could get passionate. Ahem, enthusiastic applause. Zhang Muyan changed his shoes while staring wide-eyed at the entire living room. This is way too fancy. How much effort must it take to clean this place? Ah, this is a Sichuan Chongqing man for you. His line of thinking is completely different. Entering the living room, to the right was a fully equipped kitchen, with a 2-person dining table just beyond its doorway. Continuing deeper into the living room, 2 bedrooms lay ahead, both exquisitely decorated, one in pink, the other in blue. It was obvious. Zhang Muyan absolutely adored it. Who wouldn't want to be treated like a baby? This adorable room style was totally her thing. Su Qingxue just smiled quietly to herself, watching her little Yanbao's eyes light up. So adorable, Yanbao Omega. Due to time constraints, we could only do a light renovation. Do you like it, Yanbao? Of course I do. How could I not love it? Zhang Muyan exclaimed, placing his luggage in the blue room. Truth be told, he preferred pink. Who doesn't have a little girly side? And he dared not imagine how sweet it would be when Schwer emerged from there, all soft and cuddly, asking for a hug. Ha! Wait, does this decor mean Schwer doesn't plan on sharing a bed with me? Come to think of it, last time nearly ended in disaster. Living alone with Schwer, I might have really lost control. Schwer was surprisingly sensible about this. Too bad he still wanted to cuddle her while sleeping. But in truth, Su Qingxue had only been careless about this one detail, and she was regretting it now. If only she'd had more time, she would have merged the 2 rooms long ago. How could they possibly sleep in separate rooms? Didn't he know how much she loved sleeping with Zhang Muyan? But before the renovation, she never imagined her feelings for Yanbao would deepen so quickly. That was the situation now. The renovation was complete, so they just have to make do. Besides, she was already living with Yanbao. If she wanted to sleep with him, she'd just have to act first and ask for forgiveness later. Just sneak into Yanbao's bed in the middle of the night, just like during the New Year, hee. Now that Yanbao was here, he couldn't escape. Next, they each took a shower and changed into their matching couple pajamas that green dinosaur won. Suddenly, someone rang the doorbell. Zhang Muyan immediately went on high alert. No one could be following us, those jerks must have found us, right? Then Su Qingxue walked to the door and took a cage from the person outside. No one was following them, it was just a pet delivery. A teacup dog. What? Zhang Muyan was completely thrilled. Yanbao, you've always loved puppies, haven't you? Su Qingxue had already decided on the pet during their last shopping trip together. She'd been practically ready at any moment. As soon as Zhang Muyan moved in with her, they'd have their first pet. Then, why don't you want Yuanbao? Zhang Muyan joyfully accepted the teacup dog, so tiny he could crush it in one hand. He was utterly charmed by its cuteness. I didn't refuse it, it'll arrive tomorrow, Su Qingxue declared, lifting her proud little chin. She'd already sent someone to pick it up. She'd only said no earlier because it wasn't convenient for her. She adored Yuanbao just as much as Yanbao the moment you called, it would lift its head with that identical huh? What is it, expression. How could she not adore such moments? You've arranged for Yuanbao too? Yep. You're just, well. This is perfect, so thoughtfully planned. Zhang Muyan tossed the teacup dog onto the sofa and pulled Su Qingxue into a fierce kiss. So? Big Dino, did little Dino behave? Su Qingxue asked with a smile, then kissed the big Dino in front of her. Oh my, the big dinosaur is about to go eep eep eep. Hee hee, then the little dinosaur wants to cuddle with the big dinosaur tonight, okay. It's been so long since we slept together. Of course, but you can't, you know. Zhang Muyan stammered. Which one? Su Qingxue couldn't quite recall. To be precise, Zhang Muyan had done quite a few things to her, kissing, undressing, touching, all of which made Zhang Muyan blush and her heart race with excitement. Thinking about it made her blush and feel shy too, unsure which one Zhang Muyan was referring to. Don't act like a little hottie and drool all over my neck. Fine, I'll drool. Su Qingxue pouted, not just my neck tonight, I want your ears, chest, fingers. Zhang Muyan? Are you ordering food here? Chapter 205, The Happy Group Photo Amp. The end. The next day. Two green dinosaurs with wagging tails brushed their teeth together in the bathroom. Last night, when Su Qingxue crawled into bed, she had adorably called out, "The dinosaurs are coming. The dinosaurs are coming." The little teacup dog seemed to understand, hiding in Zhang Muyan's clothes and whimpering pitifully. Then it got tossed off the bed by Zhang Muyan. Compared to the teacup dog, Schwer the little dinosaur was way cuter. Come here to my arms. Su Qingxue had no classes in the morning, but she insisted on accompanying Zhang Muyan. Zhang Muyan's first class of the semester started at 8 a.m. 8 o'clock in the morning. The first class was Calculus 2 with teacher Li Xiao from last semester. But this time, they wouldn't be sitting apart like last semester. After washing up, they ate breakfast together and walked hand in hand to school. Yanbao, are you sweating? Su Qingxue could feel the fine beads of sweat on his hand as she held it. I'm still a little nervous. As an introvert, even giving a simple self-introduction made him nervous. How could he not be anxious in this situation? Imagine walking into the classroom with Schwer later, the whole class, which had been noisy moments before, suddenly falling silent, all eyes fixed on him. Compared to the stiff formality of meeting parents, this kind of nervousness felt like the anxiety of having to relieve yourself in public. The two kinds of nervousness felt completely different. I wonder if it's just me who feels this way. After hearing this, Su Qingxue smiled slightly, pressing her lips together, then tightened her grip on Zhang Muyan's hand. You'll get used to it, Yanbao. Zhang Muyan took a deep breath. He'd already met all the parents. What the hell was there to be scared of? Charge. They arrived at the classroom. Sure enough, it was exactly as Zhang Muyan had imagined. The noisy classroom fell silent the moment the two entered. Stairs. Holy crap, matching outfits. They're really together? My goddess. When did they get together? I had no clue. Zhang Muyan, you bastard. Whispered murmurs, including those from Zhang Ziyuan and Lu Hao. Zhang Muyan only recognized these two. He could almost see the dark aura emanating from them, as if they just stepped out of the Soul Hall. Creepy. As expected, Tang Qingqing and Yang Xiaoxin arrived too, smiling as they walked into the classroom and sat in the front row. The classroom was packed to the rafters, even more so than last time. After all, the buzz was undeniable. Even Su Nianru and her entire dorm had come, sitting together with her three sons. Also present were Tang Qingqing's boyfriend, Gao Wen, and Yang Xiaoxin's secret boyfriend, a dark-skinned athlete. Everyone was here. Count them. How many couples is that? With everyone here, should we just wait and have a gathering? Zhang Muyan suddenly thought. After discussing it with Su Qingxue, he sent messages to everyone. But among those present, only Peng Bo and Su Nianru weren't a couple. Poor old Peng, don't blame me for not helping you. Ding dong. Class begins. Li Xiao was stunned again by the packed classroom before her, but then she spotted the petite girl beside the class monitor and understood. Wow, her class representative is that impressive? She got him in just one semester? Then, she resumed her usual mischief. She reined herself in considerably, shifting her teasing from Zhang Muyan to Su Qingxue. As she chatted, she started joking about the two of them. When did it start, huh? Who was chasing who? And so on. Naturally, this topic captured the entire class's attention. Everyone was paying attention like never before. Zhang Muyan could only roll his eyes at Li Xiaobai. Just teach your class, will you? All day long, you're just gossiping about your students. You're such a dirty old man. Li Xiao merely chuckled dismissively, paying it no mind. He even added, Zhang, you better pay attention in class. Don't embarrass yourself in front of your girlfriend. Got it. Ding dong ding dong. Finally, the bell rang. Zhang Muyan turned to meet the gazes of several classmates. Then Tang Qingqing, Wang Lei, and Su Nianru gathered around him. Where should we eat? What should we eat? Let's have a group dinner. Tang Qingqing abruptly shook off Gao Wen's arm, wrapped her own around Su Qingxue's, and rubbed against her, gazing dreamily as she murmured, Shue, you smell so good. Zhang Muyan froze at the sight, his eyes filled with question marks. He then glanced at Gao Wen, his eyes silently asking, "Dude, is your girlfriend okay?" Gao Wen shrugged as usual, that's just how she is. It wasn't just with Su Qingxue she acted the same way toward young Xiaoxin, but not quite as intensely. Su Nianru then walked over, nudging Zhang Muyan aside before taking Su Qingxue's other hand. "Zhang Muyan? What's the big deal? Snow and I are like sisters now, we fought and made up," Su Nianru declared, then turned to Su Qingxue and added, "Right, Snow?" Su Qingxue smiled wryly at Zhang Muyan and nodded in agreement. Relationships between girls could be surprisingly simple, sometimes no need for all those dramatic group chats. At least that's how Su Qingxue and her group of girls were. And the topic Su Qingxue and Su Nianru discussed most as best friends was naturally Zhang Muyan's high school days. Su Nianru practically spilled every embarrassing story from Zhang Muyan's high school days. Like how the boys were playing on their phones in the dorm when the teacher suddenly burst in the middle of the night, ordering them to raise their hands. Or how he and Xing Junjie from their class took the trash out and ended up eating snail noodles outside the school gates. When they returned reeking of sewage, they completely threw off teacher Bobo. "I sent you two to take out the trash, and you ended up taking yourselves out?" Of course, Zhang Muyan had no clue he'd been ratted out. He still thought he was the brave, clever, handsome guy in Xue's eyes. The group ultimately decided on barbecue. They also took a big group photo. Does this mean all relatives and friends are present? Wang Lei, yeah, both sets of family are here. Zhang Muyan, you bastard. Ha 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 ha. Su Qingxue looked at the photo. She and Yanbao were in the center, while Wu Hao and Xiahan were an esports couple, two people who shared the same hobby, played games together every day, and eventually fell in love. Wang Lei and Long Huanhuan were together because Long Huanhuan needed protection, and Wang Lei happened to be there. Then there was Qingqing and Gao Wen, a pair of lovable rivals. Gao Wen doted on Qingqing, always giving in to her every whim and addressing his girlfriend as ancestor. Xiaoxin and Wang Yan were a perfect match, a sunny, athletic guy paired with a studious, quiet girl. Finally, Pang Bo and Nian Ro. It's clear Nian Ro only sees Pang Bo as a friend, but Pang Bo is the fool. It seems like he's the only one getting hurt in this world. After dinner. After chatting a bit longer, everyone went their separate ways, some headed home, others back to their dorms. Alcohol was inevitable at gatherings, so both of these little ones, who couldn't hold their liquor well, now had faintly flushed cheeks. Walking along the road, they'd glance at each other and break into silly grins. They didn't know what was so funny, but they were just happy. Before long, Su Qingxue began to stagger. Zhang Muyan picked her up and carried her on his back. Hee Yanbao. Su Qingxue grabbed Zhang Muyan's face and planted a kiss on his cheek. Everyone present tonight seemed intent on getting the two of them drunk, so this time she ended up a bit tipsy. Zhang Muyan, however, was still relatively sober, at least he wasn't staggering like Xue. After finally carrying Xue home, Su Qingxue had already drifted off to sleep. Seeing this, Zhang Muyan removed her shoes and coat, gently laid her on the bed, and tucked her in. He sat by the bed, gazing tenderly at her flushed, tipsy face, pink and delicate, her lips pouting slightly. Too adorable. Just one bite. And so, Zhang Muyan instinctively took advantage of the situation. "Good night, Xue." With that, he kissed her soft, pink lips. But just then, Su Qingxue slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Yanbao lower his head, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her face flushing. Breathing softly, she murmured, "Yanbao. I love you." The end. P.S. To be honest, the ending feels a bit rushed. Because I genuinely had so many more ideas, like Pan Yingxian and his partner, the entire university years, and Su Qingxue's career arc. Those who read my original bonus chapter, Chapter 70, and the only two lengthy reviews both focused on Chapter 70 should know I originally intended to write much more. The more I wrote, the more I realized there was so much left to cover. For instance, how Zhang Muyan would convince Su Jianjun to accept him, that should have been a lengthy process. But I rushed through it, leaving many gaps that felt hollow even as I wrote them. Please go easy on the criticism, dear readers. It shouldn't be considered a rushed ending, right? I don't want to stop updating. I promise to try for more updates this month if time allowed, but honestly, I'm finding it harder and harder to muster the energy. Since this is my first time writing a novel and I've never finished one before, I'm hesitant to stop updating. If my updates slow down later, it'll be tiring for you all to keep up. Looking back, I've managed to persevere this far. This book's performance has been dismal, barely enough for a meal a day since July. Of course, I was genuinely thrilled when it initially performed well during its debut. My ability to keep going is entirely thanks to your support, my dear readers. Truly, every time I felt like giving up, someone would step up to encourage me. Especially those familiar nicknames you guys show up daily to read and comment. Sending you all hard eyes. Without your companionship, I probably would have quit long ago, no joke. As for me? Just some science guy who barely passed Chinese in high school. To have written a whopping 400,000 words? I'm amazing. Over 200 chapters may be not much to you, but it's a lot for me. I write slowly and edit meticulously. Even 4,000 words takes me 4 hours, leaving me with almost no personal time. Sometimes I even type away on the bus. Looking back, over 400,000 words in just 3 months. I started writing on May 31st, and now it truly feels like a lightboat has sailed past countless mountains. If this book does well, I feel like I could totally push through to 1,000,000 words. Ha ha ha. I'm just rambling on and on. Of course, if this book doesn't do well, it's because I wrote it poorly. I still need to practice. Hopefully my next book will be a bit better. That said, I'm quite satisfied with the 2 young protagonists and Pan Yingxian. My original motivation for writing this book was purely to indulge in a bit of jealousy. It was like wrapping dumplings just for the sake of dipping them in vinegar. That jealousy stemmed from Pan Yingxian's sharp tongue. Didn't I explain in the earlier chapters that she has a secret? Then there's the criticism of Tang Qingxing being called a little fairy. Honestly, my description probably fell short. When I wrote it, I envisioned a chibi-style character, her tumbling off the bed and landing right beside Su Qingxue. That kind of adorable image. My writing skills just weren't up to par. My bad. As for the autobiographical claims, they're unfounded. Some elements are inspired by real life, like riding a tricycle together or visiting my alma mater where my teacher gave me not 1, but 3 letters. Even I was stunned. And the couple in Wu Hao's story. That's my roommate and so on. But I don't have someone as wonderful as Shuer, Wu Wu. Feel free to laugh your heads off. I've rambled on enough. I'll stop here. Truthfully, I'm quite reluctant to end it, but my skills aren't quite up to par yet. Continuing might not achieve the desired effect, and real life demands attention too. I'll decide over the next couple days if I'll update the extra chapters. I won't end it just yet, taking a 2-day break first. Perfect timing since I just hit perfect attendance for the month, haha. Feel free to share your thoughts. Last but not least, thank you all again for sticking with me, my precious readers. When you get scolded, stand at attention. Here's a dog head emoji, take it out on it, not me. Once the authors got food and shelter sorted, right? Then I'll tell you more stories. Wishing you all find your own Shuer. See you in the next book. Chapter 206, Bonus, Planning the Wedding. Just a survival instinct here. It feels poorly written, and since it's already public, I'm not hiding anything. This is written solely to protect Zhang Muyan's identity. Of course, if you dislike it, feel free to skip this chapter. I just wanted to give the two of them a final closure. 4 years later, Zhang Muyan's lifelike butterfly technology was first applied to the military-industrial sector. As the saying goes, any truly groundbreaking technology is first deployed for military purposes before finding civilian applications. Zhang Muyan's innovation was no exception. The snow butterfly, it had arrived. It made its debut at the Military Aviation Expo. The latest fighter jet developed for combat. Twin turbofan engines, unique variable speed propulsion, with a top speed of 3,000 km per hour. A multi-role stealth fighter equipped with a weapons payload exceeding 4,000 kilograms. Automatic detection sensors, evasive maneuvers, and so much more. The moment the snow butterfly took the stage, a certain camel nation stood up and slammed the table. 100 million per unit? Get off my plane immediately. 100 million what? Not enough? 300 million per unit. $300 million. We want 100 units. Please ramp up production quickly, we need 100 aircraft. Meanwhile, at the military headquarters, upon receiving the news, what? 100 units? Are you kidding me? What? $30 billion? Call Academician Su immediately. Su Nanshan received another message, what? The airshow orders exploded? And they still want the snow butterfly? I'll contact RD immediately. Expand production lines. Then Su Nanshan grabbed his old man by the arm. Come on, Dad, we're heading to the Su family. Old Su, what for? To find Xiao Shui and tell her to get Zhang Muyan back to the RD department immediately. The Su residence. Su Qingxue, when can we eat? Don't rush. Your brother-in-law hasn't sat down yet. Why are you picking up your chopsticks? Su Jianjun said sternly. Su Qingxue pouted and muttered under his breath, what a quick change of tune. Zhang Muyan's research progress over the past 2 years had advanced so rapidly that it had completely surpassed Su Nanshan's expectations. This was progressing faster than if Zhang Muyan had gone to the research institute. Good thing he didn't send him to the research institute. No wonder so many great inventions are born out of play. Wasn't Zhang Muyan the perfect example? And his love-struck state is downright insane. It's the same as that guy who got into Huaqing University just for love. When his technology hit a breakthrough, he holed up in the lab for an entire summer. Didn't even step outside the lab door. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue was already famous during her school days. After graduation, she entered the entertainment industry part-time, and just by singing and dancing, she became incredibly popular. With talent like Zhang Muyan's and powerful connections like Su Qingxue's, they naturally kept their privacy well protected. In fact, any mention of Zhang Muyan gets officially purged. Platforms were warned never to host related content again. Talking about Su Qingxue is fine, but don't discuss our nation's current key talents. Zhang Muyan is the foremost authority in this field nationwide. What if we scare him away? What about the ongoing research projects? Now that the airshow has concluded, Zhang Muyan's name can finally be revealed openly. And as the boyfriend fiancé of superstar Su Qingxue, Su Nanshan arrived at the Su residence to share the good news with Su Jianjun. Su Jianjun immediately instructed Mrs. Chen to call and urge her son-in-law to go get the marriage certificate right away. Before, they feared Zhang Muyan would come. Now, they feared he might run away. What a catch. Just then, the couple strolled back in hand. You're finally back. Listen to me, get back to work at the Research Institute immediately. We need to optimize and expand the production line. Our big spender wants 100 units. Su Nanshan rushed forward, his voice brimming with excitement. Zhang Muyan, 100 units? Treating them like toys? Just kill me already. They're paying $300 million per unit, and that's just for the bare airframe. How much? Dollars? Schwer, I gotta go. Dad, I won't be joining you for dinner. I need to rush off and serve my country. Zhang Muyan glanced at Su Qingxue, then at Su Jianjun. It definitely wasn't because the other guy spent so much money. I just love serving my country. The nation isn't prosperous yet? What's the point of eating? Su Nanshan, well, it's not that urgent. Eat first, eat first. You can work after you've eaten. Yeah, brother-in-law, I can't pick up my chopsticks until you sit down. Su Qingyang pouted. Su Qingxue smiled, pursing her lips, and pulled him to sit down without further ado. He knew Zhang Muyan was exaggerating for effect. And so, Zhang Muyan joined the table. Su Jianjun quickly asked when they'd bring the in-laws to the capital to discuss wedding arrangements. Su Nanshan, meanwhile, kept bragging to Su Jianjun about how sharp his eye had been back then. If not for him, wouldn't they have missed out on such a golden match? Su Qingxue, however, pursed her lips slightly. She knew how hard Zhang Muyan had worked these past 4 years, and it had broken her heart more than once. But thankfully, everything had turned out well. She was finally going to be with Yinbao. What mischief are you plotting now? Zhang Muyan kept a constant watch on Su Qingxue's every little gesture and expression. Years of practice had honed his skills. Now he could tell exactly what she was scheming with just the slightest twitch. Su Qingxue met Zhang Muyan's gaze directly. Thinking about getting married. P.S. This chapter didn't turn out great. I'm not very good at writing about marriage facepalm, so I skipped it. The next chapter should be better. You'll probably guess what it's about from the title. Anyway, I'll start brainstorming ideas for a new book. No idea when it'll be ready. Writing takes persistence. If life gets busy, progress slows down. Just taking it slow.